To gain a golden opportunity and reach the peak of life, you have made countless attempts. For example, leaving behind 3 dog heads, spending all your savings, silently reciting the system 100 times, but it was all in vain. That day, you were working overtime at the office. On a whim, you took out a brand new notebook. You wrote a line, "My future descendants, I am your ancestor, Shi Guang. If in your time, a time machine has been developed, please tell your ancestor how I can obtain my first pot of gold." After writing these words, you carefully closed the notebook and placed it on the table. A moment later, you were amused by your childish thoughts, self-mockingly saying, "I must be crazy for wanting a golden opportunity, doing something so absurd." Fearing that your colleagues would discover it and kill you on the spot, you were just about to tear out that page when, the next second, there was a loud bang above your head, and suddenly everything went dark as a notebook fell right onto your face. You opened it with confusion, your face showing disbelief, as the notebook clearly stated, "Dear Grandpa, I found this notebook among your belongings, saw your thoughts, and felt you were truly a genius." Current technology can indeed send some items back to the past, but there's a fatal flaw: it's incredibly expensive. Your grandson is also broke right now, but in order to change our family's impoverished situation, I have decided to spend all my savings to send you this notebook. The answers left in the notebook are all the questions you wrote during your lifetime, totaling 100 pages, such as your first question, how to obtain the first pot of gold. 3 days after you wrote this page, a conflict will erupt in the northern region of Blue Star. That area happens to be the core region for oil production. Therefore, the price of international crude oil will skyrocket, rising from your current $30 per barrel to $150 in 21 days. As for how to make money, I shouldn't have to teach you that, right? Lastly, I must remind you, do not look ahead at the contents in the back of the diary. You must complete the previous question before you can continue reading. If you do not follow the rules, this notebook will turn blank. Remember this. You were overjoyed, realizing that what you wished for had indeed come true. A descendant had responded. Recalling the answer you just received, you quickly took out your phone and browsed international news, finding the world peaceful, with no hint of impending war. The price of crude oil was indeed as stated in the diary, $30 per barrel. If, according to your descendant, it rises to $150 in 21 days, that's a 5-fold increase. You hesitated greatly, contemplating whether to invest all your assets in the futures market and go all in. But if the information in the diary is inaccurate, you could lose everything. After a moment, you gritted your teeth and decided to take the gamble, accepting the possibility of failure. You graduated from college 3 years ago, and although you haven't made much money, your family is relatively well off. Your parents bought you an apartment in Rome City and a car for transportation. Even so, you still felt that life lacked meaning. In this day and age, without tens of millions in cash, you can't achieve the life you desire. Without hesitation, after work, you went to the real estate agency, ready to sell your house and car. To make a quick sale, you decided to sell all your assets, totaling $8 million. You planned to sell it at a discounted price of $4 million. The next day, the agent had already lined up a buyer for you. After signing the contract, the $4 million cash was quickly deposited. Just then, your girlfriend Lu Ruyen called, "Baby, what are you doing? I saw a designer bag at the mall today, it's just over $20,000, and I want it." You and Lu Ruyen have been together for 4 years. As a girlfriend, she fits your standards, fair-skinned and beautiful. With her long legs, you two have reached the stage of discussing marriage. However, her biggest flaw is her vanity. She often compares herself with her friends and frequently asks for expensive gifts. You patiently replied, "I don't have any money right now. I'll buy it for you once I get my funds back." You stingy man. You clearly have money but won't even buy me a 20,000 bag. I'm done with you. With that, Lu Ruyen angrily hung up. You awkwardly shook your head, feeling a bit irritated. Then, with a determined gaze, you reminded yourself that the important matters came first. You glanced at the $4 million that had just arrived. Although the funds were sufficient for now, this opportunity was rare, so it was better to be well prepared. If you ask your family for money, they would definitely think you've been scammed, and it would be hard to explain. After some thought, you dialed Wang Tong's number. Wang Tong is your childhood friend. You were classmates from middle school through high school. Later, he didn't perform well academically and couldn't get into college, so he entered society early. Since his family was struggling, you often lent him money, usually a few thousand each time, totaling about 100,000. When the call connected, Wang Tong cheerfully asked, "Brother Guang, what do you need? Are you treating me to drinks tonight?" You smiled and said, "I have something going on today. There will be other opportunities to drink. Can you pay me back the money you borrowed before? I really need it now." Upon hearing this, Wang Tong was taken aback and immediately replied, "Pay back." "Why?" Hearing that almost made me laugh, but I explained, "Buddy, I recently invested in a project. I just checked my transfer records, and you've borrowed over 100,000 from me in the past year. How about this? Let's forget about the interest. Just pay me back 100,000. Brother Guang, that's not fair. Your family is so wealthy. If you need money, why not ask them instead of this poor guy? I'm also facing difficulties at home, to be honest. To raise funds, I sold my house and car." Wang Tong's voice suddenly rose. "What? You sold your car? How am I supposed to pick up girls now? I mean, you're not going bankrupt, are you? If that's the case, don't even think about asking me for money. This 100,000 is just a drop in the bucket for you. I won't be paying it back." With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving you infuriated. After a moment, you chuckled bitterly, realizing that you had always considered him a brother, yet this friendship wasn't even worth 100,000. Indeed, the one who lends is the master, and the one who owes is the servant. You silently vowed that if you ever lent money again, you would be a fool. After calming down, you sat on the couch and opened a futures trading app to check the current oil prices. You found the index to be very stable, fluctuating slightly around $30 per barrel. Taking a deep breath, you invested all 4 million in crude oil futures and immediately added a 50x leverage. At this moment, your heart is in your throat, because this amount of funds is just a drop in the bucket in commodities. Once the fluctuations are a bit larger, it will force a margin call. Then this 4 million won't even splash a bit of water and will directly disappear. But if everything goes smoothly, the 4 million capital will turn into 1 billion in 21 days. After doing all this, you begin to close your eyes and rest, waiting for good news. At 4 a.m. the next day, an international news flash swept across the world. War suddenly broke out in the northern region of Lankan, with both sides involved being oil-exporting countries, and many cruise routes were blocked. The international crude oil futures price rose sharply, increasing from $30 per barrel to $39 in less than an hour. You quickly glanced at your account. With 40 million boosted by 50 times leverage, it has now earned a full 60 million. Looking at this series of numbers, your breathing becomes rapid. If you sell at this moment, you will directly gain a profit of 60 million, which is wealth that many ordinary people may not earn in a lifetime. And of course you are not that foolish. Everything is exactly the same as what is written in the diary, which further convinces you of the authenticity of the notes. Watching the futures prices jump wildly, the profits quickly reached 100 million. You patted your chest, took a deep breath, and thought to yourself that you can't keep being this excited, otherwise, you won't earn any money before your body collapses. So you closed the software interface to calm your restless mood. Due to high mental tension, time feels like it's flying by, and now it's already afternoon. It's time to vacate the house for the new homeowner. You don't want to tell your parents about selling the house, so you plan to stay at your girlfriend Lu Ruyan's house for a few days. After the 21-day earnings arrive, you will buy a detached villa as the future marital home for the two of you. You dragged your suitcase and arrived at the entrance of Lu Ruyan's neighborhood, excitedly pressing the doorbell. When the door opened, Lu Ruyan saw that you not only showed no surprise at all, but instead revealed an expression of as expected. "Open your mouth and say, 'Baby, I will stay here for a while, and I will move out after a month.'" Lu Ruyan's expression was indifferent, blocking the door tightly. "Staying for a few days? Who are you teasing? This is your own house. Are you bankrupt?" When Yen, you were taken aback. "Didn't you just sell the car and the house? What bankruptcy?" Looking back, it must have been that bastard Wang Tong who said it. So you smiled and explained that it was Wang Tong who told you, "I haven't gone bankrupt, I just recently completed a project." You hadn't finished speaking when Lu Ruyan interrupted you. "Don't lie to me anymore. Wang Tong has already told me that you sold our car and house." I said, "How come you won't buy me a bag that costs only 20,000? You are bankrupt. Why didn't you tell me such a big thing? Are you trying to trick me into marrying you and then paying off your debts together in the future? Dream on." Lu Ruyan's words made your brain whirl and also refreshed your worldview. You asked, "We are not married, it has nothing to do with you. Also, what does it mean that I lied to you about marrying to pay off my debts? This spendthrift woman spends 100,000 every month on luxury goods from me. Even if I don't go bankrupt, I'm about to be driven to bankruptcy by you." I'm anxious. Luckily Wang Tong notified me in time, otherwise I would have been tricked into marriage by you, and my life would have been ruined by you. Qiguang, listen to me carefully. From today on, I, Lu Ruyan, have no relationship with you at all. Hurry up and leave my doorstep immediately. With a bang, the door was slammed shut by Lu Ruyan, only leaving you, who was in a daze, standing at the door, unable to believe that a 4-year relationship could just end like that. merely a rumor of one's own bankruptcy, brother's betrayal, girlfriend's breakup. Only when a person is down and out can they know who is truly sincere to them. After 21 days, you must make all of them regret. You are standing at the entrance of the community with your luggage, thinking back and forth, and you decide to find a hotel to stay in first. You still have a little savings on you, so finding a cheap hotel won't lead you to sleep on the street. Just when you were taking a taxi, your phone suddenly rang, and seeing the caller's name, you were a bit surprised. Lin Jing is your college classmate, usually quiet in personality, and during the 4 years of college, you had little interaction with each other. Although you were a bit puzzled about why the other party was looking for you, you still answered the call. Chiguang, where are you? There's nothing going on, right? I'm at the entrance of Lu Ruyan's neighborhood. Is there anything wrong? The criminal police hesitated and did not respond. Turns out a few minutes ago, he came across a post from Lu Ruyan on Moments, and the accompanying picture was exactly what you had posted. The scumbag is written on the surface, everyone is watching. He sold his car and house after going bankrupt. Still want to deceive me into marrying him to pay off his debts. Fortunately, I controlled myself and didn't cohabit with him before marriage, otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. Lu Ruyan hinted in her words that she kept herself pure. In fact, every time in the past you bought him a new bag will unlock a new posture and achievement. Lin Jing also didn't know why. Seeing this Moment's post, he felt inexplicably angry. He found your number and called you directly. A moment later, he mustered the courage to say to you, "Ji Guang, I heard that you went bankrupt. Do you have nowhere to live? If you don't mind, you can move in and share a rental with me." After saying this, Lin Jing quickly pressed the phone to her chest. Then worried that you would hear his heartbeat, quickly moved away. You understand, it must be Lin Jing who heard the rumors about her bankruptcy, but indeed didn't expect that the girl with glasses in college would actually care about her. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. Although you are not really bankrupt, this sudden concern still makes me feel warm inside. Then I replied, "Okay, classmate Lin Jing, I just happen to have nowhere to go for the time being, so I'll disturb you for a few days." Getting your straightforward answer, Lin Jing was both panicked and surprised. He quickly replied, "I'll send you the address. Call me when you arrive at the community, and I'll come pick you up." After hanging up the phone, you let out a, not expecting that the one who showed true friendship in your time of trouble was a classmate you hadn't been in touch with much, waved his hand, hailed a taxi, and went to the nearby residence. Arriving at the designated location, you find that this is a high-end community. The environment is much better than the one of the house I sold. At the entrance of the community, you are politely stopped by a security guard. "Hello, sir, you don't seem to be a resident of this community. How can I assist you?" "I came to stay with a friend for a while. He lives in Building C, room 3-2-101, last name Lin." The security guard nodded and then called using the landline in the guard booth. After a moment of confirmation, he said with a smile, "Miss Lin, you don't need to come down in person. Our property management will definitely ensure your friend arrives safely." After speaking, the security guard turned to the gentleman and said, "Please get in the car, I will take you to Miss Lin's residence." You can't help but sigh in your heart. Didn't expect Lin Jing's family to be so well off. This kind of attentive property service is really a kind of enjoyment. Under the escort of the security guard, you arrived at Lin Jing's floor room. Just knocked on the door twice, and the door was immediately opened. It is clear that Lin Jing has been waiting at the door for a long time. Her smile is sweet. "Shiguang, you are here." Seeing the face in front of you, you were instantly stunned, but it was the skinny girl with black-framed glasses from near the school. No way. The girl in front of me has fair skin and delicate features, completely different from the way I remember her. Even doubting if I walked into the wrong room. What's the hold up? Come in quickly. Coming to your senses, you walked into the nearby room with your suitcase. This is a two-bedroom loft, with a very high ceiling in the living room, and a stunning crystal chandelier is particularly eye-catching. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows provide a view of the Golden Dragon Pond outside, making one feel relaxed and joyful. Somewhat shocked, I asked Lin Jing, "Is this house you rented?" "Just stay here with peace of mind, you don't have to worry about the rent. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, right? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." "Let me do it, staying in your house and bothering you to cook for me, how embarrassing." "Can you cook too?" "Really, of course, I'll let you taste my best cooking today, tomato scrambled eggs." You put on the apron as you spoke and started preparing in the kitchen. Lin Jing sat on the sofa, propping her chin on her hands, her eyes dreamy, unable to help but murmur to herself, "So handsome," as memories of her university days flooded into her mind. At that time, you were the main player of the school basketball team. Lin Jing doesn't know how to dress up, she is a plain girl. He has been secretly in love with you, but because of his inferiority complex, he has never had the courage to confess. When you officially announced your relationship with Lu Ruyen, Lin Jing felt heartbroken for a long time and could only silently bless you in the end. Until today, seeing the moments posted by Lu Ruyen, his feelings of anger and joy intertwined. Summoned the courage to call your phone, and then, there was the strange coincidence of the two of you renting together. At the dining table, the neighbor took a bite of the tomato scrambled eggs you made, and he felt the sweet taste. Qi Guang, I saw several people saying that you went bankrupt. I didn't expect Lu Ruyen would treat you like this. Hearing this, you smiled kindly. Are you trying to tell me that it doesn't matter if you're bankrupt or something like that? It's not that I believe you can make a comeback. If you want to start a business again, I can find a way to help you raise some funds. Looking at Lin Jing's serious expression, you feel very moved inside, perhaps in everyone's eyes now. You are just a lost dog who has lost all his pants. Even so, Lin Jing is not only willing to accept you, but also willing to spend money to help you start a business. With a somewhat complicated expression, he asked, do you really trust me this much? Of course, in my heart, you have always been the best boy in our class, no, the best boy in our school. Although you are very moved and very happy, you still decide to tell him the truth. In fact, I am not bankrupt. I buy houses and cars just to raise funds for a wave of futures trading. What, so that's how it is? I said you are so amazing, how could you go bankrupt? These people are really something, they like to spread rumors. However, I really sold the house, and now I indeed have no place to stay. You won't drive me away, will you? Lin Jing quickly shook her head and said, of course not, you can stay here for as long as you want. As soon as the words came out, Lin Jing felt that saying it like this seemed a bit ambiguous, so she added, don't overthink it. I just think you cook very well, and it would be nice if we shared a rental. After finishing the meal, while packing your luggage, you awkwardly realized that you threw away your toiletries to save trouble. Just about to go out and buy another set. Lin Jing volunteered, saying, I'll go help you buy it. I'm familiar with the neighborhood and know where the supermarket is. Without waiting for you to answer, Lin Jing directly went out the door. After taking him away, you took out your phone to check the futures prices, and this glance made you widen your eyes again. Only a few hours have passed, and your account balance has turned into 360 million. The speed of making money is comparable to that of an international consortium. Suddenly, a video call request came in. It was your dad calling. You hesitated for a moment but still chose to connect, and a voice from 70,000 miles away brought a strange light. I heard that you sold your house and car, and your business failed. It's not the end of the world. You must not think too much and do something foolish. You awkwardly smiled, Dad, it's just a rumor, don't worry. I'm in a hurry to use the funds for a project, and I'll explain it to you in a few days. Seeing his son full of energy, his heart that stretched for 70,000 miles also relaxed. Then gave the phone to your mom, Joyu's son, I heard you broke up with Lu Ruyen. Good mom has never liked him, I'll introduce you to someone better later. Son, where are you now? I don't have a place to live right now, I'm at a friend's house, I guess it's considered shared renting. You child, where do you have no place to live? The house we live in is not your home, hurry up and move back. Just as the words fell, at that moment, Lin Jing approached, opened the door, and walked in with a smile. The eyes of Zhou Yun in the phone screen suddenly brightened. He immediately changed his tune, saying that your second uncle came to the house, and recently you shouldn't come back because there's no place for you to stay. I won't bother you anymore. Before hanging up, you also heard Mom say strange things like really good. Just before handing over the toiletries to you, you have returned to your own room. Arrange your belongings well, then lie down on the bed. As soon as you open your phone, you find a transfer message from Hu Shui. He is like Wang Tong, your childhood friend, but as a girl, her contact with you gradually decreased as she grew up. You immediately replied with a question mark. A moment later, the other party also sent a question mark, knowing that you are facing difficulties. Sister is not wealthy either, at most, she can take out just over 20,000, and not a penny more. You also heard Wang Tong say that I went bankrupt. That kid is talking nonsense, I haven't gone bankrupt at all. Alright, not going bankrupt is better. You hurry up and keep it, aren't you having trouble with cash flow? Return the money to me when you have money. I can warn you, if you don't accept, I will directly block you. Under Hu Shui's repeated insistence, you had no choice but to accept the transfer. In the subsequent conversation, I learned that the rumors about your bankruptcy have become more and more outrageous. There are rumors that you live under a bridge and were almost beaten to death by a homeless person. Some say you jumped down from the 28th floor. To exaggerate even more, you have already gone to work at a certain club. In short, everyone agrees on the fact that you are bankrupt. Hu Shui, you know that he works at the bank, but he still has to take care of his sick mother at home by himself. This 20,000 yuan is probably all his savings, and he actually transferred it to you without blinking. You definitely have to repay this kindness. You type your answer, I will pay you back this money in a month, and then I will give you a surprise. Put down your phone, your drowsiness is coming, and before you know it, you'll fall into a deep sleep. When you wake up, it's already the next day. You quickly take out your phone to check the time. You've slept until 11 o'clock. Got up and walked out of the bedroom, and found a delicate thermos on the dining table. Next to the box, there is a note that says, I saw you sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. Breakfast is on the table, remember to eat when you get up. Looking at these simple lines of text, you feel very warm. After being a devoted admirer for so many years, only now do I understand what it feels like to be cared for. You are eating while opening a mobile app. Due to the futures rising overnight, the current profit has reached 433 million. Although the curve is not as violent as before, it is still steadily climbing overall. It's only been a few days, and you are already close to financial freedom. You are increasingly looking forward to the content at the end of the diary. At 6 p.m., the sky gradually darkened, and she walked in as the door opened. Her outfit was completely different from the obedient girl before. A set of navy blue professional attire, with long legs wearing high stockings, completely embodies a mature workplace style. Seeing your gaze approaching directly, I immediately blushed. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it because my outfit doesn't match? You quickly shook your head. No, your professional outfit is actually quite nice. Okay, there aren't any ingredients prepared at home tonight, so I'll treat you to a big meal out. Outside the Chilean international community, a woman dressed lightly and wearing heavy makeup is strolling. She is Sunya, Lu Ruyan's best friend, and the two have agreed to have dinner at the nearby Chilean pavilion. What a coincidence, Sunya just happened to see you and Lin Jing walking side by side. He immediately called Lu Ruyan and said, Yen, guess who I saw at Chilean International? Your ex-boyfriend Chi Guang. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan looked down on him and wondered if he was picking up scraps there. Without him, it seems like he is on a date with a top-notch beauty. It's impossible for that broke loser, how could it be? You don't believe it? Then I'll take a photo to show you. After the photo was sent over, Lu Ruyan had a look of disbelief, and the girl who was with him, Lu Ruyan felt somewhat familiar. Could this be Lin Jing? You know her, this girl wears all big brands. This set of professional attire should be the latest spring collection from Da Vinci, and the handbag I'm holding is also a limited edition from Part. As for those stockings, if I'm not mistaken, they should be from Balenciaga. My goodness, this set of base layers costs at least 200,000. Lu Ruyan was completely bewildered. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. She carefully recalled that her previous conclusion about Chi Guang's bankruptcy was only based on Wang Tong's few words, as well as the facts of him selling his house and car, and not buying her a bag. Could it be that Chi Guang did not go bankrupt, and all of this is just a test he set for himself? Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan became anxious and shouted into the phone, Sunya, keep an eye on them for me, I'll be there soon. Lu Ruyan shook her head, trying to toss these thoughts out of her mind. Just as she was still trying to calm down, the two people walking through the door of Chilean Pavilion made her eyes widen in shock. Shi Chen? From the entrance of Chilean Pavilion, Shi Chen and Lin Jing, led by a waiter, were walking towards her. Shi Chen's voice became clear as he spoke. Lin Jing, weren't we just going out for a simple meal? How did we end up in such a high-end Western restaurant? In front of Shi Chen, Lin Jing, who seemed like a well-behaved girl, appeared much more relaxed and confident here, smiling as she replied, It's very close to our neighborhood, and the food is quite good. I come here often. Besides, you've been so tired lately, I didn't have the heart to wake you up this morning. Later, I'll order you the best steak to help you replenish your strength. Listening to their conversation, Lu Ruyan felt a mix of emotions, even boiling with anger. Although she had already broken up with Chi Chen, deep down, she still subconsciously regarded him as her own possession, not allowing anyone else to touch him. Seeing Chi Chen walking closely with Lin Jing, discussing such ambiguous topics, made Lu Ruyan feel extremely uncomfortable, blood rushing to her head, and she suddenly blurted out, Chi Chen, what are you doing here? Hearing someone call his name, Chi Chen turned towards the voice and saw Lu Ruyan sitting in the waiting area. At that moment, Lu Ruyan had clearly dressed up carefully, wearing a Versus outfit that Chi Chen had once given her as a gift. However, compared to Lin Jing beside Chi Chen, Lu Ruyan's glamorous makeup seemed a bit exaggerated, and her looks and taste in clothing were overshadowed by Lin Jing. If Lu Ruyan was a carefully dressed socialite, then Lin Jing was the princess who had all the love in the world. Looking at Lu Ruyan, Chi Chen felt a mix of emotions. They had been in a relationship for 3 years, and just because of a ridiculous rumor, Lu Ruyan had dumped him. If Chi Chen felt no waves in his heart, that would be impossible. If Chi-Chen had truly gone bankrupt, he would undoubtedly feel extremely awkward and even resentful. However, Chi-Chen was not actually bankrupt. Moreover, the huge profits from oil futures that were about to come his way gave him plenty of confidence. He showed no expression on his face, merely looking at Lu Ruyan coldly as he said, "I didn't expect to run into you here. I'm here to eat, see you." After saying that, Chi-Chen ignored Lu Ruyan and turned to walk past her with Lin Jing. Watching the once obedient Chi-Chen now so indifferent, with no lingering feelings in his eyes, and even walking past her without a second glance while accompanying another girl, made Lu Ruyan burn with jealousy, losing her rationality in an instant. She suddenly stood up and blocked Chi-Chen's path. Chi-Chen stopped, frowning at Lu Ruyan, and asked, "What do you want?" In truth, Lu Ruyan didn't even know what she wanted. She just felt a surge of anger seeing Chi-Chen and Lin Jing standing together so perfectly. "Aren't you bankrupt? How can you be so composed? If you're bankrupt, why is there such an excellent girl by your side? If you're bankrupt, you should be sleeping under a bridge. When you see me again, shouldn't you be crying and begging for my forgiveness?" Others didn't know about Lu Ruyan's rich inner drama. The waiter stepped forward quietly, standing between Chi-Chen and Lu Ruyan, and after separating them, asked, "Miss, may I ask what you need? If there's nothing, I need to take the guests to their meal." The environment in the Western restaurant was very quiet, and the sudden outburst of a few arguments immediately attracted the attention of many diners around, who curiously looked over. Under the gaze of so many eyes, Lu Ruyan found herself in a difficult position, unwilling to leave in disgrace. She could only scrutinize Chi-Chen and said to the waiter, "Isn't Qilin Pavilion the most upscale Western restaurant in Rongcheng? Don't you have any dress code requirements for your diners? Can someone dressed like him even enter a Western restaurant to dine with me? Isn't that lowering the standard of my meal?" Due to the hurried exit and Chi-Chen's assumption that it would just be a simple dinner, he was dressed in casual home attire, wearing a pair of casual slippers, looking quite relaxed. It was precisely because Lu Ruyan saw Chi-Chen dressed this way that she wanted to embarrass him, venting her inexplicable irritation. However, upon hearing Lu Ruyan's accusations, the waiter in front of Chi-Chen smiled slightly and politely replied, "Our principle at Qilin Pavilion is to serve our customers, treating them as gods. As long as the customer's attire does not violate social norms, anyone can enter Qilin Pavilion to dine." Moreover, the waiter paused, turned slightly to respectfully acknowledge Lin Jing, and continued, "This gentleman is here with Miss Lin, and Miss Lin's mother is the boss of our Qilin Pavilion. Therefore, Miss Lin's friends are our most esteemed guests at Qilin Pavilion." "You!" Lu Ruyan's face turned pale and flushed, clearly embarrassed to the extreme. She hadn't expected that her sudden attack would not only fail to trouble Chi-Chen and drive him out of Qilin Pavilion but would instead backfire on her. Even an ordinary waiter dared to stand up for Chi-Chen so firmly. The argument grew louder, drawing the attention of surrounding customers, some of whom had already taken out their phones to record the scene. Whispers began to circulate. "Look! What a dramatic scene! It seems like two women are fighting over a man? This guy looks pretty ordinary aside from being a bit handsome. So he's just a bit handsome? If I had even half his looks, I'd be secretly delighted. If I were that handsome, I'd probably have other beauties fighting over me too." Listening to the increasingly absurd discussions around him, Chi-Chen sighed and said, "Lu Ruyan, I don't blame you for our breakup, but this is where it ends for us. Let's not disturb each other anymore and go our separate ways. This is a public place, so please have some self-respect and don't block us any longer." After saying this, Chi-Chen put his arm around Lin Jing's shoulders, shielding her behind him, ignoring Lu Ruyan's stunned expression as he walked past her and directly into the dining area. Lu Ruyan stood alone at the entrance of the dining area, like a clown performing desperately for an audience that didn't care. Feeling the increasing number of eyes on her, Lu Ruyan could no longer stay, stamping her foot in frustration. Instead of returning to the waiting area, she swung her bag and left Qilin Pavilion without looking back. Today, Lu Ruyan had been completely overshadowed by Lin Jing. In terms of appearance, temperament, and even attire, she had lost utterly. Then, after causing a scene, she had nearly been expelled by the waiter. Even with her thick skin, Lu Ruyan could not continue dining at Qilin Pavilion. However, what Lu Ruyan didn't see was that her so-called good friend, Sunya, who was actually a plastic sister, had already followed Chi-Chen to Qilin Pavilion. In fact, Sunya had already recorded the entire scene on her phone. With a mysterious smile on her face, Sunya, in her high heels, swayed as she chased after Lu Ruyan. For the recent little incident, Chi-Chen didn't care. In his heart, there were no more ripples. After experiencing being thrown out, Chi-Chen had seen through Lu Ruyan's true nature. A woman who was so vain, completely forgetful of the past, and who immediately abandoned Chi-Chen when faced with difficulties was not worth his slightest attachment. Instead, it was Lin Jing, sitting in front of him with an incredibly worried gaze, who was more deserving of Qi Chen's energy and emotions. "Qi Chen, are you okay?" Seeing Qi Chen's calm expression, Lin Jing still felt a bit worried. She feared that Qi Chen was merely putting on a brave face. After all, he had just broken up with Lu Ruyan, and in such a humiliating way. No one could remain completely composed in such a situation. However, Qi Chen was not pretending to be relaxed, he had truly let go. He smiled at Lin Jing and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. In my heart, Lu Ruyan is already a thing of the past. And a woman like Lu Ruyan doesn't deserve the feelings and efforts I put into her. I just feel a bit regretful that all these years of feelings and time were wasted on such a woman." Hearing Qi Chen say this, Lin Jing felt relieved and even a bit pleased. Over the years, although she had little contact with Qi Chen, she had been silently watching him and secretly in love with him. This was also why, after discovering that Qi Chen had been thrown out, she was able to contact him right away and invite him to share an apartment with her. At this moment, Qi Chen had completely let go of his feelings for Lu Ruyan. Did that mean Lin Jing's opportunity had truly come? Just as Lin Jing's heart was leaping with joy, Qi Chen spoke up. "Enough about her, let's talk about you. After graduating from university, we haven't been in touch much. What have you been doing these past few years?" During their university years, perhaps due to her personality, Lin Jing's presence had never been strong. After graduation, she had completely disappeared from Qi Chen's circle. Therefore, Qi Chen was not familiar with Lin Jing's recent situation. And in just a few years, the once inconspicuous Lin Jing was now living in the most upscale neighborhood in Rong City, dressed in expensive clothes. This made Qi Chen curious about Lin Jing's background. "After graduating from university, I studied for another 2 years in graduate school, switching to a law major. Then, I joined Deheng Law Firm and became a lawyer. Now, I've just completed my internship and am officially a lawyer." Listening to Lin Jing's response, Qi Chen was genuinely surprised. Lin Jing spoke casually, but Qi Chen knew it was not simple. Deheng Law Firm was the largest law firm in Rong City and even in the country, with significant influence in various aspects. For a fresh graduate to directly enter Deheng Law Firm was almost impossible. One had to accumulate experience in other firms and build a reputation before having a chance to become part of Deheng. After all, Deheng was a gathering place for top lawyers. Over the years, many nationally sensational cases had the shadow of Deheng Law Firm behind them. And for Lin Jing, an inexperienced graduate, to directly enter Deheng Law Firm meant there was only one reason behind it. Lin Jing had a sufficiently strong background. The legal profession not only required profound legal knowledge but also needed various social resources and connections. Deheng Law Firm must have recognized the potential energy in Lin Jing's background, which was why they chose to recruit her right after graduation. However, Lin Jing did not elaborate on how she managed to join Deheng Law Firm. Instead, she looked at Qi Chen and asked, "What about you? What kind of project did you undertake that made you sell your house and car to gather the funds? So much so that others are saying you've gone bankrupt?" At this point, the meal had been served, and Qi Chen felt hungry. He ate while answering, "The reason I sold my house and car was to invest in international futures. You know, to trade futures, you need sufficient capital, otherwise, after all the effort, you'll just be harvested like chives by the big players." Hearing Qi Chen's response, Lin Jing's face showed surprise. "What? You invested all the money from selling your house and car into the futures market? Putting your entire fortune into futures is too risky, isn't it?" Lin Jing had some understanding of futures. Compared to the domestic stock market, the international futures market is much more volatile, and the potential returns are higher. However, returns and risks are always proportional. The higher the return, the greater the risk. A slight misstep could lead to total loss, wiping out everything. Facing Lin Jing's surprise and concern, Qi Chen smiled and explained, "The futures I'm trading are international oil futures. The volatility of this commodity is smaller, and compared to other futures, the risk is much lower. The risk of oil futures is relatively smaller, that's true. But compared to the stock market, the risk is still significantly higher." Moreover, Qi Chen had leveraged it by a full 50 times. If it weren't for the information he had gleaned from his diary, giving him absolute confidence, such a risky and aggressive move would be tantamount to suicide. "You bought international crude oil futures? When did you buy them?" Lin Jing also had some knowledge of the international situation and oil futures. After all, the sudden outbreak of such a large-scale war in a world that had been at peace for decades was shocking news for everyone. The news of skyrocketing oil prices was broadcast countless times on news channels every day. And Qi Chen had bought precisely international crude oil futures. More importantly, if Lin Jing remembered correctly, Qi Chen sold his house and car before the war broke out. If Chi-Chen had already invested his entire fortune in international crude oil futures before the war started, then now, with the soaring prices of international crude oil futures, he would undoubtedly make a huge profit. Chi-Chen was open about his investment information, not hiding anything. I bought the oil futures before the war broke out. And at the same time, I leveraged it 50 times through financial institutions. Upon hearing Chi-Chen's words, Lin Jing was completely shocked. She stared at Chi-Chen, her crimson lips unconsciously parted. Not only did Chi-Chen buy oil futures before the war broke out, but he also boldly leveraged it by 50 times. Such behavior was nothing short of madness, and it was this crazy move that brought Chi-Chen unimaginable massive profits. At this moment, Lin Jing's voice trembled as she said, "You leveraged 50 times? What was your principal?" 4 million. Lin Jing also had some understanding of the trends in international crude oil futures prices, and with a quick calculation, she had a rough figure in mind. So your current profit must have exceeded 100 million. Even living in the best community in Ronqing and wearing a professional outfit worth hundreds of thousands, Lin Jing was still shocked by this number. 100 million, although some entrepreneurs jokingly call it just a small target, is still a figure that most people in the world could never earn in a lifetime. Yet Chi-Chen had made such immense wealth in just a few days. To make such an investment decision, what kind of confidence and determination must one have? Looking at the confident Chi-Chen across from her, Lin Jing suddenly felt her heart sway, as if Chi-Chen himself was glowing. No wonder he is the man I, Lin Jing, have been pining for all these years. A genuine smile appeared on Lin Jing's face. She was sincerely happy for Chi-Chen. She picked up her glass of red wine and shook it towards Chi-Chen, saying, "This is truly fantastic news. Chi-Chen, congratulations." Chi-Chen also happily raised his glass, gently clinking it with Lin Jing's, and said earnestly, "Thank you. At the same time, I also thank you for taking me in when I had nowhere to go." Lin Jing shook her head and smiled. "Don't tease me. Now you are a man worth over 100 million. With so much money, where can't you go? It's true that I'm worth over 100 million, but all that money is tied up in the futures market. I can't just take it out and spend it. To be honest, when you called me, I really had no money left. If it weren't for you taking me in, I would have definitely ended up sleeping on the streets." Chi-Chen continued, half-jokingly, "This glass of wine is a toast to my benefactor. Cheers." Hearing Chi-Chen's playful words, Lin Jing chuckled and said, "Cheers." The two then raised their glasses and downed the half-glass of red wine in one go. After drinking half a glass, two rosy clouds appeared on Lin Jing's fair and delicate face, revealing a hint of tipsy charm as she continued, "You've already made so much money. When do you plan to liquidate and sell your futures? Let's wait a bit longer. As long as the war doesn't stop, there will always be room for oil prices to rise. What, are you eager to kick me out now that I have a place to stay?" Lin Jing quickly shook her head, speaking a bit anxiously. "That's not what I meant. I'm not saying this to make you move out. You can stay at my place with peace of mind. Stay as long as you want. You can even stay for a lifetime." After saying this, Lin Jing realized her words could be misinterpreted, her face turning even redder as she lowered her head, wishing she could hide her small face in her ample bosom. Seeing such a cute Lin Jing, Chi-Chen laughed heartily, feeling a sense of delight in teasing a small animal, and couldn't help but continue, "You said it. You're done. Now I can rely on you. Such a nice house. I really plan to live here for a lifetime." Hearing Chi-Chen's half-serious words, Lin Jing suddenly raised her face, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light, and mustered her courage to say, "It's a deal." For the next month and a half, Chi-Chen almost always stayed at Lin Jing's home, keeping an eye on the international situation and the fluctuations in oil futures prices. As the war situation gradually became clearer, the international oil futures prices also stabilized. Consistent with the information in the diary, the price of international oil futures had reached $150 per barrel, fluctuating around that level, quite stable. According to the diary, $150 was already the peak price for oil futures in recent times. Soon, the oil futures prices would reach a turning point and begin to decline steadily. However, due to information asymmetry, most investors could not accurately judge the trend of oil futures prices and were still frantically buying them. Meanwhile, the national teams and large financial groups with insider information began to sell off their accumulated oil futures in batches. With money flowing in and out, one side gained while the other lost. This was the reason why oil futures prices remained stable around $150. It seems it's time to take action on the futures and turn them into real cash. Seeing the situation unfold, Chi-Chen immediately decided to clear out the crude oil futures in his account and sell them all. From a personal perspective, the amount of crude oil futures Chi-Chen held was substantial, and converting it to cash represented an astonishing fortune. However, the scale of the crude oil futures was simply too large. Although Chi Chen dumped all the futures he held into the trading market, it barely made a splash and was quickly absorbed by the market. With all these futures sold, the quantity of crude oil futures in Chi Chen's account had dropped to zero. Meanwhile, the balance in his account had directly transformed into 1.02 billion. In less than a month, Chi Chen's assets had skyrocketed from the initial 4 million he made by selling his car and house to over a billion. Although he had calculated countless times the potential profits he might gain before fully liquidating, when the money truly lay in his account, Chi Chen was still overwhelmed with excitement. It took a long time for his exhilaration to settle down. At this moment, Chi Chen was not only immersed in the joy of his massive profits but also marveling at the power of the diary sent back from future generations. Just a single page of content had allowed Chi Chen to earn a staggering billion. This made Chi Chen even more eager to see what surprises the subsequent pages of the diary would bring him. Following the initial path of capital operation, Chi Chen, after paying a considerable handling fee, used the same method to transfer this enormous sum back to his account. Seeing the long string of numbers in the text message on his phone, Chi Chen finally felt a genuine sense of security. Finally, the dust had settled. Next was the moment to enjoy the thrill of profit. He couldn't buy back his original house for the time being, and Chi Chen had no intention of doing so. With a fortune of $1 billion, if he were to buy a house, it had to be a luxury mansion. Chi-Rong International was a great choice. Buy at least a spacious 300 square meter flat. Not having a car was also inconvenient. The modest vehicle worth a few $100,000 was no longer appealing to Chi Chen. If he were to buy a car, it had to start at the $1 million luxury level. Luxury cars are a man's eternal pursuit. When it comes to luxury cars, many people's first reactions are Lamborghini, Pagani, Ferrari, and other top sports cars. These sports cars are extremely expensive, often costing millions, and whenever they appear on the road, they attract everyone's attention. They are considered the ultimate tools for impressing women. However, in daily life, the chances of seeing these top sports cars on the road are few and far between. On one hand, these top sports cars are prohibitively expensive, making them unattainable for the average person. On the other hand, the low chassis of these top sports cars requires excellent road conditions, which are not suitable for the speed bumps prevalent in the country. If these sports cars were to cross a speed bump at speeds exceeding a few dozen kilometers per hour, their chassis would likely be scraped to pieces and need factory repairs. Moreover, a long time ago, by chance, Chi Chen had driven a friend's Lamborghini Huracan. In stark contrast to the extremely flashy exterior of the sports car was the cramped space inside the cockpit. In a typical family car, one can comfortably sit in the driver's seat, and if feeling uncomfortable, can adjust the seat and backrest. However, to drive a Lamborghini Huracan, one has to half-lie in the driver's seat, which is not only cramped but also utterly lacking in comfort. This is a sacrifice made by top sports cars for aerodynamic design and the pursuit of extreme power at the expense of comfort. Therefore, Chi Chen believed that driving these top sports cars in daily life would be unbearable. It was simply torture. Even though he now had a fortune of $1 billion, Chi Chen had no intention of buying those legendary sports cars. The car brand Chi Chen admired was Bentley. As one of the top luxury car manufacturers in the world, Bentley was in no way inferior in style to top sports cars like Ferrari and Lamborghini. In terms of comfort, Bentley utterly crushed these high-end sports cars. Among them, the most classic model was undoubtedly the Bentley Continental GT. Before obtaining the future diary, Chi Chen had always had his eye on this car. After acquiring his billion, he chose to buy it without hesitation. Taking out his phone, Chi Chen found a contact named Lu Fatty and immediately dialed the number. When the call connected, a man's voice came through. "Brother Guan, what made you think of calling your little brother today? Any instructions?" The owner of the voice was named Lu Su, and due to his hefty build, everyone who knew him called him Lu Fatty, a nickname he didn't mind, which quickly spread. Chi Chen knew Lu Fatty through Wang Ton. Both Lu Fatty and Wang Ton were in the used car business. They were both capable of handling luxury car purchases. When Chi Chen and Wang Ton used to hang out, they often brought Lu Fatty along, so Chi Chen was quite familiar with him. In fact, Lu Fatty was a bit older than Chi Chen, but as a businessman, he valued harmony and making money. Lu Fatty was polite to everyone, and even when addressing Chi Chen, who was a few years younger, he always called him Brother Guang. "Lu Fatty, are you still dealing with cars lately? I have my eye on a car, can you help me find it?" As a top-tier car manufacturer, Bentley had very few official dealerships in the mainland, only in major cities like the capital and Magic City. There was no official Bentley dealership in Rong City, where Chi Chen lived. To buy a Bentley Continental, one would have to go to another city or find a reliable buyer. Lu Fatty on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment, then continued with a warm tone. Sure. Since Brother Guang has asked, that means you think highly of me, Lu Fatty. It will definitely be no problem. However, Lu Fatty paused and continued on the other end of the line. Aren't you tight with Wang Tong? Why didn't you go through him and instead came to me? If Wang Tong finds out about this, will he blame me? Shi Chun chuckled and replied, Wang Tong? That kind of scum is not my buddy. Forget him, it's bad luck. Lu Fatty, I want to buy a Bentley Continental GT. Do you have any connections to help me get the latest model? Hearing Chi Chen's words, Lu Fatty was taken aback. Oh, the Bentley Continental GT? That's a big deal. The base model costs over 3 million, and the GT version is close to 5 million. Brother Guang, you must have struck it rich recently. But, a couple of days ago, I heard your financial situation had some issues. Now you're here wanting to buy a Bentley Continental, isn't that a bit hasty? Although Lu Fatty spoke politely, Shi Chen could still hear the underlying meaning. That was, I heard you went bankrupt, can you really afford a car that costs nearly 5 million? What if I go through all this trouble, and when it comes time to pick up the car, you don't have the money? That would be quite the joke. Shi Chen smiled slightly, not angered by Lu Fatty's doubts, and said, Did you hear rumors from Wang Tong that I went bankrupt? This is actually all just rumors Wang Tong is spreading. Lu Fatty, I'm not just idly playing with you. Alright, you give me a bank account, and I'll transfer a deposit of 500,000 to you. You can then earnestly help me find the car. If in the end you manage to find the car, but I don't buy it, then consider this 500,000 as your tea money. How about that? Upon hearing this, Lu Fatty immediately nodded repeatedly. Brother Guang, what are you saying? With our relationship, there's no need for a deposit. However, since Brother Guang has said it, not accepting the deposit would make it seem like I don't appreciate it, which would embarrass you. I'll send you a bank account in a bit, and you can transfer the money when you have time. I'll contact Bentley right away and guarantee to get you the latest, top-spec Bentley Continental GT. Hearing that Chi Chen was directly offering a 500,000 deposit, Lu Fatty's tone on the phone became even more enthusiastic. After all, he was a businessman, and he had heard all sorts of rumors, most of which were just for fun. Whether Chi Chen went bankrupt or not had nothing to do with Lu Fatty. As long as Chi Chen could come up with the money and purchase the Bentley Continental through him, Chi Chen would be his client, his god. After hanging up the phone, Chi Chen immediately transferred 500,000 to the bank account Lu Fatty provided. The balance in Chi Chen's account only decreased by a small fraction. You really can't imagine the happiness of the rich. Shaking his head in amazement for a while, Chi Chen got dressed and prepared to go out. With over 1 billion in his bank account, it was an extremely large cash flow. Chi Chen planned to find a new place for this money. According to the Huruan Wealth Report, the number of people with assets exceeding 100 million in the country has reached 170,000. Although theoretically, there are 170,000 billionaires nationwide, this asset amount includes real estate and stocks, funds, etc. that cannot be liquidated. Therefore, 1 billion in liquid funds is a terrifying number. Even looking across the country, there are very few individuals who can possess 1 billion in liquid funds. Only large listed companies and similar institutions can simultaneously have 1 billion in liquid funds. So, while 1 billion may not sound like a very large number, when you add the concept of cash, it becomes somewhat frightening. 1 billion in liquid funds is a number that no bank can ignore. Shi Chen did not intend to keep this 1 billion in his bank account. He planned to find a proper place for his cash. He took out his phone and dialed Hu Shue's number. The call connected. Xiao Shui, are you busy? Not really, I'm at work. What's up? I want to open a bank account at your bank. Is it convenient for me to come over now? Sure, come on over. Why this sudden urge to open a bank account? Cough, it's just that there's too much money, and the bank can't hold it all. Humph, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and come. I'll be off work soon. After hanging up the phone, Shi Chen grabbed his ID and walked out the door. A few days ago, when everyone thought he had gone bankrupt after selling his house and car, avoiding him like a plague, Hu Shui took the initiative to contact him and even transferred him 20,000. It's worth noting that Hu Shui's family background wasn't very good. It could even be considered difficult. So, although Chi Chen wasn't truly bankrupt, he always remembered Hu Shui's kindness. Now that he had the opportunity, Chi Chen naturally wanted to repay her. Chi Chen planned to open an account at the transportation bank where Hu Shui worked and transfer his 1 billion to that bank. He had heard that bank employees had tasks to attract deposits, so if he deposited this amount into the transportation bank, Hu Shui would surely benefit significantly. Chi Chen had been to the bank branch where Hu Shui worked twice before. It was quite a distance from Chi Rong International, and walking would take a long time. Since Chi-Chen had sold his car and wouldn't be able to get his Bentley Continental for a while, he could only book a ride through an online platform to get there. Not having a car is really inconvenient. It seems I need to buy a temporary vehicle before the Bentley arrives. As he took the ride, Chi-Chen headed towards the bank branch where Hu Shui worked. Meanwhile, Hu Shui, who had just finished a phone call, stood up and lazily stretched. The bank uniform consisted of a navy blue suit shirt and a knee-length skirt, and because it was mass-produced, the outfit didn't fit most people very well, even appearing somewhat dowdy. However, this was not the case for Hu Shui. She was tall, standing at a full 1.7 meters. Especially her long legs, nearly a meter in length, were straight and slender, particularly eye-catching in the short skirt. As Hu Shui stretched like a cat, her perfectly proportioned figure flashed before the eyes of her bank colleagues. The male colleagues couldn't help but swallow hard, while the female colleagues rolled their eyes, secretly cursing her as a flirt while feeling a pang of jealousy. With no customers at her counter for the moment, Hu Shui placed the service paused sign in the window and entered the bank's interior to take a break. However, as she passed by the cold storage, she suddenly stopped in surprise. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed, and a hint of anger appeared on her face. In the trash bin next to the cold storage, there was a bag tightly wrapped in plastic wrap, containing several small packets of traditional Chinese medicine soup that she had taken from the hospital pharmacy before work and placed in the freezer to keep cool, intending to take them home after her shift. This was the soup she had prepared for her mother in the hospital, which needed to be refrigerated, otherwise, it could lose its efficacy. But now, these packets had been taken out of the cold storage and thrown directly into the trash. Hu Shui hurriedly jogged a few steps, squatting next to the trash can to retrieve her traditional Chinese medicine. Her fingers touched the plastic packaging, and the once cold soup was now close to room temperature, indicating that it had been discarded for quite some time. Being at room temperature meant that these medicines, which required refrigeration, were likely no longer effective. Standing up, Hu Shui's voice was filled with anger. Who did this? Who threw my medicine out of the freezer? Instantly, all eyes in the bank were drawn to Hu Shui. However, most of those gazes were indifferent and filled with malicious glee. At that moment, another female bank employee walked over, ignoring Hu Shui's outburst, and casually passed by her, opening the freezer and taking out a can of coffee. She held it in her hand and said, "I threw it out. What's your problem? The freezer at work is for everyone to use. You put a packet of medicine in there and ruined my coffee. Besides, who knows if your medicine is toxic? What if it poisons everyone? Can you take responsibility for that? So, I helped you by throwing that medicine in the trash, and you don't even thank me?" Hu Shui was almost laughing in anger as she coldly replied, "Thank you, Lena, I thank your whole family. This is the medicine I bought for my mom at the hospital. It needs to be kept at low temperatures. You threw it outside, and now it's all useless. Moreover, I wrapped these packets in several layers of plastic wrap. They have no smell at all." The female employee named Lena wore exaggerated red lipstick, with heavily applied eyeshadow and eyeliner, transforming her originally plain bank uniform into something strikingly seductive. If the KTV's flashing neon lights were added, it would be even more fitting. Lena smirked disdainfully, opened her coffee, took a sip, and said, "Your medicine has expired. What does that have to do with me? I said it has a smell, and it does. Don't let me see you putting medicine in the freezer again. If I see it once, I'll throw it away." Seeing Lena's brazen attitude, Hu Shui was about to explode with anger. Hu Shui's income was already low, and besides her own expenses, she had to take care of her mother, who couldn't take care of herself, putting a lot of financial pressure on her. The traditional Chinese medicine that was thrown away was worth nearly 2,000 yuan. Having been discarded from the freezer, it had all expired. To get her mother medication, she would have to spend money to buy it again from the hospital. However, to support Chi-Chen, Hu Shui had already given him her entire savings of 20,000 yuan. Now, Hu Shui couldn't even afford to buy medicine again. And the instigator of all this, Lena, showed no sign of remorse. In fact, she looked quite pleased, her eyes glinting with provocation. This made Hu Shui both angry and heartbroken. She quickly stepped forward, grabbed Lena's arm, and shouted, "No, you can't leave. You threw my medicine in the trash. You have to give me an explanation." Although Hu Shui was slender and looked very thin, she was not weak due to her frequent household chores. Lena shook her arms twice but couldn't break free and started screaming. "Hu Shui, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Let go of me." The scene instantly turned chaotic. The uniforms they were wearing were in disarray, their hair messy and looking quite disheveled. In the midst of the struggle, Lena, holding her coffee, mercilessly splashed it onto Hu Shui. In an instant, the icy coffee drenched Hu Shui's head and face. The coffee stains also splattered onto Hu Shui's uniform shirt. Drenched in iced coffee, Hu Shui stood frozen in place. Her medicine had been thrown away for no reason, causing it to expire. She felt wronged and just wanted an explanation. Even if Lena apologized, Hu Shui could accept it. After all, the medicine was already useless, saying anything more would be futile. But Hu Shui didn't expect that the instigator of all this, Lena, would be so arrogant. Not only did she show no intention of apologizing, but now she had splashed a cup of coffee directly in Hu Shui's face. Furious, Hu Shui raised her hand, ready to slap Lena. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop! What are you two doing? Fighting during work hours is unacceptable." At some point, the branch manager, Li Qing, had appeared in the room, his brow furrowed and his face showing anger. Employees from the same branch actually fought in the bank during work hours. If this got out, wouldn't they be ridiculed by their peers for half a year? Li Qing strode over and coldly said to the two, "Let go." Hu Shui silently released her grip, took out a tissue from her pocket, and began to wipe herself down. However, the coffee's color was too strong. The splashes on her shirt wouldn't come off and instead turned into streaks of stains, making her look extremely disheveled. In contrast, after Li Qing's arrival, Lena's previously domineering demeanor vanished, and she suddenly appeared pitiful, moving closer to Li Qing and whining, "Manager, she bullied me. Look, she even made my skin red." As she spoke, Lena raised her wrist that Hu Shui had just grabbed and rubbed it against Li Qing, almost leaning her entire body against him, the soft parts pressing against him without any hesitation. Feeling the soft pressure from Lena, Li Qing's heart stirred. However, all the employees in the bank were watching, so Li Qing coughed twice, pushed Lena away, and coldly said to Hu Shui, "What's going on? I saw you trying to hit Lena as soon as I came out. We're all colleagues, can't we talk things over? Don't you want to work anymore?" Lena and Hu Shui had never gotten along, and the animosity had a long history. Hu Shui had entered the bank through serious examinations, while Lena had gotten her position because a relative had opened an account at the bank with a deposit of 20 million, which secured her job. Their families, education, and values were vastly different, leading to mutual disdain. They often had verbal spats, but today it escalated into a conflict, nearly coming to blows. Hu Shui felt sticky all over and was extremely uncomfortable. With everyone watching, she felt very wronged, and her eyes were already red. However, she didn't want to show weakness in front of her colleagues and stubbornly said, "Lena randomly threw my medicine into the trash. She started it." Lena immediately pouted and said, "I didn't. Who knew that stinky thing was? I thought someone put it there to disgust people. Just now, Hu Shui hit me, you all saw it. I don't care. I'm calling the police to have her arrested. Make her take off that uniform and fire her from the bank." Lena was the type who wouldn't let go of a grudge, whether she was right or wrong. First, she provoked Hu Shui, and now she was twisting the truth. If the police got involved, things would get complicated. As the bank president, Li Qing knew that Lena had provoked first and that Hu Shui hadn't really hit her. But to keep the peace, he said to both of them, "We're all colleagues. This little matter isn't worth calling the police over. Here's what I'll do. Hu Shui, apologize to Lena. Promise not to put the medicine in the freezer again, and we'll let this go." Hearing Li Qing's conciliatory words, Hu Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. This matter was clearly Lena's fault. She had provoked first. Not only had she rendered Hu Shui's medicine useless, but she had also spilled coffee all over her. And now, the president was asking Hu Shui to apologize to Lena? Hu Shui was so angry she almost laughed. Such a reversal of truth and bias made her furious. She wanted to quit on the spot. Wasn't this bank just a den for these two colluding together? Would it be okay if she just walked away? However, she only dared to think that. The salary from this job wasn't high, but she needed the income to support her family, especially since her mother was sick at home. If she really lost her job, Hu Shui didn't know what she would do. So, even though she knew Lena was bullying her and that Li Qing was being biased, Hu Shui couldn't explode. Taking a deep breath, her eyes glistening with tears, her voice trembling slightly, she choked out, "I'm sorry." After saying that, Hu Shui picked up the ineffective medicine from the ground and walked back to her workstation. Behind her, Lena still looked dissatisfied and shouted at Hu Shui's back, "Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Is that an apology? No way. I can't swallow this anger. I'm calling the police." Li Qing hurriedly said, "Enough. Lena, stop making a scene." After saying that, in a place where no one could see, Li Qing secretly reached out and pinched Lena's waist, whispering, "You're in the wrong today. It's quite difficult for me to be biased like this. You have to make it up to me tonight." Lena let out a soft, playful hum, giving Li Qing a meaningful glance, and laughed softly. "You naughty boy. Let's chat on WeChat later." Watching Lena sway her hips back to her workstation, Li Qing felt a fire ignite in his heart, wishing he could leave work immediately to enjoy the little fairy's reward. Hu Shui returned to her workstation, unable to bear the grievance in her heart any longer, and directly laid her head on the counter, crying silently. With her face buried between her arms, Hu Shui felt increasingly wronged. No matter what, the tears just wouldn't stop. She had been working at the transport bank for 3 years. Having lost her father at a young age and with her mother ill, she had no connections or background, relying solely on her own efforts and excellence to secure this job. However, right after she started working, Li Qing began to hint at wanting to engage in some workplace unspoken rules. He wanted to exchange her body for promotions and performance. Hu Shui refused without hesitation. With her looks, she could easily find any kind of boss if she wanted. Why would she settle for being a mere employee at a bank? After being rejected several times, Li Qing became furious and started targeting Hu Shui at work. As an employee with no connections, Hu Shui naturally suffered greatly. Until now, their actions had become increasingly excessive. They even threw the medication meant for Hu Shui's mother into the trash. That was her mother's medicine. Hu Shui wanted to resist, but a deep sense of powerlessness enveloped her. Besides crying, she felt utterly helpless. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. "Hey, Hu Shui, what happened to you?" Hearing someone call her name, Hu Shui hurriedly wiped her face and looked up. Qi Chen stood in front of her counter, frowning slightly. Seeing Qi Chen, Hu Shui suddenly felt flustered. Instinctively, she tried to cover the stains on her uniform shirt, speaking in a panic. "And nothing. Why are you back so soon?" However, there were too many stains on her shirt, and her slender, fair arms couldn't cover them at all. Qi Chen frowned and asked, "Why are you crying? Who bullied you?" In fact, Qi Chen had been there for a while and had heard a bit about the conflict that had just occurred in the bank. He didn't expect that one of the main characters in the conflict was actually Hu Shui. Looking at Qi Chen, whose brows were furrowed and whose face was showing signs of anger, Hu Shui didn't want to trouble him, so she wiped the tear stains from her face, forcing a smile as she said, "It's nothing. I just bumped into something inside, it hurts." "Aren't you looking to open a new bank card? Give me your documents, and I'll get it done before I leave." Seeing that Hu Shui didn't want to say much, Qi Chen didn't press further and sat down at the counter, handing his documents to Hu Shui. However, Qi Chen had already made up his mind that after leaving the bank, he would definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Hu Shui had helped him during his toughest times, so now that she was being bullied, Qi Chen would certainly stand up for her. The process of opening a bank card wasn't complicated. As Hu Shui skillfully operated the system, she changed the subject, saying, "I remember your company's salary card is from the National Bank, right? What made you think of opening a card at our bank? Are you looking to get a loan? If you want a loan, I can apply to the president for you and try to increase your credit limit." Although she had just been bullied by the bank president and Lena, at this moment, in order to help Qi Chen, Hu Shui did not hesitate at all and would immediately go to find the bank president to apply if necessary. However, Qi Chen shook his head and said, "Didn't I tell you on the phone? I have too much money, that bank can't hold it, so I'm changing places." Hu Shui thought Qi Chen was just joking to make her happy, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "You really can't be serious. Can't you be a bit more earnest?" Seeing that Hu Shui didn't believe him, Qi Chen didn't continue to argue but took out his phone, opened the balance screen, and waved it in front of Hu Shui. "Why would I lie to you? You're not a pretty girl, it's not interesting to deceive you." Although Qi Chen started off teasing her, Hu Shui had no reaction at this point. She stared blankly at the numbers on Qi Chen's phone screen, murmuring to herself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 10. It's actually 10 digits? Hu Shui looked up at Qi Chen in disbelief and said, 1 billion. "You must be kidding." Qi Chen smiled and shook his head, handing the phone to Hu Shui, saying, "See for yourself." Hu Shui took the phone, her delicate, fair fingers sliding across the screen. The interface on the phone was the legitimate National Bank app. As a bank employee, Hu Shui knew this couldn't be a fake website. In other words, Qi Chen's personal bank card had 1 billion in deposits? My God! Hu Shui looked at Qi Chen in disbelief and asked, "Where did you get this money? You didn't rob a bank, did you?" Qi Chen was somewhat speechless. Rob a bank? The bank has to have that much money for it to work. Hu Shui knew that although Qi Chen was exaggerating, he wasn't wrong. A typical branch might have a maximum of 1 million in cash. If a large withdrawal was needed, it had to be scheduled in advance. Even if Qi Chen robbed every provincial bank, he wouldn't be able to get 10 billion in cash. Now believing that Qi Chen had 1 billion, Hu Shui stared at him and asked, "So where did this money come from? Didn't you go bankrupt?" Qi Chen smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? I'm not bankrupt. Selling my house and car was to raise funds for investment. And this 1 billion is the return from that investment. It just hit my account today." Hu Shui still found it hard to believe. What kind of investment can yield such high returns? Could it be, you've turned to drug trafficking? Chi-Chen was truly at a loss for words. Can't you think a little better of me? I do futures trading, leveraging. You're in finance, you should know. Some financial products, if operated properly, can make money much faster than robbing a bank. In a sense, financial elites are just well-dressed legal robbers. After listening to Chi-Chen explain for a long time, Hu Shui finally believed that Chi-Chen really had made so much money through investment. A full 1 billion. Seeing Chi-Chen's bank balance, Hu Shui then belatedly asked, "So you came to our bank to open an account, didn't you want to deposit this 1 billion in our bank?" Chi-Chen smiled and nodded, saying, "I heard that everyone working at your bank has a task to attract deposits. Anyway, my money is just sitting there, rather than letting others benefit, I might as well help you complete your task." Listening to Chi-Chen's words, Hu Shui suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. My God, that's 1 billion. Lena only had 200 million deposited by her relatives at the branch and got this job directly. She could enjoy all kinds of privileges at work, even making things difficult for Hu Shui everywhere. And if Chi-Chen deposited 1 billion here, wouldn't that mean she could walk around the branch with her head held high? Seeing the genuine smile on Hu Shui's face, rather than the forced smile she had just put on, Chi-Chen felt a great sense of joy in his heart. However, noticing the stains on Hu Shui's shirt and the tear streaks on her face, Chi-Chen's heart stirred, and he said, "However, if you want me to deposit this 1 billion in your bank, I have one more request." Hu Shui nodded and asked, "What request?" "You tell me, and I'll apply to the leadership." Chi-Chen replied, "No need for leadership approval." He then pointed to the stains on Hu Shui's shirt. "I want you to tell me what exactly happened to you just now." Seeing Chi-Chen's resolute attitude, Hu Shui hesitated for a moment but still told him about the conflict with Lena and how Li Qing had taken sides. After all, Hu Shui felt she was not in the wrong. She hadn't told Chi-Chen about this earlier to avoid causing him trouble. After listening, Chi-Chen pondered for a moment with a calm expression, then smiled and said to Hu Shui, "Alright, I'm fine now. Go tell your leadership. You have a friend who wants to deposit 1 billion in your bank." Knock, knock, knock. The office door was knocked on, and President Li Qing's expression tightened as he hurriedly pushed Lena, who was kneeling in front of him, away. While nervously fastening his belt, he shouted towards the door, "Wait a moment." By the time Li Qing had adjusted his pants, Lena had already stood up, her eyes sparkling, but unbeknownst to her, the exaggerated lipstick color on her lips had faded. Once he calmed himself, Li Qing signaled to Lena to unlock the office door. When he saw that it was actually Hu Shui who walked in, he breathed a sigh of relief but also showed a hint of anger on his face. "Hu Shui, it's you. Did you not see the Do Not Disturb sign outside? What do you want?" Hu Shui looked at the two people in front of her with strange expressions and felt a surge of disgust, realizing what they had been doing. However, since Chi-Chen was waiting outside, Hu Shui couldn't let him wait until these two were done. After waiting for a while, Hu Shui decisively knocked on the door again. Pretending not to see Li Qing's angry expression, Hu Shui said coldly, "I have a friend who wants to deposit some money in our bank. Because the amount is quite large, I wanted to consult with you, the president, in advance. If it's possible to deposit, he will deposit it in our bank. If not, he will go somewhere else." Lena, who had just had a conflict with Hu Shui, thought that Hu Shui was suddenly bringing up a large deposit slip aimed at her, scoffed, and said, "Deposit money? A large amount? That's hilarious. I don't even know who can't complete the quota of 500,000 every quarter. Now you're telling the president you have a large deposit slip that must be reviewed by him? If it's only 3 to 500,000, then don't embarrass yourself by bringing it up." Hu Shui remained unfazed, ignoring Lena completely, and just stared at Li Qing, asking again, "Is the president available now? If not, I'll let my friend leave first." After all, Li Qing had been a leader for many years and wouldn't easily be swayed by his emotions. He didn't let Hu Shui leave but calmly asked, "A relatively large amount? How much specifically?" Generally speaking, a single deposit of 500,000 would be considered a large deposit slip. However, this amount wouldn't be enough to alarm the president. To have the president personally handle it, at least 3 million or even 5 million would be required. Hu Shui spoke up, coldly stating a number. 1 billion. Li Qing frowned, somewhat displeased, and said, "You come to me with 10? Do you take me for?" "Wait." Li Qing suddenly showed a puzzled expression and looked at Hu Shui, asking, "You just said 10 billion? Not 100,000? Hu Shui nodded firmly and said seriously, "That's right. Not 100,000. It's 10 billion. Instantly, the air in the president's office froze. It was Lena who broke the silence. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Hu Shui, have you lost your mind? 10 billion? Why not say 100 billion? Why not just have your friend buy the transportation bank and make you the president?" Hu Shui looked at Lena, who wore a mocking expression, and coldly scolded her. Shut your mouth. Don't flaunt your ignorance. Then, Hu Shui turned to Li Qing. President, can this money be deposited? It can't be deposited, or I would have let him leave first. Hu Shui was never one to speak carelessly, and there was no need for her to lie about such matters. If it were false, it would be exposed in just a few minutes. Why would she humiliate herself? Taking a deep breath, Li Qing suddenly stood up and said decisively, Deposit. Of course, it can be deposited. As long as he has 10 billion, our bank can certainly accept it. Not only that, we will also offer him the best conditions. Let's go, take me to meet your friend. After saying that, Li Qing took the lead and walked out of the office. Soon, he arrived at the front desk and saw Qi Chen sitting in front of Hu Shui's workstation. Although Qi Chen's attire was not outstanding and could even be described as quite ordinary, his calm demeanor and confidence made Li Qing's eyes light up. There's potential. Perhaps a windfall is really coming. Li Qing smiled, quickened his steps, and approached Qi Chen, extending his hands enthusiastically. You must be Hu Shui's friend. Welcome, welcome. I heard you have a big business deal? Let's not discuss it here, it's too crowded. Would you mind moving to the VIP room? His enthusiasm made it seem as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in years. Seeing Hu Shui nod, Qi Chen stood up and walked with Li Qing into the VIP room. The VIP room was a separate space, much more private. It had glossy leather sofas, soft deep red carpets, and a variety of refreshments. The conditions were worlds apart from outside. Sitting across from Qi Chen with a beaming smile, Li Qing said, I heard from Hu Shui that you have a large sum of money you want to deposit with us? Absolutely no problem. Hu Shui is our bank's best employee, and as her friend, you are certainly warmly welcomed. We will definitely offer you the best conditions and limits. So, what is the amount of this deposit? Watching Li Qing's probing, Qi Chen smiled slightly and said, 10 billion. In RM currency. Li Qing's smile deepened, rubbing his hands together as he said, May I ask, where is this money now? Qi Chen took out his phone, opened the balance interface of the banking app, and handed it to Li Qing, saying casually, in the National Bank, this is the balance of my bank card. Li Qing awkwardly took the phone with both hands, his gaze fixed on the screen, and then he let out a gasp. 10 digits? 10 billion. It really is 10 billion. As a bank president, Li Qing had seen a lot. But in all his years in the industry, he had never seen a single transaction of 10 billion in liquid funds. Looking at the string of numbers on the phone, Li Qing was utterly shocked, his voice trembling. 10 billion? It's actually real. Lena, who had entered the VIP room with Li Qing, bent down to bring her face closer to the phone screen, her mouth agape in disbelief as she murmured, This is impossible. How could anyone really have 10 billion in a bank account? This must be fake. This image is photoshopped, right? You must be here to regain your honor and to take revenge for Hu Shui. That's why you're putting on this show. I don't believe it. As she spoke, Lena reached out to grab the phone from Li Qing's hand. At that moment, Qi Chen's expression darkened, and he said coldly, managerly, I suggest you take good care of my phone. Otherwise, if anything happens to my phone and it can't be verified when transferring the funds later, can you bear the responsibility? Hearing Qi Chen's words, Li Qing's expression changed as well. He quickly held onto Qi Chen's phone tightly, using his other arm to push Lena away, scolding her, how inappropriate. Who told you to make a move? Step aside. If there's any problem with Mr. Xi's phone, even if I sell you, I won't be able to make up for the loss. Stand aside. Li Qing was agitated, while Lena was completely unprepared. With a push from Li Qing, Lena lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. You, Li, actually hit me. Lena pouted, ready to act spoiled. However, Li Qing, who usually would comfort her when she acted this way, was now completely unmoved. He didn't even glance in her direction. Li Qing knew very well that for a woman like Lena, as long as he wanted to, with his status, many would be eager to take the bait. Even if Lena was truly upset and ignored him, Li Qing wouldn't lose anything. But this 10 billion yuan deposit certificate was different. In their system, meeting the savings target was a crucial part of performance. If Li Qing could secure this deposit certificate, he could make a good impression in front of his superiors. There was a significant chance he could be promoted to become the deputy of the provincial bank. Therefore, Li Qing absolutely wouldn't miss this 10 billion yuan deposit certificate. He had made up his mind that no matter what, he had to get Qi Chen to deposit his 10 billion in his branch. With this determination, the smile on Li Qing's face became increasingly humble, even obsequious. Ignoring the sobbing Lena on the ground, Li Qing respectfully returned the phone to Qi Chen, saying, Mr. Qi, your bank statement has no issues. You can open an account with us at the transportation bank right away and transfer the money. Look, it's almost time to get off work. Why don't we hurry up and get this done? At this moment, Li Qing's humble demeanor of the customer as king was a stark contrast to his earlier domineering and unjust behavior towards Hu Shui. This left Hu Shui, who was watching from the side, in a daze, secretly marveling at the power of money. Why was Li Qing so submissive? Wasn't it all to bow down to this 10 billion yuan deposit certificate? At this time, Shi Chen, the owner of the 10 billion yuan, remained calm and composed. Facing Li Qing's eager proposal, he waved his hand lightly and said, "There's no rush for the transfer. Before deciding to transfer, I want to clarify something first. If I deposit this 10 billion yuan in your bank, does your bank have any special policies for me?" Since Li Qing was so eager for this 10 billion yuan deposit certificate, Shi Chen naturally wanted to secure enough benefits before the funds were deposited. To Shi Chen's question, Li Qing readily agreed, saying, "Yes, yes, yes. Of course there are. As long as Mr. Shi deposits the money here, all policies will be at the highest level. If Mr. Shi intends to purchase the bank's financial products, then all the returns will be calculated at the highest interest rate when settling the earnings. If Mr. Shi does not plan to purchase financial products or to deposit in fixed terms, then all the cash in Mr. Shi's account, as long as it hasn't been transferred out, will be calculated at the interest rate of a 5-year fixed deposit." Hearing Li Qing's conditions, Shi Chen was slightly moved. Because of the prophetic power of the future diary, Shi Chen could not possibly invest in bank financial products, nor could he simply leave his money in the bank to earn interest. The conditions just proposed by Li Qing perfectly matched Shi Chen's mindset. As long as there was money in the account, he could earn a certain amount of profit daily. To put it simply, Shi Chen's account at the transportation bank was like a balanced treasure that could continuously generate income. Moreover, the interest rate for a 5-year fixed deposit was as high as 3.5%. This meant that if Shi Chen left his money in the account without doing anything, he would earn over 35 million in a year. Some might say that an annual rate of 3.5% is not high, as many financial products can yield up to 20%. However, before making such comparisons, one must understand that investment carries risks. The yield of financial products might be 20%, but it could also be negative 100%. There are plenty of cases where professional managers collude to maliciously siphon off investors' funds, aren't there? In contrast, the relatively safer balanced treasure offers very low returns, with an annualized yield of less than 2%. Compared to Li Qing's 3.5%, that's more than double the difference. It can be said that Li Qing's offer was already very sincere. Seeing Shi Chen's intrigued expression, Li Qing seized the moment and continued, "In addition to these fixed returns, our bank will also provide Mr. Shi with a supreme VIP black card. With this black card, Mr. Shi can enjoy high-level VIP access to over 100 diamond projects nationwide." The diamond project VIPs Li Qing referred to were not just discounts at 5-star hotels, but rather VIP status for certain exclusive projects. For example, major golf clubs across the country, or the only professional racetrack in Rongcheng. These diamond projects require real money to purchase VIP access, and each VIP access costs at least 200,000. Hearing this condition, Hu Shui was also taken aback and leaned over to whisper in Shi Chen's ear, "This black card is extraordinary. I heard that there are no more than 200 holders of this black card nationwide." Li Qing was very pleased with Hu Shui's support and continued, "Of course, as Mr. Shi's introducer, Hu Shui will also receive corresponding rewards. Within my authority, I can immediately appoint Hu Shui as the director of her project team. At the same time, I will also apply to the provincial bank leadership to promote Hu Shui to the position of vice president of the branch in the shortest time possible." This statement truly struck a chord with Shi Chen. All the conditions Li Qing had proposed earlier were benefits for Shi Chen. However, Shi Chen's real purpose for depositing a large sum of money at the bank where Hu Shui worked was not to gain significant benefits for himself but to bring enough advantages to Hu Shui by depositing 1 billion. This was Shi Chen's way of repaying Hu Shui for her previous help. Upon hearing Li Qing say this, Hu Shui clearly hadn't anticipated it and nervously replied, "How can this be? I'm just a front desk staff who just started working. How could I possibly be qualified to be the director of the department? Or even the vice president?" Suddenly, from behind Li Qing on the sofa, another voice chimed in. "Exactly. How can this be? I oppose Hu Shui becoming vice president first." Li Qing was so engrossed in his speech that he had completely forgotten about Lena, who was half kneeling on the ground. Startled by Lena's sudden interjection, Li Qing angrily retorted, "If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. If you say another word, get out." He then turned to Hu Shui, his demeanor shifting like a Sichuan opera face change, smiling amiably. "Hu Shui, you have always been a comrade I have high hopes for. I said you could handle it, and you definitely can. How about this, as long as Mr. Chi's deposit slip procedures can be completed today, Hu Xue's promotion will be announced tomorrow. Mr. Chi, what do you think of these conditions? Facing Li Qing's eager and expectant gaze, Shi Chen nodded and said, "All right." Just as the surprise on Li Qing's face reached its peak, Shi Chen suddenly spoke. "I am very satisfied with President Li's conditions. However, before the deposit slip is processed, I have a small request." Shi Chen turned around, pointing at the coffee stain on Hu Xue's shirt. With a half-smile, he said, "It seems someone bullied Hu Xue today. I think some people should give an explanation about this." An explanation. Hearing Shi Chen's words, Li Qing was taken aback. He was well aware of the incident where Lina spilled coffee on Hu Xue and had even been biased in favor of Lina. He never expected that Hu Xue, who had always been bullied and had no background, would suddenly have a friend capable of depositing $1 billion in cash. Shi Chen wanted an explanation, but Li Qing couldn't take the blame for this matter. It seemed that Lina had to be sacrificed. A strange light flashed in Li Qing's eyes as he solemnly nodded to Shi Chen and said, "Such an incident occurring in the branch I manage, I bear the responsibility for poor management. The coffee on Hu Xue's shirt was spilled by Lina. So, I will have Lina publicly apologize to Hu Xue in front of all the employees of the branch. And I will have Lina help Hu Xue wash this shirt back to its original state, leaving no trace. And it must be done by her personally." Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Lina immediately screamed, "You want me to apologize to Hu Xue in public? Impossible. You want me to hand wash her clothes? Don't even think about it." She wanted to say more, but met Li Qing's murderous gaze. "Lina, if you don't want to apologize, get out of here right now." Looking at Li Qing's resolute expression, Lina swallowed her words and kept silent. The reason she was able to work at the transport bank and act with authority was mainly because her relative had a 20 million deposit slip here. And now, the deposit slip Shi Chen brought to the bank was 1 billion. That was 50 times the 20 million. Lina knew that for this billion deposit, Li Qing would not hesitate to sacrifice her. So, Lina said nothing and lowered her head, tacitly accepting Li Qing's plan. However, in her heart, there was not a trace of remorse. Instead, it was filled with resentment towards Hu Xue. "It's all your fault, Hu Xue. If it weren't for you putting Chinese medicine in the refrigerator, how could I have picked a fight with you? If I hadn't clashed with you, how could I have ended up in this situation, having to apologize to you in front of everyone? It's all Hu Xue's fault. One day, I will get my revenge." With her head down, half kneeling on the ground, a vicious expression was hidden behind her messy long hair. However, the next moment, Shi Chen's words made her incredulously lift her head. "The stain on the shirt is not a big deal. Hu Xue being splashed with coffee, I can overlook. However, the Chinese medicine Hu Xue prepared for her mother was deliberately destroyed by Lina, losing its medicinal properties. This, I cannot tolerate. If you want me to deposit this billion in your bank, I have only one last request. Those packets of Chinese medicine that Lina threw in the trash and became ineffective must be completely consumed by her. Once she finishes drinking, I will immediately deposit this billion into your branch. But if there's even a drop left, I'm sorry. I won't agree." Shi Chen's words left Li Qing and Lina stunned. They never expected that merely offering a solemn apology in front of all the employees wouldn't satisfy Shi Chen. He actually wanted Lina to drink all the herbal medicine before he would calm down? This was too ruthless. Watching Shi Chen, who remained as calm as ever, a chill suddenly surged in Li Qing's heart. He was now certain that Shi Chen's large deposit today was aimed at Lina, just to give Hu Xue a sense of relief. First, he used a 1 billion yuan deposit to present Li Qing with an irresistible temptation. Then, he threatened to take away this temptation, forcing Li Qing to comply, to stand on Hu Xue's side, and punish Lina. Such depth and cunning made Li Qing feel increasingly unable to see through this young man before him. Moreover, the fact that he could casually produce 1 billion yuan in liquid assets suggested that there was likely an unimaginable powerful background behind Shi Chen. At this moment, Li Qing suddenly felt he had no other choice. Whether it was the temptation of the 1 billion yuan deposit or the possible background behind Shi Chen, they left him with only one path ahead. Li Qing's gaze sharpened as he spoke to Hu Xue. "Hu Xue, please bring that bag of herbal medicine over." Upon hearing Li Qing's words, Lina immediately understood his choice, screaming as she lunged at Li Qing, tearing at him while shouting, "Li, how dare you! I will never drink this medicine. I would rather die than drink it." Li Qing showed no expression on his face, allowing Lina to claw at him. When Hu Xue returned with the herbal decoction and closed the VIP room door tightly, a fierce look suddenly appeared on Li Qing's face. He bit a hole in the plastic bag containing the herbal decoction and suddenly raised his arm, tightly grabbing Lina's hair and dragging her face to his chest. Then, With his other hand, he forcefully shoved the opening of the herbal medicine bag into Lena's mouth. As he pressed down, the dark, bitter decoction was violently forced into Lena's mouth. Cough, cough. The violently struggling Lena choked on the herbal decoction, coughing violently. However, Li Qing remained unmoved, and after forcing the entire bag of herbal medicine into Lena's mouth, he picked up another bag, viciously biting it open, and continued to pour it into Lena's mouth. I was wrong. Hu Shui, forgive me, please. Lena had completely broken down, sitting limply on the ground, allowing Li Qing to grit his teeth and pour the herbal medicine into her mouth while she begged loudly for Hu Shui to spare her. Looking at the miserable Lena, Hu Shui's face showed a look of compassion, and she looked somewhat bewildered at Qi Chen, who was still sitting calmly on the sofa. Qi Chen, what should I do? Otherwise, let's just end this here? Qi Chen shook his head, picked up a sealed bag of herbal medicine, and handed it to the gritting Li Qing, then said to Hu Shui. Confucius once said, how can one repay virtue with resentment? Repay virtue with virtue, and resentment with integrity. For such a scoundrel who has bullied you for years, you cannot have any sympathy for her. Think about what she has done to you. Sympathy for her is cruelty to yourself. For such a person, only by ruthlessly retaliating against her, making her fear you, can you avoid her harming you again. Otherwise, your concession will be seen as your weakness. Today, I will make her thoroughly understand. You, Hu Shui, are someone she can never provoke in her lifetime. Looking at Qi Chen, who spoke slowly yet with immense authority, Hu Shui's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable emotion. It was a sense of security, knowing there was support behind you when being bullied. It was a feeling of satisfaction, having solace for the soul when utterly exhausted. No matter how excessive his actions towards Lena were, he was merely venting his own frustrations. It was a warning to Lena, and even to Li Qing. Hu Shui has a friend like me, so you all better keep your distance from her. You can't afford the consequences of angering Hu Shui. Looking at Qi Chen, Hu Shui suddenly revealed a smile that was dazzling to the extreme. Coupled with her perfectly proportioned figure, Qi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Qi Chen, thank you. Since the goal had been achieved, Qi Chen readily fulfilled his promise. He transferred 10 billion yuan in cash to the branch where Hu Shui worked. Of course, this money wouldn't be credited immediately. Such a large transfer required Qi Chen's personal verification and the layers of approval from both banks. However, under Qi Chen's authorization, all these procedures were handed over to Li Qing to handle. It would take about a day or two for the transfer to be completed. After doing all this, it was already close to Hu Shui's off-duty time. After greeting Li Qing, Qi Chen simply took Hu Shui and left directly. From this day forward, Hu Shui would enjoy privileges as an employee in this branch. Not to mention the occasional late arrival or early departure. Even if she didn't show up for 10 days or half a month, Li Qing probably wouldn't say much. As for Lena, who was collapsed on the ground, covered in dark medicinal soup, Qi Chen didn't spare her a glance. He believed that with Li Qing's methods, this matter could be handled cleanly and efficiently. Qi Chen and Hu Shui walked side by side out of the bank. I haven't seen Manhwa in a long time. This place isn't far from your home. I might as well visit her today. Hu Shui and Qi Chen were childhood friends, and Qi Chen was quite familiar with Hu Shui's mother. When Qi Chen was younger, due to his parents being busy with business, he often followed Hu Shui home after school to have dinner, only returning home after being well fed. Later, as Qi Chen and Hu Shui went to different universities, their families gradually had less contact. Today, Qi Chen had helped Hu Shui a great deal, not only helping her vent her anger but also depositing 10 billion yuan directly into her branch, leaving her still a bit dazed. She almost reflexively agreed to Qi Chen's request. Hu Shui's home was not far from the bank where she worked, and since she didn't have money to buy a car, she rode her bicycle to work every day. Qi Chen also arrived at the bank by ride-hailing, without any means of transportation. After checking the distance on the map, he directly took the bicycle from Hu Shui, straddled it, and smiled at her. Let's not take a taxi. I'll ride you home instead, so you won't have any trouble getting to work tomorrow without a bike. Hu Shui hesitated for a moment but then softly agreed, tiptoeing to sit on the back seat of the bicycle, carefully gripping the hem of Qi Chen's shirt behind him. Although it was just an ordinary bicycle, the combination of the handsome Qi Chen and the beautiful Hu Shui still attracted the attention of many passers-by. Hold on tight, Qi Chen said, then rode the bicycle, wobbling slightly as he headed towards Hu Shui's home. Rongqing was a mountainous city, and the city center was built on hills, with roads that were not straight but constantly going up and down, undulating. Qi Chen had good strength. Even with Hu Shui on the back, he could pedal uphill. When going downhill, the bicycle would speed up due to the downward inertia. Qi Chen could only press the brakes repeatedly to control the speed of the bicycle. As Chi-Chen braked each time, Hu Shue's body would be pressed tightly against his back due to inertia, eliciting bursts of surprised gasps from her, along with some shy and angry slaps. The road, which was not particularly long, seemed especially lengthy today. When Chi-Chen rode to the bottom of Hu Shue's building and stopped the bicycle, her face also turned bright red. It was unclear if the recent intimacy had led her to daydream as well. "We're here, this is the place, let's go up." Following Hu Shui, Chi-Chen stepped into the dimly lit staircase. This was an old residential building, around 30 to 40 years old, and the already narrow hallway was cluttered with various items from the residence, making it feel quite dark and stuffy. After taking out the key and opening the door, Hu Shui called out loudly, "Mom." However, the room was empty, with no response at all. Hu Shui's expression changed instantly. Without even changing her shoes, she hurried into the house, calling out continuously, "Mom? Mom! Where are you?" After searching the entire house, there was still no sign of Hu Shui's mother. At this point, Hu Shui's expression had turned extremely anxious, and in a flustered tone, she said, "Oh no, my mom must have had another episode and walked out by herself. She has dementia, and her mind often becomes unclear. If she runs out alone, who knows what might happen." Chi-Chen quickly comforted her, "Don't panic. This is a society governed by law. It's broad daylight, there shouldn't be too many dangers. Does Aunt Hao have her phone with her? Let's call and see if we can reach her." Only then did Hu Shui seem to wake up from her daze, frantically pulling out her phone to call her mother. However, just as the number connected, a prompt sounded from the phone. "Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off." "Sorry, it's turned off." She must have forgotten to charge it, and the phone shut down automatically. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chi-Chen grabbed Hu Shui's hand and headed outside. "Let's hurry and look for her. Maybe Aunt Hao hasn't gone far and we can find her nearby." The two rushed downstairs and went to the community's security booth to inquire. However, Hu Shui lived in an extremely dilapidated neighborhood, and the so-called security guard was just an old man who couldn't hear their conversation clearly and knew nothing about Aunt Hao's whereabouts. At this moment, Hu Shui was on the verge of tears, feeling guilty as she said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left her alone at home. She must have been scared at home, which is why she went out. My dad passed away early. It was my mom who worked hard to raise me. But just when she was supposed to enjoy her life, she got this illness. What will I do if something happens to my mom?" Seeing Hu Shui in despair, Chi-Chen held her shoulders and said, "Don't panic. There might not be anything wrong. Maybe Aunt Hao hasn't gone far. Let's split up. You go this way, and I'll go that way. Let's look along the way. We might find her soon." Hu Shui wiped her tears and nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Hu Shui's phone suddenly rang. "Hello, this is the Xinhua Road Police Station. An elderly woman who has gone missing has been brought here. The tag around her neck has this phone number. May I ask what your relationship is to her? Can you come to the police station to pick her up?" Xinhua Road Police Station. "Mom!" The two rushed to the police station, and upon seeing Aunt Hao accompanied by the police, Hu Shui could no longer hold back her tears. She rushed forward to embrace her mother, crying out, "Mom, didn't I tell you to stay at home and not go out? If something happened to you and you left me all alone, what would I do?" Aunt Hao, held by Hu Shui, looked like a child who had done something wrong, timidly saying, "My daughter's birthday is coming up, and I want to go out to buy her a birthday cake. If there's no cake for her birthday, my little Shui will surely be very sad. Miss, can you take me to buy a birthday cake for my daughter?" Hu Shui, feeling anxious inside, quickly wiped her tears after hearing her mother's words and said, "Okay, I'll go with you to buy the cake. Let's go right now. I promise, after eating this cake, your daughter will definitely be happy." Watching this scene, Chi-Chen felt a pang in his heart. Alzheimer's disease, scientifically known as Alzheimer's, is a type of neurological disorder in humans. For those afflicted, the hippocampus, which is responsible for memory, gradually shrinks. At the same time, the patient's memory slowly deteriorates. It starts with forgetfulness, like not remembering phone numbers, and later progresses to forgetting the names of friends and even family members. Eventually, they forget everyone, including their parents, partners, and children. It's as if an invisible hand is using an eraser to gradually wipe away the memories in the patient's mind. Hu Shui's mother, Haoing, had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's for about 5 or 6 years. As her condition worsened, Aunt Hao gradually forgot everyone around her, even forgetting Hu Shui. In her memory, there was a 6-year-old daughter named Xiao Shui waiting for her care. This time she went missing because she had gone out to buy a birthday cake for her daughter and forgot the way home. After confirming the identities of Hu Shui and Aunt Hao, the police officer handed Aunt Hao over to Chi-Chen and Hu Shui, saying sternly, "Since this lady has Alzheimer's, she needs to be placed under special supervision." There have been too many cases where patients with Alzheimer's, when left unsupervised, encountered danger, suffered serious injuries, or even lost their lives. Alright, after you sign this record, you can take her home. After expressing their gratitude, Hu Shui and Chi-Chen signed some documents before taking An Hao out of the police station. At that moment, An Hao seemed to regain some memory and recognized Hu Shui, saying, "Xiao Shui, how did we end up here? Did you finish work? Let's hurry home." Seeing Chi-Chen beside her, An Hao happily said, "Is this your friend? He looks so energetic. Xiao Shui, your mother isn't well, you should hurry and let me hold my grandchild." She recognized Hu Shui but forgot Chi-Chen. An Hao's condition was like this, fluctuating between good and bad, leaving people quite helpless. After finally cheering her mother up, Hu Shui sighed and, feeling exhausted, said to Chi-Chen, "Given today's situation, I won't keep you for dinner. When I have time later, I'll treat you to a meal to thank you for your help today." Chi-Chen nodded and said, "Let's not stand on ceremony. You take good care of An Hao first. If necessary, don't go to work these days. Li Qing shouldn't make things difficult for you. I'll also ask around to see if there are any good hospitals for treating this disease, and I'll contact you once I find out." After seeing Hu Shui and An Hao to the downstairs, Chi-Chen turned to leave. When he was young, he often enjoyed An Hao's cooking, and when he got into trouble at home, he would sometimes run to Hu Shui's house to seek refuge. In Chi-Chen's heart, An Hao was like a half-relative. Seeing An Hao in this state now made Chi-Chen very sad. He had made up his mind to help An Hao find the best hospital for treating Alzheimer's and ensure she received the best care. Although current technology cannot completely cure Alzheimer's disease, with careful treatment, it may be possible to alleviate symptoms and slow the progression of the disease. Moreover, Chi-Chen possesses a diary from the future. Perhaps within this diary, Chi-Chen can find a way to treat Alzheimer's disease. The sky was gradually darkening when Chi-Chen had just stepped out of the community where Hu Shui lived, and his phone rang. Lin Jing calling. "Hey, Chi-Chen. I'm home, but I didn't see you." After a long day, it was nearly 7 o'clock, and Chi-Chen felt a bit tired as he replied, "My money has arrived. I went to the bank today to transfer it out, and I just finished." "You haven't eaten yet, right? I've got money now, so I'm treating you to a big meal today." "Wow, did your futures cash out? Congratulations. Does that mean you're already a billionaire? Then I'm going to feast on you today. Where are you? I'll come pick you up." After a month of co-renting, Chi-Chen and Lin Jing had become quite familiar with each other, often joking around, allowing Chi-Chen to experience the lively and adorable side of Lin Jing, the good girl. After informing Lin Jing of his location, Chi-Chen hung up the phone and waited quietly. Before long, a small red beetle pulled up beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Jing's delicate face. "Hey, handsome, get in." Chi-Chen smiled slightly and took the passenger seat. This beetle was Lin Jing's car, and its compact body and unique design surprisingly matched Lin Jing's good girl temperament. The combination of this beautiful car and girl was quite eye-catching on the road, making Chi-Chen, sitting in the passenger seat, secretly envious. "Chi-Chen, what do you want to eat?" Lin Jing started the beetle and asked as she drove forward. Chi-Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm fine with anything. Today I'm treating, so you can order whatever you want." Lin Jing smiled. "Wow. Since you've become a tycoon, I can really feast on you today. There's a Japanese restaurant that's not very big but very exquisite, and the food is quite good. Shall we give it a try?" Chi-Chen readily agreed. "Sure, let's eat there. But I have one request." Lin Jing looked a bit surprised. "Huh? What request?" "As long as this restaurant isn't owned by your family, it's fine. I've got money now, I'm paying the bill." Soon, Lin Jing parked the car outside a Japanese izakaya. This place wasn't in a crowded commercial area. The delicate sign was illuminated by warm beige lights, giving off a cozy vibe. The two entered the izakaya, which featured typical Japanese decor, simple and elegant, with warm colors throughout, complemented by the faint aroma of sake, making one unconsciously relax. Chi-Chen was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect such an izakaya to be hidden here." Lin Jing smiled proudly, leading the way as if she was very familiar with the place. "Jing Jing, you're here." Upon seeing Lin Jing, a man in his 50s came out from the back of the izakaya. He wore a dark blue apron and had a neatly trimmed goatee, smiling at Lin Jing. "You haven't visited Uncle Lu in a long time. Is this your friend?" Lin Jing slightly bowed and said, "Hello, Uncle Lu. This is my friend, Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen, this is my mother's good friend, Lu Yuan." After the two nodded to each other, Lin Jing continued, "Uncle Lu, Chi-Chen said he wants to treat me to a big meal. Please prepare a large table of delicious food for us. I want to feast on him today." Lu Yuan nodded with a smile. "Jing Jing, you rarely bring friends here. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're both satisfied." After speaking, Lu Yuan invited the two to sit down and served them a pot of brown rice tea before returning to the kitchen. Looking around at the decor, Shi-chan couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect to find such a stylish izakaya hidden in this bustling area. Lin Jing, you seem to know this boss Lu quite well? Lin Jing nodded. Uncle Lu was a good friend of my mother. He used to be the head chef at a Michelin restaurant. However, something happened to him later, and he left that Michelin restaurant, no longer cooking Western cuisine, but switched to making Japanese food. My mother often laments that she can no longer enjoy the Western dishes made by Uncle Lu. It's a great regret in her life. He seemed like a person with a story. However, Shi-chan didn't pry further. He was enjoying the relaxing atmosphere of the izakaya. Knowing the backstory might change this feeling, perhaps even ruin it. The two sat facing each other, and Shi-chan noticed an unmistakable joy on Lin Jing's face, so he curiously asked, "What's wrong? What happened to make you so silly?" Lin Jing rested her chin on her hand, the beige light flickering in her big eyes like a starry sky. "I'm happy for you. I knew you would definitely succeed." Shi-chan felt a bit touched. After his bankruptcy, almost everyone, except for his family, doubted his words, believing he had truly gone bankrupt. There were even rumors that he had committed suicide. Only Lin Jing steadfastly believed in him. This unconditional trust and support warmed Shi-chan's heart. Compared to Lu Ruyan, who would sweep him out the door at the slightest hint of trouble, Lin Jing was like heaven and earth. At that moment, Shi-chan even felt grateful to Wang Tong. If he hadn't spread the news of Shi-chan's bankruptcy, Shi-chan might still be lost in the illusion of a false love with Lu Ruyan. Soon, dish after dish was brought out by Lu Yuan. Sashimi, sushi, tempura, miso soup, grilled eel rice. All classic Japanese dishes, without any extravagant flair, yet filled with sincere simplicity. "Hey, Uncle Lu, just these few dishes? You promised to treat Shi-chan to a feast. He's a big tycoon now." Looking at Lin Jing, who seemed a bit excited after a few cups of sake, Lu Yuan smiled slightly and said, "Eating too much at night isn't good for your health. Finish these first, don't waste anything. If you need anything, just call me." After saying this, Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Of course, Lin Jing's desire to treat Shi-chan to a feast was just a joke. She raised her small sake cup and said to Shi-chan, "Cheers." The two clinked their cups and drank it all in one go. As they savored the Japanese food, Shi-chan suddenly spoke up. "Lin Jing, can you help me with something?" Lin Jing was taken aback. "Huh? What is it?" Shi-chan reached out and picked a grain of rice stuck to the corner of Lin Jing's mouth, casually putting it in his own mouth. Ignoring Lin Jing's suddenly flushed cheeks, he said, "You know, the rumors about my bankruptcy were deliberately spread by someone named Wang Tong. The reason he did this is that I wanted to get back over 100,000 in debts from him, but he refused. I had been focused on futures trading and didn't have the energy to deal with this matter, but I was always very angry. Now that I have some time, I want to teach him a lesson. Aren't you a lawyer? I want you to help me get back that over 100,000, every single penny." Just now, Shi-chan's ambiguous action of eating the rice grain from her mouth nearly made Lin Jing's heart leap out of her throat. However, now that Shi-chan was discussing serious matters, Lin Jing could only suppress her embarrassment and asked, "Is there an IOU for this loan?" Shi-chan shook his head. "There are no IOUs, just WeChat transfers. I still have the chat records of the transfers saved." Lin Jing steadied her mind, thought for a moment, and said, "There shouldn't be any problem. Although there are no IOUs, the WeChat transfer records also hold considerable legal validity. As long as the chat records before and after the transfer mention that this is a loan and not a gift, the court should support our claim." However, Lin Jing paused for a moment and continued, "If the other party gets wind of this and transfers their assets in advance, then we might encounter many difficulties in enforcement. In the end, even though the court will rule in our favor, it will be very hard to actually recover the loan." Shi-chan smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. My real goal was never to get back that 100,000 or so. My goal is to teach Wang Tong and those who borrow money and don't pay it back a lesson. Let them know that not paying back a loan is not acceptable. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. For this case, I will pay your law firm the lawyer's fees as normal. No matter how much it costs, I want them to return the money they borrowed from me. I want to vent the anger in my heart." Without much thought, Lin Jing replied, "Okay, I promise you. No matter what, I will get back the money they owe you. Whatever connections I have to use, I will make sure this matter is handled well. I will not let you down." Looking at Lin Jing, who suddenly seemed so bold, Shi-chan raised his glass and said, "Then I'll be relying on you, Lawyer Lin. Cheers." After another cup of sake, Lin Jing's eyes sparkled, revealing a hint of charm. Taking advantage of the alcohol, Lin Jing suddenly gathered her courage and said to Shi-chan, "I will do my best to help you. But, you also have to promise me one thing. What is it? Surprised that Lin Jing also had her own request, Chi-Chen nodded and said seriously, don't worry, as long as I can do it, I will definitely agree to you. Lin Jing mustered her courage, a bit shy, and said, a while ago, my mom arranged a blind date for me, but I don't want to go and have already postponed it several times. Recently, my family gave me an ultimatum, insisting that I must go no matter what. Chi-Chun, can you temporarily pretend to be my boyfriend? That way I can tell my family that I'm already in a relationship. Then I can naturally cancel the blind date. In that moment, a thought flashed through Chi-Chen's mind. The most sophisticated hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. However, Chi-Chen did not feel repulsed by Lin Jing's little scheme. In fact, he found it somewhat enjoyable. Who wouldn't like being pursued by such a delicate and gentle beauty? Who would want to be a simp when they could be a player? So, meeting Lin Jing's expectant and anxious gaze, Chi-Chen smiled and said, of course. As long as you're not afraid of me embarrassing you, then this £100+ is all yours. Hearing Chi-Chen's affirmative answer, Lin Jing immediately exclaimed in delight, really? Thank you, Chi-Chen. Under the lights, looking at the beauty became increasingly intoxicating. The warm yellow light in the Japanese restaurant spilled over Lin Jing's face, adding a touch of softness and obedience to her already delicate good girl features. Perhaps it is such a woman who would truly become a virtuous wife and good mother. Chi-Chen's heart raced a little faster, his hand moved along the table, his fingers lightly touching Lin Jing's fingertips. Watching Lin Jing gasp as if electrified, yet allowing Chi-Chen to hold her small hand, Chi-Chen leaned forward slowly, their noses drawing closer, even feeling each other's breath. Since we have to pretend to be your boyfriend, we need to act very familiar. How about we practice a bit first? Lin Jing did not refuse, instead, she closed her eyes. Chi-Chen slowly approached, his Adam's apple bobbing. Just when the distance between them was only 0.01 meters. Chi-Chen's phone suddenly rang at the most inopportune moment. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Lin Jing, as if waking from a dream, shrank back into her seat like a startled rabbit. Chi-Chen silently sighed and looked at his phone screen. Mom! Lin Jing, you eat first, I need to take a call. Seeing Lin Jing's flushed face, too shy to speak, Chi-Chen smiled and left the room to answer the call. Immediately, his mother's concerned voice came through the phone. You brat, why are you only answering the phone so late? I heard you're being kept by someone? What's going on? If you dare to do something so disgraceful, I'll break your legs. Listening to his mother's rapid-fire questions, Chi-Chen was stunned, incredulously saying, being kept? I'm being kept? How is that possible? These are all rumors. Didn't I tell you? His mother on the other end still didn't believe him. Stop making excuses. Isn't Lu Ruyan trying to win you back by chasing you to the restaurant door? But you were with that rich woman, completely ignoring Lu Ruyan. I saw the video. Look at WeChat, I sent it to you. Chi-Chen was left dumbfounded. What was going on? When he opened WeChat and saw the video his mother sent, he suddenly understood. It turned out that a few days ago, the conflict between Chi-Chen and Lu Ruyan at Qilin Pavilion had been recorded by some well-meaning bystander. The camera was aimed directly at Lu Ruyan's face, while Chi-Chen could only be seen in profile, and Lin Jing was merely a silhouette. The video had no sound, but it showed Lu Ruyan speaking emotionally, while Chi-Chen remained indifferent, coldly leaving with another woman in professional attire. With such a video, combined with those rumors, it was no wonder his mother was jumping to conclusions. After watching the video, Chi-Chen explained, Mom, things aren't as you imagine. I just ran into Lu Ruyan at the restaurant. She wasn't trying to win me back. In her eyes, I'm just a bankrupt loser. How could she want to win me back? The woman in professional attire you've seen before is the classmate I told you about, who shares a rental with me. Lin Jing. She's still young, she's not some rich woman. Hearing Chi-Chen's explanation, his mother's anger subsided a bit as she said, I remember now, it's that good-natured girl. That's more like it. If I find out you're really out there with a rich woman, I'll still break your legs. But speaking of which, are you dating Lin Jing? If so, bring her home quickly, let me check her out. Old Wang next door has already become a grandfather, don't make me wait too long. Chi-Chen sighed, wondering what kind of strange logic his mother had. One moment she was doubting he was living off a rich woman, the next she was urging him to settle down. He was responding with okay, just as he was about to hang up when the video call suddenly changed, revealing the face of a youthful girl. Hey, big brother, I heard you found me a new sister-in-law. Bring her home for me to see before I head to school. The girl speaking was Chi-Chen's younger sister, Chi Meng. She was a few years younger than Chi-Chen and had just finished her college entrance exams, about to report to Rongqing Normal University. Facing his quirky sister, Chi-Chen smiled affectionately and said, sure, once we confirm our relationship, I'll bring her home for you to see. The call ended, and Chi-chan returned to the Japanese restaurant. At this moment, Lin Jing's expression was no longer as shy as it had been earlier. She had regained her composure. They continued to eat, both tacitly avoiding any mention of their practice as a couple. However, beneath their plain conversation, feelings were quietly blossoming. After finishing their meal, Chi-chen went to settle the bill as agreed. What he didn't expect was that Lu Yuan straightforwardly waived their bill. Although Lin Jing said she wanted to treat you to a meal, I know she was just joking. If I really did treat you to a meal, Lin Jing would probably end up treating me instead. With a smile and a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan declined Chi-chen's attempt to pay, his expression turning serious as he said earnestly, Jing has been like a daughter to me since she was little. This girl has no faults, just too honest. And after running this restaurant for so long, you're the first friend she's brought here to eat alone. You must treat Jing well, otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to really take you down a notch. With that, Lu Yuan clenched his fist, the strong muscles in his forearm tensing up with smooth lines. Lin Jing's face immediately turned crimson again. She stomped her foot and shyly ran away. Chi-chen nodded seriously. Uncle Lu, don't worry. I will. In Rongqing, at the Jixin second-hand car trading market, at Xiao Wine's boutique car dealership, in the center of the room, there was a medium-sized tea table surrounded by a few people. Among them was Wang Tong, whom Chi-chen hadn't seen in a long time. The group chatted casually while sipping tea. Wang Tong, have you heard? Lu Fatty has landed a big job and is searching everywhere for a Bentley Continental. Wang Tong nodded and replied, there are only a few people who deal in boutique cars. The circle is so small that such news can't escape me. Lu Fatty is really lucky. If he successfully handles this deal, he could earn at least 100,000. Although Lu Fatty hadn't directly told Wang Tong, he had picked up on the news through indirect hints. Buying a Bentley Continental worth over 4 million would yield a significant commission, which made Wang Tong quite envious. At that moment, another person drinking tea spoke mysteriously. Wang Tong, I've heard some news. The boss buying the Bentley Continental from Lu Fatty is your old buddy, Chi-chen. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong immediately lost his composure, exclaiming in surprise, what? Chi-chen? Impossible. He's already bankrupt. Besides, even if he wasn't bankrupt, with his wealth, he couldn't afford a Bentley Continental. The person continued, Wang Tong, you really shouldn't doubt it. I heard that this guy named Chi-chen has already given Lu Fatty a deposit of 500,000. If the car is found but he can't pay later, that 500,000 will just be considered a service fee, fully compensating Lu Fatty. In this day and age, anything can be fake, but money cannot. Since the 500,000 deposit had already been transferred to Lu Fatty's account, it indicated that Chi-chen definitely had the financial means to buy a Bentley Continental worth nearly 5 million. Seeing the astonishment on Wang Tong's face, the person wore a smug smile and said maliciously, isn't Chi-chen your good buddy? How come he's buying such an expensive car without coming to you? Wang Tong's expression darkened, and he remained silent. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and instead of calling Chi-chen directly, he dialed Lu Fatty. When the call connected, Lu Fatty's voice came through. Wang Go? What's up? Wang Tong said, I heard that the boss ordering the Bentley Continental from you is my old friend, Chi-chen? Lu Panzai hesitated for a moment, then said cheerfully, that's right. It's Boss Chi. I've already made some progress in contacting about this car. It won't be long before the actual vehicle can be delivered. It really was Chi-chen. He actually had the money to buy a Bentley Continental? Wasn't Chi-chen bankrupt? Wang Tong, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, spoke sharply into the phone. Chi-chen is my good buddy. How could he go to you to order a Bentley? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Lu Panzai smiled meaningfully and replied, I wouldn't know. If you have questions, you should ask Boss Chi yourself. Hang up. After saying that, Lu Panzai hung up the phone decisively. Wang Tong stood there, stunned. Chi-chen wanted to buy a Bentley Continental but didn't come to him, Wang Tong, instead going to Lu Panzai. Wang Tong knew exactly why. He not only owed money and refused to pay back the 100,000 when Chi-chen needed it most, but he also spread rumors that Chi-chen was already bankrupt based on his own assumptions. Their relationship could be said to be completely shattered. Although he understood the reasons, Wang Tong still felt very unwilling. The Bentley Continental was a luxury car worth nearly 5 million. If Wang Tong had handled it himself, he was confident he could earn Chi-chen at least 300,000. Should he call Chi-chen and plead? What if Chi-chen softened his heart and forgave him? That would mean 300,000 directly in his account. Given Chi-chen's soft-hearted nature, it was indeed very possible. As for losing face? In front of money, what was face worth? With that thought, Wang Tong made up his mind and immediately took out his phone to call Chi-chen again. However, after 2 rings, Chi-Chen not only didn't answer but hung up the phone directly. This kid actually hung up on me. Feeling the mocking gazes of a few friends who were having tea together, Wang Tong frowned and dialed again. Chi-Chen must be busy. I'll try again. We're good buddies. As long as I ask, he will definitely take this order for me. However, this time, the call didn't even connect before it was hung up again. Watching Wang Tong, who was dumbfounded, one person next to him snickered, nearly spitting out the hot tea in his mouth. Brother Wang, you and Boss Chi are really good buddies. So good that he directly blocked your number. The others immediately burst into laughter, while Wang Tong, feeling humiliated and angry, retorted, "What do you guys know? Chi-Chen is already bankrupt, a penniless loser. He must be afraid I'll expose him, that's why he won't answer my call." The others continued to laugh, saying, right. Brother Wang, you're right. Poor Lu Panzai, soon he'll have to accept this 50,000 deposit as a tea fee with tears. Just as Wang Tong was about to explode, a Chinese postal courier suddenly peeked in. "Who is Wang Tong? You have a registered letter." "Registered letter?" Wang Tong walked over, puzzled, and took a large envelope, opening it while muttering to himself, "What era is this? Who still sends registered letters?" However, upon opening the envelope and seeing the contents, Wang Tong was instantly dumbfounded. The registered letter contained a summons from the court. The party involved, Wang Tong, this court has accepted a civil lawsuit from Chi-Chen. This case will be heard in 3 days. Unless there are special circumstances, you must appear in court on time. If you fail to appear without reason, the court will issue a judgment in absentia. Attached to the back of the summons was the reason for Chi-Chen's lawsuit. The reason for this, of course, was that Wang Tong owed money and refused to pay it back, leading Chi-Chen to take him to court. Upon seeing the bright red court summons, Wang Tong immediately panicked. That kid Chi-Chen is too ruthless. Is it really necessary to go to court just because I borrowed over 100,000 and haven't paid it back? After years of friendship, has it all gone to the dogs? Holding the summons, Wang Tong cursed loudly. He wouldn't reflect on himself at all, if it weren't for his refusal to pay back the money and even spreading rumors about Chi-Chen going bankrupt. How could Chi-Chen have completely torn their relationship apart and taken him to court? Just then, Wang Tong's phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed Liang Tao. When the call connected, Liang Tao's panicked voice came through. "Wang Tong, I received a court summons. Chi-Chen has sued me." "You got a summons too?" Discovering that Liang Tao had also received a court summons calmed Wang Tong's panic somewhat, and he replied, "I got one too." Liang Tao hurriedly asked, "What should we do? This is the first time I've received a court summons. I won't end up in jail, will I?" Wang Tong said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking about? It's just a bit of borrowed money. It's not a big deal. Let me tell you, I've seen this kind of thing a lot. I don't plan to go to the court hearing in 3 days at all. When I borrowed money from Chi-Chen, it was just a few thousand at a time, and I never signed any IOUs. Even if he takes me to court, what can he do to us?" Hearing Wang Tong's calmness, Liang Tao seemed to find his anchor and continued to ask, "So if we don't go to court, can we really get away with it? Anyway, I didn't borrow much from him, so I might as well just forget about it." As Wang Tong spoke, he gradually found his train of thought, saying, "You can pay him back if you want, I absolutely won't. Even if, hypothetically, the court eventually orders me to pay, by then, I would have already transferred all my assets to someone else's name. The court wouldn't be able to enforce anything. By that time, not only would Chi-Chen not get any money, but he would also have to pay a hefty sum in litigation and attorney fees." Liang Tao hesitated for a moment and then said, "All right, I won't go to the hearing in 3 days either. After all we've been through as classmates, Chi-Chen is so heartless as to send us to court. If he is unkind, then we can't be blamed for being unjust." If Chi-Chen had heard their conversation, he would have laughed in disbelief. They were the ones who owed money, yet now Chi-Chen suing them had somehow turned into him being unkind and unjust? However, at that moment, Chi-Chen didn't care about their thoughts. He had fully entrusted this matter to Lin Jing and the Deheng law firm she worked for. All he needed to do was pay the attorney fees and wait for the final outcome. After blocking Wang Tong's phone number, Chi-Chen immediately forgot about the whole thing and sat at his desk, focusing intently on the 2 notebooks in front of him. One was his notebook of questions. The other was the answers notebook sent back by his descendants. Chi-Chen's face was serious as he carefully wrote in the questions notebook, "In your era, is there a complete cure for Alzheimer's disease? If there is, please write it in the answers notebook." After writing all this, Chi-Chen took a deep breath and slowly opened the answers notebook. Page 3. Fortunately, 20 years ago, a complete method for treating Alzheimer's disease was found. Now, treating Alzheimer's has become a trivial matter. Upon reading this, a look of surprise and joy spread across Chi-Chen's face. In the distant future, Alzheimer's disease had indeed been conquered. This meant that there was hope for completely curing Anhao's illness. However, as Chi-Chin continued to read, his expression grew serious again. The method of treatment is very simple, just take the medicine. Oral tablets can completely cure Alzheimer's disease. However, I no longer have enough money to send this medicine to you through the time machine. So, I can only copy the chemical formula of this medicine below. As for how to manufacture this medicine, it's far too complicated. Even filling an entire notebook with the answer might not capture the entire production process. I believe you wouldn't want this precious notebook to be filled entirely with the process of making this one medicine, would you? I hope you can figure out how to produce this medicine through this chemical formula. Although the hope is extremely slim. Well then, good luck. The next part was a long string of chemical formulas occupying the remaining space on the page. The formula was so complex that Chi-Chin stared at it in confusion, as if he were looking at a celestial script. It seems I can only seek out professionals who might be able to synthesize this special medicine for treating Alzheimer's. Developing a new drug requires an extremely lengthy process. To think that one could produce a finished product solely based on a complex formula, while also eliminating other harmful impurities, is simply daunting. Setting this matter aside for the moment, Chi-Chin picked up his question notebook again, turned to a new page, and wrote down another question. According to the information you provided earlier, I have already earned 1 billion yuan. So next, are there any other opportunities for me to continue making money? After writing, Chi-Chin opened the answer notebook, and the corresponding content appeared before him. Page 4. You actually earned 1 billion yuan? Very impressive. Even beyond my expectations. I have reviewed a lot of materials from your era, but the time is too distant. Much information, such as stock trends, has been lost or is incomplete and not very reliable. Excluding these unreliable pieces of information, I found an opportunity that can be considered profitable. From the social news channel, I found a piece of news. In half a month, the city of Rongqing, where you are located, will experience 7 consecutive days of heavy rain. This rainfall will reach a peak not seen in decades. The city of Rongqing, and even the entire western province, will be at risk of flooding. The government's reserves of flood control materials are insufficient to cope with such a disaster. At that time, the prices of flood control materials will skyrocket tenfold or even more. You already have 1 billion yuan in capital, so while the flood season has not yet arrived, you can purchase flood control materials in bulk. When the prices of these materials rise, you can sell them off for a huge profit. Another piece of information with profits exceeding 10 times. And the profit cycle is less than a month. In other words, in less than a month, you could directly increase your 1 billion yuan tenfold. This is an extremely rare opportunity, but after thinking for a while, Chi-Chin shook his head and said firmly, although this is a rare opportunity to make money, a gentleman loves wealth, but he must acquire it through the right means. I cannot profit from this national disaster. Those who earn money in such a way have completely lost their humanity. But, if I don't earn it, will someone else? In that case, to protect the safety of the people, the country and government will still suffer painful losses. This matter must be carefully planned. Seeing the message from the future in the diary, Chi-Chen's first reaction was that he could not profit from national disasters. This time, he could not make money from flood relief supplies. However, Chi-Chen thought of another issue. Not wanting to profit from national disasters did not mean others felt the same. If, in half a month, a flood disaster was about to break out and flood relief supplies were in extreme shortage, would the merchants holding these supplies hoard them and raise prices? The solution to this problem was simple. Chi-Chen decided to use his own funds to stockpile a large amount of flood relief supplies before the disaster struck. Once the heavy rain came and the flood situation became critical, he could sell the supplies to the relevant government departments at normal prices. So, the urgent task now is to acquire that batch of flood relief supplies. Having made up his mind, Chi-Chen immediately took action. He opened his computer, logged into the Alibaba platform, and began searching for flood relief suppliers located in Rongqing. Unlike shopping platforms like Taobao and JD that cater to individuals, Alibaba was more like a trading platform for bulk commodities. On this platform, there were not only various products but also many commercial materials and raw materials for sale. After a search, Chi-Chen found several larger flood relief suppliers. Their shipping addresses were all located in Rongqing, and they shared a common characteristic: all these stores belonged to the same trading company, Jinhongxing Trading Company, Ltd. It seems that Jinhongxing Trading Company, Ltd. is the largest supplier of flood relief supplies in Rongqing. Next, I just need to contact them to purchase bulk flood relief supplies. Soon, Chi-Chen found the company's contact number online and called them. After explaining his intentions, the sales representative from Jin Hanxing was very welcoming. After all, flood relief supplies were relatively niche products, and the usual customers were mostly fixed, primarily from government departments. Now, if they could open up a new major client, it would be a significant achievement for the sales staff. After agreeing to meet at the company tomorrow afternoon, Shichen finally breathed a sigh of relief, stretched, and murmured to himself. Finally sorted out, tomorrow I just need to go to the trading company and buy this batch of flood relief supplies. Ah, it's so hot. While Lin Jing isn't back yet, I should take a shower. It'll be inconvenient to shower once Lin Jing is home. After all, boys must learn to protect themselves when out. Seeing that there was still time before Lin Jing returned home, Shichen stripped down completely, wrapping a towel around himself, and walked barefoot into the bathroom. As the strong, invigorating water flowed over him, he felt completely relaxed, singing loudly while showering. Going? Matching? This tattered cloak. Shichen hummed a very popular song at the moment, The Lone Brave. However, this song was known as a trap for elementary school students and was loved by them. So, Shichen only dared to hum this song in the empty bathroom. Just as Shichen was enjoying his singing, the front door of the house suddenly beeped twice. Then, with a click, the door was pulled open from the outside. At the same time, two voices could be heard. A man's voice said, "How many times have I told Jingjing that this high-tech fingerprint lock is not safe and could be cracked? A key is more reliable, but she won't listen." The other voice was that of a middle-aged woman. "Come on, old Lin. If I didn't have the password for the fingerprint lock, could you get into our daughter's home? I am her dad. What can't I enter in her home? You, busy with work every day, don't care about the family at all. Our daughter is no longer a child. She hasn't even had a single relationship from childhood to now. If she's not anxious, I'm anxious." I introduced her to the child from the Laozhou family, hoping they would meet. It's been over half a month, and Jingjing is just avoiding meeting. Then, a middle-aged couple walked into the house carrying several bags of groceries. However, as they entered the room, the sound of water from the shower and Shichen's singing faintly drifted from the bathroom. "Is someone there? Is someone there?" The two exchanged a glance, both showing signs of tension. "I'll go take a look." The middle-aged man threw the plastic bags onto the floor and rushed toward the bathroom. But he had only taken 2 steps when the woman stopped him. "What are you doing? What if Jingjing is inside? She's already a grown girl. If you, her father, see her like that, won't she be embarrassed to death?" The woman shot him a glare, gently set down what she was holding, kicked off her high heels, and tiptoed toward the bathroom. Gently turning the doorknob, the woman was met with a haze of steam. As the song of the lone hero became clearer, her eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, a strong man's back appeared before her. The man was completely naked, rubbing his body while singing passionately. "I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love you not kneeling. I love you." Before he could finish the line, the lyrics abruptly stopped. Shichen suddenly turned around, realizing that the bathroom door had been left ajar. And behind the door, a woman was staring directly at him. The two locked eyes, both filled with extreme shock. Their mouths slowly opened, instinctively letting out a raw, unpretentious scream. "Ah! Ah!" 5 minutes later, Shichen, hastily dressed in 2 pieces of clothing, his hair still dripping wet, stood dejectedly in the center of the living room. In front of him was a middle-aged couple, casting scrutinizing glances at him. The middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit, had deep furrows between his brows, exuding an intimidating presence without even being angry. At that moment, the man's face was as dark as water, staring intently at Shichen, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? How did you end up in Jingjing's home? How did you get in?" Before Shichen could respond, the middle-aged man pulled out his phone, fuming as he said, "I told you, this high-tech fingerprint lock is unreliable. It's simply too dangerous. Anyone could easily sneak in. I'm calling Xiao Zhang right now to bring the police over." But before the middle-aged man could dial, he was sharply slapped by the woman beside him. "Calling? What nonsense! I think you've become muddled in your position. There are countless eyes watching you from this position. Using the police for personal matters today will become a weapon for your political enemies tomorrow. Besides, if this matter gets out, how will Jingjing face the world in the future?" After saying this, she ignored the middle-aged man and turned to Shichen, revealing a meaningful smile as she spoke to him. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Manhwa, and I am Lin Jing's mother. This old man is Lin Jing's father. Young man, tell auntie who you are and why you are in Lin Jing's home." The middle-aged woman, dressed in a well-fitted qipao, though somewhat older, had not lost her figure at all. Her long, black hair was elegantly styled, exuding grace and luxury. Seeing her resemblance to Lin Jing, Shichen had already guessed her identity, but her excessively youthful face made Shichen unable to tell for a moment whether she was Lin Jing's sister or mother. At that moment, hearing her self-introduction, Chi Chen's heart sank. It's over. Lin Jing's parents actually came to the door. And judging by their intense reactions, it seemed Lin Jing hadn't mentioned anything about co-renting with Chi Chen to her parents. Faced with Lin's father's almost predatory gaze, Chi Chen couldn't run away and could only brace himself to speak. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Chi Chen, and I am Lin Jing's university classmate. Because I recently had some family issues and temporarily have no place to stay, Lin Jing contacted me, and we decided to co-rent for a while. Upon hearing Chi Chen's response, the couple exclaimed in unison. Co-rent? Co-rent? Lin's father frowned and asked, did Lin Jing tell you that this house is rented by her? Chi Chen honestly nodded and replied, yes, but I've only been living here for a month and haven't paid her rent yet. Lin's father took a deep breath, and his expression suggested he was about to explode. You brat, you've been living here for a month already? Don't think I won't beat you to death. Just as Lin's father was about to grab something to hit him, Lin's mother quickly intervened and looked at Chi Chen, asking, now tell me, what happened at home that left you with no place to live? Lin's mother's attitude was relatively kind, and Chi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke. A month ago, I sold my house and car, and invested all the money in the futures market. Lin's mother frowned and said, futures? What kind of futures did you invest all your savings in? Lin's father, unable to hold back any longer, shouted angrily, what's selling house and car? What futures? I see you as nothing but a scammer, making up a tragic backstory to gain Jingjing's sympathy. Why are we even talking to him? Just hurry up and make him get lost. Lin's father was now furious, the veins on his forehead bulging, seemingly on the verge of losing control and beating Chi Chen. Chi Chen could understand Lin's father's reaction. After all, he had painstakingly raised his daughter for over 20 years, only to have her involved with a stranger. Who could accept that? If it were Chi Chen's own daughter, he would have probably gone after the guy already. But now, it was he who was in trouble. Chi Chen could only lower his head in silence, pretending to be a trembling quail. Seeing her husband about to lose his reason, Lin's mother sighed and said to Chi Chen, young man, given what happened today, my husband is quite emotional, and I hope you can understand. However, since you and Lin Jing are just ordinary classmates, living together doesn't seem very appropriate. How about this, you move out for now, and if you have financial issues, I can help you out. Hearing this, Chi Chen raised his head and quickly said, no need, my investment has already been recovered, and there are no financial problems. Auntie, please let Uncle Lin calm down. I'll take my leave now. Lin Jing has my phone number, so if there are any issues, she can contact me anytime. As he spoke, Chi Chen's gaze met Lin's mother's, and they both seemed to recall an awkward scene, their faces turning red. Lin's mother awkwardly changed her sitting position, crossing her long, straight legs, and nodded with a somewhat evasive gaze. Meanwhile, Lin's father was still fuming, shouting loudly, get out of here. If I find out you did anything to Jingjing, I will not let you off. Where's the property management's phone number? Hurry up and call them. Tell them, this kid with the surname Chi can never set foot in Chirong International again. Otherwise, I'll have their property shut down. Amid Lin father's furious roar, Chi Chen quickly stuffed his clothes into his suitcase and fled in a hurry. As Chi Chen left the room, Lin father's anger gradually subsided, but he still spoke with lingering rage. Just let that kid go like this? I really want to have someone take him to the station and interrogate him thoroughly. Lin mother gently patted her husband's arm and said, come on, do you think I don't know why you let him go? Aren't you afraid that if you confront him directly, your daughter might choose him instead of you? Lin father scoffed, how is that possible? I'm her father. She wouldn't turn against me for this wild kid. Lin mother smiled and comforted him, daughters grow up and can't be kept. And it seems that Jingjing was the one who brought up the idea of co-renting, so maybe she has feelings for this young man. If one day he really becomes your son-in-law, wouldn't that make things awkward with such a strained relationship? Lin father snorted coldly. Want to be my son-in-law? He's dreaming. Describing Chi Chen's current situation as fleeing in a hurry couldn't be more fitting. He was only wearing a large pair of shorts on his lower half, and his oversized t-shirt was on backward, with the big logo originally on his chest now stuck to his back. Wearing a pair of flip-flops and dragging a huge wheeled suitcase, Chi Chen left Chirong International like this. However, unlike the sadness and confusion he felt when he was kicked out by Lu Ruyan last time, this time, Chi Chen felt more of a relief from escaping a tiger's mouth. During the more than a month of co-renting, although nothing had truly happened between Chi Chen and Lin Jing, they remained innocent. But as they became more familiar with each other, their attire at home became increasingly casual. Especially Lin Jing, who sometimes wore only cotton shorts on her lower half and a white cotton tank top at home, exposing her delicate waist, making it hard not to have wild thoughts. What man could withstand such a test? It would be a lie to say Chi Chen had no thoughts at all. He just believed that whether it was feelings or anything else, it needed to be gradual, step by step. So, although Chi Chen and Lin Jing had mutual feelings, they had not crossed that final step until today. Lin Jing's angry father had a strange quality about him, seemingly commanding authority without raising his voice. When he got angry, his presence was even more formidable. Coupled with the house Lin Jing lived in and her clothing, Chi Chen immediately realized that her parents were not simple people. I didn't expect that in just a month, I would be kicked out twice. Standing at the entrance of Chirong International, Chi Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, took out his phone, and called Lu Fatty. Lu Fatty, how's my Bentley doing? A couple of days ago, Lu Fatty had said that the car was almost ready, and he had already collected Chi Chen's final payment, and was now handling the registration and license plate procedures at the vehicle management office. The original price of the car, plus purchase tax, vehicle tax, insurance, and all sorts of miscellaneous fees, totaled a whopping 4.8 million renminbi. However, this astronomical price for an ordinary person stirred no waves in Chi Chen's heart. It was just a small fraction of his bank balance. Boss Chi, the procedures are almost done. As soon as it's moved in a couple of days, I'll deliver it to you right away. I have to say, Lu Fatty's efficiency in handling things was quite high. In general, if you want to purchase a brand new Bentley Continental, you need to order it from abroad first, and it will take 2 to 3 months for shipping to arrive in the country. Moreover, many luxury car models have not undergone the Domestic Inspection Agency's CCC certification. Only by establishing a foreign business entity and registering the luxury car under this entity can it be legally registered and driven in the country. This entire process takes time. Lu Fatty's ability to handle this matter in such a short time is already quite efficient. However, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. No matter how good the Bentley Continental is, Chi Chen has no car to use for the next couple of days. I'm at the entrance of Chirong International, send me a vehicle immediately, right now. Soon, Lu Fatty delivered a brand new vehicle to Chi Chen, a Volvo XC90. This is a large-sized SUV, but unlike other luxury cars, it is not ostentatious. Instead, it has a calm and understated presence. The Volvo brand emphasizes safety, and its exterior does not appear overly luxurious. However, its excellent safety features and outstanding driving experience make it more than adequate as an ordinary vehicle. The car Lu Fatty brought over is the top configuration of this series, costing nearly 800,000 yuan before taxes and other miscellaneous fees, exceeding 1 million yuan in total. Chi Chen wasted no time and directly transferred the cost of the car into Lu Fatty's account, then drove the vehicle straight to his hometown in the countryside. Chi Chen's hometown is not far from the center of Rong City, only about 40 to 50 kilometers away, considered the suburbs of Rong City. Although it is the countryside, it is not a completely rural area. On the contrary, Chi Chen's family has a sizable business in the small town. That is the Chi Pharmaceutical Factory. The Chi Pharmaceutical Factory produces several popular medications, employing over 100 people, and the entire factory is valued at over 100 million. At the same time, the Chi Pharmaceutical Factory has its own developers and a complete pharmaceutical system. This is also why Chi Chen's family conditions are much better than those of his peers. One important reason for Chi Chen's return this time is to check whether their pharmaceutical factory can synthesize a drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. After spending more than an hour, Chi Chen finally arrived back at his hometown. He did not return to his family's yard but went directly to the Chi Pharmaceutical Factory's premises. At this time, Chi Chen's parents should be busy in the factory. The Chi Pharmaceutical Factory is the family business of the Chi family, and Chi Chen's father, Chi Wenyuan, is the chairman of the factory, serving as the leading figure of this generation of the Chi family. Sure enough, after entering the factory, Chi Chen found both of his parents there. At that moment, Chi Wenyuan was holding a board meeting in the conference room, and upon seeing Chi Chen return, he paused the meeting immediately. "Dad, Uncle 2, Uncle 3. I'm back. You're in a meeting, so I won't disturb you." The so-called board meeting of Chi Pharmaceutical is actually just Chi Wenyuan and his two brothers. Chi Wenyuan is the eldest, along with Chi Chen's Uncle 2, Chi Qingfeng, and Uncle 3, Chi Jianjun. Seeing that his father and two uncles had serious expressions and looked worried, Chi Chen greeted them and was about to leave. However, his two uncles called out to stop him. "Guang is back." Upon seeing Chi Chen walk in, both Chi Chen's father, Chi Wenyuan, and his two uncles broke into smiles, as if their earlier worried expressions had vanished. "It's been a long time since you came back, Guang. You're not a kid anymore. It's time to start taking over the family business." "Exactly. Once you've had your fun, you should settle down and help your dad and us old men." Chi Chen quickly shook his head and said, "Uncle, you are still young, let me play for a few more years." My ambition is to be a rich second generation who just eats and waits to die. Qi Wenyuan straightened his face and said seriously, Qi Chen, don't be so glib, get yourself together. However, just after Qi Wenyuan finished scolding Qi Chen, his tone softened, and he asked with some concern, how's the matter with your bankruptcy? There are all kinds of rumors about you in the village. If you dare to do anything immoral, see if I don't break your legs. Although his words carried a certain sternness typical of the older generation, they were still filled with deep concern. Qi Chen's heart softened, and he said, don't worry, I'm doing just fine. Moreover, I've already recovered that investment. Made a huge profit. As for more details, Qi Chen didn't explain further. After all, in less than a month, turning 4 million in capital into 1 billion was simply astonishing, and no one would believe it if he said it. After greeting his father and 2 uncles, Qi Chen left directly. Soon, he encountered his mother, Lin Wanru, and his younger sister, Qi Meng, in another room. As soon as Qi Meng saw Qi Chen, she rushed over, her pert nose sniffing around Qi Chen's body. Qi Chen asked curiously, Qi Meng, what are you doing? I'm here to see if you smell like a rich woman. My nose is still very sensitive. There's no smell of an old woman, so you're in the clear. Qi Chen was both amused and exasperated, pretending to hit Qi Meng. Is this how you treat your older brother? I think you don't want your gift before going to college. Qi Meng's eyes lit up. Gift? Big brother, what are you going to give me? Qi Chen shook the car keys in his hand and said, tomorrow morning, I'm going back to the city center. Come with me. What gift I buy for you will depend on your performance. Qi Meng giggled, okay, big brother. It's just shopping, I'm the best at that. I promise to complete the task. At this moment, Qi Chen looked at his mother, Lin Wanru, and asked, Mom, is Dr. Gao here? Yes. He's in the lab. What do you need him for? Dr. Gao, whose full name is Gao Yong, is a top student from Rongqing University of Chemical Technology. After graduating with a doctorate, he was recruited by Qi Pharmaceutical at a high salary and is currently working on new drug development. Qi Chen was looking for Dr. Gao to inquire about the synthesis of a drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. However, Qi Chen didn't explain this in detail to his mother and went directly to the lab where Gao Yong was. The lab was not very large but was very clean and tidy. At that moment, Gao Yong was standing in front of an operation table, fully focused on several complex instruments in front of him. Dr. Gao. Qi Chen greeted him and walked up to Gao Yong's side, quietly waiting. After a while, Gao Yong finally let out a sigh of relief, took an iPad, and began to write and draw on it, recording the data from the recent experiment. His expression was extremely focused and meticulous, giving a reassuring feeling. After finishing the recording, Gao Yong, who was highly concentrated, finally noticed Qi Chen beside him and said, Guang, you're back. What do you need me for? Although Qi Chen was the chairman's son, his major was unrelated to pharmaceuticals, and he hadn't had much contact with the pharmaceutical business. Therefore, Gao Yong was not very familiar with Qi Chen. At this moment, Qi Chen came directly to him, which puzzled Gao Yong. Qi Chen got straight to the point and asked, Dr. Gao, I have a professional question I want to consult you about. If I have a specific chemical molecular formula, can you try to synthesize the monomer crystal of this molecule? Hearing Qi Chen's question, Gao Yong's expression became somewhat strange as he asked, what chemical molecular formula? You don't want me to help you synthesize drugs, do you? Guang, I heard you went bankrupt, but drug manufacturing and trafficking is a matter of losing your head. It's not something to be done. Qi Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, shaking his head helplessly. Great! The fact that he went bankrupt was so well known that even Dr. Gao, who was oblivious to the outside world, knew all about it. Dr. Gao, you misunderstood. How could I ask you to help me synthesize drugs? I just obtained a molecular formula, and the monomer crystal of this molecular formula might be able to treat Alzheimer's disease. So, I want to try to synthesize the monomer crystal of this molecular formula to see if it really can treat Alzheimer's disease. Upon hearing Qi Chen's words, Gao Yong was taken aback, and his hands, which were preparing experimental materials, stopped as he exclaimed, a drug to treat Alzheimer's disease? Is that possible? You should know that there are currently no drugs in the world that can treat Alzheimer's disease. Where did you get this molecular formula that claims to cure Alzheimer's? Guang, there are too many scammers in this world, you need to have a basic judgment of the information you receive. When Gao Yong heard Qi Chen say he had a molecular formula that could treat Alzheimer's disease, he was utterly speechless. What kind of disease is Alzheimer's? It is a complex ailment that the world's medical elites have struggled with for decades without success. So many of the world's top doctors are at a loss, and you, Qi Chen, actually claim to have a molecular formula that can cure Alzheimer's? No one would say such a thing without at least 10 years of experience. If Chi Chen weren't the boss's son, Gao Yong would have kicked him out long ago. Due to Chi Chen's identity as the chairman's son, Gao Yong forced himself to control his reactions and refrained from sarcasm. However, the impatience on his face and the words he spoke clearly conveyed to Chi Chen, "Don't be foolish. What you're saying is impossible. The person who told you this molecular formula must be a fraud. And anyone who believes it must be a fool." Chi Chen looked at Gao Yong's pained expression, fully aware of what he was thinking. However, Chi Chen had no intention of explaining and stubbornly continued to ask, "Let's not discuss whether this molecular formula can cure Alzheimer's disease for now. I just want to know, if I provide a molecular formula, can you synthesize its monomer crystal?" Seeing that Chi Chen was still not giving up, Gao Yong sighed and patiently replied, "That depends on how complex this molecular formula is. If it's a relatively simple inorganic compound, then synthesizing it isn't difficult. But if the molecular formula you want to synthesize is very complex, then it might not be so easy. To attempt to synthesize a molecular formula that has never been made before requires a lot of experiments and trials before it can possibly succeed. And this process requires a significant amount of money and time." Watching Chi Chen's contemplative expression, Gao Yong couldn't help but ask, "What does the molecular formula you want to synthesize look like? Can I take a look?" Chi Chen shook his head and said, "This molecular formula is hard one and very important to me. I want to apply for global patents for this molecular formula and all its derivatives. Once the patent application is complete, I'll show you the molecular formula. At that time, you must help me synthesize the single crystal of this molecular formula." Upon hearing this, Gao Yong almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good heavens! Applying for a patent, a global patent. Shaking his head helplessly, Gao Yong ignored Chi Chen and began the next round of experiments. Chi Chen didn't waste much breath explaining. What he needed to do now was apply for a patent and then start conducting a large number of experiments, striving to synthesize a drug for treating Alzheimer's disease as soon as possible. To apply for a national patent, he needed to go to the National Intellectual Property Administration for registration and go through a series of very complex procedures. As for applying for a global patent, that was even more complicated, something Chi Chen couldn't handle alone. Moreover, applying for a global patent not only required time but also a significant amount of money. With $1 billion in funds, Chi Chen didn't even consider applying for the patent himself. Instead, he directly took out his phone and called Engineer Kong from his pharmaceutical company. Engineer Kong had worked at Chi's Pharmaceuticals for over 10 years and was responsible for the patent application business, being very familiar with the entire process. So, when Chi Chen explained his request over the phone, Engineer Kong readily agreed. However, at the same time, he reminded Chi Chen, "Agwang, I must tell you in advance, applying for a global patent will cost a considerable amount of money. All in all, it will take at least 3 million. The entire process will take at least a month." Chi Chen's response was also straightforward. "Engineer Kong, don't worry. I'll transfer the patent application fee to you shortly. Once the patent is applied for, contact me immediately." After a series of operations, time had unknowingly slipped into the evening. If Chi Chen were still living at Chirong International, Lin Jing would have just returned home. For some reason, Chi Chen suddenly felt a surge of longing for Lin Jing, as if they were connected by a shared understanding. His phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Lin Jing. "Hello, Chi Chen. Where are you now? I just found out that you were kicked out by my parents. They are being too unreasonable. Do you have a place to stay? Send me an address, and I'll come find you right now." Lin Jing's voice was a bit hoarse, sounding very tired, which made Chi Chen's heart ache. Seeing her in this state, it was clear she had returned home and had a big fight with her parents after learning about what happened during the day. It was only now that Lin Jing had time to call Chi Chen to explain the situation. At this moment, Lin Jing felt very guilty. Since starting work, she had moved out to live alone, and even her father didn't have a key to her room. So when Lin Jing learned that Chi Chen had been kicked out by her parents, her heart was filled with guilt and pain. Just a month ago, Chi Chen had been thrown out by Lu Ruyan, left without a place to stay. And now, her parents had made Chi Chen relive that feeling of being thrown out. Lin Jing was anxious, wishing she could sprout wings and fly to Chi Chen's side immediately. On the other end of the line, feeling Lin Jing's heartfelt concern, Chi Chen's displeasure from being kicked out by his parents had completely dissipated. In its place was a deep sense of being cared for. "I went back to my hometown today, don't worry, I'm doing fine. What happened today was an accident. Don't argue with uncle and auntie, they are just looking out for you. I happen to have a business to handle these days. Once I'm done with this matter, I'll return to Rongqing to find you, okay?" After more than a month of cohabitation, Chi-chan and Lin Jing had developed a strong tacit understanding. After just a short phone call, the anxious and worried feelings had vanished, replaced by deep longing. After experiencing the incident where Chi-chan was thrown out by Lin's parents, the relationship between Chi-chan and Lin Jing not only did not create any barriers, but instead became much closer on a spiritual level. Perhaps, when they meet next time, their relationship could progress even further. For some reason, Chi-chan suddenly recalled the night he had Japanese cuisine with Lin Jing, when they practiced pretending to be a couple. Lin Jing's gentle breath seemed to be right in front of him at that moment. Chi-chan suddenly felt that the night alone seemed to stretch on endlessly. Early the next morning, Chi-chan drove his Volvo XC90, taking Chi-meng with him to the CBD of Rongqing. In the afternoon, Chi-chan had an appointment with the manager of Jin Hongqing Trading LLC to discuss purchasing flood prevention supplies, so he planned to first get himself a set of attire. Global Center. This used to be the largest single building in Asia, housing various shopping malls. The most eye-catching and central location in the entire mall was occupied by several top luxury brands: Gucci, Burberry, Prada, and so on. After parking the car, Chi-chan directly took his sister Chi-meng to the Gucci store. Seeing Chi-chan lead her into the top luxury store, Chi-meng tugged at his shirt and whispered, "Brother, this is Gucci. It's so expensive." Chi-chan kept his gaze straight ahead and, under the guidance of a tall female attendant in black stockings, walked towards the women's section, calmly saying, "So what if it's Gucci? Your brother has money, pick whatever you like. Whichever you like, just buy it." Chi-meng asked suspiciously, "Why have you suddenly become so extravagant? Have you really been taken care of by a rich woman?" Chi-chan lightly flicked Chi-meng's forehead and threatened, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't buy you anything." Chi-meng quickly shrank her neck and flattered, "I was just joking. Older brother is the coolest. How could he find a rich woman?" Chi-chan nodded in satisfaction and said to the sales assistant, "Please help her pick something, nothing too old-fashioned." The sales assistant smiled and, after agreeing, led Chi-meng to try on various outfits. With each outfit Chi-meng stepped out of the fitting room, Chi-chan's eyes would light up. Like Chi-chan, Chi-meng inherited their parents' best genes, with fair skin, a tall figure, and features that seemed meticulously designed, exquisite beyond compare. Now, dressed in Gucci's brightly colored outfits, she appeared irresistibly youthful, drawing the attention of other customers who couldn't help but steal glances. "That girl looks so beautiful, could she be a star? Look at her great aura, she might be a rich heiress." After trying on 5 or 6 outfits, Chi-meng blinked her big eyes at Chi-chan. "Older brother, which one looks good?" Chi-chan waved his hand, "They all look good." Sales assistant, "Please wrap them all up. We're buying them all." Upon hearing Chi-chan's words, the sales assistant's face immediately lit up with a surprised smile as she picked up the clothes Chi-meng had tried on and hurried towards the counter. Seeing Chi-chan's generous actions, Chi-meng was astonished and stuck out her tongue, saying, "Older brother, I peeked while trying on clothes, each piece is casually over 10,000. Altogether, it adds up to 30 to 50,000. How about we just buy one set? Or we could simply go look somewhere else?" Chi-meng said this not because she disliked the clothes, but purely out of consideration for Chi-chan. Although the Chi family is well off, both Chi father and Chi mother started from scratch in the countryside. Even now, their business is thriving, but they do not overly indulge their children. The pocket money they give to Chi-meng is considerable, but it is definitely not enough to buy top luxury brands like Gucci. Therefore, in Chi-meng's mind, such clothes are simply too expensive. What Chi-meng does not know is that there is quietly over 1 billion yuan in savings in Chi-chan's bank account. The interest generated daily is more than enough to buy these few outfits. Moreover, Chi-chan is not a nouveau riche who spends money recklessly just because he has it. The reason he generously buys luxury items for Chi-meng is that he has always held a belief: boys should be raised in poverty, while girls must be raised in wealth. The temptations in today's society are overwhelming, and a girl entering the workforce can easily fall into various meticulously designed traps. Chi-chan does not want his sister to be easily captivated by a boy's sports car or handbag. To address these issues at their root, Chi-meng needs to be exposed to these things more. If Chi-meng's entire wardrobe is filled with top luxury brands like Gucci, would she still be mesmerized by a bottle of perfume given by a boy? If Chi-meng drives a top sports car herself, she would definitely not easily sit in the passenger seat of another boy's car, facing various potential dangers. After spending hundreds of thousands, Chi-chan took Chi-meng out of Gucci and directly entered the nearby Prada. There, Chi-chan spent another 100,000 or so, buying Chi-meng several bags, a backpack, a phone bag, a messenger bag. It could be considered a full Prada set. After handing the car keys to the waiter to have them loaded into the car, Chi-chan left that area and began to choose clothes for himself. Instead of choosing brands like Burberry or Prada that are more suitable for young people, Chi-chan opted for a German luxury brand, Hugo Boss. Compared to Burberry and others, Hugo Boss is only an international second-tier luxury brand. However, the brand's unique understated and stable temperament is something Chi-Chen really likes. After decisively purchasing several outfits, Chi-Chen sent Chi Meng home to rest and then drove directly to the agreed location with Jin Hongsheng Company, in the northern outer ring of Rongqing, Jinlong Logistics Park. As a trading company primarily dealing in building materials and other bulk commodities, Jin Hongsheng's office is not located in a typical city center office building but rather in a logistics park filled with large warehouses. Although it is over 20 kilometers from the city center, it is not desolate. On the contrary, the entrance of the logistics park is bustling with large trucks coming and going. Following the navigation prompts, Chi-Chen parked his XC90 at the entrance of Jin Hongsheng Company. Then, guided by an employee, Chi-Chen went directly to the conference room to meet the sales manager of Jin Hongsheng Company. The sales manager, named Wang Yuan, is in his 40s, with a scar that nearly runs across his entire face. Just sitting there, he exudes a fierce aura, typical of those in the logistics and warehousing industry. When he saw Wang Yuan enter, he forced a smile that felt anything but warm, almost chilling. "I heard you want to purchase flood prevention materials in bulk?" Chi-Chen nodded and said, "That's right, in bulk. As long as the price is right, I want as much as you have." Hearing Chi-Chen's words, Wang Yuan looked at him in surprise, carefully sizing him up. The flood prevention materials industry has few participants, and it's mostly the same old faces coming and going. In front of him, Chi-Chen was excessively young, someone Wang Yuan was sure he had never seen before. A newcomer to the industry? But the flood season in the western province had already passed. It shouldn't be the time to enter the field now, right? Such a large sum of money, if hoarded until next year, how much would be lost just in interest? Or could it be that this was a naive young man, here to play games with me? Thinking of this, Wang Yuan's tone began to turn somewhat unfriendly, and coupled with the terrifying scar on his face, it appeared rather menacing. "How much do you want? Do you know how much flood control supplies I have? Do you know how much this batch of goods is worth? Can you afford it? Can you afford it?" Hearing Wang Yuan's doubts, Chi-Chen shook his head and smiled, saying, "Manager Wang, I come here with complete sincerity to discuss business with you. Please put away that intimidating look you have, as if scaring a child. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. Let this batch of flood control supplies rot in your warehouse." Seeing Chi-Chen's calm demeanor, Wang Yuan was even more surprised. It was clear that Chi-Chen was not very old, one could say he was quite young. However, Chi-Chen's temperament was remarkably steady. With Wang Yuan's years of business experience, he could easily discern that Chi-Chen's composure was not a facade but stemmed from sufficient strength and confidence. Realizing he wasn't gaining any advantage in momentum, Wang Yuan changed his posture and relaxedly said, "All right, since you are here to discuss business, let's have a proper conversation. This batch of flood control supplies is worth at least 1 billion, plus the cost of transporting the supplies from other provinces and storage fees. My costs will rise by another 200 million. Since you have sincerity, then tell me, how much are you planning to offer to buy my flood control supplies?" Chi-Chen extended his palm and waved it in front of him, saying, "I will offer 500 million. Wang Yuan was taken aback and then his expression turned fierce as he coldly replied, "Kid, are you really not here to play games with me? You don't bargain like this, do you? Cutting straight to the ankle?" Facing Wang Yuan, who seemed ready to explode at any moment, Chi-Chen remained unflustered and explained slowly, "Let's not discuss how inflated your 1.2 billion cost is. Even if your costs are really that high, there's one thing you shouldn't forget. This year's Rongqing, and even the entire western province, the flood season has already passed. The upcoming weather will primarily be dry. Even if there is more rain, it won't cause severe flooding. In other words, this batch of flood control supplies you have is already a sunk cost. The flood season in the western province is concentrated in July and August, and now it was already late September. Based on past years' experience, there shouldn't be any large-scale rainfall in the remaining half of the year." Wang Yuan did not refute Chi-Chen's words, tacitly acknowledging his judgment. However, Wang Yuan did not agree to Chi-Chen's offer of 500 million. "You're right, the flood season has passed this year, but so what? At worst, I can hoard this batch of flood control supplies until next year. When the flood season comes again, I can make a hefty profit. These flood control supplies are, after all, just sand and stones. Even if they sit for 100 years, they won't be damaged." Although Wang Yuan was still being stubborn, he had already begun to waver at Chi-Chen's offer of 500 million. According to meteorological experts, there was a high probability that this year, Rongqing and the western province would experience a summer with abundant rainfall. And at such times, flood control work became the top priority for the entire government department. Thus, the self-proclaimed clever Wang Yuan spent a full 800 million before the rainy season arrived, hoarding a large batch of flood control supplies. It can be said that over 80% of the flood control supplies in the entire western province are now in his hands. If Rongqing were to truly face a series of heavy rainstorms and severe dangers, then Wang Yuan, who has monopolized the flood control supplies, could raise prices at will, selling the supplies in his possession to the government at 3, 5, or even 10 times the price. At that time, for the rapidly changing flood control situation, no matter how expensive this batch of supplies is, the government would have to buy them with a pinch of their nose. After all, being gouged on flood control supplies is far better than a reservoir breaching, leaving tens of thousands of acres of fertile land barren. However, Wang Yuan, despite his meticulous calculations, never expected that just when everything was ready and he was only waiting for the right moment, the rainy season in Rongqing, as the experts said, had not come. This batch of flood control supplies lost its value and buyers, and to this day, they remain in the warehouse of the logistics park. Before coming here, Qi Chen had already conducted extensive research on the operational status of Jinhongxing Trading Company, Ltd., and had some understanding of the company's current situation. So, when Wang Yuan was being stubborn, Qi Chen easily saw through his bluster and said, "Yes, you can hoard this batch of flood control supplies until next year, betting on an exceptionally rainy season next year. But you can't wait for the interest you have to pay every day. You can't wait for the storage fees you have to pay every day. As far as I know, the funds you used to purchase this batch of flood control supplies were borrowed, right? How much interest do you have to pay every day? This batch of flood control supplies occupies a full 10 large storage yards. What about the storage fees? How much is that every day?" Although Qi Chen's words were few, each one struck at Wang Yuan's vital points. Wang Yuan's cost for purchasing this batch of flood control supplies was 700 million. However, Wang Yuan had borrowed the money, and with this batch of supplies having been piled up for 2 months, the interest alone had already exceeded 200 million. If this batch of goods could not be disposed of, not to mention the principal of the loan, even the interest would be enough to ruin Wang Yuan. Coupled with the daily storage fees of over 100,000, Wang Yuan was actually on the verge of collapse. During this time, Wang Yuan had been contacting buyers for this batch of flood control supplies everywhere. However, the quantity of these flood control supplies was simply too large, occupying too much capital, and after purchasing them, he would have to hold on to them for a whole year, only possibly selling them during next year's flood season. And the storage fees for that year would be an astronomical figure. If Qi Chen hadn't suddenly appeared, Wang Yuan wouldn't have known how to deal with this batch of goods. Losing a bit is better than nothing. 500 million is too little. My cost is at least 1 billion. Can you give a bit more? Hearing Wang Yuan's words, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Qi Chen's mouth. He knew that this deal was already done. To Wang Yuan and everyone else, this batch of flood control supplies was an enormous burden, a prime example of bad assets. However, this was based on the premise that the flood season had already passed. Qi Chen had long known through his future diary that in half a month, Rongqing and the entire western province would face a tremendous test. That is, a once-in-a-century flood disaster. At that time, this enormous burden would turn into piles of gold and silver. According to the original historical trajectory, when the flood disaster occurred, Wang Yuan would directly mark up this batch of flood control supplies tenfold, making a fortune from the national disaster. And at that time, Qi Chen would step in to purchase this batch of flood control supplies in advance. When the flood disaster occurred, Qi Chen would sell this extremely precious batch of flood control supplies to the relevant government departments at normal market prices. In the end, Qi Chen still bought this large batch of flood control supplies from Wang Yuan for a total price of 500 million. Compared to the 800 million cost, Wang Yuan lost a lot. But he had no choice. The longer time drags on, the higher the interest and storage costs become. Wang Yuan will eventually be unable to withstand it and will go bankrupt due to this batch of flood control materials. Therefore, even if it means a significant loss, Wang Yuan must sell this batch of materials to Qi Chen. I wonder what expression Wang Yuan will have half a month later when the once-in-a-century flood arrives. In the presence of the leaders of the logistics park, Wang Yuan and Qi Chen signed the sales agreement for this batch of flood control materials. After Qi Chen transferred 500 million yuan in cash to the public account of Jinhongxing Trading Company, Ltd., the owner of this batch of flood control materials officially became Qi Chen. Next, they just had to wait for the arrival of that heavy rain half a month later. On the other side, Rongqing, Jixin's second-hand car trading market, Xiao Wang Boutique Car Shop. This is where Wang Tong operates. He spends most of his time here, drinking tea with customers, and if he encounters someone knowledgeable, he makes a quick profit, just enough for some pocket money. If luck is on his side and he meets someone who knows nothing, he can make a hefty profit. Second-hand car dealers rely on deception and trickery. A few people were chatting while drinking tea. Wang Tong, I heard you were taken to court by that childhood friend of yours? The trial has already started, right? Let me tell you, brother, I've been through so much. There's no need to pay them any mind. As long as we handle our assets properly in advance, the court's judgment is worthless. The speaker, named Luo Liang, like Wang Tong, is a seasoned player in the second-hand car market. Due to years of deception, he has been taken to court many times. Undoubtedly, because of those deceptive actions, he has lost every court case. However, Luo Liang is very cunning. He has transferred all his assets to his parents and relatives, leaving nothing executable in his name. So, despite being ordered by the court to pay several million, he has never paid a single cent and continues to live comfortably. Wang Tong and Luo Liang share a close bond, having similar views. Thanks to brother Luo's guidance, I didn't even go to the trial for this case a few days ago. Ignored them completely. In our line of work, debts are nothing to worry about. The more lice, the less they bite. I've already transferred all my money and assets to my girlfriend's name. Even if the court really orders me to pay Chi Chen, there's not a single cent in my name that can be executed. Seeing that Wang Tong has grasped his essence, Luo Liang smiled approvingly and said, well done. Paying back debts is supposed to be a matter of course. However, in front of this group of deadbeats, those who owe money have become the masters. With all his assets transferred, Wang Tong wore a smug expression, as if he had already secured victory over Chi Chen. Even if Chi Chen wins in court, Wang Tong wouldn't pay him a dime. He might even make Chi Chen waste money on legal fees and attorney costs. However, his smug expression didn't last long. Suddenly, Wang Tong's girlfriend called him. Wang Tong, what's wrong with my bank card? I can't spend the money in it, nor can I withdraw it. What's going on? I'm at the mall, shopping with my best friend, and I finally found a few pieces of clothing I like, but when I went to pay, the bank card wouldn't work. This is so embarrassing. Wang Tong, what are you doing? Listening to his girlfriend's outburst on the phone, Wang Tong looked incredulous. You can't spend the money in your bank card? How is that possible? The money is in the bank card, how could it not work? Unless. A thought suddenly flashed in Wang Tong's mind, one that he found hard to accept. Unless. Your bank card has been frozen. Stop buying things and go check with the bank right now. Is your bank card really frozen? Wang Tong was so anxious because, a couple of days ago, in order to evade the court's judgment, he had transferred the 100,000 yuan from his bank card to his girlfriend's card. Besides the 100,000 yuan he had just transferred, there was also an additional 50,000 yuan that his girlfriend had earned from her job. This was the dowry she had painstakingly saved up, the money for their wedding. If his issues led to his girlfriend's bank card being frozen, not only would his 100,000 yuan be seized by the court, but his girlfriend's 50,000 yuan might also be at risk. At that point, it would be mild if she just hit him. She might even break up with him. Seeing Wang Tong in a panic, Luo Liang comforted him. Wang Tong, don't panic. Chi Chen is suing you. You and your girlfriend aren't married, so how could they freeze her bank card? She must have misunderstood. There's no need to worry, she'll go to the hospital soon and find out. Wang Tong anxiously replied, I hope so. About half an hour later, his girlfriend's call came in again. Wang Tong quickly answered, asking eagerly, how is it? Did the bank make a mistake? On the other end of the line, his girlfriend's voice was filled with anger. Mistake? What nonsense! I just asked at the bank, and it's because of the money you transferred to me a couple of days ago that my bank card has been frozen. The bank said this money has been frozen by the court. Wang Tong, what on earth did you do? Let me tell you. It's not just your money that's frozen, it's also the money I've worked hard to save. If I can't get this money back, I won't let this go. With that, she hung up the phone angrily, leaving Wang Tong staring blankly at his phone, lost in thought. Seeing Wang Tong in such a daze, Luo Liang frowned and said, this shouldn't be. Even if the court ruled against you, they would only seize your assets. How could they freeze your girlfriend's bank card? Don't worry, I know Section Chief Cheng from the Courts Enforcement Bureau. I'll give him a call and ask. Hearing Luo Liang's words, a look of surprise appeared on Wang Tong's face. Brother Luo, you have a connection with the chief of the Enforcement Bureau? Luo Liang smiled awkwardly and said, once you get to know someone, you become familiar. I've been subjected to enforcement so many times, I can't say we have a close relationship, but we know each other. This isn't a big deal, I'll call him, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Then, Luo Liang took out his phone and dialed. However, as soon as the call was made, it was abruptly hung up on the other end. Luo Liang felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to call again when suddenly the door of the car dealership they were in was pushed open. A group of uninvited guests streamed in. 4 or 5 people in court uniforms rushed in, demanding, "Who is Wang Tong?" A full 5 or 6 court staff members barged into Wang Tong's dealership without any explanation. Their demeanor was aggressive, and they clearly meant business. "Who are you? What do you want? Get out, or I'll call the police." Seeing these people in court uniforms and recalling his girlfriend's inexplicably frozen bank card, a bad premonition arose in Wang Tong's heart. Could it be? Could it be related to Chi Chen's lawsuit against him? Sure enough, one of the leading figures opened a briefcase, pulled out several sheets of paper, and handed them to Wang Tong while saying, "You must be Wang Tong. You didn't show up for the court hearing a few days ago, so the court has treated it as an absence. The judgment has come out. Take a look." At that moment, Luo Liang exclaimed, "Section Chief Chang?" It turned out that the person leading the court was none other than Section Chief Chang Kai, whom Luo Liang had just mentioned. Seeing an opportunity to show off, Luo Liang greeted him with a familiar tone. "What a coincidence to run into you here. I tried calling you earlier, but you didn't answer. Now I can consult you in person. Wang Tong, my good buddy, what's the situation now?" Chang Kai sneered upon seeing Luo Liang. "Luo Liang? So it's you. Don't try to get close to me. We're not familiar. Wang Tong is your good buddy? No wonder, birds of a feather flock together. These days, deadbeats are all gathered together. This matter has nothing to do with you today, so stay out of it." Chang Kai's words were extremely rude, giving no face at all. Although Luo Liang felt humiliated, he had to keep smiling, not daring to lose his temper. After all, Luo Liang himself was a deadbeat. How could he have the courage to confront the chief of the enforcement bureau? Seeing that Luo Liang couldn't help, Wang Tong could only pick up the judgment document and squinted at it. The judgment document states as follows. The court rules that the defendant, Wang Tong, must repay the full amount owed to Chi Chen, along with interest, totaling 130,000 yuan. Additionally, the defendant, Wang Tong, must bear the litigation costs of this lawsuit and the opposing party's attorney fees, totaling 70,000 yuan. Wang Tong skimmed over the beginning of the judgment document. The last few sentences hit him like a hammer to the chest. After reading the judgment, Wang Tong's expression instantly twisted into a grimace as he shouted loudly, "Impossible! This is unfair! I never gave Chi Chen an IOU, why should I pay him back? You have no evidence proving I borrowed money from Chi Chen. There must be some underhanded dealings." "Yes, there must be. I don't agree. I'm not satisfied." Watching Wang Tong shout loudly, Chang Kai coldly smiled and said, "Stop throwing a tantrum here. I've seen plenty of deadbeats like you. I'll tell you, without an IOU, the WeChat transfer records combined with the chat history can also prove the borrowing situation and have legal effect. Chi Chen hired the best law firm in the whole city. Their evidence chain is impeccable. Besides, who told you to be absent from the court without reason? Do you think the court can't do anything about people like you just because you didn't show up? Li Hong is your girlfriend, right? The court has already frozen Li Hong's bank account. All the money in it will be taken to pay your debts, as well as the litigation costs and attorney fees for this lawsuit." Hearing that his girlfriend's bank account had indeed been frozen by the court because of this matter, Wang Tong shouted loudly, "It's me who owes Chi Chen money. If there's a problem, come at me. What does it have to do with Li Hong? I don't agree. You must have taken benefits from Chi Chen, right?" Cheng Kai sneered and said, "You can eat your fill, but you can't talk nonsense. After being sued, you transferred money to someone else's account, which constitutes malicious asset transfer. The court can certainly recover the full amount. Moreover, the deposits in Li Hong's bank account are insufficient to clear your debts. This car dealership is yours, right? The court will also seal it." At this point, Chang Kai waved his hand and instructed the other staff behind him, "Seal this place up, and put it all under seal. The cars in the dealership will all be auctioned off after a while. The money from the auction will be directly allocated to the plaintiff, Chi Chen, according to the court's judgment. The remaining money will then be used to pay the litigation and attorney fees." Before he finished speaking, the court staff began to stick seals on the doors of the cars, and then they prepared to use a high-tech electronic seal to affix it to the entrance of Wang Tong's dealership. Once the seal is affixed, it means that neither this car dealership nor the cars inside will belong to Wang Tong anymore. Wang Tong was horrified, throwing himself directly against the door of the dealership, gripping the doorknob tightly with both hands, using his body as a human shield to prevent the court staff from sealing his dealership, shouting loudly, "This is not my dealership. This dealership is not under my name. You can't do this. Murder! Murder! The court is robbing us. Police!" However, despite Wang Tong's chaotic resistance, his efforts were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Soon, he was pulled away by the court staff, while Chang Kai took the opportunity to firmly affix the electronic seal to the door of Wang Tong's dealership. With the seal affixed, it meant that the court had officially sealed Wang Tong's dealership. If Wang Tong were to destroy the seal privately, the court could directly detain him, letting him cool off in a detention center. Luo Liang, who had been watching the whole scene, gasped in shock. He had been a deadbeat for several years, and the reason his assets had not been executed by the court, allowing him to live comfortably, was not only because he was very cunning and had already transferred his assets away. There was another important reason: the court's enforcement bureau did not exert such great effort when executing Luo Liang's assets. After all, it was all official business. Whether they could execute or how much they could execute did not make much difference to the staff of the enforcement bureau. When faced with tough cases during forced execution, these staff members generally just went through the motions. However, today, the enforcement bureau's attitude towards the forced execution of Wang Tong was unusually resolute. This was far from the normal attitude that the enforcement bureau should have. Soon, Luo Liang understood that Qi Chen must have used connections to notify the enforcement bureau, even applying pressure. Cheng Kai personally led the team, working hard to execute, even freezing Li Hong's bank card. All these signs indicated that Qi Chen's connections were extraordinary. The effect of using them on the forced execution of Wang Tong was akin to a dimensionality reduction strike. How could Qi Chen have such a deep background? Hadn't he gone bankrupt? The noisy scene attracted many people from the second-hand car market, gathering to watch. Among the crowd were a man and a woman, Qi Chen and Lin Jing. Knowing that the court would send people to enforce against Wang Tong today, Qi Chen and Lin Jing had come to witness this moment firsthand. Revenge was about venting a grievance. What better way to feel vindicated than to witness this scene with their own eyes? Watching Wang Tong entangled with the court staff, Lin Jing showed a hint of anxiety on her face and looked at Qi Chen, saying, "Do you think I might be going a bit too far? Am I a ruthless, bad woman?" At this moment, Wang Tong did indeed look somewhat pitiful. Not only were his savings frozen, but the dealership he had painstakingly managed was also sealed, meaning that all of Wang Tong's efforts over the years had been nearly destroyed. And this was all orchestrated by Lin Jing, who had used many connections to achieve this effect. The most important of these was leveraging her father's influence in the court. Otherwise, such a forced execution would not have achieved this effect. It was more likely that Wang Tong would end up like Luo Liang, becoming a deadbeat living freely. Qi Chen shook his head and said, "This is all the result of your hard work. How could I blame you? You only see Wang Tong's miserable state, but you haven't seen his ugly face when he borrowed money and refused to pay it back. This kind of person must be taught a painful lesson before they can learn a deep and lasting one. Only then will they dare not deceive or borrow money without returning it. Lin Jing, everything you've done for me, I remember it all. Thank you." Feeling Qi Chen's intense gaze, Lin Jing's face turned slightly red as she lowered her head and spoke. "We don't need to say such words of thanks between us. I still haven't apologized to you for the last time when my parents kicked you out. I'm really sorry." Qi Chen comfortingly patted Lin Jing's small head and smiled. "How could I blame you? I completely understand your parents' feelings. I think any daughter would react the same way if a strange man suddenly appeared in their home. Forget it, let's not talk about that. This time, the court's enforcement bureau is so strong. What connections did you use?" Having worked in society for a few years, Qi Chen could naturally see that the court's attitude towards his lawsuit against Wang Tong was very positive. Not only was the trial completed with incredible efficiency, but immediately after the judgment was issued, the enforcement bureau's staff was arranged to carry out the execution. For the court to have such strength, there must be a powerful force behind the scenes pushing this matter forward. Hearing Qi Chen's question, Lin Jing hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. "I had my father give a heads up to the president of the court, asking him to pay special attention to your case." Upon hearing Lin Jing's explanation, Qi Chen was even more surprised. "Your father? What is his position?" Qi Chen had once met Lin Jing's father at her home, but at that time, he was half naked, making the situation extremely awkward. He only noticed that Lin Jing's father had a strong presence, exuding authority without anger, as if he had held a high position for a long time, with every move reflecting the demeanor of someone in power. He never expected him to be so formidable, able to directly contact the president of the court. "My father is the mayor of Rong City, Lin Guoqiang." Upon hearing Lin Jing's words, Qi Chen was truly taken aback. No wonder he always felt that Lin Jing's father looked somewhat familiar, with the aura of someone in power. It turned out that this middle-aged man was the mayor, Lin Guoqiang, who often appeared on Rong City TV. No wonder the court has such great strength, executing without any delays. It turns out the mayor himself made the call. Connecting the various details of this lawsuit and the immense enforcement power, Qi Chen finally understood. "But, will this call have any impact on your father?" Lin Jing shook her head. No, it won't. This case is originally Wang Tong's fault. He owes money and hasn't paid it back. All the operations regarding this case are reasonable and legal. There's nothing to worry about. Moreover, I've heard that the court wants to make your case a highlight of the year, so it's only natural for them to have such strength in execution. At this point, Shichen finally felt relieved and said, since that's the case, please convey my thanks to uncle. If it weren't for him, it would have been very difficult for me to get this money back, and Wang Tong might also escape legal punishment. Of course, the one I should be most grateful to is still you. How should I repay you? Lin Jing's face turned completely red, her heart racing. Facing Qi Chen's question, she mustered her courage and said, how about we continue the practice we couldn't finish last time? Last time in the Japanese restaurant, the distance between their lips was only 0.01 meters, but at the most critical moment, Qi Chen's mother interrupted them. Now, although they were in a noisy crowd, in their eyes, there was no one else. It seemed that this world was left with just the two of them. Looking at Lin Jing, who appeared shy like a good girl but whose eyes were filled with surging desire, Qi Chen felt a wave of affection rise in his heart. The feeling of being loved is truly wonderful. Qi Chen leaned slightly forward, and Lin Jing stood on her tiptoes. In the midst of the crowd, Qi Chen and Lin Jing kissed each other as if no one else existed. The pink petals seemed to be the softest things in the world, making Qi Chen greedily savor them. Lin Jing also let out a soft closed her eyes, her face flushed with enchanting color, ready to give and take. Both were deeply moved, seemingly forgetting the passage of time, until a gasp interrupted them. Qi Chen? What are you doing here? It turned out that Wang Tong, unable to make a fuss, found his car dealership had been sealed with an electronic seal. Seeing the situation was hopeless, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Distraught, Wang Tong finally noticed Qi Chen kissing Lin Jing. With his bank card frozen and his car dealership sealed, Wang Tong saw Qi Chen as his savior, regardless of what he had done to him before, and loudly pleaded, Qi Chen, I beg you, let me go. Don't freeze my bank card, don't seal my car dealership, okay? However, facing Wang Tong's pitiful pleas, Qi Chen's gaze remained cold and unmoved. You must have forgotten what your face looked like when you defaulted on over 100,000 from me, right? When you spread rumors about my bankruptcy, did you ever think it would come to this? If it weren't for the diligent staff from the Enforcement Bureau, you would probably be looking at me with a smug face right now. We've been brothers for many years. To be honest, I never thought of taking you to court. I only asked you for money because I was in urgent need. You brought this on yourself. Not only did you refuse to pay back, but you also acted as if it was your right. I have only one principle. That is, whoever treats me well, I will treat them well. Whoever wants to bully me, I will definitely show no mercy. Wang Tong, everything that has happened to you today is self-inflicted. I advise you to work honestly and live a clean life from now on. Otherwise, one day you will suffer greatly and never be able to turn back. Looking at the distraught Wang Tong, a flash of determination crossed Qi Chen's eyes as he wrapped his arm around Lin Jing's shoulder and turned to leave. Wang Tong was indeed in a very miserable state now. But all of this was self-inflicted. Qi Chen, having seen through Wang Tong's character, would no longer feel any pity for him, rewarding virtue with virtue, and repaying grievance with justice. From today onwards, the ties and grievances between him and Wang Tong were completely severed. There would be no further relationship, and their bond was utterly broken. At the city government, in the mayor's office, Lin Guoqiang sat at his large desk, holding the phone, his brow furrowed, clearly in a bad mood. Suddenly receiving a call from the president of the court left him somewhat bewildered. However, what the court president said on the phone quickly made Lin Guoqiang understand. Mayor Lin, I have completed the matter that Lin Jing entrusted to me. Please rest assured. This case is the first time Jing has asked me for help since becoming a lawyer, and as her elder, I will definitely support her wholeheartedly. This case, whether in terms of acceptance, trial, or enforcement, has been carried out with the fastest speed and the greatest effort. Within a week after the verdict, we have completed the enforcement. Listening to the court president's self-congratulatory words, Lin Guoqiang immediately understood that his daughter Lin Jing had used his influence to give the court president a heads-up. However, Lin Jing did not communicate this with Lin Guoqiang in advance, which made him feel displeased. Nevertheless, he did not show it on the phone and calmly said, Then I will thank you on behalf of Jing first. With the care of you elders, Jing's future career as a lawyer can proceed more smoothly. By the way, could you send me a copy of the case materials? After all, I also have a background in law, and I want to see how Jing is performing in this case. Hearing the mayor's heartfelt thanks, the court president's smile nearly overflowed through the phone line, and he readily agreed to Lin Guoqiang's request. After hanging up, Lin Guoqiang quickly received all the materials related to the case. After reading through them carefully, he found that all the procedures and details of the case were reasonable, legal, and flawless. Lin Jing had merely leveraged Lin Guoqiang's influence to strengthen the enforcement efforts. However, instead of feeling relieved, Lin Guoqiang's frown deepened. He discovered that the plaintiff in this case, represented by Lin Jing, was actually Qi Chen, the very man he had encountered naked at Lin Jing's home, the thug he had unceremoniously kicked out. How could it be him? Since becoming a lawyer, Lin Jing had never used Lin Guoqiang's influence for anything. In fact, many of Lin Jing's colleagues were unaware that her father was the mayor of Rongqing. Yet for this Qi Chen, Lin Jing had actively utilized Lin Guoqiang's influence. This instantly soured Lin Guoqiang's impression of Qi Chen. He was not only a lecherous scoundrel who nearly ruined Lin Jing, but also a scheming rogue. No, a person like this absolutely cannot date Lin Jing. With this thought, Lin Guoqiang angrily took out his phone and called Lin Jing directly. The call connected. Jing, are you using my name to contact the court president without my permission? Lin Jing on the other end of the line fell silent for a moment before responding calmly. Yes. A good friend of mine entrusted me with a case, and to improve the efficiency of enforcement, I contacted the court president. Every aspect of this case is reasonable and legal, and there is no unfair judgment because of you, so you don't need to worry. Lin Guoqiang said coldly. I certainly know that there are no illegal aspects to this case, otherwise, I wouldn't be the one calling you, but the disciplinary department. I just want to ask you, is the plaintiff in this case Qi Chen? Lin Jing on the other end fell silent, not answering. Lin Guoqiang could no longer contain his anger and shouted. Jing, you are still young and too naive, it's easy for others to deceive you. This Qi Chen not only covets your beauty but also our family's wealth and the power I hold. He is just a con man who wants to get close to you. He will go to great lengths to win your favor, get close to you, and eventually marry you. Then, he will use our family's money for pleasure and exploit the power I have for illegal activities. Before Lin Guoqiang could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Jing's cold voice. Dad, Qi Chen is not what you think. We have been classmates for 4 years, I know him well, and he is not the con man you describe. And it wasn't him who approached me to win my favor, it was I who approached him, wanting to co-rent. I like Qi Chen, and I am willing to give everything to be with him. Listening to Lin Jing's words, Lin Guoqiang felt incredulous, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. His precious daughter, whom he had raised for over 20 years, was now resisting him for a stranger? This pushed Lin Guoqiang's anger to its peak, and he shouted hoarsely into the phone. Lin Jing, I warn you, you are not allowed to meet Qi Chen again in the future, and you must not have any contact with him. If I find out that you are still secretly in touch with him, I guarantee that there will be no place for him in the entire Rong city. This was a father's determination, and also a mayor's warning. After saying this, Lin Guoqiang hung up the phone angrily, seemingly still unsatisfied, and slammed the documents in his hand onto the table with all his might. The argument with his daughter did not ease Lin Guoqiang's anger, instead, it made his chest heave more violently. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lin Guoqiang took out his phone and called his wife, Manhwa, again. Your daughter is now out of control, even daring to confront me to my face. You should spend less time on business and keep a closer eye on her, don't let her contact that Qi Chen. That Qi Chen is nothing but a complete fraud, a little hoodlum. On the other end of the line, Manhwa was not as agitated, she spoke in a calm tone to comfort him. Old Lin, relax a bit. Our daughter has grown up and has her own thoughts. The more you force her, the more she will resist. And I think you have a misunderstanding about Qi Chen. I believe this young man is not as bad as you say. Lin Guoqiang snorted coldly and replied, Isn't it disgraceful to be caught naked in our Jingjing's home? By the way, weren't you arranging blind dates for Jingjing? Set her up with a few more young talents. The more she meets, the less infatuated she might be with Qi Chen. Manhwa sighed and said, I have arranged several blind dates for Jingjing, but she won't even go. What can I do? And don't look down on Qi Chen so much. The future of this world belongs to the young. Maybe one day, you will need Qi Chen's help. Lin Guoqiang said firmly, I need his help? What a joke. If one day I need Qi Chen's help, just turn my name Lin upside down. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. You women have long hair but short knowledge. I will personally talk to Qi Chen about this. Just then, there was a knock on the door of Lin Guoqiang's office. He hung up the phone and said in a deep voice, Come in. A young man in a black suit walked in, placed a document on Lin Guoqiang's desk, and said respectfully, Mayor, the information on that young man named Qi Chen is all in this document. Lin Guoqiang picked up the document, waved his hand to let the secretary leave, and began to read it carefully. As he read, he muttered to himself, after graduation, he worked in a private company for 3 years, with no achievements. His father is the legal representative of Chi Pharmaceutical? Humph, just a rural workshop. Selling houses and cars, suspected bankruptcy? A poor wretch like this wants to get close to Jingjing. He must have ulterior motives. Lin Guoqiang had only read a small part of the document, and his anxiety could no longer be contained. Without even looking at the latter half, he tossed the document aside, took out his phone, and dialed Qi Chen's number. After a few rings, Qi Chen finally answered. Hello, is this Qi Chen? I am Lin Guoqiang, Lin Jing's father. Suddenly receiving a call from a stranger, Qi Chen was somewhat baffled. Upon realizing it was the mayor on the other end, he straightened up and quickly replied, Hello, Uncle Lin. Why are you calling me? Just hearing Qi Chen's voice made Lin Guoqiang feel a wave of disgust, and he coldly said, Don't be so familiar. I'm calling you today to tell you that you are not allowed to have any contact with Lin Jing in the future. Stay away from her. Do not harbor any bad intentions towards her. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Not only will I make sure you have no place to stay in Rongqing, but I will also ensure that your chief pharmaceutical company has no soil to continue surviving. Qi Chen frowned. Although he had been renting with Lin Jing and they lived together, he had never done anything inappropriate. At this moment, Lin Guoqiang's direct threat made Qi Chen feel a surge of anger. However, as Lin Jing's father, Qi Chen did not intend to escalate the situation and could only patiently explain, Mayor Lin, you might have some misunderstandings about me. Please let me explain. Before Qi Chen could finish his explanation, he was rudely interrupted by Lin Guoqiang. Don't say another word. Trying to deceive me is not that simple. Remember my warning, stay away from Lin Jing. Otherwise, I will make sure you have no foothold in Rongqing. Looking at the hung-up phone, Qi Chen sighed and did not call back. Clearly, Lin Guoqiang was furious, and whether it was seeing him naked in Lin Jing's house or Lin Jing using her influence to contact the court, it had led to Lin Guoqiang's deep misunderstanding of him. A simple explanation was no longer enough to dispel Lin Guoqiang's misconceptions and prejudices. Moreover, Qi Chen had important matters to attend to and could only temporarily set aside Lin Guoqiang's anger, because the sky was about to start raining. A few days later, it was already early autumn, and usually, this time of year in Rongqing was characterized by clear skies and refreshing weather. The air was dry, and the temperature was just right, making it very comfortable. However, this year's autumn was somewhat unusual. Just as autumn began, the weather, which should have been dry, unexpectedly turned into a torrential downpour. It's raining. It seems that the once-in-a-century flood disaster is about to begin. At this moment, the heavy rain had been falling for a day and a night. Looking out the window at the relentless downpour, Qi Chen felt a mix of relief and worry. The relief came from the fact that the torrential rain mentioned in his diary had arrived as expected, and the batch of flood prevention supplies he had purchased would not be wasted. However, his worry was for the entire Rongqing and even the whole of Xisheng. If Rongqing were truly hit by a once-in-a-century torrential rain, the entire society would face enormous losses. At this time of year, it was when crops were about to be harvested. If they were struck by heavy rain, the yield would likely be greatly reduced, causing devastating losses for the farmers. But that was not the worst part. If the once-in-a-century torrential rain caused the dikes in Rongqing and even Xisheng to collapse, not only would countless farmlands be submerged and yield nothing, but thousands of disaster victims would also be displaced, losing their homes. Before this, Qi Chen had considered standing up to predict the impending torrential rain. However, meteorologists had all predicted that this year's rainy season in Rongqing and even Xisheng had already passed. If Qi Chen rashly claimed that Rongqing was about to face a torrential rain, he would likely not be believed at all. He might even be labeled as a rumor monger and arrested. So, Qi Chen could only wait quietly. Once the torrential rain truly occurred, he would immediately use the flood prevention supplies in his hands to help Rongqing and even Xisheng get through this difficult time. At this moment, the weather forecast was being broadcast on television. The anchor's face had lost its usual calmness and composure, replaced by anxiety and seriousness. Since yesterday, our province has been hit by torrential rain. Now, the heavy rain has lasted for a day and a night, and there are no signs of easing. Meteorologists indicate that such heavy rain may continue for several days. Our province has issued an orange alert for heavy rain. Citizens must pay attention to their safety and avoid going out unless absolutely necessary. At this moment, most of the citizens of Rome City were still unaware of the severity of the situation. Some young people, disregarding the torrential downpour, had pulled out surfboards from who knows where and were joyfully surfing on Changhua Avenue. There were also young women with good figures, posing in swimsuits in the rain, happily filming outfit change videos. However, after 3 full days of such heavy rain, no one had the leisure to surf on the streets anymore. Instead, there was only deep panic. Is the sky leaking? Where is all this rain coming from? Something strange is happening. In previous years, the rainy season in Rome City would have already passed by this time. I didn't expect such a heavy downpour this year. My new Mercedes, parked in the underground garage, is completely submerged. The car dealers are overjoyed. The internet was in chaos, filled with complaints and requests for help from the citizens of Rome City. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the city government was more serious than ever. It was already late at night, but all the lights in the city government building were on. The city government had already notified that during the heavy rain, everyone must stop their vacations, cannot go home, and must remain on standby in the office, ready to go out for flood prevention at any moment. In the central mayor's office, several people were sitting upright, their expressions extremely grave. Mayor Lin, the meteorological station, just reported that in the last 24 hours, the rainfall in Rome City has exceeded 300 millimeters. This scale qualifies as a torrential downpour. Mayor Lin, we just received news from the county that the instantaneous flow of several rivers has surpassed historical extremes. If this continues, the river channels and embankments are at risk of collapse. Mayor Lin, on the southern outer ring road of Rome City, the heavy rain has triggered a mudslide disaster. Some sections of the road have been blocked by collapsed mudslides, and local traffic has come to a standstill. The group was anxiously reporting the disaster situations from various places to the mayor. Sitting in the center was Lin Guoqian, the mayor of Rome City and Lin Jing's father. Lin Guoqian furrowed his brows, feeling the immense pressure brought by this heavy rain. This torrential rain came suddenly, and even the meteorological department had not issued an early warning. By the time the weather forecast for heavy rain appeared, the continuous downpour had already begun. These useless people can only make accurate forecasts after the heavy rain has started. What good are you to me? Looking out at the rain that showed no signs of stopping, Lin Guoqian cursed the meteorological department of Rome City. However, cursing them was merely a way to vent his frustration. It did nothing to help the severe flood prevention situation Rome City was facing. Listening to the reports of dangers from his subordinates, Lin Guoqian could only make targeted deployments one by one, striving to resolve the flood disaster as quickly and forcefully as possible, minimizing losses. After making the deployments, Lin Guoqian solemnly addressed the leadership team of the Rome City government. This heavy rain has come suddenly and is very dangerous. Rome City is already mountainous and watery. If we experience a systemic flood disaster, all the farmland in the city will yield nothing. Our citizens will not only fail to harvest even a bit of grain but will also lose all their investments for the entire year. The consequences of this are unimaginable and unacceptable. To all units and departments, to all leaders, you must raise your awareness and defend the safety of the lives and property of the people of Rome City with the utmost seriousness. No matter what, we must win this battle against the flood. Lin Guoqian's rallying cry was impassioned, yet the leadership team of the city government and the heads of various departments remained troubled. Among them, Han Kalian, the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau responsible for flood control, furrowed his brow and said, "Mayor Lin, Rongqing is facing such great difficulties. Even without your mobilization, we will do our utmost. But a clever woman can't cook without rice. This rain is simply too heavy. Whether it's the raging rivers or the reservoirs that have already exceeded the warning level, they are all at risk of collapse. We can send people to patrol continuously and identify potential risk points that could lead to dam breaches. However, we are severely lacking in flood control supplies. Since the rain started, the little supplies we had are already exhausted. Now, even if we identify risk points, we are powerless. We can't let the soldiers use their bodies and lives to block the flood. If we can't find enough flood control supplies in time, Rongqing is truly in danger." Lacking flood control supplies? Such news made Lin Guoqian's brow furrow even deeper. If you're short on flood control supplies, then go buy them. Whatever you need, I'll approve it. At this time, do we still need to set up a project and wait for approval? Special cases must be handled specially. Whatever you need to procure, bring it to me, and I'll sign it immediately. Hearing Lin Guoqian's words, Han Kaliang shook his head with a bitter smile. "Mayor Lin, it's not that simple. When the heavy rain just started, our departments responsible for flood control already went to procure supplies. However, I don't know if it's because the merchants want to take advantage of the situation, but this year's flood control supplies are being sold at exorbitant prices. The prices are more than 10 times the normal rates from previous years. Such prices are really hard for us to bear." Upon hearing this report, Lin Guoqian gritted his teeth and said, "These unscrupulous merchants are hoarding supplies and profiting from national disasters. They should all be arrested. Listen, you go with the police. If the price is slightly higher, even double, we can accept it. But if they insist on 10 times the price, just arrest them and requisition their flood control supplies. We are in a wartime state. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. Unexpectedly, Han Kuliang shook his head again and explained, these merchants are very cunning. They know their actions are indefensible, and they have already contacted foreign media reporters in Rongqing, who are stationed 24/7 at the flood control supply warehouses. If we forcibly requisition these supplies, the foreign media will surely twist the facts and spread it online, becoming evidence for hostile forces to attack us. Bang! Lin Guoqiang slammed the table in anger and said fiercely, there are no merchants without deceit, and no deceit without merchants. Damn it, these merchants profiting from national disasters should all be taken out and shot. Of course, such a roar was merely Lin Guoqiang's helpless venting. After all, the fact that the government departments were lacking in flood control supplies was undeniable, and there was nothing to be done when faced with the merchants' exploitation. Once he calmed down, he helplessly said, no matter the cost, go procure flood control supplies, quickly. Buying these flood control supplies at high prices will at most result in some financial loss. But if the dam collapses, our entire Rongqing will become a swamp. At that time, losing our official positions will be the least of our worries. After saying this, Lin Guoqiang warily waved his hand and dismissed the meeting. Others quickly mobilized, especially Han Kuliang, who was responsible for purchasing flood prevention supplies, rushing straight to the logistics park warehouse on the North Outer Ring. Since the heavy rain began, Lin Guoqiang had hardly slept for 3 days and nights. Just as he was about to sit down and rest for a moment, a sudden phone call jolted him awake. Caller, Lu Bin. Lu Bin was the top leader of the West Province. At this time, calling Lin Guoqiang must be about flood prevention. Lin Guoqiang hurriedly picked up the red phone, and on the other end, Lu Bin's hoarse and exhausted voice came through. Guoqiang, how is the flood prevention situation in Rongqing now? Lin Guoqiang quickly replied on the phone. Report to Lu. The flood prevention situation in Rongqing is extremely severe. The instantaneous flow of several major rivers has already exceeded historical extremes. The water level in the reservoir has also surpassed the warning line. If this continues, to relieve the pressure on the reservoir, we will have to open the gates and release water. Unexpectedly, after hearing Lin Guoqiang's report, Lu Bin said decisively, we cannot open the gates. Under no circumstances can we open the gates. The flood prevention situation in Yishur downstream is also extremely severe. It has even reached the brink of collapse. Once you open the gates to release water, the already precarious rivers and embankments in Yishur will likely collapse immediately. I order you to hold on at all costs. If there is a mistake, you, the mayor of Rongqing, can forget about your job. Lin Guoqiang said with difficulty, but Lu, if our reservoir really collapses, then hundreds of thousands of residents in Rongqing will immediately become disaster victims. I can't even bear to think of such consequences. Lu Bin sighed, his tone softening a bit as he said, I know you are in a difficult position, but who isn't in a difficult position right now? How about this? Try to hold on a little longer. The meteorological department just reported to me that this round of heavy rain is coming to an end. As long as we can hold on for one more day, the rain will basically stop. At this moment, Lu Bin seemed to suddenly remember something and said, by the way, does Rongqing have any surplus flood prevention supplies? The entire West Province is currently in extreme shortage of professional flood prevention supplies. If you have any, please send me some, the more the better. Lu Bin's words shocked Lin Guoqiang. He hadn't expected that not only Rongqing but the entire West Province was lacking flood prevention supplies. It seemed that this heavy rain had come too suddenly, and most people were unprepared, leading to the flood prevention supplies that were usually cheap now being marked up tenfold and in short supply, becoming a precious strategic resource. These thoughts flashed through Lin Guoqiang's mind, but he spoke without hesitation into the phone. I have already arranged for someone to purchase flood prevention supplies. If there are any surplus, I will report to you immediately. Lu Bin replied, good, I will wait for your news. Notify me as soon as there are results, I am available 24 hours. Then, Lu Bin hung up the phone directly. Lin Guoqiang took a deep breath. The heavy rain would last at least another day, and it seemed that whether there were sufficient flood prevention supplies would determine if they could win this flood prevention battle. No matter how much this batch of flood prevention supplies costs, we must buy them immediately. Lin Guoqiang had made up his mind that even if the government had to take a significant hit this time, they would buy all these flood prevention supplies to ensure that the reservoir and river embankments would not fail. However, just then, Han Kuliang, who was responsible for purchasing flood prevention supplies, called. Hello, is this Mayor Lin? On the other end of the phone, Han Kuliang seemed to be caught in a heavy downpour. The noise of the environment was overwhelming, and he could only scream desperately into the phone. Mayor Lin, the situation is dire. I followed your instructions and purchased all the flood control supplies here at a high price, but this batch of supplies is not enough. Together, they don't even fill an entire warehouse. I estimated that this batch of flood control supplies can at most ensure the safety of one district. To keep the entire Rongqing safe through this heavy rain, it's still far from enough. Lin Guoqiang's heart sank as he shouted into the phone. How is that possible? Didn't you say this company is the largest supplier of flood control supplies in all of Rongqing and even the entire West Province? How could there be so little stock? Is it that the businessman is greedy, pretending there's a shortage of supplies, and trying to raise the price? You tell him. He needs to stop while he's ahead. The government has already agreed to 10 times the price, which shows the government's determination. If he continues to be greedy and raises the price, going against the people, no matter which country's reporter is nearby, he won't be able to escape. At that moment, Han Kalian, wearing a raincoat, stood at the entrance of the warehouse filled with flood control supplies. The torrential rain fell, obscuring his vision to the point where he could barely see his hand in front of him. Han Kalian grabbed the collar of a person next to him in a raincoat and shouted hoarsely, "Wang Yuan, stop messing with me! Where are the flood control supplies? Where are they? Hurry up and bring them out! The government will definitely give you a satisfactory price. If you keep stalling here, once the dam collapses, even if you had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough." The person being grabbed was Wang Yuan, who had sold the flood control supplies to Qi Chen. His mood at that moment was as bad as the weather. The little bit of flood control supplies left in front of him was what had been forgotten in a corner from a few years ago, only remembered when the city government urgently needed to purchase flood control supplies due to the heavy rain. The large batch of flood control supplies he had hoarded had been sold to Qi Chen just half a month ago at a rock-bottom price. Just that one deal had nearly bankrupted Wang Yuan. But Wang Yuan never expected that Rongqing, which had already passed the flood season, would suddenly be hit by such a massive downpour. The less than a warehouse of flood control supplies in front of him had been sold for a price of 100 million. If those flood control supplies hadn't been sold, wouldn't that entire batch have been worth tens of billions? No, be bolder, it could even be 100 billion. After all, the situation with the heavy rain was too urgent. No matter how expensive the flood control supplies were, the government would have to buy them, even if they had to hold their noses. Unfortunately, Wang Yuan, in a moment of folly, sold that large batch of flood control supplies. This left him feeling extremely frustrated, wanting to cry but having no tears. At that moment, facing Han Kalian's loud questioning, Wang Yuan could only force a bitter smile and say, "Director Han, there really aren't any left. I'm not being greedy, wanting a high price and hiding them. It's just that half a month ago, I sold this entire batch." Han Kalian was taken aback. Sold? Sold to whom? At that moment, recalling Qi Chen's face, Wang Yuan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "To a young man named Qi Chen." In the mayor's office, Lin Guoqiang stood frozen in place with his phone in hand. All the flood control supplies had been sold? Sold to a young man named Qi Chen? Qi Chen? Why does that name sound so familiar? Soon, Lin Guoqiang realized. The naked man he had bumped into at his daughter Lin Jing's house not long ago was named Qi Chen. And for this Qi Chen, Lin Jing did not hesitate to have a big argument with Lin Guoqiang, and even now, the father and daughter have not reconciled. Lin Guoqiang also learned that not long ago, Lin Jing even used her connections to give a heads up to the president of the court. It was also for a lawsuit involving Qi Chen. With all these factors combined, Lin Guoqiang's hatred for Qi Chen had reached its peak. He just didn't expect to hear that name again at this time. Qi Chen? It must just be a namesake. It can't be the young man Lin Jing knows. In his heart, Qi Chen was just a little rogue who deceived people for food and drink, coveting his daughter. How could he possibly have the financial means to purchase such a large batch of flood control supplies? It should be known that this entire batch of flood control supplies was not only enough to solve the current crisis facing Rome City but could also alleviate the flood situation in the entire western province to some extent. It seemed he needed to send someone immediately to investigate the identity and contact information of this mysterious buyer. He just didn't know if there was enough time. At that moment, Lin Guoqiang's phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Jing calling him. At that time, Lin Guoqiang was stationed at the Flood Control Command Center, and answering his daughter's call meant he might miss some important information. Although he didn't know what his daughter wanted, Lin Guoqiang still chose to hang up. After all, the safety of the entire Rong City depended on him alone. With such a heavy responsibility, Lin Guoqiang could no longer care about his own family. However, after Lin Guoqiang hung up, Lin Jing's call came through again, more insistently. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Guoqiang quickly chose to answer. "Hello, Jing, Dad is very busy right now. What is it?" Make it quick. Shi-chan? What does that little rogue want with me? Do you know how busy Dad is right now? Calling me at this time just to say this, you are simply being ridiculous. What? He has a batch of flood control supplies? Wants to provide them to the country? My God. Shi-chan. Shi-chan. Could it really be him who bought this batch of flood control supplies? Where is he now? Quickly put him on the phone. At that moment, Shi-chen was right beside Lin Jing. In fact, after it had rained heavily all day, Shi-chen had been trying to contact the relevant departments to offer the batch of flood control supplies he had to the country. However, the rain came too suddenly, and the relevant departments were in complete disarray. Although Shi-chen had been trying to reach out, he had not received any response. As the rain grew heavier and the flood situation became increasingly urgent, if it dragged on, the reservoirs and rivers might breach their banks. Lin Guoqian's phone was on a whitelist mode, and ordinary people couldn't get through. In desperation, Shi-chen could only find Lin Jing to contact Lin Guoqian. Originally, Shi-chen thought Lin Guoqian would ignore him or not give him enough attention, but unexpectedly, Lin Guoqian's voice on the other end of the line trembled with excitement. Hello, is this Shi-chen? You have a batch of flood control supplies? You are the one who bought the flood control supplies from Wang Yuan? Hearing Lin Guoqian's words, Shi-chen immediately realized. The fact that Lin Guoqian could call out Wang Yuan's name meant that the government had already found him and wanted to purchase flood control supplies. However, no one had expected that Wang Yuan had sold this batch of flood control supplies to him half a month ago. And due to the heavy rain, Wang Yuan's phone had accidentally been damaged by water, losing his contact information, which led to everyone being unable to find the current owner of this batch of flood control supplies. Lin Guoqian's urgent tone also indicated the severity of the current flood control situation. Without any unnecessary words, Shi-chen decisively said, "Yes, Uncle Lin, this batch of supplies is now in my hands. I am ready to provide this batch of flood control supplies to the country immediately. You should arrange a convoy to fetch these supplies from the warehouse right away. The quantity of this batch is quite large. If we utilize it all, Rongqing should be able to weather this heavy rain smoothly." Hearing Shi-chen's words, Lin Guoqian was immediately overjoyed. As the heavy rain continued, the situation on the front lines of flood control had become increasingly urgent. Lacking flood control supplies was like going into battle without weapons and ammunition. The frontline workers and soldiers could only watch the worsening situation, feeling anxious. And now, Shi-chen suddenly appeared, providing this large batch of supplies. The entire flood control situation in Rongqing could stabilize thanks to this large batch of supplies. Whether it was the thousands of acres of fertile land or the countless funds spent on infrastructure, they could survive this flood disaster. In Lin Guoqian's heart, Shi-chen was no longer the little rogue half-naked in his daughter's home. He was a savior, a great hero. He felt invigorated and spoke loudly into the phone. "All right, Shi-chen. On behalf of the city government and the people of Rongqing, thank you. You name a price for this batch of supplies. I can agree to it immediately. Then, our city government will take all the supplies away." This batch of supplies was enormous, and its value was not a small amount. If calculated at the price Han Keliang paid Wang Yuan before, this entire batch of supplies would probably reach 7 billion. That was an extremely terrifying price. It should be noted that Wang Yuan only spent 500 million to acquire this batch of supplies. In just half a month, it had appreciated to a full 7 billion. The current flood control situation was too urgent. It was no longer a matter of money. Once the dam collapsed, the direct economic losses could reach thousands of billions. Therefore, no matter how outrageous a price Shi-chen offered at this moment, Lin Guoqian was prepared to agree. It was simply because this batch of flood control supplies was too important. However, Shi-chen's response left Lin Guoqian stunned. "Uncle Lin, there's no rush about the money. Flood control work is urgent. You should take these supplies first and use them. As for the price, just give me the cost price after the flood is over." "What? I can use them first? Aren't you afraid I won't pay you after using them?" Lin Guoqian was directly taken aback. He didn't expect Shi-chen to be so generous, allowing the government to take this batch of flood control supplies. Compared to Wang Yuan, who had hiked prices before, Shi-chen's performance was like heaven and earth. This also elevated Lin Guoqian's goodwill towards Shi-chen to a new height. Shi-chen said on the phone, "Although this batch of flood control supplies is valuable, they can only realize their worth if they are delivered to the flood control front line in time. As for the money, does Uncle Lin think I would default? Time is of the essence. Hurry and transport this batch of supplies." Lin Guoqiang also understood the importance of every second at this moment, directly hanging up the phone and calling Han Keliang. At this time, Han Keliang was wearing a raincoat in the logistics park of the North Outer Ring, feeling anxious. Procuring flood control supplies was the task Lin Guoqiang had assigned to him. With such an important task in his hands, not being able to complete it made him feel extremely anxious, and looking at the dejected Wang Yuan in front of him made him feel like he could kill him. It wasn't until he received Lin Guoqiang's call that a look of surprise appeared on his face. What? You've already found that batch of flood control supplies? Where? Okay, I got it. I will immediately organize a convoy to ensure that the flood prevention supplies are delivered to the front line as quickly as possible. After hanging up on Lin Guoqiang, Han Keliang jumped up excitedly like a child, disregarding the pouring rain. Prior to this, his phone had been bombarded with calls, all seeking flood prevention supplies. As the person directly responsible for procuring these supplies, Han Keliang felt an immense pressure. He knew that if this continued, the entire water management system of Rongqing would soon face a complete collapse. The consequences of such a scenario were unimaginable. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lin Guoqiang personally intervened and found this batch of flood prevention supplies. There was no time to wonder how Lin Guoqiang managed to do it. Han Keliang immediately put all his efforts into arranging convoys to transport these supplies to the front line of flood prevention. Dajiang, on the riverbank. The torrential rain was pouring down, and the sudden gusts of wind made the flood situation even more dangerous. A group of flood prevention workers stood on the riverbank, facing the roaring Dajiang, which surged past like a vast ocean. The water was pitch black, and the roar was deafening, like a monster lurking in a dark abyss, ready to devour anyone at any moment, instilling a sense of unease. Yao, it's too dangerous here, you should withdraw a bit. The water level has already exceeded the warning line. A breach could happen at any moment. Yao, you should evacuate. Otherwise, if a breach occurs, your life will be in danger. Despite his subordinate's advice, Yao Feng shook his head gravely and replied, we can't retreat any further. This is the last line of defense for Dajiang. If a breach happens here, then half of Rongqing will be submerged by the river, and we will become the sinners of the entire Rongqing. His subordinates looked distressed and complained, with such a turbulent flow, using ordinary sand and soil to reinforce it is utterly useless, it will be washed away in an instant. Only professional flood prevention supplies can effectively strengthen the entire dam. But without any flood prevention supplies, even if we stand here, it won't make any difference. Yao also furrowed his brow and said, yes, without flood prevention supplies, we have no way out. But we must hold this position. Once the flood prevention supplies arrive, we can reinforce the entire dam immediately. And I believe that Comrade Guoqiang will deliver the flood prevention supplies to us in time. Just then, a series of dazzling headlights appeared in the distance on the road behind them. Following that, the sound piercing through the heavy rain was the deafening roar of heavy trucks. Seeing the heavy trucks racing towards them, joy spread across everyone's faces. It's the flood prevention supplies. The flood prevention supplies have finally arrived. Just in time. If they were any later, there would have been a risk of a breach here. There are dozens of heavy trucks. It seems this batch of flood prevention supplies is quite sufficient. With these supplies, I am confident we can defend this dam. With Han Keliang's personal mobilization, thousands of heavy trucks moved simultaneously, quickly transporting the flood prevention supplies from the warehouse to the front line where they were most needed. The excitement of seeing the flood prevention supplies, like that of Yao and his team, spread throughout the entire Rongqing. This batch of flood prevention supplies was like a timely gift in the snow. With them, the flood prevention workers could reinforce the dam and significantly reduce the risk of a breach. As long as they could hold on for one more day, once the rain stopped and the skies cleared, victory would be at hand. The entire Rongqing was invigorated, and Lin Guoqiang was also busy. After learning that the flood prevention situation in the entire Rongqing had greatly improved due to the arrival of a large batch of flood prevention materials, Lin Guoqiang picked up the red landline phone on his desk and called Lu Bin. Report, Lu, I have found a large batch of flood prevention materials. With the help of these materials, the flood prevention situation in Rongqing has greatly improved. I assure you, the reservoirs in Rongqing can hold out for another 12 hours. During these 12 hours, we will not open the gates to release water. Hearing Lin Guoqiang's good news, Lu Bin's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he smiled as he said, Guoqiang, I knew you could do it. By the way, how is the quantity of flood prevention materials on your side? Is there a lot? Is there any surplus? If there are excess flood prevention materials, don't be stingy, quickly support the downstream city of Ishur. The situation there is also very severe due to the lack of flood prevention materials. Lin Guoqiang hesitated for a moment, then said firmly, we have more than enough flood prevention materials in this batch, they are more than sufficient for Rongqing alone. I will arrange for someone to send the surplus flood prevention materials to Ishur right now, to help them get through this difficult time. Hearing Lin Guoqian's assurance, a heavy stone lifted from Lu Bin's heart, and he repeatedly said 3 good words. Good, good, good. Comrade Guoqian, your performance during this flood situation has been outstanding. Not only have you defended Rongqing, but you can also support the brother city downstream. Well done. I have taken note of your performance during this flood situation. As long as we can get through this smoothly, I will definitely record this great achievement for you. Next time we hold a meeting to discuss personnel appointments, I will make sure to promote you by half a level. Ordinary people hearing this might first react with, I have made such a great contribution, successfully defending Rongqing and even Ishur against such a fierce flood, and I only get promoted half a level? Isn't that a bit stingy? However, after hearing this, Lin Guoqian was overjoyed. As the mayor of Rongqing, he was already a senior official at the departmental level. If he were promoted by half a level again, it would be a qualitative leap, directly becoming a deputy ministerial level leader. This was a chasm that most people found hard to cross. And the source of all this was Qi Chen, who had stockpiled this large batch of flood prevention materials in advance and provided them to the government at a fair price without taking advantage of the situation. Originally, in Lin Guoqian's mind, Qi Chen was just an inconspicuous little thug, a bastard who coveted his precious daughter. However, after experiencing this event, Lin Guoqian's view of Qi Chen had greatly changed. Having such financial resources to stockpile such a large batch of flood prevention materials indicated that he was not short of money. Moreover, Qi Chen, in times of crisis, did not hoard and profit from the national disaster. Instead, he prepared to provide this batch of flood prevention materials to the government at a fair price, showing that he had a sense of righteousness and good character. This Qi Chen was indeed quite impressive. At this moment, Lin Guoqiang recalled how he had ruthlessly kicked Qi Chen out of Lin Jing's house not long ago, and a hint of regret suddenly arose in his heart. I was hasty. It seems that after this matter passes, I need to find an opportunity to properly thank Qi Chen. Moreover, this batch of flood prevention materials is not cheap. Although Qi Chen said he would provide them to the state at a fair price, the government cannot treat such patriotic individuals poorly. Under the ravages of the heavy rain, time seemed to stretch unusually long. For the workers fighting on the front lines of flood prevention, every minute and every second was a torment. However, fortunately, with this batch of flood prevention materials, Rongqing ultimately managed to get through this difficult time. All the reservoirs and rivers did not experience any breaches. Such results were equivalent to directly safeguarding Rongqing's assets worth hundreds of billions, preventing them from being inundated by floodwaters. Remarkable achievements. With the support of flood relief supplies from Rongqing, Ishur has also safely navigated this difficult challenge. In the end, the heavy rain ceased and the sky cleared. Rongqing and the entire western province successfully weathered this severe test of torrential rain. At the most critical moment, Lin Guoqiang, who coordinated the procurement of a large amount of flood relief supplies, undoubtedly stood out as the most brilliant and prominent figure in this flood prevention effort. Meanwhile, the political star of the entire western province was hosting a banquet at the Rongqing reception hall, waiting for Qi Chen's arrival. A Volvo XC90 slowly pulled into the parking lot of the Rongqing reception hall. Shortly after, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman stepped out of the car. The man was tall and handsome, dressed in a dark blue business casual outfit that made him appear mature and steady without looking old. The woman was slender and graceful, with exquisite makeup and a demure demeanor, closely following her male companion, their fingers intertwined tightly. It was Qi Chen and Lin Jing. With the rain having stopped and the flood situation stabilized, Lin Guoqiang, after finishing his urgent tasks, immediately set up a banquet at the Rongqing reception hall to thank Qi Chen for his contributions during the storm. The two walked to the entrance of the hall, where a waitress in a fitted chipa with a stunning figure approached them respectfully and said, "May I ask if you have a reservation?" "We have a reservation. The private room is under the name Shanhe Jinxiu." "Okay, please follow me." As the waitress walked ahead, leading them into the reception hall, a young man suddenly blocked their path. Jing. This young man was of similar age to Qi Chen, with slick back hair that gleamed, revealing a broad forehead. His slightly tight suit gave him an air of greasiness that seemed unbefitting for his age. Just after the rain had cleared, he had come to the reception hall for socializing, but he didn't expect to run into Lin Jing in the lobby. Surprised, he hurried over to greet her. However, upon seeing Lin Jing's hand tightly clasped with Qi Chen's, his brow immediately furrowed, and his expression darkened as he said, "Jing, who is this person?" Seeing him, Lin Jing was also taken aback, stepping back defensively and hiding behind Qi Chen as she said, "Joey-tong? What are you doing here?" The young man named Joey-tong had a sinister look in his eyes, staring intently at Qi Chen, and said bluntly, "Who are you? How dare you hold Jing's hand? Let go of her." Qi Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing he had encountered a rival. However, before he could speak, Lin Jing, somewhat angrily, said loudly, "Joey Tong, watch your tone. I'm not familiar with you at all. I warn you, don't call me Jingjing again. If my boyfriend finds out, he will be angry." After saying this, she ignored Joey Tong's utterly shocked expression and slightly tiptoed to whisper in Chi Chen's ear, "Chi Chen, this person is Joey Tong, the blind date my family introduced to me. I've only met him a couple of times, and he keeps pestering me. I can't shake him off, it's so annoying. Running into him here today is completely unexpected. Chi Chen, you won't be angry, will you?" Seeing Lin Jing's cautious expression as she defended herself, Chi Chen felt warmth in his heart and smiled, saying, "Angry? How could I be? Am I that petty? Besides, we've rehearsed so many times, isn't it all for this moment? How about it, should we kiss? Otherwise, how will he believe you are my girlfriend?" Lin Jing's face immediately turned red, and she nervously glanced around before saying, right now? Here?" After saying this, although Lin Jing felt shy, she was determined. She slightly raised her delicate face, closed her eyes, and presented herself to Chi Chen, looking as if she was asking for a kiss. Seeing Lin Jing beside him, looking so inviting, Chi Chen swallowed hard and naturally did not refuse. He leaned down and kissed her. However, in such a public setting, Chi Chen ultimately held back a bit and did not give a breathless French kiss, but rather their lips touched and parted immediately. Even so, Lin Jing's face turned bright red as she nestled in Chi Chen's arms, looking like a little bird relying on its mate. Meanwhile, Joey Tong, who was dumbfounded watching the two show their affection, was furious. She pointed a trembling finger at them, stammering, "You, what are you doing? Jingjing, weren't you on a blind date with me? How can you kiss a stranger in front of me?" In front of Chi Chen, Lin Jing had always appeared like a little bird relying on him. But facing Joey Tong, Lin Jing immediately straightened her face and coldly said, "Joey Tong, I am not on a blind date with you at all. Meeting you was just due to family pressure. I clearly told you when we first met that I didn't want to go on a blind date with you, or even meet you. Please step aside immediately, we are going in to eat. Also, don't call me Jingjing anymore. This is my boyfriend, Chi Chen. If you keep calling me that, I'm afraid my boyfriend will misunderstand." At that moment, Lin Jing's aura was incredibly strong, instantly silencing the aggressive Joey Tong. However, the next moment, when she looked at Chi Chen, there was not a trace of the reprimanding demeanor left on her face. She lowered her eyes and sweetly said to Chi Chen, "Shall we go?" Great, without needing to intervene, Lin Jing had directly dealt with her rival. Chi Chen was also pleased to relax, ignoring the dark expression on Joey Tong's face, and intertwined his fingers with Lin Jing's as they followed the waiter to the door of the Shanhua Jinsho private room. Pushing the door open, they entered a spacious reception hall. After passing a delicate ceramic screen, they arrived at a large round table. Lin Guoqian was sitting at the head of the table, wearing a crisp white shirt, immaculate and exuding an air of authority. However, unlike the last time when he glared angrily, Lin Guoqian's attitude was much more relaxed this time, even friendly. This was naturally due to the batch of flood relief supplies provided by Chi Chen, which not only helped Rongqing withstand the flood but also allowed Lin Guoqian to make a significant impression in front of the provincial leaders. Next to Lin Guoqian sat Lin Jing's mother, Xue Fanghua. Although Xue Fanghua was already in her 40s, she lived up to her name, still radiating beauty. With her fair skin, slender neck, and flower-like features, her hair styled in a traditional bun, she exuded the charm of a mature and elegant woman. Stunningly beautiful. Her appearance bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lin Jing, but one was pure and innocent while the other was graceful and dignified. Together, they looked like a pair of exquisite sisters. Chi Chen's amazed gaze met Xue Fanghua's, and they both seemed to share an unspoken understanding, recalling the moment they had candidly met in Lin Jing's bathroom, both blushing and then awkwardly averting their eyes. Fortunately, no one else noticed their unusual behavior. Upon seeing Chi Chen enter, Lin Guoqiang actually stood up and smiled warmly. "Chi Chen, you're here." Chi Chen politely nodded in greeting. "Hello, Uncle Lin, hello, Aunt Xue." At this moment, there was no trace of awkwardness on Xue Fanghua's face as she smiled and said, "Why are you all just standing there? Sit down quickly." Then, everyone took their seats, and under Xue Fanghua's signal, the waiter began to serve dish after dish like a flowing stream. "Chi Chen, do you drink?" Lin Guoqiang held a white ceramic wine bottle in his hand, which bore no markings, just a simple label that read "Internal Supply." Although this bottle of wine was not from a well-known brand on the market, Chi Chen knew that what was inside must be the finest quality baijiu. No other reason: city government, mayor, internal supply. These elements combined were enough to surpass the Maotai flying off the shelves. "Uncle Lin, my tolerance for alcohol isn't very good, but since you want a drink, I will humbly oblige and have a few drinks with you." Seeing Chi-Chen agree, a smile appeared on Lin Guoqiang's face as he said, "Good. Then let's have a couple of drinks today. Chi-Chen, you are a great benefactor and hero of the Rongqing city government. If it weren't for your batch of flood relief supplies, this reception hall would probably have been submerged by now. We wouldn't be able to enjoy this meal and drinks here. This cup, I raise to you on behalf of the city government." Chi-Chen quickly raised his glass and humbly replied, "Uncle Lin, you flatter me. As a citizen of Rongqing, I naturally want to contribute to the flood relief efforts and the safety of the city. I heard from Lin Jing that you stayed in the office for 5 days without going home for this flood relief work. If it weren't for your steady leadership, this heavy rain wouldn't have been so easily weathered." Chi-Chen's flattery hit the mark with Lin Guoqiang, making him feel very comfortable, and he found Chi-Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye. Back then, this kid was so unappealing when he was bare. Now that he's dressed, he seems quite reliable. It seems that the saying "clothes make the man" really holds true. As 2 or 3 glasses of wine went down, the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. "By the way, Chi-Chen, the reason we called you out today is not just to express our gratitude, but also for another purpose. That is, we need to discuss the price of this batch of flood relief supplies." Chi-Chen's spirit jolted. Here it comes. Although Chi-Chen did not want to profit from a natural disaster, he had spent a full 500 million to buy this batch of goods from Wang Yuan. At that time, the situation was urgent, and neither Chi-Chen nor Lin Guoqiang had mentioned the final price of the goods. It wasn't until now, after the flood receded, that Lin Guoqiang finally brought it up again. "I heard that the cost of your batch of goods is about 1 billion? To finalize the price of this batch of flood relief supplies, Lin Guoqiang had specially arranged for someone to conduct market research, combining the prices of flood relief supplies over the years, as well as storage and logistics costs, to arrive at this conclusion. This price was also comparable to what Wang Yuan had paid for this batch of goods. As for how much Chi-Chen actually spent to buy this batch of supplies from Wang Yuan, Lin Guoqiang did not ask and was not concerned. The lower Chi-Chen's cost, the more capable he was, which had little to do with the actual value of the flood relief supplies. Therefore, regarding Lin Guoqiang's question, Chi-Chen neither confirmed nor denied it, simply looking quietly at him. Sure enough, Lin Guoqiang did not give Chi-Chen time to respond and continued, "This heavy rain came too fiercely. Not just our Rongqing, but all cities in the western province were severely unprepared for such a scale of rain. Thus, during this heavy rain, all city governments were making every effort to procure flood relief supplies. This also led to a rapid increase in the prices of flood relief supplies in a short period, with some city governments purchasing supplies at prices even exceeding 10 times the usual. And you, at that time, did not take advantage of others' misfortune to raise the price, but were able to set aside this huge profit, allowing us to first take away the flood prevention materials and discuss the price after use. I really appreciate this. Therefore, for this reason, the city government cannot let you suffer. With the unanimous agreement of our leadership team, I have decided that for this batch of epidemic prevention materials you provided to the city government, we will invest a total of 2 billion to acquire them. Are you satisfied with this price? 2 billion. Hearing Lin Guoqiang's words, even the usually relaxed and calm Chi-Chen couldn't help but show a shocked expression. This batch of goods was indeed worth 1 billion. However, Chi-Chen had purchased it for only 500 million. If Lin Guoqiang wanted to know, he could certainly find out. Chi-Chen originally thought that the city government would pay him according to the market price of this batch of goods, which was 1 billion. He never expected Lin Guoqiang to be so generous, directly doubling the market price. He offered Chi-Chen a full 2 billion. From Lin Guoqiang's tone, if Chi-Chen was not satisfied with this price, they could continue to negotiate. How extravagant! Fortunately, Chi-Chen was a man who earned 1 billion a month. Although he was excited for a moment, he quickly calmed down and said to Lin Guoqiang, "Satisfied, very satisfied. I just didn't expect you to offer me such a high price. Will giving out this 2 billion put too much pressure on you?" Seeing Chi-Chen agree, Lin Guoqiang was also very satisfied, casually waving his hand and saying, "Don't worry, there's no pressure. If you knew how much the neighboring Yishur and Mianshur spent on flood prevention materials, you wouldn't think this price was high. That really hurts." Lin Guoqiang's words were all telling Chi-Chen that this money was safe for him to take. It was not about squeezing the government or transferring any private interests. It was simply that this batch of flood prevention materials was worth this price. If it weren't for this batch of flood prevention materials, if the dam collapsed, the losses would not just be a simple tens of billions. Looking at Chi-Chen's agreement, Lin Guoqiang said, "In a moment, give me a card number, and I'll have someone transfer the money directly to you." With this unexpected joy, Chi-Chen was also very happy. Next, the two of them frequently raised their glasses, and the atmosphere became even more harmonious. Meanwhile, at the Rongqing Reception Hotel, the atmosphere in the step-by-step rising private room was not so harmonious. Come on, cheers. This heavy rain is terrifying, more than half of the sand on my construction site has been washed away. Not just yours, my losses are even more severe. In the step-by-step rising private room, a group of young people was drinking to their heart's content. However, sitting in the main seat, Joey Tong frowned, seemingly in a bad mood, which made the others hesitant to drink freely, fearing they might cross him and bring bad luck upon themselves. As the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly tense, a slightly older man sitting next to Joey Tong approached, raised his glass, and said, "Young Master Zhou, what's wrong today? You seem down? Weren't you fine before coming?" The man speaking was named Zhang Shang, a mid-level leader in a large construction company. Although he was not very old, his belly was quite prominent, and his face was shiny, even greasier than Joey Tong's. Joey Tong glanced at him, then picked up his glass and downed it in one go. After a sigh, he said, "Guess who I just saw? Lin Jing." Zhang Sheng exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Jing, the one you've been pursuing? Her father is Mayor Lin, right?" Joey Tong nodded and continued. "You know, my family went through a lot of effort to persuade Lin Jing's mother to let us meet under the guise of a blind date, to bring us together. But Lin Jing has always been lukewarm towards me, leaving me at a loss." Zhang Sheng slapped his thigh and said, "Zhou Xiao, you should have said something earlier. Otherwise, why not invite her over now? With so many buddies here to help you, it would work out, right?" Joey Tong shook his head. "If it were that simple, would I still be waiting until now? If I get together with her, then Mayor Lin's influence in Rongqing would greatly benefit my family's business." But, at this point, Joey Tong sighed again, then downed a small cup of liquor, angrily saying, "But today when I saw Lin Jing, there was actually a man by her side. They were holding hands, looking very intimate. Sigh, I guess my chances are gone. By the way, that guy is called Qi Chen. I've never heard of him in Rongqing. Do you know him?" Zhang Sheng's eyes rolled around a couple of times, then he shook his head and said, "Qi Chen? Never heard of him. How about I find someone to inquire?" Joey Tong nodded and said, "Checking is good. Let's see what kind of person he is. If he's like Lin Jing, just another second-generation rich kid, then I'll admit defeat. If he has no real power, then don't blame me for being rude." Zhang Sheng readily agreed to the investigation, and after clinking glasses with Joey Tong, a mischievous smile appeared on his face as he said, "Zhou Xiao, have you been holding back while pursuing Lin Jing lately? How about we change things up today and let off some steam?" Hearing Zhang Sheng's words, Joey Tong was taken aback for a moment, then a knowing smile appeared on his face, saying, "You little brat, still hiding it at this point, wanting to keep it all to yourself? Spit it out." Zhang Sheng raised his hand, pointing with his thick, short fingers at the two girls beside him, saying, "Zhou Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Sunya, my girlfriend, and this is Sunya's best friend, just graduated, Lu Ruyan." Joey Tong's eyes lit up immediately. Fair-skinned and beautiful, with a strong background, her gaze was captivating. Joey Tong felt a stirring within him. Seeing Joey Tong's reaction, Zhang Sheng immediately called out to Lu Ruyan, "Lu Ruyan, why are you sitting so far away? Hurry and sit next to Zhou Xiao." The girl who was called out was Qi Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lu Ruyan. She came to this gathering at Sunya's invitation. Previously, Sunya had boasted over the phone about her boyfriend living in Qirong International, who was this plump Zhang Sheng. Lu Ruyan followed Sunya to this gathering because Sunya promised to introduce her to a wealthy boyfriend. Sure enough, when Lu Ruyan arrived at this dinner, she immediately sensed that it was not an ordinary occasion. First of all, the Rongqing Welcome Hotel is an official hotel with high expenses, where only the rich and powerful dine. At least, when she was dating Qi Chen, she had never been here even once. After the dinner began, Lu Ruyan noticed the attire of the men and women around her. At the very least, they were all wearing international second-tier luxury brands, and just one item casually taken out could make Lu Ruyan envious for a long time. After breaking up with Qi Chen for a while, Lu Ruyan was still single. Having gotten used to spending lavishly, her life became tight after losing Qi Chen's financial support. This made her eager to find a long-term benefactor. Being pointed out by Zhang Sheng to sit next to Joey Tong was just what Lu Ruyan had hoped for. Lu Ruyan had already noticed that although there were many people at this private room gathering, they all subtly centered around the most prominent figure, Joey Tong. When Joey Tong's expression soured, the others didn't even dare to speak loudly. Feeling Joey Tong's fiery gaze upon her, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of pride swell within her, unconsciously puffing out her chest as she walked directly to the seat beside Joey Tong and sat down. Submissively allowing Joey Tong to wrap his arm around her shoulders, Lu Ruyan felt a thrill of satisfaction. The target was clear, Joey Tong. As long as she put her all into it, she wasn't afraid he wouldn't take the bait. Seeing the sparkling Rolex on Joey Tong's wrist, Lu Ruyan's smile deepened. This dinner was worth it. Most of the attendees were professionals in the construction industry, not young, but with considerable wealth. Sunya's boyfriend, Jiang Shang, was one of them. Jiang Shang was nearly 40, middle-aged, and had noticeably gained weight. One could say that aside from having a bit of money, he was practically worthless. Therefore, seeing Lu Ruyan nestled in Joey Tong's embrace and then glancing at her boyfriend, who looked as foolish as a pig, Sunya's mindset immediately became unbalanced. I brought you to this dinner. How can you find a boyfriend so much better than Jiang Shang? Doesn't that just put me down? With jealousy burning fiercely, Sunya transformed into a plastic sister, looking at Lu Ruyan and saying with a hint of sarcasm, "Zhou Xiao, Lu Ruyan is my sister of many years, you must treat her well. She just broke up and has been feeling down lately, you wouldn't mind, would you, Zhou Xiao?" By the way, Lu Ruyan's ex-boyfriend was also named Qichen. Isn't that a coincidence? The purpose of Sunya's words was to hint to Joey Tong that Lu Ruyan was not a pure college student but a seasoned veteran. However, Joey Tong's attention was not on that. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Your ex-boyfriend is also named Qichen? What a coincidence! What does he do?" Lu Ruyan, whose plans were thwarted by Sunya, was cursing her in her heart, thinking that this wretched person could not stand to see others do well. But upon hearing Joey Tong's question, Lu Ruyan did not dare to be negligent and answered honestly, "I broke up with my ex-boyfriend a long time ago, we have no contact now. He doesn't have a job now, it seems he has gone bankrupt." Joey Tong frowned. Bankrupt? That shouldn't be the same person. How could Lin Jing possibly date a broke loser? But Rongqing wasn't that big, and there couldn't be many named Qichen, even fewer in this age group. So, Joey Tong pressed on, "Do you have a photo of Qichen?" Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head. "No, we only dated for a short time, and we lost contact long ago. I don't have any photos." She was eager to distance herself from Qichen, fearing Joey Tong would form a bad impression of her. At that moment, the plastic sister Sunya suddenly said, "You don't have one, but I do. I have a video of Lu Ruyan and Qichen. Zhou Xiao, you should take a look and see if it's the same person." Lu Ruyan's face instantly paled, shocked as she exclaimed, "Sunya, how do you have a video of me and Qichen?" Sunya pulled out her phone, found the video, and handed it to Joey Tong with a smug smile, saying, "I recorded the part where you two had a dispute last time at Qilin Pavilion." Lu Ruyan was furious, saying, "Sunya, so that was you who recorded it and posted it online. You've embarrassed me to death." "Shut up." Joey Tong, who was focused on watching the video, impatiently scolded the two of them, then fixed his gaze tightly on the screen of Sunya's phone. Because Sunya was recording while walking, the footage appeared a bit shaky, only allowing a blurry view of a couple's silhouettes. When the image stabilized, Joey Tong was pleasantly surprised to discover that the man on the screen was Qichen, whom he had just encountered. And the beautiful girl beside Qichen, Shan Yeniren, was none other than Lin Jing, the one he had been thinking about. So, Qichen, the ex-boyfriend of Lu Ruyan, and Lin Jing's current boyfriend were the same person. A smile appeared on Joey Tong's face as he eagerly asked Lu Ruyan, "You have to tell me, who exactly is this Qichen? How could Lin Jing possibly like him?" Now that the truth could no longer be hidden, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to reveal everything she knew. As she recounted the story, an expression of disbelief slowly spread across Joey Tong's face. "What? He comes from an ordinary family? He was suspected of going bankrupt not long ago? Living off Lin Jing's house, eating her soft rice?" With the information provided by Lu Ruyan, Joey Tong's expression turned ecstatic. Looking at Qichen's calm demeanor, Joey Tong had initially thought he must come from a wealthy background, someone he couldn't easily deal with. However, now that he knew Qichen's background and even heard about his suspected bankruptcy, the smile on his face grew wider. This meant that Qichen was just an ordinary person. If he could just drive Qichen away from Lin Jing, then Joey Tong would still have a chance to pursue her. After all, she was the mayor's daughter. Moreover, in the past couple of days, news had been circulating throughout the West Province that Lin Guoqian was about to take another step forward. If he could become Lin Jing's boyfriend and gain Lin Guoqian's support, then his family's business would surely reach new heights. Excited, Joey Tong could no longer contain himself and directly stood up, leaving the private room and heading outside. Joey Tong judged that, given Lin Jing's personality, her presence at the reception hall was likely not for a gathering with friends. It was highly probable that she was dining with her father, Lin Guoqiang. Although he didn't know how Lin Jing had introduced Qichen's identity to Lin Guoqiang, it was certain that the dignified mayor of Rongqing would not allow his daughter to marry a suspected bankrupt loser. Joey Tong only needed to enter the private room and publicly expose Qichen's true nature as a freeloader, and surely, without him having to do anything, Qichen would be forced to leave Lin Jing's side. Thinking of this, Joey Tong grew more and more excited, eager to reach Lin Jing's private room and reveal Chi Chen's true identity. When he had just met Lin Jing, Joey Tong had inadvertently overheard the name of the private room she was in. So, guided by the waiter, he quickly arrived at the door of the Shanhe Jinsho private room. Since it was just a family dinner, Lin Guoqiang had not brought his personal secretary, nor had he arranged any security. Therefore, without anyone stopping him, Joey Tong smoothly knocked on the door of the private room. At that moment, inside the room, Chi Chen and Lin Guoqiang were toasting each other, the atmosphere lively. "Xiao Qi, what are your plans after you get this 2 billion? Come, let's drink to that." Uncle Lin, to be honest, my family has a medium-sized pharmaceutical factory, and with this money, I plan to invest some of it into the factory." "A pharmaceutical factory? Good. It's great to do something practical. Much better than recklessly playing with capital. Solid. I like your character, steady and reliable. Come, let me toast you again." "Uncle Lin, that's not appropriate, after all, Lin Jing and I are classmates. What are you afraid of? You have your matters, we have ours, it's no problem." Under the influence of alcohol, the bond between Lin Guoqiang and Chi Chen rapidly deepened, almost becoming sworn brothers. At that moment, the door to the private room was suddenly knocked on. The room fell silent, and Lin Guoqiang frowned slightly, displeased, and said in a deep voice towards the door, "Who is it?" The door was pushed open a crack. Then, Joey Tong's face appeared through the gap. Upon seeing Lin Jing in the room and Lin Guoqiang sitting at the head of the table, Joey Tong immediately broke into a bright smile, pushing the door open and casually saying, "Uncle Lin, Anshue, Lin Jing." Seeing Joey Tong walk in, Lin Guoqiang was taken aback and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" Joey Tong maintained his smile and boldly replied, "Uncle Lin, I am Zhou Pu's son. I've met Aunt Shui a few times. Also, through Aunt Shui's introduction, I've met Lin Jing a few times. We're quite familiar with each other." Lin Guoqiang responded with an "oh," saying, "So you're old Zhou's son. What brings you here? Is there something you need in my room?" Joey Tong's father, Zhou Pu, was the owner of a large real estate construction company in Rongqing, a person of considerable influence locally, so Lin Guoqiang softened his tone a bit, appearing more amiable. Seeing the change in Lin Guoqiang's attitude, Joey Tong felt pleased, his gaze darting over to Lin Jing, who was growing anxious because she couldn't interject, and continued, "I'm also dining here today. I ran into Lin Jing in the hall earlier and learned that Uncle Lin was here, so I took the liberty to come by and offer you a drink." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Lin Guoqiang nodded and did not refuse, saying, "You're thoughtful." After that, the two raised their small glasses. Lin Guoqiang made a symbolic gesture, while Joey Tong downed his drink in one go. According to custom, after toasting, Joey Tong should have left. However, he did not exit the private room but instead turned his gaze to Chi Chen and asked, "Who is this?" Shui Fanhua took over the conversation, saying, "This is Chi Chen, also a friend of Lin Jing. You two are both young talents, you should get to know each other better." Although Shui Fanhua had once tried to matchmake Lin Jing and Joey Tong, she had given up after realizing Lin Jing did not like Joey Tong. Now, introducing Chi Chen to Joey Tong carried a deeper meaning, signaling to Joey Tong that Chi Chen had already gained their approval, and he, Joey Tong, had no chance left. However, Joey Tong was now putting on an act, looking at Chi Chen with a puzzled expression, then feigning realization, saying, "Chi Chen, so it's you." Lin Guoqiang asked in confusion, "Do you know each other?" Chi Chen looked at Joey Tong's exaggerated performance, simply sitting calmly with a faint smile, giving Lin Jing's small hand a reassuring squeeze, signaling her to stay calm, and then continued to enjoy Joey Tong's act. Joey Tong looked at Chi Chen as if he had just realized something, saying, "Chi Chen, I've heard about you from a friend. Didn't you go bankrupt? Also, I once saw a video of you. In that video, you ignored your ex-girlfriend and even spoke harshly to her, just to live off her." "Lin Jing, the other woman in that video, wouldn't be you, would it?" After saying this, Joey Tong anxiously looked at Lin Guoqiang and Shui Fanhua, saying, "Uncle Lin, Aunt Shui. This Chi Chen has some questionable background, he's getting close to Lin Jing, and he might have some unspeakable secrets. Lin Jing is too innocent, you must be careful and make sure she doesn't get deceived by bad people." Joey Tong first pretended to recognize Chi Chen, then threw out accusations about Chi Chen's supposed bankruptcy and living off others, aiming to tarnish Chi Chen's image in Lin Guoqiang and Shui Fanghua's eyes, pressuring them to force Lin Jing to break up with Chi Chen. As long as Lin Jing and Chi Chen break up, then Joey Tong still has the possibility of continuing to pursue Lin Jing. However, after Joey Tong finished speaking, he did not see the reaction he wanted on Lin Guoqiang's face. Lin Guoqiang's expression was neither angry nor confused, but rather strange. Then, Lin Guoqiang chuckled in disbelief and said, "Chi Chen? Bankrupt? Zhou, you must have mistaken the person. How could Chi Chen possibly go bankrupt?" Seeing that Lin Guoqiang didn't believe him, Joey Tong hurriedly said, "Uncle Lin, it's true. His ex-girlfriend told me this in person. Also, about that video I mentioned earlier, my friend's phone still has a backup. If you want to see it, I can have them send it over right now." As the mayor of Rongcheng, Lin Guoqiang was already a seasoned veteran. Watching Joey Tong's clumsy performance, he knew exactly what was on his mind. It was just a young man's jealousy. However, using such means to step on others was truly underhanded. This made Lin Guoqiang feel displeased with Joey Tong, and his tone became stern. "Young Joe, didn't your father teach you that you need evidence when you speak? I don't know about the situation regarding Qi Chen's bankruptcy, but I do know that soon the city government will transfer 2 billion to Qi Chen's personal account. To say Qi Chen is bankrupt is absolutely a huge joke. Even if your father Zhou Pu went bankrupt, Qi Chen wouldn't go bankrupt. As for what you said about Qi Chen living off others, I don't know and don't want to know. A person like you speaks without basis, slandering others without any truth. While I still have patience, you should leave here immediately. Otherwise, I will call your father and ask how he has educated his son." By the end, Lin Guoqiang's face was filled with anger. Although Lin Guoqiang had a prejudice against Qi Chen before, after experiencing the recent flood, he had come to greatly admire Qi Chen. In his heart, Qi Chen was the unsung hero of Rongcheng. And now, this hero was being unjustly slandered by Joey Tong, merely out of jealousy. Such behavior had crossed Lin Guoqiang's bottom line, and he felt extreme disgust towards Joey Tong. Joey Tong was instantly flustered. No, this wasn't right. The script shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Lin Guoqiang be furious and drive Qi Chen away on the spot? Why was it me who was being driven away? But the bankruptcy of Qi Chen was something I heard directly from his ex-girlfriend. And that video. Before Joey Tong could finish, Lin Guoqiang shouted angrily, "Get out!" Saying this, Lin Guoqiang picked up the wine glass in front of him, regardless of whether it contained wine, and threw it at Joey Tong. Smash! The glass shattered, and the shards grazed Joey Tong's face, causing him to shrink his neck. Faced with the furious Mayor Lin, Joey Tong no longer had the courage to continue explaining, hurriedly turning around and fleeing the private room. At this moment, Lin Jing, who had been dumbfounded, finally came to her senses and looked at Qi Chen with admiration. From the moment Joey Tong entered, Lin Jing had been extremely anxious, fearing that Joey Tong would cause trouble and ruin Qi Chen's image in her parents' eyes. If it weren't for Lin Jing's good upbringing, which prevented her from easily interrupting others, she would have already stood up for Qi Chen. However, Qi Chen remained calm throughout, quietly watching Joey Tong's performance without a hint of panic. In fact, in the end, he didn't say a word, just watched as Joey Tong was scolded by Lin Guoqiang and fled in disgrace. This composed demeanor made Lin Jing's heart flutter. At that moment, in Lin Jing's eyes, Qi Chen's already handsome face seemed to be radiating a dazzling light. No wonder he was the man I, Lin Jing, pursued. He was simply too handsome. With such a temperament, it's all perfectly controlled. Uneducated. Malicious intent. Unreasonable. Watching Joey Tong flee in panic, Lin Guoqiang cursed a couple of times, then turned to Qi Chen and said, "Don't mind him, let's continue drinking." Just moments ago, he had looked down on Joey Tong, but now he was calling Qi Chen his brother. Double standards at play. After sharing a drink with Qi Chen, Lin Guoqiang complained to Shui Fanghua, "What kind of eye do you have for people? Someone like Joey Tong can actually be arranged for a blind date with our Lin Jing. Fortunately, Lin Jing doesn't like him and treats him coldly. Otherwise, if they really got together, wouldn't her happiness for a lifetime be ruined by you?" Compared to a young talent like Qi Chen, Joey Tong is nothing but trash. Lin Guoqiang was a man of temperament. He had previously held a poor impression of Qi Chen and targeted him at every turn. Now, due to the flood relief supplies, his impression of Qi Chen had completely turned around. He found him more and more pleasing to the eye, and in the span of a meal, they were already calling each other brothers, simply absurd. Meanwhile, Joey Tong, who had just fled in disgrace, pushed the door open and returned to his private room, his face dark as thunder. Seeing Joey Tong return, Lu Ruyan, not noticing his gloomy expression, asked eagerly, "Young Master Zhou, how did it go? Did you expose Qi Chen's true colors?" Joey Tong, already in a foul mood after being ruthlessly scolded by Lin Guoqiang, could no longer contain his anger upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words. He raised his hand and, with a loud slap, struck Lu Ruyan across the face. He had mercilessly slapped her. Lu Ruyan was stunned by the blow, a red handprint immediately appearing on her fair face as she cried out, "Joey Tong, why did you hit me?" Lu Ruyan, with her delicate appearance, had always been the center of attention, pursued by many boys at school. After becoming a couple with Qi Chen, he had never let her suffer even a bit. Yet now, she had been ruthlessly slapped by Joey Tong. The contrast was unbearable for her. However, facing the tearful Lu Ruyan, Joey Tong showed no signs of softening. Instead, he said fiercely, Chi-chun went bankrupt? What nonsense! Just now, Mayor Lin told me personally that the city government still owes Chi-chun 2 billion in cash that hasn't been paid yet, and that money will soon be transferred to Chi-chun's account. Tell me, how much does Chi-chun owe to go bankrupt when he's about to receive 2 billion? You filthy bitch, you made me lose face in front of Mayor Lin and even got me kicked out. If he takes it out on my family's business, my entire family will be greatly affected. Tell me, are you in cahoots with Chi-chun, deliberately coming here to mess with me? Hearing Joey Tong's words, Lu Ruyan was stunned, even forgetting the pain on her face. The city government owes Chi-chun 2 billion? What a joke! How could Chi-chun possibly have that much money? Even if he sold his house and car, his assets would only amount to 5 million at most. And there had been rumors that Chi-chun was already bankrupt. It was because she believed Chi-chun was bankrupt that Lu Ruyan had resolutely broken up with him. But now, how could the city government transfer 2 billion to Chi-chun? It was impossible. At this moment, Lu Ruyan couldn't care less about arguing with Joey Tong over the slap. She indignantly said, this is impossible. How could Chi-chun have 2 billion? Even if he sold himself, he couldn't scrape together even a fraction of that. Joey Tong angrily replied, how the hell would I know how Chi-chun has so much money? This is what Mayor Lin personally told me. Would he lie to me? You got me killed today. If I find out you colluded with Chi-chun to play me, I swear, I'll kill you. After being harshly reprimanded by Lin Guoqiang, Joey Tong had no desire to continue eating and stormed out of the reception hall. The others in the private room saw the main character had left and immediately scattered, their faces lit up with gossiping excitement as they hurried to other venues to spread everything that had happened at the reception hall today. Only Lu Ruyan and Sunya, the pair of plastic sisters, remained in the private room. Lu Ruyan covered her burning cheeks with one hand, speaking in a daze. Chi-chun has 2 billion in assets? I thought he was bankrupt and took the initiative to break up with him, kicking him to the curb? Thinking of her actions, Lu Ruyan wished she could slap herself twice. Originally, as Chi-chun's legitimate girlfriend, with his wealth skyrocketing, Lu Ruyan should have soared alongside him. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to break up and jumped off the slowly departing ship. The reason for all this was Lu Ruyan's gullibility towards the rumors spread by Wang Tong back then. With this thought, Lu Ruyan felt like she could kill Wang Tong. She took out her phone and immediately dialed Wang Tong's number. As soon as the call connected, Wang Tong's voice came through. However, unlike his usual smooth talk, his voice was now hoarse and weary, as if he had been trampled 100 times, his throat nearly shattered. Lu Ruyan, why are you calling me? Did Chi-chun ask you to call? Lu Ruyan initially intended to confront him, but unexpectedly, Wang Tong took the lead, speaking excitedly. Chi-chun has blacklisted my number. I can't reach him. Can you help me plead with him not to auction my car dealership? My girlfriend's bank card has already been frozen. Now my car dealership is also sealed and about to be auctioned. Can you tell Chi-chun I know I was wrong? I shouldn't have borrowed money and not paid it back. I shouldn't have deliberately spread rumors about his bankruptcy. Please help me plead with him not to auction my dealership, okay? Chi-chun used to love you so much, if you speak up, he will definitely listen. Wang Tong kept repeating something on the phone, but Lu Ruyan's mind was already blank, unable to think. Chi-chun really isn't bankrupt? Is this just a rumor Wang Tong made up? Then Chi-chun having 2 billion in assets could very well be true? And I, being so clever, broke up with Chi-chun first? Why? Why am I so cheap? At this moment, Lu Ruyan wished she could slap herself again. Right. Chi-chun is also eating at the reception hall. I'll go and ask for his forgiveness in person. Chi-chun loves me so much, he will definitely forgive me. As long as we reconcile, then I'll have half of that 2 billion in assets. With this thought, a fervent flame ignited in Lu Ruyan's eyes. She quickly pulled out her lipstick and eyeshadow from her bag, touched up her makeup, stood up, pushed the door open, and headed towards the private room where Chi-chun was. Due to the unexpected speculation between Lin Guoqiang and Chi-chun, the dinner lasted much longer than anticipated. After finishing their meal, both Lin Guoqiang and Chi-chun were slightly tipsy. Just as they left the private room and walked out the door of the reception hall, Chi-chun unexpectedly saw someone at the entrance. Lu Ruyan. After learning that Chi-chun had 2 billion in assets, Lu Ruyan's old feelings reignited, and she was determined to find Chi-chun and reconcile with him. However, Lu Ruyan did not know which private room Chi-chun was in. A hotel of this standard and level, like the reception hotel, would not allow Lu Ruyan to search room by room. The privacy of the guests was very high. Yet, leaving like this, Lu Ruyan was unwilling to give up. So, she simply waited at the entrance of the reception hotel for Chi-chun to come out after dinner. And she really did wait for him. Seeing Chi Chen, who was slightly swaying from drinking, Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked towards him, reaching out to directly wrap her arms around his. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan approaching him, Chi Chen quickly stopped in his tracks and said to her bluntly, "Don't come over." Lu Ruyan, who was reprimanded loudly by Chi Chen, seemed a bit aggrieved, her face showing a pitiful expression as she said with tears in her eyes, "Chi Chen, I've been looking for you these days, and I didn't expect to find you here." Chi Chen frowned and asked, "You're looking for me? What do you want with me?" Lu Ruyan took 2 steps closer, standing in front of Chi Chen, and cautiously tugged at the corner of his shirt with her delicate, fair fingers, saying, "I regret breaking up with you. I've been looking for you these days, wanting to apologize. I want to reconcile with you. I'm sorry, Chi Chen. I was too willful before, and I promise I won't be like that again. Please forgive me and let's get back together, okay?" Lu Ruyan was already quite beautiful, with at least an 8 or 9 out of 10 in looks, and now with her pitiful demeanor and such humble pleas for forgiveness, her power was indeed strong. Many passing guests looked at Lu Ruyan with sympathetic expressions, as if Chi Chen had committed some heinous crime. Seeing Lu Ruyan, who was like a little dog begging for mercy in front of Chi Chen, Lin Jing felt a tightness in her heart and walked to Chi Chen's side, showing a hint of worry on her face. 3 years ago, Lin Jing lost to Lu Ruyan, watching helplessly as her secret crush, Chi Chen, officially entered a relationship with Lu Ruyan. Now, facing Lu Ruyan's strong offensive, Lin Jing was worried, fearing she would lose to Lu Ruyan again. Sensing Lin Jing's concern, Chi Chen was unmoved by Lu Ruyan's pleas. Instead, he reached out and comfortingly squeezed Lin Jing's small hand, then spoke to Lu Ruyan in a flat tone. "Lu Ruyan, when you kicked me out, you should have understood that there was no possibility between us anymore. We aren't even ordinary friends now. There are many people watching, please have some self-respect." After saying this, Chi Chen took Lin Jing's hand and was about to leave the reception hotel. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyan still refused to give up and stepped back in front of Chi Chen, stubbornly saying, "Chi Chen, breaking up with you was my mistake. But I already know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me? We've been together for over 3 years. Do you mean to say that our 3 years of feelings can't compare to the few days you've spent with Lin Jing? Don't you miss even a little bit of our happy times together?" Seeing that Lu Ruyan was still unwilling to give up, Chi Chen's tone turned completely cold, and he said with some disgust, "Lu Ruyan, stop acting here. When you heard the news of my bankruptcy back then, you didn't even give me a chance to explain and ruthlessly kicked me out. Now that you've heard I'm wealthy again, you want to come back and reconcile? Do you love me? No. You love my money. What you admire is vanity. Even if we got back together, if one day my career faced difficulties again, you would still leave me without a second thought. By the way, it was you who told Joey Tong about my bankruptcy news today, wasn't it? Ha, I'm sorry, I really haven't gone bankrupt, disappointing all of you." At this moment, Chi Chen had become incredibly cold. His gaze towards Lu Ruyan held no emotion, not even resentment. It was as if he were looking at a complete stranger. Beside him, Lin Jing looked at Chi Chen with eyes full of admiration. Chi Chen, so domineering. The colder his attitude towards his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan, the more at ease Lin Jing felt. Meanwhile, Lin Guoqiang and Xue Fanghua, who were quietly observing from a distance, also showed expressions of approval. Although Lin Guoqiang and Xue Fanghua had not explicitly acknowledged Chi Chen and Lin Jing's relationship, their attitudes towards Chi Chen had significantly changed after the recent flood incident, and they had begun to scrutinize and test him internally. If Chi Chen had shown any hesitation at that moment, both Lin Guoqiang and Xue Fanghua would have been very disappointed. After all, lingering feelings and connections with an ex were not what they wanted to see. Chi Chen's decisive and domineering way of handling things severed all possibilities between him and Lu Ruyan, and this resoluteness earned him great admiration from Lin Guoqiang and Xue Fanghua, further enhancing their impression of him. Seeing Chi Chen so resolute, Lu Ruyan felt despair in her heart and stammered, "But, I..." Before Lu Ruyan could finish, Chi Chen interrupted her directly. "All right, I'm leaving. Please, from now on, stay far away from me. I don't want to see you even once." With that, Chi Chen bypassed Lu Ruyan, leaving her behind, and took Lin Jing's hand, walking up to Lin Guoqiang and Xue Fanghua. Lin Guoqiang patted Chi Chen's shoulder approvingly and said, "Not bad. When it's time to cut ties, do it like a man. I hope you can keep your word and not disappoint me and your Aunt Xue." Chi Chen nodded seriously, "I will." After a long drinking session, the sky had darkened. Lin Guoqiang then asked, "Shao Qi, where are you staying now? You can't drive after drinking, let me find someone to take you back." Chi Chen waved his hand in refusal, saying, "I don't have a place to stay in Rongqing for now. I've been living in the family pharmacy recently. Uncle Lin, you don't need to worry about me. I'll just find a hotel to rest for the night." Lin Guoqiang shook his head and said, "How can that be? Last time, my brother kicked you out of Jing Jing's house, that was my fault. So, today you will stay at Jing Jing's house." Qi Chen widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Really?" Lin Jing's face immediately turned bright red, but her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seeing their reactions, Lin Guoqiang hurriedly said, "What are you two thinking? I haven't agreed to your relationship yet. Today, you will stay at Jing Jing's house. Jing Jing will come back to our home." Looking at the disappointment on both Qi Chen and Lin Jing's faces, Lin Guoqiang felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure, chuckling twice before saying, "I think you kid is quite likable, but you're still far from truly satisfying me." In the end, Qi Chen spent the night in Lin Jing's apartment. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed. However, Qi Chen did not wake up on his own. He was awakened by a text message. A bank notification. Early in the morning, as the bank had just opened, Qi Chen received a transfer of 2 billion from the municipal government. 2 billion. This string of zeros made Qi Chen dizzy. Normally, there would be incredibly complex procedures involved, and such a huge sum of money wouldn't just arrive at once. But under Lin Guoqiang's care, everything could be negotiated and adjusted. In the end, this 2 billion fortune transformed into a long string of zeros, bringing Qi Chen an unparalleled psychological pleasure. Coupled with the money made from speculating on oil futures, Qi Chen's bank account balance had already exceeded 2.5 billion. This was a terrifying number. Although many companies' assets or businessmen's fortunes far exceeded 2.5 billion, much of their assets were illiquid, unlike Qi Chen, who had real cash flow. With this 2.5 billion as a foundation, Qi Chen's ability to make money would greatly accelerate. After admiring the long string of numbers in his bank account, Qi Chen called Hu Shui. "Xiao Shui, are you at work or at home?" "At home. My mom's condition isn't looking good lately, so I took leave to take care of her." "Qi Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to take such a long leave with pay." With Qi Chen's 1 billion deposited in the transportation bank, Hu Shui could practically walk sideways in the branch. Not only did she get promoted and receive a raise, but she also enjoyed great freedom, with the bank manager giving her the utmost convenience. This way, Hu Shui had more time to care for her mother, Anne Hao, without worrying about her running out and getting into danger during an episode. But you can't just stay at home taking care of Anne Hao, you need to engage with society too. I found out that there's a very professional elderly care facility in Rongqing that has a lot of experience with dementia patients. Let me take you to see it today. Without waiting for Hu Shui to respond, Qi Chen hung up the phone. Although every parent hopes their children will be by their side when they fall ill, Anne Hao's condition was severe. She no longer recognized even Hu Shui, and having someone by her side every day didn't hold much meaning. Sending Anne Hao to a nursing home would allow her to receive more professional care and treatment, which would be more beneficial for her health. Moreover, Qi Chen had the chemical formula for treating Alzheimer's disease, and once the patent applications were completed worldwide, he could start synthesizing the drug. By then, with targeted treatment medication, there would be hope for Aunt Hao's recovery. Arriving at the underground parking lot, Qi Chen got into his Volvo and drove towards Hu Shui's home. However, he didn't notice that behind him, a pair of surprised eyes were watching him. "Is that Qi Chen?" The one who unexpectedly saw Qi Chen was Sunya, one of Lu Ruyan's plastic sisters. She was with her boyfriend Jiang Shang, who also lived in Qirong International. At that moment, they were about to drive away when they inadvertently spotted Qi Chen leaving. "Is this the Qi Chen who offended young Master Zhou? Let's follow him." Jiang Shang quickly started the car, closely tailing Qi Chen's Volvo. Sitting in the passenger seat, Sunya asked Jiang Shang, "What kind of grudge do Qi Chen and young Master Zhou have?" Jiang Shang shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but from the looks of young Master Zhou, he seems to hate Qi Chen to the core. How about this, I'll drive, and we'll block Qi Chen's car to vent some frustration for young Master Zhou. You record the whole process. If young Master Zhou sees the video and is pleased, he might even assign me 2 lucrative projects. By then, making hundreds of thousands will be a piece of cake." Sunya seized the opportunity and insisted, "If I record for you, you have to buy me the latest LV bag." Seeing Jiang Shang nod, Sunya immediately took out her phone, excitedly starting to record. Jiang Shang was driving a Ford Mustang, which had a cool sports car appearance but only cost a few $100,000, with even lower prices for used ones. This made the Mustang popular among those who couldn't afford much but liked to show off. Jiang Shang was one of them. Soon, as they exited the garage of Qirong International, 2 cars entered the main road, one after the other. Jiang Shang's face was filled with excitement as he slammed the accelerator, and the Mustang roared to life, speeding up and overtaking Qi Chen's Volvo. "I passed him." Sunya also wore an excited expression, holding her phone and shouting, "Don't! From this angle, I can perfectly capture the expression on Chi-chen's face. As Jiang Sheng overtook Chi-chen on the left lane, Chi-chen suddenly swerved to the right, causing the entire Mustang to squeeze in front of the Volvo. Fortunately, Chi-chen was focused enough to slam on the brakes, preventing the Volvo from crashing into the back of the Mustang. How does this guy drive? Chi-chen frowned slightly, merely complaining to himself as he continued to control the Volvo forward. In Chi-chen's view, the Mustang was just impatiently changing lanes without noticing him, which led to the earlier near miss. Chi-chen, with his calm temperament and not being a road rage type, had no intention of stooping to the Mustang's level. However, he did not realize that the two people in the Mustang were currently screaming with excitement. "Well done. Keep it up. I got it all on camera." You should have seen Chi-chen's shocked expression. It was hilarious. Haha. If Zhou Xiao sees this video, he will definitely praise you. If we could crash him half to death, wouldn't that solve a big problem for Zhou Xiao? Keep going. Push his car under the overpass. The two were now bursting with hormones, watching as the Volvo switched to another lane and began to accelerate. The Mustang revved up again, producing a deafening roar, and once more accelerated, cutting in front of the Volvo. Screech! The tires screeched against the pavement, and with Chi-chen slamming on the brakes, combined with the Volvo's automatic braking feature, he barely managed to control his vehicle and avoid a collision with the Mustang. However, Chi-chen's heart was now filled with rage. The Mustang's first maneuver in front of the Volvo could be considered an accident. But now, the Mustang's second identical action was clearly telling Chi-chen that this was not an accident, it was intentional. The Mustang's repeated aggressive driving was aimed directly at him, Chi-chen. Its purpose was either a blatant provocation or an attempt to maliciously create an accident, causing Chi-chen to suffer a collision. Watching the Mustang slowly gliding ahead, a cold light flashed in Chi-chen's eyes. Coming at me? Good. I want to see who exactly is in that Mustang. I hope you don't back down later and go all the way with me. A cold smile appeared on Chi-chen's lips as he unplugged the power supply of his car's dashcam, ensured his seatbelt was fastened, and took out his phone to call Lou Fatty, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. "Hey, Lou Fatty. My Bentley has been delayed for so long, why hasn't it arrived yet?" Hearing Chi-chen's unfriendly tone, Lou Fatty quickly explained. "Oh, brother Guang, you're wronging me. It rained so heavily recently, how could I dare to take your Bentley out? Just now, the rain stopped, and I took the Bentley to the vehicle management office. I just got the plates on, and I can deliver it to you anytime." Chi-chen nodded and said, "Stop the nonsense. Bring the Bentley to me now, Changhua Avenue, towards Urxiankyo." Lou Fatty sounded a bit surprised upon hearing Chi-chen's words. "Changhua Avenue? Are you waiting for me on the main road?" Looking at the Mustang getting closer ahead, Chi-chen replied, "Drive this way, and you'll see me soon." "No more talking, I have things to do, bye." As soon as Chi-chen hung up the phone, he saw the Mustang once again weaving provocatively in front of his Volvo, doing everything it could to insult him. Watching the Mustang bounce back and forth, Chi-chen sneered, reconnected his dashcam, and once it was fully operational, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Instead of swerving to avoid the Mustang's taillights flashing in front of him, he charged forward with maximum power and slammed into it. Bang! The front of the Volvo crashed hard into the Mustang's taillight. Due to its erratic lane changes, the Mustang's center of gravity was extremely unstable, and under the impact of the Volvo, it immediately began to slide sideways. Moreover, since Chi-chen didn't let off the gas, the sliding Mustang flipped over, and then its body started to roll over on the road. Finally, it crashed violently into the guardrail on the side of the road, coming to a stop just in time. At this point, the entire Mustang was a wreck, its front and rear shattered into pieces, and it seemed that after this collision, there was no need for repairs, it could be written off. The front of the Volvo, however, only had a not very noticeable dent. Calmly turning on the hazard lights, Chi-chen set up a tripod behind his car and then took out his phone to dial 110. "Hello? I want to report an accident. A Mustang has been maliciously cutting me off several times, and I couldn't brake in time, resulting in a collision. My location is..." After giving the police his detailed location, Chi-chen walked over to the wrecked Mustang to see who had been deliberately cutting him off. Just as he reached the Mustang, the passenger door was pushed open with difficulty, and a stunning woman struggled to climb out. "Sonya?" Seeing the woman's face, Chi-chen exclaimed in disbelief. He never expected that the person who had been maliciously cutting him off on the road was actually Lu Ruyan's plastic sister Flower's best friend. In stark contrast to her usual exquisite makeup, Sonya now had disheveled hair, dark circles under her eyes, and a trickle of bright red blood at the corner of her mouth. She looked utterly disheveled. Fortunately, since Sonya had her seatbelt on, she only had some minor injuries and should be out of life-threatening danger. After getting out of the car, Sunya saw Chi-Chen standing nearby, and her eyes instantly filled with cold hatred as she screamed at him like a vengeful spirit. Chi-Chen, do you want to kill me? You actually crashed into our car on purpose? Don't think just because you have a bit of money, you can do whatever you want. I'll tell you, this matter of you almost killing me is far from over. If you don't give me half of your assets, I'll have the police send you to prison. What a villain crying foul. Chi-Chen almost laughed in anger. If they hadn't been weaving back and forth in front of him in the Mustang, would this collision have even happened? At that moment, Jiang Shang also struggled to climb out from the driver's seat, looking at the totaled Mustang with a pained expression, gritting his teeth as he said, "This was a new car. How dare you crash into me? Sunya is right. You crashed into us on purpose, and I will make sure you compensate me for a new car. If you don't pay us half of your fortune, this matter is far from over." Looking at this pair of mad dogs, Chi-Chen frowned and said, "Get it straight. It was you who kept maliciously cutting me off. I just couldn't brake in time. This accident is entirely your fault. I have no responsibility at all." Sunya let out a tragic wail. "You crashed us like this and still want to evade responsibility? This is attempted murder. I'll call the police. Hurry, call the police." Amidst the argument among several people, a traffic police officer riding a police motorcycle arrived at the scene. Looking at the chaotic situation, the officer frowned and asked, "Who called the police?" Chi-Chen calmly replied, "I called the police." The officer inquired, "Is that your Volvo? Did the Mustang deliberately cut you off?" Before Chi-Chen could respond, Sunya, disregarding her injuries, rushed forward with a fierce expression, ready to confront him, and shouted angrily, "We cut you off? You clearly crashed into us. Officer, he attempted murder, hurry and arrest him." Faced with Sunya's tantrum, the traffic officer immediately shouted, "Quiet. It's not your turn to speak yet. Wait over there." Once Sunya and Jiang Shang reluctantly closed their mouths, Chi-Chen began to speak. "On my way out, the Mustang was deliberately cutting me off. I dodged several times, but ultimately couldn't avoid the collision. I have a dashcam in my car, and it recorded the Mustang's malicious maneuvers. I can connect my phone to it and show you anytime." Then, Chi-Chen used an app to connect to his dashcam and started playing the previously recorded footage. The video clearly showed the Mustang maliciously cutting him off without any warning. If Chi-Chen hadn't been focused, the collision would have happened during the first two attempts. After watching the video, the officer's gaze towards Sunya and Jiang Shang turned unfriendly, and he completely believed Chi-Chen's account of the Mustang's malicious driving. However, he still asked Chi-Chen, "Why does this video cut off in the middle?" At that moment, Chi-Chen had called Lu Fatty to bring the car over, which meant that the collision was inevitable. However, he wouldn't disclose this to the officer, simply stating, "I was too nervous at the time and accidentally knocked the power cable of the dashcam." This explanation was reasonable, and the officer no longer dwelled on this minor detail but walked over to the Mustang, asking in a stern tone, "So, why were you deliberately cutting off the Volvo?" It was only then that Sunya and Jiang Shang stubbornly retorted in unison, "Who said we were cutting you off? The Volvo crashed into us on purpose. Did you not see? Our car is wrecked, and we are both injured. And him? He's completely fine. We are the victims." The officer was not swayed by their claims and replied, "Who the victim is isn't determined by who is injured more. You were the ones deliberately cutting off the car, so the owner of the Volvo is the victim." As the officer spoke, he walked to the roadside and picked up a phone from the ground. "Whose phone is this? Huh, it's still recording? It's been recording for an hour? Whose phone is this, and it's still recording? Huh, it's already been recording for an hour?" Seeing the officer pick up the phone, Sunya's expression changed drastically, and she rushed forward, trying to snatch the phone from the officer's hand. Due to the impact of the accident, the phone that had been in Sunya's hand flew out and fell to the ground. The recording did not stop, capturing the entire process of Jiang Shang driving and maliciously cutting off Chi-Chen. It had to be retrieved. She couldn't let the officer see it. "That's my phone, give it back to me." Seeing the anxious expression on Sunya's face, the officer did not return the phone to her but said, "Since this recording has lasted for an hour, the earlier incidents of you cutting off the car must have also been recorded. Now, this is no longer an ordinary phone, but evidence related to the case." After speaking, the traffic police stopped the recording and began reviewing the footage from the past hour. Soon, the discussion between Sunya and Jiang Shang about maliciously cutting off cars to please Joey Tone was played back in its entirety. Sun Yang and Jiang Shang never expected that the video they intended to use to curry favor with Joey Tone would now serve as evidence of their malicious actions. They had truly shot themselves in the foot. The two of them looked pale and weakly protested, "We were just joking around. We didn't really mean to cut anyone off." However, no one believed Sunya and Jiang Shang's words at this point. The traffic police even waved their phone in front of them, laughing as they said, "In all my years as a police officer, this is the first time I've seen someone record a cut-off incident on their phone to use as evidence. You two are quite the talents. Alright, now that we have you red-handed, you two are suspected of dangerous driving. Come with me." Seeing that they were about to be taken away by the police, Sunya and Jiang Sheng panicked and pleaded with Chi Chen. "Chi Chen, we were wrong. Please let us go. I was just momentarily confused, wanting to shoot a video to please Joey Tone. I never meant to harm you. As long as you forgive me and don't hold me responsible, I'll do anything you want." Saying this, Sunya leaned towards Chi Chen with a pitiful look. However, Chi Chen frowned and stepped back 2 paces, saying, "Stop. With all that blood on you, it's better if you keep your distance. When you two were cutting me off, you didn't consider my life at all. How can you now have the face to beg for my forgiveness? I will definitely pursue this matter to the end, so you two should give up on that idea." After saying this, Chi Chen looked at the traffic police and asked, "Since this matter is not my responsibility, can I leave now?" The traffic police hesitated for a moment and replied, "The responsibility for the accident on site has not yet been finally determined, and we still need to go through some procedures. Moreover, the two of them are suspected of dangerous driving, and as the victim, you will probably have to come back to the station with me to provide a statement." Seeing that the time he had agreed upon with Hu Shui was approaching, Chi Chen did not want to waste his time on someone like Sunya. Just then, a black Bentley Continental sped in from behind and came to a steady stop beside them. "Brother Guang, what are you doing here? Was there an accident? Is everyone okay?" It turned out that Lu Fatty, after receiving Chi Chen's call, immediately drove over in the Bentley, following the route Chi Chen had given him. As he approached the accident scene, Lu Fatty recognized Chi Chen's Volvo XC90 at a glance, as he was very familiar with the car, having helped Chi Chen acquire it. Connecting this with the content of Chi Chen's earlier call, Lu Fatty immediately thought that Chi Chen had been in a traffic accident and had called him to bring the Bentley over. What he didn't expect was that Chi Chen had called him before the accident occurred. At that time, Chi Chen had already made up his mind to let the accident happen, calling Lu Fatty earlier so he could leave in the Bentley sooner and save more time. Seeing Lu Fatty arrive, Chi Chen's face lit up with joy as he said to the traffic police, "This is my friend. I have an urgent matter and want to leave. I fully entrust the handling of this accident to my friend. Is that all right?" The traffic police hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since the other party is fully responsible, your absence from the subsequent procedures won't have too much of an impact. Then you can leave, but I hope you communicate well with your friends about how to handle the aftermath. If you're not satisfied after I finish dealing with it, come back to us." Chi Chen nodded in agreement and said, "Of course, you can rest assured. I definitely won't go back on my word." Then, Chi Chen turned to Lu Fatty and said, "Lu Fatty, I have only one request. That is to not agree to any settlement. It doesn't matter how much compensation we can get, what matters is to ensure that those two receive the harshest legal punishment." Hearing Chi Chen's instructions, Lu Fatty chuckled. "Don't worry, Brother Guang. I know all the ins and outs of this. I guarantee that those two won't be able to show their faces in front of you for at least a year and a half, so you won't be bothered." Chi Chen nodded, said nothing more, and directly sat in the driver's seat of the Bentley Continental. With a press of the accelerator, the Bentley roared to life, zooming past Sunya and Jiang Sheng. Watching Chi Chen drive away in the Bentley, Sunya and Jiang Sheng were left dumbfounded. Who exactly is this Chi Chen? First, he didn't care about his Volvo at all and ruthlessly crashed into a Mustang. Then he drove off in a brand new Bentley Continental, flaunting his wealth. Is this really the ex-boyfriend who was kicked out by Lu Ruyan? At that time, everyone was saying he had gone bankrupt, even having his engagement with Lu Ruyan called off. But just over a month later, Chi Chen not only drove a Bentley worth nearly 5 million but also had a fortune of 20 billion. This wasn't just Chi Chen bragging, it was acknowledged by Mayor Lin Guoqiang himself. What on earth happened to Chi Chen? Unfortunately, Sunya couldn't even begin to imagine that Chi Chen had obtained a diary from the future. In just 1 month, his wealth had surpassed 25 billion. Moreover, he had, to some extent, saved Rong City from the impending devastation of a flood. He had become an unsung hero of the entire Rong City. As Sunya stared blankly in the direction Chi Chen had left, the traffic police coldly said, "What are you still dawdling for? Put on the handcuffs and come back to the station with me." Soon, Sunya and Jiang Sheng, now handcuffed, were shoved into a police car that had just arrived for support. This was the punishment for their malicious act of blocking Sunya and Jiang Sheng. They had trampled on traffic regulations and even disregarded Chi Chen's safety. What awaited them was a life in prison. Compared to that Volvo, the Bentley Continental felt much smoother to drive, and its acceleration was impressive. Thus, Chen arrived at the foot of Hu Shui's building right on time, not late at all. Hu Shui had already linked arms with her mother, waiting there. Hu Shui was tall, with long, straight legs that exuded an astonishing charm under her black stockings. Although her figure wasn't as exaggerated as that of Western women, every inch of her curves seemed like a carefully designed masterpiece, a true golden ratio. If An Hao hadn't been standing next to Hu Shui, Chen surely wouldn't have been able to resist letting out a playful whistle. Seeing Chen step out of the Bentley, Hu Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you changed cars. This car looks so high-end, is it particularly expensive?" As a girl, Hu Shui didn't recognize the Bentley brand, but the car's cool appearance and steady aura instinctively made her feel that it must be very expensive. Chen didn't answer the question but gentlemanly opened the rear side door for the two of them, smiling as he said, "No matter how expensive this car is, I'm just the driver, here to provide you with service." Once they were seated, Chen reset the navigation route and drove forward. It seemed to be the first time sitting in such a luxury car. Both Hu Shui and Aunt Hao appeared somewhat reserved. They sat stiffly in place, not daring to move, as they looked at the luxurious interior of the Bentley. Seeing this, Chen smiled and said, "Xiao Shui, don't be nervous, this car is meant for sitting in. Just relax, you won't break it." Hu Shui shook her head, "I can't take that risk. What if I break it? I can't afford to pay for it." Chen could only continue to persuade her. "This is a Bentley, a luxury car. If sitting in it could break it, that would only mean there's a problem with the car's quality. You two just sit down properly and lean back in the seats." "Yes, just like that." Seeing them obediently lean against the leather seats, Chen turned on the switch to activate the massage mode in the back seat. The suddenly rolling sofa startled Hu Shui, and she worriedly said, "Why is the seat moving? Did I break it?" Chen nodded seriously, It's possible you're too heavy." Hearing Chen's accusation, Hu Shui nearly jumped up, saying, "Don't slander me, I just weigh 100 pounds. Chen's gaze shifted to the rearview mirror facing Hu Shui, and he smiled meaningfully. "What's that saying again? If you weigh under 100, you're either flat-chested or short." Hu Shui snorted coldly, defiantly puffing out her chest. "Humph. Look at me, am I flat-chested or short?" Hu Shui had an excellent body proportion, and with her intentional puffing, her shirt was suddenly stretched tight. Noticing Chen's somewhat dazed gaze, Hu Shui realized something was off. Her face flushed as she crossed her arms over her chest, saying, "Stop staring, just drive your car." However, after their playful banter, Hu Shui completely relaxed, her gaze wandering to the scenery outside the window as it receded. She asked, "Chen, where are we going?" Not daring to tease Hu Shui anymore, Chen answered honestly, "To Yangzinyuan. It's the medical center I mentioned before that specializes in caring for Alzheimer's patients." At this point, An Hao's condition had become increasingly severe. Sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, she resembled a curious child, looking around and occasionally asking Hu Shui, "Sister, this car looks amazing. Where are we going? Will there be candy when we get there?" An Hao's illness had progressed to the point where she could no longer remember who she was or how old she was. If this continued, she would likely completely lose consciousness, her mind fading before her body. Listening to An Hao's innocent questions, both Chen and Hu Shui sighed, losing interest in small talk. Soon, the car arrived at Yangzinyuan. Rather than a nursing home, it was more of a high-end community that integrated medical care, elderly care, and leisure. It was far from the urban area of Rome City, surrounded by a beautiful forest park, with pleasant climate and air. Within this not-so-large community, there was a fully equipped tertiary hospital, capable of handling most issues except for particularly difficult cases. After parking the car, Hu Shui admired the surroundings and exclaimed, "I didn't expect to find such a great community in such a remote area of Rome City." The environment was beautiful, and the medical resources were abundant. Those who could live here were either wealthy or influential, not just ordinary people who could move in casually. The elderly people in practice clothes by the roadside might just be the elders of some high-ranking officials. Soon, they arrived at the reception center of the Yangxin Garden, where a female staff member with a warm smile greeted them politely. "Hello, are you here to learn more about Yangxin Garden?" Chen nodded and got straight to the point. "That's right, this is my elder, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease. I would like her to stay here for a long time. I heard that you have a rehabilitation center for Alzheimer's patients. Is there still availability?" Observing Chen's expensive attire and his composed demeanor, the staff member's expression became even more enthusiastic as she introduced, "Yes, please this way. Let's take the electric car, let me give you a tour." They boarded the electric car, which drove deeper into the Yangxin Garden under the guidance of a dedicated driver. Our Yangxin Garden is a comprehensive wellness community that provides customers with beautiful and convenient living conditions, professional and complete medical services, and thoughtful home management. Moreover, our biggest feature is that we have the best Alzheimer's treatment center in the whole Rongcheng and even the entire West Province. Soon, the electric car stopped in front of a highly modern building, and the staff member continued to introduce, "This is our Alzheimer's treatment center. We have agreements with most of the experts in the country who treat Alzheimer's. They come here regularly for consultations and hold lectures to answer questions from patients' families. We are in luck. Today, one of the most authoritative experts in the country for treating Alzheimer's, Professor Wang Guiying, is here for consultations." Hearing this, Hu Shue's eyes lit up, and an excited expression appeared on her face. Qi Chen keenly noticed this and asked, "Is this expert very famous?" Hu Shue nodded and said, "She is the most authoritative expert in treating Alzheimer's in the capital and even in China. Actually, I have wanted to take my mother to see her for a long time, but the capital is too far, and I couldn't find the time, so I never managed to go." The staff member seized the opportunity and smiled. Professor Wang came to Rongcheng specifically to serve the residents of our Yangxing garden. "If you need, we can go in right away and have her take a look at your aunt." Hu Shui exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" Qi Chen nodded and smiled. "Go ahead, it's no big deal. If there are any issues, I'll handle everything. You should know my capabilities by now, right?" Given Hu Shue's character, she didn't want to take advantage of others for no reason, but since it concerned her mother's health, she quickly nodded. As they entered the center, they happened to see a kind-looking elderly lady sitting in the most central position of the hall. This elderly lady, dressed in a white coat, was none other than Professor Wang Guiying, the most authoritative expert in treating Alzheimer's. At that moment, only a few people were gathered around her, and after waiting for a short while, Qi Chen and the others approached. After briefly introducing An Hao's condition, Wang Guiying said, "Based on the patient's current situation, the disease has indeed progressed quite severely. However, the patient is still relatively young, only in her 50s. With targeted treatment, it is still possible to delay the progression of the disease." At this point, Qi Chen asked, "Professor Wang, can An Hao's condition be cured?" Wang Guiying slowly shook her head and said, "With our current scientific level, we still do not understand the pathogenesis of Alzheimer's disease, and there are no effective means to completely cure it. However, through our exploration over the years, we have summarized an effective treatment method that can alleviate or even reduce the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, greatly improving the quality of life for both patients and their families." Recently, An Hao's condition had worsened rapidly, which made Hu Shui feel deeply anxious. Wang Guiying's words indeed gave Hu Shui a sense of encouragement from deep within, as if the long-standing confusion finally had a clear goal and support. Sensing that Hu Shui was completely moved, Qi Chen looked at her and asked, "So, are you satisfied with this place? How about we just leave An Hao here today? Starting targeted treatment earlier would be beneficial for An Hao's health." Hu Shui nodded, but still hesitantly whispered in Qi Chen's ear, "Isn't the fee here too expensive? I'm afraid I can't afford it." Qi Chen smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, I will cover all of An Hao's expenses here. Back then, when everyone thought I was bankrupt, you sincerely helped me, even transferring all your savings to me. I accepted your help then, so now that I can help you, I hope you won't refuse." Qi Chen's eyes were filled with sincerity, without a trace of taking advantage of someone in need. Facing his honest gaze, Hu Shui felt a warmth in her heart. Having lost her father at a young age and with her mother suffering from such a serious illness, Hu Shui appeared very strong on the outside, but deep down, she longed for someone to care for her, to provide her with a sense of security. At that moment, Qi Chen's selfless help truly warmed Hu Shui's heart, as if her entire heart was about to melt. Although she felt happy, for some reason, Hu Shui had an impulse to cry. She actively extended her delicate, long white hand, grasped Qi Chen's, and nodded heavily, saying, Then I will trouble you with everything. I will definitely repay you in the future." Wang Guiying, as one of the most authoritative experts in treating Alzheimer's disease, undoubtedly had exceptional medical skills. With just a few words about An Hao's condition, Hu Shui felt as if the clouds had parted, quickly gaining immense trust in Wang Guiying. The caregivers in the Alzheimer's treatment center were also very experienced in interacting with patients like An Hao. Before long, a female caregiver in her 30s had already become quite familiar with An Hao, playing together very comfortably. All of this made Qi Chen extremely satisfied. Without any hesitation, he said to the staff accompanying them, "We've decided to leave An Hao here to receive your treatment. Let's go pay now." The female salesperson immediately showed a warm smile, leading the way ahead, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, this way please." Seeing An Hao and the caregiver having fun, Hu Shui felt relieved and followed Qi Chen to the payment area. However, upon arriving at the payment area, the female salesperson said, "Sir, our Yangxing garden operates on a membership system. If you do not have membership qualifications, you cannot make purchases here. Chi-Chen was not surprised and continued to ask, so how can we obtain membership here? The staff continued to explain, there are two ways to obtain membership. The first is to spend a total of 5 million yuan at our Yangxing Garden in one go to qualify for membership. Of course, such a large expenditure generally means purchasing a property within our Yangxing Garden community. After purchasing a property, you can enjoy the medical resources within Yangxing Garden. The second option is to directly spend 2 million yuan to purchase a membership at our Yangxinyuan. After purchasing the membership, even if you do not own property in Yangxinyuan, you can directly enjoy the medical services and other resources here. However, the medical and accommodation costs here are quite expensive. For Anhao's situation, if she stays in the medical center, the monthly fee is 199,998 yuan. If you purchase property here, this cost will be significantly reduced. So, I suggest that you buy a property directly, it will be more cost-effective. After listening to the staff's introduction, Chi-Chen had not yet had the chance to respond when Hu Shui exclaimed beside him, "So expensive? We have to buy a property first to stay here? This is too exaggerated, right?" In Hu Shui's mind, although the environment here is beautiful and the service is attentive, a monthly fee should only be around 20 to 30,000 yuan at most. She never expected that to live here, one would need to spend millions to purchase a property or a membership, and the basic monthly fee would already reach 200,000. This left Hu Shui feeling somewhat incredulous. One could only say that poverty limited her imagination. With her monthly salary of less than 10,000, she could not fathom that such an exorbitant place existed not far from the center of Rong City. Fortunately, before coming here, Chi-Chen had done a bit of homework and was somewhat familiar with the membership system, so he was not too surprised and calmly said, "If we choose to buy property, are there a series of procedures that need to be completed? Can we move in the same day?" The staff shook their head and replied, "You are correct, sir. If you purchase property, aside from the time spent selecting, you will also need to go to the bank, the housing authority, and other units to complete some procedures. It will take about 2 to 3 days to get everything sorted. All our properties are fully renovated and ready to move in. But if you have higher requirements for the decoration and style, then the move-in time will be delayed." Chi-Chen shook his head and said, "That won't do. Anhao's condition cannot be delayed for even a day." Hearing Chi-Chen say this, Hu Shui seemed to find a way out and quickly said, "Exactly, waiting here for too long is not good. We should go to the hospital for treatment." Seeing Hu Shui wanting to turn and leave, Chi-Chen grabbed her delicate hand tightly, smiling as he said, "Xiao Shui, what are you thinking? I've already decided to let Anhao receive treatment here, so let's not consider other issues." After saying that, Chi-Chen turned to the staff and said, "Let's spend 2 million today to purchase a membership, and let Anhao stay in the Alzheimer's treatment center. Her condition cannot be delayed any longer. In the future, once you, Xiao Shui, are familiar with the environment around here, we can buy whichever property you like." After saying this, Chi-Chen took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to the staff, decisively stating, "Swipe the card." Watching Chi-Chen's boldness, the staff looked at Hu Shui with envy and said, "Ma'am, your boyfriend is really good to you. No matter how much money it takes, he wants your mother to receive the best treatment. Ah, if only I had such a good boyfriend." Hearing the female staff's envious words, Hu Shui quickly explained, "You misunderstood, he is not." However, Hu Shui only got halfway through her sentence before stopping abruptly, casting a somewhat guilty glance at Chi-Chen beside her. Hu Shui suddenly realized that being misunderstood about her relationship with Chi-Chen did not make her feel embarrassed at all. Instead, she felt a bit of secret delight. Chi-Chen's care and protection gave Hu Shui a sense of finding support. After so many years of struggling in a poor family, she was truly a bit tired. In front of Chi-Chen, Hu Shui always felt an irresistible urge to rely on him, which was in stark contrast to her usually strong-willed personality. At that moment, a thought suddenly sprouted deep within Hu Shui's heart. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to rely on Chi-Chen like this forever? Just then, a staff member's exclamation abruptly interrupted Hu Shui's wandering thoughts. "Sir, is this card of yours the Supreme Black Card from the Transportation Bank?" Carefully holding the black card belonging to Chi-Chen, the staff member asked uncertainly. Chi-Chen nodded and said, "That's right, this card is the black card from the Transportation Bank. Is there a problem? Could it be that you don't accept payments from the Transportation Bank here?" The staff member quickly shook their head and explained, "Sir, you misunderstood. Of course, that's not the case. Users who hold the Supreme Black Card from the Transportation Bank automatically become members of our Yangxing Garden, and there are no restrictions on spending here. In other words, you no longer need to spend 2 million to purchase a membership but can directly let Anhao enjoy the medical resources here." Moreover, if you settle using this Supreme Black Card, all your expenses at Yangxin Garden will receive an additional 15% discount. Upon hearing the saleswoman's explanation, Shi-chen remembered that when he applied for this Supreme Black Card, President Li Qing had mentioned that holding this card would allow him to enjoy high-level VIP access to over 100 diamond projects nationwide. He didn't expect that this seemingly high-end Yangxin Garden was also one of those 100 diamond projects. Once the saleswoman realized that Shi-chen was using the Supreme Black Card from the transportation bank, her gaze towards Hu Shui shifted from envy to outright jealousy. Unconsciously, the saleswoman lowered her collar significantly and frequently bent over in front of Shi-chen, her eyes occasionally sparkling with alluring charm. It was clear that as long as Shi-chen beckoned with his little finger, this saleswoman would immediately follow him unconditionally. However, Shi-chen had no interest in this flirtatious saleswoman at all. Compared to Hu Shui, who had long, straight, stunning legs, this saleswoman was nothing more than a mere trifle. Although he didn't know how long and how would be treated here, Shi-chen still chose to pay the basic fee for a year in one go. With a monthly fee of 200,000 and an additional 20% discount, that totaled 2.04 million. Adding in various miscellaneous expenses that might be needed, Shi-chen recharged 2.4 million to Yangxin Garden in one go. In the blink of an eye, he had spent over 2 million. Although this amount was nothing to Shi-chen, Hu Shui felt genuinely grateful to him from the bottom of her heart. After paying for Anhao's stay at the treatment center, Shi-chen and Hu Shui immediately returned to the lobby of the treatment center. There, Anhao and the nurse were still having a great time, their faces filled with joy and innocent smiles. Seeing this scene, a satisfied smile appeared on Hu Shui's face. Due to her mother's illness, Hu Shui was deeply engulfed in anxiety every day, unable to find relief. Perhaps Hu Shui's anxiety affected Anhao as well, even in her own home. Anhao often displayed signs of unease, even becoming irritable. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. Seeing her mother's long-lost smile, Hu Shui's vision suddenly became a bit blurry. She knew that not only would her mother receive better care in the future, but Hu Shui herself would also be liberated from this deep anxiety, and life would gradually return to normal. All of this stemmed from Shi-chen, who stood beside her. Hu Shui, not knowing where her courage came from, leaned slightly towards Shi-chen, her long, snow-white fingers slipping into his palm in a corner where no one could see. Immediately, they held tightly. After completing the payment process, Anhao, accompanied by a caregiver, went into the medical center for a comprehensive and detailed examination. Shi-chen, left behind, saw that the patients and family members surrounding Wang Guiying had all dispersed. He felt a stir in his heart and stepped forward to speak. Professor Wang, is there currently any special medication that can effectively treat Alzheimer's disease? Wang Guiying shook her head and replied, the medications we have are all for alleviating symptoms. To improve the patient's condition or even cure it, the current medical level is still not capable. At that moment, Shi-chen took out his phone, found the photo of the chemical formula from the future, and handed it to Wang Guiying, saying, Professor Wang, could you take a look at this chemical formula? Is there any hope for it to become a special medication for treating Alzheimer's? Chemical formula? Wang Guiying was taken aback, then picked up the reading glasses on the table, put them on, and carefully examined the phone. During this time, Hu Shui stood on her tiptoes and whispered in Shi-chen's ear in amazement, what is this formula? Did you find a special medication for treating Alzheimer's? Shi-chen shook his head and quietly replied, this is a chemical formula I obtained through some channel. I can't guarantee that this medication will definitely cure Alzheimer's. I can only say there is a great hope. Upon hearing Shi-chen's words, Hu Shui's eyes instantly sparkled. Not only had Shi-chen spent a lot of money to send her mother here for the best care and treatment, but he was also trying to find a special medication for Alzheimer's through connections. Regardless of whether this special medication truly had efficacy, Shi-chen's kindness left Hu Shui with an indescribable sense of gratitude. At the same time, her mind began to wander. What should I do to repay Shi-chen's kindness? Do I really have to? Just then, Wang Guiying suddenly spoke, interrupting Hu Shui's thoughts. This formula is the first time I've seen it. Most medications rely on the molecular structure of the drug, so the efficacy of the medication is related to its physicochemical properties, such as hydrophobicity, acidity, alkalinity, and dissociation degree. At the same time, it is also related to the stereochemical configuration, spatial configuration, and electron cloud density of the drug structure. Therefore, whether a drug can treat a certain disease must be judged comprehensively. If you think you can treat a disease that humanity has yet to conquer just based on this one formula, I can only say, it's not optimistic. Returning the phone to Shi-chen, Wang Guiying continued, as family members of the patient, we all understand your urgent desire for effective treatment. However, I advise you not to act rashly in desperation. thinking that you can cure Alzheimer's with a formula from who knows where. It's almost impossible. Looking at your situation, you are quite financially capable. But if you have the idea of synthesizing this formula into a drug, I still advise you to give up. Wang Guiying's words were very candid. Since Alzheimer's was discovered, countless scientists and medical professionals have worked tirelessly, yet humanity has not found a good treatment method. Now, to think that one could successfully synthesize a drug to treat Alzheimer's from a formula bought from some obscure corner is simply a dream. Wang Guiying's words were tactful, but the meaning contained within was very clear. That is to say, impossible. Give up. This molecular formula is most likely the so-called folk scientist, conjured up without any experimental verification or support, a subjective fabrication. In other words, it's made up. It's a scam aimed at people like Chi-Chen, who are wealthy and desperate for a cure. However, Wang Guiying did not know that this unknown origin molecular formula was not a remedy sought by Chi-Chen in his desperation. It truly came from the future's drug molecular formula. It was precisely this molecular formula that synthesized the drug which, in the future, truly conquered Alzheimer's disease. Therefore, although the most authoritative experts in the country did not hold out much hope for the drug's prospects, Chi-Chen was not the least bit discouraged. Instead, he smiled confidently and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Professor Wang, but I do not intend to give up on synthesizing this drug. After all, the hope of curing Manhwa rests entirely on this drug. I cannot give up. If this drug is really successfully synthesized and needs testing, I hope Professor Wang can provide me with some assistance." Seeing that Chi-Chen still refused to give up, Wang Guiying sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "All right, if this drug really comes to fruition one day, I will certainly provide you with whatever help I can. But I advise you once again, wanting to cure Alzheimer's disease with a molecular formula of unknown origin is quite unlikely." After saying this, Wang Guiying had reached the end of her consultation time. After exchanging contact information with Chi-Chen, she left directly amidst the crowd of staff. In the vast hall, only Chi-Chen and Hu Shui remained. At that moment, Hu Shui suddenly grasped Chi-Chen's hand tightly and said, "Chi-Chen, don't be discouraged. I believe you can definitely succeed in creating this drug that can treat Alzheimer's disease." Looking at the determined gaze of Hu Shui, Chi-Chen asked with interest, "Really? Do you truly believe I can?" You know, although Professor Wang just left spoke very tactfully, she completely does not believe I can really succeed. At this moment, admiration suddenly surged in Hu Shui's eyes as she looked at Chi-Chen. "I believe in you, not only because my mother and countless Alzheimer's patients are eagerly waiting for the arrival of a miracle drug, but also because I believe you can truly create miracles. I have a gut feeling that you will definitely succeed." Holding her hand, feeling the adoring gaze of the beautiful woman beside him, Chi-Chen's heart surged with a wave of ambition. "All right, with your words, I must create this miracle drug. By then, even Professor Wang, who does not believe in us, will be shocked." At that moment, perhaps by coincidence, Chi-Chen's phone suddenly rang. Opening the phone, the screen displayed a WeChat message. The sender of this message was Kong Gong from Chi Pharmaceutical. "Chi-Chen, I have applied for the global patent for this molecular formula you gave me." After leaving Yang Xinyuan and sending Hu Shui home, Chi-Chen drove directly back to Chi Pharmaceutical. The reason for his urgency was entirely due to the WeChat message from Kong Gong. "The global patent has been applied for." The reason Chi-Chen had delayed starting the synthesis of this drug was that he was afraid of any accidents during the process that could lead to the leakage of the molecular formula. This is a medical technology that is decades ahead of the world. The only drug that can completely cure Alzheimer's disease. If this molecular formula were to be patented by someone else first, wouldn't Chi-Chen be devastated? Therefore, Chi-Chen had been waiting for the global patent application. And just now, the application for this patent was finally completed. This means that Chi-Chen can finally start working on synthesizing this special medicine for treating Alzheimer's disease. The only medicine in the world that can cure Alzheimer's disease. The future of this drug is simply a blue ocean. Stepping on the gas, Chi-Chen arrived in just over 40 minutes for a journey that usually takes more than an hour. He drove into Chi Pharmaceutical and parked in front of the office building, but unexpectedly encountered someone. "Cousin?" Seeing the person standing by the car, Chi-Chen was a bit surprised. The chubby man standing next to the Bentley, marveling at it, was Chi-Chen's second uncle Chi Qingfang's son, Chi Tianhao. Unlike Chi-Chen, who graduated from university, Chi Tianhao dropped out after finishing middle school. His family, unwilling to let him wander into society at such a young age, had him work at the family business, Chi Pharmaceutical. Unable to endure hardship, Chi Tianhao had tried working in the workshop and in technical positions, but he quit after just a couple of days, ultimately becoming a salesman. However, even as a salesman, he was restless. Besides becoming a hefty man weighing over 200 pounds, he also took kickbacks to an outrageous extent, and almost everyone knew that his kickback taking had reached a shocking level. Nevertheless, Chi Chen's father, Chi Wan, had not pursued this behavior, considering he was his younger brother's child. Oh, Chi Chen? Seeing Chi Chen step out of the Bentley Continental, Chi Tianhao also showed a hint of surprise. Wow, a Bentley. You kid, haven't seen you in a few days, and you've struck it rich. Saying this, Chi Tianhao walked to the front of the Bentley and heavily slapped the hood twice with his large palm, making a loud noise. Then, he forcefully twisted the small wings of the Bentley's emblem, as if he wanted to rip it off and keep it as a souvenir. Chi Chen and Chi Tianhao had never gotten along since childhood. The tall and strong Chi Tianhao had always bullied the frail Chi Chen. Whenever Chi Chen had something delicious or pocket money, it would be snatched away by Chi Tianhao at the first opportunity. Whatever mischief was done, Chi Tianhao would find a way to pin the blame on Chi Chen. Logically, brothers who grew up fighting like this should have a very good relationship in the future. But after so many years, the relationship between Chi Chen and Chi Tianhao remained terrible. Seeing Chi Tianhao's almost provocative actions, Chi Chen suppressed the urge to hit him and said coldly, "Chi Tianhao, be gentle. If you break that emblem, I bet the kickbacks you earn in a month won't even cover the damages." Hearing Chi Chen's mockery of his kickbacks, Chi Tianhao did not feel ashamed but instead smiled and said, "How much have I contributed to Chi Pharmaceutical over the years? What's wrong with taking a little kickback? On the contrary, you've never worked a day in the factory, and without doing anything, you can drive a few millions worth of Bentley. I was wondering why the factory's dividends were only over 2 million last year. It turns out the bulk of the profits were secretly spent by your dad on you." Chi Chen could still tolerate the banter between the two younger generations. However, Chi Tianhao's baseless slander against Chi Chen's father ignited the anger in Chi Chen's heart. He stepped forward 2 paces, almost bumping foreheads with Chi Tianhao, and said fiercely, "Chi Tianhao, think before you speak. This Bentley was bought with my own money, not a single cent from the family. And I didn't use a penny from Chi Pharmaceutical. If you continue to slander my father out of thin air, be careful that I won't be polite to you." With immense wealth, Chi Chen felt a strong sense of confidence, and every move and word he made carried a calm demeanor. Such confidence and demeanor naturally transformed into a kind of imposing presence when Chi Chen became angry, causing Chi Tianhao's heart to tremble and involuntarily take 2 steps back. Chi Tianhao felt that at this moment, Chi Chen was like a ferocious beast ready to pounce, and if he continued to provoke him, it was highly likely that he would completely enrage Chi Chen. At that time, what he would face could be an unpredictable outcome. For the first time, in front of the weaker Chi Chen, Chi Tianhao chose to back down. With a hint of guilt, he averted his gaze, not daring to meet Chi Chen's eyes, and took 2 steps back, saying, "I was just joking with you, come on, is it really necessary? I'm your brother, can't I say a few words to you?" Seeing Chi Tianhao trying to find a way out for himself, Chi Chen couldn't be bothered to respond any further. He snorted coldly and walked past Chi Tianhao, entering the Chi Pharmaceutical office building. Watching Chi Chen's disappearing figure behind the door, Chi Tianhao's expression turned cold again. He spat viciously to the side and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just driving a Bentley? What's there to be so proud of? Didn't they say he went bankrupt not long ago? Some even said Chi Chen hooked up with a rich woman? Could it be that this car isn't Chi Chen's, but belongs to that rich woman? Regardless of whether this car is yours or not, it doesn't matter anymore. It won't be long before I drive you and Chi Yuan out of Chi Pharmaceutical, and then our family will be the true owners of Chi Pharmaceutical." Chi Chen was unaware of Chi Tianhao's mumbling behind him. After entering the office building, Chi Chen went straight to the 3rd floor and knocked on Kong Gong's office door. "Come in." Pushing the door open, Kong Gong was sitting behind a large desk, looking somewhat fatigued. In front of him, there were stacks of file boxes piled high, almost exceeding the height of Kong Gong's head, nearly drowning him. Seeing Chi Chen enter, Kong Gong smiled and said, "Xiao Guang, you're here." Chi Chen nodded and looked at the large pile of file boxes on the desk, saying, "Yes, I just received your message and rushed back. The molecular formula I gave you, has the application for global patent been completed?" Kong Gong nodded and replied, "It's done. Look, all these documents on the desk are patent documents for that molecular formula. Applications have been completed in developed countries like Russia, America, Europe, and Japan, and we haven't overlooked some slightly remote countries either, to prevent companies from registering there and exploiting legal loopholes. All these patents have been applied for in your name, and along with some derivative molecular formula patent applications, it cost a total of 4.6 million yuan. You still have a lot left from the 10 million you gave me before. I'll transfer the remaining amount back to you later." Chi Chen waved his hand and said, "Kong Gong, there's no rush for the money. You've worked hard during this time. The process that originally needed 2 to 3 months to complete was finished by you in less than a month. You've really helped me a lot. Keep 200,000 as a reward for your hard work this month." Hearing Chi Chen's words, Kong Gong was somewhat taken aback and quickly said, "No need. Intellectual property is my job. How can I take so much money at once? Besides, I heard that the pharmaceutical factory is facing financial difficulties. Good steel should be used on the blade. With this money, it's better to keep it for the factory's emergency needs." Chi Chen, who was flipping through the patent documents, was somewhat astonished upon hearing Kong Gong's words. "What? The factory is facing financial difficulties? The pharmaceutical factory is tight on funds? What exactly is going on?" During this time, Chi Chen had been busy applying for patents and finding suitable treatment places for Manhwa, and had not noticed any problems with the operation of his own pharmaceutical factory, so he found it quite strange at this moment. Kong Gong hesitated for a moment and replied, "Actually, I don't know much either. It's just that recently, I've heard some rumors in the factory that it seems the pharmaceutical factory has encountered some difficulties, and the cash flow is very tight. But I don't know what the specific problems are." Seeing that Kong Gong really didn't understand the situation, Chi Chen didn't press further and said, "I will look into the funding issues of the factory. You don't need to worry. This 200,000 is your hard-earned fee, just take it and be at ease. The benefits you've brought me in just over a month are worth much more than 200,000. Hearing Chi Chen's insistence, Kong Gong finally nodded and replied, "In that case, thank you. I will return the remaining money to you as soon as possible." Chi Chen nodded, letting Kong Gong collect the patent documents before leaving his office and heading towards the R&D area of Chi's Pharmaceuticals. In the laboratory, Gao Yong was standing in front of the operating table, fully focused on operating several complex instruments in front of him. He was checking data while recording something in the notebook beside him, looking very concentrated. Gao Yong was an outstanding student from Rongqing University of Chemical Technology. If Chi's Pharmaceuticals hadn't offered a salary several times higher than the market rate, he wouldn't have come to such a small pharmaceutical factory as a doctor. After waiting for a while, once Gao Yong finished this set of experimental operations, Chi Chen finally spoke up. "Dr. Gao, are you busy right now? I have something I want to trouble you with." Seeing Chi Chen, Gao Yong frowned slightly, looking somewhat displeased, and said, "Guang, you're here. What do you need? You haven't given up on synthesizing that molecular formula, have you?" Although Gao Yong was a dedicated technician, he was not an oblivious bookworm. During this time, he knew that Chi Chen and Kong Gong had been busy applying for patents, connecting it to the previous inquiry Chi Chen made about synthesizing the molecular formula compound. Gao Yong had already vaguely guessed that the patent Chi Chen was applying for was the molecular formula he had shown him before. Gao Yong did not expect that after being rejected by him, Chi Chen would be so persistent, not only not giving up on synthesizing this molecular formula but also spending a large sum of money to apply for global patents on this molecular formula and its derivatives. It was simply a wasteful act. What did he think this molecular formula was? A treasure. In this world, there are countless diverse molecular formulas. However, those that can become therapeutic drugs after synthesis are extremely rare. In Gao Yong's mind, Chi Chen was just a rich second generation who had been fooled, holding a high-priced, randomly fabricated molecular formula, thinking he could synthesize a drug and become rich overnight. It was simply a dream. If developing a new drug were that simple, all diseases in the world would have already been conquered by humanity. It was this kind of thinking that made Gao Yong not very friendly when facing Chi Chen. However, Chi Chen did not mind Gao Yong's attitude and said seriously, "That's right, I came to find you today specifically for the synthesis of that molecular formula. You may have heard that I have already applied for global patents on this molecular formula. Next, we need to synthesize this molecular formula in the laboratory. Dr. Gao, can you help me with the synthesis of this molecular formula?" Seeing that his guess was indeed correct, Gao Yong sighed and said, "My job is to develop new drugs, and helping you synthesize this molecular formula is not impossible. However, I want to give you a piece of advice. To synthesize a completely new molecular formula, finding a stable and harmless synthesis pathway requires a significant amount of time, energy, and money. Are you really confident that the profits generated after successfully synthesizing this molecular formula can cover the costs of your initial development? Not every molecular formula can become a good medicine after being synthesized." It was clear that Gao Yong was not optimistic about the prospects of synthesizing this molecular formula. He even thought that Chi Chen was a spendthrift, a rich second generation with high aspirations but low abilities. He didn't want to waste his time and energy just to accompany a foolish rich kid in developing a completely unrelated new drug. However, what Gao Yong didn't know was that this molecular formula had been sent back from the future and had already undergone countless validations. It was a miracle drug that could completely cure Alzheimer's disease. As long as this molecular formula could be successfully synthesized, Shichen could monopolize the market for treating Alzheimer's disease for a full 20 years while the patent was valid. So, even though Gao Yong was somewhat reluctant, Shichen firmly said, "Dr. Gao, I know what I'm doing. Once this molecular formula is successfully synthesized, it will definitely shock the entire world. What I lack the most right now is time. Just give me a straightforward answer. Can you attempt to synthesize this molecular formula or not? If you successfully synthesize this molecular formula within 3 months, I will directly give you a bonus of 1 million yuan. Hearing Qi Chen's words, Gao Yong was somewhat shocked and swallowed hard. Goodness, he originally thought Qi Chen was just a wasteful rich kid. He didn't expect that Qi Chen was a fighter among spendthrifts. Not only did he ignore advice, but he also offered a 1 million yuan bonus for synthesizing the molecular formula. In that instant, Gao Yong immediately made a decision. Let's do it. We must do it. Work hard. This 1 million yuan is too good to pass up. Anyway, recently Qi Pharmaceutical didn't have any new drug development projects, and rather than wasting time doing nothing every day, it would be better to try to synthesize this molecular formula and obtain the 1 million yuan reward promised by Qi Chen. With that thought, Gao Yong readily agreed, saying, "Deal. Which molecular formula do you want to synthesize? Send the information to my email later." Qi Chen nodded and said, "Don't worry, the information will be sent to you as soon as possible. For me, time is the most precious thing right now. The sooner this molecular formula is synthesized, the better. Don't worry about the cost, just tell me how much you need, and I'll transfer it to you immediately." For Gao Yong, since it wasn't his own money, the more generous the research funding, the better. However, after Gao Yong nodded, he still hesitated and said, "I heard that the pharmaceutical factory has been having some financial difficulties recently? It seems that even the workers' wages have been partially delayed. Is it really appropriate for us to spend such a large amount of research funding on synthesizing this unknown molecular formula when the pharmaceutical factory is in such a difficult situation?" Hearing Gao Yong's words, Qi Chen's brows furrowed deeply. "What, are you also saying that the pharmaceutical factory has financial issues? What exactly is going on?" Gao Yong shook his head and said, "I don't know the specifics, I just heard that some workers' wages have been delayed, and it seems that the funds for turnover have also encountered problems. But I don't know the exact reason." At first, when Qi Chen heard Kong Gong mention the funding issue, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Qi Pharmaceutical is just a medium-sized town enterprise, always focusing on solid business practices. As long as they don't act recklessly, there generally shouldn't be any major financial issues. However, after hearing Gao Yong mention it for the second time, Qi Chen began to feel that the problem was somewhat serious. From what Qi Chen knew about his father, he was a very upright person who valued integrity. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he would never delay paying workers' wages. Now that the workers' wages were being delayed, it must mean that a significant problem had arisen. However, this issue couldn't be answered by Gao Yong, so Qi Chen decided to go directly to ask his father. Before leaving, Qi Chen said to Gao Yong, "Dr. Gao, the funding for my new drug development has nothing to do with the factory, so you can confidently start the experiments without worrying about financial issues. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll transfer it directly to your account without going through the pharmaceutical company's finances." Hearing Qi Chen's words, Gao Yong was very surprised. In fact, during this period when the pharmaceutical company was facing financial issues, Gao Yong had always thought it was Qi Chen's reckless actions that led to the break in the company's financial chain. So, when Qi Chen first came in, Gao Yong didn't give him a very good expression. He never expected that Qi Chen's application for patents and funding for synthetic drugs had nothing to do with the pharmaceutical company. Originally thinking Qi Chen was a wasteful rich second generation, he didn't expect to have misunderstood him. Where did Qi Chen get so much money? Ignoring the secretly shocked Gao Yong, Qi Chen directly walked towards his father's office to inquire about the financial issues mentioned by Kong Gong and Gao Yong. In Qi Fu, Qi Wenyuan's office, a room full of people was gathered here, smoke swirling, all with worried expressions. Qi Qingfeng, Qi Chen's second uncle, suddenly broke the silence. "Elder brother, our pharmaceutical company has been having a tough time lately. Our upstream raw material suppliers have been urging us to settle the payment, saying that if we don't pay them within a week, they will sue us in court." Qi Chen's father, Qi Wenyuan, took a deep drag on his cigarette and then extinguished it in an ashtray already filled with butts, his voice hoarse as he said, "Haven't we received the payments from our downstream distributors yet?" Qi Qingfeng nodded and replied, I really don't know what these distributors are thinking. They all agreed to delay our payments together. The coincidence is that we ordered a large batch of raw materials from the suppliers to expand production, and now that the distributors' payments haven't come in, we really don't have the money to pay for this batch. Shi Wenyuan sighed and said, "Can we ask the upstream suppliers to wait a little longer, to give us some time?" To gather their payment, our pharmaceutical company has even delayed paying the workers' wages. This has never happened before. If just half of the distributors could send their payments on time, we would have enough funds to pay the upstream suppliers. Shi Qingfeng nodded in agreement, saying, "Then I'll practice a bit more and try to delay it for a few more days." His tone was anxious, but deep down, there was a hint of barely perceptible smugness and malice. Secretly exchanging glances with his son Shi Tianhao immediately understood, walking over to his father's side and saying in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "Uncle, it's not that I'm criticizing you. You have money to buy your son a Bentley, but you don't have money to pay your brothers? I just checked online. The one Chi-Chin drives is a Bentley Continental GT, top configuration. It costs a full 5 million. Shi Wenyuan was taken aback. Bentley? What Bentley? Shi Tianhao's plump face was covered with uneven bumps, and he grinned crookedly as he spoke. My uncle, don't pretend anymore. Just downstairs, I saw Chi-Chin driving a newly bought Bentley with my own eyes. Since he dares to drive it, what are you afraid to admit? No wonder the dividends were so low last year. No wonder our pharmaceutical factory's funding chain broke inexplicably. Also, I've seen Chi Meng wearing various high-end luxury brands these past few days. Those clothes must cost at least hundreds of thousands. The money from this pharmaceutical factory has already been drained by you, all given to your children, right? Faced with the accusations from the younger generation, Shi Wenyuan frowned, feeling a surge of anger. After being the factory director for so many years, Shi Wenyuan believed he had always been fair and honest, treating his second and third brothers and their families equally, never embezzling a single penny. However, he was unaware of the situation regarding Chi-Chen's Bentley and could only remain silent for the moment, his chest heaving with anger. Seeing Shi Wenyuan's furious expression, Shi Qingfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, but he still pretended to scold Shi Tianhao. Tianhao, how can you speak to your elder like that? This is your uncle. Even if your uncle has made some mistakes, he will always be your elder. Hurry up and apologize to your uncle. Shi Tianhao indeed had a nonchalant attitude, defiantly holding his neck high. This demeanor only made Shi Wenyuan angrier, his breathing becoming more rapid. However, upon hearing Shi Tianhao's accusations, the third brother, Shi Jianjun, asked with some suspicion, "Eldest brother, is this true?" The third brother, Shi Jianjun, managed the factory's production diligently, with great seriousness, and was the backbone of the pharmaceutical factory, usually obedient to Shi Wenyuan. Yet, hearing Shi Tianhao's baseless slander, even Shi Jianjun began to doubt. Could the eldest brother really have secretly drained the factory and given all the money to his children? Continuously questioned about his character by his own brothers and younger generation, Shi Wenyuan felt insulted, slamming his palm on the table and speaking in a deep voice. What kind of person Shi Wenyuan, am? I believe you all have some understanding after so many years. Whether it's my own family or the second and third brothers' families, I have always treated them equally. There is no favoritism. I have never embezzled a single penny from the factory's public funds. If you don't trust me, you can check the accounts at any time. If I have embezzled even a little, then I will resign as the factory director. As the instigator of all this, the second uncle, Shi Qingfeng, naturally knew that Shi Wenyuan had not embezzled. He did not intend to use this opportunity to oust Shi Wenyuan from his position as director. After all, Shi Wenyuan had made no mistakes. How could a few rumors shake his position as a 30-year veteran director? The purpose of Shi Qingfeng creating this scene was to divert Shi Wenyuan's attention, allowing his subsequent plans to be implemented smoothly. Moreover, Shi Wenyuan had a history of high blood pressure. If he could really anger him to death, the director's position would be vacant, and a series of subsequent operations could be simplified without much effort. Shi Wenyuan would never have imagined that beneath his younger brother's calm demeanor lay such malicious intentions. Just as the atmosphere in the room became the most tense, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Knock, knock, knock. Then, the door opened, and it was Chi-Chin who walked in. As soon as he pushed the door open, Chi-Chin was choked by the thick second-hand smoke inside and started coughing. Cough, cough. Dad, second uncle, third uncle. Are you having a meeting? Seeing his son, Shi Wenyuan's stiff face finally revealed a hint of a smile as he said, "It's nothing, we've already finished talking. You usually don't come to my office. Is there something going on today?" Chi-Chin nodded and said, "I was outside just now and heard that our pharmaceutical factory seems to be facing some financial pressure. I wanted to ask what exactly the problem is. Can I help in any way?" In the eyes of parents, children never grow up, and these days, Chi Wen-yuan had been busy with the factory's financial matters, not really aware of Chi Chen's situation. He waved his hand and said, "The factory is indeed facing some difficulties in operations recently, but it's not a big problem. Besides, what can you do to help with financial issues?" Seeing that his parents still treated him like a child, Chi Chen said seriously, "Dad, I've made some money from my business recently. If the factory has any financial difficulties that are hard to solve, you must tell me." Since ancient times, it has always been about not fearing poverty but fearing inequality. With so many relatives and high-ranking officials from the factory present, Chi Chen had no intention of revealing that he already had over 2 billion in assets. Otherwise, distant relatives wanting to borrow money would come flocking to him. Chi Wen-yuan seemed not too concerned about Chi Chen's words, merely nodding perfunctorily, while Chi Tianhao wore an ambiguous smile and said, "Oh, little Guanghao is quite generous. It seems driving a Bentley really does make one more confident. But I wonder if this car is yours or if you borrowed it from a rich woman." With so many people around, Chi Chen didn't want to stoop to Chi Tianhao's level. In response to his provocation, Chi Chen simply shot him a cold glance. With assets worth tens of billions and the experiences of this time, Chi Chen's confidence was immensely strong. Just standing there in silence, he exuded a powerful aura, and his cold gaze seemed to contain a hint of authority. Seeing Chi Tianhao stunned by his glance again, Chi Chen no longer looked at him but greeted his father and two uncles before leaving the room. There were too many people around, and Chi Chen planned to talk to his father alone about the financial pressure the factory was facing. Watching Chi Chen turn and leave, Chi Tianhao felt a sense of relief but also harbored an inexplicable resentment, thinking to himself, "Chi Chen, just enjoy your moment. Once this matter is settled, I'll see how long your whole family can keep up this act. By then, I'll sweep you out like a stray dog." Although the factory was in the town where the Chi family lived, Chi Chen's home was still a distance away from it. After getting into the Bentley, a few minutes later, he returned to his old family home. Just as he parked the car, his younger sister Chi Meng came out to greet him. Looking at the uniquely styled Bentley, Chi Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "Wow, big brother, you're so good to me. You know our school starts tomorrow, and you specially borrowed a luxury car to take me to school. It's worth all those times I covered for you when you went out to play games." Seeing his sister acting a bit silly, Chi Chen couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What do you mean I borrowed it? I bought it. I placed the order for this car a long time ago. It just took over a month to deliver. But it's already the end of September. Why haven't you started school yet?" Chi Meng pouted, looking a bit displeased. "You can tell you don't care about me. It rained heavily a while back, and the start of school was delayed. Tomorrow is just the first day for registration. But since you're taking me in a luxury car for registration, I'll forgive you." The first day of college registration for his sister was naturally a big deal, and Chi Chen readily agreed to her request. Wanting to have a private chat with his father about the crisis at the pharmaceutical factory, Chi Chen waited until evening but still hadn't seen his parents return. Instead, he received a call from Lin Jing. "Hello, Chi Chen. Where are you staying now? There's a bit of an issue at my family's pharmaceutical factory, so I went back to my hometown in the countryside." Hearing Chi Chen's response, Lin Jing seemed a little disappointed and said, "Oh, I thought you were still at my house." Chi Chen chuckled. This girl was becoming less reserved. "I wish I could, but I'm afraid if your dad catches me again, I'll be in big trouble." Every time he thought about being caught by Lin's parents while showering, Chi Chen felt a mix of shame and anger, wanting to erase that embarrassing memory. On the other end of the line, Lin Jing laughed softly. "My dad didn't have a good impression of you before, but after this flood disaster, his opinion of you has completely changed. He keeps praising you and always complains about my mom for introducing me to someone like Joey Tong, that kind of spoiled rich kid. And there's news that he might be advancing in his career. He's been really motivated lately. All of this is thanks to the support you provided him during this flood disaster." Chi Chen shook his head and smiled. "Lin Jing, you're exaggerating. Your dad's career matters are beyond our control. I just did what any citizen should do." After a moment of silence on the phone, Lin Jing seemed to gather her courage and said, "Chi Chen, my dad doesn't have any prejudice against you anymore. Since you don't have a place to stay in the city right now, would you like to move back and continue sharing a rental with me?" These two sentences seemed to have drained all of Lin Jing's strength and courage. One could imagine how shy she was on the other end of the line. With the lady showing interest, Chi Chen naturally wouldn't refuse, but since it was a crucial time for synthesizing drugs, he could only regretfully decline. "Of course, if Uncle Lin doesn't mind, I wouldn't leave today, but recently, there are some troubles at my family's pharmaceutical factory, and I need to stay here to handle them. As soon as this is resolved, I'll move over to share a rental with you." After chatting for a while longer, they hung up. However, just as Chi-chin was about to turn off his phone screen to sleep, he noticed an unread message on WeChat. Yujikshu, are you there? Yujikshu, are you there? Chi-chin was taken aback. He didn't expect Hu Shui to message him so late, so he quickly replied. Guang, I'm here, beautiful. What's up? What Chi-chin didn't know was that at that moment, Hu Shui was lying on her bed in a silk loungewear set. Her long legs, free of stockings, revealed a color as white as ivory, delicate like silk. Her slender ankles and long toes, though unadorned with any nail polish, exuded a primitive beauty. Unfortunately, this beautiful sight could only be appreciated by Hu Shui herself. Hu Shui had been tossing and turning in bed all night, wanting to call Chi-chan, with many things she wanted to tell him, but lost her courage just as her finger was about to press the call button. She had prepared long messages on WeChat, only to delete them completely just before sending. After a night of turmoil, all her thoughts condensed into 2 words. Are you there? Seeing Chi-chen's quick reply, Hu Shui felt a surge of joy. Her initial anxiety transformed into a sense of reassurance, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her face as her long fingers danced on the screen. Yujikshu, you've helped me so much, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. Do you have time recently? Let me treat you to a big meal. Era, let's go. Please take me to eat at Uncle Zhu's place. I haven't had it in a long time. I've been craving that taste. Deal. Claps hands. By the way, I actually have a favor to ask you. My sister Qiming is going to Rongqing Normal University to register tomorrow, and I want you to help me get a supplementary bank card for her to use. No problem. I'll take care of it first thing in the morning and deliver it to her. By the way, are you coming tomorrow too? There's no better day than today, so I'll treat you to a meal at Old Zhu's. Okay. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. To send a WeChat message to Kitchen, Hu Shui tossed and turned, fidgeting all night. In the end, after she finally made up her mind to send the message, the conversation ended with just a few short exchanges. However, Hu Shui didn't feel disappointed. Instead, she happily opened Kitchen's profile picture, and after gently caressing the screen with her fingers for a long time, she finally fell into a satisfied sleep. Kitchen's parents seemed to have been busy at the pharmaceutical factory all night. The next morning, Kitchen still didn't see either of them, so she loaded Qiming's large and small bags into the car and took her to school for registration. It took over an hour to drive from the countryside to Rongqing Normal University, and as long as they completed the registration before noon, Kitchen wasn't in a hurry. She drove leisurely while chatting with Qiming. Mimi, I heard that our pharmaceutical factory has been having some issues recently. Do you know what's going on? Qiming, sitting in the passenger seat, was playing Honor of Kings with her head down and replied without looking up. Issues? Are you talking about the funding chain? I know, what's up? As she spoke, Qiming frowned cutely and complained, my teammates are so bad. Hearing Qiming's response, Kitchen was a bit surprised. You know? Then, Kitchen scolded herself for being so foolish. It had been over 2 months since they graduated from high school, and during that time, Qiming had been living at home. Even if their parents didn't actively talk to her about the factory, she should have had a general understanding of the situation just from being around. Then tell me, what's really going on? At that moment, Qiming's phone screen went black, and the words failed appeared on the screen. She angrily locked the screen and then looked up to say, the issue started because the factory ordered a large batch of pharmaceutical raw materials to expand production. The price of this batch of raw materials is very high, and our factory is struggling a bit to pay for it, but we could manage with some turnover. However, for some unknown reason, at this critical moment, the downstream distributors seem to have all agreed to delay payments for the goods that were supposed to be paid to us. Buying this large batch of raw materials was already a strain. With the distributors delaying payments, our factory's funding chain has shown signs of breaking, and we can't pay for this batch of raw materials. I heard that the upstream suppliers have already issued an ultimatum. If we can't pay the full amount for this batch of raw materials within 7 days, they'll take us to court. I heard Dad is considering taking out a high-interest loan to gather this payment. Surely Mom and Dad are worried about this. They haven't been home for several days and have been living at the factory. Listening to Qiming's account, Kitchen couldn't help but frown. At first, Kitchen thought the factory was just experiencing normal financial strain, but she didn't expect the situation to be this severe, with her father even considering borrowing at high interest. Didn't he know that his son had a total of 2.5 billion in savings at the bank? Dad really doesn't know. With a diary from the future, in just 2 months, Shi-chan has already amassed an asset of 2.5 billion yuan. This matter is indeed too magical. Apart from the Lin family and Hu Shui, who have personally experienced it, no one else knows how much wealth Chi-chan actually has. And since Chi-chan hasn't figured out how to explain the source of this asset to his family, he hasn't formally told his father about his situation. So the current situation is that Chi-Chen has 2.5 billion in cash, while his father is worried about an impending payment due. It's gotten so difficult that he needs to borrow at high interest. What is going on? Chi-Chen finds it somewhat amusing and has made up his mind to use his own money to fill the financial gap of the pharmaceutical factory after he returns, so his father won't be troubled over a little money. However, at this moment, Chi-Chen is looking forward to how his usually stern father will react when he finds out that his son has quietly earned 2.5 billion in assets. Just thinking about it makes him excited. Soon, Chi-Chen drove his Bentley into the campus of Rongqing Normal University. Since it was the first day of school for the freshmen, the campus was particularly lively today, with new students carrying large bags and upperclassmen roaming around, either recruiting for their clubs or looking for junior sisters, eager to help carry luggage in hopes of a romantic encounter. Little do they know, this is just the beginning of their simp careers. No matter where it is, a luxury car like the Bentley Continental is a highlight that attracts attention. As the Bentley slowly entered the campus, the surrounding students immediately began to discuss. Wow! Another rich kid among this year's freshmen. This Bentley is so cool, it must cost at least 2 million, right? 2 million? You wish. This is a Bentley Continental, close to 5 million. 2 million would only buy you a second-hand wreck. Driving such a luxury car on the first day of school, looks like this one is also a restless soul. Hey, if I had a car like that, wouldn't I have priority for 4 years of college? Get real, if you had a car like that, you couldn't even afford the insurance, believe it or not? At this moment, the Bentley slowly parked under the girls' dormitory, and then a young man and woman opened the car doors and got out. Wow! That guy is so handsome, he's my type. Stop daydreaming, do you think he would notice you? Even if this handsome guy is looking for a girlfriend, it would be someone like me. Get lost, stop being so flirty. Oh, the girl in the passenger seat is also very pretty. She looks so young, could it be that she's the freshman? After getting out of the Bentley, Chi-Chen took off his luggage and was about to take Chi-Meng into the dormitory. Unexpectedly, at the entrance of the dormitory, they were stopped by the dormitory manager. Can't you see this is the girls' dormitory? What are you, a big man, doing barging in? Do you think just because you drive a luxury car you can do whatever you want? Faced with the dormitory manager, who was as defensive as a guard dog, Chi-Chen could only shake his head helplessly. I know this is the girls' dormitory. Is it not allowed for parents to help carry luggage on the first day of school? Or is it because I'm too handsome and the dormitory manager is afraid of causing a stir in the entire girls' dormitory? But with such a responsible dormitory manager, Chi-Chen feels much more at ease about Chi-Meng staying here. Looking at the piles of luggage on the ground, Chi-Chen scratched his head helplessly and said to Chi-Meng, if they won't let me in, you'll have to carry it all up yourself. Looking at so much luggage, even Chi-Meng began to regret it. Why did she bring all her luggage at once? Wouldn't it be better to have her brother bring it over bit by bit? Just as Chi-Meng was gritting her teeth and trying to hang her luggage on herself, a savior suddenly appeared. Chi-Chen, so you guys are here. Hearing someone call her name, Chi-Chen looked over in surprise and found Hu Shui pushing a bicycle, smiling brightly at her. Today, Hu Shui was wearing a white chiffon shirt on top, and under the sunlight, her fair skin was subtly visible. On the bottom, she wore a pair of light blue fitted jeans that perfectly outlined her long legs, which, although not revealing an inch of skin, still sparked endless imagination. Hu Shui, what are you doing here? After parking the bicycle nearby, Hu Shui took the initiative to help Chi-Meng, who was almost tangled up like a rice dumpling, with some of her luggage, explaining, didn't you say you wanted to get a supplementary card for your sister? I got the card done early this morning, and since I had nothing else to do, I brought it over for you. Meng, it's been a while, you've grown so much. Chi-Meng looked at Hu Shui in confusion, then her face lit up with realization. You are Sister Xiao Shui? Wow, it's been so long, Sister Xiao Shui. You look so beautiful. Beautiful women are natural rivals. Initially, Chi-Meng felt a slight instinctive hostility upon seeing Hu Shui's stunning figure. However, upon realizing she was the familiar Sister Xiao Shui, that little hostility instantly vanished, replaced by deep envy and joy. That figure is simply irresistible. In an instant, the two women, disregarding the many pieces of luggage, began chattering away, quickly becoming extremely close. One was slightly older with an incredibly perfect figure, while the other was younger and exuded youthful charm. Soon, male students nearby began to gather, some even pulling out their phones to take pictures from a distance. Seeing this scene, Chi-Chen quickly interrupted the two reminiscing, saying, you guys are carrying so much stuff, aren't you tired? Hurry up and put the luggage away, it's getting late. Once we drop off the things, we can go eat. Chi-Meng cutely stuck out her little tongue and hurriedly followed Hu Shui into the dormitory building. Chi-Chen stood alone at the entrance of the dormitory, doing nothing but facing off against the ever-vigilant dormitory manager. However, watching the girls in little skirts coming in and out of the dormitory, along with their subtly beautiful figures, made Chi-Chen sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. Chi-Chen's features were already handsome and refined, and dressed in casual Hugo Boss attire, he exuded a contradictory feeling of being both young and composed, or to put it more flamboyantly, mysterious, causing passing girls to glance at him a few more times. Even 2 pretty girls approached him, wanting to add him on WeChat. To avoid disappointing them, Chi-Chen had to sacrifice a bit of himself and gave away 2 of his WeChat friend slots. How can Chi-Chen have countless admirers, ensuring all the girls in the world are happy? Just as Chi-Chen was secretly feeling pleased with himself, Hu Shui and Chi Meng finally walked out of the dormitory. Perhaps due to carrying so much luggage, there was a fine sheen of sweat on Hu Shui's fair skin, and her white chiffon shirt clung to her, making her already golden ratio figure even more sizzling. You must be tired, let's go eat and take a break. Upon hearing Chi-Chen's suggestion, Chi Meng, who had originally agreed to eat together, suddenly changed her mind, shaking her head like a rattle drum and repeatedly saying, I'm not going. I'm going to eat with my new roommate later, you two go have your little world. Hu Shui's cheeks flushed, but she didn't refute. Instead, she took out a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Chi-Chen, saying, This is the supplementary card for your bank card. I've set the monthly spending limit to 5 million. Chi-Chen nodded as he took it, then immediately handed it over to Chi Meng, saying, Here you go. Did you hear that? A limit of 5 million every month. If it's not enough, just call me. Listen, what does it mean to be a doting brother? What does it mean to be extravagant? Chi Meng, who received the bank card, was stunned, staring blankly as she said, 5 million limit. Every month? Bro, what currency are you talking about? Zimbabwean dollars? Chi-Chen pretended to flick Chi Meng on the forehead, saying fiercely, Of course it's in RMB. Do you think I'm that stingy? Don't casually accept gifts from boys. Remember, no good deed goes unpunished. If you want something, buy it yourself. As the eldest brother, when their parents were busy with business, taking care of Chi Meng was something Chi-Chen had to do himself. Moreover, even the crisis at their parents' pharmaceutical factory awaited Chi-Chen to resolve it. With enough ability comes corresponding responsibility. This supplementary card was an unexpected gift, and Chi Meng wrapped her arms around Chi-Chen's, playfully shaking him. Bro, you're the best. Don't worry, even with money, I definitely won't spend it recklessly. And Chi Meng leaned in close to Chi-Chen's ear and whispered, I think Sister Shui has a crush on you. You should make an effort. If she becomes my sister-in-law, I wouldn't oppose it. Go for it, bro. After saying that, Chi Meng patted Chi-Chen's shoulder in a mature manner and bounced upstairs. Seeing Chi Meng's behavior, Hu Shui immediately understood that the girl was trying to matchmake them, and her cheeks flushed slightly, looking stunningly beautiful. Chi-Chen smiled and said, Meng is being a bit too familiar, don't take her too seriously. Come on, let's go have a meal together. What do you want to eat? Hu Shui blinked her big eyes. We agreed yesterday to go eat at Old Ju's, did you forget? You've helped me so much during this time, today, I'm treating you. With a beautiful woman inviting him, Chi-Chen naturally wouldn't refuse. He gentlemanly opened the car door for Hu Shui, saying, Get in the car? Hu Shui shook her head, not getting into the Bentley, but instead walked over to her bicycle, patted the seat, and smiled, Old Ju's place is all alleys, your car can't get through. Let's ride a bicycle together, you can take me. At that moment, Chi-Chen and Hu Shui's eyes met, both feeling a hint of shyness and excitement. They both recalled the last time they rode a bicycle together, the enchanting and romantic experience they had. After locking the Bentley, Chi-Chen got on the bicycle, and Hu Shui lightly hopped onto the back seat. Her delicate, fair fingers were no longer tightly gripping Chi-Chen's shirt as before. Instead, her arms wrapped around his waist directly. Their relationship had made substantial progress. Chi-Chen's body stiffened instantly, through his shirt and Hu Shui's chiffon top. He could clearly feel the warmth and elasticity coming from her. As the road undulated, the bicycle's speed varied, and Hu Shui's perfectly proportioned figure was fully expressed against Chi-Chen's back. Strangely, neither of them spoke, one focused on riding, while the other leaned against Chi-Chen's back. At that moment, silence spoke louder than words. They felt each other deeply. The external noise seemed to separate from them, the streets and the bustling traffic fading into a blurry background, leaving only the bicycle and the two of them at the center of the world. Just as they were nearing their destination, Hu Shui's phone suddenly rang, breaking the romantic tranquility. Who is it? Hu Shui felt a surge of irritation at being disturbed. She took out her phone and, seeing the caller ID, furrowed her brows even deeper before hanging up without hesitation. Chi-Chen, who was riding his bike, curiously asked, Why didn't you answer? Hu Shui shook her head and explained, spam call. The two exchanged only a few words as they rode their bicycles through alley after alley, arriving at an unremarkable entrance. Old Zhu's Skewers. The sign was an ordinary wooden plaque, weathered and faded after years of exposure to the elements. From the outside, it was hard to tell if the place was even open. However, the rich aroma wafting through the door crack stubbornly and effectively lured in passers-by. After parking their bikes, Chi Chen nostalgically remarked, "This is the taste. I haven't had it in years. So nostalgic." Hu Shui tugged at Chi Chen's shirt and walked ahead with a smile, saying, "That's you. Now that you have money, you look down on old Zhu's roadside shop. Over the years, I've often come here when I had the time." Passing through a somewhat weathered brick courtyard, the two entered the restaurant. Inside, green-painted tables were neatly arranged, and amidst the white steam, several diners were happily feasting on skewers laid out before them. A somewhat plump old man approached, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Hu Shui. "Xiao Shui, you're here. Oh, you even brought a friend." Hu Shui pointed to Chi Chen beside her and said, "Old Zhu, don't you recognize him?" Looking at the smiling Chi Chen, old Zhu pondered for a moment before breaking into a surprised smile. "Xiao Guang, right? You haven't been here in years. Come, sit. Try my cooking and see if I've lost my touch." After saying this, old Zhu seated the two and brought over a steaming pot of skewers. Watching Chi Chen eat a skewer and give a thumbs up, old Zhu finally smiled broadly, satisfied, and went to attend to the next wave of customers. The food here was delicious and reasonably priced, making it a favorite spot for local students and residents to satisfy their cravings. Back in the day, when they were still students, Chi Chen and Hu Shui were regulars here. In this familiar environment, Hu Shui seemed to relax a lot. Her movements as she skewered the food were bold, with a trace of bright red chili oil lingering at the corner of her mouth, surprisingly attractive. Watching Hu Shui focus on her skewers, Chi Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Hu Shui's resilient character was like a daisy growing in the dirt. Despite being trampled by life's hardships, she still retained a passionate love for life. There was even a wildness about her that refused to back down at any moment. In contrast, Lin Jing preferred dining at a more refined Japanese restaurant, akin to the difference between a street-side skewer shop and a high-end eatery. Lin Jing's life was more exquisite, like a peony carefully nurtured in a greenhouse, beautiful and dignified. A daisy, a peony, Chi Chen found himself subconsciously comparing the two. Deep down, it was hard to choose. However, in such an environment, it was easy to forget one's troubles and worries. As Chi Chen and Hu Shui enjoyed their meal, they chatted about childhood memories, and the time seemed to fly by. After finishing their meal, Chi Chen pushed his bike while Hu Shui walked alongside him, the handsome duo attracting many glances. Among those who noticed them, one person exclaimed, "Hu Shui?" Looking toward the voice, a well-dressed man approached quickly. He appeared to be a few years older than Chi Chen and Hu Shui, and his receding hairline added a touch of weariness to his face. Upon seeing Hu Shui, a surprised smile broke out on his face as he said, "You haven't been answering my calls. I thought you weren't coming. I didn't expect to run into you here." "That's fine, our senior brothers and sisters will be in the Hilton Executive Lounge this afternoon, where there's a small salon. I'll take you over." However, facing this enthusiastic person, Hu Shui slightly furrowed her brows, discreetly took 2 steps back, hiding behind Chi Chen, and shook her head. "Zhang Yanfeng, you misunderstood. I came to the Normal University today not to attend your reunion, but to accompany my friend and see off his sister. I'm not going to the salon this afternoon, you all have fun." In response to Hu Shui's refusal, the man named Zhang Yanfeng seemed a bit taken aback and exclaimed in surprise, "You're not coming to the reunion? You're not attending the salon this afternoon either? With so many classmates, don't you want to see them? Or is it that your friend doesn't want you to attend our reunion?" As he spoke, Zhang Yanfeng frowned, and his gaze towards Chi Chen became unfriendly. Zhang Yanfeng, like Hu Shui, graduated from Rongqing Normal University. Hu Shui chose Rongqing Normal University because the tuition was relatively low, which eased her family's financial burden. In contrast, Zhang Yanfeng came from a wealthy family and could be considered a rich second generation. He chose Rongqing Normal University not out of a love for teaching but simply because there were more girls at the Normal University. Indeed, after entering university, the well-off Zhang Yanfeng thrived, quickly becoming a campus heartthrob, changing girlfriends one after another, with several female students even having abortions for him. Sweet-looking and with a perfect figure, Hu Shui was naturally seen by Zhang Yanfeng as a prime target for pursuit. However, throughout the 4 years of university, Zhang Yanfeng never even touched a finger of Hu Shui. Perhaps it was precisely because what he couldn't have became the best, Zhang Yanfeng's obsession with Hu Shui grew more intense. This reunion was organized by Zhang Yanfeng, with the purpose of seeing Hu Shui again. It had been 3 years since the classmates graduated, and the pure hearts that once resided in the ivory tower had become more realistic after facing the harshness of society. Through other classmates, Zhang Yanfeng had long learned about Hu Shui's family situation, knowing about Anhao's serious illness and Hu Shui's difficult financial circumstances. This made Zhang Yanfeng ecstatic. He believed that Hu Shui, who was so short on money for her mother's treatment, would definitely not refuse his pursuit after experiencing the hardships of society. With his financial strength, he could easily resolve Hu Shui's current predicament. This reunion was Zhang Yanfeng's best opportunity to win over Hu Shui and enjoy her beauty. For so many years, Hu Shui's figure, which could be described as a golden ratio, and her almost heavenly long legs had always haunted Zhang Yanfeng's dreams. Just one of Hu Shui's legs could keep him entertained for an entire year. Once Hu Shui took his money, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? However, what frustrated Zhang Yanfeng was that Hu Shui didn't even show up at this reunion. Moreover, she didn't answer his calls either. As a result, Zhang Yanfeng's plans to pursue Hu Shui and enjoy her beauty naturally fell through. However, just when Zhang Yanfeng felt deeply disappointed, he unexpectedly encountered Hu Shui again near the school, which made him ecstatic. What was this? Fate. It was destined. It was destined that Hu Shui could not escape from his grasp. So, when Hu Shui instinctively hid behind Qi Chen, Zhang Yanfeng felt a murderous intent towards Qi Chen. You're not coming to the reunion? You're not attending the salon this afternoon either? With so many classmates, don't you want to see them? Or is it that your friend doesn't want you to attend our reunion? Feeling the hostility radiating from Zhang Yanfeng, Qi Chen did not frown. Instead, he smiled and stood in front of Hu Shui, saying, "Did you not hear Xiushui say she doesn't want to go? Are you still here pestering? Please step aside, we need to leave." However, Zhang Yanfeng, already consumed by his desires, not only refused to step aside but took 2 steps forward, standing in front of Qi Chen, and said ominously, "I'm talking to Hu Shui, what are you barking about? We are old classmates, isn't it normal to invite her to a reunion? And who are you to make decisions for Hu Shui?" Zhang Yanfeng, now intent on pursuing Hu Shui, spoke to Qi Chen without courtesy. Before Qi Chen could respond, Hu Shui, standing behind him, spoke up first, a hint of anger in her voice. "Zhang Yanfeng, he is my friend, watch your mouth, and I won't be going to your reunion. Stop bothering me and go to your reunion already." Saying this, Hu Shui tugged at Qi Chen's hand and said, "Don't mind this lunatic, let's go." Seeing Hu Shui and Qi Chen so close, and being called a lunatic by the girl he wanted to pursue, a surge of anger erupted within Zhang Yanfeng. In a fit of rage, he raised his arm and swung it down hard at Qi Chen. "Ah!" Hu Shui screamed, not expecting that just being rejected would provoke Zhang Yanfeng to strike Qi Chen. She had heard that Zhang Yanfeng had serious violent tendencies, and many of his ex-girlfriends had suffered domestic abuse at his hands. This was one of the reasons she deeply despised him. Smack! Zhang Yanfeng's hand did not hit Qi Chen. In that split second, Qi Chen reacted quickly, raising his hand to firmly grasp Zhang Yanfeng's wrist, like a vice, holding it tightly so it couldn't move an inch. Although Qi Chen appeared thin, he had a healthy, streamlined physique, and his muscle power was strong. Just with one hand gripping Zhang Yanfeng's wrist, he rendered him completely immobile, the pressure making him feel as if his wrist might break, involuntarily letting out a cry of pain. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. Let go, or I'll break it." However, Qi Chen remained unfazed, even smiling slightly, and pointed to the camera hanging above them, saying, "This is a society governed by law. We don't advocate violence. I'm helping you. If your slap had landed on me just now, I would have sent you to the detention center for 15 days to cool off. Now, are you calm?" With his wrist in Qi Chen's grip, Zhang Yanfeng was in so much pain he couldn't straighten his back, hurriedly replying, I'm calm. Please let go, I really can't take it." With another squeeze, Qi Chen tightened his grip on Zhang Yanfeng's wrist, causing him to scream again before finally releasing him, coldly saying, "You reap what you sow. If you had just stepped aside, nothing would have happened. But you insisted on pestering us and even wanted to throw a punch? This is just a small punishment, now get lost, or I won't be polite." Qi Chen was not one to hold grudges. If he had a grudge, he would settle it on the spot. "Qi Chen, are you okay? Are you alright?" Seeing them release each other, Hu Shui hurried to Qi Chen's side, cradling his hand in hers, her face filled with concern and worry. This scene made Zhang Yanfeng feel both furious and wronged. "Come on, the one who just got hurt was me. You don't even ask me, and that's fine, but what is it to hold the hand of the abuser and show concern?" Zhang Yanfeng is just hot-tempered, but he is not foolish. Seeing Hu Shui's reaction, he already knew that Hu Shui had a great fondness for the sudden appearance of Qi Chen. As for himself, she harbored deep disdain. Knowing that normal tactics were no longer effective, Zhang Yanfeng rubbed his painful wrist, and the expression in his eyes grew increasingly gloomy. He decided to approach it from Hu Shue's financial situation. Since normal flirting was no longer viable, he would use money to crush her. This Chi Chen, pushing that old bicycle, was clearly a poor loser. And Hu Shui had been struggling in society for 3 years. With a sick mother at home who urgently needed money, she must have already understood the importance of wealth. So, I, Zhang Yanfeng, will forcefully use money to make Hu Shui submit. Let this poor loser Chi Chen see what a real wealthy person is. Let's go! Hu Shui didn't want to entangle with Zhang Yanfeng any longer and left directly with Chi Chen, who was pushing the bicycle. Zhang Yanfeng did not continue to block them but followed alongside, speaking in a somewhat sarcastic tone. Hu Shui, after all these years, I didn't expect you to remain unchanged. Seeing Hu Shui not even glance at him, completely ignoring his words, Zhang Yanfeng was not angry but continued, you'd rather sit behind a bicycle and laugh than sit in the back of a BMW and cry. Hu Shui suddenly turned her head, glaring angrily, I would. What business is it of yours? Zhang Yanfeng shook his head and said, I don't care whether you cry or laugh, but your elderly mother at home, you must care for, right? I heard that your mother has Alzheimer's, and it's been getting worse lately, yet you, as her only daughter, have no money for her treatment. Can you really laugh sitting in the back of that bicycle? Hearing Zhang Yanfeng mention her mother, Hu Shui could no longer contain her anger and said, Zhang Yanfeng, why are you bringing up my mom? What does it have to do with you? My mom is sick, but I will work hard to earn money for her treatment. None of this has anything to do with you. Seeing Hu Shui's emotions becoming agitated, Zhang Yanfeng felt a sense of pride and continued, how does it not relate? In the end, there is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. It is precisely because there isn't enough money for treatment that your mother's condition has deteriorated so quickly. And as long as there is money, your mother can receive the best treatment, greatly slowing the progression of her illness. After graduation, my family gave me some capital, and now I have successfully started my own business. As long as you are with me, I can provide the best treatment for your mother. Watching the anger on Hu Shui's face gradually fade, replaced by a strange expression, Zhang Yanfeng, though unsure of its meaning, felt it was still a good sign and said with some pride, so, how about it? Consider breaking up with this poor loser on the bicycle and being with me. I have enough money to give your mother the best treatment. And I heard there is a high-end community in Rongqing that specializes in treating Alzheimer's, called Yang Xinyuan. We could even consider bringing your mother there, where she can receive treatment while enjoying life. And this is something only someone with enough money can provide. None of this is something that poor loser beside you can offer. After Zhang Yanfeng finished speaking, he noticed Hu Shui's reaction was somewhat strange. It was neither the anger of rejection nor the hesitation of acceptance. Instead, it was a very peculiar teasing look. He still hadn't figured out what was going on when a strange smile appeared on Hu Shui's face as she said, Yang Xinyuan? I know. It's the best community in the country, even in all of Asia, for treating Alzheimer's. But do you know what conditions are required to receive treatment there? Zhang Yanfeng was taken aback and shook his head. Conditions for treatment? Isn't it just about paying money? Before the class reunion, Zhang Yanfeng had done some research to persuade Hu Shui and found out about Yang Xinyuan, which had already explained some things. However, he hadn't realized that there were thresholds to receiving treatment at Yang Xinyuan. To enter Yang Xinyuan, you either have to buy a property there worth at least 5 million, or you need to spend 2 million in one go to purchase a membership qualification. If I were willing to agree, could you spend money to buy a treatment slot there? Hearing Hu Shui's words, Zhang Yanfeng was frozen in place. There's this kind of operation? Spending 2 million to buy a membership qualification just to receive treatment? This is too outrageous, right? Although Zhang Yanfeng came from a well-off family, he was just a slightly better-off middle class, and he didn't know much about this kind of membership consumption. Such a high expense was beyond his imagination. For a moment, he felt a bit caught off guard. Whether it was 2 million or 5 million, Zhang Yanfeng could grit his teeth and come up with it. But for his family, this was already a significant amount. Would his parents agree to invest such a large cost just to impress a girl? At this moment, the few of them had slowly stepped into the campus of Rongqing Normal University. If he couldn't persuade Hu Shui, she would likely leave soon. Feeling a bit anxious, Zhang Yanfeng forced a smile and said, I didn't know about the admission qualification, but we can find some time to learn about it together. How about this, since we still have time, you can ride in my car, and we can go to Yang Xinyuan today to check it out. How about that? My car is parked right in front. Although Yang Xinyuan is a bit out of the way, if we drive fast, an hour should be enough. As he spoke, Zhang Yanfeng pointed to the bicycle Chi Chen was pushing, implying something. If you ride in my car, at least you'll be closer to Yang Xinyuan. Riding that old bicycle, you probably won't make it to Yangxin Yuan in this lifetime. With that, Zhang Yanfeng waved the car keys in his hand. Immediately, a white BMW 7 Series not far ahead flashed its taillights twice. Looking at his BMW, Zhang Yanfeng, who had felt a bit down before, instantly regained his confidence. Although he couldn't compare to those top-tier rich second-generation kids, wasn't it easy to crush someone riding a bicycle like Qi Chen? After learning about the expensive membership fee for Yang Xinyuan, he had actually already given up on truly bringing Hu Shue's mother in for treatment. Are you kidding? That's several million. With his ability, he couldn't just casually take that out, only to please Hu Shui. However, he didn't express this decision. Instead, he put on an eager demeanor and invited Hu Shui to check it out with him. Zhang Yanfeng believed that as long as Hu Shui got into his BMW, a significant rift would surely form between her and Qi Chen. And once Hu Shui broke up with Qi Chen, he would have a much greater chance of winning her over. Seeing Hu Shui stop next to his BMW, Zhang Yanfeng felt a surge of joy. This could work. He quickly stepped forward, gentlemanly opening the passenger door, waiting for Hu Shui to get in. However, Hu Shui not only did not sit down, but instead let out a chuckle, saying somewhat mockingly, "Sorry, Zhang Yanfeng, I'm not teasing you anymore. My mother is now living in Yangxinyuan, and it's the highest grade room, with the most professional treatment." As she spoke, Hu Shui took the initiative to wrap her arm around Qi Chen's, not caring at all that her chest was being squished and deformed, and continued, "And all of this was paid for by Qi Chen. So, if you want to throw money at me to knock me out, you should first look in the mirror and see if you're worthy." Zhang Yanfeng, who had already opened the car door, stood frozen in place, looking somewhat bewildered at Qi Chen, who wore a helpless smile, and said in disbelief, "Qi Chen paid for you? Him? That broke guy riding a bicycle? Him? That broke guy riding a bicycle?" Zhang Yanfeng was instantly dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe that the man pushing a bicycle could possibly come up with millions to arrange for Hu Shue's mother to stay in Yangxinyuan. Or was it that Hu Shui was just being competitive for the sake of face and had deliberately fabricated all of this? Just then, Qi Chen sighed and said, "Stop calling people broke, it's so unpleasant. Did your mom raise you with a handful of shit and a handful of urine? Don't look down on those who ride bicycles, whether it's a bicycle or a BMW, they're all just means of transportation. There are always people better than you, and there's always a bigger sky. Even if you drive a BMW, this world doesn't revolve around you." After saying that, Qi Chen pulled out a set of car keys from his pocket, pressed a button, and the lights of a black Bentley Continental began to flash not far in front of Zhang Yanfeng's BMW, clearly responding to the keys in Qi Chen's hand. Seeing Qi Chen walk over and open the Bentley's door, Zhang Yanfeng stammered, "Be Bentley? This Bentley Continental is yours?" Just moments before, Zhang Yanfeng had noticed the Bentley parked on campus. At that time, he had felt a surge of envy, imagining how advantageous it would be to have such a powerful vehicle when trying to impress girls. But unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face by this Bentley. The owner of this nearly $5 million Bentley Continental turned out to be the very person he had been mocking as a broke guy. At that moment, Zhang Yanfeng felt as if his embarrassed toes were about to dig a big hole in the concrete floor. This was too humiliating. If you drive a Bentley, why do you still ride a bicycle to eat? In response to Zhang Yanfeng's incredulous question, Qi Chen simply replied, "I just told you, whether it's a bicycle, a BMW, or a Bentley, they're all just means of transportation, serving people. The place we eat is deep in the alley, it's inconvenient to drive, so naturally, I ride a bicycle. It's too far to Yangxinyuan, I can't reach it by bicycle, so I drive." Only those with a little bit of money would flaunt the car they drive. Do you think someone of Ma Yun's wealth still needs a luxury car to show off their status? After saying that, Qi Chen didn't want to waste any more words and looked at Hu Shui, saying, "Let me take you back. But what about your bicycle?" Hu Shui replied, "Just leave it here, I'll come back to get it when I have time." After that, the two of them ignored the stunned Zhang Yanfeng and drove off in the Bentley, leaving the campus directly. Watching Hu Shui leave in the Bentley, Zhang Yanfeng gritted his teeth in anger but felt helpless, kicking a nearby soccer ball in frustration. However, he didn't expect that this soccer ball was actually a sculpture by the roadside, and with a loud thud, Zhang Yanfeng felt a sharp pain in his foot and let out a scream. "My foot is broken! Help! Ambulance!" The car that had already left the campus was very quiet, and the atmosphere along the way became quite serene. Neither Qi Chen nor Hu Shui took the initiative to speak, instead enjoying this rare moment of solitude. Before long, the car stopped downstairs at Hu Shui's home. "After a while, I'll get you a car. After all, Yangxinyuan is a bit far, and it's really inconvenient to go back and forth without a car." Hu Shui blinked, her eyes seemingly shimmering, and instead of answering Qi Chen's question, she asked softly, "Qi Chen, why are you so good to me? Hu Shue's tone was serious and somewhat emotional, causing Qi Chen's heart to skip a beat. He forced a smile and replied, "You're good to me too. When I was down and out, you were the only one who helped me. Now that I have the ability, I will naturally help you as much as I can." However, Hu Shui had no intention of letting Qi Chen off that easily and continued to press, "I only transferred you 20,000, while you not only have 1 billion in my bank account but also got my mom into Yang Xinyuan for the best treatment. You even spent a lot to develop new drugs for treating Alzheimer's. That 20,000 favor of mine, you've already repaid long ago." Yes, why was he so good to Hu Shui? Qi Chen already had an answer in his heart, but because of Lin Jing's presence, he was somewhat evasive about the question and pondered, "I." Before he could finish, Qi Chen suddenly widened his eyes, because his mouth was suddenly blocked. Looking at Qi Chen's handsome profile, Hu Shui suddenly stood up, wrapped her arms around Qi Chen's neck, and pressed her lips directly against his mouth. Qi Chen was only flustered for a moment before he wrapped his arms around Hu Shui's slender yet agile waist. He responded passionately to her kiss. With a beauty in his embrace, Qi Chen was no saint. Under mutual affection, there was naturally no reason to refuse. After a long while, their lips parted. The two faces slowly separated, and a transparent thread hung from the corner of Hu Shui's lips. At this moment, Hu Shui's cheeks were flushed, her gaze hazy, and her voice trembled slightly as she said, "I suddenly don't want to know the reason why you're so good to me. I only have one request, no matter the reason, you have to always be good to me from now on. Is that okay?" Hu Shui, already possessing a golden ratio figure, was now straddling Qi Chen's lap, their bodies inevitably rubbing against each other. Feeling the warmth and looking at the beauty before him as she softly pleaded, Qi Chen's heart suddenly surged with a sense of grandeur. Since he had a diary from the future, his future would have infinite possibilities. Faced with Lin Jing and Hu Shui, what Qi Chen should do was not to make a painful choice. Instead, he should use his abilities to cherish every beautiful confidant who had feelings for him. Only children make choices. I want them all. The future is too far and unpredictable. What Qi Chen should do now is to cherish the girl in his arms. Of course. However, before he could say the word okay, his lips were once again pressed by Hu Shui's delicate, fair fingers. "I don't want your answer. I'm afraid it's not the answer I want. Don't talk, kiss me." The two gazed into each other's eyes, getting closer and closer. Finally, they kissed again. At that moment, time seemed to lose its meaning. It was unclear how long it had been before they finally stopped this romantic French kiss. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, golden dust danced in the air, and dusk was approaching. Before this, although Hu Shui and Qi Chen had feelings for each other, they had only held hands at most, with no further intimate contact. After that lingering kiss in the car, the intimate relationship between the two became certain. Before taking the initiative to kiss Qi Chen, Hu Shui seemed to have endless courage. However, after being kissed by Qi Chen, her body went soft, and that immense courage vanished without a trace. Coming back to her senses, Hu Shui exclaimed, I'll leave first." She then awkwardly stepped over Qi Chen and got out of the car, hurriedly fleeing into a somewhat dilapidated hallway. Qi Chen knew that if he followed closely now, their intimate relationship could very likely progress further. But after hesitating for a moment, he stayed in the car. They had just established their closeness, and breaking the taboo so soon felt a bit too fast. Moreover, Qi Chen wanted to give Hu Shui enough time to figure out whether she truly wanted to repay a debt of gratitude or if she genuinely had feelings for him. Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability was not what Qi Chen wanted to do. So, after sending Hu Shui a WeChat message, he turned around and left the place. "Light, I have some matters to handle at the family pharmaceutical factory, I'll leave first." Behind the glass upstairs, Hu Shui watched the departing Bentley, feeling a bit lost yet also relieved. Just now, if Qi Chen had followed her, wanting to do something, Hu Shui would definitely not have refused. But that would surely be out of a sense of gratitude, and perhaps their feelings for each other would end there. Now that Qi Chen chose to leave, Hu Shui felt deeply moved. She thought that Qi Chen was so good to her, not just because he coveted her beauty, but because he genuinely cared for and cherished her. Qi Chen's choice also opened up more possibilities for their relationship in the future. Looking at the message Qi Chen sent, Hu Shui simply replied with 2 words, and after sending it, she held her phone close to her chest. "A season of snow, I miss you. Qi Pharmaceutical." After returning, Qi Chen went directly into his father's office. At this moment, the pharmaceutical factory was facing a financial crisis, and Qi Chen was prepared to step in and use his own money to help the factory through the tough times. Pushing open his father's office door, a strong smell of secondhand smoke hit him, and compared to his last visit, the atmosphere here felt even more serious. Noticing Qi Chen's arrival, everyone was too preoccupied to greet him, merely nodding slightly. At this moment, his father, Chi-won, spoke up. Haven't we collected the payments from the downstream distributors yet? His uncle, Shi Chingfeng, shook his head and said, I've been trying my best to urge them, but these distributors just won't pay. I'll personally make a trip later to see if I can get at least part of the payment back. Hearing Shi Chingfeng's response, Chi-won furrowed his brows, smoking his cigarette as he said, it shouldn't be like this. Our chief pharmaceutical has cooperated with these distributors for so many years without any issues. Why is it that when we're in a tight spot, they pull this? If it really comes to it, we'll take legal action. Let's sue them first and put some pressure on them. Just as Chi-won finished speaking, Shi-chen noticed a sudden look of panic on Chi Tianhao's face, who was standing next to his uncle. This made Chi-chun feel a bit suspicious. Uncle Chi Chingfeng remained composed, shaking his head as he said, suing isn't out of the question, but it won't solve our immediate problems. It's too late for that. Our raw material supplier has already issued a final ultimatum. If we don't settle this payment within a week, they'll sue us and seize our assets. Once we're sued and the factory is sealed, those downstream distributors will be even less likely to pay us for this batch. At this moment, his third uncle, Shi Jianjun, suddenly spoke up. Because we have delayed paying wages for so long, workers at the pharmaceutical factory have already started to cause trouble, saying that if we don't pay them soon, not only will they go on strike, but they will also expose this matter to the media and accuse us of withholding wages from migrant workers. Once this matter is exposed to the media, even if we pay the workers' wages, the factory's reputation will suffer irreparable damage. After Uncle San finished speaking, the office fell into silence. If it weren't for the swirling smoke of secondhand cigarettes, Shi-chen would have almost thought that time had stopped at that moment. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Ultimately, it was Chi's father who broke the silence. We're surrounded on all sides. Chi's father sighed and continued, what ideas do you have to help the factory get through this crisis? Shi-chen's purpose for this visit was to provide financial assistance to help the factory through this crisis. However, before he could speak, Uncle Air jumped in first. The biggest problem our factory faces right now is cash flow. As long as we get through this tough time and get the cash flowing, everything else will be fine. So, I suggest we mortgage the factory to secure a loan. With this loan, we can pay for this batch of raw materials and the overdue wages for the workers. Once we collect the money from the distributors, we can pay back the loan. The only loss will be a small amount of interest. Chi's father nodded slightly and asked, how much can we mortgage the factory for? Seeing Chi's father relax a bit, Uncle Air's eyes flashed with barely concealed joy as he hurriedly replied, I've asked the bank, and our factory has a good reputation with high fixed asset value. If we mortgage the entire factory, we can secure a loan of 250 million yuan, which is enough to pay the 200 million yuan for this batch of raw materials. And the money owed to us by the distributors is exactly 250 million yuan. As long as we collect the distributors' debts, we can quickly pay back the bank loan with almost no risk. I've already contacted the bank. I have a connection there who can help us with the loan at any time. Hearing Uncle Air's words, Shi's father was surprised. You've already contacted them? So soon? Although he felt a hint of unease in his heart, he didn't delve deeper but nodded and said, in that case, let's mortgage the factory first. All the important documents of the factory are with me, just tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. From now on, I'll trouble you, Air, to take care of the loan. Uncle Air nodded and said, don't worry, big brother. I will make sure this matter is handled well so that our factory can get through this tough time. At this moment, Chi Tianhao, who was beside Uncle Air, was already beaming with barely concealed joy. Although Uncle Air appeared calm and composed, the corners of his mouth also curled into an ambiguous smile. However, the next moment, Shi-chen's sudden interjection turned the expressions on both their faces into shock. Mortgage the factory? Take a loan from the bank? I don't think that's necessary. As soon as Shi-chen spoke, everyone's gaze immediately turned to him. Seeing Shi-chen suddenly speak up, Chi Tianhao suddenly said angrily, no loan? How are we going to pay for this batch of raw materials? Are we just going to watch our factory get seized by the court? Or do you plan to sell your Bentley to pay off the factory's debts? The amount we need to pay is 200 million, not 2 million. Get it straight. Uncle Air also frowned and said solemnly, Xiao Guang, if you say we don't need to mortgage for a loan, then how do we solve the difficulties the factory is facing now? Do you have any ideas? Looking at the strange reactions of his second uncle and cousin, Shi-chen became even more convinced that the two had an unspeakable secret, and his confidence in helping the pharmaceutical factory through its difficulties grew stronger. He then spoke up. Isn't it just 200 million? Do we really need to mortgage the factory for a loan? I will lend the factory this money. First, settle the payment for the raw materials and the workers' wages. Once we recover the money owed to us by the distributors, the factory can pay me back without any interest. At that moment, although Chi-Chin was under the gaze of everyone, he remained calm and composed, exuding a confidence that seemed to come from deep within, making it hard for others not to believe him. Chi's father, also looking shocked, involuntarily stood up and said, "Xiaoguang, this is 200 million, not 20,000. Do you really have 200 million in cash to pay for this batch of raw materials? You've only been working for 3 years, how could you possibly have 200 million in assets? I understand your desire to help the factory, but this is not a joke. There can be no mistakes." Chi-Chen smiled and stopped explaining. Instead, he took out his phone and dialed the number of Li Qing, the branch manager of the transportation bank. When the call connected, Li Qing's enthusiastic and flattering voice came through the speaker. "Hello, young Master Chi. What brings you to call me today? What can I do for you?" Chi-Chen had already switched to speakerphone and said into the phone, "Managerly, I want to initiate a transfer of 200 million. Can you handle it immediately?" Without any hesitation, Li Qing's voice came back. 200 million? No problem, of course. With my authority, I can confirm this transfer directly. Just send me the account number for the transfer, and I guarantee it will be completed within 15 minutes. In fact, for a transfer like this, Chi-Chen only needed to tell Hu Shui to handle it. However, by calling Li Qing directly, Li Qing had no complaints and even felt a bit of secret delight. Although Chi-Chen had transferred 500 million from his 1 billion deposit during that time, the account soon received a full 2 billion again. Moreover, the account that transferred 2 billion to Chi-Chen was a public account of the municipal government. This made Li Qing's imagination about Chi-Chen's identity run wild. Therefore, at this moment, Li Qing's tone towards Chi-Chen was one of respect, flattery, and even servility. When Chi-Chen personally called him to initiate a transfer of 200 million, Li Qing naturally patted his chest to guarantee it. Chi-Chen was very satisfied with Li Qing's attitude and said into the phone, "Alright, managerly, thank you for your hard work. I'll send you the information later." After hanging up, Chi-Chen looked at the stunned crowd around him and said, "This person is Li Qing, the branch manager of the transportation bank. You all heard what he said. Now, do you finally believe I have 200 million? At this moment, the expressions of the people in Chi's father's office were filled with shock. Meanwhile, Chi Qingfeng, the second uncle, was utterly astonished. For so many years, the second uncle had been in charge of the factory's finances and was very familiar with the entire banking system in Rongqing, even having met Li Qing a few times. The moment the call connected and he heard Li Qing's voice, the second uncle had already confirmed that it was indeed Li Qing on the other end. However, based on the second uncle's understanding of Li Qing, this branch manager was quite arrogant and usually indifferent to ordinary clients. Yet now, Li Qing's attitude towards Chi-Chen was not only enthusiastic but also downright obsequious. Could it be that Chi-Chen really had 200 million? Could he help the factory through this crisis? Uncle Er and Chi Tianhao exchanged a glance, both their eyes flashing with a fierce intensity. Although Chi-Chen's sudden appearance disrupted their plans, Uncle Er intended to take advantage of the situation. "Since you've come knocking, don't blame me for being ruthless." Suppressing his expression, Uncle Er smiled and said, "I really didn't expect that after a few years of work, Xiaoguang has accumulated so much wealth. In that case, we can skip the loan step. I'll send you an account shortly, you can transfer the money to this account, and I'll then pass it on to the raw material supplier. Otherwise, they don't know you, and transferring such a large sum could pose some risks." After he finished speaking, everyone in the office left, leaving only Chi Fu and Chi Chen behind. It was only at this moment that the shock on Lin Fu's face slowly faded, replaced by deep confusion. He stepped forward, patted Chi Chen on the shoulder, and said, "You've done well, kid. I didn't expect that after just 2 years of work, you could earn such a large sum. However, I want to ask you, where did this money come from? If you took risks to help the family and earn some ill-gotten gains, I won't agree to that." Chi Fu was usually stern, but deep down, he cared greatly for Chi Chen. While everyone else was celebrating their ability to get through this crisis, only Chi Fu worried about whether this money posed a risk to Chi Chen. Chi Chen felt warmth in his heart, smiled, and explained, "Dad, don't worry. This money is completely legitimate. I earned it all honestly. Do you remember a while back when everyone was saying I had gone bankrupt? I even broke up with Lu Ruyan over it. At that time, I did sell my house and car. But I wasn't bankrupt, I was making an investment. This investment was risky, but the returns were incredibly high. Through this investment, I made a full billion." Then, Chi Chen detailed to his father how he operated in oil futures. After hearing this, the confusion on Chi Fu's face disappeared, replaced by endless astonishment. "I never expected that you could earn so much money through oil futures. Your father has worked hard all his life, earning money from the pharmaceutical factory, and yet you made more in a month in futures than I did. No wonder the real economy is getting worse. Little did Chi Fu know that Chi Chen had a diary from the future, containing extremely accurate information, allowing him to turn a few million in capital into $1 billion in profit. Otherwise, anyone else attempting to operate would undoubtedly lose everything. Understanding the source of Chi Chen's funds, and with the pharmaceutical factory's financial issues about to be resolved, Chi Fu appeared in good spirits, letting out a sigh of relief. Seeing his father's expression, Chi Chen felt happy as well and said with a smile, "Dad, just wait patiently, I'll contact Uncle Air. Once I have results, I'll let you know immediately." After parting from his father, Chi Chen drove straight back to his room at home. At this moment, Uncle Air's account details had also been sent to Chi Chen's phone. Looking at the account named Chi Tianhao, Chi Chen furrowed his brows deeply. Chi Chen had originally thought that Uncle Air would send him the pharmaceutical factory's corporate account, but unexpectedly, what Uncle Air sent was Chi Tianhao's personal account. This did not comply with financial regulations and was illogical. Something was definitely off. In his father's office, Chi Chen had already grown suspicious of the unusual reactions from Uncle Air and his son, and now seeing this personal account, Chi Chen was even more convinced that Uncle Air and his son had something to hide. The situation with the pharmaceutical factory facing a financial crisis is not that simple. But what tricks are these two playing? What traps lie behind this matter? At this moment, Chi Chen thought of the diary from the future, and his eyes lit up. If there is a problem with this matter, then his future descendants should know the clues. Why not directly use the notebook to ask his future descendants? With this thought, Chi Chen locked the door, solemnly took out 2 notebooks, and then opened the question diary to write down his thoughts. Today is September 20th, 20XX. I encountered a very strange matter. The pharmaceutical factory at home is facing a financial crisis, and I plan to use my own funds to help the factory through this difficult time. However, my second uncle Chi Qingfeng and my cousin Chi Tianhao's reactions are very strange. I always feel that there is some unspeakable secret hidden behind this. How much do you know about this matter? After writing these few sentences, Chi Chen was about to close the diary but remembered something and continued writing. By the way, if the answer notebook still has space, I want to ask you something. Who is my future partner? Lin Jing, or Hu Shui, or someone else? After writing this, Chi Chen finally closed the question diary, took a deep breath, and opened the other answer notebook. Page 5. I was still thinking about whether to waste a page of paper to specifically warn you without you asking this question. Fortunately, you have already noticed this matter and asked, so I will answer you here. Be careful, be careful, be careful. This matter is the fundamental reason for our family's decline. From then on, our family has been in a slump, and even to my generation, we are impoverished. The reason is that Chi Qingfeng and Chi Tianhao took away all the liquid funds in this incident and directly fled abroad. In fact, the money from the downstream distributors was not owed to the pharmaceutical factory, but at Chi Tianhao's request, it was not transferred to the factory's public account but instead to Chi Tianhao's personal account. To explain why the money had not arrived, Chi Qingfeng shirked responsibility by saying that the distributors were delaying payment. Moreover, taking advantage of the shortage of funds and the raw material suppliers urging for payment, Chi Qingfeng incited Chi Wenyuan, your father, to mortgage the pharmaceutical factory and take out a large loan from the bank to pay the raw material suppliers. Nobody expected that after receiving the bank loan, Chi Qingfeng would not transfer the money to the raw material suppliers' accounts but instead to Chi Tianhao's personal account. Subsequently, the two of them fled abroad with a total of 500 million in cash. With such a huge loss of cash, our family's pharmaceutical factory immediately fell into despair, quickly declaring bankruptcy and accumulating a mountain of unpayable debts. Our family began to decline, and your father, unable to bear the blow, chose to take his own life. You and the other family members also found it hard to escape the aftermath of the family business's bankruptcy, living in poverty for many years to come. So, you must stop this from happening. This matter is very important, extremely important. The next question is, who is your future partner? Please forgive me, I cannot answer this question. Love is the most elusive thing, everything is predestined and comes naturally. Once I tell you the real answer, and you start to pursue it vigorously, it may have the opposite effect. You who were meant to be partners might end up separated, becoming strangers. When the time comes, after I send this diary back to the past, I will simply disappear. So, dear ancestor, go bravely pursue it. Scatter your DNA freely, at the very least ensure that I can come into this world smoothly. Otherwise, the diary in your hands might also just vanish. Go for it. Slowly closing the diary, Chi Chen was filled with shock. He had already suspected that his second uncle and his son had issues. But he never expected that these two would be so audacious as to directly embezzle funds from both ends and abscond with the money. That was 500 million, if discovered, it would be enough for them to spend a lifetime in prison. Yet, they had managed to pull it off. It could only be said that his father, as the factory director, trusted his own brother too much. This allowed Qi Qingfeng and his son to exploit such a loophole, leaving the Qi family's future generations in disarray. However, now that Qi Chen was aware of the second uncle and his son's plan, he could not let their conspiracy succeed. Qi Chen closed his eyes, beginning to think about how to deal with this matter. The simplest and safest method would be to directly inform his father, telling him that the dealer's payment had not been delayed, but had already reached Qi Tianhao's personal account. However, this would give Qi Tianhao a chance to evade responsibility. After all, the money had not yet been transferred. As long as he withdrew the funds from his account to cover the pharmaceutical factory's losses, he might even gain forgiveness. Letting them off like this was not what Qi Chen wanted. He wanted to take this opportunity not only to thwart the second uncle and his son's conspiracy but also to drive them out of the pharmaceutical factory, ensuring no future troubles. Therefore, a different, riskier approach was needed. With this in mind, Qi Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with determination and coldness. "Second uncle, you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust." Taking out his phone, Qi Chen directly dialed the police. "Hello, is this the Economic Investigation Unit of Rongchen? I want to report a crime. Here's the situation." After explaining the situation over the phone, the Economic Investigation Unit took it very seriously and immediately arranged for Qi Chen to meet in person to clarify the matter. Qi Chen did not hesitate and drove directly to the Economic Investigation Unit's office, completing the filing and recording procedures. During this time, his second uncle called. "Hello, Xiao Guang. Did you receive the account I sent you? Why haven't I received the 200 million you were supposed to send? Is there a problem?" After exchanging a glance with the police officer handling the case, Qi Chen immediately replied, "I was just held up by something. Don't worry, uncle, the money will arrive soon." After hanging up, Qi Chen, in the presence of the police officer, immediately transferred 200 million in cash directly to Qi Tianhao's personal account. Knowing the conspiracy of his second uncle and his son, how could Qi Chen still dare to transfer the money to Qi Tianhao's account? Wasn't that like throwing meat buns to dogs? In fact, after the case was filed, the Economic Investigation Unit had already begun real-time monitoring of Qi Tianhao's account. At this moment, his account could only receive funds, not withdraw them. This ensured the safety of the funds in Qi Tianhao's account. Of course, to avoid alarming the suspects, the police did not restrict smaller transactions. If the second uncle had a change of heart and suddenly decided to transfer the money in Qi Tianhao's account to the raw material supplier, he would save himself. If the second uncle continued to follow the historical trajectory and abscond with the funds, then under the monitoring of the Economic Investigation Unit, he and his son would face being caught red-handed and an endless prison life. Didn't Qi Chen say that the 200 million transfer would arrive in 15 minutes? Why hasn't it come through yet? Is it because we gave him my personal account instead of the pharmaceutical company's public account that raised his suspicions? In his uncle's home, Qi Tianhao kept refreshing his mobile banking app, his face filled with anxiety. Perhaps due to his age, his uncle remained calm, leisurely organizing the suitcase in front of him as he said, "What are you panicking about? Stay calm. We handled this very discreetly. The others at the pharmaceutical company could never discover it. Moreover, the 250 million from the distributor is already safely in our bank account. Even without Qi Chen's 200 million, it won't affect our plan. What you need to do now is quickly pack your things and double-check that you have all your documents. Once Qi Chen transfers the 200 million into your bank account, we will leave immediately for the airport." In his uncle's home, several large and small suitcases were already packed, indicating they were ready to leave at any moment. It seemed the notebook with the answers was indeed correct. His uncle and cousin were really preparing to abscond with all the cash from the pharmaceutical company and flee abroad. Just then, Qi Tianhao's phone suddenly emitted a notification sound. Opening his phone, a look of surprise spread across Qi Tianhao's face as he exclaimed joyfully, "It's in. My account has received a full 200 million. Qi Chen didn't suspect our plan and really transferred the money to us. However, what surprised me is that Qi Chen actually has this much money. It's unbelievable." Looking at his bank account balance of 450 million, Qi Tianhao felt a wave of satisfaction. He had never seen so much money in his life. And now, nearly 500 million in cash was lying in his account. However, humans are greedy. No one would ever think they have too much money. After receiving Qi Chen's 200 million, a more greedy expression appeared on Qi Tianhao's plump face as he said to his father, "Dad, we originally planned to borrow 250 million from the pharmaceutical company, but unexpectedly, Chi-chan suddenly intervened and solved our funding issue. Can we delay our departure by a couple of days, or find a way to mortgage the pharmaceutical company and borrow more money? His uncle, not blinded by the enormous wealth, shook his head and scolded his son, "Don't be greedy. Don't let greed cloud your judgment. This nearly 500 million in cash is already enough for the two of us to live lavishly abroad for a lifetime. If this matter is exposed before we escape abroad, we might end up spending our lives in prison. Grab your documents, while the pharmaceutical company hasn't noticed, we need to leave quickly." With that, his uncle picked up the already prepared suitcase and, together with Chi Tianhao, got into a car heading straight for the airport. The two of them were anxious, and on the way to the airport, no one spoke, hoping the car would go faster so they could reach the airport sooner and board a flight out of the country. Just as the car was about to arrive at the airport, his uncle's phone suddenly rang. Caller, Big Brother. It's Uncle? Why is he calling now? Seeing his father's phone ringing incessantly, Chi Tianhao felt a surge of panic, his hands trembling on the steering wheel. His uncle frowned and scolded, "What are you panicking for? Drive properly." With that, his uncle pressed the answer button, and Chi Wenyuan's voice immediately came through the receiver. "Second brother, where are you now?" His uncle's heart tightened, but his voice remained steady as he replied, "Big brother, I'm out handling some business." "What's up?" Chi Wenyuan's voice paused for a moment before continuing. "It's nothing, just asking, you received the 200 million that Xiao Guang transferred to you, right?" Uncle nodded in response. "I received it. I'm just going to negotiate with the raw material suppliers to quickly pay them back the 200 million, so they don't sue us in court." Uncle lied with a straight face, but at that moment, the car had already reached the vicinity of the airport, and the large characters Rongqing International Airport appeared in his line of sight, causing his breath to become somewhat hurried without him realizing it. For some reason, Chi Wenyuan on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Go ahead. Once the matter is settled, remember to give me a call back." After saying that, without waiting for Uncle to respond, Chi Wenyuan hung up the phone directly. Uncle, holding the phone, was somewhat dazed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chi Wenyuan's attitude was strange, and a sense of foreboding suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be that Chi Wenyuan had sensed something? Just as Uncle was feeling flustered and unsettled, Chi Tianhao had already parked the car in the airport parking lot. "Dad, what are you still dawdling for? Let's go." Uncle gritted his teeth, opened the car door, picked up his luggage, and walked directly towards the airport. There was no turning back now. Since the matter had come this far, there was no reason or room to retreat. All the way, Uncle felt anxious, fearing that something might happen to obstruct their trip abroad. However, as they passed through security, Uncle's heart gradually settled, and waves of ecstasy surged within him. It worked! He had drained the entire pharmaceutical factory dry and transferred all the money into accounts under Chi Tianhao's name. At this moment, they were just one step away from leaving Huaxia and escaping abroad. As long as they took this step, once they escaped abroad, the laws of Huaxia could no longer sanction them. And this nearly 500 million in funds would become the private property of the father and son. Uncle and Chi Tianhao exchanged glances, both eyes filled with visions of the future and a thirst for wealth. A beautiful and luxurious life was beckoning them. Sunshine, beaches, beautiful women, luxury cars, yachts, villas. Attention all passengers, boarding for flight NS3248 to Dubai has begun. Please have your relevant documents ready and proceed to the corresponding boarding gate. Hearing that their flight was about to board, the two hurriedly grabbed their luggage and rushed to the boarding gate. It was as if boarding a little earlier would allow them to breathe in the sweet freedom of abroad a little sooner. However, when they presented their documents, a statement from the border control staff doused their excited anticipation with a bucket of cold water, as if they had plunged directly into an abyss. "Gentlemen, I'm sorry, but there is an issue with your documents, and you cannot board at this time. Moreover, several police officers have been waiting for you here for quite some time." Looking at the suddenly appearing police officers, Chi Tianhao's face turned ashen, and he began to tremble all over. "It's over. We're done for." Uncle's face also turned pale, but he still stubbornly asked, "Which police department are you from? What crime have we committed that warrants our arrest? Do you have the proper procedures? The ticket from Rongqing to Dubai is very expensive. If this gets delayed, you will have to compensate me for the ticket." Looking at Uncle, who was still being stubborn, the leading police officer smiled and said, "Oh, even now, you're still thinking about your little ticket money? Or are you trying to test us?" With that, the police officer pulled out his credentials from his pocket and waved them in front of my uncle, continuing, "We are from the Economic Investigation Unit of Rongqing, and this is my identification. Now, We have sufficient evidence to prove that your person in charge is involved in a case of embezzlement. Come with us for a while." After saying this, with 2 clicks, the glaring handcuffs were already fastened around the wrists of my uncle and his son. Upon hearing the words embezzlement, my uncle's face instantly turned ashen, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground, allowing the police to put the handcuffs on him without any resistance. My uncle realized that their escape with the embezzled funds from the pharmaceutical factory had been exposed. "How is this possible? How could you have discovered this matter? What we did was flawless, it was impossible for it to be exposed in such a short time." My uncle shook his head repeatedly, his gaze blank. He thought his actions were perfect, that the people from the pharmaceutical factory wouldn't have time to notice. By the time they found out, he and his son would already be enjoying life abroad. What on earth is going on? My uncle's bewildered gaze searched the surroundings, trying to find an answer. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, and he found a focal point. Behind several police officers, my uncle actually saw Chi Chen's figure. Instantly, my uncle roared at Chi Chen like an enraged old lion. "Chi Chen, why are you here too? You must have already sensed this matter, right? You already knew we wanted to escape and even transferred those 200 million to our account. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You want us to die. You have such a cruel heart." Looking at his uncle, who was almost mad with rage, Chi Chen showed no pity in his eyes and coldly said, "The act of absconding with funds was done by you. Now that the situation has come to a head, you blame others. It's truly unreasonable. Before this, I only had suspicions about you, and I never expected that you two would be so audacious as to dare to take the entire pharmaceutical factory's assets and try to escape abroad. Uncle, have you ever thought about what would happen to the rest of the Chi family if you escaped? What kind of insults and suffering would the remaining Chi family members endure to repay the debts you left behind?" At this moment, Chi Tianhao suddenly rushed over, evading several police officers' attempts to stop him. He slid to his knees, hugged Chi Chen's thigh, and cried out loudly in desperation. "Chi Chen, I beg you, let us have a way out. This matter was all due to our moment of madness." "No, it was all my dad's madness. He forced me to do these things. I never wanted to do this. This has nothing to do with me. I beg you, for the sake of being my brother, let me go." Seeing his son so spineless, begging for Chi Chen's forgiveness and pushing all the blame onto himself, my uncle's expression turned extremely dejected and disappointed. However, my uncle did not stop Chi Tianhao's actions but allowed his son to plead for Chi Chen's forgiveness like a lost dog. If Chi Chen really softened his heart, then not only Chi Tianhao but even my uncle himself might escape legal punishment. After all, they were family, blood is thicker than water. Yet, in the pleading and hopeful gazes of my uncle and Chi Tianhao, Chi Chen shook his head coldly once more and said, "I have already given you a chance, you just didn't cherish it. My dad already knows about your absconding with funds. The call he just made to you was your last chance. If you could have realized your mistakes at that moment and given up on absconding with the funds, then my father and I would have let you both go without holding it against you. Unfortunately, you two ultimately chose to flee abroad with the money from the pharmaceutical company, leaving the Chi family to bear the suffering. So since you have made your choice, you must face the corresponding punishment. For you two sinners, my father and I, along with all the members of the Chi family, will no longer have an ounce of pity or softness." After that, Chi Chen said nothing, merely watching coldly as the police took away the struggling Chi Tianhao and his second uncle. Listening to their words shift from pleading to vicious curses, his heart remained unperturbed. This was not because Chi Chen had a heart of stone, indifferent to family ties, letting them off the hook. Rather, Chi Chen deeply understood the immense harm that the second uncle and his son's flight with the funds had brought to the entire Chi family according to the original historical trajectory. In despair, his own father had committed suicide, and Chi Chen himself had been left in a state of despair, living in poverty until his death. All of his relatives had met with tragic ends. All of this was thanks to the second uncle and his son. If he felt any pity for them now, it would be the greatest cruelty to himself and his father. No matter what, they must be punished by the law. The second uncle and Chi Tianhao had already left, and the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Chi Chen took out his phone and dialed Lin Jing's number. "Lin Jing, the Economic Investigation Police have taken away my second uncle and his son. The rest is up to you. Chi Chen, don't worry, I will make sure they get the punishment they deserve." After saying this, Lin Jing's voice turned a bit worried as she asked with concern, "Are you okay? After all, that's your second uncle and your cousin. They are your relatives of many years. I'm afraid you might feel very upset. How about I come over now and keep you company?" Chi Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." When they made the decision to betray the entire family, they were no longer my relatives. At this moment, in my heart, they are not even as important as a single hair of yours. Hearing Chi Chen's sudden declaration, Lin Jing shyly exclaimed, then joyfully said, "Smooth talker. Then I'll go coordinate with the Economic Investigation Police now, and you must be careful on your way back." After hanging up the phone, Chi Chen drove back to the Chi Pharmaceutical factory quickly. Pushing open the door to his father's office, he found, similar to last time, the room was filled with thick secondhand smoke. The difference was that this time, only Chi Wen-yuan was present in the once crowded room. The ashtray on the table in front of him was once again filled with half-burned cigarette butts. Seeing Chi Chen return, Chi Wen-yuan showed no joy on his face, merely saying lightly, "Back?" Chi Chen nodded, and Chi Wen-yuan continued to ask, "I didn't expect this matter to be true. The second and his son are so ruthless. Did the third one participate in this matter?" Seeing Chi Chen shake his head, Chi Wen-yuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "The Economic Investigation side just contacted me. They have already returned the 450 million that Chi Tianhao embezzled back to the company's public account. I will have someone transfer the 200 million back to you immediately, and the rest will be used to pay the workers' wages and settle the raw material fees owed by the pharmaceutical factory. With this money, the funding crisis of the factory will naturally be resolved." Fortunately, Xiao Guang, you noticed the second and his son's scheme in time. Otherwise, if they had really taken the money, I would have had to die to apologize to the world. Watching the second uncle and his son being arrested and his father bringing the pharmaceutical factory back on track, Chi Chen felt a deep sense of relief in his heart. He single-handedly changed the course of history, pulling his father back from the brink of suicide and getting the struggling pharmaceutical company back on track. Now, Chi Chen believes that with this diary from the future, his future will hold infinite possibilities. With the 250 million funds recovered from the distributor, the operation of the pharmaceutical company quickly returned to normal. Workers received their overdue wages, and the debts to raw material suppliers were settled promptly. Moreover, without the parasite Chi Tianhao, the company operated even more smoothly than before. At this moment, everyone at Chi Pharmaceutical looked at Chi Chun with new eyes. If he hadn't exposed the conspiracy of Chi Qingfeng and his son in time, Chi Pharmaceutical would likely be facing bankruptcy right now. For the next half-month, Chi Chen remained in the pharmaceutical company, focusing on the synthesis of Alzheimer's medication alongside Gao Yong. In the laboratory, Gao Yong stood at the workstation with disheveled hair, seemingly having not washed for a long time, and his face was covered in stubble. He had dark circles under his eyes and looked unwell, appearing extremely sleep-deprived. However, there was no trace of fatigue on Gao Yong's face. Instead, it was filled with excitement. "We did it! We finally succeeded! We have successfully synthesized this medication." After multiple confirmations, Gao Yong vigorously waved his arm, his excitement overflowing. According to Gao Yong's original estimate, synthesizing this medication would take about 3 months. Yet, through his tireless efforts and a stroke of luck, they managed to complete the synthesis in less than a month. Clap, clap, clap. Chi Chun, who had been waiting nearby, also excitedly applauded and said with a smile, "Congratulations, Dr. Gao. After more than half a month of sleepless nights, you finally synthesized this medication ahead of schedule. Let's synthesize it again later. As long as this process can be replicated, mass production of this medication will be just around the corner. I will also fulfill my promise and give you 1 million as a bonus." Gao Yong was incredibly excited. He had been living in the laboratory for over half a month, overcoming challenges, and now he finally had results. The promised $1 million bonus was a huge sum for him. Not only had he completed the task ahead of schedule, but he also received a substantial reward. At this moment, although Chi Chen appeared calm, inside he was even more excited than Gao Yong. This medication was synthesized according to the molecular formula recorded in the future diary. Once successfully synthesized, it meant that Alzheimer's disease would no longer be an untreatable condition, but could be treated and even cured with oral medication. According to the World Health Organization's 2019 statistics, there are 57 million people worldwide suffering from Alzheimer's. The renowned medical journal The Lancet even predicted that by 2050, the number of people with Alzheimer's globally would reach 150 million. What a terrifying number! If Chi Chen successfully synthesizes this medication, then in the next 20 years, during the patent period, Alzheimer's patients worldwide will choose to use this medication synthesized by Chi Chen for treatment. Therefore, once this medication hits the market, it will be immediately snatched up by Alzheimer's patients around the globe. This medication will be an endless goldmine, bringing Chi Chen incredible wealth. Compared to the enormous profits this medication is about to bring Chi Chen, the 1 million bonus for Gao Yong seems like a drop in the bucket. Since this drug has been successfully synthesized, what steps and processes are needed to bring it to market? Hearing Chi Chen's question, Gao Yong thought for a moment and then replied earnestly. After the drug is synthesized, the first thing we need to do is conduct toxicological testing. In simple terms, it means feeding different doses of the drug to mice and observing their bodily reactions to it. If this drug has strong side effects and causes significant harm to the mice, then it may not pass the toxicological tests. As a mature pharmaceutical company, Gao Yong's laboratory housed a considerable number of mice specifically for various toxicological experiments. For Gao Yong, this operation was already quite familiar, and with the strength of Qi Pharmaceutical, it could be completed independently. Gao Yong extended his finger, pinching a transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice from the lab table, admiring it in the sunlight while continuing to explain. After completing the tests on the mice, we need to conduct further toxicological experiments on primates, such as monkeys or apes. Once the primate tests are completed, we finally begin testing this drug on humans. However, the mechanism of Alzheimer's disease is not clear, so we cannot infect primates with a virus and then use the drug for targeted testing and treatment as we would in typical experiments. Therefore, it is possible that after passing the toxicological tests, we can directly proceed to double-blind trials in humans. As a researcher at the pharmaceutical company, Gao Yong carefully explained the process of bringing a new drug to market to Qi Chen. Half a month ago, when Qi Chen had just approached Gao Yong for help in synthesizing this drug, Gao Yong had actually looked down on him. At that time, Gao Yong thought Qi Chen's actions were nothing short of childish, not knowing where he had obtained a nonsensical molecular formula, whimsically wanting to synthesize it, even claiming it could cure Alzheimer's disease. Gao Yong had no desire to cooperate with Qi Chen's seemingly foolish behavior. It was simply a waste of money. However, Qi Chen was the son of the factory director and had offered a generous reward of 1 million, which ultimately led Gao Yong to agree to try synthesizing the drug. In Gao Yong's mind, this was merely a game for a rich second generation to play, and the idea of using this drug to truly cure Alzheimer's was utterly impossible. If this drug could indeed treat Alzheimer's after being synthesized, it would be a huge joke. However, it wasn't long before Qi Chen single-handedly resolved the pharmaceutical company's massive crisis, saving Qi Pharmaceutical from bankruptcy and even seizing his uncle and his son in the process. Qi Chen's miraculous performance also gave Gao Yong great confidence. Now, Gao Yong was gradually beginning to believe that the drug synthesized using the molecular formula by Qi Chen might really have the potential to cure Alzheimer's. Therefore, in the following time, Gao Yong worked tirelessly, synthesizing the drug ahead of schedule, and his expectations for its effectiveness in treating Alzheimer's grew. Listening to Gao Yong describe such a complex process, Qi Chen frowned and asked, "Is it really that troublesome? Just tell me how long it will take to complete this process until the drug can be marketed." Gao Yong smiled wryly and shook his head, responding, "The experimental process won't take long, it can be completed within a month. However, the most time-consuming part is not the experiments but the approval procedures from the relevant departments. Our pharmaceutical company has a series of procedural experiments for developing new drugs. And for this drug to truly hit the market, there are extremely strict approval procedures from the relevant government departments. If all goes well, this approval process will take a few months. If things don't go smoothly, we could be stuck for years." Qi Chen nodded and said, "You don't need to worry about the approval, I'll find a way. What you need to do now is conduct the experiments as quickly as possible, aiming to complete the process a day earlier. Whether it's a lack of funds or personnel, tell me immediately, and I'll solve it for you right away." Gao Yong nodded in agreement, not even taking a day off. Sporting dark circles under his eyes and messy hair, he gathered a few assistants and immediately began the next phase of the experiment. Qi Chen, on the other hand, took out his phone, found Lin Jing's number, and dialed it directly. "Ah, Qi Chen. I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to call me first. Are we telepathic?" Upon receiving Qi Chen's call, Lin Jing's voice sounded very surprised, her tone filled with infectious excitement, making Qi Chen unknowingly feel happy as well. Qi Chen smiled and said, "I sensed the waves of love, so I called you. By the way, did you want to call me for something?" Hearing Qi Chen's sweet words, Lin Jing happily replied, "I have good news to tell you. I just came out of the prosecutor's office. Qi Qingfeng and his son Qi Tianhao have officially been approved for arrest. This means they will have to stay in detention for a long time. After the court's verdict, they will be directly transferred to prison to face legal punishment." Since this was Qi Chen's case, Lin Jing was particularly diligent, working overtime for the past half-month to sort out the evidence chain. The approval for the arrest of Qi Qingfeng and his son was the result of Lin Jing's hard work during this time. For more than half a month, Lin Jing had been busy with the case, while Qi Chen was focused on synthesizing a drug for Alzheimer's treatment. The two had not seen each other and missed one another greatly. Moreover, Qi Chen had matters to discuss with Lin Jing, so he invited her, saying, "With such great news, it's all thanks to you. I want to treat you well. How about this? We haven't seen each other in a long time. I'll treat you to lunch today, how does that sound?" With her crush taking the initiative to invite her, Lin Jing naturally agreed, and they arranged to meet at a Japanese restaurant before hanging up the phone. The Japanese restaurant was as warm as ever, with a beige color scheme and faint traditional music that made one relax involuntarily. In a private room, Chi Chen and Lin Jing sat facing each other on the tatami mat. Under Chi Chen's gaze, Lin Jing would occasionally blush, feeling a bit flustered, her fingers tapping nervously on her chest. Looking at the adorable Lin Jing, Chi Chen smiled and said, "Jing Jing, after such a long time, did you miss me?" Hearing Chi Chen's words, Lin Jing seemed startled, her already rosy cheeks turning even more shy as she stammered, Of course, I missed you. Chi Chen, I really miss you. So I'm very happy that you invited me to dinner." The feeling of being genuinely loved was wonderful, and sensing the overflowing affection in Lin Jing's eyes, Chi Chen felt touched as well. Leaning forward, his nose almost touching Lin Jing's forehead, he said, "Since you miss me so much, now that we've finally met, what do you want to do?" Chi Chen's breath brushed against Lin Jing's cheek, making her feel a ticklish sensation, her heart racing as she stammered, "What to do?" Here, Lin Jing was surrounded by the private room, seemingly a bit startled, but in her eyes, there seemed to be a flicker of emotion. Seeing that Lin Jing appeared to misunderstand, Chi Chen did not explain. Instead, a wicked smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a tempting tone. "That's right, here. It's a rare opportunity for the two of us to be alone. Let's seize the moment." This private room was decorated in a Japanese style, with paper sliding doors behind them, and the sound of footsteps from the corridor outside could be heard from time to time. Listening to the footsteps in the corridor, Lin Jing's heart raced, and her voice trembled. "Here? That seems too thrilling, right? But since it's your request, Chi Chen, I can definitely fulfill it. You have to be gentle." After saying this, Lin Jing seemed to resign herself to fate, closing her eyes and tremblingly reaching for the buttons of her shirt. With a snap, her elegant and delicate collarbone was suddenly revealed. Chi Chen's eyes widened in shock, his throat moved as he swallowed. Lin Jing's hand trembled as it reached for the second button. The dazzling whiteness was faintly visible. If this continued, Lin Jing might really take off her only shirt in this room. Behind her, separated by a thin paper door, was a corridor where people occasionally walked by. At any moment, someone could push the door open. Misunderstanding Chi Chen's intentions, Lin Jing was so bold as to dare to remove her shirt in the private room? This was not Lin Jing seeking excitement, nor was it her being reckless. It was because this was Chi Chen's request. In Lin Jing's heart, she had already loved Chi Chen deeply. Even if Chi Chen made an outrageous request, Lin Jing did not protest at all. Instead, she chose to obey without hesitation. At that moment, Chi Chen truly felt Lin Jing's love that came from the bottom of her heart. Touched, Chi Chen leaned over the table, pulled Lin Jing into his arms, and whispered, "I'm sorry, Jing. I was just joking. Thank you for loving me so much. I like you loving me like this. Lin Jing, I love you." Hearing Chi Chen's words, Lin Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and tears shimmered in her enchanting gaze. Then, Chi Chen bent down and deeply kissed Lin Jing's rosy lips. Overcome with emotion, Lin Jing wrapped her arms around Chi Chen's neck and began to respond passionately. "Chi Guan, I'm so happy. I love you." It was unclear how long it had been, but when both felt their lips were somewhat numb, the paper door behind them was suddenly pulled open. "The salmon sashimi is here. It seems I've interrupted you?" The one who opened the paper door was the owner of the Japanese restaurant, Lu Yuan. Seeing the two lost in a passionate kiss, a teasing smile appeared on Lu Yuan's face. Lin Jing, like a startled deer, escaped from Chi Chen's embrace, stammering, "Lu, Uncle Lu." Chi Chen, caught by Lu Yuan, also felt his face flush, smiling awkwardly. Lu Yuan placed the steaming sashimi on the table, smiling meaningfully as he said, "Sashimi is too stimulating, young people should eat less." After that, Lu Yuan left the room, and before closing the paper door, he added from behind it, "Your dishes are all served. If you need anything, call me. If not, I won't come in." Chi Chen smiled awkwardly and said to Lin Jing, "It seems Uncle Lu misunderstood, let's eat quickly." Lin Jing felt dizzy, her blood rushing to her head, her face flushed as if she had drunk too much. Since growing up, apart from Chi Chen, Lin Jing had not even touched the hands of other boys. The intense kiss between the two had left Lin Jing feeling as if she and Chi Chen were about to spend their first time together right there, her mind nearly shutting down. To shift the topic and end the awkwardness, Chi Chen spoke up. "By the way, can you tell me about the specific progress of the Chi Qingfeng case?" Hearing Chi Chen mention serious matters, Lin Jing slowly calmed down, buttoning her blouse, and replied, "The police believe the investigation is complete and have sent the case to the prosecutor's office, requesting the arrest of the suspects." Now, the prosecutor's office operates under a lifetime responsibility system. Once the lead prosecutor approves the arrest of the suspects, it means that both Chi Qingfeng and Chi Tianhao will definitely be sentenced to prison time, meaning they will serve real time in jail. As Lin Jing became more composed, her thoughts flowed more smoothly, and she continued, "I've heard that the father and son have turned against each other in the detention center, neither admitting guilt and instead trying to shift the blame onto the other. Chi Tianhao claims that he did this under the instruction of his father, Chi Qingfeng. But Chi Qingfeng says that these actions were all done by Chi Tianhao without his knowledge. However, no matter how much they try to shift blame, they cannot completely absolve themselves in the face of solid evidence. The amount they embezzled is too large, a staggering 450 million. They should both be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. In other words, if they want to walk out of prison and breathe the air of freedom again, it will be at least 10 years from now." Hearing Lin Jing's words, Chi Chen felt no surprise at all. The fact that the two of them could abscond with the money showed that their sense of family ties was extremely weak. The family they interacted with daily were nothing more than strangers in their eyes. It was no wonder that after being caught by the police, the father and son turned against each other, blaming one another. Looking at Lin Jing, who had calmed down but still had flushed cheeks from shyness, Chi Chen revealed the second purpose of his visit. "Jingjing, I am currently developing a new drug, and it's about to succeed. However, I found out that the registration process seems quite complicated, and if there are any hiccups, it could get stuck in administrative procedures for a year or more. Could you talk to Uncle Lin and see if he can help speed up the approval process for this new drug without violating any regulations or rules?" Lin Jing naturally agreed to Chi Chen's request without hesitation, nodding repeatedly as she said, "No problem. Just send me the registration materials for the new drug, and I'll talk to my dad right away. By the way, is the registration for this new drug under your family's Chi Pharmaceutical, or is it under another name?" Lin Jing, being a legal professional, hit upon a blind spot that Chi Chen had not considered. During this time, Chi Chen had been focused on successfully synthesizing the drug, and he hadn't thought much about the details of registering it. Just because Chi Chen hadn't thought about it didn't mean it wasn't important. On the contrary, this matter was very significant. If not handled carefully, it could lead to endless troubles. Chi Pharmaceutical was the family business of the Chi family, and many family members held shares in the company. Although Chi Wen was the factory director of Chi Pharmaceutical and held the most shares, the factory ultimately did not belong to Chi Chen. The example of the father and son had clearly shown Chi Chen that human nature cannot withstand temptation, especially in the face of enormous profits. Therefore, Chi Chen quickly decided to register a new company and have the new drug registered under that company's name. This way, all potential risks and issues would be resolved. Thinking of this, Chi Chen said somewhat shyly, "This new drug won't be registered under Chi Pharmaceutical anymore. I plan to apply for a new company and register the drug under that company's name. However, I haven't registered the company yet, and I'm not very clear on the registration process. Can you help me with it?" Just like before, Lin Jing agreed without a second thought, saying, "Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Give me your documents, and we can get it done in the next couple of days. What do you plan to name the new company?" Looking at Lin Jing, who was filled with affection and always ready to help, Chi Chen felt a surge of impulse and answered without thinking, Light Mirror Pharmaceuticals. Let's use a homophone of our names." Upon hearing Chi Chen's words, Lin Jing's eyes suddenly sparkled with surprise, their faces drawing closer once again, and then, Chi Chen pulled Lin Jing into his arms and kissed her passionately. It wasn't until Lin Jing's phone alarm rang that they finally came to their senses and separated. I'm going to be late for work this afternoon." The table full of dishes remained mostly untouched as they hurriedly ate a few bites. Amidst Lu Yuan's teasing gaze, they quickly left, with Chi Chen driving Lin Jing to the entrance of the law firm. Watching Lin Jing's figure disappear behind the law firm's door, Chi Chen suddenly felt a bit lost. For a while, he had been busy developing the new drug, and now only a few experiments remained, which Gao Yong could handle on his own without needing Chi Chen to oversee everything. He had also handed over the series of tasks related to the drug registration to Lin Jing. With Lin Jing's professional legal expertise and Lin Guocheng's connections, he believed everything would go smoothly. Now, Chi Chen found himself with nothing to do, feeling aimless. Not driving away immediately, he opened his phone in the car and began to browse through WeChat moments. Lu Ruyan, once, there was a sincere love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. Only after losing it did I regret it. If heaven gives me another chance. Below were 9 neatly arranged photos, all of them previous selfies of Chi Chen and Lu Ruyan. Recently, Lu Ruyan had been posting such captions and pictures in her moments, clearly wanting to reconcile with Chi-chen. However, Chi-chen simply swiped up without any emotion, removing Lu Ruyan from his view. Lu Ruyan's carefully crafted attempts to win Chi-chen back took him less than a second to dismiss. The next moment was posted by Lu Ruyan's plastic friend, Sunya. Sunya, alone. Below was a bunch of her posing photos. To be fair, just looking at the photos, Sunya's looks and figure were quite impressive. After the car accident with Chi-chen, Sunya's boyfriend, Zhang Shang, was sentenced to prison for dangerous driving, and he was now serving his time. Sunya, having only been in the passenger seat, faced no criminal charges and was released after a half-month administrative detention. Zhang Shang's release from prison seemed a long way off. Having lost this stable source of income, Sunya had to start promoting herself in her moments, looking for her next target. Swiping up again, Chi-chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Chi-meng, finally, I can rest for half a day from military training, but where should I go to have fun? Frustrated. JPG, Chi-meng, finally, I can rest for half a day from military training, but where should I go to have fun? Frustrated. JPG, after posting this moment, Chi-meng let out a wail and lay back down on her bed. The instructor is just too ruthless, every day it's just standing at attention, my legs are getting thicker. As she spoke, Chi-meng stretched her long, smooth legs straight out, resting them against the wall to allow the stagnant blood to flow back. Under Chi-meng's bed stood a girl with a delicate appearance named Zhang Yasi. Zhang Yasi had a serene face and exquisite features, but what was most striking was her exaggerated figure in front. Whether male or female, anyone who saw her for the first time would inevitably have their gaze drawn to her front. This gaze was not lewd but rather a biological instinctive reaction. Such dimensions had long become a source of distress for Zhang Yasi. Even when she tightly bound herself with a chest binder, she still became the center of attention. Zhang Yasi's voice was equally gentle as she spoke to Lin Jing, who was on the bed. It's already past 1, and we haven't eaten yet. What do you want to eat? I can go buy it for you. The instructor responsible for military training was simply too extreme. They had originally been scheduled to be dismissed at 12 but had been dragged until past 1. Hearing that someone was bringing food, Ma Yueqiao, who was practicing the splits on her bed, quickly chimed in. Cici, bring me a portion, love you. Ma Yueqiao was tall and had firm skin. She had practiced dance since childhood, and every move she made exuded elegance. She was also very strict with herself. Even when exhausted from military training, she forced herself to continue stretching after returning to the dormitory. There were 4 people in Chi-meng's dormitory, and the last one was named Li Xiaonan. At that moment, she was sitting on the lower bunk, applying makeup in front of a small mirror. While staring with her big eyes and glancing at her eyeliner, she spoke in a sweet voice. I don't need it. There's a senior who insists on treating me to dinner, and I can't refuse him. It's so annoying. Saying this, Li Xiaonan stood up and took out 2 small dresses from the wardrobe, asking the others, which one do you think looks better on me, this Versace dress or this Comme des Garçons one? At the same time, she draped the dresses over her shoulders and swayed a little provocatively. Chi-meng, lying on the bed, rolled her eyes and muttered, so pretentious. Ma Yueqiao, still doing the splits on the bed, ignored her, while Zhang Yasi replied honestly, they both look good. Since you're not eating, I'll just buy for the 3 of us. Just then, Chi-meng's phone suddenly rang, and her face lit up as she quickly answered. Big brother, how come you have time to call me? I haven't eaten yet. Are you treating me to dinner? Can I bring a dorm mate? Okay, will you be here in 15 minutes? Oh JBK. I'm sorry, I won't curse anymore. Hurry up, we're waiting for you. After hanging up, Chi-meng sat up from the bed and exclaimed with joy, Cici, don't go buy food anymore. My brother is treating us to dinner. Chow Chow, you should come too. I'm telling you, my brother is super handsome. Xiaonan, why don't you come with us? Chi-meng clearly had a better rapport than Li Xiaonan, and upon her invitation, Zhang Yasi and Ma Yueqiao readily agreed. Li Xiaonan, however, rolled her eyes dramatically and replied, oh, what a coincidence, that senior has been asking me out for a long time, and he's coming to pick me up soon to take me to the most upscale Western restaurant nearby. It wouldn't be right to stand him up. You all go eat, have a good time. If a brother is treating his sister to dinner, how upscale could it be? It certainly couldn't compare to the senior who wanted to be her devoted admirer. So, Li Xiaonan decisively chose to decline. Since Li Xiaonan refused, Chi-meng didn't press the issue but said to the other 2, hurry up and get dressed. My brother will be here in 15 minutes. The entire girls' dormitory suddenly erupted into chaos, with Ma Yueqiao's exclamations mixed in. Hey, Meng, is that outfit of yours the latest from Prada? Wow, that bag of yours is Gucci, right? I love it. I never would have guessed. You're a hidden rich girl. How come I've never seen you flaunt it before? Ma Yueqiao came from a good family and had a certain understanding of luxury goods. He could tell at a glance that Qi Meng's clothes were worth a fortune, all from top-tier luxury brands, far more expensive than the second-tier brands that Li Xiaonan wore. Qi Meng wore these clothes simply because she liked them, without any thought of comparison, and replied, "During military training, we wear camouflage every day. When would I have time to wear my own clothes? Come on, hurry up, don't dawdle. My brother is downstairs. Let's go." Looking at Qi Meng dressed in high-end brands, Li Xiaonan secretly curled her lip and muttered under her breath, "You're just wearing a couple of cheap clothes. What's there to be proud of? Maybe they're all fakes." Right, they must all be fakes. But clothes can be fakes, cars can't. I heard that Senior drives a Bumblebee Camaro. When he comes to pick me up, I'll get into a luxury car right in front of you, and then let's see how you show off. With that, Li Xiaonan quickly followed Qi Meng and the others down the dormitory building. As soon as she stepped out of the dormitory door, Li Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Standing at the entrance was a guy she considered top-notch handsome. With striking features, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes, his looks were impeccable. Dressed in Burberry casual wear, this handsome guy's athletic build looked even more dashing. His calm and composed demeanor was something ordinary students simply didn't possess. One word, handsome. Just my type. Li Xiaonan was gazing at this handsome guy with sparkling eyes when she was shocked to see her roommate Qi Meng directly wrap her arms around the guy's arm, acting cute as she said, "Brother, you're here? Hurry, take us to eat, we're starving." Li Xiaonan's eyes widened in astonishment, her eyeliner making them look like two circles. This handsome guy is actually Qi Meng's brother? Suddenly, she felt a pang of regret for refusing Qi Meng's invitation to eat together. The next scene Li Xiaonan witnessed made her mouth drop in surprise. Qi Chen affectionately patted Qi Meng's head and said, "What do you want to eat? Big brother treats you." With that, Qi Chen walked over to the Bentley parked nearby and opened the car door. My God, a Bentley? A Bentley. Although Li Xiaonan didn't know how much the car cost, she knew one thing. It was very expensive. Far more than the Camaro that Senior drove. At that moment, Li Xiaonan regretted her earlier refusal to join them to the utmost. Riding in a Bentley and dining with such a handsome guy was way better than going out alone with that Senior. This thought just sprouted, and Li Xiaonan almost instantly made her decision. She would ditch the Senior and go for a feast with Qi Meng. In the midst of Qi Meng's astonished gaze, Li Xiaonan stepped forward and actually opened the passenger door of the Bentley, sitting right in. Qi Meng exclaimed in surprise, "Li Xiaonan? Didn't you say you weren't going? How did you end up in my brother's passenger seat?" Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Bumblebee Camaro getting closer in the rearview mirror. Li Xiaonan quickly closed the Bentley's door, hiding her face behind the tinted glass, afraid of being seen by the approaching Senior, and lowered her head, saying, "As a good sister in the dorm, if your brother personally takes us out to eat, wouldn't it be too disrespectful if I didn't go? So, let's push everything else aside today. I want to give you, Qi Meng, this face." Hearing Li Xiaonan's seemingly righteous words, Qi Meng couldn't help but think, what a guy. She knew very well that Li Xiaonan had changed his mind only after seeing Qi Chen's handsome appearance and this Bentley Continental. However, despite her dissatisfaction, Qi Meng didn't want to make their relationship too awkward since they were classmates in the same dormitory. She said nothing further and allowed Li Xiaonan to sit in the passenger seat of the Bentley. "Hey, does this car only have 2 seats in the back?" Since the Bentley Continental GT is a 4-seater model, the 2 back seats are separated by a fixed armrest and a tea table. Helplessly, Ma Yueqiao had to take 1 seat for himself, while Qi Meng and Zhang Yasi squeezed into the other seat. Normally, although they were squeezed together, the 2 young girls were small in size and wouldn't feel too cramped. But with Zhang Yasi in the mix, it was a different story. Qi Meng's already slender frame was almost pressed against Zhang Yasi's towering chest, her face turning a bit pale as she struggled to say, cough cough, "I can't breathe. I can't breathe, help." Of course, this was just Qi Meng being playful, teasing Zhang Yasi about her devilish figure. Zhang Yasi, being teased, turned red and said aggrievedly, "But I don't want to be that big. Stop laughing at me, it's annoying." Qi Meng half-jokingly replied, "It's all Li Xiaonan's fault. If he hadn't come, we wouldn't be so cramped." At that moment, Li Xiaonan was too busy to retort. He was holding his phone, messaging the Senior he was supposed to have dinner with. "Southern, Senior, I'm feeling a bit unwell today, let's cancel our dinner. I'm really sorry." Meanwhile, the Senior was still standing foolishly under the girls' dormitory, concernedly replying to the message. "Your health is the most important. We can eat another day. I'm downstairs in the car, do you want me to take you to the hospital?" However, this unfortunate Senior never received a response. Watching the several youthful and vibrant girls fooling around in his car, Qi Chen could only sit up straight, eyes fixed ahead, and asked, "What do you all want to eat?" The others in the car, except for Qi Meng, were seeing Chi-chun for the first time and naturally felt shy about making requests. Chi-meng, however, managed to break free from Zhang Yasi's chest, gasping for air as she said, "I want to eat meat. The cafeteria's food is just too bland. I want to eat meat." Chi-chen nodded and said, "Then let's go to the Marriott for steak. Their steak is quite famous." The Marriott Hotel is one of the brands under Marriott International Group, a high-end 5-star hotel brand that is significantly better than the older Hilton and similar establishments. The Western restaurant on the 37th floor of the Marriott is considered one of the top dining spots in the entire city. He parked the car right at the entrance of the Marriott, letting the valet take care of it, and then led the 4 youthful girls to the exclusive elevator for the executive lounge, heading straight to the 37th floor. The entire 37th floor is built with glass curtain walls, offering an excellent view. From any spot here, one can overlook the entire city. Guided by the waiter, Chi-chan and the others sat at a windowside table, and from there, they could see the whole city below, feeling a sense of conquest as if the world was at their fingertips. Wow! This place is so luxurious. I've lived in this city for so many years, and it's my first time eating here. Leaning over the edge to look down, Chi-meng exclaimed exaggeratedly, while the other girls took out their phones, ignoring the dizziness from looking down, and began taking pictures like crazy. Seeing the girls' excited behavior, Chi-chen smiled slightly, feeling no sense of impropriety. After all, coming here to eat was all about having fun. Life doesn't have that many spectators, and if one had to care about others' opinions everywhere, living would be too exhausting. "Sir, can we order now?" Chi-chen nodded, and in the intervals of the girls taking pictures, he picked up the menu and began to look. The Marriott's Western restaurant specializes in Australian Wagyu beef, offering grades from M3, M6, all the way up to the top grade M12. For Chi-chen, who had over 2.5 billion in cash, the money spent on a meal felt negligible, so when looking at the menu, he directly chose the most expensive Australian Wagyu M12 set meal, priced at 5,688 yuan each, and ordered 5 portions. Expensive things have no other drawbacks besides being expensive. The reason for choosing the set meal was that Chi-chun himself felt a bit overwhelmed by the dazzling menu, let alone the few girls who had just entered college. So, he opted for the set meal, letting the most professional people solve the problem for him. Upon seeing the exorbitant price of the set meal, the girls gasped in disbelief. A set meal costing 6,000 yuan per person was beyond their imagination. It's worth noting that an ordinary college graduate might not even earn 6,000 yuan in a month. How could such a meal be consumed just like that? At this moment, Li Xiaonan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chi-chen, who was unconsciously smiling, licking her pink lips, and leaned over to Chi-meng, whispering, "Meng, what does your brother do? He's so extravagant." Watching Li Xiaonan, who looked as if she wanted to devour Chi-chen, Chi-meng instinctively felt a bit of aversion and didn't answer seriously, merely responding perfunctorily, "I don't know what my brother does now, he should be in business." Chi-meng wasn't clear about what Chi-chen did or how much money he had. However, she knew about the story from more than half a month ago when Chi-chun uncovered the conspiracy of her second uncle and his son fleeing with funds, saving Chi Pharmaceutical from disaster. After learning about the events at the pharmaceutical factory, Chi-meng wouldn't be surprised by anything Chi-chen did anymore. After all, who could, at such a young age, easily take out 200 million in funds? And who could, at such a young age, see through a conspiracy that had deceived the entire Chi family? It had to be my invincible brother. Unaware that her brother's image in Chi-meng's heart had nearly reached a divine status, Chi-chen asked her while waiting for the dishes to be served, "I've been too busy lately to come see you. Why haven't you used the card I gave you more than a few times? That card has a limit of 5 million each month, you can spend freely, and if it's not enough, just call me." This wasn't about showing off wealth in front of Chi-meng's classmates, it was simply a way of pampering his sister. Since he had money, he would generously let his sister spend it. There are too many temptations in this society, and Chi-chen feared that Chi-meng might suffer losses due to some material temptations, so he provided her with ample material support. Girls should be raised in wealth, this was Chi-chen's philosophy. Chi-meng pouted unhappily and said, "Since the start of school, it's been military training every day. The school doesn't even let us out. This afternoon is the first time I have a chance to go out. I wear this camouflage uniform every day, where's the opportunity to spend money? Once my military training is over, I'm going to use your bank card for a big shopping spree. You better not feel sorry then." Soon, the Wagyu M12 set meal was served one after another by the waiter. The cold appetizer was French truffle foie gras with green apple cheese. The hot appetizer was escargot baked in vanilla sauce. The soup was Mediterranean cream matsutake soup with wild black truffle. Then came the highlight of the meal, the main course. M12 grade Wagyu beef. The 6/10 cooked Wagyu had tiny bubbles gently rolling on its surface, as if the vitality contained within the meat was bursting forth. In fact, for steak, M9 grade Wagyu is already sufficient. M11 and M12 grades are more often used for sashimi or sushi. However, Chi-Chen has always believed that eating raw meat is unhealthy, so he stubbornly chose the M12 grade steak. Since Chi-Chen still had to drive and the girls were quite young, they opted for healthy fruit juices instead of red wine. In the center of the table was a huge seafood platter shaped like a boat, featuring delicacies like geoduck sashimi and lobster tails. Although he had just eaten Japanese cuisine with Lin Jing, he had barely touched his food at that time, and Chi-Chen was already hungry. So, as soon as the steak was served, he couldn't wait to dig in. It must be said that the highest quality ingredients, combined with the most exquisite cooking, provide the ultimate enjoyment. The exquisite flavor opened Chi-Chen's appetite, and he began to eat with abandon, disregarding his image. However, in stark contrast to Chi-Chen, the girls, including Chi-Meng, did not immediately pick up their knives and forks when the meal arrived. Instead, they grabbed their phones, adjusting the angles of the food and snapping pictures. Indeed, when dining in such a high-end restaurant, the girls had to post their meals on social media first. Soon, the four girls' social media feeds were filled with photos from the restaurant. Chi-Meng, thanks to my big brother for the feast, love you. Below were 9 photos, showcasing the view of Chengdu from the Marriott Executive Lounge, the luxurious Wagyu set, and a selfie of Chi-Meng pouting. The other 3 girls' posts were quite similar, but Li Xiaonan was more cunning, secretly adjusting the angle during her selfie to capture a handsome half-profile of Chi-Chen. She deliberately placed this group photo in the center of the 9 pictures. The caption for the post was just a single heart emoji with a hint of sass. Of course, Li Xiaonan also made sure this post was hidden from her senior. After all, her senior thought she was unwell and resting in the dorm, constantly checking in on her via WeChat. Almost immediately after posting, Chi-Meng received many replies. 7. Wow, where is this place? It looks so high-end. Quiet Fan Lawn, my goodness, is this the Marriott Executive Lounge? The M12 steak set? I once saw a blogger eat this. It costs $56.88, right? Can someone really spend money on this? Little Huan, this is too extravagant, right? I didn't expect you to be a hidden rich lady. Fen Tiao, beautiful girl, take me with you. Li Xiaoniao, wow, you guys had a gathering at such a high-end place? Can't mess with you. The 4 girls were too busy replying to their social media posts to eat, and only under Chi-Chen's warning did they finally put their phones down and tackle the M12 steak in front of them. As the saying goes, expensive things have no other flaws besides being expensive. After the girls took their first bites of beef, they couldn't stop. These usually picky little fairies, faced with such deliciousness, began to indulge without restraint, completely ignoring their manners and devouring the food. Oh my goodness, this is too delicious. What if I can't eat this again in the future? What should I do? Sob. It's so good, but the price of 6,000 is a bit too extravagant. No way, I have to drink every last drop of the soup. Not long after, several little girls slumped in their seats, gently touching their slightly protruding bellies, their faces filled with satisfaction. Although eating was enjoyable, after finishing, Chi-Meng still felt a twinge of guilt and said to Chi-Chen with annoyance, "Brother, it's all your fault for making me eat so much. After this meal, I'm afraid I'll gain 2 pounds." Chi-Chen chuckled and replied, "Aren't you all still in military training? With that much exercise, what's there to worry about? The little bit you ate can be burned off in half an hour of standing at attention. Are you all full? I'll take you to get a spa and relax a bit." The top floor of the Wanhao Hotel features an infinity pool, a hotspot that attracts many tourists and influencers. Next to the pool is a spa offering a variety of massage and relaxation services. Upon hearing Chi-Chen suggest they go for a spa, Li Xiaonan's eyes lit up, her long legs fidgeting together, a bit restless and unable to stay still. Chi-Meng noticed and immediately felt a sense of caution, shaking her head like a rattle drum and said, "Brother, you're being too lewd. You want to take my roommates out for massages? Are you trying to see them in swimsuits? They're all good girls." As she spoke, Chi-Meng glanced at Li Xiaonan, looking at Chi-Chen with a threatening expression. Chi-Chen was at a loss for words and could only explain, "The spa here has all legitimate services. Sauna, massage, skin care, and so on. I just thought you all worked hard in military training, so a spa would help you relax." However, Chi-Chen's explanation did not dispel Chi-Meng's doubts. Instead, a look of suspicion appeared on her face. "Brother, you seem very familiar with this place? Do you come here often?" In fact, Chi-Chen had been here before. It was back when he hadn't gotten the diary yet, coming here with Wang Tong to try it out. However, the services were too formal and ridiculously expensive, leaving both Chi-Chen and Wang Tong feeling quite resentful. Seeing that things were getting worse and he couldn't explain himself, Chi-Chen could only flick Chi-Meng's forehead with his finger, pretending to be fierce as he said, "Is your brother that kind of person? Stop talking nonsense, come with me." Wanhao, Spa Center. Chi Meng took her roommates to change clothes, while Chi Chen didn't change, still wearing his classic Burberry casual outfit, sitting casually to rest. Originally, Chi Chen brought the girls for a spa to help them relax. If he changed into a bathrobe and lay down with them for a massage, it would feel a bit off. It would give off a certain LSP vibe. So, Chi Chen planned to arrange for the technicians for them and then leave first, to avoid making the girls feel uncomfortable. After waiting for a while, suddenly 4 youthful and beautiful figures appeared at the changing room door. Chi Chen's eyes brightened, his gaze fixated, and his body unconsciously leaned forward. It wasn't that Chi Chen was being inappropriate, it was just that these girls were too eye-catching. The first was Chi Meng, youthful and unbeatable, with a well-proportioned figure and stunning looks. However, in Chi Chen's heart, Chi Meng would always be that little kid, and his gaze quickly moved past her to the ones behind. Following Chi Meng was Li Xiaonan. She wore a white bathrobe, seemingly chosen on purpose, with a high slit in the center, her snow-white legs subtly visible as she walked, the beautiful curves both inviting and elusive. More importantly, as Li Xiaonan walked, her hips swayed slightly, her body graceful, exuding a natural charm, and with a somewhat exaggerated gaze, she appeared a bit flirtatious. The kind of wildflower that smells delightful. Behind them, Manhwa Chao was indeed worthy of his years of dance practice, with a well-proportioned figure and firm skin. Although his complexion was slightly darker than the others, his sharp gaze seemed to see through people's hearts, exuding a wild beauty. However, when the final figure, Zhang Yasi, appeared, everyone else completely vanished from Chi Chen's sight. Not for any other reason, but for one word. Huge. Too damn huge. The most outrageous part was that even through her fitted bathrobe, one could see that Zhang Yasi's waist was extremely slender, and saying it was a delicate grip was no exaggeration. It formed an exaggerated contrast with her upper body. At that moment, Chi Chen's mind was filled with a single thought. The law of gravity seemed to fail on Zhang Yasi. This is unscientific. Newton lied to me. Feeling Chi Chen's gaze upon her, Zhang Yasi's face instantly flushed, and she said in a soft voice, "Is it strange for me to wear this? They insisted I wear this. I'll go change right now." Chi Chen shook his head, forcing himself to look away with great effort, and said, "It's nothing. You all wait a moment, I'll arrange for some technicians for you." With that, Chi Chen hurriedly dashed to the front desk of the spa. The spa at the Marriott was equipped with top-notch facilities, and the masseuses were all stunningly beautiful. Of course, the prices were as luxurious as ever. A simple shoulder and neck relaxation cost $998, and a full hour-and-a-half massage would be at least $2,888. However, this small amount of money was nothing to Chi Chen, who waved his hand and arranged it. Soon, 4 beautiful ladies, not much older than Chi Meng, walked over in neat steps to start their massages. Chi Chen didn't plan to wait around. After arranging the services for them, he prepared to leave immediately. Just then, his phone rang. Caller, Hu Shui. As soon as the call connected, Hu Shui's voice came through, tinged with a hint of tears. "Chi Chen, where are you? Can you accompany me to the Yangxin courtyard now?" Hearing Hu Shui's tearful voice, Chi Chen's heart sank, and he quickly asked, "I'm in the center of Rong City, what's wrong? What happened?" Upon hearing Chi Chen's voice, Hu Shui seemed to find her anchor, and her mood calmed a bit as she said, "After some time of treatment at the Yangxin courtyard, my mom's condition has improved a little, sometimes she can even remember my name. But just now, the Yangxin courtyard called and said my mom's condition has relapsed, and it's worse than before. Sometimes she gets so confused that she falls into a coma. The doctor said if this continues, it could endanger her life. Chi Chen, can you accompany me to the Yangxin courtyard?" As she spoke about her mother's illness, Hu Shui's voice unconsciously carried a sob. Hearing her words, Chi Chen immediately agreed without hesitation, saying into the phone, "No problem, are you at home? Wait for me, I'll be there right away." While Chi Chen was on the phone, Chi Meng and the other 3 had already lined up, with the masseuses starting their massages. The 4 of them, dressed in various styles of bathrobes, lay on the massage chairs, their bodies undulating, evoking imagination. Among them, Li Xiaonan, who was getting a massage, raised her long neck somewhat reluctantly, stealing glances at Chi Chen's back while whispering to Chi Meng beside her, Meng, what exactly does your brother do? He's too good. He just gave you a credit card with a limit of 5 million? How much assets does he have? And, does your brother have a girlfriend?" Hearing Li Xiaonan's words, Zhang Yasi and Manhwa Chao, who were lying with their eyes closed on the massage chair, although somewhat reserved and not looking over, couldn't help but perk up their ears, seemingly very curious about the answer. Chi Meng frowned warily and said to Li Xiaonan in a somewhat fierce tone, "Why do you care so much? This is your first time meeting my brother. My brother has a girlfriend and is about to get married. Li Xiaonan, give up on that idea. Besides, with you acting all flirty, my brother won't like you. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaonan didn't seem discouraged at all. A mysterious smile appeared on her lips as she said, whether your brother likes it or not, you don't get to decide. Not married yet? That's good. Meng Meng, maybe one day you'll have to call me big. Before they could finish their conversation, they saw Chi-Chen hurriedly walking over, and they immediately fell silent in tacit understanding. Chi-Chen had no idea that these young girls were gossiping about him. He said somewhat anxiously, I suddenly have something to do. You guys just relax and enjoy your spa here, I'll leave first. I've already settled the bill at the spa and recharged an extra 50,000 yuan, leaving Ming Ming's phone number. If you get tired from military training in the future, just come here for a massage and relax. Alright, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything. After saying that, Chi-Chen forcibly shifted his gaze away from the four youthful beauties lying in front of him and turned to leave, driving towards Hu Shue's house. Yang Xinyuan, Alzheimer's Treatment Center. When Chi-Chen and Hu Shui arrived here, Anhao's room seemed much livelier than usual. The most authoritative expert in treating Alzheimer's disease, Wang Guiying, was currently in Anhao's ward, accompanied by a very young female figure. This young girl was also wearing a white coat, her black hair silky and tied in a high ponytail cascading down her back. Her features were snow white and exquisite, but her eyes held a cold arrogance, exuding an aura of a medical elite that instantly reminded Chi-Chen of a young lady from an anime. In addition, there was an elderly woman in the same ward as Anhao, also suffering from Alzheimer's, along with her son, named Ronli, who was accompanying her. It wasn't that Chi-Chen couldn't afford a single room for Anhao, but considering that Alzheimer's patients need stimulation from communication with the outside world, a single room would be too lonely and desolate. Therefore, even the most upscale ward accommodated two patients at the same time. Upon seeing Chi-Chen and Hu Shui enter, Wang Guiying nodded slightly, but the young woman showed no sign of acknowledgement, exuding a sense of proud detachment. Anhao was curled up in her bed, looking up at the people in the room with a hint of panic, mumbling repeatedly, Who are you? Where's my mom? I want my mom. The caregiver, who had been playing with Anhao, was softly comforting her, but to little effect. Seeing this, Hu Shui's eyes turned red instantly. She quickly walked to the bedside, took her mother's hand in hers, and said with a choked voice, Mom, it's me, Xiaoxue. Don't you recognize me? However, the sudden appearance of Hu Shui not only failed to comfort Anhao but seemed to frighten her instead. Anhao's body shrank back suddenly, fearfully saying, Who are you? What do you want? I want my mom. I want my mom. Witnessing this, Hu Shui could only stand up helplessly, stepping away from the bed, her eyes reddening as she said, How could this happen? Didn't my mom's condition improve? Why has it suddenly become so serious again? Watching her mother so fragile and helpless, Hu Shui felt extremely sad, leaning her head helplessly on Chi-Chen's shoulder, softly sobbing. Wang Guiying sighed and explained, According to our scientific treatment, your mother's condition has indeed improved. However, your mother has been ill for too long, and the treatment came too late, so it is still somewhat difficult to control her condition. The reason I called you here today is to discuss something important. Wang Guiying paused for a moment, then pointed to the young woman beside her. This is Dr. Sun Xiaoqing, a researcher from the international pharmaceutical giant Ruehui. Recently, Ruehui has developed a new drug for treating Alzheimer's disease, and this new drug has reached the stage of clinical double-blind trials. Ruehui has reached a cooperation agreement with the Alzheimer's Treatment Center here and wants to conduct human trials on patients here first. I want to ask if you are willing for your mother to participate in the new drug trial? If she participates, she will be among the first to receive Ruehui's latest treatment. Hearing Wang Guiying's words, Hu Shui was somewhat surprised. She had not been mentally prepared for this and could only look to Chi-Chen for help. To be honest, Chi-Chen was also taken aback by this news. Could it be that the new drug developed by Ruehui was the same one that his descendants had sent back from the future? That would be too unfortunate, right? He had just painstakingly developed it, and Ruehui had come up with it too? However, Chi-Chen quickly dismissed this idea. Although he did not know the exact year when the drug for treating Alzheimer's disease appeared, it was definitely not in the recent years or even the last decade. From the contents of the diary, it was clear that Alzheimer's would trouble humanity for many more years before it was finally overcome. Therefore, the new drug that Ruehui was preparing to test now was definitely not the same or similar in composition to the new drug Chi-Chen had just created. This meant that the new drug developed by Ruehui would have minimal effect on treating Alzheimer's disease. If they accepted Ruehui's trial, not only would Anhao not receive effective treatment, but it would also waste a lot of time. After all, the new drug Chi-Chen had developed for treating Alzheimer's had already been successfully synthesized. Once the toxicology experiments were completed, it could be used for human trials and treatment. Compared to Ruehui, Shi Chen had more faith in the drug he had obtained from the diary. Seeing that Shi Chen had not responded for a long time, the young woman named Sun Xiaoqing furrowed her brows and said coldly, "This opportunity is very rare. If you weren't hospitalized at this Alzheimer's treatment center, you wouldn't have the chance to participate in such a trial. And if you miss this opportunity, it will take at least another 6 months before you can use our company's drug for treatment. To be frank, given your mother's condition, she may not even be here in 6 months." Her tone revealed a sense of condescending pride. Sun Xiaoqing spoke without courtesy, even somewhat harshly, which made Hu Shui angry, and she said, "How can you talk like that? My mom could never." At that moment, Shi Chen wrapped his arm around Hu Shui's shoulder, interrupting her words, and said, "We refuse Ruehui's trial." Hearing Shi Chen's words, Sun Xiaoqing's face showed an expression of disbelief, and her previously indifferent tone became somewhat shrill as she said, "My goodness. Do you know how rare the opportunity to participate in this trial is for an Alzheimer's patient? You actually choose to give it up. It's truly incomprehensible." At this time, another patient's son, Rongli, hurriedly interjected with a smile, "If he doesn't participate in the trial, we will." Ruehui is the largest pharmaceutical company in the world, and the new drug it launches must have the best treatment effect. This kind of experiment isn't something you can join just because you have money. This opportunity is truly a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Dr. Sun, they don't recognize the importance of this, and they don't want to participate, so we will. Originally, the spots for this experiment were already quite limited, and if Qi Chan and the others voluntarily gave up Anhao's spot, then his mother's chances of participating in the experiment would obviously increase significantly. The middle-aged man named Ronli was clearly trying to curry favor with Sun Xiaoqing as he spoke these words. Sure enough, Sun Xiaoqing, who had felt somewhat awkward after being rejected by Qi Chen, immediately relaxed her expression and nodded kindly at Ronli, promising, "Don't worry, since they have given up their spots, I guarantee that your mother will definitely be able to participate in this experiment organized by our Ruehui." Rongli's face immediately lit up with joy, and he repeatedly thanked Sun Xiaoqing, looking at Qi Chen with undisguised mockery in his eyes. In his view, Qi Chen's refusal to participate in Ruehui's experiment was simply because Sun Xiaoqing was too straightforward in her speech, making it hard for people to accept. To give up such an important opportunity over a slight conflict in words seemed foolish to Rongli. Wang Guiying clearly shared the same sentiment and advised Qi Chen, "Don't act on impulse. This opportunity for the Ruehui experiment is indeed rare. Once missed, it will be hard to come by again. Your mother's condition is already quite serious, and conventional treatments are unlikely to achieve ideal results. I suggest you let the patient participate in this experiment. If the new drug developed by Ruehui is effective, your mother might have a glimmer of hope for recovery." Upon hearing Wang Guiying's words, Rongli immediately became anxious. If they accepted the experiment, wouldn't that mean my mother might miss this opportunity? However, to everyone's astonishment, Qi Chen shook his head again in refusal. "Professor Wang, thank you for your kindness. The reason we are refusing to participate in this experiment has nothing to do with anyone's attitude. It's because I have recently developed a new drug for treating Alzheimer's disease, which is also about to enter the clinical trial phase. I plan to use this new drug to treat Anhao's Alzheimer's disease." Qi Chen's words left everyone present dumbfounded. The first to react was Sun Xiaoqing, who incredulously asked, "What? You also developed a new drug for treating Alzheimer's? Which company are you from, Xiangxing or Wano?" Those who could be hospitalized at Yang Xinyuan were either rich or noble, and Sun Xiaoqing was unaware of Qi Chen's background. The Qiangxing and Wano she mentioned were both among the top 5 pharmaceutical companies in the world. Only such companies could possess enough research strength to develop new drugs for treating Alzheimer's disease. However, Qi Chen shook his head and said, "My family's pharmaceutical company is Qishir Pharmaceutical, but this new drug has nothing to do with Qishir Pharmaceutical. It was independently developed by me." Sun Xiaoqing was quite unfamiliar with Qishir Pharmaceutical, and it was likely not a particularly powerful company. Hearing Qi Chen say that this drug was independently developed by him, Sun Xiaoqing's face showed an unmistakable expression of mockery. "Just you alone? Developing a new drug for treating Alzheimer's disease? Are you dreaming?" Sun Xiaoqing shook her head repeatedly, looking at Qi Chen as if he were a fool, and said mockingly, "Do you know how much time and effort Ruehui has spent to develop this new drug for treating Alzheimer's, gathering the world's top scientists to successfully create it? If you could independently develop such a drug by yourself, then what does that say about the efforts we at Ruehui have put in? If you can develop a new drug to treat Alzheimer's by yourself, then I'll run naked in front of you. I originally wanted to help you, but I didn't expect your whole family to be crazy." Although Sun Xiaoqing's words were harsh, they were not without reason. It was simply absurd to think that one person could develop a cure for Alzheimer's, a disease that humanity has struggled with for over 100 years. It was like someone suddenly claiming they could create a lithography machine all by themselves. However, Sun Xiaoqing could never have imagined that Qi Chen did not develop the new drug himself but rather obtained the molecular formula from a diary from the future and then synthesized it. Wang Guiying furrowed her brows and said to Qi Chen, "The new drug you mentioned, it wouldn't be the molecular formula you showed me last time, would it?" Her memory was sharp. She still remembered the last time Qi Chen showed her the molecular formula. With a serious expression, she continued, "I can responsibly tell you that, although I don't know where you got that molecular formula, the chances of the drug synthesized from it curing Alzheimer's are almost zero. If you care about the patients, you should give up your unrealistic ideas and new drug, and honestly participate in the clinical trial organized by Ruehui. Ruehui is the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world, and their new drug is the one that truly has hope of curing Alzheimer's." At this moment, Qi Chen could not explain that the molecular formula he obtained actually came from the future. Even if he did, he would only be seen as more of a lunatic. So, facing Sun Xiaoqing's ridicule and Wang Guiying's persuasion, Qi Chen simply shook his head firmly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but we have ultimately decided not to join Ruehui's trial." After saying this, Qi Chen looked at Hu Shui, who was nestled beside him, and asked, "Shui, what do you think? Should we participate in Ruehui's trial, or use the drug I made to treat your mother?" Originally, Qi Chen thought Hu Shui would be very conflicted. After all, Ruehui was the world's top pharmaceutical company, while he was just an unknown little character. But Hu Shui smiled, the panic in her eyes disappeared, and instead, she said with certainty, "I choose to believe in you. I want to use the drug you made to treat my mother's illness. I believe you can create miracles." Having made this choice, Hu Shui showed complete and unconditional trust in Qi Chen. Qi Chen felt touched and smiled as he said, "Shui, don't worry, I will definitely cure Anhao, I promise." Clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a round of untimely applause broke out. Seeing Qi Chen once again refuse Ruehui's trial, Rongli clapped his hands in delight. This way, his family's participation in Ruehui's trial was practically guaranteed. Perhaps feeling happy, or maybe wanting to please Sun Xiaoqing, who was the spokesperson for Ruehui, Rongli spoke up, "I have an idea. Since my family's patient is using Ruehui's new drug for treatment, and their family is choosing to treat with their self-developed new drug, why don't we conduct a small comparative experiment here to see whether Ruehui's new drug works better, or if their self-developed drug can cure Alzheimer's? At that time, we can compare the efficacy of the two drugs and see which one is more effective." Hearing Rong Li's suggestion, Sun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, and she looked at him with admiration. In a large international pharmaceutical company like Ruehui, Sun Xiaoqing's qualifications could be considered mediocre. The only reason she could now serve as the head of a project was that she had an uncle who was an executive at Ruehui. If she could facilitate this comparative experiment and thoroughly crush the new drug created by Qi Chen, making a prominent highlight, then she would be able to immediately establish her footing within Ruehui and even, with her uncle's help, secure a good position. Thinking of this, Sun Xiaoqing's cold and beautiful face revealed an excited smile as she eagerly said, "I have no problem here. As for whether they dare to accept the challenge, I don't know." Although Sun Xiaoqing said this, her eyes were aggressively fixed on Qi Chen, seemingly very much looking forward to his response. A comparative experiment? Comparing the efficacy of the new drug with Ruehui's? Qi Chen thought for a moment and directly agreed. First of all, Qi Chen had absolute confidence in the drug he had created. After all, it was a formula from the future. Secondly, if he could crush Ruehui's new drug in terms of efficacy, it would cause a sensation throughout the pharmaceutical industry. It would also serve as a powerful promotion for his own drug. I agree to conduct a comparative experiment with Ruehui's new drug. But one thing, our new drug has not yet completed toxicological testing, and the relevant legal procedures are not finished. To have a safe drug for the experiment, it will take at least half a month to a month. At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing appeared very generous. "No problem, we can wait." After all, conducting such a comparative experiment also requires approval from the company's higher-ups. Then, let's agree to conduct this efficacy comparison in half a month. I am very much looking forward to the arrival of that day. Facing Sun Xiaoqing's outstretched white wrist, Qi Chen gently held it, his face also showing a confident expression. "I am equally looking forward to this comparative experiment. Then let us wait and see." After leaving the hospital room, Sun Xiaoqing didn't even bother with the subsequent arrangements for the drug experiments. She found an empty room, hurriedly took out her phone, and called her uncle. Sun Xiaoqing's uncle, Wang Xuanli, was the relative who held a senior executive position at Ruehui. The project for the new drug treating Alzheimer's was also led by Wang Tsuanli. Once the call connected, Sun Xiaoqing quickly and vividly recounted the scene that had just occurred in the hospital room, clearly seeking credit for her actions. On the other end of the line, Wang Tsuanli pondered for a moment before directly agreeing. Xiaoqing, you did well on this matter. You seized the opportunity immediately and are very sharp in your timing. You truly are the candidate I personally recommended. Once the time for this competition is set, you must notify me immediately. At that time, I will not only come in person but will also bring the media along to live stream this competition across the internet. Compared to Sun Xiaoqing's somewhat naive thoughts, Wang Tsuanli's decision-making was much more seasoned. He keenly realized that this comparative experiment between the two new drugs would serve as excellent publicity for Ruihui's new drug for treating Alzheimer's. Because this competition inherently contained many gimmicks. For example, would the domestic drug rise to prominence, or would the established international pharmaceutical company Ruihui come out on top? Are there hidden talents among grassroots scientists, or does the research capability of international pharmaceutical companies overshadow everything? Such gimmicks are naturally eye-catching. At that time, Wang Tsuanli would also contact the media to amplify the situation, encouraging more people to participate in this discussion and competition. The more attention this matter receives, the more publicity Ruihui and this new drug will gain. If operated properly, it would take little funding to let the entire nation, and even more people, know about the new drug developed by Ruihui. This would once again enhance Ruihui's influence. As for the result of this competition, Wang Tsuanli didn't care at all. The final outcome had been determined from the very beginning. It would definitely be Ruihui's new drug that would crush the young man's self-developed drug. This was, of course, without any suspense. With this in mind, Wang Tsuanli couldn't wait to contact the media, starting to create a buzz online about this competition between domestic and imported drugs. On the other side, due to Aunt Hao's serious illness, she not only failed to recognize her daughter, Hu Shui, but also had a strong sense of vigilance against her. As long as Hu Shui stayed in the hospital room, Aunt Hao would continue to be restless and irritable. Helpless, Hu Shui had to leave the ward and follow Qi Chen, driving away from Yangxin Garden. After a whole day of turmoil, the sky gradually darkened. By the time Qi Chen drove Hu Shui to her home, night had completely fallen. Seeing the slight fatigue that inadvertently appeared on Qi Chen's face, Hu Shui felt a pang of sympathy. Sitting in the passenger seat, she gently held one of Qi Chen's hands and said, "It's too late today, it will take you more than an hour to drive home. That's too dangerous. How about, why don't you stay at my place tonight and leave in the morning?" Although she had been pursued by many men, Hu Shui had no experience in dating. Inviting a man to stay at her home was a first in her life. After saying this, her cheeks immediately flushed with shyness, and she avoided looking into Qi Chen's eyes. Qi Chen was also quite surprised by Hu Shui's invitation. Although they had shared a passionate kiss in the car last time and expressed their feelings for each other, they had not taken any further ambiguous actions since then. At this moment, Hu Shui's invitation to Qi Chen to go upstairs was a genuine concern from her heart, a subconscious choice made after she opened up. Since there was no urgent matter to rush back to the pharmaceutical factory overnight, and Qi Chen was a bit tired after a long day, he readily agreed. "If it's convenient for you, I would certainly love that. How about we go out for dinner first, then go upstairs?" Hu Shui shook her head and said, "Eating out all the time isn't healthy. I have ingredients at home, let me cook for you." Then, Qi Chen parked the car and followed Hu Shui up the stairs. The residential building where Hu Shui lived was built in the 1980s and appeared somewhat dilapidated due to years of neglect. The hallway was dark and damp, with a musty smell. However, as Hu Shui opened the door to her home, Qi Chen's eyes brightened. In stark contrast to the shabby and dirty environment outside, Hu Shui's home was bright and clean, immaculate, giving a refreshing feeling as soon as one entered. Although her father had passed away early and her mother was seriously ill, putting a significant financial strain on the family, Hu Shui did not give up on herself. She worked hard and kept the house tidy and organized. Like a small grass growing between the cracks of stones, despite the harsh living conditions, she still loved life. As night fell, Hu Shui did not rest but immediately put on an apron and busied herself in the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa, Qi Chen watched Hu Shui's busy figure. Her originally slender waist appeared even more delicate under the apron. Below her short shorts were long, straight legs, and without the cover of stockings, her fair and smooth skin exuded an astonishing charm. Her slender, fair ankles and the glistening toes in her slippers appeared equally elongated, occasionally relaxing and bending, stirring Qi Chen's heart with an irresistible flutter. Soon, Hu Shui prepared several hot dishes, and the two sat at the dining table, enveloped in a warm, homely atmosphere. "Do you want to drink? We don't have any alcohol at home, but if you want some, I can go downstairs to buy it." Chi-Chen shook his head and replied honestly, "No, I won't drink. I'm scared." Hearing Chi-Chen's response, Hu Shui was somewhat surprised. "Scared? Scared of what? Drinking? You usually drink quite a bit, right?" Chi-Chen maintained a cautious demeanor. "I'm not afraid of drinking, just afraid that after drinking, I won't be able to control myself." Hu Shui chuckled softly, rolled her eyes at Chi-Chen, and served him some food while saying, "Hurry up and eat. Shut your mouth." Although she pretended to be bold and exaggerated, Chi-Chen noticed that Hu Shui's fair cheeks were tinged with a layer of blush from shyness. The atmosphere gradually took on a hint of ambiguity. After dinner, Hu Shui went straight to take a shower after washing the dishes. Listening to the sound of water splashing intermittently made Chi-Chen's heart race, and the short videos of beautiful women dancing on his phone suddenly lost their appeal. After a while, the bathroom door opened, and Hu Shui walked out. Having just showered, Hu Shui wore a white cotton t-shirt on her upper body, the front slightly damp from her still dripping hair, subtly revealing the contours beneath. On her lower half, she wore a pair of pink cotton shorts that barely reached the tops of her thighs, and her dazzlingly white, long legs instantly captured Chi-Chen's gaze. Seeing Chi-Chen gulping, Hu Shui felt shy, her face slightly flushed, yet she showed no signs of disgust. Instead, she gracefully turned around in place and asked Chi-Chen, "Do I look good?" "Why yes. You look good." Hu Shui's figure was a perfect golden ratio, and her skin, freshly washed, was as delicate and white as ivory, so unguardedly displayed that no man in the world could remain calm at that moment. At that moment, Chi-Chen's mind was filled with a popular saying he had seen online, "With legs like that, I could lick them until they break." Feeling Chi-Chen's dazed stare, Hu Shui's face turned red, but her eyes held a determination and madness. She lifted her ankle and gently kicked off her slippers, her snow-white feet, like an elegant cat, gracefully approached Chi-Chen, who was sitting on the sofa. Then, Hu Shui raised one foot and stepped onto the sofa, her voice trembling slightly as she said, "Do you really like my legs?" Chi-Chen's heart raced as he replied, "How did you know?" Hu Shui's slender, fair ankles and long, white toes playfully moved a little closer to Chi-Chen. "Every time we meet, you stare at my legs. How could I not know your thoughts?" With his thoughts exposed, Chi-Chen awkwardly smiled, watching Hu Shui's toes draw nearer, and though their bodies did not touch, it felt as if a powerful current was coursing through him, making his scalp tingle. At that moment, Hu Shui bent down, disregarding the exposed skin on her chest, grasped Chi-Chen's wrist, and placed his palm on her calf. Ah. Although they didn't actually do anything, both felt a strong stimulus, letting out muffled sounds. Not long ago, Chi-Chen and Hu Shui were just ordinary friends, at most childhood friends, somewhat familiar with each other. But Chi-Chen first deposited 1 billion in the bank where Hu Shui worked, and later helped her mother move into the best Alzheimer's treatment center in the country. Now, Chi-Chen has spent a fortune developing a new drug specifically for treating Alzheimer's. Such actions have increasingly touched Hu Shui's heart, making her more and more dependent on Chi-Chen. The tragic circumstances of Hu Shui's family taught her to be strong from a young age. No one is truly reliable. The only one she could rely on is herself. Over the years, Hu Shui has become accustomed to being strong alone. However, now, with Chi-Chen's help, she has developed a strong desire to lean on him. Being strong alone is too bitter, too exhausting. The feeling of having someone to rely on, to confide in, and to be protected by is like an addictive poison, making it hard for her to extricate herself. So, she ultimately made a decision. Looking at Chi-Chen, whose breathing had also quickened, Hu Shui felt calm in her heart, leaned down, and took the initiative to kiss him. "Love me." This was like the most authoritative command. Chi-Chen suddenly stood up, lifting Hu Shui in a princess carry and heading toward the bedroom. Hu Shui gasped in surprise, then wrapped her arms around Chi-Chen's neck and said softly, "Don't rush. There's bad news. My period came, so it's not very convenient." Chi-Chen's body instantly froze in place, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. "I've already taken off my pants, and you tell me this?" However, Hu Shui's next words made Chi-Chen's breathing quicken once again. "But I can cooperate with you in other ways." The next day, Chi-Chen left Hu Shui's house with messy hair and dark circles under his eyes. After a night of tossing and turning, it seemed like a lot had happened, yet it felt like nothing had happened at all. For a while afterward, Chi-Chen moved back into the pharmaceutical company, working day and night with Gao Yong and his assistants to conduct drug experiments. After all, the sooner the drug was fully developed, the sooner Anhao's condition could be alleviated. Although Chi-Chen obtained the molecular formula for this drug directly from a diary from the future, saving a lot of trouble in the development process, the subsequent experiments still required unimaginable amounts of money. Just the daily consumption of live test materials and the latest equipment purchased for the experiments cost tens of millions. Ordinary pharmaceutical companies and research institutions could hardly bear such high expenses. This is also why the latest and most effective drugs are developed by a few of the largest international pharmaceutical companies. However, although the experimental costs were high, with Chi Chen's strong financial backing, the progress of the experiments was quite rapid, much faster than expected by more than a month. In just over half a month, the systematic experiments for this new drug had already been completed. Hooray! We finally succeeded! In the laboratory, Gao Yong raised his arms and shouted, his face filled with excitement. We finally completed it! Does this new drug we experimented with mean it can be marketed? If this drug really can treat Alzheimer's, then haven't we made history? Absolutely! Perhaps this is the happiest moment of your life. The other assistants also began to celebrate happily. After all, they had worked tirelessly for over 10 days and nights, and reaching this final moment felt incredibly rewarding. Chi Chen couldn't help but clap, feeling extremely excited. The completion of the experiment meant that this new drug was one step closer to being on the market. Now everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment. All that was needed was for Lin Jing to help complete the approval process for the new drug, and then it could be launched immediately, treating the countless Alzheimer's patients who were approaching death. Meanwhile, the competition between Chi Chen and Ruehue Pharmaceutical was also about to begin. The experiment was completed, and the laboratory was filled with jubilation. However, after the cheers, Gao Yong's face revealed a look of hesitation. Noticing this scene, Chi Chen hurriedly asked, Dr. Gao, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Gao Yong spoke somewhat awkwardly. It's like this. Although we have synthesized the drug, we currently lack the relevant papers to support it. Can I also follow up on the subsequent treatment of this drug and collect data? That way, I can also complete a paper. After all, Alzheimer's is a disease that has plagued humanity for hundreds of years, and if we can break through it ourselves, that would be a tremendous honor. Chi Chen was taken aback. A paper? The molecular formula of this drug was something he had obtained directly from the future, and he had always been thinking about how to synthesize it. Chi Chen indeed overlooked that if a new drug truly wanted to gain worldwide recognition, publishing a relevant paper in authoritative medical journals was an essential step. Seeing that Chi Chen had not responded for a long time, Gao Yong hurriedly said, Boss, you don't need to feel awkward, I won't write the paper. After all, the person who researched this molecular formula is the true inventor of this new drug. I merely synthesized it, it's not a remarkable job. Seeing Gao Yong's misunderstanding, Chi Chen smiled and explained, You're overthinking it, there's nothing awkward about it. It was my oversight before. Launching this new drug does indeed require a strong paper for theoretical support. The person who provided the molecular formula does not want to reveal their identity due to certain special circumstances. So, writing the paper will still rely on you. According to the original historical trajectory, the person who researched this molecular formula might not even have been born yet, so there was no need to seek their opinion on the paper. Gao Yong had originally given up hope, but upon hearing Chi Chen's words, his eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, Thank you, boss. After I have the treatment data, I will write the paper as soon as possible, please rest assured. Moreover, I will include your name as one of the authors on the paper. If this new drug can truly cure Alzheimer's, then with this paper, we might even have a chance to win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. With Chi Chen's authorization, Gao Yong, who had been working continuously for over a month, didn't take any breaks and threw himself back into writing the paper. Seeing his fervor, if someone suggested he take a break now and write the paper in a couple of days, he would probably get beaten up. Just as he had arranged the experiment, an unusual visitor entered the laboratory. Chi Chen's father, Chi Yuan. During this time, Chi Chen and Gao Yong had been synthesizing a new drug, and they were already at the experimental stage, about to launch it. Chi Yuan was aware of this. Although he was somewhat curious about what kind of drug Chi Chen was synthesizing, Chi Chen had not used the pharmaceutical company's funds but rather his own money, so Chi Yuan did not inquire further. However, after receiving a call from an old friend, he realized that this matter was not simple. The person who called Chi Yuan was Dai Lei, who was also the owner of a pharmaceutical company in Rongcheng. The two had been friends for many years, so their conversation was quite casual. As soon as the call connected, Dai Lei's boisterous voice came through the phone. Old Chi, you're doing great. Your business is getting bigger and bigger. Are you really daring to challenge the big boss of the pharmaceutical industry, Ruehue Pharmaceutical? Dai Lei's words left Chi Yuan confused, and he quickly asked, What are you talking about? I don't understand. What do you mean by challenging Ruehue Pharmaceutical? They are the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world. What can we, a small workshop, compare to them? Hearing Chi Yuan's words, Dai Lei was also quite surprised and said, What? You don't know about this? In the past few days, a piece of news has been circulating in the entire Rongqing and even the Chinese pharmaceutical circle. It is said that in a few days, the local chief pharmaceutical in Rongqing will have a live drug experiment competition with the multinational pharmaceutical giant Ruehui Pharmaceutical. Is it possible that this chief pharmaceutical is not your company, but just shares the same name? After thinking for a moment, Dai Lei immediately denied his own assumption and continued, "Impossible, the pharmaceutical circle in Rongqing is that small. How could there be two chief pharmaceuticals at the same time? It must be your company. But as the factory director, how could you not know about this? Are you pretending to be clueless on purpose?" Shi Wenyuan was completely baffled. What was going on? When did their pharmaceutical company decide to compete with Ruehui Pharmaceutical on the treatment of Alzheimer's disease? It should be known that Ruehui is the #1 multinational pharmaceutical company in the world, while the chief pharmaceutical he managed was just a small local company. How could they possibly compete with a giant like Ruehui Pharmaceutical? Thinking of this, Shi Wenyuan said to Dai Lei, "You must have heard wrong. How could our pharmaceutical company randomly compete with Ruehui Pharmaceutical? Isn't that a joke?" However, Dai Lei on the other end of the phone was extremely certain and said, "This news cannot be wrong. Most people in the pharmaceutical circle know about it, and it's already causing a stir online. I heard that the competition will start soon, and as the factory director, you actually don't know about this? You should be more alert and check it out quickly." After hanging up the phone, Shi Wenyuan's face was serious. He had not participated in or had any knowledge of the competition with Ruehui Pharmaceutical. If this matter was not a misunderstanding, then there was only one answer left. That was his son, Shi Chen, had arranged this competition with Ruehui Pharmaceutical without his knowledge. Therefore, Shi Wenyuan could no longer sit still and went directly to the laboratory of the pharmaceutical company, where he found Shi Chen, who had just completed an experiment. "Shi Chen, how did I hear that Chief Pharmaceutical has arranged a competition with Ruehui Pharmaceutical to see whose newly developed Alzheimer's treatment is more effective?" In recent days, Shi Chen had been busy with drug experiments with Gao Yong and had no time or energy to pay attention to external news. Therefore, he was unaware of the high level of attention this matter had garnered online. However, after hearing his father's question, he did not hesitate to admit it and nodded, saying, "That's right, this competition was arranged by me with Ruehui Pharmaceutical. As soon as the government approval process for the drug I developed is completed, the competition with Ruehui Pharmaceutical will begin immediately." Upon hearing that this competition was indeed arranged by Shi Chen with Ruehui Pharmaceutical, Shi Wenyuan's face immediately showed an anxious expression. "Oh, Xiao Guang, you are too reckless. How could you accept a competition with Ruehui Pharmaceutical? You must know that Ruehui Pharmaceutical is the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world. Their strength is immense, I don't need to say more. We are just a small, unknown pharmaceutical company in Rongqing. Where do we have the strength to compete with a giant like Ruehui? Isn't this just looking for death in a roundabout way?" Shi Wenyuan became more and more agitated as he spoke, tearing off his tie and waving his arms as he continued. "There are already many people discussing this matter online. You need to quickly find someone to issue a statement, saying that this competition is actually a misunderstanding. I hope this matter can just pass like that. Otherwise, if you really go to compete with Ruehui Pharmaceuticals, you will definitely be trampled underfoot by them, becoming a stepping stone for their new drug promotion. And we ourselves will be disgraced, becoming people who seek fame and fortune." Shi Wenyuan's concerns were not without reason. After all, in his mind, the gap between Chief Pharmaceuticals and Ruehui was like the difference between a hand-pushed unicycle and a tank. They were not opponents of the same magnitude. Recklessly competing with Ruehui would surely result in humiliation. Therefore, Shi Wenyuan was eager to come and urge Shi Chen to cancel the competition. However, after listening to his father's words, Shi Chen just shook his head and said firmly, "Dad, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I am confident that the new drug I developed can completely defeat the new drug developed by Ruehui. And I have already registered a new pharmaceutical company called Guangjing Pharmaceutical. When the time comes to compete with Ruehui, I will do so in the name of Guangjing. So what if Ruehui is the world's largest pharmaceutical company? We will definitely not become a stepping stone for Ruehui's new drug. On the contrary, Guangjing Pharmaceutical will become famous in one battle, making our name known to the whole world." Just as he had finally managed to deal with his father, Shi Chen received another call from Lin Jing. "Ding ding ding ding, good news, good news. Guangjing Pharmaceutical has completed its application. From today, you are the legal person of Guangjing Pharmaceutical." Lin Jing on the other end of the phone seemed even happier than Shi Chen, her tone filled with excitement. Shi Chen was also taken aback, smiling as he said into the phone, "This is really good news. Thank you, Jingjing. It's great to have your help, otherwise, I wouldn't know anything about legal matters and would have taken so many detours. Facing Qi Chen's gratitude, Lin Jing's pretty face flushed slightly as she replied, "Why say that? I'm just happy to be able to help you. By the way, there's an even bigger piece of good news. The registration process for the new drug is almost complete. Now we just need to give the drug a Chinese name. Have you thought of a name for the new drug?" Hearing the continuous good news, Qi Chen exclaimed in surprise, "What? The registration of the new drug has already succeeded? Uncle Lin is really fast, that's amazing." According to Gao Yong and others at the pharmaceutical factory, if the approval process for a new drug could be completed within 6 months, it would already be considered very fast. Yet, only a month after the drug was synthesized, Lin Jing had already helped Qi Chen complete all the procedures for the new drug approval. This speed was nothing short of miraculous. I believe that in the entire Rongqing, there is no second person or pharmaceutical factory that can approve a new drug at such speed. Regaining his composure, Qi Chen continued on the phone, "When you have time, please convey my thanks to Uncle Lin. I have already thought of a name for the new drug. It will be called Dawn. For patients with Alzheimer's, the memories in their minds disappear little by little, as if their souls are gradually sinking into a dark abyss. The emergence of this drug is like dawn, bringing unprecedented hope to the patients." Lin Jing seemed quite satisfied with this name and then told Qi Chen that the approval process for Dawn would be completed in a day or two, and the drug would soon be on the market. Before hanging up, Lin Jing suddenly became a bit worried and reminded him, "By the way, I noticed something circulating online. It says a domestic company has developed a new drug for treating Alzheimer's and is going to compete with the new drug developed by Ruihue Pharmaceutical. Is this about you?" Hearing Lin Jing's words, Qi Chen was taken aback. His father was a professional in the pharmaceutical field, so if Ruihue Pharmaceutical had deliberately released this news, it wouldn't be surprising that Qi Wen knew about it. However, Lin Jing, as a lawyer with no connection to the pharmaceutical industry, now knew about his upcoming competition with Ruihue Pharmaceutical. This indicated that the matter had gone viral. Moreover, it had already gained considerable attention online. Following Lin Jing's suggestion, Qi Chen quickly opened Weibo. Sure enough, at the third spot on the trending list was the news about his upcoming competition with Ruihue. Domestic miracle drug versus Ruihue Pharmaceutical, which side can conquer Alzheimer's? Clicking in, the topic had already gained significant traction, with numerous posts explaining the situation, embellishing the narrative for the vast number of netizens. After agreeing to the competition with Ruihue, Qi Chen had immersed himself in his experiments, wanting to complete them as soon as possible so that Dawn could be launched. He had hardly mentioned this to anyone, nor had he contacted any media. Yet now, not only had the entire pharmaceutical circle in Huaxia learned about this, but countless netizens on Weibo were also paying attention. Therefore, the heat surrounding this matter must have been fueled by Ruihue Pharmaceutical behind the scenes. They aimed to elevate the hype, attract attention and traffic, and then heavily advertise their own newly developed drug. However, when Qi Chen began browsing these Weibo posts, he unexpectedly found that, although there were signs of paid commenters behind these posts, they did not overwhelmingly favor Ruihue. On the contrary, many posts were rallying support for Qi Chen's side. Grassroots scientists are extraordinary. A problem that the West has been unable to solve for a century will ultimately be resolved by our domestic scientists. Let's wait and see. I said it, Western medicine is trash, traditional Chinese medicine is the real deal. What is Ruihue Pharmaceutical? They claim to be #1 in the world? Just wait for them to be crushed by our domestic new drug. There were many such posts, almost dominating the entire topic. Why was this happening? For a moment, Qi Chen was puzzled. But soon, he realized and understood Ruihue's sinister intentions. This was a form of promotion that could lead to their downfall. They were elevating the domestic new drug only to stomp it down later, ensuring that Dawn would never rise again. Moreover, Ruihue's actions were clearly riding the wave of popularity while fishing for attention. In the eyes of most normal people, Ruihue was the world's leading pharmaceutical company. If there really was a new drug that could treat Alzheimer's, it should be the one developed by Ruihue, which would be the most effective and promising. In contrast, a little-known domestic pharmaceutical company or so-called grassroots scientist claiming to cure Alzheimer's would be hard to believe. Most people wouldn't think that a small domestic pharmaceutical company could defeat an international giant like Ruihue Pharmaceutical. This was not about patriotism but pure common sense. Yet at this moment, the sentiment on Weibo was that most people believed the domestic drug could surpass Ruihue. This attracted many people who were not paying much attention to the matter into the discussion, sparking intense debates in the comments on Weibo. Level 8 Gale, Where did the national medicine find its prescription? From the compendium of Materia Medica. The future is long. If it were any other disease, there might be a glimmer of hope in the national medicine's claim to cure it. But for Alzheimer's, I'm sorry, national medicine cannot cure it. Is there really mosquitoes in WC? Why does national medicine have to pick a fight with Ruehui? Don't they know it's the world's #1 pharmaceutical company? Compared to Ruehui's technology, some small domestic pharmaceutical companies are still living in the Stone Age. Who has athlete's foot? Levin. I really want to see how the side that gets slapped in the face will be unable to save face. Let the fight begin. I can't wait. Aside from the internet trolls, most netizens are not optimistic about the outcome of the national medicine challenging Ruehui. Almost no one believes Chi-Chen can win. More people think Chi-Chen is just a clown riding the hype. The higher he is lifted, the harder he will fall. In the end, he will be completely crushed by Ruehui, losing both reputation and name. As the netizens engaged in heated debates, the topic's popularity began to soar, even briefly reaching the top of Weibo's trending list. Chi-Chen was unsure if Ruehui had spent money on PR with Weibo, but he was clear about one thing: this matter had truly caught fire, and now not only those in the pharmaceutical circle were paying attention. Even the entire online audience began to closely follow his competition with Ruehui. Suddenly, Chi-Chen felt an immense pressure, like a towering mountain. However, this pressure did not make Chi-Chen retreat. Instead, it excited him even more. Because Chi-Chen knew that the ultimate victor of this competition would definitely be himself. The higher the heat of this matter, the more people would pay attention to the competition. And his Guangjing pharmaceutical would make a stunning debut by stepping on the giant Ruehui. 3 days later, the online discussion about this matter had reached its peak. In the Alzheimer's treatment center at Yangzinyuan, everyone had gathered here, ready to start the competition to test the effects of the 2 new drugs. Anhao's hospital room, which was originally very spacious, was now packed with all sorts of people. Chi-Chen arrived early in the morning with Hu Shui, along with Dr. Gao Yong and Chi-Chen's father, Shi Wen-Yuan. Gao Yong, as a medical professional, came here to observe the mechanism and effects of the new drug dawn on patient Anhao, gathering material for the paper he was writing. Shi Wen-Yuan had always been very clear in his stance, opposing Chi-Chen's participation in this competition with Ruehui, especially under the current circumstances where the entire internet was focused on this matter. Having been in the pharmaceutical industry for decades, Shi Wen-Yuan knew all too well the terrifying power of Ruehui Pharmaceutical. In his heart, Chi-Chen could not possibly be Ruehui Pharmaceutical's opponent. Although he did not have high hopes for his son, Shi Wen-Yuan still came to the competition site. He was afraid that if Chi-Chen lost the competition under such immense pressure, he might react excessively. On Ruehui Pharmaceutical's side, there were not many people present, only the instigator of this duel, Sun Xiaoqing, and her uncle, Wang Xuanli. In their hearts, the outcome of this competition was naturally Ruehui's victory. Whoever could appear here would enjoy the glory of victory, so they did not call too many people from Ruehui Pharmaceutical to share in their glory. Although there were not many people from Ruehui Pharmaceutical, they brought an entire live streaming team. A dozen or so staff members carried various professional machines, making the entire ward feel crowded. Meanwhile, on the trending list of Weibo, the live broadcast of this competition had already been pinned at the top. Although the live stream had started, the visuals were not yet displayed due to preparations still being underway, leaving the screen black. Even so, the popularity of this live stream had surged, and many netizens eagerly entered the room, chatting through bullet comments. Traditional Chinese medicine YYDS. Support domestic products. Ruehui Pharmaceutical, let's go. Ruehui is science, national medicine is metaphysics. However, the end of science is metaphysics. When is it starting? I've been waiting here for over 10 minutes. Those upstairs, please be patient, it will start soon. As the bullet comments grew more restless, the live broadcast visuals were finally connected to the stream. Standing in front of the camera was a female host named Wang Hong, whose appearance was dignified and whose demeanor was steady. She had worked as a host at CCTV for many years and was now invited by Ruehui at a high price to host this competition's livestream. From these details, one could see just how confident Ruehui Pharmaceutical was about this competition. It's starting! Wow, it's Hong Hong. This is impressive. Hong Hong, I love you. As the live stream began, the bullet comments poured down like a waterfall, and Wang Hong picked up the microphone, smiling at the camera. Dear netizens in the live stream, thank you for your patience. Welcome to this live broadcast of the competition between Ruehui Pharmaceutical and Guangjing Pharmaceutical regarding the efficacy of their drugs. First, let me introduce the representatives from both pharmaceutical companies. The camera focused on Wang Xuanli and Sun Xiaoqing, while Wang Hong's voiceover introduced them. This gentleman is Mr. Wang Xuanli, a senior executive from Ruihui Pharmaceuticals Greater China region and the main person responsible for the new drug development. And this young lady is Sun Xiaoqing, a master's graduate in medicine from Stanford University and the technical host for Ruihui Pharmaceutical. In response to Wang Hong's introduction, both Wang Xuanli and Sun Xiaoqing smiled modestly and nodded slightly at the camera. Wow, this young lady is so beautiful. I declare that I am now a staunch supporter of Ruihui. Such a beautiful girl, and she's a top student from Stanford? It's known that medicine and law are two of the hardest fields to enter. Young and accomplished. Even such a young girl has both looks and talent. No wonder it's the world's #1 pharmaceutical company. I really can't imagine how Ruihui could lose later. After the camera lingered on their faces for a while, it shifted to Qi Chen. Today, Qi Chen was not wearing any flashy luxury brands but was dressed in a business suit from Zegna. The lack of logos made the outfit appear very high quality, further enhancing Qi Chen's already striking looks. This young gentleman is Qi Chen, the legal representative of Guangjing Pharmaceutical and one of the main characters in this competition. Perhaps because the live broadcast team was invited by Ruihui Pharmaceutical, the camera only swept past Qi Chen's face before returning to Wang Xuanli's shiny, round face. Wow, the head of the national medicine is a bit handsome. He can already be compared to me. Handsome or not, he's still a bit too young, right? My confidence in national medicine has waned a little. Next, Li Hong continued to introduce the true main characters of this competition, the new drugs brought by both sides. Two pharmaceutical companies have developed new drugs, both of which are special medications for treating Alzheimer's disease. The new drug from Ruihui is called Ganlunat. According to the information provided by Ruihui Pharmaceuticals, the development of Ganlunat began 10 years ago, and the entire development process cost a staggering $6 billion. The research team behind it consists of elite scientists from internationally renowned universities such as Harvard Medical School and Stanford University School of Medicine. On the other hand, our national pharmaceutical company, Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, has developed a new drug called Shuguang. I guess this name is meant to bring a bit of light and hope to patients in the darkness. Due to a lack of relevant information, the development process and cost of Shuguang are unclear. As Wang Hong finished his introduction, the entire comment section exploded again, with countless comments instantly appearing on the live stream screen. Wow, Ruihui Pharmaceuticals has really spent 10 years honing this sword. The development cost alone is $6 billion? I'm afraid that amount could buy 100 Guangjing Pharmaceuticals. How can this even be compared? I just checked on Tianyanka, and Guangjing Pharmaceuticals was actually established just a few days ago. This is outrageous. Does that mean Ruihui's 10-year development has only taken Guangjing 3 days? Maybe Guangjing bought a secret recipe from an old Chinese medicine doctor at a telephone pole. TSK, old Chinese medicine, cures all ailments. Although the competition hadn't truly begun, just by introducing the backgrounds of both companies and the drug development processes, everyone had already sentenced Guangjing Pharmaceuticals to death. One is a global leader with a 100-year history. The other is a newly established shell company just 3 days old. Is there even a hint of suspense left in the outcome of this competition? The next to appear is Professor Wang Guiying, a nationally recognized expert in treating Alzheimer's disease, whose authority is beyond doubt. This live stream is also being watched by many Alzheimer's patients and their families. When they saw Professor Wang Guiying, their spirits were lifted. While other viewers might be watching for entertainment, these patients are genuinely seeking hope for survival. After all, since the discovery of Alzheimer's disease, humanity has yet to find a good treatment plan. Once diagnosed with this condition, it means a slow death. These two are the patients for this experiment. This patient is named Lu Xinxia, who has been ill for 5 years and is a moderate Alzheimer's patient. She will be receiving treatment with Ruihui Pharmaceuticals' new drug, Ganlunat. The other patient is named Haoing, who has been ill for 7 years and is a severe Alzheimer's patient. She will be receiving treatment with Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' new drug, Shuguang. According to the information provided by both pharmaceutical companies, their drugs take effect approximately 15 minutes after oral administration. So now we will give them the medication and then observe their reactions to confirm the drug's efficacy. Now, take the medication. With Wang Hong's command, Sun Xiaoqing from Ruihui Pharmaceuticals immediately took out a white medicine box from behind, which had the name, Ganlunat, written in both Chinese and English, along with Ruihui Pharmaceuticals' logo and dosage instructions. It was clear that Ganlunat was a well-developed drug, with even the packaging being flawless. Under the camera's gaze, Sun Xiaoqing extended her long, fair fingers, opened the packaging of the medicine box, and took out a white pill, approaching Lu Xinxia. Perhaps due to the presence of too many strangers in the ward today, both Lu Xinxia and Hao Ying clearly displayed signs of anxiety, their expressions flustered and emotions agitated. This is a significant symptom of Alzheimer's disease at a certain stage of progression. Sun Xiaoqing knelt halfway in front of Lu Xinxia, holding a pill and a cup of water, and said gently, "Auntie, this is today's medicine. Please take it, and your illness will get better soon." Upon seeing this scene, the comments section erupted in a frenzy. AWSL. This girl is just too loving. Can someone tell me how to get Alzheimer's? I just want to be taken care of by this girl. Ruehue's preparation is so thorough, I can't believe they would lose. Lu Xinxia seemed to be comforted by Sun Xiaoqing's warm presence, calming down a bit as she reluctantly took the pill and swallowed it with the water from Sun Xiaoqing's hand. On the other side, Hao Ying's condition was clearly more severe. Her terrified gaze was fixed on the large camera and other equipment used for the live broadcast, as if they were monstrous beasts ready to devour her. At that moment, Hao Ying was trembling with tension, her eyes panicked, her emotions agitated, already on the brink of collapse. The live broadcast had switched back to Chi-chan, who, unlike Ruehue's exquisitely packaged new drug, pulled out a transparent plastic bag from his pocket, which contained a pill the size of a fingernail. What the hell, this so-called new drug don doesn't even have packaging. That's just ridiculous. Come on, at least he got a plastic bag. It's a miracle it wasn't just a piece of paper. Hee hee, your expectations are too high. I originally thought this guy would pull out a medicine pot and brew the medicine on the spot. What the hell is this? Compared to Ruehue, isn't it just the difference between firecrackers and rockets? Just disperse already. Disperse what? Didn't you know that Guanjing would definitely lose? I just want to see what expression the guy who developed the national medicine has after losing the competition. Shichen stepped forward, wanting to give the pill to Auntie Hao. However, perhaps due to external stimuli, Auntie Hao actually refused to take the medicine, breaking down in tears. I'm scared. Who are you? I want my mom. I want my mom. Mom, where are you? Please come save me. Finally, with the help of a caregiver who was more familiar with Auntie Hao, Shichen successfully got her to take the medicine. At that moment, tears were already streaming down Hu Shui's face as she watched her mother in pain. She wished she could take her mother's place and bear the torment of the illness. Under the live broadcast camera, Shichen couldn't do anything too intimate to comfort her, so he just walked over to Hu Shui and whispered, "Shui, you don't have to be too sad. Trust me, the dawn I developed will definitely cure Auntie Hao. She will soon remember everything and regain her memory." Hu Shui nodded, forcing a smile as she said, "I believe you." After Qi Chen's efforts, it was already time for the new drug to take effect on Lu Xinxia. The camera was firmly locked on her, capturing every move she made, allowing countless viewers in the live stream to judge for themselves whether Ruehue's new drug, Ganlunatu, had any effect on treating Alzheimer's. As time slowly passed, the effects of Ganlunatu gradually spread through Lu Xinxia's body. 15 minutes later, Lu Xinxia, who had previously seemed very anxious and irritable, showed a noticeable stabilization in her emotions after taking Ganlunatu. Faced with the many strangers in the ward and the instruments that had been watching her, her expression was no longer one of fear but appeared much calmer. Under the high-definition camera's gaze, both the crowd on site and the viewers in the livestream could clearly perceive a subtle change in Lu Xinxia's expression. Having lost most of her memories and experiences in life, Lu Xinxia's eyes constantly revealed a sense of fear and confusion. However, after taking Ganlunatu, the fear and confusion in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable calmness. Witnessing this scene, Sun Xiaoqing's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Ganlunatu was effective. And in such a short time, within a live stream that attracted so many online viewers, it had already shown effects on Lu Xinxia's condition. Wang Suoli let out a sigh of relief, a smile of liberation appearing on his face. This effect had completely met Wang Suoli's expectations, even surpassing what he had envisioned. In fact, everyone, including Sun Xiaoqing, was unaware that the new drug Ganlunatu developed by Ruehue was not particularly successful. It could even be said to be somewhat of a failure. For patients in the mid to late stages of Alzheimer's disease, Ganlunatu could alleviate many symptoms of agitation and had a decent inhibitory effect on the progression of the disease. However, it fell far short of completely curing Alzheimer's. Because Ganlunatu could only relieve symptoms but could not help Alzheimer's patients regain their lost memories. In other words, Ganlunatu still could not reverse the continuous atrophy of the hippocampus responsible for memory in patients. Such results were actually unsatisfactory for a new drug that cost $6 billion to develop. As a result, the project leader, Wang Suoli, bore immense pressure. This was also why he had to create a buzz online, promoting ganlunatu in a way that would overshadow the national medicine. As long as public opinion deemed the drug useful, then it was useful. This way, ganlunatu could receive strong publicity, and Wang Xuanli's pressure would be greatly alleviated. He might even be rewarded by Ruehui for this, advancing further in his career. It could be said that after Lu Xinxia took ganlunatu, the symptoms of agitation had significantly eased, meaning that today's livestream was already halfway to success. After all, there were not many drugs that could successfully alleviate Alzheimer's symptoms. As for the dawn developed by Guangjing Pharmaceutical? The drugs developed by those amateurs would be lucky if they didn't kill anyone. They really think they can compete with us at Ruehui? Seeing Lu Xinxiao's reaction, Professor Wang Guiying was also jolted and quickly approached her, observing her closely. After a while, a satisfied expression appeared on Wang Guiying's face as she spoke to the host, Wang Hong. After taking ganlunatu, patient Lu Xinxiao's symptoms of agitation have significantly reduced, and her consciousness has become clearer. This indicates that Ruehui Pharmaceuticals' new drug ganlunatu has a certain therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's. As for how significant this effect is and to what extent it can help Alzheimer's patients recover, further examinations and experimental data are needed. As a national expert in treating Alzheimer's, Professor Wang Guiying's conclusion carried considerable weight. Immediately, the comments began to flood the screen. It has to be Ruehui for treating diseases. National medicine can only provide a laugh. Ruehui's drug has shown effects so quickly, it truly deserves to be the world's #1 pharmaceutical company. What can a small domestic workshop compare to Ruehui? Where does this Qi Chen get the courage? Haven't you heard the saying? As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others. Can't you see this guy is just here to ride the wave? Perhaps they didn't develop a new drug at all. What's in that plastic bag is just a bit of vitamins. Goodness, are they really learning from the American Empire? Creating something out of nothing with a bottle of laundry detergent? At this moment, Wang Xuanli was also keeping up with the dynamics in the live broadcast room. Seeing the barrage of comments overwhelmingly supporting Ruehui and belittling Guangjing, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. In the hearts of the vast majority of netizens, Ruehui's drug was effective and had crushed other new drugs for treating Alzheimer's from competitors. This result was exactly what Wang Xuanli wanted. If this live broadcast continued for a week, 2 weeks, or even a month, then the vast number of netizens would discover that Ruehui's new drug, ganlanet, actually had no significant efficacy for Alzheimer's beyond its good sedative effects. However, with the conclusion of today's competition, the heat surrounding this moment would quickly fade, and the masses would soon turn their attention to the next source of entertainment. As for the subsequent efficacy of Ruehui's new drug, who cares? In the minds of most people, Ruehui's new drug is strong. This would create a subtle, ingrained impression. Just like most people in the country believe that the domestic cars are fuel efficient, durable, and hardly ever have minor issues. But is that really the case? That doesn't matter. What matters is that most people think so, and that's enough. Just this one stereotypical impression is enough for domestic cars to occupy half of the market in Huaxia. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Xuanli's heart was already filled with the joy of victory. He just needed the results from Guangjing's side to come in, showing that Ruehui's drug was superior, and this live broadcast could come to an end. What if Guangjing's drug was more effective? That's impossible. How could a new drug that Ruehui spent $6 billion developing be outdone by a small workshop in Rongcheng? Their drug would be lucky if it didn't kill anyone. What you think is what you get. Just as this thought flashed through Wang Xuanli's mind, a sudden situation indeed arose on Hao Ying's side. Hao Ying had already been quite agitated, and after taking Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' new drug, Dawn, her mental state had not improved noticeably. Instead, after more than 10 minutes, she unexpectedly fainted on the hospital bed in front of everyone. Aunt Hao! Mom! Seeing this scene, Qi Chen and Hu Shui were both startled and rushed over. Hu Shui, with a face full of horror, grabbed one of Hao Ying's hands and shook it vigorously, but Hao Ying only kept her eyes tightly closed, showing no reaction. Qi Chen also frowned deeply. No way, how could this happen? This drug was clearly synthesized according to a future prescription. How could Aunt Hao faint right after taking it? Could it be that the prescription from the future was wrong? Or did they encounter some problem during synthesis? At this moment, seeing that Aunt Hao was in trouble, Wang Guiying quickly walked over, felt Aunt Hao's pulse for a while, and checked her pupils before letting out a sigh of relief and saying, "The patient just experienced too much stimulation, and her body reacted protectively, fainting for a moment. There's nothing serious, but I must say." Wang Guiying hesitated for a moment but continued, "The effect of your drug seems to be not as good as Ruehui's ganlanet." With the sudden situation arising, the cameraman had already zoomed in on the edge of the hospital bed, and Wang Guiying's recent evaluation was clearly heard by the viewers of the live broadcast. Ha, here it comes, let me see this guy's expression. This professor is still too tactful. What do you mean the effect is not good? It has no effect at all. Who says it has no effect? Is a reverse effect not an effect? Sigh, it would be better to honestly feed the patient laundry detergent, at least it wouldn't cost a life, right? I thought this was a signal for the rise of national medicine, but it turned out to be another swindler. I'm utterly disappointed. The barrage of comments kept refreshing, and the competition between the two new drugs seemed to be reaching its conclusion. Wang Xuanli and Sun Shaoqing both wore smiles, ready to welcome the final victory. Just then, Anhao suddenly let out a muffled groan, waking up and slowly opening her eyes. Seeing this, Wang Guiying quickly asked with concern, "And Ing, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Given Anhao's severe condition, her emotions would typically be filled with fear, and she could easily be on the verge of a mental breakdown. But to Wang Guiying's surprise, there was a long-lost calmness and clarity in Anhao's eyes. "Dr. Wang? What happened to me? Why am I here? Where is this place?" Although Anhao asked several questions immediately after waking up, making others think she was still disoriented, Wang Guiying was deeply shocked. Anhao usually cried and fussed when her condition was severe, either calling for her mother or speaking nonsensically. Yet now, her demeanor was no different from that of a normal person. Seeing her mother awake, Hu Shui was also excited and hurriedly asked, "Mom, you just fainted. How do you feel now?" Anhao looked at Hu Shui, momentarily stunned. "Xiao Xue? Why are you here too? Where is this? Why are there so many people?" Hu Shui quickly replied, "Mom, this is Yang Xinyuan, the ward of Yang Xinyuan. You." Just as she was halfway through her sentence, an expression of disbelief suddenly appeared on Hu Shui's face, and she trembled as she asked, "Mom, do you remember who I am? Mom, do you remember who I am?" In response to Hu Shui's question and her excited expression, Wang Ying said somewhat strangely, "You are my daughter, how could I forget who you are? But now that you mention it, I do feel like I've forgotten a lot. I can't remember why I'm here." Anhao's face no longer showed the childish crying expression but instead revealed a thoughtful look as she said, "Right, I remember now. Did I get that thing called Alzheimer's? I remember the hospital gave me a diagnosis, but I can't recall many things afterward. Was I very ill?" Hearing Aunt Ying's words, not only Hu Shui and Qi Chen but even Wang Guiying's face showed extreme shock. What is going on? Aunt Ying's condition was very serious, and she had forgotten everything from before. Yet now, not only did she remember her daughter's name, but she could also recall that she had Alzheimer's? Could it be that the dawn of Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' development truly has a therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's? Thinking of this, Wang Guiying suddenly felt a bit dry in her mouth, her heart racing wildly, and her voice became sharp with tension as she exclaimed, "Tell me, what is your name? How old are you this year?" Anhao was startled by Wang Guiying's sudden excitement, but she was also in a dazed state, so she instinctively replied, "My name is Hao Wing, I was born in the year of the rooster, and I'm 56 this year." "Strange, I only remember your surname is Wang, but I can't recall where I've seen you." Hearing Anhao's response, Wang Guiying could no longer contain her excitement. Her body under the white coat trembled involuntarily as she exclaimed repeatedly, "Good, good, good. It's effective. The new drug, Dawn, is really effective. It doesn't have the sedative effects like Gallianate, but it seems to directly act on the hippocampus that controls memory in patients, allowing them to recover memories they had lost. This is truly a drug with real hope for curing Alzheimer's disease. Xiao Qi, your Guangjing Pharmaceuticals is incredible." The scene was almost dramatically heightened. First, Ruihui's new drug Gallianate showed good sedative effects, ranking among the existing drugs as highly effective. Then, Anhao, who had taken Dawn, suddenly fainted, almost sealing Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' fate. However, after Anhao regained consciousness, she surprisingly remembered many things, retrieving memories she had lost for years. This sent the live chat into a frenzy. My God! Guangjing Pharmaceuticals actually made a comeback? 66,666. I told you, the national medicine is amazing, right? Remember, the end of science is theology. This can't be scripted, right? Could these two patients be actors they found in advance? It can't be scripted. If Ruihui crushed the national medicine, it might be acting. But how could an obscure national medicine workshop crush Ruihui? Do you think Ruihui would cooperate willingly? But this isn't scientific. How could a small local workshop in Rongqing achieve what Ruihui couldn't in 10 years? As a veteran media person, Wang Hong instantly sensed something unusual. This had the flavor of a big news story. Perhaps she was witnessing history at this moment. Originally just doing her job for money, she was now genuinely excited, quickly moving to Anhao and Wang Guiying's side, asking passionately, Professor Wang, it seems something extraordinary just happened. Can you explain it to us and the audience in the live stream? Wang Guiying nodded, equally excited, and said, Patient Guiying has been under my treatment for over a month. Her condition is very serious, to the point of losing her common sense. In other words, in her consciousness, she hardly recognizes anyone and has no good understanding of who she is. However, after taking this new drug called Dawn developed by Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, Guiying actually remembered her name and her age. This means she now has an objective understanding of herself, knowing exactly who she is. This is almost impossible for a late-stage Alzheimer's patient. The only possibility for all this is that the new drug Dawn truly has miraculous effects in treating Alzheimer's disease. It could allow Guiying to undergo such a huge change in just 15 minutes. At this moment, not only were the viewers in the live stream dumbfounded, but even Wang Xunli and Sun Xiaoqing from Ruihui Pharmaceuticals were taken aback. WTF? What just happened? Weren't we about to announce victory? Weren't we completely crushing the national medicine? How did Guangjing's new drug suddenly become capable of curing Alzheimer's? This is too absurd. Sun Xiaoqing's previously indifferent face was now filled with shock, staring blankly at Qi Chen, who was smiling and applauding. Wang Xunli was the first to react, rushing to Wang Hong's side, angrily saying, This is impossible. Our new drug at Ruihui can only have a sedative effect on Alzheimer's patients. It cannot help patients recover their memories. Guangjing's new drug is even less likely to do so. In his anxiety, Wang Xunli accidentally revealed the hidden truth in his heart. However, at this moment, he no longer cared. If the Dawn developed by Guangjing Pharmaceuticals could truly cure Alzheimer's, then Wang Xunli's days at Ruihui Pharmaceuticals were nearly over. So, regardless of whether this drug could actually cure Alzheimer's, he had to find a way to turn black into white and smear Guangjing Pharmaceuticals. Determined, Wang Xunli immediately gritted his teeth and pointed at An Hao. She is an actress. She must be an actress. You all designed this from the start, collaborating with Wang Guiying to put on a show here, right? Everything is fake. This is a script and trick designed by you Guangjing to attract attention. Ruihui is the world's #1 pharmaceutical company. If we can't do it, no one else can. So, you must be acting. This is a conspiracy against Ruihui. However, Wang Xunli did not expect that his words would completely infuriate Wang Guiying. Although Wang Guiying was nearly 70 years old and appeared withered and thin in her white coat, when she glared in anger, she exuded an undeniable righteousness. Ruihui, you're talking nonsense. Who do I, Wang Guiying, think I am, to collaborate with others to deceive millions of Alzheimer's patients? I still have a conscience and medical ethics. Unlike you. Seeing a threatening peer, you have no bottom line and shamelessly smear Guangjing Pharmaceuticals. After saying this, Wang Guiying no longer looked at the ashen-faced Wang Xunli but, panting heavily, spoke firmly into the camera. I, as the person in charge, tell everyone that Haoying is definitely a late-stage Alzheimer's patient. There is not a shred of falsehood in this. And the effect of Dawn's treatment on Haoying is something everyone has just witnessed. Whether Dawn can completely cure Alzheimer's, I dare not make a rash conclusion now. But just the fact that it can restore parts of the memory lost by patients is something no existing Alzheimer's treatment can achieve. Not even Ruihui's new drug, Ganlunatu. At this moment, the heat in the live broadcast room had reached its peak. With more and more people joining the livestream, drawn in by the discussions on Weibo, the barrage of comments had become so numerous that it poured down like a waterfall, making it impossible to read. My God, did the national medicine really take down Ruihui? This is as difficult as shooting down an F-22 with a slingshot, right? I'm going crazy. This isn't scripted? This isn't staged? My family has an Alzheimer's patient. I hope this is all true. My family can be saved. National medicine is awesome. Western medicine is sushi. Big Boss is amazing. 666. Shocked. The national medicine returns as a king, crushing international giants. A small workshop emerges, developing a miraculous drug that can cure terminal illnesses. Treasures on the telephone poles. The old Chinese medicine finally conquers a world-class problem. One eye-catching headline after another began to circulate online, and this competition between the two new drugs truly became a carnival for netizens. Everyone was incredibly shocked by the unexpected efficacy of Dawn. As the most authoritative expert in treating Alzheimer's in the country, Wang Guiying was excited. The emergence of this new drug, Dawn, meant that millions of Alzheimer's patients had hope for a cure. This was the first ray of light in the dark lives of patients. This is also why Wang Guiying was so furious when Wang Xunli tried to slander Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, claiming they were acting, even suggesting there was a script. But, as a senior executive of Ruihui Pharmaceutical in the Greater China region and the person in charge of the Ganlanat project, Wang Xunli was genuinely terrified at this moment. For this live broadcast of the new drug competition, Wang Xunli had put in a lot of effort. Not to mention the tactics of riding the wave of popularity, just buying trending topics and hiring online commenters had cost Ruihui a significant amount in public relations expenses. It was precisely because of this that the live broadcast garnered nationwide attention. According to the script designed by Wang Xunli, the new drug Ganlanat developed by Ruihui was supposed to become legendary in one battle, thus becoming synonymous with the most effective treatment for Alzheimer's disease. However, he never expected that during the live broadcast of the drug efficacy competition, it would actually backfire. A pharmaceutical company he had never heard of, Wangjing Pharmaceutical, had truly developed a new drug capable of curing Alzheimer's disease? The hype that Wang Xunli painstakingly created ended up being a wedding dress for a drug named Dawn. Wangjing Pharmaceutical became legendary in one battle, making netizens across China and Alzheimer's patients aware of the existence of the drug Dawn. Meanwhile, Ruihui Pharmaceutical became a stepping stone and a laughingstock for everyone. At this moment, the barrage of comments was nothing short of insane. My God, look at the expression on Ruihui's leader's face, it's like a pig's liver, right? Goodness, lifting a stone only to smash your own foot. Spending so much money, and it turns out to be buying trending topics for your competitor. Ruihui isn't anything good either, trying to ride the wave of national medicine's popularity for a big hype. Little did they know, our national medicine of China is not something you can just trample on. The barrage that originally overwhelmingly supported Ruihui had long disappeared, replaced entirely by comments supporting Guangjing Pharmaceutical and national medicine. Wang Xunli's face turned ashen. Although he couldn't see the barrage in the live broadcast room, he had already realized that Ruihui had become a laughingstock in the eyes of netizens. This couldn't go on. If this matter wasn't stopped, not only would the Ganlanet he was responsible for developing become worthless trash, but Wang Xunli himself might also be forced to resign due to the impact of this scandal. Almost instantly, Wang Xunli thought of the only way to remedy the situation. Cut off the live broadcast immediately. Quick, 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 the live broadcast ends here. Stopping the live broadcast didn't mean the matter would end there. However, with the live broadcast interrupted, the scenes would no longer continue to be shown to the entire nation, and with Ruihui Pharmaceutical's terrifying strength, there were still many ways and measures to remedy the situation. For example, directly hiring a massive number of online commenters to continuously slander Guangjing Pharmaceutical online, fabricating another identity for Anhao and labeling her as an actress. Although there was no guarantee that such tactics could restore the reputation of the new drug Ganlanat and Ruihui Pharmaceutical, it was still worth a try. If they continued to broadcast the scenes of Hao Ying's condition improving, attracting more and more viewers, then no matter how much Ruihui tried to remedy the situation afterward, it would be of no use. Seeing Wang Xunli's reaction, the netizens in the live broadcast room immediately erupted. Damn! This guy has no honor. If he can't win, he just flips the table. If this live broadcast gets cut off, I'll blacklist Weibo for life. National medicine finally has a moment to shine, and it gets completely overshadowed by a foreign company? However, no matter how noisy the audience in the live broadcast room was, it couldn't affect the staff responsible for the broadcast in the hospital room. Upon hearing Wang Xunli's command, many staff members were momentarily stunned, then began preparing to cut off the live broadcast. Whether they wanted to or not, they could only obey Ruihui's orders. After all, Ruihui was the one who paid for this live broadcast, and Wang Xunli was the boss who paid their salaries. Just as the live broadcast was about to close, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Don't close it. Keep the live stream going. Whoever dares to end the broadcast, I'll make sure they can't survive in this industry. Hearing this voice, all the staff in the hospital room were stunned, because the person speaking was none other than the host of the live stream, Wang Hong. Usually, on television, Wang Hong always presents a gentle and gracious image, being very easygoing with everyone. However, at this moment, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were wide open, her brows slightly furrowed, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Although she was hired at great expense by Ruihui, she was still a host, inherently possessing a transcendent status. While Ruihui paid a considerable amount, it was not something she couldn't let go of. After years of being a host, Wang Hong had keenly noticed that everything happening in the hospital room at this moment could potentially be a real big news story. A historic moment for humanity breaking through Alzheimer's disease. And as a host, witnessing and even leading such a historical moment would be an honor that she could hardly replicate in her entire career. Therefore, in the face of Wang Xunli's request to end the livestream, Wang Hong unhesitatingly chose to refuse. She even played the seniority card, threatening the other livestream staff that if they dared to stop the broadcast, they would face her wrath, or even retaliation from the entire media industry. Because in the face of such a historical moment, a little bit of petty profit was insignificant. Witnessing history, leading history, was the ultimate glory for a media person. Upon hearing Wang Hong's words, the staff who were originally prepared to cut the livestream immediately stopped their actions. Although Wang Suanli was the financial backer behind the scenes, Wang Hong was the official host. She had an influence that was unattainable for most people. Thus, this livestream, which had countless viewers, not only was not forcibly closed, but instead became even more robust, attracting more and more onlookers to pour in. Seeing that the live stream staff were actually ignoring his demands, Wang Suanli was furious, jumping up and down as he shouted, "We at Ruihui are the ones who paid to hire you. How dare you not listen to me? Be careful, I won't pay your salaries. You are breaching the contract. If you continue the live stream, it will damage Ruihui's reputation, and then you can wait for Ruihui Pharmaceuticals' legal department to contact you. By then, no matter how much money you have, I will make you lose everything, everything." Wang Suanli's hysterical threats had some effect. Hearing that they might receive a lawyer's letter, even Wang Hong's face showed a hint of hesitation. As media professionals, they already knew the power of Nanshan Pizza Hut, which could be said to be deadly to anyone they targeted. And Ruihui, as the world's largest pharmaceutical company, had a legal department that was even more formidable. Should they continue the live stream to document this historic moment, or choose to yield and avoid potential legal risks? Just as they were hesitating, Qi Chen, the sole legal representative of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, finally spoke up. "Wang Suanli, do you think this is your Ruihui's laboratory, where you can broadcast whenever you want and cancel whenever you want? The content of this live stream is a comparison of the efficacy of new drugs from our two pharmaceutical companies. The competition is not yet over, and you want to cut off the live stream? Is it just because your Ruihui's new drug's efficacy has not met expectations? If you win, you can broadcast freely. If you lose, the live stream must be unconditionally closed? I won't agree to this, and countless netizens in the live stream won't agree either." Although Qi Chen did not shout hoarsely like Wang Suanli, his calm tone and steady demeanor possessed a power that made people unconsciously submit. Watching Wang Suanli rendered speechless by his retorts, Qi Chen pressed on relentlessly, saying, "If the live broadcast doesn't stop, you won't pay the staff? I can. I'll pay the staff today. No matter how much, I'll pay double. If the live broadcast doesn't stop, you'll let Ruihui's legal department sue them? Bring it on. Our Guangjing Pharmaceuticals legal department will take it all on. I will hire the strongest legal team, no matter the cost, and fight you to the end. I want to see who is in the wrong in this matter." This live broadcast was originally a trap meticulously designed by Wang Suanli. However, he had only anticipated the beginning, not the outcome. Now, in a fit of rage, he wanted to cut off the live stream. But as the other party in this efficacy competition, Qi Chen insisted on continuing the broadcast, and that was perfectly fine. Wang Suanli hadn't consulted Qi Chen when starting the broadcast, and now that things were going awry, he couldn't just cut it off on his own. After hearing Qi Chen's reprimand, Wang Suanli, aware of his own faults, could only stand there awkwardly, losing all the momentum he had just moments ago. With Qi Chen's firm support, Wang Hong felt a sense of calm wash over her, and she blinked her beautiful eyes in appreciation towards Qi Chen. Then, with the live team, she continued to focus on the broadcast of this efficacy competition. At that moment, Hu Shui had tightly embraced An Hao, crying tears of joy. An Hao's eyes were already red, holding Hu Shui in her arms, gently patting her back as if soothing a child, saying, "Child, you've worked hard all these years. I'm sorry, my dear." After taking the new drug, Dawn, although An Hao's memories lost over the years had not yet fully returned, her logical thinking ability as a normal person had already come back. This made Wang Guiying, who had been observing, extremely excited, and she couldn't wait to say, "Let's go do an MRI for the two patients. We just need to compare it with the tests they did before to see if the medicine they took has any organic impact and efficacy on the hippocampus of the brain." Hearing Wang Guiying's words, Wang Hong's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly asked, "Professor Wang, are you saying that the current test results can immediately show whether the new drug can completely cure Alzheimer's?" Wang Guiying nodded and confirmed, "Yes. Because the hippocampus of the brain is the organ that governs human memory. Patients with Alzheimer's will, for unknown reasons, have their hippocampus gradually shrink, and their memories will gradually fade until they completely lose them. If the patient's hippocampus is clearly developing in a positive direction, then the memories they lost are very likely to be regained, just like what An Hao showed today. At the same time, it can be confirmed that this drug is definitely effective for treating Alzheimer's." Upon hearing Wang Guiying's explanation, the reactions of the crowd varied. Host Wang Hong was clearly very excited, if this live broadcast could directly announce the exact effects of Dawn on Alzheimer's, she would be the only host of this historical event. Meanwhile, the heat of the live broadcast would continue until the test results were released. On the side, Wang Xunli, with a grim expression, showed a glimmer of hope. Although Aunt Hao had experienced some memory recovery after taking Dawn, who could rule out that this was just a fleeting moment of clarity? If the final results of the MRI show that there is not much difference in the effects of the two drugs on the hippocampus, then it would be equivalent to Ruihui's Ganlanet winning a round. At this moment, Qi Chen was remarkably calm. Unlike the other anxious souls around him, he seemed completely unperturbed by the upcoming MRI results. This was not because Qi Chen was naturally thick-skinned, but because he had absolute confidence in the drug Shuguang. Soon, accompanied by others, both patients arrived outside the MRI examination room. The Alzheimer's Treatment Center at Yang Xinyuan was equipped with the most advanced machines in the world. After the examination, it only took 10 minutes to process the data, and the final results could be obtained immediately. According to the order in which the two took their medication, Lu Xinxia was supposed to enter the MRI examination room first. However, whether it was due to the crowd making her nervous or the effect of the Ganlanet she had just taken wearing off, Lu Xinxia appeared extremely agitated, refusing to enter the room no matter what, resembling a child throwing a tantrum in a hospital out of fear of getting an injection. In contrast, Aunt Hao seemed much calmer at this moment, her expression composed as she said, "How about I go first? Let this patient rest for a while." After saying this, without needing anyone's assistance, she walked straight into the examination room and began the MRI scan with the help of the medical staff. Not long after, the door to the examination room opened, and Aunt Hao walked out with the same calm expression, even nervously smoothing her hair in front of the camera. This was already a performance of a normal person. Meanwhile, Lu Xinxia fidgeted for a long time, and only after her son Ron Li's coaxing did she reluctantly enter the examination room. By the time both had completed their examinations, the live broadcast had been going on for nearly 2 hours. Generally speaking, it is difficult for the average onlooker to maintain interest in a single event for such a long time. However, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was not decreasing but rather increasing. As the broadcast progressed, the number of viewers not only did not diminish but grew larger. Why? All the netizens were waiting for the moment the MRI results would be revealed. Was it true that the national medicine was indeed crushing Ruihui's new drug, overcoming a problem that had troubled humanity for hundreds of years? Finally, amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a staff member in a white coat brought the examination results of both patients, placing them in a large brown paper bag and handing it to Wang Guiying. At this moment, everyone present, whether it was Ruihui's Wang Xunli, Sun Xiaoqing, or Guangjing Su Shui, Gao Yan, Qi Fu, and even the host of this competition, Wang Hong, wore expressions of extreme tension. The final result of the competition would be revealed at this moment. Wang Guiying took a deep breath and first opened Lu Xinxia's examination results. As her eyes scanned the results, her expression gradually became serious. The live broadcast team professionally pushed the large camera in front of Wang Guiying. At this point, Wang Xunli could no longer contain himself and asked, "Professor Wang, how is it? Is there any sign of recovery in Lu Xinxia's hippocampus?" Wang Guiying sighed, shook her head, and said, "Comparing the recent results with the MRI images taken a month ago, there is almost no change in the volume and shape of the hippocampus. If I had to say there was a change, it would be that her hippocampus has actually shrunk even more severely than it did a month ago. In other words, the new drug Ganlanet developed by you at Ruihui has almost no therapeutic effect on Alzheimer's disease, aside from its sedative properties." Wang Guiying had just finished speaking when Wang Xunli's legs went weak, and he nearly collapsed onto the ground. Now, this was a nationwide live broadcast. In front of the entire nation, Wang Guiying had almost pronounced the death sentence for the new drug Ganlanet. If the most authoritative expert in treating Alzheimer's disease, Wang Guiying, said so, who would dare to try using this drug for their condition? With Ganlanet being publicly condemned, the $6 billion spent by Ruihui would be in vain. Wang Xunli himself would also be implicated. Resigning in disgrace would be the least of his worries. Thinking of this, Wang Xunli's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted. However, there was still one belief supporting him. That was the test results for Hao Ying. If Hao Ying's results were the same as Lu Xinxia's, showing no efficacy on the hippocampus, and if both drugs had similar treatment effects, many people would still be willing to believe in Ruihui's influence and continue to choose Ganlanet. As Wang Guiying opened Hao Ying's test results, the atmosphere on site had reached a peak of tension. Hu Shui clasped her hands together, silently praying. Gao Yong leaned his head close behind Wang Guiying, wanting to record the MRI data for future use in writing papers. Meanwhile, Wang Hong, who had experienced countless major events, was also extremely nervous, her bright red lips pressed into a line, her gaze fixed intently on the paper in Wang Guiying's hand. Only Qi Chen appeared relaxed, wearing a calm smile. Finally, after repeatedly comparing Hao Ying's test results, Wang Guiying suddenly became teary-eyed. Her thin arms began to tremble violently, almost unable to hold the test results. Seeing this, Wang Hong quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "Professor Wang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Guiying shook her head and choked out, "It's nothing, I'm just too excited, sorry to make everyone laugh." After saying this, she smiled a bit shyly and announced loudly to the camera, "I compared Hao Ying's MRI results from today with those from a month ago and found that the hippocampus she has today, in both shape and form, is far superior to that from a month ago. This is precisely why Hao Ying has suddenly regained part of her memory. I believe that as she continues her medication, her hippocampus will soon return to a normal state." The expression on Wang Hong's face was also incredibly excited as she handed the microphone to Wang Guiying and asked, "Does that mean?" Wang Guiying, filled with excitement and pride, nodded vigorously and said, "That's right. That means the new drug Dawn developed by Guangjing Pharmaceutical has a very obvious effect in treating Alzheimer's disease. It could even reach the point of curing Alzheimer's. The Alzheimer's disease that has plagued humanity for hundreds of years has been completely conquered today, in Rongqing, by our country's developed national medicine. This drug is the Dawn developed by Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Dawn 66666. Wow, this is incredible. They really won? Are you sure this isn't a movie? I'm crying, really. Cry, everyone, just cry. My God, what a fantastic script. They really crushed Ruehui? Does this mean there is hope for us Alzheimer's patients? Where can I buy this drug? Urgent. In that instant, the live stream's traffic and comments exploded. The powerful servers of Weibo experienced a momentary crash. Many netizens, unaware of what was happening, found Weibo lagging and thought it was because some popular star had been exposed for cheating. Little did they know, Qi Chen's Guangjing Pharmaceutical had completely crushed Ruehui Pharmaceutical on the strongest track. After saying this, Professor Wang Guiying's tears flowed down her cheeks. I'm so excited. After so many years in medicine, I've treated too many Alzheimer's patients, experienced too many separations and deaths. I could only watch helplessly as their memories faded and their souls perished. But after today, they will finally welcome their own dawn. Their illness finally has hope." Wang Guiying was in tears, and Wang Hong's eyes were also red as she tightly embraced her shoulder. Outside the camera, Hu Shui dove into Aunt Hao's arms, half crying and half laughing as she said, "Mom, you're finally better, you finally recognize me. All of this is thanks to Qi Chen. It was he who wanted to cure you and developed this new drug." Upon hearing Hu Shui's words, the people present turned their astonished and shocked gazes toward Qi Chen. They had originally thought that Qi Chen was merely a spokesperson pushed to the forefront, with the real research team being someone else. After all, Qi Chen was still quite young. But hearing Hu Shui's implication that this drug was actually developed independently by Qi Chen? Fortunately, the camera was not focused on Qi Chen at that moment, and Hu Shui's voice was not captured in the live broadcast audio. Otherwise, the curiosity of netizens would have instantly caused Weibo's servers to explode again. Qi Chen quickly raised a finger to his lips, signaling Hu Shui to stop, then leaned down and smiled at Aunt Hao, saying, "Aunt Hao, being able to cure you is the greatest victory of this new drug. By the way, do you still remember me?" Aunt Hao answered almost without hesitation, "Of course I remember, you are Xiao Guang. The photos of you playing with Xiao Shui when you were little are still in the family album at home." This statement truly shocked Qi Chen for the first time today. "Ha? Really?" Hu Shui's face instantly turned bright red as she covered Aunt Hao's mouth and hurriedly said, "No, don't say that." Some were joyful while others were worried. While Qi Chen was in a state of jubilation, Wang Suanli, on the side, wore a face of despair. With the announcement of Aunt Hao's examination results, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. He really didn't expect that the Ganlu Nat developed by Ruehui would be completely defeated by the Dawn from Guangjing Pharmaceutical, and so thoroughly. Whether it was the efficacy of the drug taken or the results of the MRI, they were utterly crushed. A complete defeat. Wang Suanli could hardly imagine the wrath he would face from Ruehui's higher-ups after this live broadcast. As the results of the two drug effects were revealed, the live broadcast came to an end. Wang Hong took the microphone and approached the true protagonist of the day, Qi Chen, to begin the final interview of the live broadcast. "Qi Chen, congratulations! Despite most people not being optimistic about your situation, you have achieved a miraculous turnaround." Qi Chen nodded with a smile, "Thank you. Thank you to all the netizens for your support in the live broadcast." Unlike Wang Suanli's extreme joy and sorrow, Chi Chen remained extremely calm throughout, exuding a steady demeanor as if facing a mountain collapsing before him without changing his expression. Coupled with his handsome appearance, it created an indescribable charm. The bullet comments in the live broadcast room instantly formed a unified pattern. Husband is so handsome. Husband is so handsome. Husband is so handsome. Wang Hong continued to ask, so next, the question that netizens in the live broadcast room and Alzheimer's patients are most concerned about is, when will this new drug, Dawn, be available for sale? And where can it be purchased? Chi Chen replied calmly, currently, Dawn is still in the experimental stage and has not been released. We will accelerate the progress of bringing Dawn to market and will ensure that Alzheimer's patients receive effective treatment as quickly as possible. Everyone can follow the Weibo account of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. If there is any news about the drug being launched, it will be released on this Weibo account immediately. At the same time, we also have a professional pharmaceutical research and development team that will publish relevant papers in authoritative medical journals for everyone to reference and study. During the interview, Chi Chen even took the opportunity to promote his newly established company. In the following short period, the Weibo account of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, which originally had only a few followers, surprisingly gained over 10 million followers. These were real active fans, completely different from the zombie followers that celebrities often have in the hundreds of millions. With a command from the live director, the broadcast abruptly came to an end. Chi Chen clapped his hands and loudly addressed the staff on site. What I said earlier still stands. Regardless of whether Ruehue Pharmaceutical pays you your wages for today, I will give you double the reward. One of the staff members come over to connect with me, tell me the expenses and account, and I will transfer it to you shortly. Hearing Chi Chen's bold words, the staff cheered together. Wages are the hard truth. Being able to earn double for a job is their true source of happiness. The host, Wang Hong, also showed an excited smile. Her excitement was not just because of Chi Chen's promise of double wages, but because, as a host, she witnessed a significant moment in the history of medicine. This was a very valuable achievement and badge for a media person. Rare and hard to come by. Therefore, at this moment, Wang Hong looked at Chi Chen with great fondness, took her phone from her assistant, and said to Chi Chen, handsome guy, do you mind if I add you as a WeChat friend? If there are any other news that needs reporting later, you can contact me directly. Seeing Wang Hong's action, the staff responsible for the live broadcast were stunned. As media professionals, they knew how high the host's status was and how proud she usually was. Many political or business bigwigs often face rejection when trying to add Wang Hong on WeChat. Unexpectedly, Wang Hong took the initiative to suggest adding Chi Chen as a WeChat friend. Wang Hong, in her early 30s, was in her prime, with a dignified and graceful appearance, standing out even among the many beautiful reporters. Her deliberate flattery made Chi Chen feel pleasantly surprised, and he willingly took out his phone to add Wang Hong as a WeChat friend. Handsome guy, let's keep in touch. With a flirtatious glance, Wang Hong took the lead and left the Alzheimer's treatment center at Yangzinyuan with the live broadcast staff. The once bustling treatment center suddenly became quiet again. After a whole day of commotion and just recovering from a serious illness, Anhao seemed a bit overly fatigued, her complexion not looking too good, gently resting her palm on her forehead. As her daughter, Hu Shui immediately noticed this scene and quickly supported her mother, asking with concern, Mom, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Hu Shui's inquiry, Wang Guiying's expression also changed, and she hurried over. Haoying, what's going on? Did you feel unwell after taking the medicine? At this moment, Wang Guiying was even more concerned about Anhao's health than Hu Shui. After all, Anhao's health condition represented the efficacy of the new drug, Shuguang. As a doctor, she genuinely wanted a real cure for Alzheimer's disease to emerge. Seeing the crowd suddenly surrounding her, Anhao was startled, then smiled, and said, it's nothing, just feeling a bit tired. Seeing Anhao's demeanor was normal, Wang Guiying finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, quick, go back to your room and rest for a while. We'll give you a comprehensive checkup later to see what other effects the dawn has on your body. At this moment, Chi Chen seemed to remember something and hurriedly waved to Gao Yong, calling him over to his side, then spoke to Wang Guiying. Professor Wang, this is Gao Yong, a technician from our pharmaceutical factory. When Anhao does the checkup later, let him follow you. He needs the most detailed data to complete his medical paper on the dawn. Wang Guiying nodded in agreement and said, of course, no problem. Young man, just stay by my side later, and you can copy all the data from the checkup. Gao Yong smiled politely and replied, okay, thank you, Professor Wang. Chi Chen took out a small storage box from his pocket and handed the remaining few pills of dawn to Hu Shui, instructing her, these are the last few pills of dawn. If Anhao's health is fine, give her one every day. The effect of dawn on Alzheimer's is similar to that of antihypertensive drugs for treating high blood pressure. It requires continuous medication, otherwise, there is a risk of relapse. Hu Shui took the medicine box, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, shyly glancing at Qi Chen. Everything was understood without words. Although Hu Shui wanted to stay by Qi Chen's side to share in the joy of success and even repay him for his help, as An Hao's only daughter, she naturally had to be by her side at this moment. In the end, Hu Shui could only give Qi Chen an apologetic look and, along with the others, left with An Hao in a grand procession. After they left, the scene became quiet again. Qi Chen suddenly realized that he was left alone with his father, Qi Wenyuan. As a 50-year-old middle-aged man, the usually stern Qi Wenyuan did not express his happiness and excitement like the others. He remained silent, but his gaze towards his son was filled with pride. With his own strength, he had defeated the international pharmaceutical giant Ruehui. He had tackled a global challenge, allowing the national medicine to regain its dignity. This is my son, who makes me proud. Looking at his father's subtle yet proud gaze, Qi Chen felt warmth in his heart. A father's love is like a mountain, vast and unspoken. Therefore, Qi Chen did not say much, just smiled and said, "Dad, there's nothing more to do here. Shall we head back?" Just as Qi Chen turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of a figure rushing towards him out of the corner of his eye. Who is it? Qi Chen turned back in surprise, only to find a middle-aged man, moving with incredible agility, had already wrapped his arms around his thigh. Upon closer inspection, Qi Chen was astonished to discover that this person was actually Lu Xinxia's son, Rongli. At this moment, Rongli was tightly clutching Qi Chen's thigh, pleading, "Little brother, can you give me a share of that medicine you just had? My mom also has Alzheimer's. If she takes this medicine, her condition can definitely be cured." At this time, Rongli's attitude was humble, his head bowed, looking harmless. Compared to his previous behavior of frantically belittling Qi Chen and trying to please Sun Shaoqing, he seemed like a completely different person. Just looking at his humble demeanor now, it was hard to imagine that the competition between the two new drugs had actually originated from his suggestion. Qi Chen tried to shake off Rongli's grip on his thigh, but Rongli was holding on too tightly. Helpless, Qi Chen could only let him hold on and said, "Weren't you supporting Ruehui Pharmaceuticals' new drug? Back then, you looked down on our new drug as a joke, so why are you begging me now?" However, Rongli showed no signs of embarrassment and instead smiled ingratiatingly as he replied, "It's all my fault for not recognizing the greatness of the situation. I shouldn't have provoked you into a competition. I was wrong. Please give me a pill of this new medicine. I want my mom to regain her memories. Name your price. No matter how much it is, I'll pay you." Looking at Rongli, who was so humbly begging for hope, Qi Chen couldn't bring himself to hate him, despite the arrogant and domineering image that filled his mind. Because no matter how inappropriate his actions were, his intentions were to cure his mother and provide her with the best treatment. After all, he was a filial son. Qi Chen didn't intend to make things difficult for him. He simply sighed and said earnestly, "We've only synthesized a small amount of this medicine in the lab, and we need it to maintain Hao Ying's recent treatment. I'm sorry, but I really don't have any extra medicine to give you. But don't worry, we will soon start mass production of this medicine, and the mature version will be on the market very soon. Your mother's condition isn't too serious. By then, it will still be possible to use this medicine for her treatment." Realizing that Qi Chen truly had no extra dawn to spare, Rongli sighed, released Qi Chen's leg, and pleaded, "Little brother, I beg you, if there's any extra dawn, please share some with us. I'll bow to you here." With that, Rongli suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his head against the hard hospital floor, making a loud thud. Seeing this scene, Qi Chen couldn't help but be moved. A man's knees are worth gold. To treat his mother's illness, Rongli disregarded his own dignity, all for the sake of obtaining medicine for her. Qi Chen quickly stepped aside, helped Rongli up, and comforted him, "Brother, don't worry. If the lab synthesizes any extra dawn, I will definitely bring it to you. Just for your filial piety, I will make sure to cure your mother." Hearing Qi Chen's promise, Rongli stood up, filled with gratitude. Coincidentally, he then spotted the disheveled Wang Xuanli and Sun Shaoqing, and immediately charged at them with a roar. "You scammers from Ruehui! You have no effective treatment and still want to trick us patients into participating in experiments. I won't let you off." Seeing Rongli charging at them with such ferocity, even if Ruehui's people had a point, they couldn't articulate it. To avoid another beating, Wang Xunli quickly pulled Sun Shaoqing along, and under Rongli's relentless pursuit, they fled in disarray. Under Rongli's chase, Wang Xunli and Sun Shaoqing could only escape in a panic. Because Rongli had an elderly mother with dementia to care for, he didn't pursue them to the end. After chasing them out of 2 rooms, he reluctantly turned back. Once Rongli stopped chasing them, Wang Xunli and Sun Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. This guy is terrifying. He was practically groveling to participate in our company's experiment, and now he's turned on us in an instant. Sun Xiaoqing gasped for breath, feeling very frustrated. Just as Wang Xunli was about to say something, his phone suddenly rang. Taking out his phone and seeing the caller ID, Wang Xunli's expression changed, and he became extremely serious. The person calling him was none other than his superior at Ruehui Pharmaceuticals. His boss was aware of today's live broadcast, although he wasn't present, he must have watched it online. Receiving a call at this moment could only mean he was about to face a reprimand. Sure enough, after Wang Xunli answered the call, his face grew increasingly grim. Although he was nodding and bowing over the phone, he could not escape the embarrassment of having the call abruptly hung up on him. The senior executives at Ruehui, who had watched the entire live broadcast, were extremely angry and utterly dissatisfied with Wang Xunli's work. As soon as the live stream ended, they called him furiously to hold him accountable. Moreover, the higher-ups at Ruehui Pharmaceutical demanded that Wang Xunli resolve this matter himself. If he couldn't solve it, he would be told to pack his things and leave. After the call was disconnected, Wang Xunli's face was as dark as water, and his mood was at its lowest. The headquarters required him to handle this issue, but how could he resolve it? Should he make Ruehui's new drug suddenly have the same efficacy as Shuguang overnight? Or should he make Shuguang ineffective overnight, rendering it unable to cure Alzheimer's? Both options were impossible. The only outcome could be Wang Xunli being kicked out. Because of the impact on Ruehui's reputation, he wouldn't even receive a penny in severance pay. Looking at Wang Xunli's terrifying expression, Sun Xiaoqing cautiously asked, "Uncle, was that Ruehui's senior management who just called you? What did they say?" At that moment, Wang Xunli was a bundle of rage with nowhere to vent it. Seeing Sun Xiaoqing only fueled his anger further, and he scolded her sharply. Of course it was Ruehui's senior management. Who else could it be? They reprimanded me and told me to solve the problem myself. Otherwise, they would fire me. This is all your fault. I asked you to conduct experiments on patients, and you could have just done that peacefully. Why did you have to organize such a drug efficacy competition? A competition is a competition, but it had to be live-streamed. Now, Ruehui's face is going to be completely lost. Suddenly being scolded by her uncle, Sun Xiaoqing was taken aback and weakly defended herself. I only suggested the competition. The idea of live streaming was yours, uncle. Wang Xunli immediately exploded in anger, shouting loudly, "How dare you argue back?" Although he was fierce, he knew deep down that he was merely venting his anger on Sun Xiaoqing. After all, neither Sun Xiaoqing nor he had anticipated that Qi Chen's new drug could actually outshine Ruehui in efficacy. After venting his anger, Wang Xunli forced himself to calm down. After all, if this matter continued to be mishandled, he would definitely be kicked out of Ruehui Pharmaceutical. This was a job with an annual salary of over $1 million, and the projects he was responsible for had plenty of benefits. Wang Xunli did not want to lose his job at Ruehui like this. So, at that moment, Wang Xunli was frantically thinking of a way to remedy the situation. Soon, he really came up with an idea. I got it. Wang Xunli suddenly showed an excited expression and said to Sun Xiaoqing, "Although Guanjing Pharmaceutical has hit the jackpot and developed the Shuguang drug, they are ultimately just country bumpkins with a weak awareness of law and patents. It's possible that even though they have developed this new drug, they haven't had the chance to apply for patents worldwide. As long as we find a way to obtain the molecular formula of Shuguang and register the global patent before them, then Shuguang will become ours." If someone were to witness this scene, they would mock Wang Xunli for his fanciful thinking. However, Wang Xunli's idea was not fanciful at all. Compared to the highly developed patent laws in the United States and Europe, the awareness of patents among the Chinese is indeed severely lacking. A well-known example is artemisinin. Years ago, the famous Chinese scientist Tu Youyou invented artemisinin and published her paper in a public journal without applying for any related patents. American companies saw this paper and were astonished to find that Tu Youyou's team had not applied for any patents related to artemisinin. This discovery made them ecstatic. They wasted no time and, before Tu Youyou's team and others could act, registered all the relevant patents for artemisinin. By the time the relevant personnel in China realized the issue, foreign companies had already established a very tight patent barrier around artemisinin. The end result was that although artemisinin was invented by us, we had no rights to produce it ourselves. This left the Chinese people extremely frustrated, almost to the point of spitting blood. Such a result was precisely due to a lack of patent awareness. Therefore, Wang Xunli immediately came up with the idea to find a way to obtain the molecular formula of Dawn, to register all the related patents before Chi-Chen could, to occupy the nest of the magpie, to claim Dawn as his own. Although Sun Xiaoqing felt that this approach was somewhat inappropriate, she still asked, "Uncle, where can we get this molecular formula?" Wang Xunli smiled proudly and said, "Wang Guiying only mentioned it in passing, but I heard it." Before today, Chi-Chen had shown the molecular formula of Dawn to Wang Guiying, and this molecular formula is saved on Chi-Chen's phone. "Xiaoqing, I want you to find a way to get close to Chi-Chen, no matter what means you use, steal the molecular formula of Dawn from his phone." "What? Uncle, you want me to steal the molecular formula?" Sun Xiaoqing was taken aback and immediately shook her head in refusal. "This won't do, Uncle. How can we steal someone else's things? Moreover, it's such a precious thing as the molecular formula of Dawn. Chi-Chen must have put in a lot of effort to obtain this molecular formula. How can we steal it and claim it as our own?" Although Sun Xiaoqing had agreed to a comparison of efficacy with Chi-Chen, she did not actually harbor any particularly malicious intentions. Furthermore, before this, while her words had been somewhat harsh, she genuinely hoped that more Alzheimer's patients would join the experiments at Ruihui Pharmaceutical. After all, Sun Xiaoqing did not know that Ruihui's new drug was actually ineffective. In her mind, Ruihui's new drug should be the most effective treatment for Alzheimer's in the world. She simply hoped that more people could receive treatment through the experimental route. Therefore, Sun Xiaoqing's character and intentions were not bad. She just had a somewhat tsundere personality like the young ladies in certain anime. However, at this moment, Wang Xunli's desire to have her approach Chi-Chen to steal the molecular formula from his phone had already crossed her bottom line, and she immediately rejected it. But even though Sun Xiaoqing refused, Wang Xunli had no intention of giving up. Instead, his expression turned ferocious as he threatened her. "Sun Xiaoqing, you need to understand. The money for your college and studying abroad was all paid by me. Your job at Pfizer was also arranged by me. Everything you have today was given to you by me. If you don't obey today and can't get back the molecular formula of Dawn, then get the hell out of Ruihui Pharmaceutical right now." Looking at Sun Xiaoqing's still stubborn eyes, Wang Xunli gritted his teeth and continued, "Not only that, if you don't listen, I won't support your paralyzed mother either. I'll make you both sleep on the streets." Hearing Wang Xunli's words, Sun Xiaoqing was horrified. "Uncle, my mom is your own sister. You can drive me away, but how can you go after my mom?" Wang Xunli's face was filled with a mad expression. "I lost this job, and I have no source of income. How am I supposed to support you all? I'm not joking with you. Now, immediately, contact Chi-Chen. Do whatever it takes to steal the molecular formula of Dawn." Only threatening herself, Sun Xiaoqing could still hold on to her principles. But when her mother was also going to suffer, that hit Sun Xiaoqing's weak spot, making her yield instantly. "Okay, Uncle, I understand. I'll contact Chi-Chen right away. But this time, whether I can get the molecular formula of Dawn or not, I will sever all ties with you. I don't ask you to arrange a job for me, but don't make me do anything for you anymore." After saying that, Sun Xiaoqing stubbornly stood up and walked away alone, her figure slowly disappearing into the dark corner. Chi-Chen had just walked out of the Alzheimer's treatment center and was about to head home when his phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller's name, Chi-Chen's face showed a look of surprise. "Sun Xiaoqing? Why is she calling me at this time?" Although the two sides were in an antagonistic relationship, it wasn't to the point where they wouldn't even greet each other when they met. So Chi-Chen didn't hang up. Instead, he chose to answer, wanting to see what kind of trick Sun Xiaoqing was up to. "Hello, Chi-Chen. Where are you?" While on the phone, Chi-Chen got into his car and said, "I just arrived downstairs and was about to drive away." "Did you call me for something?" Strangely, after Chi-Chen answered, Sun Xiaoqing on the other end suddenly fell silent. "What the heck? The call went through but there's no response. So strange." Just as Chi-Chen was about to hang up, Sun Xiaoqing's voice abruptly came through the phone again. "I'm sorry about today. I originally thought you were either a fraud or a clueless newbie, which is why I said so many harsh things to you. I regret targeting you everywhere before. Can you give me a chance to make up for my previous mistakes?" Sun Xiaoqing's words made Chi-Chen feel even more surprised. Because Sun Xiaoqing's appearance was originally of the cold and glamorous type, anyone who looked at her would feel a sense of distance that kept people at bay. Simply put, Sun Xiaoqing was the kind of aloof, cold-faced lady character from a light novel or anime. Yet at this moment, Sun Xiaoqing took the initiative to call Chi-Chen, wanting to plead for his forgiveness? This gave Chi-Chen a strange feeling, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what was wrong. This instinct made Chi-Chen subconsciously choose to refuse, saying, "Really, no need. You are from Ruihui, and I represent Guangjing Pharmaceutical. We are both serving our own interests. What you did wasn't wrong. After saying that, Chi-Chen wanted to hang up, but Sun Xiaoqing's voice came through again, persistently. Don't hang up. Chi-Chen, give me a chance, please. Let me treat you to a meal, okay? Also, do you remember I once told you that if your new drug achieved ultimate success, then I would run naked in front of you. Hearing Sun Xiaoqing's words, Chi-Chen was completely shocked. What the hell? There's this too? I don't even remember. After recalling for a moment, Chi-Chen finally remembered that Sun Xiaoqing had indeed said something like that. Thinking of Sun Xiaoqing's cold and glamorous face and her long, straight black hair, his heart suddenly felt a rush of heat. Since Sun Xiaoqing, as a woman, had said this, how could I, Chi-Chen, a man, back down? Moreover, ever since Chi-Chen received the diary and broke up with Lu Ruyan, he had remained a virgin. His energy had nowhere to vent. Although Chi-Chen and Hu Shui had a night of absurdity, they did not take that final step due to Hu Shui's physical limitations. Despite Hu Shui's deliberate flirtation, they unlocked many achievements together, but ultimately did not go further. The pent-up desire within Chi-Chen had been unresolved, leaving him in a state of discomfort for days. Therefore, when faced with Sun Xiaoqing's blatant invitation, Chi-Chen readily agreed. As for what schemes Sun Xiaoqing might have, who cares? When the time comes, he would face whatever came his way. As a man, Chi-Chen would not let Sun Xiaoqing take advantage of him. After meeting with Sun Xiaoqing, Chi-Chen drove straight to the city center of Rongqing, arriving at the Marriott Hotel. Don't get it wrong, they weren't there to book a room, as Sun Xiaoqing wasn't that bold yet. She was simply staying at the Marriott temporarily, so they decided to have their meal at the hotel's restaurant. Since it was Sun Xiaoqing's treat, Chi-Chen didn't concern himself with ordering. Once the dishes were served, he began to feast heartily. After all, the Marriott was a luxurious 5-star hotel, and any cuisine they offered was expertly prepared. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqing, sitting across from Chi-Chen, appeared troubled. The once proud expression on her face was now filled with conflict. Watching Chi-Chen devour his food, Sun Xiaoqing finally steeled herself, seemingly making a decision, and raised her glass towards him. Chi-Chen, I invited you to dinner today mainly to say I'm sorry. Previously, I was dismissive of the new drug you were developing, and I spoke harshly, even belittling the efficacy of the new drug, Dawn. That was wrong of me. I hope you can forgive me. After speaking, without waiting for Chi-Chen's response, Sun Xiaoqing lifted her glass, her swan-like neck arched gracefully, and downed the drink in one go. Generally, students like Sun Xiaoqing, who returned from studying abroad, preferred red wine. Moreover, she was a girl. However, to Chi-Chen's astonishment, for this dinner to apologize, Sun Xiaoqing chose traditional Chinese white liquor, and it was the high-proof Hangshui Lao Bai Gan. But since Sun Xiaoqing had downed her drink, Chi-Chen, as a man, couldn't back down. He raised his own glass of Tu Liang and also drank it all in one go. The liquor ignited a blazing fire within Chi-Chen, from his mouth to his stomach, even to his heart. One cup isn't enough to express my apology, let's have another. I'll drink, you do as you wish. Just as Chi-Chen picked up his chopsticks to grab a bite, Sun Xiaoqing had already refilled their glasses and downed her drink again. Goodness! Who would have thought that the seemingly cold and aloof Sun Xiaoqing had such an unfathomable capacity for alcohol? Most people would quickly become dazed and start babbling after 2 consecutive shots of high-proof liquor. Yet, although Sun Xiaoqing's face was flushed from the alcohol, her eyes remained clear and focused, without a hint of confusion. In her gaze towards Chi-Chen, there was even a hint of provocation, as if to say, although you won the efficacy contest today, when it comes to drinking, you can't keep up. Facing Sun Xiaoqing's challenging gaze, Chi-Chen did not back down, raising his glass and downing it as well. Watching Chi-Chen finish his drink, a smile finally appeared on Sun Xiaoqing's face as she said, let's have another. Then, neither of them was willing to concede, and they went back and forth, finishing the bottle of high-proof Hangshui Lao Bai Gan, with the second bottle already nearing empty. Few people know that although Sun Xiaoqing is a girl and usually doesn't socialize much, she has a natural ability to drink due to genetics, especially when it comes to the hard liquor that most people find difficult to swallow. She can down 8 or even a pound of it and still remain sober. To complete the task assigned to her by Wang Xuanli, Sun Xiaoqing's plan is simple. Taking advantage of the opportunity while Chi-Chen is eating, the two of them will drink together. Then, using her extraordinary drinking capacity, Sun Xiaoqing will get Chi-Chen drunk. After that, she will take Chi-Chen's fingerprint to unlock his phone. If the molecular formula of the new drug is indeed on Chi-Chen's phone, then Sun Xiaoqing will have succeeded. Although emotionally, Sun Xiaoqing doesn't want to do this, she has no choice under the threat from her uncle Wang Xuanli. So at this moment, her heart is filled with guilt towards Chi-Chen. However, Sun Xiaoqing never expected that despite her ability to knock down 90% of men with her drinking, she couldn't manage to get Chi-Chen drunk. At this point, the second bottle of high-proof Hongshui Laobai liquor has already been finished. That amounts to £1 each for the two of them. Sun Xiaoqing is starting to feel the effects of the alcohol, her eyes are hazy, and her thoughts are becoming sluggish. Although Qi Chen's eyes are also filled with drunkenness, he hasn't completely passed out as she had anticipated. This makes Sun Xiaoqing inwardly groan. How can Qi Chen hold his liquor so well? If she can't get him drunk, her plan will not be able to proceed smoothly. Thinking about the consequences of failing the task, Sun Xiaoqing grits her teeth and a resolute thought flashes through her mind. Sun Xiaoqing stands up and invites Qi Chen, saying, "I have a bottle of exquisite red wine that I brought back from abroad in my room. Would you like to come to my room and taste it?" By inviting Qi Chen into her room, Sun Xiaoqing has two intentions. First, to trick Qi Chen into drinking more red wine. Generally speaking, drinkers are very averse to mixing different types of alcohol, such as hard liquor, beer, and red wine. For someone like Qi Chen, who has already consumed a pound of high-proof liquor, drinking red wine will likely render him unconscious within 15 minutes. Only when Qi Chen is completely drunk can Sun Xiaoqing continue to execute her plan. The second purpose is to find a more private place to check Qi Chen's phone. After all, stealing the molecular formula of a new drug, especially one of such high value, carries severe penalties. Sun Xiaoqing doesn't want her actions of checking Qi Chen's phone to be captured by others or the restaurant's cameras. That would leave evidence and create risks. However, once they return to her room, checking Qi Chen's phone would become foolproof. At this moment, although Qi Chen has already consumed a pound of Laobai liquor and is not completely drunk, his thoughts have become much duller. Should he drink red wine? Of course. Should he go to Sun Xiaoqing's room to drink? Absolutely. So, with Sun Xiaoqing's invitation, Qi Chen almost instinctively gets up and follows her into her hotel room, swaying slightly as he goes. The brand of the red wine is called Paris Flower, not a particularly prestigious brand, but a product that has risen to prominence in recent years, positioned in the wine market similarly to Rio beverages. Those who truly understand wine wouldn't drink it, but its trendy positioning has attracted many young women. After both Sun Xiaoqing and Qi Chen have each consumed a bottle of high-proof Laobai liquor, their drinking capacity has reached its limit. Another glass of red wine, and they are likely to be drunk. However, sitting on the pristine white bed in the hotel room, neither of them is willing to concede. Sun Xiaoqing harbors ulterior motives, wanting to get Qi Chen drunk and steal the molecular formula from his phone. Qi Chen was plagued by a typical macho mentality. His drinking capacity could easily outmatch any lightweight, yet he found himself losing to a delicate woman? Under normal circumstances, with his character, Qi Chen would never have engaged in a drinking contest with Sun Xiaoqing. However, at this moment, his mind was dulled by alcohol, and his thought process was simple and mindless. Cheers! As the two of them downed glass after glass of red wine, their consciousness became increasingly hazy, while the fiery heat within them grew ever more intense. Sun Xiaoqing's previously aloof face was now filled with a dreamy expression. It was unclear how much time had passed, but a beautifully shaped amber bottle had rolled onto the carpeted floor. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating Qi Chen's face and waking him from his slumber. Accompanied by a splitting headache, Qi Chen felt utterly disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In a daze, he realized he was lying on a large bed in a hotel room. After glancing around, Qi Chen was horrified to discover that he was sharing the bed with a beautiful woman. He recognized her well, with her haughty demeanor typical of a young lady. But now, her face bore some white sunscreen. It was Sun Xiaoqing from Ruihue Pharmaceuticals. Only now did Qi Chen's memories slowly begin to return. Sun Xiaoqing had wanted to apologize to him, to treat him to food and drinks. After downing 2 bottles of strong liquor, they hadn't stopped there. They had even returned to Sun Xiaoqing's room to continue drinking red wine. What happened next was, of course, a natural progression. Recalling all of this, Qi Chen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ever since breaking up with Lu Ruyan, he had remained a virgin. He never expected that the one to break his vow would not be Lin Jing or Hu Shui, but rather Sun Xiaoqing, who was hardly more familiar than a stranger. However, looking at Sun Xiaoqing's curvaceous and perfect figure, Qi Chen felt as if he was not at a loss. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqing slowly opened her eyes. After experiencing the same bewilderment as Qi Chen, a piercing scream erupted in the hotel room. Ah! Fortunately, Sun Xiaoqing quickly accepted this reality. After all, it was her who had invited Qi Chen to dinner, her who had challenged him to drink, and even coming to this hotel room was due to her own invitation. Sun Xiaoqing's goal was the molecular formula on Qi Chen's phone. The drunken escapade was merely an uncontrollable side effect. However, what frustrated her immensely was that she had been taken advantage of by Chi-chan without understanding why, and her main objective had not been achieved. As the drinks continued to flow, Sun Xiaoqing's consciousness became increasingly blurred, and it was only now that she was fully awake. She hadn't had the chance to check Chi-chan's phone, nor had she found the molecular formula within it. At this moment, Chi-chan had woken up even earlier than she had, leaving Sun Xiaoqing with no opportunity to look at his phone again. This meant that the task assigned to her by Wang Xuanli had completely failed. She would be expelled from Ruehui Pharmaceuticals, and her paralyzed mother would soon be thrown out by Wang Xuanli as well. Thinking of all this, Sun Xiaoqing's eyes turned red, tears streaming down her cheeks and dripping onto the sheets beneath her. There, a patch of crimson blood was visible. This was the mark of Sun Xiaoqing's transformation from girl to woman. It is said that tears are a woman's most powerful weapon. Seeing the girl beside him suddenly turn sorrowful, with tears flowing uncontrollably, Chi-chan felt a surge of panic. After all, in such situations, men are usually the targets of scorn. Moreover, before this, Sun Xiaoqing had still been a virgin. However, Sun Xiaoqing did not take the opportunity to cry or try to extort Chi-chan. She simply wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand and said coldly, "You can go." Sun Xiaoqing's reaction left Chi-chan momentarily at a loss. Just then, Sun Xiaoqing's phone suddenly rang. She directly hung up, but just a few seconds later, the phone stubbornly rang again. With no other choice, Sun Xiaoqing had to answer, and Wang Xuanli's anxious voice immediately came through the receiver. "Sun Xiaoqing, why didn't you answer the phone? How did it go? Did you get the molecular formula for dawn?" The room was very quiet, and Wang Xuanli's voice was clearly heard by Chi-chan. Upon hearing Wang Xuanli's words, Chi-chan was first taken aback, then immediately realized. No wonder Sun Xiaoqing suddenly wanted to invite him to dinner and even drink with him. She had ulterior motives, wanting to steal the molecular formula for dawn from his phone. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqing's face was expressionless, indifferent to whether Chi-chan could hear her, and she coldly replied into the phone, "No, I tried, but I couldn't get the molecular formula." Upon hearing Sun Xiaoqing's response, Wang Xuanli's voice erupted in anger. "How could you fail? How can you fail? The headquarters of Ruehui has been calling me, urging me to come up with a solution. My only hope now is that you can get the molecular formula for dawn. If you fail, I will be kicked out by Ruehui. Your paralyzed mother will also end up on the streets with you. You need to go right now. Try again to get the molecular formula for dawn. Otherwise, I will immediately throw your paralyzed mother out of the house." Hearing Wang Xuanli's threat, anger flashed across Sun Xiaoqing's face, but she quickly regained her composure. "Wang Xuanli, I told you yesterday that regardless of whether this matter succeeds or fails, I will sever ties with your family. Our relationship is over. So don't threaten me with my mother anymore. I will take my mother away immediately and won't spend a single penny of yours. If you have even a shred of humanity left, wait until I get home before you throw your own sister out." Seeing that Sun Xiaoqing was not going to let him manipulate her, Wang Xuanli continued, "If you dare not listen to me, I will make all the pharmaceutical companies in the country refuse to accept you. If you can't find a job, let's see how you take care of your paralyzed mother." Wang Xuanli's move was extremely malicious. The pharmaceutical industry is neither too small nor too big. It's hard to achieve success, but it's very easy to smear someone's reputation. His goal was to force Sun Xiaoqing to submit, but her response left Wang Xuanli stunned. "Wang Xuanli, don't worry, even if I have to sell myself, I will take good care of my mother. I will no longer accept your threats or do anything against my will. Wait for me a moment, I will go home right away and bring my mother out." After saying this, without waiting for Wang Xuanli to respond, Sun Xiaoqing hung up the phone. But as soon as the call ended, Sun Xiaoqing could no longer hold back. Tears streamed down her face like a dam bursting. At that moment, she wanted to cry out loud, but unfortunately, she couldn't. If she didn't hurry back, her paralyzed mother might be thrown out of the house by Wang Xuanli. So even though she was still naked and her vision was blurred by tears, Sun Xiaoqing stubbornly picked up her clothes from the ground one by one, put them on, and prepared to leave to bring her mother out. Meanwhile, Chi-chan, who had been bewildered, understood everything after listening to the conversation between Sun Xiaoqing and Wang Xuanli. Wang Xuanli was unwilling to accept defeat and wanted Sun Xiaoqing to get close to him to steal the molecular formula of dawn. Sun Xiaoqing did not want to do these things, but was helplessly threatened by Wang Xuanli and had to comply. Because of her extraordinary drinking capacity, Sun Xiaoqing was unable to succeed, so now her paralyzed mother was about to be thrown out of the house? Chi-chan, who had figured all this out, found it hard to believe. What was Wang Xuanli thinking? Did he not realize that he had already patented the molecular formula and even its derivatives? What use was it to obtain the molecular formula of dawn? However, Wang Suili had already reached the brink of complete failure. He was now in a gambler's mindset, clinging to any glimmer of hope, regardless of the consequences. As he watched Sun Xiaoqing about to leave, Shi Chen, who had just regained his senses, awkwardly threw on a pair of underwear, grabbed Sun Xiaoqing's arm, and said, "Wait." Sun Xiaoqing's body immediately stiffened in place, but she did not turn to look at Shi Chen, still coldly saying, "What do you want? I have urgent business and need to leave immediately. If you want to threaten me with stealing the molecular formula and continue our relationship, wait until I settle my mom first. If anything happens to my mom, I won't continue living, and you will get nothing." "Threaten you?" Shi Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "Sun Xiaoqing, do you have a persecution complex? In your mind, do you think I should whip you with a little whip and make you call me master? Or even lock you in a cage and make you wear strange clothes?" As if Shi Chen had exposed her inner thoughts, Sun Xiaoqing glared at him in anger and tried to pull her arm away from his grip to leave the room. However, Shi Chen did not let go and said seriously, "Don't worry, I won't threaten you with stealing the molecular formula. I'm not that kind of man. And if you want the molecular formula, just say it. I can give it to you directly." Sun Xiaoqing immediately stopped struggling, looking at Shi Chen in shock, and said, "You can give me the molecular formula directly? Why?" Seeing Sun Xiaoqing's astonished expression, Shi Chen found it amusing and said, "The molecular formula is indeed very important. Once obtained, it can be directly synthesized into drugs. But I have already applied for a complete global patent for this molecular formula. What use is it for you to get it? Moreover, Dao Yong is currently writing a paper on Dawn, and when the time comes, the molecular formula of Dawn will be published along with the paper, becoming something everyone can easily obtain. Wang Suili actually forced you to sacrifice yourself just to obtain a worthless molecular formula, even using your family to threaten you. It's truly incomprehensible." Upon hearing that Shi Chen had patented the molecular formula, Sun Xiaoqing felt not a shred of disappointment but rather a sense of relief. The Dawn developed by Shi Chen would not be stolen by anyone. Before she could fully understand why she felt such strange emotions, Sun Xiaoqing continued to listen to Shi Chen. "I can give you the molecular formula, but I won't let Wang Suili off so easily. I have a plan that can not only let you vent your anger but also make Wang Suili suffer a huge loss. But this plan requires your cooperation. Are you willing?" Sun Xiaoqing's face showed a determined expression as she said fiercely, "When my father was still alive, he was already a mid-level manager at Ruihui. When my father died in an accident, Ruihui gave him a large compensation, and it was this that promoted Wang Suili, allowing him to have his current position. And Wang Suili took advantage of my mother's paralysis and my young age to claim that large compensation for himself. How can he still have the face to say that he raised me? He even forces me to do such illegal things. The last shred of kinship between us has completely vanished. You tell me, what's the plan? I will cooperate with you unconditionally." Shi Chen smiled and whispered into Sun Xiaoqing's ear. On the other side, Wang Suili was anxiously pacing in his villa, unable to sit still. Fragments of a ceramic vase were scattered across the deep brown hardwood floor. That was the spoils of Wang Suili venting his inner fury. Sun Xiaoqing is such a useless person, she can't even steal a molecular formula. If I can't get this molecular formula, I will definitely be expelled by Ruihui, and I might even be subjected to an accountability mechanism, investigating the project I've been responsible for over the past 10 years. At that time, the money I've embezzled from the project will be impossible to hide. Just as Wang Suili was in a state of agitation, Sun Xiaoqing's call surprisingly came back, and the news she brought made Wang Suili overjoyed. "Wang Suili, I just got the molecular formula for Dawn." She actually succeeded? Wang Suili was almost jumping for joy. Subconsciously, he had accepted the outcome of failure, but he never expected Sun Xiaoqing to succeed in the end. He couldn't wait to ask, "What happened? Didn't you say you had already failed? How did you suddenly succeed?" Sun Xiaoqing's voice was cold. "Don't worry about how I got the molecular formula. I guarantee there's no problem with it. Isn't that enough?" Wang Suili nodded eagerly, repeatedly saying, Okay, of course. You need to send me the molecular formula right now, or where are you? I'll come to pick you up?" "Sun Xiaoqing, I can give you the molecular formula, but you have to pay for it." Wang Suili was instantly stunned. "Pay? This molecular formula was what I asked you to steal. Why do I have to pay?" Sun Xiaoqing's voice was somewhat impatient. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll sell it to someone else. Strongshang, Alstom, I'm sure they would be interested in this molecular formula." Hearing Sun Xiaoqing's words, Wang Suili panicked and repeatedly said, I'll buy it. How much? I'll transfer it to you immediately. 100 million. Wang Xuanli's eyes widened. 100 million? Why don't you go rob a bank? Sun Xiaoqing seemed ready to hang up. You don't want it, right? If you don't, I'll contact someone else. She graduated from a prestigious American university, and her classmates were all in the pharmaceutical industry. If she wanted to sell it, she could really do it immediately. And if Wang Xuanli missed this opportunity, he would definitely be held accountable by Ruihui Pharmaceutical, so he had no choice. I'll buy it. 100 million, right? I need time to prepare the money. I can gather it in 2 hours. Where are you? How do we trade? Sun Xiaoqing on the other end of the phone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, I'll go to your villa, cash in one hand, goods in the other. After the transaction is complete, I'll take my mom away. Wang Xuanli hurriedly agreed. Although something felt off about this, he was like an ant on a hot pan, with no other choice but to take a gamble. He quickly cleared out his financial products and cashed out as fast as he could. That wasn't enough. He even contacted loan sharks, mortgaging his villa at a very low price to gather the 100 million in cash. This 100 million nearly drained all of Wang Xuanli's assets, but he believed that as long as he could obtain the molecular formula for Dawn, he would immediately earn back everything he had spent. After all, this unique molecular formula, if he could register the patent before Qichen, would be equivalent to obtaining a gold mine that could be exploited for 20 years. No, even a gold mine would not be enough to measure the value of this molecular formula. 2 hours later, the door of Wang Xuanli's villa was knocked on. Sun Xiaoqing was standing outside the door. Behind her was a large Iveco van. Facing Sun Xiaoqing outside the door, Wang Xuanli suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Although he was Sun Xiaoqing's uncle, at that moment, she felt like a stranger to him. However, Wang Xuanli was not in the mood to dwell on this and said eagerly, Did you bring the molecular formula? Sun Xiaoqing nodded, taking out an A4 sheet of paper from her pocket, densely filled with handwriting. Wang Xuanli's heart leaped with joy, eager to take it, but Sun Xiaoqing raised her hand to avoid him. First, the money. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaoqing remained so calm at this moment. Was this still the little girl who used to cry? Wang Xuanli was somewhat surprised and said, How do I know if your molecular formula is real? Sun Xiaoqing replied coldly, My mom is in your hands. What are you afraid of? I'm standing right here. You transfer the money to me, and I'll give you the molecular formula immediately, then take my mom away. The structure of the molecular formula isn't complicated. You can tell its authenticity at a glance. Wang Xuanli hesitated for a moment but then nodded because he had no choice. If this dragged on, the higher-ups at Ruihui Pharmaceutical would probably come after him. Fine, I'll transfer the money to you first. If the molecular formula has issues, I won't spare you too. After saying that, Wang Xuanli immediately operated his phone, transferring the 100 million cash he had just gathered into Sun Xiaoqing's account. Once Sun Xiaoqing saw the transfer notification, she didn't hesitate and handed over the A4 paper with the molecular formula to Wang Xuanli. He took it and greedily began to examine it. That's right. This molecular formula should be fine. This is most likely the molecular formula of Dawn. Wang Xuanli was overjoyed, and next, he needed to hurry and apply for a patent with this molecular formula. Even though the patent in Huaxia had already been applied for by Qichen, Wang Xuanli didn't care. As long as he could secure the international patent, it would be enough for him to live a life of wealth and honor. Overjoyed, Wang Xuanli no longer paid attention to Sun Xiaoqing and rushed back to his room. He needed to apply for the patent for this molecular formula as quickly as possible. After Wang Xuanli left, the indifferent expression on Sun Xiaoqing's face disappeared, replaced by an anxious look. After he left, she needed to quickly take her mother away. Otherwise, once Wang Xuanli discovered that the molecular formula had already been registered for a global patent, in his irrational state, who knew what he would do? Receiving Sun Xiaoqing's signal, 2 burly men got out of the Iveco parked at the villa entrance. One of them was actually Lu Fatty, who had bought 2 luxury cars for Qichen. Soon, the 2 burly men entered the villa and carried out a middle-aged woman in a wheelchair. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? Where are we going? I haven't packed my things yet. Confused, her mother was lifted into the Iveco by the 2 unfamiliar burly men. If it weren't for Sun Xiaoqing being present, she would have started shouting for help long ago. Mom, just trust me and come with me. I'll explain everything later. Watching the Iveco start and smoothly drive away, Sun Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. After driving about a kilometer, the Iveco pulled over. At that moment, a Bentley with its hazard lights on was parked by the roadside. Handing her mother a brand new phone, Sun Xiaoqing instructed, Mom, I have something to take care of for a while. Brother Lu will take you to a safe place. Just wait for me, I'll be back soon. This is my new phone. Turn off the old one and don't turn it back on. If there's anything, contact me with this phone. Although still confused, Grandma Sun nodded, trusting her daughter completely. Don't worry, I won't get into any trouble. You go ahead and do your thing. I'll wait for you to come back. Sun Xiaoqing got out of the car, watching the Iveco merge back into the traffic before turning to sit in the Bentley. As Sun Xiaoqing settled into the Bentley, Qichen started the car and drove aimlessly forward. How's it going? Compared to Sun Xiaoqing's extreme nervousness, Qichen appeared very relaxed, even thoughtfully handing her a bottle of Evian water. Taking the water, Sun Xiaoqing finally felt her dry throat. After taking a big gulp, she said, "It's done. Wang Suanli transferred the money to me, a full 100 million. My mobile banking has already received the notification. I also gave him the molecular formula. By the way, is it really okay to give him the real molecular formula?" Qichen smiled and shook his head. "Of course it's fine. Anyway, in a few days, the molecular formula will be published along with the paper. What's the harm in letting him see it early? Besides, he did pay 100 million in viewing fees, didn't he?" Once Wang Suanli discovers that this molecular formula has already been patented globally, his entire fortune would only have bought him the right to read it early. I wonder how he would react. Sun Xiaoqing, feeling a sense of relief, smiled and said, "Give me an account number. I'll transfer this 100 million to you." However, Qichen continued driving, unconcerned. "You sold the thing yourself, just keep the money for yourself." Sun Xiaoqing stared in disbelief. "What? You don't want it? This is a full 100 million. Although Sun Xiaoqing had studied in the United States and was staying in the top-tier Marriott hotel, the hotel expenses were reimbursed by Ruehui Pharmaceutical. Wang Suanli was usually very stingy, and that huge compensation originally belonged to Sun Xiaoqing but was occupied by him, making him very frugal with her spending. Therefore, in Sun Xiaoqing's eyes, 100 million was still an unimaginable fortune. And Qichen actually didn't want such a large sum? Qichen continued, "I don't lack this 100 million. Besides, I have the new drug Dawn. How much money can I make?" Indeed, as the only drug in the world capable of curing Alzheimer's disease, Dawn would bring Qichen unimaginable profits over the next 20 years. He truly didn't care about this 100 million. But after thinking for a moment, Sun Xiaoqing shook her head and said seriously, "No, I really can't take this money. The reason I agreed to cooperate with you is, on one hand, to vent my anger, and on the other hand, to bring my mother out with dignity. Now that I've achieved both of these goals, I really don't want this money." Seeing Sun Xiaoqing so resolute, Qichen was a bit surprised. 100 million is an unimaginable sum for most people. With 100 million, one could live comfortably for the rest of their life without worrying about food and clothing. Yet Sun Xiaoqing could resist the temptation of such a large sum and firmly insisted on transferring the money to Qichen. This made Qichen regard Sun Xiaoqing with newfound respect. "Alright, since you insist on not wanting it, then transfer the money to me. After all, once Wang Suanli discovers the truth, having this money with you will also be troublesome." Sun Xiaoqing finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly used her mobile banking to transfer the money to Qichen's account. "In the future, Wang Suanli will definitely suppress you in the entire pharmaceutical industry. It will be hard for you to find a job in the short term. And you have a paralyzed mother to take care of. How will you live? You won't really sell yourself, will you?" Hearing Qichen jokingly refer to her own words, Sun Xiaoqing lightly slapped Qichen and said with a playful pout, "I still have some savings, enough for us to live for a while. As for what happens next, we'll take it one step at a time. At least with my care, the two of us won't starve." After all, Sun Xiaoqing was a master's graduate from a prestigious university, possessing strong professional skills and knowledge, making her capable of standing on her own in any pharmaceutical company. Although Wang Suanli had great abilities, they were based on his position as a senior executive at Ruehui Pharmaceuticals. Once Wang Suanli was laid off or even investigated, his attempts to blacklist Sun Xiaoqing in the pharmaceutical industry would become a joke. So, Sun Xiaoqing just needed to get through this tough time. Hearing Sun Xiaoqing say this, Qichen suddenly spoke up. "How about this? Why don't you come help me? Guangjing Pharmaceuticals has just been established and is in dire need of manpower. You join Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, and I'll offer you a salary of 3 million a year. How does that sound?" Sun Xiaoqing's professional abilities were quite impressive. Rather than letting her sit idle, it would be better for her to shine at Guangjing Pharmaceuticals. Moreover, having only Gao Yang was not enough. Recently, he had been synthesizing drugs and working overtime to conduct experiments. After this period of sleepless nights, Gao Yang was on the brink of a collapse. If he didn't get some rest soon, he might really face a health crisis. Additionally, writing papers on Dawn was quite taxing for one person. Having a talented person like Sun Xiaoqing to help would surely make things much easier. Sun Xiaoqing's eyes lit up with surprise. "Really? You want me? Then of course I'll accept. Looking at Sun Xiaoqing's cold yet enchanting face, Qichen suddenly recalled the fragmented memories from last night and blurted out without thinking. Of course I want you. I want you right now. The word want had a double meaning. Sun Xiaoqing was taken aback, her face instantly turning crimson. Coincidentally, although Qichen was driving aimlessly, for some reason, the Bentley was now approaching the entrance of the Marriott Hotel. Everything seemed to be fate. Qichen parked the Bentley directly at the hotel entrance, tossed the car keys to the valet, and took the shy Sun Xiaoqing into the Marriott Hotel. He intended to recover all the memories he had lost due to drinking last night. When the two emerged from the Marriott Hotel, several hours had passed. With the fragmented memories in his mind pieced together, Qichen appeared refreshed, while Sun Xiaoqing beside him still had a rosy glow on her cheeks, as if she had experienced some intense activity. Xiaoqing, you should cancel the hotel room at the Marriott. Once Wang Xunli discovers the truth, he won't let it go easily. Cancel the room first to avoid any complications later. Sun Xiaoqing obediently nodded at Qichen's words. After canceling the room, she got into Qichen's car, and they returned to Qi's pharmaceutical factory together. According to Qichen's prior arrangements, Lu Fati had already brought Sun Xiaoqing's mother here. The factory had dormitories prepared for the workers, and Qichen had arranged for a set to be cleaned up in advance. Although the conditions were simple, it was very tidy and had a private bathroom, making it convenient for living. Xiaoqing, for the time being, you'll have to stay here with your mother. Once Wang Xunli discovers that the molecular formula has already been patented by me, he will definitely go crazy looking for you. Staying here with me will ensure your absolute safety. NDR. Gao Yong's work on the paper has reached the most critical moment. If you stay here, you'll have time to help him finish it. Sun Xiaoqing nodded obediently and said, Qichen, don't worry, I have no problem living here. After my father passed away, I endured a lot of hardships. I'm not the delicate young lady you imagine. As for the work on the paper, I will definitely help wholeheartedly, but... Sun Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before continuing. But does Gao Yong agree to my involvement at this time? After all, Dawn is a groundbreaking drug that directly tackles Alzheimer's disease. This paper will bring unimaginable glory to its author. Will my joining now put you in a difficult position? Qichen smiled confidently and said, so you were worried about this? Don't worry. As long as I have no objections, no one else will either. Just focus on your work and put in more effort. Collaborate sincerely with Gao Yong and write this paper as quickly as possible. What Sun Xiaoqing didn't know was that the molecular formula had originally come solely from Qichen's hands. Gao Yong was already satisfied to participate in this paper's writing. How could he possibly feel unhappy about Qichen arranging for someone else to write it? Before leaving, Qichen took out a brand new phone from his bag and handed it to Sun Xiaoqing, saying, I got this phone while waiting for you. You can use this one first. Turn off your old phone so that no one can find you, and naturally, Wang Xunli won't be able to find you either. Sun Xiaoqing was touched by how considerate and thorough Qichen was. Seeing that no one was around, she immediately stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Qichen's neck, and willingly offered a kiss. On the other side, inside Wang Xunli's villa. At this moment, Wang Xunli had fallen into a near-manic state. His eyes were bloodshot as he operated the computer in front of him, occasionally making phone calls. Chris, I have a molecular formula for a drug here. You need to find a way to help me register the patent immediately. Remember, it has to be fast. As a senior executive at Ruehui Pharmaceutical, Wang Xunli had access to resources that ordinary people could hardly touch. When Qichen entrusted Kong Gong to register the global patent, it took nearly a month, but if Wang Xunli handled it personally, it could be completed in less than a week. I told you, as soon as possible. At all costs. What, you want more money? Fine. How much do you want? I'll transfer it to you right away. In whose name should I apply? Of course, in my personal name. Can it be applied in the name of Ruehui Pharmaceutical? As the patent application approached success, Wang Xunli's spirits soared. Chris was a professional intermediary for registering pharmaceutical patents, and faced with his request for more money, Wang Xunli had no mood to haggle. He unhesitatingly chose to accept and transferred all the remaining balance in his account to him. As a veteran in the pharmaceutical industry, Wang Xunli knew the weight of this molecular formula all too well. If he could really get the patent for this molecular formula, it would be like having an inexhaustible gold mine for the next 20 years. Compared to that, what was a mere expedited fee for applying for a patent? After sending the molecular formula of Dawn to Chris, an excited smile appeared on Wang Xunli's face. Qichen, oh Qichen, your luck is really good. You actually stumbled upon a dead mouse, truly developing a new drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. However, such a groundbreaking formula and molecular structure is not something a small workshop in a rural town of Huaxia can handle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have obtained this molecular structure so easily. What if you made a big splash during the live broadcast? As long as I apply for the patent before you, all the money and glory that originally belonged to you will be mine. Just as Wang Suanli was indulging in fantasies of becoming rich overnight with the molecular structure, Chris's call came in. Wang Suanli was somewhat surprised. Chris is so fast? Has he already applied for the patent in such a short time? However, the voice on the other end of the line left Wang Suanli dumbfounded. Mr. Wang, are you mistaken? The molecular structure you gave me was registered for a patent 2 months ago. The registrant's information is public, and the name is Shi Chen? Is that the name? Wang Suanli's heart sank, realizing something was wrong. Contrary to his previous assumptions, this country bumpkin Shi Chen had actually registered the patent 2 months ago? Aren't they just a small pharmaceutical factory in Rongcheng? How could they be so familiar with the patent application process? They actually registered the Dawn molecular structure? To obtain this molecular structure, Wang Suanli had paid Sun Xiaoqing a full 100 million in cash. Moreover, the expedited patent application also cost Wang Suanli a considerable amount. And this money, aside from Wang Suanli's years of savings and embezzlement from the project, included the portion he borrowed from high-interest loans after mortgaging his villa. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Wang Suanli said to Chris, "It's possible that the domestic patent has already been registered. You immediately check if this patent has been registered in developed countries like America, the European Union, and even in corners like the Cayman Islands." Chris agreed and hung up the phone. The remaining time became a torment for Wang Suanli. If Chi Chen had only registered the domestic patent, then Wang Suanli could still register the patents in foreign countries and regions. In that case, the vast majority of profits worldwide would still belong to him, Wang Suanli. But if Chi Chen had registered the patent globally, then Wang Suanli would immediately suffer a total loss, even declaring bankruptcy. As the waiting time grew longer, the expression on Wang Suanli's face became increasingly grim. Finally, Wang Suanli's phone rang again. Chris's voice came through. "Mr. Wang, it's not good news. The molecular structure you gave me has been registered not only in Huaxia but also in America, the European Union, and even in the Cayman Islands, a place where no one cares. The registrant's information in other regions is still Chi Chen. And the registration date was still 2 months ago." Upon hearing this, Wang Suanli's vision went dark. He never expected that Chi Chen had indeed completed the global patent registration. This meant that the 100 million he spent to buy the molecular structure from Sun Xiaoqing was actually worthless? Wang Suanli was so furious that he nearly bit his own teeth to pieces. "Sun Xiaoqing," Wang Suanli said, enunciating each word with malice. When Sun Xiaoqing was very young, her father died in an accident, and Wang Suanli had almost watched her grow up. He believed he understood Sun Xiaoqing's character very well. She definitely wouldn't dare to deceive him or even disobey his orders. It was precisely based on this confidence and absolute trust in Sun Xiaoqing that Wang Suanli blindly optimistically thought that this molecular structure was stolen by Sun Xiaoqing through selling her body. Chi Chen probably hasn't had the chance to register the patent yet. After all, in the small workshops of rural towns in Huaxia, the concept of patents isn't that strong. But Wang Suanli never expected that his cleverness would backfire. The molecular formula he spent a fortune of 100 million to acquire had already been registered by Chi Chen. "Mr. Wang, do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up." Chris's voice jolted Wang Suanli out of his shock and frustration. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Suanli desperately clutched at the last straw and said into the phone, "Wait. Can you check if the derivatives of this molecular formula have been registered? If not, register them for me immediately." A chemical molecular formula generally has many different derivatives, and some of these derivatives, although having different molecular formulas, can have the same effects as the original molecular formula. Since the molecular formula of Dawn has already been patented, Wang Suanli thought he could take a roundabout way to save himself by applying for the derivatives of this molecular formula, which could yield the same medicinal effects as Dawn when synthesized. However, Chris's words shattered Wang Suanli's last hope. "Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, but I've just checked. All derivatives of this molecular formula have already been patented. This Chi Chen who applied for the patent is quite impressive. He spent a lot of money to directly patent everything related to this molecular formula. He has already established a complete patent closed loop. Give it up, Mr. Wang, you have no chance left." After saying this, without waiting for Wang Suanli to respond, Chris hung up the phone. Wang Suanli was first stunned, unable to accept the reality that 100 million had gone down the drain. Soon, overwhelming anger engulfed him. Sun Shaoqing, you dare to do this to me. You dare to collude with Qi-Chen to scheme against me. At this point, even if Wang Suanli was foolish, he had already guessed the clues. Sun Shaoqing had teamed up with Qi-Chen, step by step luring Wang Suanli into the trap they had long set. The goal was to exploit Wang Suanli's greed for the molecular formula, leading him into an abyss from which he could never return. Wang Suanli's current predicament was no one else's fault but his own. If he hadn't harbored ill intentions and sent Sun Shaoqing to steal the molecular formula of dawn, everything that followed would never have happened. However, it is difficult for humans to truly realize their mistakes. At this moment, Wang Suanli was filled with rage towards Sun Shaoqing. He believed she had deliberately deceived him, swindling him out of 100 million. Therefore, Wang Suanli directly called Sun Shaoqing, wanting to find her and demand an explanation. However, the prompt that the phone was turned off felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. When he called the front desk of the Marriott, he learned that Sun Shaoqing had already checked out. The person he thought he had under control had slipped away right under his nose. Just as Wang Suanli was at home, throwing things in frustration, his phone rang again. This time, it was a senior executive from Ruehui Pharmaceutical calling. Wang Suanli, I am calling on behalf of the headquarters of Ruehui Pharmaceutical to inform you that you have been fired. And due to serious corruption risks in the project you were responsible for, the Disciplinary Investigation Department of Ruehui Pharmaceutical will immediately launch an investigation against you. Please do not leave in the near future. Before he could finish listening to his superior's words, Wang Suanli felt his body go limp, losing all strength and collapsing to the ground, while the phone still speaking fell directly to the floor. Wang Suanli's face turned ashen, and he kept mumbling to himself. It's over. It's over. She's Pharmaceutical. Director's office. As a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s pushed the door open, Qi Yuan, who was sitting behind the desk, immediately stood up to greet him, a smile appearing on his face as he said, "Oh, old Dai. What brings you here? Come, have a seat." The visitor, who was of similar age to Qi Yuan, was also the owner of a nearby township pharmaceutical factory, named Dai Lei. A few days ago, it was Dai Lei who informed Qi Yuan about Qi Chen's competition with Ruehui Pharmaceuticals. Seeing Qi Yuan rise to welcome him, Dai Lei hurriedly stepped forward, somewhat flattered, and said, "Boss Qi, you're already a big shot now. I was worried you wouldn't want to see us small fries anymore." Qi Yuan was taken aback and replied, "Who are you calling a big shot? We've known each other for so many years, who doesn't know each other's background? Calling me a big shot? You're just flattering yourself." Qi Yuan and Dai Lei were old friends and longtime competitors, their relationship a mix of rivalry and camaraderie, with neither willing to concede to the other, both wanting to outdo the other. However, today, Dai Lei was unusually humble, lacking the usual competitive spirit he had when facing Qi Yuan, replaced instead by a tone of flattery and envy. Sighing, Dai Lei said with a wry smile, "If it were just you, we'd be evenly matched. After all these years as rivals, who doesn't know who? But you have such a successful son now, I really can't compare." Hearing Dai Lei's praise, Qi Yuan felt a swell of pride. Since that live broadcast, Qi Chen and his company, Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, had made a name for themselves in the domestic pharmaceutical circle, becoming a well-known entity. As an obscure township factory, they had directly toppled the international giant Ruehui Pharmaceuticals, a result that could only be described as miraculous. As Qi Chen's father, Qi Yuan, who also appeared in the live broadcast, had gained considerable fame alongside his son, and the orders for Qi Pharmaceuticals had surged as well. Originally just an unknown figure, Qi Yuan's status in the pharmaceutical circle had become notable. It was all due to the possession of the Dawn patent, which had established Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' position. The only drug in the world capable of curing Alzheimer's disease. Being the only one meant a monopoly. It meant huge profits. According to statistics, there are currently 56 million Alzheimer's patients worldwide, a massive number. However, with Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' production capacity alone, it could not meet the demand of Alzheimer's patients nationwide or even globally. In the short term, Guangjing Pharmaceuticals would not only have Qi Pharmaceuticals' factory produce Dawn but would also have other pharmaceutical companies manufacture the drug. This meant enormous orders and extremely high profits. Although he was already benefiting from his son's success, Qi Yuan still humbly said, "The Dawn drug was developed by that kid Qi-Chun himself, and all the patents are in his Guangjing Pharmaceuticals, it has nothing to do with me." Dai Lei waved his hand, leaning closer to Qi Yuan, and said flatteringly, "How could it have nothing to do with you? He's your son, a pharmaceutical genius you nurtured. At just over 20, he has independently tackled the difficult problem of Alzheimer's disease. It's truly remarkable. And he even defeated the world's #1 Ruehui in the live broadcast, giving our national pharmaceuticals a good vent. I didn't expect you, old Chi, to have such skills. It's really impressive. Now everyone in the pharmaceutical circle envies you for having such a good son. Compared to your Chi-Chen, our families. Well, never mind, I won't say anymore. The two were old rivals, not only competing in the performance of their respective factories but also in the education of their children. Now, with Dai Lei's words, it seemed he had completely conceded. Shi Wenyuan felt quite pleased, even more so than if he had received praise himself. However, as he spoke, Dai Lei changed his tone and continued, as far as I know, Shi-Chen's Guangjing Pharmaceutical currently only holds the patent and does not yet have its own factory or production equipment, right? With the patent for Dawn in hand, you should start producing the medicine immediately. Otherwise, every minute wasted is a significant amount of money lost. Time is money. Shi Wenyuan naturally understood the reasoning behind Dai Lei's words. However, after the live broadcast ended, Shi-Chen had disappeared, only just returning to the pharmaceutical factory, looking rather listless. It must have been due to overwork during this period. Shi Wenyuan felt a pang of concern for his son and wanted him to rest for a couple of days before discussing the synthesis of Dawn, so he shook his head and said, I understand what you're saying. But recently, Shi-Chen has been tirelessly developing the medicine, conducting experiments with the technicians, and he is already very tired. There's no rush to make money. I want him to rest for a few days, regain his energy, and then start the production of Dawn. After hearing Shi Wenyuan's words, Dai Lei looked frustrated, as if he were trying to hammer sense into him. He took out his phone and said, You're not in a hurry, but the patients are. Look at this Weibo. How many patients leave messages every day? They are all asking when the new drug Dawn will be available. I see that if you don't produce the medicine soon, the anxious Alzheimer's patients and their families will block the doors of Chi's Pharmaceutical. Saying this, Dai Lei opened Guangjing Pharmaceutical's Weibo, and Shi Wenyuan took out his reading glasses from his shirt pocket, put them on, and held the phone far away, squinting to read. Urgent. Where can I buy the Dawn medicine? My grandmother has Alzheimer's and urgently needs this treatment. Dawn hasn't been launched yet. It has just completed the experimental phase. I believe it will be available on a large scale soon, right? But I can't wait any longer. Who has Guangjing Pharmaceutical's address? I want to go wait there. I must get my hands on the first bottle of medicine they produce. Guangjing Pharmaceutical seems to be a newly registered company. That address is just an office building, not a real office. Don't ask me how I know. I've been there. It's rumored that Chi's Pharmaceutical in Rongqing is related to Guangjing Pharmaceutical. I suggest you check out Chi's Pharmaceutical's factory. You might find something. Okay, I'm already in Rongqing. I'll go there soon. Each Weibo post from Guangjing Pharmaceutical had tens of thousands of comments below. Most of the comments were from Alzheimer's patients and their families seeking to purchase this medicine. Their desperation for Dawn had reached a frenzied level. It even seemed that some patients were really planning to go to Chi's Pharmaceutical's doorstep to look for the Dawn medicine. Seeing these comments, Shi Wenyuan suddenly realized the seriousness of the situation, gasping in shock. I didn't expect the demand for Dawn to be so strong. If we don't hurry up and produce Dawn for the market, we might be in big trouble. At this moment, Dai Lei also timely said, I realized this danger, which is why I came directly to the factory to find you. Hurry up and start the machines to mass-produce Dawn. And with the scale of your Chi's Pharmaceutical, this level of production capacity simply cannot meet such a huge market demand. Our equipment at Lining Pharmaceutical is also very complete. If you have excess orders, you can let our factory do the processing. We only charge a processing fee. Dai Lei finally revealed his true purpose for this trip, which was to secure the processing order from Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Given the current situation, the demand from Guangjing far exceeds the current production capacity. To meet market demand, continuous 24-hour production is necessary. However, Lining Pharmaceutical has not been doing well lately, with sparse orders, and workers coming to work every day without anything to do. Producing medicine is one challenge, but sales are another. Halting production would mean pure losses. If they could secure an order from Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Lining's machines could start running. Only through production and manufacturing could the pharmaceutical factory and Dai Lei create profits. Meanwhile, Guangjing Pharmaceutical would also have enough medicine to sell externally. This is a win-win situation. Chi-Chen, where are you? After getting through to Chi-Chen, Shi Wenyuan still maintained a serious expression and tone, upholding his father's authority at all times. Chi-Chen had already grown accustomed to his father's demeanor and replied, Dad, I'm in the lab, researching methods for mass production of Shuguang. What's up? Hearing Chi Chen's words, Chi Wen Yuan, who originally wanted to call Chi Chen to his office, immediately changed his mind and said, "Then wait for me in the lab for a moment, I need to talk to you." The reason he didn't want Chi Chen to come over was that Dai Lei was still in his office. With an outsider present, it wouldn't be convenient for the father and son to talk, so Chi Wen Yuan directly asked Dai Lei to wait in his office while he went to the Chi Pharmaceutical Laboratory. Pushing open the lab door, he found not only Chi Chen but also Gao Yong and the newly recruited Sun Xiaoqing. Seeing Sun Xiaoqing here, Chi Wen Yuan was taken aback. Isn't she the girl from Ruihui Pharmaceutical? How did she end up here? However, he didn't ask further and instead looked at Chi Chen and said, "Why are you all so excited? What's the good news?" At that moment, both Chi Chen and the others had an uncontrollable excitement on their faces, as if they had just encountered some joyful event. Sure enough, Chi Chen smiled at Chi Wen Yuan and said, "There is indeed good news. Just now, under the research of Dr. Gao and Xiaoqing, we have confirmed the method for mass production of shuguang. This method is not complicated, in fact, it can be said to be very simple. With our pharmaceutical factory's equipment, we can start production right away." Hearing this good news, Chi Wen Yuan's face also showed the same excitement as theirs, and he happily said, "That's great. This means Guangjing Pharmaceutical can immediately start producing shuguang." Chi Chen handed the recently drafted production process to Chi Wen Yuan and asked, "Dad, take a look at this process. With Chi Pharmaceutical's production capacity, how much can we produce in a day?" Chi Wen Yuan took the production process, put on his reading glasses, and began to examine it carefully. After a while, he took off his glasses and rubbed his forehead, saying, "Indeed, as you said, this manufacturing process is quite simple. Our Chi Pharmaceuticals equipment can easily produce the finished product. However, before that, you need to clarify your thoughts. For this batch of shuguang medicine, what kind of packaging and specifications do you want?" Chi Chen was taken aback. Packaging? Specifications? Is that really important? Chi Chen was responsible for providing the molecular formula and making decisions, while Gao Yong and Sun Xiaoqing were technical staff responsible for product development. They had never considered Chi Wen Yuan's questions regarding the operation of the pharmaceutical factory. Chi Wen Yuan nodded. "It's very important. How many times a day do patients take the medicine, and how many pills do they take at a time? Have you thought about that?" Chi Chen replied, "It's already been confirmed. We plan to use the simplest method possible, so the patient will take 1 pill a day." Chi Wen Yuan continued, "Good, then the next question. Will you use bottled or boxed packaging? How many pills will be in each package?" Chi Chen exchanged glances with the others, unsure how to respond. Chi Wen Yuan smiled and said, "I'm not trying to nitpick or show off. Packaging means your sales strategy. If you choose bottled, it means each package contains a large quantity of medication, for example, a bottle of 50 pills, or even 100 pills. Such medications are relatively inexpensive and are meant for long-term use by patients, like ibuprofen or licorice tablets." Hearing his father's introduction, Chi Chen said, "Then let's go with bottled. I'm not developing this drug to seek high profits. What's important is that patients can receive treatment." He initially thought his father would support his decision, but to his surprise, Chi Wen Yuan shook his head and said, "If you want more patients to receive treatment, I suggest you use boxed packaging. Each box contains 7 pills, which is a week's worth of medication, and the selling price can be appropriately raised." Seeing Chi Chen's puzzled expression, Chi Wen Yuan smiled and continued to explain, "Do you think I want to make more money by using smaller packaging? That's not the case. With the dawn just emerging, there are too many patients waiting to use it for treatment. Our production capacity is limited. If we use large packaging, it means fewer patients can buy the medication, and even fewer will receive treatment. Moreover, if the price of the medication is raised moderately and we promise to increase the price after production capacity improves, patients won't hoard the medication in large quantities, which will also benefit more patients in obtaining the medication." After listening to Chi Wen Yuan's explanation, Chi Chen felt a sudden realization. He hadn't expected that there would be so many considerations just for packaging. Chi Chen had never been involved in the pharmaceutical industry, so he was naturally clueless about these matters. On the other hand, Chi Wen Yuan had been in the pharmaceutical industry for decades and was well informed. Indeed, professional matters should be left to professionals. As for Chi Chen, he was responsible for making decisions. So Chi Chen directly concluded, "Then let's do it as Dad said. Next question, what should be the selling price of Dawn?" Since it was a brand new drug for a new condition, there weren't many references for the price of Dawn. There are many types of existing medications for Alzheimer's disease. For example, a commonly used drug, memantine hydrochloride tablets, costs about 20 yuan per day. So how much should the daily price of Dawn be set? It was hard to decide at the moment, so Chi-Chin decided to change his approach and asked Chi Wen-Yuan, "Dad, can you estimate how much the cost is for each pill?" Chi Wen-Yuan pondered for a moment and then said, "Including materials, labor, and all other costs, each pill is about 2 yuan. Chi-Chin thought for a moment and said, "Guangjing Pharmaceutical currently doesn't have its own factory and can only use an outsourcing model. Each pill costs 2 yuan, and we give the factory a profit of 1 yuan. That's a 50% profit, isn't it enough?" Chi Wen-Yuan nodded, "That's enough." Chi-Chin continued to analyze. For memantine hydrochloride tablets, patients need to spend 20 yuan daily. I plan to lower the price of Dawn, setting the factory price at 10 yuan per pill per day. Even with distribution costs, without considering medical insurance, patients won't have to pay more than 20 yuan daily. Moreover, unlike memantine hydrochloride tablets, which can only slightly alleviate Alzheimer's disease, our Dawn can cure Alzheimer's disease. So, my pricing is reasonable, right? Chi Wen-Yuan also agreed. The factory price of 10 yuan per piece is definitely not high, and might even be a bit low. At this point, Chi-Chen's face showed excitement as he took out a notebook and began to jot down notes and sketches. Now let's calculate the profit. Each piece of Dawn can provide the pharmaceutical factory with a pure profit of 1 yuan, while also giving Guangjing 7 yuan in patent fees. Additionally, the 2 yuan cost includes the price of raw materials and workers' wages, which also brings an implicit benefit of creating job opportunities. Dad, with Chi Pharmaceuticals' production capacity, how many pieces of Dawn can be produced each day? Chi Wen-Yuan pondered for a moment and confidently replied, "At least 100,000 pieces every day." Chi-Chin then calculated in his notebook while saying, "In that case, the pharmaceutical factory's daily pure profit is 100,000 yuan, and Guangjing's daily patent fee is 700,000 yuan. Calculating on a monthly basis, the pharmaceutical factory's monthly pure profit is 3 million yuan, while Guangjing's monthly patent fee is 21 million yuan. For a year, the pharmaceutical factory's profit is 36 million yuan, while Guangjing's patent fee is." After calculating a number, Chi-Chin wrote it heavily in the notebook and then emphatically pointed the pen at this number. Just from Chi Pharmaceutical alone, Guangjing's annual patent fee can reach 252 million yuan. After finishing the calculations, not only were Chi Wen-Yuan and Gao Yon left dumbfounded, but even Chi-Chen himself found it hard to believe. With the Dawn patent, Chi-Chen could earn 250 million yuan a year just from patent licensing without doing anything else? That was too exaggerated. Some might think that Chi-Chen's bank savings had already approached 3 billion yuan, and 250 million a year was nothing. But one must understand that Chi-Chen's 3 billion in savings was not something just anyone could have. It was accumulated through risky operations in oil futures and flood relief materials using information from his future diary. A pure profit of 250 million yuan a year was already a huge sum. Moreover, while this 250 million yuan profit might not seem like much, it was stable. As long as the drug Dawn continued to be produced, profits would continuously flow into Chi-Chen's pockets. And this was just the benefit from Chi Pharmaceutical. If there were other contract manufacturers, Chi-Chen's earnings would grow exponentially. This was truly an inexhaustible gold mine. Looking at this number, Chi Wen-Yuan muttered in disbelief, "Monopoly, what outrageous profits." Gao Yong and Sun Shaoqing both nodded in agreement. When conducting related experiments for Dawn, neither of them had considered that such a small molecular formula hid such terrifying profits. However, another problem soon presented itself to Chi-Chen. That was the issue of insufficient production capacity. Chi Pharmaceutical could produce 100,000 pieces of Dawn each day, which could only meet the medication needs of 100,000 people. According to the authoritative medical journal The Lancet, the number of Alzheimer's patients worldwide had reached a terrifying 56 million in the past year. What does this mean? If 56 million people were to take Dawn simultaneously, and if production capacity could keep up, then Chi-Chen's daily patent fee would reach 392 million yuan. The annual patent fee would amount to 14.3 billion? This number made Chi-Chen feel a wave of dizziness. However, Chi-Chen's rationality was not overwhelmed by this unbelievable profit. After calming himself, Chi-Chen quickly realized that this calculation was not that simple. Although there are 56 million people worldwide suffering from Alzheimer's disease, not everyone will take Dawn. Take hypertension as an example. As of last year, the number of people globally with hypertension had reached an exaggerated 1.3 billion. However, nearly half of these 1.3 billion people are unaware that they have hypertension. Among the remaining general hypertension patients, only a quarter consistently take their antihypertensive medication daily. This means that only 1/8 of the total patients can adhere to their medication regimen. If we roughly apply this model to Alzheimer's patients, then out of 56 million patients, only 7 million would be able to consistently take Dawn every day. If the production capacity of Dawn can keep up, then Chichen could receive 49 million renminbi in patent fees daily. The annual income would be 17.9 billion. At first glance, this doesn't seem like an especially exaggerated figure, does it? However, to earn such high profits, the most important point is to increase production capacity. Only with sufficient production capacity can there be enough medication available for Alzheimer's patients. Only then can Chichen reap the annual patent fees of 17.9 billion. Therefore, the next most important thing is to produce Dawn. From now on, every pill of Dawn produced means money coming in. The more produced, the higher the returns. Both Qi Wenyuan and Chichen displayed excited expressions. Then let's get started. Chichen felt ambitious. The mass production of Dawn not only meant a significant influx of money but also that many Alzheimer's patients would soon receive effective treatment. Gaining wealth from the information in the diary was certainly exciting and joyful for Chichen. However, relying on the information in the diary to bring new life to countless patients tormented by Alzheimer's and change their fate filled Chichen with genuine pride. It is important to note that if Chichen had not developed Dawn in advance, this generation, and even the next few generations of Alzheimer's patients would have to continue suffering from the torment of the disease until decades later when this medication finally came to market. However, even if Qi Pharmaceutical stopped all other orders and focused entirely on producing Dawn, the maximum daily production capacity would only be 100,000 pills. There remains a significant gap for the 7 million Alzheimer's patients. So how can this production gap be filled? Should they outsource to other factories, or should they build their own factory and manufacture it themselves? Just as this thought flashed through Chichen's mind, Qi Wenyuan spoke up beside him. Actually, I came to find you for another matter. My old friend and rival, Dai Lei, has just arrived at our pharmaceutical factory. His request is simple. He wants to outsource the production of the Dawn you just developed. I originally wanted to call you over, but I thought it would be inconvenient to say some things in front of him, so I came to find you personally. Just as he was thinking about the issue of insufficient production capacity, he didn't expect the owner of the outsourcing factory to come knocking. Chichen didn't know much about Dai Lei, so he turned the question back to Qi Wenyuan. Dad, what kind of person is Dai Lei? How large is his pharmaceutical factory, and can the quality of the Dawn produced be guaranteed? Qi Wenyuan immediately replied, although Dai Lei and I have been rivals for so many years, his character is not bad, he has never resorted to underhanded means. His pharmaceutical factory is called Lining Pharmaceutical, and its scale is not much different from ours at Qi Pharmaceutical. The quality of the drugs produced should be guaranteed. Hearing Qi Wenyuan say this, Chichen almost immediately made a decision and said, Since Dad, you think his pharmaceutical factory is qualified, let's immediately hand over the OEM orders for Dawn to him, making his Lining Pharmaceutical the first OEM factory outside of Qishir Pharmaceutical. As for the price of the OEM, I think we should pay 3 yuan for each pill, deducting 2 yuan for costs, leaving 1 yuan profit for the OEM factory. Have him wait a moment, I'll have someone draft the OEM commercial contract right away. If he's willing, we can sign the contract directly in a bit. Although the factory director of Qishir Pharmaceutical is his father, Chichen still wanted to draw a clear line regarding money and interests, which is why he applied for Guangjing Pharmaceutical, planning to place all profits from the patent under Guangjing Pharmaceutical's name. After all, even brothers need to settle accounts clearly, let alone Qi Wen, who is merely the factory director of Qishir Pharmaceutical. There are many other shareholders in Qishir Pharmaceutical, big and small. If the patent's earnings were placed in Qishir Pharmaceutical's public account, it wouldn't be long before the entire Qi family would be torn apart by the enormous benefits brought by Dawn. To prevent all of this from happening, everything must be handled officially, with laws and contracts speaking for themselves. A commercial contract is a very complex matter, containing a high degree of professionalism. To draft a flawless OEM commercial contract in a short time, one must rely on professional legal personnel. Stepping out of the laboratory and into a secluded corner, Chichen dialed Lin Jing's number. As soon as the call connected, he heard Lin Jing's gentle and soft voice. Chichen, congratulations! You've won against Ruihue Pharmaceutical. You've made a name for yourself in one battle. Although Lin Jing wasn't present at the hospital during the competition, she watched the entire live broadcast online, her emotions rising and falling with the progress of the stream. When Anhao fainted after taking Dawn, Lin Jing was extremely tense, nearly fainting herself. When Anhao's condition improved significantly, Lin Jing jumped up in excitement, even cursing in rare moments. It can be said that all of Lin Jing's thoughts were tied to Chichen alone. She was even happier than Chi-Chen that Guangjing Pharmaceutical could defeat Ruehue Pharmaceutical. Influenced by Lin Jing's cheerful tone, Chi-Chen also smiled and said, "Thank you. But I told you long ago that Guangjing Pharmaceutical would definitely defeat Ruehue Pharmaceutical." Lin Jing didn't think Chi-Chen was boasting. Instead, she believed him even more. "By the way, you haven't contacted me these past few days. What have you been busy with? Work is important, but you also need to take care of your health." Hearing Lin Jing's concern, Chi-Chen suddenly felt a bit guilty. On the night of defeating Ruehue, Chi-Chen had gotten drunk with Sun Xiaoqing and had rolled around in bed in a daze. The next day, he even had to piece together the memories he had lost. After we defeated Ruehue, we had a celebratory drink together, and I accidentally got too drunk, so I didn't contact you. Chi-Chen wasn't lying. He did have a celebratory drink and did get drunk. He just didn't mention who he drank with or what happened afterward. Seizing the moment before Lin Jing could ask more, Chi-Chen hurriedly said, "By the way, I called today because I wanted to trouble you with something. Regarding the production of Dawn, I want to sign an OEM agreement with Chishire Pharmaceutical and other pharmaceutical factories in the name of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Could you help me draft a perfect commercial contract as quickly as possible? You don't have to do it yourself, just have your colleagues at DeHang Law Firm who are proficient in commercial contracts help me draft it. I will settle the fees with the firm as usual." Then, Chi-Chen detailed the situation to Lin Jing, who became serious and replied, "I will contact my colleagues in the relevant field immediately to draft the commercial contract as quickly as possible. I will send the finalized contract directly to your email. I also have something to tell you. My father has learned about your development of Dawn and wants me to arrange a time for you to come to my house for a family dinner. At that time, my mom will cook for you. My mom's cooking is really delicious." Hearing Lin Jing's words, Chi-Chen was slightly taken aback, not expecting that even the dignified mayor was already aware of his development of Dawn. However, this matter had been highly discussed online, and the government had the function of monitoring public opinion on the internet, so it was reasonable for them to know about it. After agreeing to the family dinner, Chi-Chen hung up the phone and returned to the laboratory, where he spoke to Chi Wen-Yuan, who was waiting there. "Dad, I've arranged for someone to draft the professional contract, and I expect it will be sent to me soon. At that time, I will sign a contract for processing with Qi Pharmaceutical and Lining Pharmaceutical in the name of Guangjing Pharmaceutical." Chi Wen-Yuan was very supportive of Chi-Chen's straightforward approach to business, even feeling quite gratified. The crisis caused by his second uncle and his son was due to Chi Wen-Yuan's excessive reliance on family ties and management, which led to a lack of institutional constraints on them. If Chi-Chen hadn't discovered their conspiracy in time, it was hard to imagine what the situation at Qi Pharmaceutical would be like now. Before long, Lin Jing sent the drafted commercial contract to Chi-Chen's email. After verifying it twice without any issues, Chi-Chen printed the contract and, together with Chi Wen-Yuan, returned to his office. There, Dai Lei, who had been waiting for a long time, could no longer sit still on the sofa, anxiously pacing back and forth in Chi Wen-Yuan's office like an ant on a hot pan. Upon seeing Chi Wen-Yuan and Chi-Chen walking in, Dai Lei's eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "Finally, I've been waiting for you to come back." Dai Lei's anxiety was understandable, as his Lining Pharmaceutical was currently in a dire situation. Labor costs were rising, raw material costs were increasing, and the prices of orders were being pushed lower and lower. The profit margins were being squeezed to the limit. Even so, the pharmaceutical industry was still fiercely competitive, with companies scrambling for these nearly unprofitable orders. As a result, many times, Lining Pharmaceutical had no orders at all, leaving the workers with nothing to do. It could only be said that the overall environment was like this. Compared to the thriving internet and finance industries, the real economy was becoming increasingly difficult. It wasn't just Dai Lei who was struggling. As an old rival, Chi Wen-Yuan's Qi Pharmaceutical was also in a similar predicament, and it was said that it had been on the brink of bankruptcy not long ago, making it a tough situation for both of them. However, no one expected that amidst the dire circumstances of Qi Pharmaceutical, a prodigy like Chi-Chen would suddenly emerge. Not only did he turn the tide and single-handedly resolve the huge crisis facing Qi Pharmaceutical, saving it from a break in the capital chain and even bankruptcy, but he also astonishingly developed Dawn, the only new drug in the world that can cure Alzheimer's disease. With Chi-Chen's sudden rise, the once struggling Qi Pharmaceutical suddenly saw a bright future ahead. If all goes well, the future of Qi Pharmaceutical will be promising, unlike Dai Lei's Lining Pharmaceutical, which is struggling for meager profits from orders. Envy. Jealousy. This was the most genuine reflection of Dai Lei's feelings at that moment. Dai Lei felt a pang of envy in his heart. Why didn't he have a son like Chi-Chen? Even if he had a father like Chi-Chen, that would be fine too. Although he sighed like this in his heart, Dai Lei also secretly felt fortunate. He and Shi Yuan had been rivals for many years, but they were also old friends. With the advantage of proximity, upon learning that Guangjing Pharmaceutical had developed Dawn, Dai Lei immediately contacted Shi Yuan. He even went directly to his door, hoping to secure a contract for the production of Dawn. Faced with Dai Lei's sincere desire to take on the production, Shi Chen did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he got straight to the point, detailing the order costs he could afford and the quality requirements for Dawn. With a cost of 2 yuan per pill, a profit of 1 yuan could be made. Such a high profit margin made Dai Lei agree without hesitation, thumping his chest to guarantee that the quality of Dawn produced would be flawless. Otherwise, he would twist his head off and kick it like a ball. When Shi Chen brought out the business contract prepared for him by Lin Jing, Dai Lei signed it without hesitation. After all, Dai Lei had seen with his own eyes that even Shi Chen's father, Shi Yuan, had signed the same type of contract. With the same treatment as Shi Chen's father, what could Dai Lei possibly complain about? The scale of Limin Pharmaceutical was comparable to that of Qi's Pharmaceutical, and their production capacities were also on par. Once fully operational, Limin Pharmaceutical's maximum capacity could produce 100,000 Dawn pills daily. This meant that with just Qi's Pharmaceutical and Limin Pharmaceutical as contract manufacturers, they could produce 200,000 Dawn pills every day. This indicated that Shi Chen had already solved the medication issue for 200,000 Alzheimer's patients. At the same time, Shi Chen would also receive substantial patent revenues. If they produced 200,000 Dawn pills daily, Shi Chen's patent fees could reach 1.4 million yuan each day. For a manufacturing industry on the decline, this was already a terrifying figure. Therefore, only by possessing core competitiveness could one enjoy sufficient profits. Otherwise, a manufacturing industry with no technical content would always be working for others. Just as Shi Chen was signing agreements with the two pharmaceutical companies, the phone in Shi Yuan's office suddenly rang. "Boss, a foreigner is at the door, claiming to be a representative of a pharmaceutical company and wants to meet with you. What should I do? Should I let him in?" The caller was the security captain at the entrance. Faced with the young man with blonde hair and blue eyes smiling at him, the security captain was momentarily unsure and directly called Shi Yuan's office. Shi Yuan was somewhat surprised and asked, "A foreigner? A representative of a pharmaceutical company? Ask him which pharmaceutical company he represents and what he wants to see me about." The young man, dressed in a well-fitted suit and exuding a confident smile, stood relaxed but radiated a powerful and confident aura that made the somewhat unruly security captain feel nervous. "Give me the phone, I'll speak to factory director Qi personally." Upon hearing the conversation through the receiver, the foreign young man took the phone from the security captain's hand without hesitation, smiling as he spoke in halting Mandarin. "Hello, Factory Director Qi. I am the representative sent by Ruihue Pharmaceutical. My name is Li William. Please forgive me for visiting without an appointment. I am here to discuss the contract manufacturing of Dawn on behalf of Ruihue Pharmaceutical." At this moment, Shi Yuan had already put the phone on speaker, and both Shi Chen and Dai Lei heard the words coming from the phone, exchanging puzzled glances. Ruihue Pharmaceutical? Hadn't they just been defeated by Shi Chen? At this moment, why would they suddenly come knocking and want to outsource production for Shiguang? With the status of Ruihue Pharmaceutical as an international giant, they should look down on producing drugs for a small player like Guangjing Pharmaceutical, right? Although this matter was filled with oddities, since the people from Ruihue Pharmaceutical had already arrived, it wouldn't be in line with the hospitality of the Huaxia people to turn Li William away. Thus, Shi Yuan spoke into the phone. "No matter what you need, you might as well come in. Let's discuss it face to face. Have the security captain escort you to my office." Before long, there was a knock on the door of the factory director's office, and a well-dressed young man walked in. Li William was a typical Caucasian, with blonde hair and blue eyes, tall stature, a prominent nose, and a confident smile at the corners of his mouth. Just standing there, he exuded an incredibly powerful aura. This aura was a buff gained from long-standing extreme confidence. Once he entered the office, he acted as if he had returned home, sitting directly on an unoccupied sofa without waiting for anyone to offer him a seat. His disregard for others revealed a sense of arrogance that made Shi Chen and the others furrow their brows. However, Li William seemed unconcerned about their reactions, nodding slightly at them with a hint of defiance, then smiling as he spoke. "Shi Yuan, Director Qi, and Shi Chen, the person in charge of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, I've seen you all in the video. Your performance in the match against us at Ruihue was impressive. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li William, and I am the head of Ruihue Pharmaceutical for the Greater Huaxia region. Here's my business card. Lee Williams' personality seemed extremely assertive. As soon as he entered the office, he took on the role of the host, impatiently wanting to control the pace of the conversation and the direction of the dialogue. Knowing that Lee William was here for him, Chi-Chen took the initiative to steer the topic. I didn't expect the head of Ruehue Pharmaceutical in the Huaxia region to be so young. It truly surprises me. However, as far as I know, the Alzheimer's project has always been under the responsibility of Wang Xuanli, right? Why is it you who came this time instead of him? Wang Xuanli? Lee William chuckled disdainfully and said, "This Huaxia person is merely a parasite in the company. Spending $60 billion to develop a new drug over 10 years, only to be easily defeated by you, is unforgivable. So Wang Xuanli has already been dismissed by us at Ruehue Pharmaceutical, and we have initiated an accountability mechanism." Damn it, I had long suggested to the headquarters that we should not trust this despicable Huaxia person. Although Wang Xuanli's character was not commendable, Lee William's careless remarks still irked Chi-Chen, causing his tone to turn cold as he said, "Lee William, I don't know what background you have, but here, on Huaxia's land, you better speak with some respect. Otherwise, I will immediately throw you out." In fact, Lee William's rude words were a deliberate test to gauge Chi-Chen's character and limits. Seeing Chi-Chen respond so firmly, Lee William quickly raised his hands and repeatedly said, "I'm sorry, I apologize. I didn't mean it just now. Actually, I have a quarter of Huaxia blood. My grandfather is Huaxia, and I am equally fascinated by Huaxia's civilization." Perhaps the mixed blood between races gave Lee William his handsome appearance, but Chi-Chen was not interested in his complex lineage at all and coldly replied, "Stop the nonsense and waste our time. You came here this time for a reason, right?" Lee William clearly wasn't genuinely apologetic. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "I've come this time to bring you a business opportunity, as well as a wealth you could hardly have imagined before." As he spoke of business, a confident aura emanated from Lee William. In his eyes, Qi Pharmaceutical and Guangjing Pharmaceutical were merely small workshops in a town, and compared to a giant like Ruehue Pharmaceutical, they were at most a small fishing boat, utterly unworthy of being considered a rival. On the contrary, being noticed by Ruehue Pharmaceutical and actively proposing cooperation was undoubtedly an honor for Guangjing Pharmaceutical. This was a favor to Guangjing Pharmaceutical, and they should feel grateful, not refuse any requests from Ruehue Pharmaceutical. With this thought in mind, Lee William's tone was filled with arrogant condescension as he continued, "I have come this time to represent Ruehue Pharmaceutical to discuss the patent authorization for Dawn. Before coming here, I conducted a thorough investigation. Your Guangjing Pharmaceutical was only established a few days ago. To put it bluntly, it's a shell company with no actual production capability. And your father's Qi Pharmaceutical has very limited production capacity as well. According to our estimates, it can produce at most 80,000 to 100,000 tablets of Dawn per day, which is still a huge gap from meeting the vast global market demand." Hearing Lee Williams' words, Chi-Chen's face showed a hint of emotion. The registration information of Guangjing Pharmaceutical was not a secret. It could be easily found online, so it was not surprising that Lee William knew this. However, the fact that Lee William directly pointed out the production capacity of Qi Pharmaceutical truly surprised Chi-Chen. After all, Qi Pharmaceutical, as a small to medium-sized enterprise, was an obscure player in the pharmaceutical industry. The depth of Lee Williams' understanding of Qi Pharmaceutical, especially his direct mention of its production capacity, only indicated that the true strength of Ruehue Pharmaceutical exceeded Chi-Chen's imagination. Seeing the surprised expressions on Chi-Chen and the others' faces, Lee William felt a sense of pride in his heart, growing more confident in his upcoming plans as he continued, "Without production capacity, it means you have the patent for Dawn but cannot monetize it. Production capacity is not something that can be improved in just a day or two. And we at Ruehue Pharmaceutical can perfectly solve the problem you are currently facing." Although Lee William had a rebellious personality and was even overbearing, his words were piercingly accurate. The biggest problem Chi-Chen faced was indeed the issue of production capacity. Even with both Qi Pharmaceutical and Limin Pharmaceutical producing simultaneously, the daily capacity was only 200,000 tablets of Dawn. This was far from the conservatively estimated 9 million Alzheimer's patients, or even the 56 million patients reported by The Lancet, leaving a significant gap. Moreover, having multiple factories produce simultaneously raised concerns for Chi-Chen regarding the quality of the medication. Qi Pharmaceutical was his own factory, and Dai Lei was his father's longtime rival and old friend, so the quality of the medication produced should be fine. However, more factories meant varying quality. If the Dawn produced by other factories encountered critical quality issues, the reputation of Dawn would suffer a severe blow. Thus, aside from building their own factory, authorizing Dawn to be manufactured by a giant like Ruehue Pharmaceuticals seemed to be the only option. Chi Chen's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table as he asked, "Oh? How do you plan to solve this, to produce Dawn for us? Ruehue Pharmaceutical is the largest pharmaceutical company in the world. Would you willingly act as a factory for us at Guangjing Pharmaceutical?" Hearing Chi Chen's words, Li William shook his finger and smiled. No. Acting as a factory for you Guangjing Pharmaceutical is certainly out of the question. This does not align with our position at Ruehue Pharmaceutical, nor does it conform to our long-standing values. As I mentioned earlier, we are discussing exclusive patent licensing, not contract manufacturing. Listening to Li William's words, a strong sense of crisis surged in Dai Lei's heart, and he spoke with a harsh tone. "If you won't let Dawn be manufactured by us, then all your talk is just nonsense, isn't it?" In response to Dai Lei's rude remarks, Li William chose to ignore him and continue to fix his gaze on Chi Chen, saying, "We at Ruehue Pharmaceutical can produce Dawn, but it will absolutely not be for your Guangjing Pharmaceutical. We choose another form, which is for Guangjing Pharmaceutical to exclusively license the manufacturing rights of Dawn to Ruehue Pharmaceutical. From production to sales, all rights will be granted to us at Ruehue. We will design a brand new drug based on the molecular formula of Dawn. The drug produced will have no connection to your Guangjing Pharmaceutical on the surface, and it will be released under the Ruehue Pharmaceutical brand. We won't even continue using the name Dawn. Once you authorize Dawn to us, you won't need to participate in any physical operations of drug production, you will only need to receive the patent fees we pay you on a regular basis. The final pricing of the drug will also be determined by us." Li William's demands were extremely harsh, even bordering on rude. However, from Chi Chen's perspective, this was a way to maximize his interests. Chi Chen knew very well that his biggest problem right now was insufficient production capacity. As long as he granted the exclusive patent license to Ruehue, with Ruehue's strong production capabilities, the patent licensing fees he could obtain would increase exponentially. Watching Chi Chen lost in thought, Li William's lips curled into a confident smile once again. He was confident that Chi Chen would agree to his demands. After all, no one would turn down money. If Chi Chen did not grant the patent license to Ruehue, he would have to handle many things personally, and not only would it be labor-intensive, but the money he earned might not even amount to 1/10 of what he would receive from granting the patent to Ruehue. If he were to secure the patent rights for Dawn, then with Ruehue's capabilities, the patent fees they would pay Chi Chen could easily be recouped from Alzheimer's patients, or even earn more. Seeing that Chi Chen had not made a decision for a long time, Dai Lei grew anxious. His pharmaceutical company desperately needed this order to survive. If Chi Chen agreed to Li William's proposal for exclusive licensing, it would mean that the contract manufacturing order he had would vanish into thin air. His Li Ming Pharmaceutical would once again fall into crisis, even facing the risk of bankruptcy. Thinking of this, Dai Lei spoke to Li William with hostility. "If we produce it ourselves, the pricing power will be in Chi Chen's own hands, and the patent fees for each pill will be determined by him. If we grant the patent to you, with such low patent fees for each pill, what significance does that hold for Chi Chen?" Li William raised an eyebrow, snapped his fingers, and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, have I not explained the patent licensing fees to you yet? This issue is crucial, and not addressing it in a timely manner was my oversight." Although he said this, Li William showed no sign of apology. Instead, he wore a triumphant expression. Clearly, through negotiation, Li William was gradually eroding Chi Chen's belief in producing Dawn himself, ultimately using the patent licensing fees as a trump card to deliver a heavy blow, completely dispelling Chi Chen's thoughts of production and turning him towards granting exclusive patent licensing to Ruehue Pharmaceutical. "The patent fee we at Ruehue are offering you is 50 yuan. If every patient needs to take one pill a day, then for every pill we produce, we will pay you a patent fee of 50 yuan. How about that? This price is already quite sincere, right? I believe that as long as you sign this agreement, the patent income you can receive will immediately exceed 10 times what you could earn by producing it yourself." After saying this, Li William took out a pre-printed business contract from his briefcase, placed it on the desk, and gently pushed it in front of Chi Chen. He then sat back on the sofa, arms open, embracing the armrests, looking quite relaxed, as if victory was already in his grasp. Dai Lei's expression grew increasingly serious, but he was merely a subcontractor wanting to obtain orders from Chi Chen, and he had no position to comment on Chi Chen's choices. Moreover, if he were in Chi Chen's shoes, he would have signed the contract with Ruehue Pharmaceutical without hesitation. 50 yuan. A patent fee of 50 yuan for each pill. That was a full 43 yuan more than the 7 yuan patent fee Chi Chen had set. And once Ruehue's production machines were running at full capacity, their daily output would be more than 10 times that of Chi Pharmaceutical and Li Ming Pharmaceutical combined. The patent income Chi-Chin could earn daily would be almost dozens of times the current one. 4 million. What does this concept mean? Without participating in any operations, with no operational costs or risks, just the patent income alone would amount to nearly 100 million a day. What is there to hesitate about? Realizing the crux of the matter, Dai Lei immediately felt dejected, believing that Chi-Chen would definitely choose to cooperate with Ruehui. Shi Wenyuan, on the other hand, maintained a calm expression, showing no signs of tension, even leisurely lighting a cigarette, taking a deep puff before tossing one to Dai Lei from across the table. He could no longer understand his son. He couldn't see the current situation clearly either. However, Shi Wenyuan was certain of one thing: no matter what choice Chi-Chen made, he, as a father, would fully support him. Chi-Chen held the contract drafted by Ruehui in his hands, carefully read through it, then closed it and pushed it back in front of Li William. Although he didn't know Chi-Chen's intention behind this action, Li William was confident that Chi-Chen would definitely not refuse the contract he offered. Before coming to Chi Pharmaceutical, Li William had already made a military pledge to Ruehui's headquarters that he would persuade Chi-Chen to bring back the exclusive authorization from Shuguang. After all, such a lucrative patent authorization agreement is really hard for an ordinary person to refuse. However, to Li William's shock, Chi-Chen shook his head and said, "Your proposal is very sincere, but I'm sorry, I choose to refuse." Upon hearing Chi-Chen's response, Li William lost his confident demeanor, standing up in shock and exclaiming, "What? You refuse? Why, is the patent fee not high enough?" To be honest, a patent fee of 50 yuan per pill is already quite high. But if you think it's still not enough, I will immediately apply to the headquarters to see if there's room to increase the patent fee. At this moment, even Dai Lei, who didn't want Chi-Chen to sign the contract, said, "Chi-Chen, a patent fee of 50 yuan per pill is already considerable. This contract is a rare opportunity, just sign it." However, Chi-Chen still shook his head and said, "The patent fee of 50 yuan is indeed high, but it's not a matter of money. For Ruehui, problems that can be solved with money are not problems." Seeing that Chi-Chen said it wasn't about the patent fee, Li William's heart grew even more anxious. Leaning forward with his hands on the table, he said urgently, "It's not a matter of patent fees, so what is the issue? Is it because I accidentally offended you with what I just said? If that's the case, I apologize immediately. Just tell me what I can do to make amends. As long as you can change your mind." Seeing Chi-Chen still refusing, Li William became furious, his originally handsome features twisting into something grotesque and terrifying as he said viciously, "Chi-Chen, don't toast to me and then drink the punishment wine. It is your honor that Ruehui is willing to cooperate with you. The price we offered is also a very sincere one. If you refuse us and want to wait for a better offer, thinking you can negotiate with other pharmaceutical companies, then you're making a big mistake. At that time, Ruehui will join forces with other international pharmaceutical giants to blacklist you. We will make sure your patent can't be sold. In the end, you'll have to sell it to us at a low price. By then, there won't be a patent price as high as 50 yuan. At this moment, Li William's once neat suit had become disheveled, and his tie was yanked loose, making him look like a completely different person from the polite gentleman he had been before. Negotiation failed, and now he wanted to resort to force? Looking at the blusterous Li William, Chi-Chen sneered and no longer gave him any face, saying, "Do you think that because Ruehui Pharmaceutical is the #1 pharmaceutical company in the world, I should immediately bow and scrape to you for a partnership? Do you think that just because Ruehui offers a contract, I should gratefully accept it all? Nonsense! In my eyes, what is Ruehui? You think you're impressive, but you lost miserably in the competition with me. I've long been annoyed by your arrogant demeanor. A defeated opponent like you has the nerve to act tough here? And to mock us Chinese? Let me tell you, I have already applied for global patents for the molecular formula of the drug Dawn and all its derivatives. And this patent, I can sell if I want to, or not sell if I don't want to. Who do you think you are to come here and dictate terms?" Chi-Chen's words were forceful, and beside him, Dai Lei was so fired up that he couldn't help but cheer. "That's right, Chi-Chen. Don't indulge his bad habits." Shi-Wen didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with unconditional support for Chi-Chen. After hearing Chi-Chen's words, Li William was momentarily stunned, then slowly sat down, but a mocking expression appeared on his face as he said, "Chi-Chen, I originally thought that someone who could invent the Dawn molecular formula must be a smart person. I didn't expect I was overestimating you. We have a saying in English, business is business. Translated, it means business is business, and personal feelings should not be mixed in. I don't know if you have a dislike for Ruehui Pharmaceutical or a prejudice against me, but to miss out on an opportunity to increase your income 100-fold just because of personal emotions, I can only describe you with one word, foolish. Foolish to the extreme." At this moment, Dai Lei couldn't hold back any longer, slamming the table and standing up, pointing angrily at Li William. "You foreign devil, who are you calling foolish?" However, Shi Chen, who was described as foolish, showed no anger at all. He waved his hand for Dai Lei to sit down and smiled at Li William, saying, "You don't need to use provocation on me. I won't change my mind because of your few words. Moreover, my decision is not entirely based on my emotions. Since you want to know the real reason, I will tell you clearly." Indeed, after Chi Chen pointed it out, Li William's mocking expression faded, and his demeanor became serious as he stared intently into Chi Chen's eyes. "I didn't agree to your offer of 50 yuan for the patent fee not because the price is too low, but because it is simply too high. My original intention in developing the drug Dawn was to treat the countless patients suffering from Alzheimer's. If I could earn a high profit on that basis, it would be a bonus. But if you crazily raise the patent fee, making it unaffordable for many patients from poor families to buy Dawn, then that would completely betray my original intention." Seeing the incredulous expression on Li William's face, Chi Chen smiled and continued, "Capital seeks profit, and it is never satisfied. It must squeeze out every last bit of benefit. Hearing that you are willing to give me 50 yuan for the patent fee, I knew you would significantly raise the price of the drug, forcing most people who could originally afford it to spend most of their income or even savings to treat Alzheimer's. Raising the price not only means an increase in profit but also signifies a reduction in production capacity. As long as the price is raised, only 1/10 of the patients will be able to afford the drug, and correspondingly, only 1/10 of the original amount of medicine needs to be produced to earn more profit. This is your business strategy after obtaining the patent authorization. And what about those patients who can't afford the drug? You don't care at all. All you care about is maximizing profit. And do you really think I am so naive as to believe you will act according to the contract? Once I sign the exclusive authorization contract, the initiative will be directly transferred to you. At that time, how many pills are sold each day will not be up to me, but to you. Producing 10 million pills and giving me 1 million in patent fees would already be considered a great mercy from you. So, I cannot sign an exclusive patent agreement with you. You might as well give up." Hearing Chi Chen's words, Li William understood that he had no chance left to persuade Chi Chen. The confidence he had at the beginning, along with his later shock, had completely vanished, replaced by a deep, venomous expression. Sighing, Li William put the contract back into his briefcase and slowly walked toward the office door. Stopping at the doorway, Li William suddenly turned around, his eyes dark, and coldly threatened, "Chi Chen, you are still too naive. In the pharmaceutical industry, anyone who dares to go against our will at Ruehui has already been eliminated. I assure you, the process of producing Dawn will not be as smooth as you imagine. When you hit a wall and get hurt, you can contact me again. The door of Ruehui Pharmaceuticals will still be open to you." After delivering this blatant threat, Li William took out a business card from his pocket, gently placed it on the table, and then left the room without looking back. You Westerners' adherence to the law and legal consciousness is always demanded of others. When it comes to yourselves, there are no limits. Li William represented the will of Ruehui Pharmaceuticals. His departure was reluctant, and he even made threats that Chi Chen would not be able to produce Dawn smoothly, forcing him to ultimately sell the patent, which only strengthened Chi Chen's resolve. The fairness and freedom that Westerners boast about is only for their own benefit. The massacre of Native Americans and Aboriginal Australians by Westerners happened only 200 or 300 years ago, yet they never mentioned the fairness and freedom of those slaughtered natives. Some might say this was merely a product and result of the age of exploration. However, Chi Chen did not think so. The inherent flaws of a nation are difficult to change and eliminate. A pirate nation that takes pride in plundering the wealth of others, expecting him to resist temptation and adhere to rules when faced with enormous profits? That's impossible. If Chi Chen grants the exclusive patent rights of Dawn to Ruehui Pharmaceutical, the initiative will completely shift to Ruehui's hands. Although the patent fee for each unit of Dawn is terrifyingly high at 50 yuan, the total production of the drug will be entirely at Ruehui's discretion. The most likely scenario is that Ruehui will give Chi Chen a symbolic patent fee while pocketing the massive profits for themselves. If Chi Chen were a large company on par with Ruehui, or even a major state-owned enterprise, there might be some constraints on Ruehui. But Chi Chen is just an individual, and his Guangjing Pharmaceutical is merely a shell company. Granting the patent to Ruehui would ultimately be like seeking skin from a tiger. Watching Li William arrogantly slam the door as he left, Dai Lei was momentarily stunned, then erupted in anger. This foreign devil, so arrogant. Damn it, does he think this place can accommodate his wild antics? Chi Chen, don't worry. Since you trust me to do the manufacturing for you, I will ensure that the quality of Dawn meets the highest standards. There will definitely be no issues. Shi Wen also spoke up at the right moment. Chen, I will immediately arrange for the packaging production and contact the distributors to ensure that our produced Dawn can successfully hit the market within a week. Chen nodded and said, "Alright, Dad, Uncle Dai, I leave the production of Dawn entirely to you. I will have Gao Yong and son Xiaoqing accompany you to the factory to guide the production of Dawn." Gao Yong and son Xiaoqing are the only two available technical personnel under Chen. They are responsible for guiding the workers in production and writing the paper on Dawn. If they focus on the production of Dawn, the progress of the paper will inevitably be affected. If they want to finish the paper sooner, the production of Dawn will have to come to a halt. It can only be said that Chen has too few available talents. There is a shortage of people. However, if he rashly hires pharmaceutical experts through a headhunting company without knowing their backgrounds, the source of the molecular formula would be hard to explain. It's another dilemma. Shaking his head and temporarily putting this problem aside, Chen left his father's office and found a secluded place to relax for a while. Opening Weibo, Chen's phone suddenly erupted with a flurry of notification sounds, and the number of messages in the lower right corner jumped to 99 plus. What's going on? Chen was a bit dumbfounded, and after checking, he finally understood. The Weibo account for Guangjing Pharmaceutical was something Chen had registered casually to secure the ID, and he had even promoted it during a live broadcast. After that, he completely forgot about it. Now, opening Weibo, Chen was shocked to find that the Guangjing Pharmaceutical account had over 30 million followers. It had reached more than 37 million. And under the only post Chen had made, there were already over 500,000 comments. This data made Chen feel a bit dizzy. It's worth noting that even the top influencers online usually have over 100 million followers, with more than 90% being fake accounts. Yet, Chen's 37 million followers are mostly active real fans. This means that the active followers of Chen's Guangjing Pharmaceutical Weibo account have surpassed most top influencers? In fact, the reason the Guangjing Pharmaceutical account has gained such popularity is due to a perfect combination of timing, location, and human factors. The showdown between Guayao and Ruehui was already eye-catching. In addition to the grassroots scientists' overwhelming foreign medical teams, the stark contrast and the immense sense of honor this result brought to netizens is the fundamental reason why so many Weibo users are ing the account of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Due to the sheer volume of comments and private messages, Chen simply ignored the 99+ message notifications and directly opened the comment section of his Weibo post. Among them, the hottest comment received over 1 million likes. Thousands of people are pleading for mass production of Dawn for Alzheimer's patients. The next comment also exceeded 500,000 likes. Is Chen a researcher for Dawn? He's so handsome. He could easily rely on his looks, but he chooses to rely on his talent. Chen nodded repeatedly at this comment and casually liked it as well. This comment was very on point. The third comment, however, inexplicably dragged in other people. I've discovered a shocking secret. The only person that Guangjing Pharmaceutical follows is CCTV host Wang Hong. Could it be that Chen and Wang Hong have an undisclosed underground romance? This sibling CP is too sweet. This comment also reached a terrifying 500,000 likes. Chen was somewhat speechless at such comments. After registering his Weibo account, he had simply followed Wang Hong because they were interacting, and she had politely followed him back. He never expected that this would lead to netizens shipping them as a couple. However, Wang Hong was just in her early 30s, at the prime of her life, and her dignified appearance combined with her devilish figure indeed made her the best fantasy object for those who liked mature women. Moreover, Chen never anticipated that merely following Wang Hong would bring millions of fans to her account. With her original fan base already in the tens of millions, she was now not far from the 10 million mark. Even Wang Hong herself was unclear about how, as a CCTV host who had been in a lukewarm state for years, she suddenly became a viral sensation online, turning into an influencer with built-in traffic. Even the ratings of the television programs she hosted had significantly increased. Originally, Wang Hong had a very good impression of Chen, and now, with the boost from Guangjing Pharmaceutical, she felt even closer to him. During a break while recording a program, Wang Hong allowed her assistant to apply makeup on her face while she took out her phone and opened Weibo. The first message that caught her eye was actually the latest Weibo post from Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Guangjing Pharmaceutical, good news. Dawn has entered the mass production stage, and we believe it won't be long before it hits the market. Wang Hong noticed that this Weibo post was published just 3 minutes ago, and within that short span, it had already garnered over 2,000 comments. As a media person, Wang Hong immediately realized the immense traffic and opportunities behind Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Looking at the comments continuously mentioning the sibling romance, a mysterious smile appeared on Wang Hong's lips, and her long fingers slid across the phone screen before she sent a comment. Chi-chen, I have high hopes for you, keep it up. Strive to produce Dawn as soon as possible so that many Alzheimer's patients can recover soon. Wang Hong's Weibo account was already a big account, and after her comment was posted, it quickly stirred up a storm in the comments section, igniting the gossip spirit of many netizens. Chi-chen, little brother? This is too sweet, right? Indeed, sibling CP is justice. Chi-chen is so handsome, isn't it a pity to be with this old Aunt Wang Hong? Get lost. The farmer from the pharmaceutical company should stay far away from my Hong Hong. Sure enough, where there are fans, there are fan circles. Even before the parties involved have appeared, the comments have already started fighting among themselves. Wang Hong shook her head, having long been accustomed to such phenomena, put away her phone, and prepared to continue recording the program. However, before Wang Hong could take the stage, a slightly overweight middle-aged man hurriedly walked into the studio, heading straight for her. This man was Wang Hong's superior, named Luo Kai, also one of the management at CCTV. Usually, he took a hands-off approach to regular television programs, only getting involved if there was a problem. After all, many shows had been running for over a decade, and the staff were already extremely proficient. If the leadership intervened rashly, it could backfire. But at this moment, Luo Kai unusually interrupted the recording, calling Wang Hong aside, which genuinely surprised her. What was going on? Was there some major international news that required my immediate broadcast? Or was there a problem with the program I was recording? Just as Wang Hong felt anxious, Luo Kai finally spoke. You know the person in charge of Guangjing Pharmaceutical who's been trending online recently, right? Guangjing Pharmaceutical? Chi-chen? Wang Hong didn't expect her superior to approach her about such a matter. Although she didn't know what Luo Kai intended, she still nodded and said, I only know him, we did a program together. What's the matter? Luo Kai held a phone in his hand, and on the screen was Chi-chen's latest Weibo post, along with Wang Hong's replies and interactions below. It seemed that the high traffic and popularity of the Guangjing Pharmaceutical account had caught Luo Kai's attention. Upon discovering Wang Hong's connection to Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Luo Kai quickly decided to take advantage of the buzz and have Wang Hong and Chi-chen appear together on an interview program. Recently, there's been a lot of interest online regarding Guangjing Pharmaceutical and their drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. I want you to reach out to the person in charge of Guangjing Pharmaceutical and see if he has time for us to conduct an interview program. It would also serve as a report on a hot social news topic. An interview program. I'm interviewing Chi-chen? Hearing Luo Kai's request, Wang Hong was initially surprised but quickly understood. Although CCTV didn't have strict ratings requirements, higher ratings certainly meant better performance, making it easier for the leadership to achieve results. With the immense traffic brought by Guangjing Pharmaceutical and Chi-chen, if they aired this interview program before the hype faded, the ratings would surely skyrocket. Moreover, Guangjing Pharmaceutical, as a national medicine, had defeated the international pharmaceutical giant Ruihue Pharmaceutical in a legendary live broadcast. Such news was exactly what the audience loved. It could both praise and win the audience's favor while steadily boosting the ratings. Why not seize such a beneficial opportunity? So, after noticing that Chi-chen had posted a second Weibo, his popularity not only remained but surged again. And Wang Hong, under Luo Kai, was currently the only media person who could contact Chi-chen, giving her a natural advantage. Luo Kai keenly realized this was an excellent opportunity to boost ratings. He could no longer hold back and directly came to the studio to find Wang Hong, urging her to contact Chi-chen and schedule an interview program as quickly as possible. Hearing Luo Kai's request, Wang Hong naturally had no reason to refuse and immediately dialed Chi-chen's number. Hey, Hong Jie? What made you suddenly think of calling me? Is there something going on? Hearing Chi-chen's voice, Wang Hong's mind conjured up his handsome face and his calm demeanor that belied his age. She found herself unexpectedly eager for this interview, and her tone involuntarily took on a hint of enthusiasm. Little brother, can't you call me if there's nothing going on? But you guessed right, I actually have something to discuss with you this time. Chi-chen's voice was filled with certainty as he spoke. Last time during the live broadcast, you helped me so much, so if there's anything you need me to do, just say it. I won't refuse as long as I can manage it. Hearing Chi-chen's response, Luo Kai was invigorated and waved his arm, quickly signaling Wang Hong. Wang Hong understood and continued, the TV station wants me to invite you to participate in a talk show, and I called to ask if you could join? Chi-chen pondered for a moment before replying, no problem. I can participate in this talk show, but I have one request. That is, this interview must be conducted by you, Hong Jie. Otherwise, I don't want to deal with some skeptical host who doesn't believe anything. Shi Chen's request seemed to be for his own consideration, but in reality, it was a clear statement of his stance. He would only accept the interview if Wang Hong was on camera, which was also the most direct way to repay her. Otherwise, letting others ride on his popularity while Wang Hong remained off-screen would defeat the purpose of expressing his gratitude. Hearing Shi Chen's words, a deeper smile appeared on Wang Hong's lips, and there was a unique sparkle in her eyes, as if she was deeply moved by his response. "All right, little brother, I accept your sentiment. Let me know when you're free, and we'll meet in the studio." 3 days later, at Chirong International. In Lin Jing's single apartment, there was an unusual buzz of activity. The kitchen was open plan, and sitting on the sofa, one could clearly see the scene in the kitchen. At that moment, there were two figures in the kitchen, one slender and the other slightly plump, both wearing aprons and busying themselves. Today, at the invitation of Lin Jing and Lin Guoqiang, Shi Chen came to Lin Jing's apartment at Chirong International to attend a family dinner prepared by the Lin family for him. The last time he left here, he had been caught naked by Lin's parents while taking a shower and had been unceremoniously kicked out. Now, months later, he was once again in the same room with Lin's parents, but this time he was the guest of honor, which made Shi Chen marvel at the unpredictability of life. Before long, under the busy efforts of the mother and daughter, a sumptuous family feast was ready. Shi Chen and the others sat around the dining table, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Especially Lin Guoqiang, who took the initiative to open a bottle of white liquor and poured it into Shi Chen's glass, leaving Shi Chen pleasantly surprised. Initially, Lin Guoqiang had a very poor impression of Shi Chen, having caught him naked in his daughter's home and later using Lin Jing's identity to fight a lawsuit. Therefore, in Lin Guoqiang's mind, Shi Chen was a scheming troublemaker. However, after the flood disaster, when Shi Chen generously transferred his stockpiled flood relief supplies to the government, Lin Guoqiang's impression of him had greatly improved. Recently, Shi Chen had also accomplished something significant, quietly developing the world's only effective drug for treating Alzheimer's disease. This event not only caused a stir in the pharmaceutical industry but also garnered high attention from society and the internet, even drawing concern from some upper echelons. After all, in the fields of pharmaceuticals and healthcare, China has lagged behind the West for many years, always relying on the wisdom of others, trailing behind, and being openly exploited by Western multinational pharmaceutical companies, with no way to resist. At this moment, Shi Chen holds the only formula capable of treating Alzheimer's disease. Even though he has grasped the core competitive advantage in this field, he has single-handedly broken through the layers of blockade imposed by international pharmaceutical companies on China. This achievement is also a significant accomplishment for Lin Guoqiang, the leader. Therefore, Lin Guoqiang finds Shi Chen increasingly pleasing to the eye. If it weren't for Lin Jing's disagreement, he would have eagerly wanted to become sworn brothers with Shi Chen. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Guoqiang was the first to bring up the topic. "Shi Chen, you now hold the patent for the drug Dawn. Do you have any thoughts or plans for future development? Are you thinking of selling your patent, or do you want to personally produce Dawn?" This decision had already been made when Shi Chen rejected Li William, and now that Lin Guoqiang asked, Shi Chen did not hide anything and answered straightforwardly. "Uncle Lin, to be honest, although selling the patent is easier and makes money faster, I still want to manufacture Dawn myself and engage in industry." Upon hearing Shi Chen's response, Lin Guoqiang showed an interested expression and said, "Oh, you actually want to engage in industry? Tell me, what are you thinking?" Due to Lin Guoqiang's special identity and position, his question could be considered a test to some extent, so Shi Chen did not dare to be careless. After organizing his thoughts, he replied, "A few days ago, several large international pharmaceutical groups, including Ruihue Pharmaceutical, contacted me, wanting to acquire the patent rights for Dawn. They were willing to accept either a one-time payment or a share of the drug sales. However, after considering it, I rejected all of them. Although licensing the patent to others is very easy, once I do that, I will immediately be at their mercy. At that time, if these big pharmaceutical companies commit financial fraud, my patent earnings will be greatly diminished, and I would have no way to counter it. But engaging in industry is different. Producing Dawn myself, although it is very hard and there is much to be done, it also means that I have complete control in my hands, and I can set the drug pricing myself. I developed this drug to help patients with Alzheimer's disease. I will not lose sight of my original intention and let most patients be unable to afford the medication just to pursue more profit. Moreover, there is another important point about engaging in industry. It can create jobs, boost employment, and fulfill my social responsibility to the best of my ability, giving back to society." After Shi Chen's speech, not only did Lin Guoqiang's eyes light up, but even Lin Jing and Xue Fanghua couldn't help but applaud. They were deeply impressed by the vision Shi Chen displayed. Some people, by chance, gain immense wealth but never think about how to give back to society. Instead, they become more greedy, even attempting to evade taxes, never satisfied. In contrast, Chi Chen, before making his decision, first considered how to better give back to society and stimulate the local economy. Just this point alone surpasses most businessmen and entrepreneurs. Chi Chen's response also made Lin Guoqiang even more satisfied. This family banquet inviting Chi Chen was not only to celebrate him, Lin Guoqiang also had his own thoughts. As a local leader, Lin Guoqiang had to consider many aspects when addressing issues. One very important aspect was the local economic development. Although the patent for Dawn that Chi Chen holds is quite simple, just a string of not very complex molecular formulas, behind this string of molecular formulas lies a complete industrial chain and a vast number of job opportunities. As long as nothing unexpected happens, given time, Chi Chen's Guangjing pharmaceutical will undoubtedly become a pillar industry in the local area. Lin Guoqiang's purpose today is to persuade Chi Chen to engage in industry as much as possible, without harming Chi Chen's interests, and to set the location of the pharmaceutical factory within Rongqing. Lin Guoqiang's earlier question was not just a test but also a challenge. Chi Chen's response greatly satisfied Lin Guoqiang, who then directly threw out his own chips. Before this, I was still worried about how to keep you in Rongqing and engage in industry. Since you have already made a decision, I can save my breath. If you keep the Dawn industry in Rongqing, I, on behalf of the Rongqing city government and all the residents of Rongqing, thank you. So, what are your plans next? Have you encountered any difficulties that you need me to help you solve? Lin Guoqiang is not an ordinary person, his words carry weight. Since Lin Guoqiang took the initiative to offer help to Chi Chen in solving problems, Chi Chen was naturally very surprised and brought up his concerns without hesitation. In recent days, I have also been thinking about the future development of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. There are two paths in front of me. One is to acquire an existing pharmaceutical factory, which would allow for the direct production of Dawn and the fastest possible mass production. However, there is a problem with this approach. The pharmaceutical factories I can acquire are mostly of a similar scale to Chi's pharmaceutical, and there is still a significant gap in meeting the production capacity required for Dawn. If I acquire multiple small pharmaceutical factories, their locations are too dispersed, which would not be conducive to the management and development of Guangjing Pharmaceutical in the long run. The other path is to start from scratch and build a pharmaceutical factory myself. The advantage of this is that as long as I purchase enough production machinery, I can have sufficient production capacity to meet the market's demand for Dawn, and it would also be easier to manage. But building a factory from scratch also has its difficulties. First, there is a lack of land necessary for constructing a pharmaceutical factory. After all, to meet the production capacity for Dawn, the factory must occupy a considerable area, and such a large piece of land is difficult for us to obtain. The second difficulty is the issue of funding. The biggest drawback of engaging in industry is that the initial investment is too high, but the returns are too thin, and the payback period is too long. Building a pharmaceutical factory of this scale is a severe test for my finances. The third difficulty is the lack of talent. We need to recruit management personnel for the factory, drug research and development talent, and skilled pharmaceutical workers, all of which need to be built from scratch. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Although Chi Chen might seem to be deliberately complaining, what he said were indeed the actual difficulties he faced. If engaging in industry were so easy, why would capital flock to the virtual economy? Upon hearing Chi Chen's concerns, Lin Guoqiang did not respond directly but instead tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. After a long while, Lin Guoqiang raised his head and said firmly, "Your Guangjing Pharmaceutical is a company that I and even the provincial leaders have high hopes for. When you encounter difficulties, we will definitely find ways to help you solve them. The land issue is not difficult. I can solve it for you immediately. It is not impossible for the city government to directly allocate a piece of land for your use, but this would come with significant risks in various aspects. After all, I cannot stay in this position for a lifetime. In this way, not long after, there will be an auction held by the municipal government regarding land transfer. According to your factory construction requirements, I will have someone specifically allocate a piece of land that is convenient for transportation but relatively remote in location. Such a piece of land meets your factory construction needs but is not suitable for real estate developers, so I estimate that no one will compete with you for it. You can acquire this land for around 20 to 30 million. By then, with a series of land transfer procedures in place, everything regarding the land will be very secure." Hearing Lin Guoqiang's promise, Chi Chen nodded in surprise and raised his glass to toast Lin Guoqiang. The land issue, which had seemed incredibly difficult in his eyes, was resolved in just a few words from Lin Guoqiang. It can only be said that when solving problems, one must clearly identify where the main contradictions lie. Once the core issues are resolved, other problems will naturally be easily addressed. Lin Guoqiang drank the toast from Qi Chen and continued, the second issue is money. I can authorize a low-interest loan of 2 billion for you, with an annual interest rate of 1%, for a term of 5 years. I will have someone come down to discuss the specific details with you. How generous! Without any fuss, he offered Qi Chen a loan of 2 billion, with an extremely low annual interest rate of 1%. This is almost equivalent to having no interest at all. Even if Qi Chen did nothing and simply deposited this 2 billion in the bank to earn interest, he would still make tens of millions each year. However, given Qi Chen's current wealth and vision, he would naturally not do something so foolish, and Lin Guoqiang also recognized Qi Chen's patent rights and the immense potential for the future, which is why he unhesitatingly provided the 2 billion loan. So when a person lacks ability, even a penny can be a burden. When one has the ability, all opportunities and fortunes come uninvited. It can be said that when the time is right, the heavens lend their strength, but when luck departs, heroes are not free. Uncle Lin, let me toast you again. After gaining control of the patent rights, Qi Chen felt somewhat elated, believing he had grasped an inexhaustible goldmine. However, after witnessing Lin Guoqiang's casual two actions, his sense of elation vanished without a trace. Qi Chen realized that in front of the true machinery of the state, his little patent and bank savings were almost nothing. One must have respect for this society and this system to continue developing smoothly. After drinking the second toast from Qi Chen, Lin Guoqiang shook his head and said, the third issue is people. This is a problem I really can't help you with. If you want to manage your pharmaceutical factory well, you need to use your own team. Otherwise, if I were to move an entire leadership team and staff from a state-owned enterprise to you, would you really dare to take them? Qi Chen also showed a bitter smile and quickly waved his hand, saying, those old gentlemen moving over to me? Uncle Lin, please spare me. The support you've given me is already strong enough. If I can't solve this little difficulty, then I would be unworthy of the huge responsibility you are taking on for our investment in Guanjing Pharmaceutical. Uncle Lin, I toast you for the third time. With a clink, the two glasses met, and they drank it all in one go. 3 toasts resolved Qi Chen's 2 pressing major issues. This is the charm of the drinking party, and it is also an invisible reflection of the operation of power in China. While Qi Chen seemed to have gained a great advantage, did Lin Guoqiang suffer a loss? Not at all. In fact, after these 3 toasts, the biggest winner was Lin Guoqiang. With a piece of land that is everywhere and a 2 billion loan, he secured Guanjing Pharmaceutical, a company that is bound to soar in the future, in Rongqing. It is easy to imagine that for at least the next 20 years, Guanjing Pharmaceutical will continuously bring enormous tax revenue and a vast number of job opportunities to Rongqing, even driving the development of an entire industrial chain in the city. All of this will become an extremely important achievement for Lin Guoqiang. Such a result is a win-win. Before the family banquet was finished, Qi Chen had already resolved the issues regarding the factory land and the financial pressure. Lin Guoqiang successfully kept Guanjing Pharmaceutical, a future pharmaceutical giant, in Rongqing, effectively securing a mature industrial chain for the city he governs. Both of them felt quite satisfied, and the atmosphere of the meal became even more pleasant. In this joyful atmosphere, Lin Guoqiang frequently raised his glass and said to Qi Chen, you and Lin Jing are not young anymore. Don't always be busy with your careers. When you have free time, you two should get closer. Was he trying to matchmake Lin Jing and Qi Chen? Qi Chen agreed verbally but was quite surprised inside. It should be noted that Lin Guoqiang had a very poor first impression of Qi Chen. Although there had been significant improvement later, it was still somewhat unexpected for Qi Chen that Lin Guoqiang would actively try to matchmake Lin Jing and him. Moreover, Lin Guoqiang was usually serious and preferred to speak in official tones. For him to say something like this was already pushing the limits. Trusting Qi Chen with his daughter also indicated that Lin Guoqiang had a great deal of favor and trust in him. Manhwa still looked elegant and noble, and at this moment, she smiled and teased Qi Chen, saying, old Lin is right, you two should spend more time together. You're young, so do what you need to do. I'm eager to have a grandson. Goodness, while Lin Guoqiang was urging marriage, Manhwa was directly urging for grandchildren. Since the atmosphere had already built up to this point, even though Lin Jing's face was flushed and her eyes were filled with shyness, she still held back her embarrassment, poked her 2 index fingers together, and stammered, Qi Chen, don't you have a fixed place to stay in Rongqing? I still have space here, how about? You can move back in? The chase is on. When a man pursues a woman, there are mountains in between. When a woman pursues a man, there's only a thin veil. Lin Jing and Qi Chen already had mutual feelings for each other, and now that the beauty was taking the initiative to invite him, with her parents not opposing, Qi Chen had no reason to refuse. However, just as Qi Chen was about to agree, his phone on the table suddenly rang. The abrupt ringtone interrupted his response. Helpless, Chi-Chen could only pick up the phone and found that it was his father, Shi Wen-yuan, calling him. He could only apologize and chose to answer. "Hello, Chi-Chen, where are you? It's bad." Shi Wen-yuan's anxious voice came through the phone, and Chi-Chen's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Dad, I'm out eating." "Don't worry, tell me what happened." Seeing Chi-Chen's serious expression, Lin Jiangwo and the others immediately quieted down, almost holding their breath, afraid to disturb Chi-Chen's call. The voice on the phone was also clearly heard by the others. "A lot of unidentified people suddenly showed up at the entrance of our Chi Pharmaceutical. They blocked our factory's gate, not allowing anyone to enter or exit. Even the trucks transporting raw materials are being stopped outside. Without these key materials, we won't be able to proceed with the mass production of Dawn." Unidentified people? Blocking the factory gate? This sudden situation surprised Chi-Chen, and he quickly asked, "Why are these people blocking our door for no reason?" "These people must not just be blocking the door, do they have any other demands?" Shi Wen-yuan replied. "Indeed, they do. These people have blocked the entrance to our pharmaceutical factory and are insisting that we sell them the finished products of Dawn immediately. If we refuse to sell, they will keep blocking the entrance, preventing us from carrying out production. Blocking the factory's door just to buy medicine? Is that reasonable?" Chi-Chen was taken aback, and before he could say anything, he suddenly heard a loud bang from across the table. He quickly turned his gaze and found that Lin Guoqiang had slammed his palm on the dining table, knocking over the wine glass without caring, his face dark with anger. "What kind of people are these? It's simply outrageous. In broad daylight, they dare to disrupt the normal operations of a business so recklessly? I think Yao Jianfeng doesn't want to keep his job." Chi-Chen's face twitched at the side. When Lin Guoqiang was in a good mood, he was quite approachable, but now, in his displeasure, he appeared somewhat intimidating. Yao Jianfeng was the director of the Public Security Bureau in Rong City, a powerful figure with connections, yet in Lin Guoqiang's eyes, he was just a minor character to be reprimanded at will. Seeing Lin Guoqiang take out his phone to call Yao Jianfeng, Chi-Chen quickly intervened, speaking to his father on the other end of the line. "Dad, don't panic. No matter who these people are, just calm them down. Whatever you do, don't get into a conflict with them. Otherwise, if a conflict breaks out and someone with ulterior motives records it and posts it online, we will be at a disadvantage." After giving a few more instructions, Chi-Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, Lin Guoqiang's lingering anger had not subsided, and he still spoke with some irritation. "It was hard to have a happy day today, to drink a couple of glasses with Chi-Chen, and now these rascals pop up out of nowhere, making it impossible for us to even have a meal in peace. The situation is urgent, Chi-Chen, you should go back and handle it." "Don't worry, I'll call Yao Jianfeng right away and have him send someone to assist you." Lin Jing, standing nearby, looked both worried and frustrated. She had finally mustered the courage to invite Chi-Chen to co-rent with her in front of her parents, and even her parents had not opposed it. Just as it seemed Chi-Chen was about to agree, this phone call abruptly ruined the moment. Naturally, Lin Jing felt quite dejected. However, with unidentified people gathering at the entrance of Chi's Pharmaceutical, it was somewhat dangerous for Chi-Chen to return recklessly, making Lin Jing extremely worried as she said with concern, "Chi-Chen, you must be careful when you go back, pay attention to your safety." Chi-Chen, worried about the safety of the pharmaceutical factory and his father, nodded and was about to leave the room to drive back. At that moment, Shui Fanghua suddenly said, "Chi-Chen, you've already had some drinks, so don't drive anymore. How about I drive you back?" As soon as she finished speaking, she recalled the last time she drove Chi-Chen back, the misunderstanding that occurred between them, and an unusual feeling surged within her. It happened to be in the kitchen that time, and now with Lin Guoqiang and Lin Jing right beside her, the memory of that night's misunderstanding made her face flush with a bright red hue. Aside from Chi-Chen, no one else noticed anything amiss, and fortunately, Lin Guoqiang immediately took over the conversation, continuing, "The situation there is unclear, neither of you women is suitable to drive there. How about this, I'll call Xiao Zhou and have him drive Chi-Chen back." Tang Xiaozhou was Lin Guoqiang's personal secretary, in his 30s, and reportedly a former well-known journalist, known for his competence and shrewdness, earning Lin Guoqiang's deep trust. Tang Xiaozhou did not go far. In just a few minutes, he appeared at Lin Jing's doorstep. Following Lin Guoqiang's instructions, he got into Chi-Chen's Bentley, carrying Chi-Chen towards the direction of Chi Pharmaceutical. As Lin Guoqiang's personal secretary, although Tang Xiaozhou held only a regular department-level position, his status was actually higher than that of many leaders at the deputy department level. When out in public, others regarded him with a certain respect. Despite his high status, Tang Xiaozhou personally drove the car, skillfully maneuvering the Bentley smoothly. To show respect, Chi-Chen did not sit in the back seat but took the passenger seat instead. As the vehicle started moving, Chi-Chen felt the effects of the alcohol gradually rising, and he naturally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Before drifting off, his last thought was that it was time for him to find a driver. After all, owning a Rolls-Royce and still having to drive it himself was truly a sign of being a loser among losers. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaozhou, who was driving, was somewhat surprised to see Chi-Chen fall asleep so quickly. Lin Guoqiang had asked Tang Xiaozhou to drive Chi-Chen home not just to act as a chauffeur, but because Chi Pharmaceutical was currently facing a complex situation. While taking Chi-Chen there, Tang Xiaozhou could also handle the matter on site. The situation was still unclear, and even though Tang Xiaozhou felt a bit nervous, he couldn't help but admire Chi-Chen for being able to fall asleep so quickly under such pressure. This was not meant as sarcasm but rather a genuine respect for Chi-Chen. Most people would be restless upon learning that their home was blocked by a group of unknown individuals, yet Chi-Chen managed to set aside his anxiety, seizing the opportunity to rest and gather his energy, a psychological quality that most people lack. Moreover, through Lin Guoqiang's attitude towards Chi-Chen, Tang Xiaozhou had already deduced that this young man was extraordinary. As the mayor and the top leader, Lin Guoqiang was usually very busy with work. Even when dining out, it was often for business purposes. Tang Xiaozhou, as Lin Guoqiang's personal secretary, was well aware of his daily routine and had never seen Lin Guoqiang take the time to host a family dinner at his daughter's home, especially with Lin Guoqiang's wife, Shui Fanghua, personally cooking. Such treatment was not something ordinary people could receive. Furthermore, the warmth and fondness Lin Guoqiang showed towards Chi-Chen were palpable even from a distance. This was just Lin Guoqiang's attitude towards Chi-Chen. When it came to specific matters, Tang Xiaozhou felt it even more deeply. When Chi-Chen's home faced a crisis of being blocked, Lin Guoqiang directly called Director Yao Jianfeng of the GA Bureau, insisting that he dispatch police forces to handle the situation properly. It should be noted that at Lin Guoqiang's level, although he wielded significant power, he also had many enemies, and every move he made was closely monitored. The fact that Lin Guoqiang was willing to take such risks to help Chi-Chen resolve the issue already indicated Chi-Chen's status in Lin Guoqiang's heart. This Chi-Chen was not an ordinary person. It was essential to maintain a good relationship with him. While driving, Tang Xiaozhou had secretly resolved to maintain a good relationship with Chi-Chen at all costs. Chi-Chen was unaware that during his brief nap, Tang Xiaozhou had already connected so many thoughts. When he woke up, the car was approaching Chi Pharmaceutical. Oh, are we almost there? Secretary Tang, I'm really sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. As he looked at the scenery outside the car, Chi-Chen gradually became more alert. After an hour's nap, the effects of the alcohol had completely dissipated, and he felt invigorated and full of energy. Tang Xiaozhou smiled and said, "You have things to do later, so it's best if you can rest for a while to regain your energy. Why are there so many people blocking the road ahead? Is this really the entrance to your family's pharmaceutical factory?" As the Bentley drew closer to the entrance of Chi Pharmaceutical, the number of people on the road increased, eventually becoming a solid mass, making it difficult for the car to move forward. Secretary Tang, you can park the car by the roadside. I'll walk over to see what's going on up ahead. Once Tang Xiaozhou parked the car, Chi-Chen got out and walked forward, blending into the dense crowd with Tang Xiaozhou. Chi Pharmaceutical was located in the outskirts of Rongcheng, which was already quite remote. Usually, apart from workers and transport vehicles coming in and out of the factory, there were hardly any other people around. However, now this road, which was usually deserted, was packed with a dense crowd. Several large trucks transporting pharmaceutical raw materials were stuck in the middle of the road, surrounded by people and unable to move. Seeing the throng of people, Tang Xiaozhou frowned and said in a low voice, "How can there be so many people? There must be 300 or 400 gathered here. Chi-Chen, I've already contacted the GA Bureau, and they will send someone over soon. Why don't we leave here first and come back after the police arrive?" Chi-Chen shook his head and said, "Secretary Tang, there's no need to be so cautious. With so many people here, and no one knows me, what danger could there be? I'll go check out what's happening at the factory entrance. Otherwise, with my father there, I'm worried he won't be able to handle it." After saying that, Chi-Chen pressed forward into the crowd, heading towards the factory entrance. Tang Xiaozhou had no choice but to follow, while simultaneously taking out his phone to urge Yao Jianfeng to speed up the dispatch of personnel. Soon, Chi-Chen squeezed to the front of the crowd. At the entrance of the factory, 3 or 4 young, strong men were excitedly shouting and gesturing. One of them had a buzz cut reminiscent of Guo Di Gang, a stout figure with a prominent beer belly, his bare arms covered in flashy tattoos, and a fierce expression that made it clear he was a street thug. The thug widened his eyes, wearing a menacing look, deliberately showing off his colorful tattoos while shouting at Chi Wenyuan in front of him. "My brother Zhong is a well-known figure in Rongcheng. Do you think he has nothing better to do than come to your factory's entrance to stir up trouble? Do you think your shabby factory is worth him coming over to pick up something? Let me tell you, I have a family member with that something disease. I came here today to buy that medicine called TM something. What was it called again? Halfway through, the thug, claiming to be Brother Zhong, forgot the name of the medicine and looked down to ask his sidekick. The sidekick quickly whispered, Shuguang. The medicine is called Shuguang. Brother Zhong slapped his shiny bald head and continued, oh right, Shuguang. I'm here to buy Shuguang. If I can't get Shuguang today, your lousy factory can forget about operating. Hurry up and get the medicine out for me. I want 100 boxes, no, 1,000 boxes. Brother Zhong's fierce demeanor, filled with vulgarities, was so aggressive that the spit flying from his mouth nearly splattered onto Qi Wenyuan's face. Clearly, he was a thug looking for trouble, not a family member of an Alzheimer's patient. Faced with Brother Zhong's unreasonable behavior, Qi Wenyuan felt helpless and could only patiently explain, hey, young man, let me explain. The new drug Shuguang has only just started mass production a couple of days ago. We haven't even finished the first batch of products. I don't have any finished products to give you. This medicine will be available nationwide in a few days. If there's a demand, you can buy it at the hospital or pharmacy. It will be available. Qi Wenyuan explained patiently, but Zhongge had no patience to listen. He was originally a brash thug, not a family member of an Alzheimer's patient. His purpose for blocking the pharmaceutical factory was not to buy medicine but to deliberately disrupt the operations of Qi Pharmaceutical on the orders of others, preventing them from smoothly producing Dawn. Therefore, no matter how patiently Qi Wenyuan explained, it was impossible to move Zhongge, and in the end, it was all in vain. Sure enough, after hearing Qi Wenyuan's explanation, Zhongge still wore that cocky smile and shouted loudly, I don't care. I have an illness, you have the medicine, so you have to sell it to me. I'm waiting here today. Without 1,000 boxes of medicine, you can forget about opening the doors of this factory. As soon as Zhongge finished speaking, the dozen or so younger brothers surrounding him joined in the ruckus. Yeah, bring the medicine. Otherwise, don't think about opening the door. This big truck is carrying raw materials, right? Block it, it must not be allowed in. Zhongge wants 1,000 boxes, I want 1,000 boxes too. No medicine, no opening the door. I have an illness too, if you don't give me medicine, it's like watching me die without helping, it's being rich and unkind. Brothers, let's smash this pharmaceutical factory's broken door. With the encouragement of these younger brothers, the crowd of onlookers began to stir. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly restless, with everyone saying something, merging into a cacophony that was quite disturbing. Not far away, in a car, a white man was smiling as he watched everything happening in front of Qi Pharmaceutical's gate. Inside the car was Li William, the head of the Huaxia region for Ruehui Pharmaceutical. After losing the live broadcast competition against Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Ruehui Pharmaceutical had been coveting the formula for Dawn. A few days ago, Li William even personally visited Qichen to negotiate, wanting to secure the exclusive global authorization for Dawn. After Qichen firmly rejected him, Li William, undeterred, spent a large sum to hire professional medical troublemakers and thugs, directly blocking the gates of Qi Pharmaceutical under the pretense of buying medicine. The goal was to disrupt Qi Pharmaceutical's normal production and operations. Under Li William's orders, Zhongge and his men were determined to block the gates of Qi Pharmaceutical. Even if Qi Wenyuan really produced 1,000 boxes of Dawn to hand over to Zhongge, he would likely find another reason to continue blocking the gates, cutting off the supply of raw materials needed for production, preventing Qi Pharmaceutical from producing Dawn normally. Watching the increasingly agitated crowd, Li William's smile deepened. He wanted to ensure that Qi Pharmaceutical's production could not proceed normally. Over time, Qichen would understand that opposing Ruehui Pharmaceutical was a dead end. By then, Qichen would have no choice but to contact Li William again and immediately hand over the exclusive authorization for Dawn. With Zhong Ji's incitement, the atmosphere among the crowd grew even more frenzied. Qi Wenyuan, despite his loud explanations, was forced to retreat repeatedly until his back hit the factory door, with nowhere left to go. The situation had become quite critical. At this moment, Zhong Ji's eyes flickered as he seriously considered whether to incite others to storm Qi Pharmaceutical's factory. If these people rushed into the factory and caused widespread destruction, the production of Dawn would come to a complete standstill. According to Li William's previous promise, Zhongge could also receive a very generous reward. Let's do it! Just as Brother Zhong had just made up his mind to escalate the situation further, a figure suddenly stood in front of Qi Wenyuan, blocking all the insults from the crowd. Friends, quiet. I am Qichen, the head of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. Calm down, and I will give everyone a satisfactory answer. Chi-Chen's tall stature made him appear particularly imposing among a group of thugs with beer bellies. His voice carried a reassuring strength, and under his continuous calls, the crowd's unrest gradually subsided. Although most of those at the front were thugs brought by Brother Zhong, the majority of the hundreds in the crowd were Alzheimer's patients and their families. They had received the deliberately spread news from Brother Zhong that they could buy Dawn at the entrance of Chi's Pharmaceutical today, so they all rushed over. Most of these people had watched the live broadcast of the previous fight online and had a deep impression of Chi-Chen's appearance, knowing he was the one who developed Dawn. Therefore, when they saw Chi-Chen step forward, they all quieted down, eager to hear what he had to say. Brother Zhong, seeing the crowd he had worked so hard to incite suddenly calmed down, naturally harbored great resentment towards Chi-Chen. However, he believed this calm was only temporary. After all, most of the patients had come here wanting to obtain the drug Dawn, and according to Lee Williams' information, the first batch of Dawn had not yet been produced. Not being able to get Dawn meant the patient's demands would not be met. Brother Zhong was confident that as long as Chi-Chen's words did not satisfy the patients, he only needed to incite them a little, and under the immense disappointment, the crowd would become restless again, even launching an angry assault on Chi's Pharmaceutical. Once so many people got involved and the situation became chaotic, even the police would feel helpless and find it difficult to handle. Under the hopeful gazes of the patients and the malicious watch of Longu, Chi-Chen surveyed the dark crowd in front of him, cleared his throat, and spoke loudly. "Friends, I am the head of Guangjing Pharmaceutical and also the developer of the drug Dawn, Chi-Chen. Most of the people present are Alzheimer's patients and their families. Except for a few troublemakers with ill intentions, I believe everyone is here to get Dawn as soon as possible to treat themselves or their loved ones' Alzheimer's. I feel honored by your trust in Dawn. At the same time, the pressure is immense. In order to get Dawn to you as soon as possible, we have been working tirelessly, producing Dawn around the clock. As soon as the first batch of medication is produced, it will be released to the market immediately. After all, we are also a business, and we need to sell medicine to make money. It is impossible for us to produce the medicine and not sell it. And with everyone blocking here, we cannot transport the raw materials needed for production, which means the medication cannot be produced. The longer you stay here, the later you will be able to buy Dawn. So, please trust me and give me a little time. At most, within a week, we will release the first batch of Dawn. By then, you will be able to buy Dawn right away for treatment. Now, please leave here and return home to patiently wait for news. We will also produce as quickly as possible, not letting you down. Thank you." Chi-Chen's words were clear. Dawn had not yet been made into a finished product, and continuing to gather here would not lead to immediate access to the medication. Instead, it would slow down the production of Dawn. Moreover, Chi-Chen promised that in about a week, Dawn would be on the market, and patients would be able to buy it. During the live broadcast, Chi-Chen single-handedly took down Ruehue Pharmaceutical despite everyone's skepticism, which made his words carry weight in the eyes of the patients. With Chi-Chen's promise, the patients gathered here began to slowly disperse, waiting for the launch of Dawn in a week before purchasing the medication for treatment. Watching the crowd finally start to thin out, Chi-Chen let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his words had an effect. Otherwise, if the crowd had been incited to attack the pharmaceutical company, even the police arriving at that moment would likely have struggled to control the situation. Meanwhile, watching this scene from a distance in his car, Lee William grew anxious. It had taken him considerable time and a significant amount of money to find this group of professional thugs led by Zhang Gu. Lee Williams' goal was to disrupt Dawn's normal production, forcing Chi-Chen to abandon his own production and instead license the patent to Ruehue. Only by obtaining the patent could Ruehue reap enormous profits. However, Lee William did not expect that with just a few words, Chi-Chen would disperse the crowd he had worked so hard to gather. Once the crowd completely dispersed, Lee Williams' plan would be a total failure. Unwilling to accept defeat, he angrily took out his phone and called Zhong Gu. "Hey, Zhong. I paid you so much money, you can't let Chi-Chen resolve this so easily. I want you to escalate this situation. Make Chi Pharmaceutical unable to continue operating. Force them to shut down. If you can make Chi Pharmaceutical close down, I'll add an extra $1 million to the reward I originally promised you. If you fail to complete the task, I won't give you a single cent of the agreed reward." After saying this, Lee William hung up the phone angrily, while a fierce expression appeared on Zhong Ji's face. "$1 million. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Let's do it." Seeing the crowd about to disperse, Zhong Gu signaled to the younger brothers surrounding him. They understood and immediately mixed into the crowd, pushing and shoving, throwing punches and kicks, turning the crowd that was about to disperse into chaos once again. Zhong Gu himself stepped forward, approaching Chi-Chen, swinging his heavily tattooed arm, and aimed a strike at both Chi-Chen and Chi Wenyuan, shouting accusations first. The pharmaceutical company is attacking. The pharmaceutical company can't provide the medicine and is furious. The scene instantly descended into chaos, with the crowd suddenly under attack crying out in unison. Faced with Jong Ji's sudden assault, Chi-chen was not surprised, only angry. While observing the crowd, Chi-chen had already noticed that Jong-gu was the instigator of this disturbance. He had seen Jong-gu make the call and instruct his younger brothers to create chaos. So when Jong-gu swung his fist at Chi-chen, he not only failed but was instead met with a punch from Chi-chen right in the face. Although Jong-gu was a professional thug with plenty of street fighting experience, he usually relied on numbers to overpower others and rarely fought one-on-one. Moreover, despite his fierce appearance, he had been drained by a life of excess, leaving his punches weak and ineffective. Chi-chen, fueled by anger, easily dodged Jong Ji's punch and retaliated with a powerful blow to Jong Ji's chin. Bang! With a loud thud, Jong-gu felt darkness envelop him, a sharp pain surged through him, and he nearly lost consciousness, collapsing straight to the ground. Chi-chen's furious punch had knocked him out cold. But, although Chi-chen quickly dealt with brother Jong, the crowd blocking the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory inevitably began to stir. Under the deliberate mischief of a few thugs, the chaotic crowd could not distinguish who was attacking them and could only randomly strike at those around them. As the situation escalated, it was becoming uncontrollable. If this continued and someone really got killed, Chi Pharmaceutical might truly face closure for rectification. Lee William, hiding far away in his car and watching the chaos unfold, couldn't help but show an excited smile on his face. Speaking to himself in his halting Mandarin, he said, "Fight, fight. The more intense, the better. It would be best if someone got killed. If that happens, it would be a dream for Shiguang to produce anything in a short time. I'll have more time to set up more schemes to prevent Shiguang from hitting the market. By then, Chi-chen will have to come back and beg for my forgiveness, actively selling the patent to me. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, Lee William couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Meanwhile, Chi-wen, faced with the chaotic scene, was anxiously shouting, "Stop! Don't fight! Stop it!" However, the crowd was already in complete disarray, and under the continuous disruption by a few thugs, the chaos was escalating. It looked like a major incident was about to happen. At that moment, suddenly a few people rushed out of the crowd and began to beat up one of the troublemaking thugs. "You want to cause trouble. You have bad intentions. And that one too, he's causing trouble, catch him, don't let him escape." After knocking down brother Zhong, Chi-chen was also at a loss about how to resolve the chaos before him when he suddenly noticed a group of similarly dressed thugs emerging from the crowd, attacking the troublemakers with punches and kicks. To Chi-chen's surprise, he recognized the leader among them. It was Rongley, who had once shared a hospital room with An Hao. "You want to cause trouble. You don't want to learn your lesson. You want to be bad, huh? Let's see if I can't beat you to death." Under Chi-chen's astonished gaze, Rongley, out of nowhere, led about 10 fierce-looking subordinates, directly pulling out the troublemakers from the crowd one by one and beating them down on the ground. "Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me. I won't dare again. I was just following orders, please let me go." The troublemakers begged for mercy, while Rongley gritted his teeth and beat them into bruises, forcing them to lie on the ground with their hands on their heads, unable to move. Only then did he satisfyingly clap his hands, lift his head, and meet Chi-chen's surprised gaze, instantly transforming into a simple, honest smile as he said, "I heard you could buy Shiguang here, so I came to take a look. As soon as I arrived, I found someone causing trouble, so I stepped in to teach them a lesson." "Chi-chen, I didn't ruin your business, did I?" The crowd's unrest had reached the brink of explosion, and it looked like a major incident was imminent. However, with Rongley and his 10 or so subordinates suddenly charging in and beating up the troublemakers, the source of the chaos was eliminated, and the impending riot gradually calmed down. Chi-chen let out a long sigh of relief and said, "No, how could you ruin my business? I'm grateful to you. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, I really wouldn't know how to quell this riot." Looking at the 10 or so subordinates still beating the thugs behind Rongley, Chi-chen curiously asked, "What do you do? How do you have so many subordinates?" Rongley, a bit embarrassed, replied, "I own a few entertainment clubs, these are the security from my company. Although they look fierce, they are actually quite nice, all very friendly. Hey, stop hitting him, or you'll kill him." Rongley first scolded his subordinates with a fierce expression, then changed his tone to flatter Chi-chen as he continued, "Actually, I know where this group of thugs comes from. I overheard my men discussing that they were coming to your pharmaceutical factory to cause trouble today, so I brought a few brothers along to help." Chi-chen suddenly realized and then asked, "So who are these people? Why are they causing a ruckus at our factory?" Rongley pointed at the man lying at Chi-chen's feet. "This guy is Zhong. He was just an ordinary thug, but in recent years, he specialized in medical disputes and has made quite a name for himself in Rongqing. As for why he came here to cause trouble, I don't know. I see this kid is pretending to be dead, just slap him a couple of times and ask him, and we'll know everything. After saying that, Ronly took a couple of steps forward, his hefty body struggling to squat down, raised his hand, and slapped Ah Zhong's cheek. Li Gu, don't hit, don't hit. Ah! Slap! Slap! Indeed, although Ah Zhong had been knocked out by Chi Chen's punch, sensing the danger, he simply lay down on the ground pretending to be dead. Seeing Ronly squat down to slap him, he quickly woke up and began to beg for mercy. However, Ronly was not swayed at all by Ah Zhong's pleas. He swung his hand and landed 2 slaps, making Ah Zhong see stars and nearly faint again. Ouch, Li Gu, just ask what you want. Why do you have to hit me? Ah Zhong, with tears in his eyes from the slaps, could only protect his head and face with his arms, continuously begging for mercy. Ronly said fiercely, hit you? That's too light. My mom is waiting for the Shuguang medicine to save her life. If you delay her taking the medicine, I swear I'll skin you alive. Do you believe that? Tell me, who instructed you to do this? Ronly seemed to tire of hitting and, while rubbing his palm, asked menacingly. Ah Zhong, looking aggrieved, weakly replied, I still have some professional ethics. Client information must be kept confidential. Ronly's expression turned angry, and he slapped him again. Do you still have ethics? Not saying, huh? Fine. Chi-chan, hand him over to me, let me take him away, and I guarantee I'll get the information out of him clearly. Saying this, Ronly was about to drag Ah Zhong away. If he got to Ronly's territory, it wouldn't just be a few slaps. Losing an arm or a leg was possible. Seeing that Ronly was serious, Ah Zhong hurriedly begged for mercy. I'll talk. The person who contacted me is a foreigner. I don't know his name. He just gave me some money to bring people here to cause trouble. He said the bigger the fuss, the better. Hearing Ah Zhong's words, Chi Chen raised an eyebrow. A foreigner? Then, Chi Chen realized who was behind the scenes causing trouble. It was Li William from Ruehue Pharmaceuticals. No wonder someone would come to the pharmaceutical factory to stir up trouble without any grudge. It was all for profit. However, to obstruct Chi Chen from producing Shuguang, the head of Ruehue Pharmaceuticals, Li William, could resort to such despicable means, which ignited Chi Chen's anger. How did that foreigner contact you? Where is he now? Since he had already revealed his backer, Ah Zhong naturally confessed everything, pointing to a car in the distance. He always called me. That foreigner is in that car right now. In the distant car, Li William, unable to see what was happening at the scene due to the distance, only noticed the crowd becoming increasingly agitated, with many people starting to fight, feeling immensely pleased in his heart. Let them fight. The more chaotic, the better. It would be best to kill a few people and escalate the situation. Li William excitedly peered out of the car in that direction, only to suddenly see several people looking directly at his car, and a few thugs dressed in a rough manner were quickly running towards him. It's over. Exposed. What's going on? Weren't they just causing a ruckus? Why are they suddenly coming towards me? If Chi Chen catches me here, with the despicable methods I've used, wouldn't I be directly beaten to death by the enraged patients? Li William was instantly terrified and hurriedly instructed the driver, hurry up, get out of here. The car was already facing the direction to leave, and upon hearing Li William's words, the driver started the car and sped away. No matter how fast those underlings of Ronly ran, their 2 legs couldn't possibly catch up to a car with 4 wheels. What should we do, Chi Chen? Should we chase? Ronly had brought over a dozen little brothers and parked several cars nearby. If Chi Chen nodded, his little brothers would immediately drive off to chase the car Li William was in. However, Chi Chen shook his head. It was already too late to chase now, and with Zhonggu in his hands, was he really afraid Li William would escape? So Chi Chen said, no need to chase. Let him run. Even if we catch up, we can't do anything to him. Professional matters need professional people to handle. Sure enough, just like in the movies, the police always arrive late. With the sound of sirens growing closer, dozens of police cars flashing red and blue lights sped over, cutting through the crowd that made way for them, and drove straight to the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory. Then, many fully armed police officers poured out, and a leader in a white shirt quickly jumped out of a police car, commanding loudly, "Control the scene." Instantly, a large number of police officers formed a human wall with their bodies, dividing the crowd at the scene into sections. The area in front of the pharmaceutical factory where dozens of thugs had gathered was given special attention by the police, who quickly surrounded it, with some even pulling their guns and aiming at the thugs covered in tattoos of bugs and chicks. Before Chi Chen could speak, Tang Xiaozhou, who had come with him, suddenly appeared from somewhere, his face marked with several scratches, looking quite disheveled. Yao Jianfeng, you're damn slow to arrive. Fortunately, nothing happened at the scene, and it was successfully controlled by Chi Chen. Otherwise, I think you, as the director, might as well not do this job anymore. As Lin Guoqiang's secretary, Tang Xiaozhou was usually gentle and refined, never offending anyone for no reason or using foul language. However, at this moment, he couldn't hold back. Lin Jiangwo had already anticipated the dangers of this mass incident and specifically instructed Tang Xiaozhou to handle the matter properly. As soon as Tang Xiaozhou saw how complicated the scene was, he contacted Yao Jianfeng early on, asking him to bring people over. He never expected Yao Jianfeng to arrive so late, dragging it out until now. If it weren't for Qi Chen's words stabilizing the situation and Rong Li suddenly charging in to capture the troublemaking thugs one by one, the scene would likely have descended into chaos, with unimaginable consequences. Yao Jianfeng was the only one in a white shirt among the police, and the officers surrounding him looked at their superior being scolded by an unknown person with unfriendly eyes. With just a glance from the director, they would have pinned that person to the ground. However, to the shock and disbelief of the other officers, Yao Jianfeng, instead of getting angry at such reprimands, actually pleaded in a flattering manner, "Secretary Tang, I'm really sorry. As soon as I received your call, I immediately arranged for people to come here. It's just that this place is a bit remote, and such a large-scale police mobilization does indeed take time. Fortunately, thanks to you, nothing happened here. Otherwise, if Mayor Lin were to blame me, I wouldn't be able to handle it." What Yao Jianfeng said was indeed true. The location of Qi Pharmaceutical was too far, over an hour's drive from the city center. For them to arrive here now was already quite an achievement. Tang Xiaozhou was angry because the task assigned to him by Lin Guoqiang was almost botched. He had originally intended to maintain his relationship with Qi Chen, but everything that had just happened made him feel embarrassed. Seeing Yao Jianfeng's serious demeanor, Tang Xiaozhou didn't say much more and brought him to Qi Chen's side, introducing him. "Qi Chen, this is Director Yao, personally sent by Mayor Lin to provide support. Director Yao, this is Qi Chen, the legal representative of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, our future star entrepreneur in Rongcheng." Seeing how much importance Lin Guoqiang and Tang Xiaozhou placed on Qi Chen, Yao Jianfeng dared not be negligent. He stepped forward, shook Qi Chen's hand, and said, "I'm sorry, Qi Chen. We arrived late. I take responsibility. But don't worry, I'll take care of the rest. I will definitely bring those troublemakers to justice and give you an explanation." Seeing Yao Jianfeng like this, the police officers nearby were once again stunned. Yao Jianfeng was the chief of the city bureau, the top boss of all the police in the city. Yet, in front of this young man, he lowered his stance so much, not only coming to the scene to command but also starting with an apology. Compared to the usual domineering chief, they found it unbelievable. Who exactly was this young man, and what kind of identity did he have? How could he possess such profound influence? All the police present immediately took a deep look at Qi Chen, wanting to engrave his face in their memories to avoid offending him inadvertently in the future. After all, since nothing too serious had happened at the scene and Yao Jianfeng's attitude was so positive, Qi Chen naturally wouldn't take advantage of the situation to show a stern face in front of the chief. He also held the chief's hand with both of his, smiling as he said, "Director Yao, you're being too modest. There's no major issue here, just a few troublemakers causing a ruckus, and we've already controlled them. Also, it seems there is a mastermind behind these troublemakers, who just drove away from the scene." Seeing Qi Chen's friendly attitude, Yao Jianfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief, then waved his hand and said, "Qi Chen, don't worry. I will definitely deal with these troublemakers severely. And that mastermind, I will also bring him to justice. What are you still standing there for? Take them all away." With Yao Jianfeng's command, Zhongge and his gang were immediately handcuffed by fully armed police and forcefully shoved into the back seat of the police car. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The police are hitting people. Come and see, the police are hitting people. Officer, I was wrong, please let me go." Zhongji's subordinates began to shout loudly, but the fully armed police showed no signs of emotion, instead tightening the handcuffs on the troublemakers' wrists, which immediately elicited a chorus of wails. However, compared to the miserable state of the troublemakers, the onlookers nearby applauded together, with some even cheering. Meanwhile, Rong Li's little brothers, who were watching the commotion, were almost mistakenly caught by the police due to their numerous tattoos and nearly ended up in the police car as well. It was Qi Chen who quickly reminded them and explained the situation, allowing Rong Li's little brothers to avoid a trip to the station. What surprised Qi Chen was that Rong Li actually knew Yao Jianfeng. Upon seeing Rong Li, Yao Jianfeng was also taken aback for a moment, then said, "Rong Li, is it really you? Is your entertainment city so idle that you come here to stir up trouble? These little brothers are brought by you, right? No matter what reasons or excuses you have, fighting is just fighting. However, since Qi Chen is pleading for you today, I'll let you off this time. Remember, it was Qi Chen who spoke up, and that's why you avoided a few days in jail. If you want to thank someone, thank Chi-chen. For someone like Ronli, who runs an entertainment city, the police are their natural enemies. No matter when they encounter them or what treatment they receive, they must greet them with a smile. In fact, the moment the police car appeared, Ronli was already prepared to be detained, as China has a zero-tolerance policy towards fighting. As a result, with just one sentence from Chi-chen, director Yao Jianfeng spoke up and spared them from jail. This made Ronli feel fortunate, but more than that, he felt shocked. The invisible influence behind Chi-chen exceeded Ronli's imagination. So, in front of Yao Jianfeng, Ronli respectfully said to Chi-chen, "Sir, thank you very much this time." Seeing Ronli's serious demeanor, Chi-chen couldn't help but laugh and quickly replied, "Well, you originally resolved the crisis I was facing, and now you're thanking me. What is this all about? How about this, let's not thank each other, and just consider it even, okay? When we meet again in the future, we'll be brothers." Hearing Chi-chen's words, Ronli's eyes lit up, and he felt even more fortunate that this trip was not in vain. Not only would Shuguang be able to produce smoothly, and his mother could take the special medicine a bit earlier, but he also inadvertently latched onto Chi-chen, a strong ally. Just based on Yao Jianfeng's friendly attitude towards Chi-chen, Ronli had already decided that he must maintain a good relationship with Chi-chen. It might come in handy in the future. Thinking of this, Ronli smiled modestly and said, "Don't be fooled by my anxious appearance. I'm actually still young, only 18 this year. Chi-chen, from now on, I'll call you brother, okay, big brother?" Ronli's old mother had seen Chi-chen before, and it seemed she was afraid that Chi-chen would feel uncomfortable being called big brother, so she had to suppress her conscience and call him that. Looking at Ronli's playful expression, Chi-chen felt like slapping him and said irritably, "I estimate your age is almost the same as my dad's, and you're still trying to act young. How about I call you brother instead?" Ronli was taken aback and humbly replied, "Chi-chen, you really have a good eye. My age is indeed quite a bit older than yours. In fact, I have an 18-year-old daughter, otherwise." Before he could finish, Chi-chen shot a fierce look at Ronli. "I call you big brother, and you want to be my dad?" Just as the two were bickering, Yao Jianfeng finally couldn't stand it anymore and interjected, "Chi-chen, since there's nothing going on here, I'll take all these thugs away first. You said they were being directed by a foreigner, right? Don't worry. I will definitely find this behind-the-scenes puppet master. As long as he hasn't left Rongqing, I will catch him." Yao Jianfeng was not handling things well earlier and almost caused a big incident. To prevent Lin Guoqiang from blaming him later, he could only focus on the mastermind behind the scenes. After speaking, Yao Jianfeng got into the police car with Tang Xiaozhou and left the scene directly. Seeing the police leave, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and Ronli said, "Chi-chen, since there's nothing going on here, I'll take my leave. I entrust you with the matter of creating Shuguang. I really want my mom to remember those memories from the past." Looking at Ronli's emotional expression, Chi-chen couldn't help but feel a bit moved. Before this, Chi-chen had only interacted with Ronli twice. Once, before the duel with Ruehui, Ronli clashed with Kitchen in order to obtain the qualification for the experiment of Ruehui's new drug. In fact, it was Ronli who initially proposed the idea of a contest to test the drug's efficacy. At that time, Kitchen had a very poor impression of Ronli. The second encounter occurred after the duel, when Ronli set aside all his pride and sought a few pills of dawn from Kitchen to treat his mother. At that moment, Kitchen found Ronli less detestable. No matter what Ronli did, his ultimate goal was to cure his mother's Alzheimer's disease and help her regain her lost memories. From Ronli's perspective, he was not in the wrong. He could even be considered a devoted son. Today's third encounter even led Kitchen and Ronli to address each other as brothers. However, Ronli's seriousness lasted less than 3 seconds before his expression shifted to a mysterious one, and he lewdly said, "Kitchen, when you have some time in a couple of days, Big Brother will take you to the entertainment city to relax." After saying this, he gave Kitchen a knowing look. Before leaving, Kitchen asked for the address of Ronli's entertainment city. This was not because Kitchen was eager to go and unwind, but because he planned to send a few boxes of Dawn to Ronli as soon as it was produced. After all, Dawn was about to be launched on a large scale, and what could be wrong with doing a favor in return? As the crowd dispersed, traffic outside the pharmaceutical factory resumed, and one by one, large trucks carrying pharmaceutical raw materials finally entered the factory area. At this moment, Shiwen couldn't help but sigh. A tall tree catches the wind, a tall tree catches the wind. We've just started producing Dawn, and already so many issues have arisen. I really don't know what difficulties we will face in the future. Kitchen smiled confidently and said, "To forge iron, one must be strong. As long as we develop strong enough, no difficulty can bring us down. Let our strength begin with the production of this first batch of Dawn." In the interrogation room of the Rome City Bureau, Brother Zhong sat in the iron interrogation chair, handcuffed, looking dejected and muttering to himself. That foreign devil. He's ruined me. Once I get out, I'll make sure to kill him. The police officer in charge of interrogating him sneered and said, "Wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse before you make threats." After saying this, the officer stood up, took the freshly completed interrogation record, and left the interrogation room, heading to another room. Inside, Director Yao Jianfeng was surprisingly still waiting. Upon seeing the officer enter, he was startled and quickly asked, "Biaozi, how did it go? Did you get anything out of him?" The officer, named Feng Biao, was a well-known interrogation expert in the Rome City Bureau. He nodded, handed a few pages of the record to Yao Jianfeng, and said, "I got it. The one who instructed Ah Zhong to cause trouble at Qishir Pharmaceutical today is an American named Li Weilian. His identity is not simple. At a young age, he is already the head of Ruehui Pharmaceutical in our Huaxia." Yao Jianfeng frowned, quickly skimmed through the record, and returned it to Feng Biao, saying, "Since we've confirmed his identity, let's organize a capture operation." Feng Biao hesitated slightly and asked, "This Li Weilian is an American and the head of a multinational company like Ruehui Pharmaceutical. Do we really want to arrest him?" His concern was straightforward. Such a person had a complicated background, and taking criminal action hastily could lead to many troubles, even potentially causing diplomatic disputes. However, Yao Jianfeng glared, exuding authority without anger, and said, "Arrest him, of course. I don't care what country he's from or what his identity is. This is the land of our Huaxia. If he commits a crime here, he must face the legal consequences. Not only must we capture him, but we must also conduct a thorough investigation and impose severe penalties." Hearing the director's resolute response, Feng Biao also showed an excited expression, directly saluting Yao Jianfeng and solemnly saying, "Please rest assured, leader, I guarantee to complete the task." On the other side, Li William, who had escaped by car from the scene, was in a state of shock. It wasn't until he had distanced himself from Qi Pharmaceutical that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mother F***. The plan was almost a success. That useless Ah Zhong, and he's supposed to be the strongest medical troublemaker according to Ruehui's representatives. Not only did he fail to escalate the situation, but he also exposed me. Just as Li William gritted his teeth in anger, a long line of police cars with sirens blaring approached, turning his shock into fear. The location of Qi Pharmaceutical was quite remote, and Li William couldn't imagine that these police cars had any other destination besides Qi Pharmaceutical. These police were all there for Qi Chen. What exactly is Qi Chen's background? Not only does he have thugs helping him, but he also has so many police officers on his side. Isn't he just a lucky small-town entrepreneur? How does he have such great power behind him? The strength that Qi Chen inadvertently displayed left Li William extremely alarmed. In his panic, he even considered leaving Rongqing directly and returning to Ruehui Pharmaceutical's headquarters in the capital. Li William initially wanted to instruct the driver to leave immediately, but after calming down, he cancelled that decision. He still had many personal belongings and documents left at his residence in Rongqing. Before leaving, Li William planned to sort out these personal items and then take a flight out. "I'm an American. The police in Huaxia wouldn't dare do anything to me." With this thought in mind, Li William returned to his residence, organized his luggage, and then got back in the car to head to Rongqing International Airport. He booked the next flight from Rongqing to the capital, preparing to leave as soon as possible. After all, his plan to attack Qi Chen had been exposed, the hired medical troublemaker had been captured, and it was highly likely that he would be identified by the police. Only by leaving Rongqing and returning to the capital could he feel at ease. However, Li William's wish ultimately did not come true. Just before he was about to board the plane, a group of fully armed police officers suddenly appeared at the airport and surrounded him. Li William was taken aback and shouted in panic, "Who are you? Why are you arresting me? I'm an American, you can't arrest me. Don't touch me, F***ck. I want to see a lawyer, I want to see a lawyer. Do you filthy cops know who I am? Let me go, or I'll sue you until you go bankrupt." The one responsible for capturing Li William was Feng Biao, who had issued a military order. After firmly grabbing Li William's arms and putting on handcuffs, a cruel smile appeared on his face. "You're an American? You're just a Martian. If you commit a crime in Huaxia, you must accept the legal consequences. Here, it's not like in America. You have no right to remain silent. You have an obligation to cooperate with the police investigation. When we get back to the station, whatever I ask you, you better answer honestly. Think carefully about how many heinous acts you've committed in our Huaxia. Take him away." The content retrieval failed. 1. The key has expired. Please wait for an update. 2. This book does not exist. It has been removed due to copyright issues. Still in that old and nostalgic community, Chichen stopped the car, walked through the dusty and cluttered hallway, and knocked on Hu Shue's door. "Who is it? Coming!" Hu Shue's voice came, and footsteps approached from afar. The door opened, and Hu Shue's delicate face appeared before Chichen, her face free of makeup yet even more radiant. Since she was at home, Hu Shue wore only a lace short dress, her slender and long beautiful legs exposed, dazzlingly white. "Ah, Chichen, you're here." Upon seeing Chichen outside the door, Hu Shue's face lit up with unreserved joy as she opened the door and stepped aside, saying, "Come in." The room was still kept very tidy, with bright windows and spotless surfaces, but unlike before, the presence of Aunt Hao added a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Hearing the commotion at the door, Aunt Hao also came out from inside, and upon seeing Chichen, she smiled and said, "Xiao Guang, you're here? Just come in, no need to bring anything." Chichen placed the nutritional supplements he had bought on the floor and said in surprise, "Aunt Hao, you remember me?" Aunt Hao nodded, smiling as she replied, "I remember. Thanks to the medicine you developed, otherwise I might never have recalled these things." At that moment, Aunt Hao, perhaps due to regaining her memories, looked radiant, her eyes bright and full of spirit, a stark contrast to her previous frail state. Hu Shue's eyes also sparkled with gratitude towards Chichen. However, the last time at Hu Shue's house, they had done almost everything except for the final step, and breaking through that last barrier was merely a matter of time. Having completely given herself to Chichen, Hu Shue did not express her thanks again, instead gazing at him with eyes full of love. With the restoration of her memories, Aunt Hao's life experience returned as well, and she could easily see the unspoken feelings between her daughter and Chichen. Although she did not point it out, she felt very satisfied and pleased. After all, Chichen had developed the Dawn medicine, which had saved her life, and with Chichen being tall and handsome, and Hu Shui reciprocating his feelings, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Feeling a bit awkward in the situation, Aunt Hao quickly got up, holding a large fan in one hand and a fabric shopping bag in the other, walking towards the door while saying, "Xiao Guang, you haven't eaten yet, right? Don't leave, eat first. You all wait at home, I'll go buy some vegetables and be back soon." Chichen hurriedly stood up and said to Hu Shui, "Aunt Hao's condition. Can she really go out to buy vegetables by herself?" This wasn't Chichen being overly cautious. In the past, Aunt Hao had wanted to go out shopping many times but had ultimately lost her way home. Hu Shui, however, was not too worried and replied, "It's fine, don't worry. Ever since my mom took the Dawn medicine, she's been getting better every day, and she can remember many things she had forgotten. The market isn't far from home, she'll be fine." After saying this, Hu Shui noticed that Chichen's gaze kept unintentionally drifting to her legs. Her face flushed, but she felt no disgust. Instead, she happily sat beside Chichen, gently brushing her slender fingers against his palm, saying, "I know you've been busy with the pharmaceutical factory these days, so I didn't want to disturb you. What brings you here today? Did you finish up at the factory?" Chichen smiled and shook his head, saying, "When is there ever a time when things are completely finished? I missed you, so I came to see you." Hu Shui's heart leaped with joy, and a happy smile spread across her face as her smooth, delicate thigh directly settled onto Chichen's lap. She stretched her neck, leaned forward, and planted a fragrant kiss on Chichen's face. Seeing Hu Shui's pair of unbeatable beautiful legs, Chichen was already restless. At that moment, Hu Shui actively sat on Chichen's lap, and with their skin touching, Chichen's heart raced even faster, wishing he could take Hu Shui right there and finish what was left undone that night. However, Aunt Hao was just out to buy groceries and would be back soon, leaving no room for Chichen to act recklessly. He could only place his hand on Hu Shui's beautiful legs, gently stroking them like petting a cat, while changing the subject, saying, "I came to find you today for another matter. That is, the government has approved a 2 billion low-interest loan for me. Can you help me process it under the name of Guanjing Pharmaceutical and get this 2 billion loan for me?" Hu Shui, who was squinting her eyes enjoying Chichen's caresses, suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief upon hearing what Chichen said. "The city government gave you a 2 billion loan? A low-interest one?" Seeing Chichen nod seriously, Hu Shui became serious and said, "No problem, I can help you process this loan. Since the relevant leaders have already signed, it shouldn't be complicated. But once this money is transferred out, where will it go? Is it still in your account at our branch?" Chichen thought for a moment and then nodded, saying, "Just keep it in your branch's account. Also, can you help me cancel the transfer limit on this card? My pharmaceutical factory will start construction soon, and I will need a lot of money. I estimate that by then, the cash in my account will be spent like running water." Hu Shui agreed and was about to get up to leave when Chichen suddenly pulled her into his arms, causing her to gasp in surprise. "Ah, what are you doing?" Chichen grinned as he held Hu Shui close, saying, "I should be the one asking you what you want to do. Are you trying to run away?" Hu Shui blushed and defended herself, "No, I just wanted to go get my phone and arrange the loan withdrawal for this afternoon. Chi Chen, while teasing, whispered, no rush. We'll handle the afternoon's work in the afternoon. Since we still have time now, we can't waste Anhao's kindness. Hu Shui was startled. My mom went to buy groceries, and she'll be back soon. There won't be enough time, and if she catches us, it would be so embarrassing. Chi Chen sat up straight, placing his hands on Hu Shui's shoulders, slowly pressing down, making her kneel in front of him, saying, then of course there won't be enough time, but we can try what we attempted that night. Hu Shui pouted, then gathered her hair behind her head, revealing her delicate face and elegant locks. Chi Chen let out a long breath, squinting his eyes to listen to the sounds in the hallway. After Aunt Hao was cured of Alzheimer's, her cooking skills returned to their peak, and the 4 dishes and a soup she made were full of color, aroma, and flavor, making Chi Chen's appetite soar. On the contrary, Hu Shui had lost her appetite after eating too many nourishing foods. After dinner, Aunt Hao wanted to keep Chi Chen to rest for a while before leaving, but Hu Shui, fearing that Chi Chen would do something outrageous if he stayed, hurriedly pushed him out. Hey, Hu Shui, you're just going to kick me out like this? I'm planning to go see Chi Meng tonight. Do you want to come with me? Facing Chi Chen's question, Hu Shui quickly shook her head, saying, I'm not going. I need to go to the bank this afternoon to try to get your loan out as soon as possible. After all, Hu Shui was busy with her own tasks, and Chi Chen couldn't say much, only regretfully waved his hand and left Hu Shui's home. Recently, Chi Chen had been busy with the development and manufacturing of the drug Dawn, almost neglecting his younger sister, who had just entered university. As for her parents, they were equally overwhelmed with the task of producing the Dawn, likely forgetting to even send Chi Meng her living expenses. If it weren't for Chi Chun giving Chi Meng a bank card that could overdraw up to 5 million in advance, she might have already started to go hungry. Dialing Chi Meng's number, it remained unanswered until the call was automatically disconnected. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. How could she not answer her brother's call? Chi Chen frowned and dialed again, but the result was the same, no answer. Still no response? Could something have happened? A sense of foreboding surged in Chi Chen's heart, and he hurriedly dialed again. Thank heavens, this time it finally connected. The background on the other end of the line was exceptionally noisy, with what seemed to be intense music playing, making Chi Meng's voice sound muffled amidst the chaos. Brother, why are you calling me? I'm really busy. Busy with what that was more important than your brother's call? A hint of anger appeared on Chi Chen's face as he frowned and said, why didn't you answer the phone right away? And why is it so noisy over there? What are you doing? Hearing her brother and financial backer sounding a bit angry, Chi Meng stuck out her tongue cutely and quickly explained, our school is about to hold a welcome party, and we're rehearsing a performance. Do you need something, brother? So they were rehearsing a performance, no wonder it was so noisy. Chi Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then said, I happen to have time today, let's have dinner together tonight? Chi Meng immediately cheered in response. Sure, but you have to treat my roommate too. We all performed together. However, our rehearsal might run a bit late, so wait for my call. Having made plans to eat together that evening, Chi Chen's schedule for the afternoon suddenly opened up. Hu Shui had already set her schedule to go to the bank to handle her loan procedures, so it wouldn't be good to disturb her. Lin Jing, as a rising star at Deheng Law Firm, had an extremely heavy workload and definitely wouldn't have any free time to accompany Chi Chen during the afternoon. As for Sun Xiaoqing, she was supervising the production of the Dawn at the factory and had to seize any spare time to write her thesis. For a moment, Chi Chun found himself quite alone. It seems I really need to find a secretary quickly. If there's work, the secretary can handle it, and if there's nothing, then. Saying this, Chi Chen took out his phone, found a phone number, and dialed it. Of course, he wasn't whimsically looking for a female secretary, he was calling Lu Ponzi from the car dealership. During this time, aside from military training and classes, Chi Meng had also used her spare time to get her driver's license, and as a reward, Chi Chen planned to buy her a car. So, he directly contacted Lu Ponzi, asking him to take the afternoon to find a suitable car for Chi Meng. As night fell, by 9 p.m., the time the gymnasium closed, a large group of college students preparing for the welcome party finally emerged, chatting and laughing. Regardless of gender or body type, every student radiated the vitality of youth. College is the happiest and most colorful time of a person's life. After a whole day of practice, I'm so tired. Please let me off. I really can't do anything. Among the crowd, Li Xiaonan slumped her shoulders, looking distressed as she spoke to a few roommates. Interestingly, no matter what Li Xiaonan wore or what she was doing, there was an inherent air of flirtation about her. Perhaps this was a natural charm? Beside her, Chi Meng, carrying a large guitar, frowned at Li Xiaonan's defeatist words and encouraged her. Li Xiaonan, it's almost time for the performance, you can't mess this up. That Mi Xiuyan from the next class is so infuriating, saying she can crush our class even with her eyes closed. We have to perform well and make our class proud. Don't you think so, Cao Cao, Yasi? Mayue Chao had been practicing dance since he was young, with an excellent body proportion and a unique aura, along with unparalleled confidence. Hearing Qi Meng's words, he responded with a confident smile. However, Zhang Yasi looked troubled, moving forward with the crowd in a daze, completely unaware of what Qi Meng was saying. Seeing this, Qi Meng said with concern, Yasi, what's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? I've noticed you haven't been yourself these past few days. If something's bothering you, you must tell us. Only then did Zhang Yasi hear Qi Meng's words, nodding blankly, clearly not taking them to heart. In the midst of their conversation, Qi Meng and the others had already reached the side of the road when they spotted another group approaching. Li Xiaonan suddenly turned her head in another direction and said urgently, Mi Xiuyan, that annoying pest is coming. Let's hurry and go, or we'll run into her and get mocked again. It's so annoying. The reason Li Xiaonan reacted this way was that Mi Xiuyan loved to show off too much in front of others. For instance, if her family gifted her a piece of jewelry, she would make sure the entire dormitory knew just how expensive it was. Or if she dined at a high-end restaurant, she would go on and on about it in front of her classmates. So, Qi Meng and her three friends were utterly fed up with Mi Xiuyan. As Mi Xiuyan approached, Qi Meng and the others pretended to run, but it was already too late. Mi Xiuyan had already crossed paths with them, and upon seeing Qi Meng and the others, a playful smile appeared on her face as she said, "Oh, working so hard that you practiced until the gym closed. But no matter how much you practice, the only result will be that I crush you." Although Mi Xiuyan loves to show off, she was quite skilled herself. With her well-maintained figure, she could attract the attention of boys wherever she went, and having practiced singing and dancing since childhood, she danced exceptionally well, nearing a professional level. In comparison, while Qi Meng and her friends were all outstanding, they were not professional art students, and there was indeed a gap between them and Mi Xiuyan. Such a gap was difficult to bridge in a short time. However, Qi Meng refused to back down, stubbornly saying, we'll see about that. When the time comes, everyone will be shocked. Mi Xiuyan sneered, her gaze sweeping over the group carrying bags, not missing any opportunity to show off. She took out a BMW car key from her Prada bag and pressed it, causing the lights of a BMW X5 parked by the roadside to flash. It's at least a 15-minute walk back to the dorm from here. Are you planning to walk back like this? Or, you could just take my car back. Although Li Xiaonan usually had a sassy attitude, she showed no fear in the face of an enemy, sneering, Mi Xiuyan, do you really have such good intentions to take us back? You must be plotting something. Mi Xiuyan wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled and said, how could that be? We're all classmates. I'm just trying to be nice and take you back. It's just that there are too many people here, so we'll sit in the front, and you guys can sit in the trunk. After hearing Mi Xiuyan's words, the two little followers behind her burst into laughter, while Qi Meng was truly furious. Here we go again. Showing off in front of me again. So infuriating. Where are you, big brother? Why haven't you shown up yet? Come save me. Although Qi Meng wasn't someone who liked to compare herself with others, no one wanted to be mocked and shown off to like this. At that moment, it seemed that her silent plea for help was sensed by Chi-chun from afar. In the night, two dazzling LED headlights quickly approached and then came to a steady stop beside Qi Meng and her friends. The two cars were stylish and clearly high-end luxury vehicles, instantly attracting the attention of many students around. Wow, a Bentley. Bentley Continental. This car must cost around 5 million, right? Hey, let me stand by the car. Can you take a picture of me? If we could buy a car like this after we graduate and get married, that would be great. Can't afford a Bentley, but that other car looks pretty good too. What do you mean by other car? Do you even know what you're talking about? That's a Porsche Macan. Although it's not as expensive as that Bentley, it still costs over 2 million. It's definitely a luxury car. And a red Porsche SUV like the Macan is really rare. The sudden appearance of the two luxury cars in the campus caused a stir among the students, with some even pulling out their phones to take pictures of the vehicles. Mi Xiuyan frowned upon seeing the two luxury cars. Being extremely competitive, she liked to satisfy her vanity through showing off. But now, seeing two cars far more luxurious than her own BMW, she instinctively felt uncomfortable, as if she was being overshadowed. Her BMW X5, while considered a luxury car, only cost around 600,000 to 700,000 with all the taxes and fees. Both the Bentley Continental and the Porsche Macan were cars Mi Xiuyan dreamed of owning. If her BMW was like Adidas or Nike, then these two luxury cars were like Burberry or Dior. However, with Mi Xiuyan's family background, she could never afford such luxury cars. Even if she went bankrupt to buy one, the high insurance and maintenance costs each year would still be a hefty sum. Such cars were completely beyond Mi Xiaoyan's financial capacity. What made Mi Xiaoyan feel even worse was that Qi Meng, who had been left speechless by her earlier, was now excitedly waving at the Bentley and shouting, "Big brother, over here." Instantly, Mi Xiaoyan's eyes widened in shock, her face displaying an expression of disbelief. What? The one driving that luxury car is actually Qi Meng's brother? Soon, the Bentley came to a complete stop, and a striking figure stepped out. Seeing Qi Meng waving at him, Xi Chen's face broke into a doting smile as he walked straight over, saying, "I was just handling some matters and got delayed a bit. I hope I'm not late?" Looking at the incredulous expression on Mi Xiaoyan's face, Qi Meng felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. She rushed forward and hugged Xi Chen's arm, acting cute as she said, "You're not late, we just finished. I'm starving, big brother, you're treating us to dinner, right? Oh, is that red Porsche your friend's? Why didn't you tell me you were bringing a friend?" Xi Chen smiled mysteriously and replied, "The reason I came so late was to buy this car." As he spoke, Xi Chen waved at the Porsche Macan, and Lu Fatty stepped out, holding a bright red Porsche key. Qi Meng's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Buy this car? Taking the car keys from Lu Fatty, Xi Chen directly handed them to Qi Meng, ruffled her little head, and said, "Didn't you just get your driver's license? To reward you, I bought you a car. Look at this model and color, do you like it? This Porsche is a gift, a 2 million yuan Porsche Macan, as a reward for getting a driver's license?" The onlookers around gasped in shock. "This is too extravagant, right? Hiss, isn't this a scene from a domineering CEO drama? Is it really happening in reality? This is simply rich beyond reason. Are there brothers like this? Can I get one?" Instantly, the onlookers stirred, and some even took out their phones to record the scene. After the initial shock, Qi Meng immediately jumped up happily, hugged Xi Chen's arm, and said joyfully, "Big brother, you're so nice. Thank you, I really like this car." Meanwhile, Mi Xiaoyan's eyes were wide open like copper bells. If these two luxury cars belonged to unrelated people, she wouldn't think much of it. But just moments ago, she was flaunting her BMW X5 in front of Qi Meng and the others, and in the blink of an eye, Qi Meng's brother appeared and gifted her a 2 million yuan Porsche Macan. The slap in the face came too quickly. Mi Xiaoyan loved to compare and derived immense pleasure from material flaunting. Similarly, she felt a tremendous sense of loss when others outshone her. Jealousy made her feel split. Jealousy made her feel like she was falling apart. Seeing Mi Xiaoyan's face turn ashen, Biao Biao's eyes lit up. Seizing the opportunity to kick a person when they were down, she mockingly said, "A BMW X5, is that it? You even let us sit in the trunk? Your broken BMW isn't even worthy of carrying my arrow." In fact, Biao Biao played the violin, but saying arrow now seemed funnier, and the sarcasm in her words hit hard. Mi Xiaoyan didn't stay to continue slapping Qi Meng's face but turned to leave with her two little followers, leaving behind a harsh remark. "So what if you have a Porsche? Anyway, at the welcome party in 2 days, your Class 1 arts program will definitely be crushed by me. Don't cry when you lose." Watching the tense little girls in front of him, Xi Chen felt somewhat baffled, but he roughly guessed what had happened, smiled slightly, and said, "Are you hungry? What shall we eat?" At 9 o'clock, it was the peak of nightlife in Rongqing. Qi Meng tilted her head in thought for a moment, saying, "Since you bought me such an expensive car, I won't make it hard for you. Take us to the barbecue place next to the school? It's delicious and cheap, clean, and hygienic." After a day of rehearsals, having some skewers and a beer was definitely the way to go. Xi Chen didn't refuse, saying, "All right, let's eat barbecue. We'll drive over, Meng. You can try the new car, follow me. Whoever wants to ride with me, who wants to ride with Meng?" Since Qi Meng had just gotten her license, Xi Chen was worried about her driving alone, so he had Ma Yuqiao accompany her in the Porsche, while Zhang Yasi, looking absent-minded, instinctively followed the Porsche. In the end, it was Qi Chen and Biao Biao who ended up alone in the Bentley, heading to the skewer shop outside the school. Sitting in the front passenger seat of the Bentley, Biao Biao was extremely excited, picking up her phone to take a flurry of selfies, capturing all sorts of expressions and poses, even trying to hold Qi Chen's hand resting on the gear shift with one hand to take a lovey-dovey photo. Fortunately, Qi Chen was quick-witted and agile, dodging just in time to prevent the girl from getting her way. "If you're going to take pictures, just take them, but don't get handsy." Qi Chen wasn't a saint, nor did he particularly dislike the girl, he was just afraid of losing control. Just imagine, if something happened between him and his sister's roommate, how awkward would that be? Moreover, with a girl like her, if anything did happen, the whole world would know in no time. Seeing Qi Chen dodge as if shocked, the girl pouted and muttered under her breath, "So stingy." The campus was large, but the skewered food shop outside was only a few minutes' drive away. Before long, both the Bentley and the Porsche parked by the roadside of the sudden stop of the two luxury cars naturally attracted the attention of those around. When Chi-Chen and four beautiful young girls stepped out of the luxury cars, the envy of the onlookers reached its peak. Rich people really know how to have fun. Out at night with four beauties to eat, who knows where they'll go next? Don't be sour, if you drove a Bentley, you could take four beauties out for two. Wow, these four beauties are top-notch. I'd be over the moon with any one of them. These people whispered among themselves, not daring to let Chi-Chen and the others hear their words. Faced with these strange looks, Chi-Chen didn't care and led Chi-Meng and the others to a table, calling out to the owner. Order up! Since it was close to the school, the prices here weren't high, but the food was quite good. As Chi-Chen flipped through the menu, he asked, "What do you all want to eat?" Chi-Meng, with no ladylike demeanor, crossed her legs and said, "I've been so tired from rehearsals lately, let's start with 2 big kidneys to replenish." Chi-Chen frowned and shot her a fierce glare. "Is that something a girl should eat?" Chi-Meng stuck out her tongue. "I was just joking, don't be mad, big brother." Not knowing what girls like to eat, Chi-Chen ordered a bit of everything. Soon, steaming piled up on the table in front of them. He also ordered a large bucket of draft beer, as a signature dish of Chengdu. Without beer meant it lacked soul. Cheers! After a long day of rehearsals, everyone was exhausted. As soon as they arrived, they began to devour it hungrily. Chi-Meng even took a big gulp of cold beer, letting out a refreshing sigh. However, sitting at the table, seemingly out of place, was Zhang Yasi. Although she hadn't eaten much all day, facing a table full of delicious food, she showed no appetite, her gaze distant and her brow slightly furrowed, clearly troubled. Noticing Zhang Yasi's unusual behavior, Chi-Meng asked with concern, "Cici, what's wrong? You've been so distracted all day. Are you worried about losing to me Xiaoyan in the performance in a couple of days? Don't worry, as long as we practice hard, we can definitely beat her." Chi-Meng's energetic encouragement was met with a perfunctory nod from Zhang Yasi, who still showed no interest in eating. Clearly, she was facing some unusual difficulties. At that moment, Zhang Yasi's phone suddenly rang. The originally cheerful and gentle ringtone now seemed like a terrifying signal, startling her and making her face turn even paler. "I need to take a call, you all eat first." Looking at her phone's screen flashing incessantly, Zhang Yasi quickly clenched it in her palm, standing up in a panic. "You all eat, I'll take this call." She then jogged to the side to answer the still ringing phone. "I don't know where he is. Why are you looking for me when he owes you? You look for me, but I can't find." Zhang Yasi's voice came through in a fragmented manner. Chi-Chen frowned and asked Chi-Meng, "What's wrong with Zhang Yasi? Has she encountered some difficulties?" Chi-Meng's face was also filled with worry, equally puzzled as she spoke. "Cici received a phone call a couple of days ago and has been acting strangely ever since. In the past few days, she has been getting calls frequently, and she always has to hide far away before answering. I've asked her several times what happened, but she refuses to say anything." Since Zhang Yasi was unwilling to accept Chi-Meng's concern, Chi-Chen feared that if he inquired rashly, Zhang Yasi would be even less likely to speak. However, Zhang Yasi was gentle and submissive, always polite to everyone, and her relationship with Chi-Meng was quite good. So if Zhang Yasi truly faced an insurmountable difficulty, Chi-Chen was still willing to lend a hand. After a long while, Zhang Yasi finally hung up the phone and returned to the dining table. Facing the table full of delicious food, she still had no appetite. Instead, she picked up the large, bubbling beer mug in front of her, brought it to her lips, tilted her neck back, and began to gulp it down. Because the mug was too big and Zhang Yasi's mouth too small, the golden beer spilled from the corner of her mouth down to her chin, eventually dripping onto her white shirt. Instantly, due to being soaked, the large peaks inside began to become somewhat visible. Zhang Yasi's sudden action stunned everyone, and Biao Biao frowned, reaching out her arm to snatch the beer mug from Zhang Yasi's hand without hesitation. "Cici, what's wrong with you? What happened? You never drank before." Although Biao Biao usually acted flirtatiously, she was equally anxious and concerned about Zhang Yasi's unusual behavior. Zhang Yasi seemed to have never consumed alcoholic beverages before. After gulping down several large mouthfuls of beer, she began to cough violently, tears starting to shimmer in her eyes. My brother." Zhang Yasi had once mentioned that she had an older brother who was quite a bit older than her and had already started working. Could Zhang Yasi's sudden strange behavior be related to her brother? Chi-Meng, the youngest and most impatient, hurriedly asked, "What happened to your brother?" Just as Zhang Yasi was about to speak, a sharp, piercing screech of brakes suddenly echoed from the road not far away. Due to the emergency braking, the tires left 2 dark marks on the ground, and the loud noise startled Chi-Chen and the others. Turning to look, a Wuling Hongguang van suddenly stopped on the road, and then the door opened. Several muscular men with bare upper bodies, covered in dense tattoos, poured out of the van, all wearing fierce expressions as they walked towards Chi-Chen and the others. At that moment, the night in Rongqing had already taken on a hint of chill, and these menacing thugs made everyone at the feel the air grow even colder. Who are these thugs? Why did they suddenly appear here? Are they coming for me? In a flash, several thoughts raced through Chi-Chen's mind, and he suddenly stood up, positioning himself in front of the girls. However, although the thugs were heading towards Chi-Chen's table, their target was not Chi-Chen. It was behind Chi-Chen. Zhang Yasi, the leading thug, had dyed his hair red, styled in a rare mohawk, and combined with the ugly scars on his face and the dense tattoos on his upper body, a fierce and brutal aura immediately surged forth. The red-haired thug's gaze passed over Chi-Chen's shoulder, fixating on Zhang Yasi behind him, his face contorting into an ugly yet chilling expression. I was wondering why I couldn't find you at school. Turns out you were hiding here. Made me go through all that trouble to find you. There were 5 thugs in total, their hair dyed in gaudy colors. The red-haired one sat down nonchalantly, grabbed a skewer from the table, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. We searched for you all night, and you still have the nerve to hide here eating skewers. You've got some guts. As he spoke, he picked up a beer belonging to someone else and downed it, wiping his mouth with his greasy arm, saying, "Not bad." His brazen attitude was as if he were hosting a feast in his own home. Zhang Yasi's face turned pale with fear upon seeing the thugs, her body trembling involuntarily, and combined with her beer-soaked shirt, she exuded a pitiable charm that caught the thugs' attention, prompting them to exchange wicked glances. The diners around them, witnessing the thugs causing a ruckus, scattered like startled fish, centering around Chi-Chen and his group, but they didn't leave. Instead, they excitedly gathered to watch. As the saying goes, the more the merrier. Just moments ago, Chi-Chen had arrived in a luxury car with 4 beautiful women, igniting envy and jealousy among the onlookers. Now that thugs had shown up, they were thrilled, beginning to discuss loudly. These thugs look fierce, even from this distance. Just one glance from them makes me feel scared. Coward, what are you afraid of? They're not here for you. Can't you see they're after that guy in the Bentley? Heh, instant karma. Serves you right for showing off, bringing 4 girls. The crowd, envious of Chi-Chen's luxury car and his company of 4 beauties, not only failed to step in but eagerly anticipated a scene where Chi-Chen would be beaten by the thugs. If they could end up in a 2-sided brawl, and one of them could swoop in at a critical moment to save the beauty, winning her favor, that would be perfect. At this moment, in the center of the crowd, at this table, apart from the 4 girls, only Chi-Chen remained, and naturally, it was up to him to handle the situation. However, being brave and tough was the thug's specialty, and Chi-Chen had no intention of competing with them over who could look more menacing. He hadn't even figured out the thug's background yet. Instead, he cautiously sat in front of them, subtly shielding the girls behind him, and calmly said, "Hey guys, are you here for Yasi? She's my sister, so could you tell me if she's offended any of you?" As Chi-Chen spoke, the red-haired thug began to size him up. Chi-Chen was handsome and tall, and although there was less than half a meter between him and the red-haired thug, there was no sign of panic on his face. Instead, he appeared extremely calm and composed. It seemed as if he were facing not 5 vicious thugs, but a few harmless college students. Chi-Chen's calm demeanor and gaze were not what the red-haired thug had imagined. Generally, when someone encountered a group of thugs that looked this fierce, they would at least stutter or appear anxious. How could Chi-Chen be so composed? The way Chi-Chen carried himself clearly indicated that he didn't take them seriously. Thinking of this, the red-haired thug's eyes began to fill with anger, and a cruel smile crept onto his lips as he poked Chi-Chen's chest with 2 fingers, arrogantly saying, "Who's your buddy? Who the hell do you think you are, trying to act chummy with us? But you guessed it right, the one we are looking for today is Zhang Yasi. Her brother owes us a huge sum of money, and not only does he refuse to pay it back, but he has also gone missing. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. We are here to demand money from this little girl, and if she doesn't pay us back, we will take her away." It turns out that Zhang Yasi has been troubled all along, as her family has encountered such a change. Her own brother actually owes a large amount of debt. In his disappearance, the creditors couldn't find him and came directly to the school to look for Zhang Yasi. No wonder Zhang Yasi seemed distracted during rehearsals. No wonder every time she answered a call, she looked terrified. The red-haired thug was arrogant, covered in tattoos, exuding a fierce and brutal aura. Zhang Yasi had always been a good girl, never having conflicts with others, and had never seen such a scene. Hearing the red-haired thug say he would take her away, her emotions instantly collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, "My brother really hasn't contacted me. I truly don't know where he is. Besides, I don't have any money. What do you want with me?" Just moments ago, Chi-Chen had faced him with calmness and composure, showing no fear or tension, which made the red-haired thug angry while secretly doubting himself. wondering why he suddenly lost his usual intimidation. Seeing Zhang Yasi cry in fear brought a satisfied smile to the thug's face, his eyes greedily fixating on Zhang Yasi's tall and elegant shirt, leering as he said, "Now that we have you in our hands, are we afraid your brother won't show up? Even if your brother doesn't care about you and throws you to us, then we certainly won't care about you either. A hot girl like you is really rare. Come with us for a bit, and have some fun with the guys. When the big brother gets tired of you, we'll let you go out to earn some money. When your brother pays back the money he owes us, that's when we'll let you go." Darkness is a strange thing. When night falls and darkness envelopes, the evil in people's hearts can also grow. The words from the red-haired thug were both wicked and vile, things that would normally provoke outrage. Yet under the cover of darkness, such malicious words came out of his mouth so brazenly. Listening to the thug's reckless words, Chi Chen frowned, his calm expression gradually turning cold, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Behind him, Shi Meng was furious to the extreme, splashing most of her beer directly at the red-haired thug, shouting loudly, "Shut your filthy mouth! How can there be such disgusting people in this world? Cece, don't be afraid, with us here, they won't dare to do anything to you." The red-haired thug was momentarily stunned by the beer splashed on his face, but then a wicked smile appeared, his gaze fixed on Chi Meng as he licked the beer off his lips, saying, "So spicy, I like it." Hearing the thug's words, his tattooed lackeys behind him immediately showed lewd smiles, getting restless. "Big brother, don't waste time here, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold, hurry up and take them away." Upon hearing the thug's extremely wicked words, the crowd of onlookers began to stir, some showing anger and pity on their faces. This isn't just an ordinary thug, this is the mafia. These people are too arrogant, daring to threaten others in broad daylight? Shoo, keep it down, it would be bad if he hears us. I've seen this man before. They say he's a prominent figure in Rongqing, specializing in loan sharking, and his methods are extremely ruthless. If he notices you, you're in for trouble. At that moment, although some in the crowd were filled with righteous indignation, no one stepped forward to denounce the lawless red-haired thug. After all, it was none of their business. Who would want to provoke such a vicious existence as the red-haired gangster for a few strangers? Seeing that everyone was intimidated by his tyranny and dared not make a move, the red-haired thug felt pleased and arrogantly said to Chi Chen in front of him, "Kid, while I'm in a good mood, you'd better scram and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, not only will I take these two women away, but I'll also make you." Before the red-haired thug could finish his sentence, he was astonished to find that Chi Chen, who had been quietly sitting in front of him, suddenly moved. As still as a virgin and as swift as a hare, the description fit Chi Chen perfectly at that moment. While the situation was still unclear, Chi Chen calmly sat in front of the red-haired thug without a hint of fear. After hearing the red-haired thug's words and judging that these gangsters were indeed vicious criminals, and that today's matter could not end well, Chi Chen decided to take action. He swiftly and accurately grabbed the beer mug in front of him, raised it high, and then with all his strength, smashed the thick beer mug into the astonished face of the red-haired thug. Since there was no way to retreat, he would strike first. There were 5 vicious thugs opposite him, while Chi Chen was alone. If it came to a direct fight, he had no chance of winning. So, taking advantage of the red-haired thug's unpreparedness, Chi Chen struck first, intending to take out the red-haired thug, turning the odds from 1 against 5 to 1 against 4, slightly increasing his chances. Once he decided to act, he had to be decisive. While the red-haired thug thought he had the upper hand and was completely unguarded, Chi Chen used all his strength to smash the beer mug hard against the red-haired thug's face. Crack! A sharp cracking sound immediately rang out from the red-haired thug's face. Some might think that a beer mug is not very large and that hitting someone with a beer bottle would be more satisfying. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The beer mug was heavy in hand and very easy to wield. Anyone who has used one knows this. Moreover, the beer mug was made of very hard material, comparable to a fiberglass ashtray. Li Fengtian, known for his fierce smoking habits, had used an ashtray as a weapon more than once. Therefore, the crisp cracking sound was not from the beer mug shattering. It was the sound of the red-haired thug's nasal bone being crushed. Even his ugly cheeks were somewhat deformed from the blow, with the bridge of his nose caving in. Blood instantly gushed from his nose, streaming down his face. The red-haired thug's nerves and brain could not withstand such intense pain. He barely managed to let out a scream before rolling his eyes and fainting. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, and now he was in such a miserable state. Shock. Whether it was Chi Meng and the other girls or the thugs behind the red-haired thug, they all looked up at the suddenly standing Chi Chen with extreme astonishment. No one had anticipated Chi Chen's sudden attack. Generally, when faced with a tattooed thug like the red-haired one, a person's spirit would naturally be lowered. If the thug didn't hit him, it would be a blessing. Who would take the initiative to attack such local ruffians? No one expected that Chi Chen, who was at an absolute disadvantage in combat, would dare to take the initiative and strike first, incapacitating the red-haired thug in front of him. And he struck with such ferocity, leaving no room for mercy. My God! Who exactly is this Chi-Chen? How can he be so fierce in a fight? He doesn't care about the consequences and strikes with deadly intent. Looking at the fierce Chi-Chen, the remaining 4 thugs all showed a hint of fear in their eyes at the same time. The soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who have nothing to lose. At this moment, Chi-Chen, who had to protect the girls behind him, was the one who had nothing to lose. Chi-Chen's thoughts were simple. Thugs like Red Hair, no matter how badly they beat him, would ultimately only cost him money. And Chi-Chen had plenty of money. Although he was wealthy, he did not bully others with it. But when someone dared to threaten to kidnap Chi Meng and Zhang Yasi, it had already touched Chi-Chen's reverse scale as a doting brother. No matter the consequences, he would act. With a swift move, he knocked Red Hair down and, with all his strength, threw the beer cup in his hand at the second thug, causing him to fumble in panic. With both hands now empty, Chi-Chen quickly grabbed an empty bottle from the neighboring table, took 2 steps forward, and smashed it against another thug's head. Bang! The empty beer bottle made a dull shattering sound, breaking directly on the thug's head. Instantly, this thug also fell straight to the ground. Another one down. Chi-Chen seized the opportunity, taking the initiative to incapacitate the 2 thugs closest to him. In just a few seconds, he turned the tide of the battlefield, changing the dire situation from 1v5 to 1 against 3. 3 years after graduating from university, although Chi-Chen had not undergone systematic training, he benefited from a solid foundation and maintained a good physical condition, with almost no excess fat and plenty of explosive muscle. The thugs in front of him, although they fought daily, also indulged in drinking and debauchery, leaving their bodies hollowed out. They had a fierce appearance but severely lacked real combat power. Caught off guard, they were taken down by Chi-Chen right from the start. However, Chi-Chen's impressive results did not mean that his combat power completely overwhelmed these thugs. In fact, it was a case of being prepared while they were not, combined with Chi-Chen's ruthless strikes, that led to such results. After taking down 2, the remaining 3 thugs became wary and would not be so easily dealt with by Chi-Chen. Seeing Chi-Chen's sudden attack, another thug widened his eyes in shock and shouted loudly, "Damn, you actually dared to strike first. Brothers, get him." This little thug was standing a bit farther from the table, and with no handy weapons nearby, he picked up a wooden stool from the ground and hurled it at Chi-Chen. The other 2 thugs were not intimidated either, advancing together to flank Chi-Chen from the side. At this moment, Chi-Chen's breathing was rapid, and every muscle in his body was slightly trembling. This was not fear, but the result of excitement, with adrenaline surging through him. As the stool came crashing down towards him, Chi-Chen raised his left arm to block it while his right hand grabbed another empty beer bottle, swinging it like a whip towards the thug's forehead. Bang! The thug's strength was not small, and under the terrified gazes of everyone, the stool hit Chi-Chen's raised arm with a loud impact. Crash! Under the force of the impact, the stool first struck Chi-Chen's arm hard, then shattered, scattering wooden pieces all over the ground. Chi-Chen's arm was hit, and he let out a muffled grunt, suppressing the intense pain in his arm. His gaze became even fiercer, and all his strength gathered into his right arm. With a powerful swing, the green beer bottle cut through the night's light, striking directly at the thug's forehead without any fancy moves. Crack! No matter how hard the beer bottle was, it couldn't withstand the full force of Chi-Chen's body. Upon striking the thug's head, it shattered into countless shards of glass, accompanied by a crisp sound, transforming into a myriad of dazzling fragments under the light, scattering from either side of the thug's head. The thug, who had been struck by the beer bottle, clearly did not anticipate Chi-Chen's counterattack to come so quickly and powerfully. Almost without any resistance, he was hit, his eyes rolling back, and his body slumped to the ground. At the cost of losing one arm's combat capability, Chi-Chen took down another person in an instant. This series of battles occurred in the blink of an eye. After Chi-Chen knocked down 3 people, the surrounding crowd finally reacted, erupting in exclamations. What the hell just happened? How did it turn into a fight in the blink of an eye? And he took down 3 right away? This guy is really impressive. No wonder he dares to take so many beautiful girls out at night. Turns out he's a martial arts expert. But this guy is too ruthless. He won't kill someone, will he? From above, looking down, Chi-Chen and a few thugs stood in the center. As the fighting broke out and the crisp sound of the beer bottle shattering echoed, the crowd surrounding them scattered like frightened fish. However, driven by curiosity, the onlookers quickly regrouped, forming a tight circle again, excitedly watching the battle at the center. Seeing Chi-Chen being hit on the arm, Chi Meng behind him gasped, "Brother, are you okay?" Then, worried, she rushed to Chi-Chen's side, supporting his limp arm. At that moment, the last two thugs, who had been slightly farther away, began to encircle from the side. They were just a step away from Chi-chan and Chi-meng. The expressions on the two thugs' faces were ferocious, gritting their teeth, as they lunged at Chi-chan's side, one on the left and one on the right. "Get out of the way!" Fearing that the fight might injure Chi-meng, Chi-chan shouted anxiously, then unexpectedly stepped forward to confront the two thugs who were so close. After taking down 3 people, Chi-chan not only had an injured left arm that he couldn't lift but also had exhausted a large portion of his strength in the series of attacks. However, behind him were Chi-meng and her roommates. With no way to retreat, Chi-chan could only clench his fists and step forward. Bang! Chi-chan felt a shadow rush towards him, followed by a tremendous force hitting his cheek. His head was struck hard by a thug's punch. However, Chi-chan did not fall. Instead, he raised his remaining right fist and hit back fiercely. Every move was with all his strength, every punch landing solidly. Chi-chan was not a martial arts expert. What sustained him in this fight was merely the determination to protect his sister and a surge of blood courage. Fortunately, the thug was also a paper tiger, looking fierce but ineffective. Faced with Chi-chan, who could only move one arm and had already exhausted most of his strength, they ended up in a struggle, unable to determine a winner for the moment. The last thug, seeing his companion grappling with Chi-chan and unable to intervene, shifted his gaze and lunged towards Chi-meng. How dare she resist and injure so many of our brothers? Chi-chan absolutely could not let this go lightly. First, grab these girls and throw them into the van. Then, this thug grabbed Chi-meng's arm and yanked her down to the ground, dragging her towards the van. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me." Having been pampered all her life, Chi-meng had never experienced such a scene. For a moment, her mind went blank, and she could only struggle wildly on the ground. However, Chi-meng was ultimately just a young girl who had just come of age. How could she possibly stand up to the burly thugs? No matter how she struggled, her body was inevitably dragged to the side of the van. If Chi-meng were really stuffed into the van and taken away by the thugs, the consequences were unimaginable. It could ruin the rest of her life. The thugs grinned maliciously, yanked open the van door, and lifted Chi-meng's petite body, ready to shove her inside. Just then, unnoticed by the thug, a figure suddenly charged in from the side and recklessly tackled the thug. It was Zhang Yasi. Seeing Chi-chan fighting with the thug while Chi-meng was being grabbed and taken away, Zhang Yasi finally suppressed her immense fear, dragging her nearly limp legs and charging towards the thug without a second thought. This was the mess her brother had caused. She absolutely could not let Chi-meng get hurt. She couldn't let her be taken away by the thugs. Even if it meant death, she had to protect Chi-meng. With such thoughts and resolve in her heart, a tremendous strength erupted from Zhang Yasi's body, and she managed to knock the thug to the ground with her less than 100-pound frame. Along with that, she pinned Chi-meng beneath her. At the same time, Biao Biao and Ma Yueqiao also mustered their courage, each tremblingly holding a beer bottle, and approached the thug. Hit! The thug was knocked down by Zhang Yasi and then received a flurry of blows from the two with the beer bottles, momentarily falling into a daze, struggling a few times but unable to get up. Meanwhile, seeing Chi-meng being grabbed by the thug, Chi-chen's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and a wave of furious emotion drowned his rationality. "Dare to touch my sister? I'll fucking kill you all." Taking a punch from the thug, Chi-chen staggered back, picked up a beer bottle, and smashed the bottom against the ground. With a loud crash, the beer bottle shattered into 2 halves, the bottle now a sharp glass dagger, a lethal weapon. As the thug he was fighting charged at him again, Chi-chen's gaze turned icy. Without a hint of hesitation, he raised the half-beer bottle and lunged at the thug. Thud! Instantly, the sharp beer bottle pierced into the thug's arm. The thug let out a scream. As the glass shard was pulled out, blood gushed forth, and the thug staggered back, his face filled with terror. "Touch my sister, and I will kill you." At this moment, Chi-chen was truly enraged, his eyes blood-red, filled with a bloodthirsty madness. He pulled out the glass bottle and stabbed it towards the thug's body again. "Ah, you're a madman, you're fucking insane. I won't fight you anymore. I give up." These thugs usually just acted tough on the streets, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They had never encountered someone truly willing to kill. Faced with Chi-chen, who was genuinely trying to kill him, the thug was instantly terrified, falling to the ground in a panic, then rolling and crawling away, fleeing into the darkness where the light could not reach. Seeing the thug escape, Chi-chen did not pursue but instead limped towards the last thug, still holding the dripping glass bottle. The last thug, already dizzy from being beaten by several girls, was now terrified to see Chi-chen approaching with the bloodied glass bottle, and he too was scared out of his wits, struggling to crawl backward while shouting, "Big brother, I was wrong. Don't kill me, I was wrong. I really was wrong." As he spoke, the thug scrambled to his feet, rolling and crawling, abandoning the van, and followed another thug, stumbling away into the distance. Chi-Chen took a couple of steps to chase after them, thought about the few girls behind him and the 3 thugs he had taken down, then stopped, coldly addressing the darkness. Run? Where can you run to? This isn't over. Dare to harm my sister, I will make you pay back 10-fold, 100-fold. Damn, what a tough guy. 1 against 5, and he actually won. That guy is still lying there, hope he doesn't die. Handsome, awesome. You're my idol. As the last 2 thugs fled, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Amidst the cheers and applause, there were also shouts of encouragement, as if a grand performance had just concluded. However, Chi-Chen's face showed no expression, his gaze coldly sweeping over the onlookers. Just moments ago, when he was being besieged by the thugs, not a single person in the crowd dared to step in to help, even when Chi Meng was nearly captured. It was only after Chi-Chen defeated the thugs single-handedly that the crowd began to cheer, putting on a show of righteous indignation. They were quick to rally when danger was high, but cheered only when victory was secured. Such a rabble, Chi-Chen couldn't be bothered with. His icy gaze seemed to carry an unusual deterrent power. Wherever his eyes landed, the noisy crowd fell silent as if they were being watched by a dangerous beast. The scene became quiet once more, save for the pained groans and curses of the red-haired thug. Ah, it hurts. It's killing me. Kid, you're finished. Dared to attack us, you're dead. I'll grab your sister and do it in front of you. Woo woo. Before the red-haired thug could finish, Chi-Chen stepped in front of him, looking down coldly, then raised his foot and stomped hard on his face. Boss, do you have any rope? Give me a piece. Watching the fight finally come to an end, the barbecue shop owner trembled as he stepped out. Seeing the chaotic scene of destruction, the owner wore a bitter expression but still complied with Chi-Chen's request and brought him a length of rope. The red-haired thug had his nasal bone broken by Chi-Chen's blow, snot and blood mixed together, streaming down his face, his eyes pained and unable to open, completely lacking the ability to resist. He had just made threats, but now he was being stomped underfoot by Chi-Chen, nearly passing out from the pain. So now, facing Chi-Chen's binding actions, he didn't dare to make a sound, only pleading softly. Big brother, I was wrong, I was blind, I shouldn't have messed with you. Let me go. I promise this will end here, okay? Although the red-haired thug said this, he was thinking maliciously that as soon as he regained his freedom, he would use all means and power to take revenge on Chi-Chen. Not only would he beat Chi-Chen to a pulp, but he would also capture Chi Meng and humiliate her in front of Chi-Chen. However, the red-haired thug's performance did not move Chi-Chen at all. Coldly telling him to shut up, Chi-Chen tightly bound the thug's hands behind his back in a reverse joint lock, tying them to his feet, then disregarding the thug's wails, dragged him laboriously across the ground, all the way to his Bentley. Chi-Chen's actions made the red-haired thug feel extremely uneasy. Could it be that Chi-Chen intended to take him away? The red-haired thug guessed correctly. Although Chi-Chen had just bravely defeated 5 opponents, he had still let 2 thugs escape. These 2 thugs could return at any moment with reinforcements. If more thugs blocked the way, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, while revenge had not yet arrived, Chi-Chen prepared to leave immediately. Being single, he was unwilling to let these thugs off the hook. He decided to take Red Hair with him. This way, he could uncover the identities of this group. Opening the trunk of the Bentley, Chi-Chen struggled to lift Red Hair's body and forcefully stuffed him inside. Then he took out his phone and snapped several photos of Red Hair's face. Just as he was about to close the trunk, Chi-Chen thought for a moment, kicked off his shoes, and laboriously removed one of his socks. With one hand, he pried open Red Hair's mouth and with the other, he stuffed the sock firmly into it. Then with a loud thud, Chi-Chen tightly closed the trunk lid. There was a ventilation vent inside the trunk, so as long as it wasn't too long, Red Hair was not in danger of suffocating. After doing all this, Chi-Chen returned to Chi Meng's side and asked, Meng, are you okay? Are you hurt? Having just gone through a brawl and nearly being kidnapped by thugs, Chi Meng was already terrified, her body trembling involuntarily. However, to ease Chi-Chen's worries, she forced out a smile and said, Brother, don't worry, I'm fine. Saying this, she attempted to stand up from the ground. But as soon as she exerted herself, she cried out in pain. What's wrong? Chi-Chen hurriedly asked, and Chi Meng rubbed her wrist, looking aggrieved as she said, My wrist hurts, I think I sprained it. Chi-Chen frowned and said, Then let's hurry to the hospital. He helped Chi Meng up, but Zhang Yasi couldn't stand up either. I think I sprained my ankle. Zhang Yasi's expression seemed extremely ashamed. This incident had all started because of her, and now both Chi-Chen and Chi Meng were injured because of it, making her feel guilty and unable to lift her head. Fortunately, Maihua Chao and Biao Biao were unhurt. The 2 of them helped Chi Meng into her Porsche, while Chi-Chen squatted down, allowing Zhang Yasi to lie on his back. Let's get out of here. If those thugs come back, it will be a problem. Meng, your wrist is injured, can you drive? Chi Meng was about to say she could, but Ma Yueqiao interjected, "I can drive. Let me take the wheel." Chi Chen nodded, watching as the three girls got into the Porsche, while he carried Zhang Yasi toward the Bentley. He hadn't felt anything unusual when he first picked Zhang Yasi up, but after taking a few steps, he realized something was off. Although Zhang Yasi wasn't heavy, being on his back brought a tremendous sense of pressure. This feeling made Zhang Yasi's face turn bright red, while the pain in Chi Chen's body seemed to vanish. He quickly bent down and placed Zhang Yasi in the passenger seat. "Let's go to the People's Hospital." After taking out his phone and informing Chi Meng via WeChat, Chi Chen suddenly slammed on the gas, the tires screeching against the ground, and the Bentley Continental surged into the night like a wild horse. To Chi Chen's surprise, the Porsche Macan, under Ma Yueqiao's driving, was also very stable, closely following behind the Bentley. She turned out to be an experienced driver. On the way to the hospital, Chi Chen took out his phone and found Yao Jianfeng's number. With these thugs being so arrogant and disregarding the law, as the director, Yao Jianfeng could not escape responsibility. Given Chi Chen's relationship with Lin Guoqiang, a single call would ensure that Yao Jianfeng would bring people to wipe out the forces behind these thugs. However, after hesitating for a moment, Chi Chen turned off Yao Jianfeng's number. If the police were to handle it, these thugs would inevitably be sent to a detention center or even prison. But Chi Chen didn't want to let these thugs off so easily. After cutting off contact with Yao Jianfeng, Chi Chen found Rong Li's number and called directly. The phone rang only 3 times before it was quickly answered, and then a surprised voice from the other end came through. "Chi Chen, why are you calling me? What's the matter?" Chi Chen smiled while driving and said, "Auntie has started taking Dawn, right? How's the effect?" It seemed that good news had lifted Rong Li's spirits, as his voice was filled with joy. "Yes, she has. The effect is amazing. In just a few days of taking the medicine, my mom has remembered a lot of things. These past couple of days, she keeps saying that you are the great benefactor who gave her a second life and wants to thank you." Feeling Rong Li's genuine happiness, Chi Chen was also infected by it and said, "That's great. Keep taking the medicine, and her condition can be controlled." After a pause, Chi Chen continued, "The reason I'm calling you today is that I need your help with something." Rong Li regarded Chi Chen as the great benefactor of his entire family and had long wanted to repay him, but he didn't know how to do so, as Chi Chen was much wealthier than him and more powerful. Now that Chi Chen suddenly asked for his help, he naturally perked up and excitedly said, "Chi Chen, just give the order. As long as I can do it, I won't hesitate, even if it means going through fire and water." Chi Chen was very pleased with Rong Li's attitude and smiled as he said, "It's not that exaggerated. I'm going to send you a few photos, help me see if you recognize this person." After saying that, Chi Chen didn't hang up but directly sent the recently taken photo of Hong Mao through WeChat. As soon as he received the photo, Rong Li exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Hong Mao? How did he get beaten up so badly?" Then, Rong Li seemed to realize something and asked incredulously, "You didn't do this, did you?" Hearing that Rong Li recognized Hong Mao, Chi Chen felt a surge of joy and didn't deny it, instead saying, "That's right, I did. Today he wanted to bully my sister, so I just took the opportunity to hit him." "Do you know his background?" Rong Li was surprised not because the person Chi Chen had beaten was Hong Mao but because the usually gentle Chi Chen had such a violent side. However, upon hearing that Hong Mao wanted to bully his sister, he immediately understood and said angrily, "That idiot Hong Mao actually brought this on himself. I run an entertainment club in Rongqing, so I have some understanding of people in this area. To be honest, Hong Mao isn't a big deal, at most, he's just a big lackey. He has a boss named Li Long, whom we all call Deaf. Hong Mao is just a little brother following Deaf." "Great, I found the main character." Chi Chen continued to ask, "What does this Deaf do?" Rong Li replied, "Deaf runs a few underground casinos and also dabbles in loan sharking. In the underground scene of Rongqing, he can be considered a prominent figure, especially since he is ruthless and has no bottom line, willing to use any despicable means. His reputation among our group isn't very good." Upon hearing the words casino and loan shark, Zhang Yasi gasped, her breathing quickening, and her majestic chest heaved violently. Her brother had lost not only his family fortune due to gambling but had also incurred a large amount of loan shark debt, causing him to go missing. And these thugs had come to the school looking for Zhang Yasi because they couldn't find her brother for the time being. This was also the fundamental reason for the conflict that occurred today. The situation that Chi Chen and the others encountered was similar to what Rong Li had described. It seemed that the mastermind behind sending Hong Mao to find Zhang Yasi today was this deaf man. At this moment, Hong Mao was in Chi Chen's hands, having been beaten to a pulp, his face covered in blood, and his nose smashed to pieces. Yet, even in this state, Chi Chen still felt unsatisfied. This was because the methods of Hong Mao and his gang were truly despicable, they would resort to violence against young girls at the slightest disagreement. If Chi-Chen hadn't happened to come to find Chi-Meng and the others for a meal today, the girls who encountered Hong Mao alone outside would likely have fallen victim to their vicious hands. As a doting brother, Chi-Meng was Chi-Chen's Achilles heel. A dragon has its reverse scale, touching it means certain death. He had to completely sever the mastermind behind this to relieve the hatred in his heart. Moreover, if he let Hong Mao go without punishing the darkness behind him, these thugs, known for their vengeful nature, would surely come back to retaliate against Chi-Meng and the others. Therefore, Chi-Chen decided that this matter had to be dealt with thoroughly today, leaving no loose ends. Resolute in his decision to deal with the deaf man, Chi-Chen asked in a deep voice, "What's the deaf man's strength like? Does he have many underlings? How does he compare to you?" Upon hearing Chi-Chen's words, Ronli realized that Chi-Chen had made up his mind to take action against the deaf man, which excited him greatly. The deaf man's territory is about the same size as mine, and he has quite a few underlings. Overall, if the two of us were to fight, it would be 50-50. Chi-Chen, as long as you give the order, I will immediately gather all the brothers and go to war with the deaf man. To the death. Ronli was so excited because he felt he had finally found an opportunity to repay Chi-Chen, and naturally, he wanted to give it his all. However, Chi-Chen did not fulfill his wish and calmly said, "It's not that exaggerated, there's no need for you to go to war with him. I just want you to lure him out, preferably in your entertainment club, so I can meet him and clarify this matter face to face. And, Hong Mao is also in my hands, I want to bring him along. So, can you arrange to get him out as I said?" After hearing this, Ronli felt a bit disappointed and unwillingly said, "Huh? Not a war? Just luring him out? Then how do you plan to solve the problem?" "As soon as you give the order, I will immediately take my brothers to flatten his territory. You don't need to worry about me." It was clear that Ronli genuinely wanted to stand up for Chi-Chen and fight the madman. But Chi-Chen shook his head and said, "Really unnecessary. Just help me get him out. He harmed my sister, some things I must do myself." Upon hearing Chi-Chen say this, Ronli stopped insisting and said, "Alright, I'll do as you say. Let's set the meeting at my old feelings club. What time?" Chi-Chen glanced at the time, it was just 9:30. Since Chi-Meng and Zhang Yasi's injuries were still unclear, he calculated and then said, "How about 12? Midnight, at the old feelings club, we'll meet on time." After hanging up the phone, the car had already arrived near the hospital. Chi-Chen drove directly to the emergency entrance, got out, and wanted to carry Zhang Yasi on his back again, but she blushed and refused. "Brother Guang, I just can't put weight on my ankle, you just need to support me a little." Looking at her shy appearance made both of them a bit flustered. Chi-Chen naturally did not insist, he simply extended an arm to help her out of the car. Zhang Yasi's ankle had swollen up high, and she could only keep it raised in the air, which meant that most of her weight was pressing down on Chi-Chen, who was supporting her. With no other choice, Chi-Chen had to give up struggling, feeling Zhang Yasi's rapid heartbeat. At that moment, a Porsche Macan came to a steady stop behind them, and Ma Yuechao hurriedly got out, helping Chi-Meng down from the passenger seat as well. Unlike most girls who would panic in such a brawl, Ma Yuechao remained remarkably calm, driving with a swift decisiveness and impressive skill that made Chi-Chen look at him with newfound respect. They helped each other into the hospital's emergency room, where the doctor immediately ordered examinations. Before long, the results came out, and Chi-Chen let out a sigh of relief. Chi-Meng's wrist pain was just a sprain, possibly slightly injuring a ligament, and with 2 weeks of rest, she should be fine. Zhang Yasi's condition was more serious. She had twisted her ankle from the force of her fall. Although there was no bone injury, she would need a month of rest. After leaving the examination room, she was directly placed in a wheelchair. Surprisingly, Chi-Chen, who appeared to be the most injured, had the lightest injuries, perhaps due to his strong resilience. He had taken a blow from a bench directly on his left arm and couldn't lift it at the time, but the examination revealed it was just a muscle strain that would heal with some rest. His body was covered in bruises from the fight, but none of his bones or organs were injured, and he would fully recover in no more than 3 days. The girls had not suffered serious injuries, which was a stroke of luck amidst their misfortune. However, ever since she sat in the wheelchair, Zhang Yasi had kept her head down, burying her expression in her chest, her shoulders occasionally trembling, clearly crying. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault that you got hurt because of me. I'm so useless. Not only did I hold you back during rehearsal, but I also caused you such a big trouble." At that moment, Zhang Yasi felt an overwhelming guilt, believing it was her fault that Chi-Chen and Chi-Meng had to endure such an undeserved disaster. Not only were they physically injured, but they might also miss the welcome party 2 days later. Yet, looking at Zhang Yasi, who was crying in self-reproach, Chi-Chen showed no signs of blame on his face. Instead, he gently squeezed her shoulder and said, "This is definitely not your fault. How could this be your fault? Everything is the fault of that red-haired guy. It's the fault of that deaf guy who set up the gambling den. You all didn't suffer serious injuries, which is fortunate, but I will make them pay back this debt tenfold." After saying this, Chi-Chin glanced at the clock. It was already 11 o'clock. At this hour, the school dormitories had closed, and with the presence of that deaf guy, returning to the dorm for rest was not safe. Since Chi-Chin did not have his own place in Rong City, he could only arrange for the girls to check into a suite at the Marriott Hotel for the night, so they could rest together and look out for each other if anything happened. This predicament also made Chi-Chin determined that after resolving this matter, he needed to quickly find a competent bodyguard and driver, and buy a house of his own. Wealth that does not return home is like wearing fine clothes in the dark, and slapping someone without an audience is equally tasteless. It was clear that due to today's unexpected incident, Zhang Yasi was under a lot of psychological pressure and was constantly blaming herself. To alleviate her mental burden, Chi-Chin decided to take her to the nostalgic club at midnight, where he would let her vent her frustrations. So, Chi-Chin said, "Zhang Yasi, come with me. You've been wrong so much today. I want you to see with your own eyes how I'll take revenge for you." At this moment, Zhang Yasi had lost all her own ideas. She would listen to whatever Chi-Chin said. Upon hearing Chi-Chen's decision, Chi Meng and Biao Biao also started clamoring to go along, wanting to see how Chi-Chen would vent his anger. Naturally, Chi-Chen did not agree to Chi Meng's request. For a young girl, it was best to avoid getting involved in fights and violence as much as possible. However, it was better for Zhang Yasi to have another girl with her for care. Otherwise, what would she do if she needed to go to the bathroom? It would be inconvenient for her to move around alone. Therefore, Chi-Chen refused Chi Meng's request to join but agreed to take Biao Biao along. This made Chi Meng pout unhappily, but she ultimately had to yield, and with Ma Yuechao's company, she went to rest in the suite at the Marriott Hotel. Meanwhile, Chi-Chen drove his Bentley, taking Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao, along with Hong Mao in the trunk, towards the old nostalgia club. It was already late at night, yet in an underground casino, it was just bustling with noise, the entire place filled with a restless and frenzied atmosphere. This underground casino was the property of the deaf man. The deaf man was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, stout, with a completely bald head that shone brightly without a single hair. At this moment, he was sitting in a private room on the second floor of the casino, puffing on a cigarette while enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman behind him, overlooking the entire casino. This was his territory, his empire. Every night, this place would bring him tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or millions in profits. Likewise, every night, there would be gamblers losing everything here, plunging several families into the depths of hell, unable to extricate themselves. Just as the deaf man was drunkenly admiring his empire, two disheveled figures suddenly walked in behind him. They were the two thugs who had just been defeated by Chi-Chan and had fled in embarrassment. "Brother Long." "Hello, Brother Long." The deaf man turned around and saw his two little brothers covered in injuries, looking utterly miserable, one of them with blood streaming from his arm, as wretched as could be. Seeing this, the deaf man frowned deeply and asked, "What happened? Who did this? Where's Hong Mao?" Hong Mao was the deaf man's most trusted henchman and his most capable assistant, the leader of the two thugs in front of him. Since these two had been beaten and Hong Mao was missing, the deaf man naturally inquired about Hong Mao's whereabouts first. However, the words from the two little brothers shocked the deaf man greatly. "What? The five of you were all taken down by someone? Hong Mao not only got injured but was also captured? Who on earth is so bold? Don't they know that Hong Mao is my man?" The deaf man's expression turned extremely grim. Having his most capable subordinate taken away was tantamount to declaring war in the underworld. Regardless of the cause of the incident, the deaf man had to retaliate with the strongest measures, otherwise, he would not only lose the respect of his subordinates but also see his reputation and status in the underworld plummet. "Tell me more about this matter. Who was the opponent?" Upon hearing the deaf man's inquiry, one of the thugs replied, "A couple of days ago, a guy named Zhang Shuai lost a huge sum of money in our place and owes a large amount of usury. He tricked us into thinking he was going back to raise money, but instead, he took the opportunity to escape and disappeared. Hong Mao took us to the university to find Zhang Shuai's sister, wanting to capture her to force Zhang Shuai to show up. Upon arriving there, we were attacked by someone from his sister's group. Not only did they injure us, but they also captured red-haired brother. Zhang Shuai was someone the deaf man knew well. In fact, Zhang Shuai had not lost money at his casino, instead, he had won quite a bit. Naturally, the deaf man was unwilling to let Zhang Shuai walk away with a large sum of money from his casino, so he personally set a trap and manipulated things from behind the scenes. In an instant, Zhang Shuai lost all the money he had previously won and ended up losing everything, even owing a large sum in high-interest loans to the casino. It was all a setup. However, after hearing his subordinate's words, the deaf man was still somewhat surprised and said, "What did you say? There was only one person on the other side, and you five couldn't handle him? What a bunch of useless fools. Who exactly is this person?" The subordinate replied with a bitter face, "Brother Long, we really don't know. Red-haired brother just said a few harsh words and was knocked to the ground in an instant. We were also caught off guard by his sneak attack, which is why we ended up in such a sorry state." Regardless of the reason, the fact remained that Red-haired and his group were beaten 1 against 5, and if this got out, everyone who knew about it would laugh at them. They had to take revenge fiercely to restore their dignity and maintain their status among their peers. Thinking of this, the deaf man's face was filled with malice as he coldly said, "You two, immediately gather enough brothers and head back to the barbecue stall. See if that group is still there. If they're not, check the surveillance footage of the barbecue shop right away, find that person's photo, and identify him as soon as possible. Zhang Shuai's sister and those female students who acted with her, find a chance to bring them back too. When the time comes, let them deal cards in my establishment. I want everyone to know the price of angering Brother Long." Just as the deaf man was making his threats, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and, upon seeing the caller, raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of surprise on his egg-like head. "Rongli, why is he calling me so late?" Rongli ran an entertainment city, while the deaf man operated an underground casino. Their businesses had no intersection, but they were both in the same line of work and knew each other. Although he couldn't figure out Rongli's purpose for calling him at this hour, the deaf man still answered the call with a smile, saying, "Yo, Master Rong. What brings you to call me? Want to bring some friends over for a few rounds?" The two thug subordinates were originally about to leave the private room to gather the thugs in the venue for revenge, but seeing the deaf man suddenly answer the phone, they stayed put, waiting nearby. The two thugs were a bit far from the deaf man and couldn't hear the voice on the other end of the line, but they could see the deaf man's smile suddenly turn to shock as he exclaimed, "What? The one who injured red-haired is your brother?" Immediately, the deaf man's expression turned cold as he said, "Master Rong, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you face, but your brother is being too much. Not only did he injure my 5 brothers, but he also directly captured red-haired. If this gets out, how am I supposed to survive in the future?" Hearing the deaf man's words, the two thug subordinates exchanged glances. Rongli was a well-known figure in Rong City, almost monopolizing the entire entertainment city and business KTV there. They never expected that the one who injured them, Chi-Chen, was actually Rongli's brother. No wonder Chi-Chen was so ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. It turned out he had Rongli backing him. If the two of them knew that Chi-Chen was actually Rongli's right-hand man, they wouldn't know what expressions would be on their faces. In the phone call, Rongli seemed to say something else, and the deaf man's expression softened a bit as he nodded and said, "Since it's you, Master Rong, who has spoken, I'll give you this face. How does your brother want to resolve this matter?" The deaf man paused and replied, "What? Talk face to face? Sure. Where? Nostalgic feelings? I say, Master Rong, you won't trick me over there and then do something to me, right? Hee, fine. I trust Master Rong's character. But I want to bring a few more brothers with me, is that okay? Alright, then we'll meet at Nostalgic Feelings at 12 o'clock sharp." After hanging up the phone, the deaf man's expression immediately turned gloomy again, and he said coldly, "Damn it, this matter was actually done by Rongli. I said, who has the guts to touch my brother Long?" Seeing the cold expression on the deaf man's face, the two younger brothers immediately fell silent, cautiously saying, "So, is this matter just going to be let go?" The deaf man snorted coldly, "Let go? Impossible. No matter how powerful Rongli is, this matter can't just be easily brushed aside. Didn't he invite me to Nostalgic Feelings? Fine, I'll go. You guys go gather a dozen brothers, and we'll go together. I don't believe he dares to do anything to me. Hong Mao is still in their hands. Rongli must give me a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Go call the brothers, we're leaving." Soon, a convoy of 5 or 6 cars set off from the deaf man's casino, and before long, they arrived at the Nostalgic Feelings Club. Upon arrival, as soon as the deaf man got out of the car, a sharply dressed young man approached him and said, "Brother Long, Master Rong has been waiting for you for a long time, please follow me." After saying that, he turned and led the way into the club. The deaf man recognized this person. His name was Lu Liang, a young brother highly valued by Rongli, considered a trusted aide. However, the deaf man did not follow Lu Liang directly into the club but waited in place until a dozen younger brothers parked their cars and gathered around him. Then he felt more confident and entered the club. The club was quite large, with over 20 floors. Entering the exclusive elevator, nearly 20 people packed it tightly, and soon, the elevator reached the top floor. Surrounded by his younger brothers, the deaf man walked forward with Lu Liang and quickly entered a spacious hall. To the deaf man's surprise, Although the hall was very large, there were very few people inside. Besides Rongli, whom the deaf man recognized, there was also a young man with a calm expression and composed demeanor. Beside the young man were two delicate girls, one of whom was sitting in a wheelchair. Upon seeing the deaf man enter, Rongli smiled and stood up to greet him, saying, "Deaf man, Brother Long, we finally waited for you, we've been waiting for a long time." The deaf man forced a rather unpleasant smile and replied, "It's just 12 o'clock, I'm not late, you all came too early." Noticing that Chi Chen and the two girls did not stand up to greet him, the deaf man's mood soured a bit, and his tone became colder as he said, "Master Rong, these few look unfamiliar. Could you introduce them?" Rongli nodded and pointed at Chi Chen, saying, "This is Chi Chen, my good brother. These two girls are Chi Chen's sisters." The phrase good brother was particularly strong, seemingly hinting to the deaf man, "I have protected this person." However, the deaf man seemed not to understand and boldly sat down on the sofa opposite Chi Chen, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then turned to the two younger brothers who had been beaten by Chi Chen, saying, "Look, was it this person who beat you?" Although the fight didn't last long, the two thugs had a particularly deep impression of Chi Chen and immediately stated with certainty, "Brother Long, it's him. He's the one who hurt us and took Brother Hong Mao away." The deaf man waved his hand, signaling the two younger brothers to step back, then casually pinched a cigarette with one hand, adopting a boss-like demeanor as he slowly said, "Master Rong, you heard that, right? This brother Chi Chen not only injured my men for no reason but also took away Hong Mao. I respect you as a senior and am willing to accept your mediation, which is why I came to your territory. So, Master Rong, how do you want to handle this matter?" The deaf man spoke very slowly, sometimes even pausing between words. After finishing his speech, the cigarette in his hand had burned down quite a bit, and he leisurely extinguished the half-burned cigarette in the ashtray, his eyes fixed intently on Chi Chen. He knew that although Rongli was mediating, the real key player in this matter was the very young-looking Chi Chen in front of him. However, Chi Chen remained silent, showing no reaction to the deaf man's words, his expression indifferent, staring at the deaf man as if he were looking at a corpse. This gaze made the deaf man extremely uncomfortable, igniting a surge of unnamed anger within him. "Damn it, you hurt my men, and now you dare to look at me like that? So what if you're Rong Li's brother? If I go crazy, even Rong Li himself would have to give me some face. Who the hell do you think you are?" Just then, Rong Li spoke up. "Brother Long, I invited you here, and you came, which is a favor to me, Rong Li. Now, you can tell me how you want to handle this matter." Rong Li didn't directly answer the deaf man's question but instead kicked the ball back, intending to hear the deaf man's demands first. The deaf man was not polite, nodding and raising a finger as he said, "All right, Master Rong, since you want me to speak, I won't hold back. First, where is Hong Mao? Hand him over to me." Having his little brothers beaten by Chi Chen 5-1 was already humiliating enough for the deaf man. If there was anything that could humiliate him further, it was that his capable subordinate, Hong Mao, was actually taken away by Chi Chen in front of everyone. Therefore, the deaf man's first demand was to get Hong Mao back. This demand was clearly anticipated by Rongli, who clapped his hands, and two well-dressed younger brothers stepped out from behind the screen in the hall. These two younger brothers were holding a half-conscious person. The man was completely slumped over the arms of the two younger brothers, his legs dragging helplessly on the ground, making painful whimpering sounds with every movement. Hong Mao. Upon seeing the newcomer, the deaf man no longer had that reserved boss demeanor. He suddenly stood up and gritted his teeth, saying, "You actually beat him up like this? Very good. You have guts." After saying that, the deaf man quickly walked to Hong Mao's side and urgently asked, "Hong Mao, how are you? Who did this to you?" Hearing the deaf man's voice, Hong Mao lifted his head and began to mumble. It turned out that his mouth was stuffed with one of Chi Chen's socks, and snot and blood mixed together, staining the black sock a dark red color. Seeing Hong Mao in such a disgusting state, the deaf man, who had originally planned to put on a show of brotherly affection, immediately took 2 steps back, letting his younger brothers take over Hong Mao, and then angrily said to Rongli, "Master Rong, your brother has beaten Hong Mao to this state, isn't that a bit excessive? If I don't get a proper explanation for this matter, how will my younger brothers look at me?" Rongli smiled and said, "I heard that red hair is quite fierce when hitting people, but when it comes to getting hit himself, why can't he handle it? I heard from Chi Chen that his strikes weren't that heavy." "Not that heavy? If they were any heavier, the guy would be done for, alright." Just when the deaf man was fuming, Chi Chen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "I was the one who hit him, I'll take responsibility. How about this, I'll cover his medical expenses. How much do you want? Name your price. Compensation?" Hearing Chi Chen's words, the deaf man was somewhat surprised. He had been so ruthless when hitting, yet now he was voluntarily offering to pay. Could it be that they were admitting defeat? Or was it that my reputation in the underworld has reached such heights, to win without a fight? Hearing Chi-Chen's willingness to pay, the deaf man's heart leaped with joy, but his face showed no other expression. Instead, he spoke in a deep voice. You think you can just pay a little and let it go after beating someone up like this? That's a bit naive, isn't it? So, looking at Red Hair's injuries, they seem quite serious. Medical fees, lost wages, plus compensation for mental distress, all for a flat rate. 3 million. A flat rate, 3 million. Although Red Hair looked tragic, his injuries weren't actually severe. He just had a broken nose, and normal medical expenses might not even reach 10,000. If this were just a dispute between ordinary people, it would probably be settled for 30 or 50,000. But the deaf man's flat rate of 3 million was indeed a lion's share. His plan was to ask for an exorbitant price and then negotiate down. First, he would set a very high price to let Rong-li bargain. If the final price was satisfactory, the deaf man would choose to accept the money and let the matter pass. If the price was unsatisfactory, the deaf man could turn hostile at any time. It was a strategy of both offense and defense. However, what the deaf man didn't expect was that upon hearing the sky-high price of 3 million, Chi-Chen didn't even blink and directly agreed. 3 million for medical expenses? Sure, I can transfer the money right away. Seeing Chi-Chen agree without hesitation, the deaf man's heart raced with excitement, but suddenly he felt a wave of regret. Did he really just agree like that? Was my 3 million a bit low? If I had known Chi-Chen would be so straightforward, I should have asked for 5 million, no, 10 million. This Chi-Chen is a wealthy sucker. Hearing Chi-Chen agree so readily, Rong-li, as the middleman, was also quite surprised and quickly said, Chi-Chen, although Red Hair's injury looks serious, it really won't cost that much to treat. 3 million for medical expenses is just too much. No way, absolutely can't agree. You don't need to worry, with me here, the deaf man won't dare to do anything to you. Seeing Rong-li actually undermining him in front of Chi-Chen, the deaf man's expression darkened immediately, and he said angrily, Rong-yi. I call you Rong-yi out of respect. But don't take yourself too seriously. Chi-Chen has already agreed to 3 million. What are you still babbling about? Is there any bit of underworld rules left in what you're doing? Chi-Chen had finally sought Rong-li's help, and now Rong-li was entirely focused on performing well in front of Chi-Chen. As long as Chi-Chen gave the order, Rong-li could even gather all his strength to deal with the deaf man on his own turf. But now, instead of helping Chi-Chen, Rong-li had let Chi-Chen be heavily extorted by the deaf man, which was completely unacceptable to him. Suddenly, facing the deaf man's questioning, Rong-li's expression changed. He was no longer smiling but had turned fierce, glaring at the deaf man and saying, Let me tell you, Chi-Chen is my brother. Whoever dares to let him suffer, I will fight them to the death. Rong-li had always appeared amiable and business-minded, but now he suddenly turned hostile, becoming extremely fierce, causing a sudden jolt in the heart of the deaf man. Rong-li had made his fortune in Rongqing long before the deaf man, and his status in the underworld was significantly higher. Now that Rong-li had suddenly lost his temper, the deaf man felt a twinge of fear. Since Master Rong has said so, then, just as the deaf man was about to back down, he heard Chi-Chen speak. No need. We agreed on 3 million, so it's 3 million. I can transfer it to you directly right now. Brother Rong, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I injured the red-haired man, so I should take responsibility. The anger on Rong-li's face instantly vanished, replaced by extreme astonishment. Chi-Chen was wealthy. After all, the drug dawn in his hands was like an inexhaustible money tree. But being rich doesn't mean one can just throw money around like this. The deaf man asked for 3 million, and he just gives it? What if he asked for 10 million or 100 million? Could it be that Chi-Chen was truly scared and wanted to pay to settle this matter? But Chi-Chen was not the type to be timid. He didn't even regard a giant like Ruehue Pharmaceutical. How could a small thug like the deaf man intimidate Chi-Chen? Could it be that Chi-Chen had another plan? With doubts in his heart, when Rong-li looked at Chi-Chen's indifferent gaze, he felt increasingly that something was off. After seeing Chi-Chen give him a meaningful look, Rong-li immediately understood, nodded, and said no more. On the other side, the deaf man was beaming with joy. 3 million. Wasn't that like picking up money for free? Even with Rong-li stepping in, Chi-Chen still insisted on giving it. Could it be that my brother Long's reputation had grown to such an extent? Just relying on his fearsome name could make Chi-Chen willingly give me 3 million? Thinking of this, the deaf man smiled and said, generous. Chi-Chen, I didn't expect you to be such a generous person. Then I'll accept this 3 million. As for the matter of you injuring the red-haired man, let's just let it go. How about that? Chi-Chen nodded non-committally, the corner of his mouth curling up into a meaningful smile. The deaf man was taken aback, instinctively feeling something was off, but the joy of just receiving 3 million overshadowed that feeling. Looking at the cold smile on Chi-Chen's face, he found it much more pleasing. As Chi-Chen unhesitatingly transferred 3 million to the deaf man's account, the deaf man's greed swelled even more. With a beaming smile, he accepted the 3 million Chi-Chen had just transferred and continued, "Brother Chi-Chen, since we've put the matter of the red-haired man behind us, shouldn't we settle the issue with Zhang Shuai?" Zhang Shuai was Zhang Yasi's brother, who not only lost his entire fortune at the deaf man's gambling den but also owed a large sum of high-interest loans. It was because Zhang Shuai had run away after accumulating this debt that the red-haired man brought people to find Zhang Yasi, leading to all the subsequent events. One could say that Zhang Shuai was the instigator of this matter. Upon hearing her brother's name, Zhang Yasi suddenly raised her head to look at the beaming deaf man. However, as soon as her gaze met his, she immediately lowered her head in fear. As a young girl just entering university, Zhang Yasi had no courage or ability to deal with a ruthless thug like the deaf man. She didn't even dare to meet his eyes. However, since Zhang Shuai had already fled, as long as he didn't pay off his gambling debts, Zhang Yasi would have to face the harassment and debt collection from the deaf man and his thugs, unable to find peace for even a day. Thinking of this, Zhang Yasi felt a suffocating sensation in her heart. At this moment, sitting beside her, Chi-Chen was her only hope and support. So, even though she was sitting in a wheelchair, Zhang Yasi's body involuntarily leaned towards Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen felt the soft touch on his arm and sensed Zhang Yasi's dependence on him. Comfortingly, he patted the back of her hand and looked at the deaf man, saying, "Shall we calculate Zhang Shuai's debt?" "Sure." Hearing that Chi-Chen did not refuse, the deaf man felt a surge of joy. There's hope. This wealthy guy might really pay off Zhang Shuai's debt. The deaf man had been mingling in the gambling scene for many years and knew well that someone like Zhang Shuai, despite owing a huge amount of high-interest loans, had no ability to repay it. Whether Zhang Shuai owed 10 million or 100 million, as long as he had no money to pay back, it was just a meaningless number. The deaf man could only send people to constantly harass Zhang Shuai's family, putting pressure on him to repay the debt. The last resort would be to kidnap Zhang Yasi and make her work as a prostitute. But how much could that possibly earn? Compared to the massive high-interest loans Zhang Shuai owed, it was just a drop in the bucket. Now, whether to win Zhang Yasi's favor or out of fear of the deaf man's power, if Chi-Chen could really pay off this enormous gambling debt, the deaf man would wake up smiling from his dreams. Thus, the expression on the deaf man's face became increasingly amiable as he said, "Zhang Shuai owes us a large sum of money and then went missing. The reason we are looking for his sister is because of this. Debts must be repaid. It's only right. If you want this matter to be completely settled and we will no longer harass Zhang Yasi, there is only one choice. That is to pay off Zhang Shuai's debt right now. You pay the money for Zhang Shuai, and we naturally won't trouble Zhang Yasi anymore." Chi-Chen asked, "How much does Zhang Shuai owe you?" Upon hearing Chi-Chen's question, the deaf man's smile deepened as he replied, 10 million. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yasi let out a gasp. What? 10 million? She only knew that her brother owed some money, but she had no idea how much it was. Hearing the deaf man say it out loud, Zhang Yasi felt as if the world was spinning. If she weren't sitting in a wheelchair, she might have fainted on the spot. 10 million. This number was an astronomical figure in Zhang Yasi's eyes. Her parents had passed away long ago, and she had managed to continue her studies through school subsidies and scholarships. During the vacation after the college entrance examination, Zhang Yasi worked hard at a mall in Rongqing, earning only a little over 2,000 a month after working tirelessly every day. And this 2,000, compared to the 10 million Zhang Shuai owed, might not even be a drop in the bucket. Zhang Yasi felt utterly lost. Even if she sold herself completely, she couldn't gather 10 million. What should I do? Just as Zhang Yasi's mind went blank, Chi-Chen spoke again, his tone still very indifferent, as if the number 10 million had stirred no waves in his heart. How did this 10 million come about? Did Zhang Shuai lose 10 million directly to you? Hoping that Chi-Chen would pay off Zhang Shuai's debt, the deaf man quickly explained, not exactly. Zhang Shuai lost 7 million to us, and the remaining 3 million is the interest accumulated over these days. At that moment, Biao Biao, who had been pushing the wheelchair behind Zhang Yasi, let out a gasp. He's only been in debt for a few days, and the interest is already this high? That's outrageous. Hearing Biao Biao's words, the deaf man's expression darkened as he replied. The interest rate is always negotiated before borrowing. Lending money is a mutual agreement. Even if Zhang Shuai is here, he can't say a word against it. In fact, the reason Zhang Shuai lost so much money was entirely due to the deaf man setting up a scheme and manipulating the cards. However, at this moment, when it came to asking for money, the deaf man naturally wouldn't mention these issues, only clinging to the amount of 10 million without letting go. 10 million was an unimaginable fortune for Zhang Yasi. Yet, Chi-Chen merely glanced coldly at the deaf man, nodded, and said, 10 million? Fine. I'll give you 10 million in total, and Zhang Shuai's gambling debt to you will be settled, right? There's hope. Qi Chen is a friend worth having. He really will pay back the money. The deaf man excitedly nodded and said, that's right, 10 million. As long as you give me 10 million now, I guarantee that Zhang Shuai's debt to me will be settled. According to Rong Li's previous thoughts, he would definitely have stopped Qi Chen. After all, gambling debts often have hidden tricks behind them, and it was very likely that the deaf man was scheming behind the scenes, which is why Zhang Shuai lost so much money. Given Rong Li's status in the underworld, even if he defaulted on this gambling debt, the deaf man probably wouldn't have any way to deal with it. However, upon realizing that Qi Chen had other plans, Rong Li did not intervene this time, merely observing the situation. Instead, Zhang Yasi mustered her courage, looked up at Qi Chen, and said, Brother Guang, this won't do. 10 million is really too much. I can't pay it back even if I sell myself. You may have money, but your money didn't come from thin air. I can't let you help me pay this gambling debt. I can't pay this debt. If it comes to it, I'll just go with them. I can't waste your money for nothing. Although Zhang Yasi's usual personality was timid, at this moment, her heart was incredibly resolute. That was 10 million. A huge fortune that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. The trouble was caused by her own brother, and asking Qi Chen to help her with this 10 million was a hurdle she couldn't get over, no matter what. If it were someone else, they would have already started expressing endless gratitude for the help in solving their problems. After all, it wasn't their own money being spent, they would just deal with the immediate issue first. But Zhang Yasi was different. She was concerned about whether she could repay this huge sum in the future and whether her actions would bring great trouble to Qi Chen. Such qualities were extremely rare. Looking at Zhang Yasi, whose face was full of tears yet whose eyes were filled with stubbornness, Qi Chen raised his arm and gently patted her head, softly comforting her. Don't worry, as long as it's a problem that can be solved with money, there's no need to despair. 10 million may seem like a huge amount to you, but to me, it doesn't count for much. You are my sister's friend, I can't just watch you fall into an endless abyss. If you trust me, just leave this matter to me, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. At that moment, the woman behind the wheelchair also chimed in. Yes, Cece. Let's get through this immediate difficulty first. 10 million is a lot. If you can't pay it back later, you can just offer yourself, right? I would love to offer myself, but I don't have that opportunity. Zhang Yasi's eyes suddenly became a bit dazed. The deaf man's group looked incredibly fierce, and their gazes towards her were filled with naked desire and malice. If she fell into the hands of this group, she might face endless humiliation and torment. Just thinking about it made her body tremble with fear. However, her good upbringing and honest character didn't want her to cause such great trouble for Qi Chen. For a moment, she was at a loss. At this moment, she was like a drifting duckweed without support, unintentionally encountering Qi Chen, this towering tree, and instinctively taking him as her reliance. Qi Chen did not wait for Zhang Yasi to make a final decision. Instead, he looked at the deaf man and said, It's still that account, right? 10 million, I'll transfer it to you right away. Upon hearing Qi Chen's words, the deaf man's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy, nodding repeatedly as he said, It's still that account, transfer it now. Master Rong is here as a witness. As long as you transfer 10 million to me, all the gambling debts between me, Zhang Shuai, and his sister will be wiped out in one go. Zhang Shuai has a good sister. If it weren't for you, Qi Chen, helping him pay off this debt, I would have found him sooner or later. By then, the fate of the two siblings would be so tragic that he could never have imagined it. Qi Chen's bank account had over 2.6 billion in deposits, and the transfer limit was very high. Even though he had just transferred 3 million, the 10 million transfer was quickly completed. Watching the notification of the 10 million arriving, the deaf man stood up with a beaming smile, his pride completely unmasked, and said, Master Rong, your brother is really generous, really open-hearted. Qi Chen, from now on, you're my brother. In the future, if anything happens in Rongqing, you can just mention my name. It's getting late now, you all rest here, I'll take my leave. After saying this, the deaf man stood up, ready to turn and leave with his group of followers. Just then, Qi Chen, who had been sitting on the sofa, suddenly spoke, his voice as indifferent as ever, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Wait, you want to leave just like that? We've settled our debt with you, but you still owe us. Qi Chen sat calmly on the sofa, his tone not raised, yet in just a few short sentences, there seemed to be a chilling energy that instantly froze the deaf man's figure in place. Hearing Qi Chen's words, Rong Li also felt a jolt of excitement. Here it comes. Qi Chen's counterattack has finally arrived. He had long sensed that Qi Chen's attitude was off. Always yielding to the deaf man was not Qi Chen's character at all. Now, with Qi Chen suddenly taking action, Rong Li also felt a surge of excitement and shouted at the frozen deaf man, "Deaf man, did Chi-Chen let you go? Damn it, sit back down. This matter isn't over, let's see who dares to leave." With Rong Li's words, a dozen burly men in black suits suddenly appeared in the dark corners of the hall, completely blocking the route for the deaf man and his group to leave. It was impossible to leave without Rong Li's nod. Seeing this scene, the deaf man's expression turned extremely ugly. He had originally thought that Chi-Chen was afraid of him, which was why he complied with his demands. He never expected that Chi-Chen had been holding back until now to suddenly strike back at him. Although his face was very grim, the possibility of successfully forcing his way out was slim, so the deaf man could only sit back down, his dead fish eyes fixed coldly on Chi-Chen as he said, "Oh, Chi-Chen, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I still owe you an account? You hit my man and took Hong Mao away, do I still need to give you an explanation?" Chi-Chen paid no attention to the deaf man's fierce expression and words. Instead, he raised his injured arm under the dim light of the hall, carefully examining it while saying, "This arm of mine was smashed by one of your little brothers with a stool, this debt needs to be settled, right?" Under the light, Chi-Chen's arm was slightly red and swollen, but it still moved relatively freely, looking not too serious. The deaf man originally wanted to say, "What's a little injury to you?" However, suddenly, the image of Chi-Chen's calm expression from start to finish flashed in his mind. Coupled with Chi-Chen's nonchalant transfer of 10 million, without even a blink, the deaf man suddenly felt a bit guilty. Chi-Chen's tranquil demeanor before him began to seem somewhat unfathomable. Too calm, too composed. Seeing Rong Li acting like a little brother making a fuss, while Chi-Chen sat like a godfather, steady and unyielding, the deaf man suddenly felt a strong sense of apprehension. Thus, the curse that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back, and instead, he said with a hint of frustration, "It was my little brother's fault for injuring you. How about this, to show my apology, I'll cover 500,000 in medical expenses as compensation, how does that sound?" After saying this, the deaf man felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Red Hair had been beaten so badly, with a crushed nose and blood all over his face, who knew if he could ever recover his looks? For such an injury, Chi-Chen had given him 3 million in medical expenses. Meanwhile, Chi-Chen's arm was only slightly swollen, without even a scratch, and offering 500,000 for a settlement was already very sincere. Giving away 500,000 for no reason made the deaf man feel aggrieved. However, Chi-Chen's unique aura made the deaf man feel a bit wary, prompting him to spend 500,000 just to settle the matter. Yet, Chi-Chen suddenly scoffed, his gaze turning somewhat fierce as he stared at the deaf man and said, 500,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Or are you comparing my injury to Red Hair's? Let me tell you, in my eyes, Red Hair's worthless life is even less than a stray dog on the street. Even if he dies, smashed to pieces, it wouldn't compare to a single hair on my body. Seeing Chi-Chen's demeanor, the deaf man fully understood that this matter could not be resolved easily, and he asked stiffly, "Oh, you think you're that precious? Then tell me, how much is this arm of yours worth?" Chi-Chen extended a hand, 50 million. What? The deaf man never expected Chi-Chen's outrageous demand to reach such heights. He stood up angrily and said, 50 million? Why don't you just go rob a bank? Chi-Chen laughed and replied, "What do you think I'm doing right now?" The deaf man instinctively turned to look at the elevator he had come up in, only to find it packed with people arranged by Rong Li, all bulging with concealed weapons beneath their clothes. There was no way to escape. Realizing the reality of being trapped, the deaf man's expression turned even more ruthless as he said, "You think blocking me here means you can do whatever you want? That I'll just obediently give you whatever amount you want? You're dreaming. Brother Long has been in this world for so many years, what kind of scenes haven't I seen? Besides, even if I give you this 50 million, do you dare to take it? Aren't you afraid of running into ghosts when you walk at night?" This was a blatant threat. Either you kill me here today, or when I go back, I'll welcome endless revenge. However, Chi-Chen was completely unfazed and instead said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, our accounts aren't settled yet." Saying this, Chi-Chen pointed to Zhang Yasi, who was sitting in a wheelchair beside him, and said, "My sister, Zhang Yasi, injured her ankle and is now in a wheelchair. My biological sister injured her wrist, and to this day, she still can't move it. Although in my eyes, Red Hair's life is worth less than a hair on my body, my two sisters are worth 10 times, 100 times more than me. Injuring them is no longer just a matter of money." At this point, the deaf man had already given up, scoffing as he said, "You're just talking big. I've hurt them, what do you want?" Chi-Chen's expression suddenly became extremely serious as he coldly said, word by word, "I want one of your arms and one of your legs. You hurt them, and I will cripple you. Right here in this room, under my sister's witness, I will personally cripple you to take revenge for them." Although Chi-Chen's voice was not loud and his expression was not as vicious as the deaf man's, once the words were spoken, the entire hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Chi Chen in utter shock. How outrageous is this? Someone hurt your sister, and you want to cripple their hands and feet? Zhang Yasi, sitting in a wheelchair, gasped in surprise. She never expected that Chi Chen's earlier concessions were merely a prelude, and in the end, he revealed his true intentions. At this moment, Diao Biao's cheeks were already flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So domineering, so handsome, this is the true overbearing CEO, this is the man Li Xiaonan, like. Rong Li's face first showed shock, then a meaningful smile appeared. This was the Chi Chen he knew. Whether it was offering 3 million for medical expenses or 10 million for gambling debts, he had resolved the issues straightforwardly, allowing both parties to reach a satisfactory consensus. Only after resolving these problems did Chi Chen begin to show his domineering side. Sensing Chi Chen's intentions, Rong Li waved his hand, and his confidant Lu Liang understood immediately, leading more of his underlings to swarm in one after another, completely blocking the deaf man's escape route. This was a practical action to express support for Chi Chen. Life and death are trivial, if you don't accept it, then fight. As long as the deaf man dares to resist, he will be completely eliminated here. Seeing this scene, the deaf man's expression turned extremely ugly, and he frowned as he said, Rong Yi, what do you mean by this? I trusted you and came to your territory to resolve the issue. Yet you pull this on me. If this gets out, how will you survive on the streets in the future? Rong Li smiled and shook his head, saying, Chi Chen is my brother. Whatever he wants to do, I will risk my life to help him accomplish it. This little bit of status in the underworld means nothing. Seeing that Rong Li was determined, the deaf man's expression darkened even more, and he could only change his approach, glaring at Chi Chen and saying, Chi, are you sure you only want one of my arms and one of my legs, and not my life directly? If I manage to get out of here alive, then we will become sworn enemies. Not just you, but your sister and your family will all become my permanent targets for revenge. Let's see then whether your family falls apart or I die. The deaf man made a fierce threat, not because he truly wanted to fight Chi Chen to the death, but because he was gambling, betting that Chi Chen did not have the courage to involve all his relatives in an endless cycle of revenge with a scoundrel like him. After all, no matter how much money you have, the feeling of being secretly watched by enemies, who occasionally pop out to bite you, is not something everyone can endure. As long as Chi Chen did not have the awareness to engage in this endless cycle of revenge, he should best not touch the deaf man today. Otherwise, it would be war. Hearing the deaf man's harsh words, Chi Chen did not show the slightest hesitation. Instead, he stood up calmly and said, You want to take revenge on me? You have guts. However, you are not qualified to be my opponent, because with just one phone call, everything you have will instantly turn to ashes. The reason I haven't used such power is that I feel it's not necessary for now. If you dare to threaten me, or even threaten my family, then you are definitely looking for death. The deaf man let out a cold laugh, disdainfully curling his lips as he spoke. You think a single word from you can make me vanish into thin air? Who do you think you are? Brother Long, I've been in this world for nearly 30 years. Do you think I'm easily scared? Chi Chen nodded and calmly replied, You don't believe me? That's fine. Today, I'll tell you that the martial world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social intricacies. Relying on brute force and sheer numbers is the lowest level. I'll show you what true power really is. True power? In this world, isn't it all about whose fists are bigger and whose hearts are colder? The deaf man had fought and killed for many years, and in his heart, weapons, fists, and underlings were the most reliable forms of power. Hearing Chi Chen's words, the deaf man instinctively wanted to retort, even mock Chi Chen. However, seeing Chi Chen's determined and calm expression, for some reason, the deaf man's imposing aura suddenly diminished. Why was Chi Chen so confident? Was it interesting to boast here when it was time for real action? Wouldn't he feel embarrassed if he was exposed on the spot? Or was it possible that Chi Chen really possessed such power? Thinking of this, the deaf man opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Meanwhile, the girl beside them watched this scene with excitement, her eyes sparkling. To her, the deaf man looked fierce and was clearly a ruthless character, someone not to be trifled with. In contrast, Chi Chen was gentle and refined, not having uttered a single curse from beginning to end. Yet, this overly calm Chi Chen, with just a few understated words, had completely suppressed the deaf man's imposing presence. He even scared him into silence. This was so cool. I must become his woman. The girl even shouted excitedly in her heart. It was no wonder she was infatuated. Girls love heroes, especially someone like Chi Chen, who was handsome and wealthy at a young age. Zhang Yasi, sitting in a wheelchair, also looked up at Chi Chen, who stood tall, her expression complex, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. But these tears were not from fear or worry, they were from being moved and infatuated. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chi Chen, wanting to see if he truly possessed the power he claimed that could make the deaf man vanish in an instant. And Qi Chen did not disappoint. In front of everyone, he took out his phone, found the number for Yao Jianfeng, smiled meaningfully at the deaf man, and then dialed. Upon seeing Yao Jianfeng's name on Qi Chen's phone, the deaf man's eyes widened in shock. Yao Jianfeng? The director of the GA bureau in Rongcheng? Qi Chen was actually calling the GA director directly? Could it be? A sense of extreme unease surfaced in the deaf man's heart. The phone rang only twice before the other end picked up. Qi Chen, young Master Qi. Why are you calling me so late? As soon as the call connected, Yao Jianfeng's voice came through. Although it was already past midnight and the night was quiet, there was no hint of displeasure in Yao Jianfeng's tone. In fact, there was a touch of respect and warmth. Qi Chen smiled and replied into the phone, Director Yao, I'm sorry to disturb you at this late hour. I called to ask about that foreigner, Li Weilian. How is he doing now? Qi Chen didn't ask Yao Jianfeng to send someone to deal with the deaf man, nor did he even mention him. Instead, he inquired about Li Weilian's situation. Yao Jianfeng quickly responded, I wanted to tell you about this earlier, but I got busy and forgot. My bad, my bad. Yao Jianfeng first reflected on himself, then continued. Young Master Qi is truly a master of strategy. That Li William has indeed realized that things are exposed and wants to escape from Rome City. Our officers intercepted Li William at the airport, preventing him from getting away. Now that the medical troublemaker Ah Zhong has confessed, it was Li William who paid him to cause a scene at your Qi Pharmaceuticals entrance. There are chat records and transfer records as evidence. Next, we need to find a way to impose a heavier sentence on Li William. Young Master Qi, rest assured. Although Li William is an American, since he has violated the law in our Huaxia, he will definitely face legal consequences. As the head of the Public Security Bureau in Rome City, Yao Jianfeng actually didn't need to concern himself with such trivial matters. However, when Qi Chen inquired, Yao Jianfeng immediately responded, his tone and attitude extremely cordial, which spoke volumes. At that moment, the deaf man looked ashen, his eyes dull and lifeless, filled with a sense of hopelessness. Standing before Qi Chen, he felt his legs weaken, wanting to sit on the ground, but with Qi Chen right in front of him, he dared not actually sit down, so he could only force himself to stand. Seeing the pathetic display of the deaf man, Qi Chen sneered and continued speaking on the phone. Then the subsequent matters will be left to Director Yao. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Yao Jianfeng seemed a bit flustered and hurriedly replied. Young Master Qi, you're too kind. The last task Mayor Lin entrusted to me almost went awry because I arrived a bit late. For the follow-up, I still need young Master Qi to say a few good words in front of Mayor Lin and Secretary Tang. Qi Chen replied, of course, and then directly hung up the phone. At that moment, although the entire hall was packed with people, it was eerily silent. Not a single person spoke or made any noise. Instead, everyone stared in shock at Qi Chen, who wore a calm expression. Who was Yao Jianfeng? Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao might not know, but those small-time thugs on the streets were all too clear. No matter when, the police were their natural enemies. And as the head of the Public Security Bureau, Yao Jianfeng could easily deal with a thug like the deaf man. Just imagine, a thug running an underground casino. What kind of storm could he stir up in front of someone like Yao Jianfeng? It was almost a dimensional strike. No wonder Qi Chen just said he wanted them to witness what true power is. Indeed, as Qi Chen said, comparing who has the bigger fist or the harsher heart is just the way of street thugs. No matter how many little brothers you have, no matter how tough you are, in front of the government, in front of the police, you will instantly collapse. And with a single phone call, Qi Chen could mobilize the police of Rome City for his own use. That is true power. At that moment, the deaf man looked ashen. Although he had several underground casinos, raking in money daily with countless underlings, once the police took notice and the director ordered his arrest, the deaf man had no room for resistance. No wonder Qi Chen's sister, despite only being slightly injured, dared to demand a hand and a foot from the deaf man. No wonder Qi Chen could remain so calm in the face of the vicious deaf man, confident of victory. No wonder Qi Chen paid no heed to the deaf man's threats of not stopping until death. Qi Chen was not boasting. He truly had the ability to make everything the deaf man owned vanish in an instant. Looking at the deaf man, whose facial muscles were even trembling, Qi Chen revealed a half-smile and said, Brother Long, do you still want to threaten me now? The deaf man could be considered a significant figure in the underworld, but contrary to expectations, when stripped of his fierce facade and faced with Qi Chen, who could truly put him in danger, the deaf man showed himself to be even more pathetic than the average person. His legs were as weak as noodles, and finally unable to support him, he fell to the ground with a thud, his voice even tinged with a hint of sobbing as he clung to Qi Chen's thigh, pleading, Qi Chen, Brother Guang, Master Qi. I was wrong. I was blind and brought this upon myself. It's all my fault. Please, have mercy and let me go. What conditions do you want for me to make amends? I'll agree to anything. Behind the deaf man, the dozen or so younger brothers watched their leader kneeling on the ground, crying and begging Chi-Chen for mercy, and they didn't dare make a sound, silently averting their eyes from this embarrassing scene. Chi-Chen looked at the snot dripping from the deaf man's nose, almost touching his clothes, and kicked him away from his leg, coldly saying, "What conditions will you agree to?" The deaf man, knocked to the ground, didn't dare show any dissatisfaction and quickly knelt, nodding repeatedly. "I'll agree to any conditions." Chi-Chen nodded and said, "Good. I'm a man of my word, and the conditions are the same as just now. For my arm, you'll pay 50 million in medical expenses." Hearing the figure of 50 million, the deaf man hesitated for a moment. Although he owned several underground casinos and made a fortune daily, his expenses were also considerable, especially with so many younger brothers to support. 50 million was enough to make the deaf man feel the pinch. However, seeing Chi-Chen's displeased expression, the deaf man quickly nodded in agreement, saying, "No problem. Master Chi, the 50 million will be transferred immediately." Seeing the deaf man agree, Chi-Chen nodded and continued, "The second condition, regarding Zhang Shuai's gambling debt." Before Chi-Chen could finish, the deaf man hurriedly interjected, "I admit it. Zhang Shuai lost because of my setup. I'll return that 10 million right away." Chi-Chen smiled and said, "You're smart, but the amount to be returned isn't 10 million, it's 50 million. The deaf man was instantly dumbfounded. The 10 million that had just been transferred to his account hadn't even warmed up, and now he was being asked to return it, with the amount jumping from 10 million to 50 million. He reluctantly said, "Master Chi, wasn't it just 10 million? How did it suddenly increase so much in just a few minutes?" At that moment, Biao Biao suddenly spoke up, "That's interest, right, brother Chi-Chen? Zhang Shuai owed 7 million in gambling debts, and within a few days, 3 million in interest had accrued, which Biao Biao had found outrageous at the time. Now, in just a few minutes, Chi-Chen was demanding 40 million in interest from the deaf man, which made Biao Biao feel incredibly satisfied. Although this money had nothing to do with her, the tit-for-tat retaliation still felt exhilarating. Chi-Chen gave Biao Biao a thumbs up in approval and then turned to the deaf man, saying, "That's right, that 40 million is interest." Knowing he had no room to negotiate, the deaf man could only agree with a bitter face. The feeling of being forced to part with his money was suffocating. 100 million. That was nearly all of the deaf man's liquid assets. After the deaf man agreed, Chi-Chen didn't intend to let him off the hook. Instead, his expression turned cold again as he pointed at the deaf man's shiny bald head and said, "The third condition. Your men injured my sister's wrist and ankle. Then, I will break one of your arms and one of your legs." Demanding money from the deaf man was not out of greed for Chi-Chen. It was because for someone like the deaf man, who valued money above all else, only by making him lose money and forcing him to suffer would he feel pain deep within his soul. To truly make someone feel pain, you must take away what they value most. Therefore, making the deaf man pay 100 million was the most effective punishment to make him feel heart-wrenching agony. However, for Chi-Chen, merely making the deaf man lose 100 million was not enough to quell the anger in his heart. Chi-Chen fought against 5, relying on his decisive preemptive strike and his extraordinary ruthlessness, achieving a Pyrrhic victory. If Chi-Chen had failed in his 1v5 and had been defeated by the red-haired man, with several girls forcibly taken away, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They could not only be humiliated by others, but their entire lives could be ruined. Therefore, Chi-Chen had to personally cripple the deaf man, the mastermind behind it all, to relieve the hatred in his heart. Whether or not to use Yao Jianfeng's power to completely wipe out the deaf man's underground casino would depend on Chi-Chen's mood. After all, always seeking Yao Jianfeng for his own matters made Chi-Chen feel a bit embarrassed. Hearing Chi-Chen's words, the deaf man's face instantly lost color, and he timidly said, "Master Chi, I've already paid 100 million. Can you let me off this time and not hit me anymore?" Chi-Chen frowned, exuding an aura of authority without anger, and coldly replied, "One arm and one leg, or all your wealth and power turn to dust. You can choose one of these two options." The deaf man was almost in tears. Was there even a choice? If all his wealth and power turned to dust, what use would his arms and legs be? With a mournful face, the deaf man raised an arm towards Chi-Chen, his voice trembling as he said, "Master Chi, be gentle." Listening to the deaf man's mournful words, Chi-Chen suddenly felt a chill. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thought, Chi-Chen looked at Ronli, who immediately understood and waved to a younger brother, who promptly handed over a baseball bat. In front of everyone, Chi-Chen was about to personally cripple one of the deaf man's arms and one of his legs. Although this would be extremely humiliating for the deaf man, compared to the more severe consequences, losing a bit of face was no longer something the deaf man could consider. Holding the baseball bat, Chi-Chen stood with his legs apart, as if preparing to play golf, and measured the distance above the deaf man's arm. Then he turned to Zhang Yasi and said, "Yasi, I'm going to break his arm and leg to vent your anger. However, this scene might be a bit bloody and cruel. If you don't want to see it, you can leave now." After all, even slightly bloody scenes on television are often blurred out, and girls like Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao had never encountered such bloody scenes. A girl with a fragile psyche might even cry out of fear upon witnessing what was about to happen. At this moment, both Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao had pale faces, showing signs of fear. However, in response to Chi-Chen's inquiry, although Zhang Yasi was scared, she still firmly shook her head and said, "Brother Chi-Chen, everything you do is for us. Breaking his arm is also to vent our anger. You've done so much, how could I hide just because I'm a little scared? Don't worry, I won't leave. After this incident, I think I will become more mature." Biao Biao beside her chimed in, "Exactly. I won't hide either. Brother Chi-Chen, let's get started." The two little girls were able to face the dark side of society, and Chi-Chen naturally agreed, nodding without saying much. Instead, he tightened his grip on the baseball bat, aimed at the deaf man's arm, and then brought it down hard. Bang! Ah! The deaf man, eyes closed, let out a terrible scream. One of his outstretched arms was directly broken by the bat, twisted into a grotesque position. "You hurt Chi Meng's wrist, so I'll break your arm." The deaf man kept screaming, the immense pain from the fracture making his cries particularly tragic. However, Chi-Chen showed no mercy. Instead, he raised the bat again and brought it down hard on one of the deaf man's legs. Crack! One of the deaf man's calves broke with a sound. This time, the deaf man did not scream but fainted immediately. The continuous pain from the fractures triggered a protective mechanism in his brain, causing him to lose consciousness. Whether it was the deaf man's little brothers or Ron Li's subordinates, they all looked at Chi-Chen, holding the baseball bat and standing in front of the deaf man, filled with fear and awe. This man cannot be provoked. Not only is he powerful, with a deep background, but he also holds grudges. When it comes to revenge, he is ruthless, even taking out the deaf man's limbs without waiting for a night to pass. Everyone present deeply etched Chi-Chen's image into their minds, knowing that if they encountered him again, they must find ways to please him and get closer. Even if they couldn't please him, they must not offend him in any way. After breaking the deaf man's arm and calf, Chi-Chen directly threw the baseball bat to the ground, then picked up a glass of ice water from the coffee table, looking down from above, and splashed it onto the deaf man's face. Splash! Doused with ice water, the deaf man, who had just fainted from the immense pain, woke up immediately. Upon waking, he felt the tremendous pain again and began to roll on the ground, wailing. However, Chi-Chen showed no compassion, squatting down and coldly saying to the deaf man, "I will break your arms and legs. As for your 5 little brothers, especially the red-haired one, each of them will lose an arm and a leg. You will do it for me. Also, in the future, do less of these heinous acts. Otherwise, the price you pay may not just be an arm and a leg." Despite enduring immense pain, the deaf man gritted his teeth and said to Chi-Chen, "Master Chi, rest assured. I will personally take care of those 5 people's limbs. They will never be able to harm anyone again." The deaf man was also a tough character. To save himself, he directly sold out his little brothers. Chi-Chen patted the deaf man's cheek with satisfaction, then stood up and said to Biao Biao, "Push Yasi, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the little brothers who had been packed tightly in front of the elevator immediately cleared a wide path, while the deaf man's little brothers lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chi-Chen's gaze, fearing they would also be caught in the crossfire. Ron Li stepped forward and said, "Chi-Chen, do you want me to send someone to escort you?" Chi-Chen shook his head and said, "No need. Even if the deaf man had 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to retaliate against me. Unless he is willing to give up all his wealth and life accumulated over these decades." Ron Li nodded and said, "Alright, the 1 billion the deaf man owes you, I'll have him transfer it to my card, and once it's settled, I'll pass it on to you." Chi-Chen nodded, no longer staying there, and left with Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao, driving towards the Marriott Hotel. By the time Chi-Chen drove to the Marriott Hotel, it was already deep into the night. Even in the vibrant nightlife of Chengdu, the grand lobby of the Marriott Hotel was surprisingly empty at this hour, creating a sense of solitude. With the help of the staff, Chi-Chen brought Biao Biao and Zhang Yasi, who was in a wheelchair, into the suite that Chi Meng and the others had prepared. To Chi-Chen's surprise, even at such a late hour, Chi Meng and Ma Yueqiao were still awake, cuddling in the living room of the suite, waiting for Chi-Chen and the others to return. After a whole day of rehearsals and an exciting fight that night, Chi Meng and Ma Yueqiao were already exhausted, dozing on the sofa. Upon noticing Chi-Chen and the 2 girls entering, Chi Meng immediately woke up, came to the door, welcomed them in, and asked with concern, "Brother, how is it? Did you handle everything?" Feeling Chi Meng's genuine concern, Chi-Chen's heart warmed, and he nodded, saying, it's all taken care of. I've given the mastermind behind this a profound lesson. Hearing this, Chi Meng perked up and asked, wow, what kind of lesson? Before Chi Chen could respond, Biao Biao jumped in. Brother Chi Chen not only made that thug pay us 100 million but also personally crippled one of his arms and one of his legs. Biao Biao's face was filled with excitement, a proud expression as if she had done it herself. Noticing the intense admiration and affection in Biao Biao's gaze towards Chi Chen, Chi Meng warned, brother, what did you do to Biao Biao? She's all flustered. Chi Chen frowned and scolded, little girl, why are you speaking so crudely? Chi Meng pouted and glanced at Zhang Yasi, who also looked infatuated, and helplessly said, I shouldn't have introduced my roommate to you. What if all three of my roommates, who I've lived with for 4 years, end up becoming my sisters-in-law? Zhang Yasi snapped back to reality, spat, and blushed, saying, Meng Meng, what are you talking about? Biao Biao, however, was unreserved and even a bit expectant, saying, really? I don't mind. After saying that, she playfully threw a flirtatious glance at Chi Chen. Only Ma Yueqiao smiled calmly, showing a maturity that belied his age. Watching the group of girls playfully tussling and occasionally revealing their thighs, Chi Chen silently chanted to himself to avert his gaze and turned to leave the suite. Although the luxurious suite had many rooms, Chi Chen couldn't stay with the girls and had to prepare to leave and book a separate room for himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh again that he needed to prioritize buying a house. Just as Chi Chen was about to leave, Chi Meng, who was being squished by the two large figures, shouted out, brother, wait. Chi Chen turned back and happened to see Chi Meng's little head popping out from under Zhang Yasi. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, don't go yet, I need your help. Chi Chen stopped and asked, what is it? Finally breaking free from Zhang Yasi and Biao Biao's grasp, Chi Meng said, it's already past midnight, and tomorrow night is when our school's welcome party starts. The 4 of us are representing our class at the party. Originally, it was planned for me and Biao Biao to sing and play guitar, while Cici and Ma Yueqiao would dance. But my wrist is injured, and Cici's ankle is sprained, so we definitely won't recover in time. That means we can't perform as we originally rehearsed, with all 4 of us together. Upon hearing Chi Meng's words, Biao Biao suddenly realized the situation and exclaimed in surprise, yes, how could I not think of this? What are we going to do? We promised our instructor and classmates that we would definitely defeat Mi Xiaoyan from the next class at this welcome party. If we can't perform, won't that mean we've let the whole class down, and will be mocked by that nasty Mi Xiaoyan? Hearing their words, Zhang Yasi, who had been playfully wrestling with Chi Meng, suddenly looked gloomy, burying her face in her chest and saying dejectedly, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I kept dragging my feet during the rehearsal, and now I've caused Meng Meng to get hurt, making it impossible for us to perform normally. Although Biao Biao usually had a bit of a sassy attitude, she wasn't intentionally blaming Zhang Yasi, so she quickly said, Cici, I'm not talking about you, don't overthink it. This isn't your fault, it's all those wandering delinquents' fault. It has nothing to do with you. Immediately, several girls began to comfort Zhang Yasi in a flurry. At that moment, Chi Chen spoke up. Should I contact the best doctor to arrange the best therapy for you, to see if you can recover enough to perform before the welcome party starts? However, Ma Yueqiao shook his head at Chi Chen's suggestion and said, I've been dancing for so many years, and I'm quite familiar with these kinds of injuries. Chi Meng's wrist is already swollen, and it hurts whenever she moves. And Cici's ankle is even worse than Chi Meng's. She might not be able to walk normally for at least half a month. It's impossible for you to participate in the performance tomorrow, Chi Meng said with some frustration. What are we going to do then? If it's just Biao Biao and Ma Yueqiao on stage, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Mi Xiaoyan. Ma Yueqiao nodded gravely in agreement. Even if the 4 of us have practiced for so long, we might not be able to win against Mi Xiaoyan together. Now that you 2 are dropping out, if it's just Biao Biao and me on stage, we have no chance at all. Chi Meng pouted and said gloomily, if Mi Xiaoyan wins, won't she be able to gloat in front of us for 4 years? No way. That absolutely can't happen. Bro, you're so capable, you have to help me. Chi Chen was a bit dumbfounded, shrugging his shoulders and saying, how can I help you? Even the best doctor in Rongqing can't make you recover overnight to the point where you can play guitar and dance. Do you want me to perform on stage myself and win against Mi Xiaoyan for you? Do you want me to perform on stage myself and win against Mi Xiaoyan for you? Chi Chen's words were meant as a joke. However, when Chi Meng heard this, her eyes lit up. Yes, bro. You should perform in my place. You're so good at singing, as long as you step in, you can definitely win against Mi Xiaoyan. If we really let Mi Xiaoyan beat us, we would not only betray the trust of our instructor and classmates but also let her gloat in front of us for 4 whole years. Oh my god, just thinking about that situation feels like hell. It's too terrifying. Chi Meng said pitifully, but Chi-Chen shook his head like a rattledrum. No way. How could I possibly replace you at the welcome party? I graduated from this school too, but it's been 3 years. I won't agree, you need to cancel that idea right away. Hearing Chi-Chen's unwavering refusal, Chi-Meng pouted again, her eyes turning red as she whined. Bro, are you just going to watch me get defeated by Mi Shoyan and be laughed at by everyone? I made a big promise in front of the instructor and classmates that I would definitely defeat Mi Shoyan. That Mi Shoyan loves to show off so much. If we let her win this time, won't she come to annoy us every day? Chi-Chen, who was already a doting brother, felt his heart soften when he saw Chi-Meng's pitiful plea. Just as he was hesitating, Chi-Meng's next words made his expression tighten, his brows furrowing. And I just found out some news from a classmate while I was bored in the hotel. The group of punks with the red hair originally wanted to find Cece at school, but when they couldn't find her right away, they were about to leave. Yet, after a while, not only did they not leave, but they also drove straight to the where we were. Is that normal? Chi-Chen frowned and said. What do you mean? Chi-Meng waved her small fist, angrily saying. Someone saw Mi Shoyan talking to those red-haired guys, and not long after, they left the campus and headed straight for us. I suspect that Mi Shoyan found someone to inquire about Cece in our location, and deliberately leaked it to the red-haired guys. Previously, the fight at the had come on quickly and fiercely. Chi-Chen had only felt something was off but hadn't thought deeply about it. Now he remembered that Chi-Meng's reasoning made sense. How could the red-haired guys have pinpointed Zhang Yasi's phone signal so conveniently to block them at the... If all of this was Mi Shoyan tipping them off about Zhang Yasi's location, then everything would make sense. Realizing this, Chi-Chen's expression darkened further, and he said coldly, I'll arrange for someone to ask her tomorrow and see if this was all Mi Shoyan's doing. If all of this was Mi Shoyan's doing, then I will definitely give her a punishment she will never forget. Chi-Meng had originally wanted Chi-Chen to dislike Mi Shoyan and agree to participate in the performance she wanted him to join. However, seeing Chi-Chen actually wanting to send someone to capture Mi Shoyan and uncover the truth, it was clear the script had deviated from its original course. Chi-Meng quickly intervened, saying, Brother, no matter what, Mi Shoyan is just a little girl. It's a bit excessive to send someone to capture her and interrogate her. If you really want to take revenge for Cece and us, just follow my plan. Mi Shoyan is extremely vain and loves to show off her privileged family background and her singing and dancing skills. Compared to money, with you around, she definitely can't compete with me. So, her only remaining pride is her singing and dancing skills. If we can defeat her in her proud field and shatter all her pride, then that punishment will be 100 times more satisfying than whipping her. Saying this, Chi-Meng ran to Chi-Chen's side, grabbing his arm with both hands, shaking it playfully, her eyes looking pitifully at him as she said, Can you do it, brother? I'm begging you, just agree to me. Seeing his sister so earnestly pleading with him, Chi-Chen's doting brother instincts kicked in, and he couldn't withstand Chi-Meng's charm, quickly conceding, Well, okay, but I haven't sung in years. If I embarrass myself on stage and can't defeat Mi Shoyan, don't blame me. Upon hearing Chi-Chen's agreement, Chi-Meng's pitiful expression instantly vanished. The tears in her eyes disappeared, replaced by extreme excitement. She even jumped up on the spot, wrapping her arms around Chi-Chen's neck, her legs clinging to his waist like a koala, happily saying, Brother, thank you. You're the best. You sing so well, just sing casually, and you can definitely outshine Mi Shoyan. Chi-Meng's cheeks were flushed with excitement as she spoke to her roommates. You don't know. My brother is an amazing singer. Back in the day, he was known as the singing god of Roncheng Normal University. As long as he takes the stage, he can definitely win against Mi Shoyan. However, not everyone was as excited as Chi-Meng. Ma Yueqiao frowned and asked, But is it allowed for outside help to participate in the welcome party? If Chi-Chen joins the party, won't others think our class is cheating? Chi-Meng confidently replied, Don't worry, I've already thought about this. At that time, I'll have my brother wear a mask. We can just promote it as one of our male classmates singing, right? As long as my brother doesn't take off the mask while singing and leaves right after the performance, who would know he isn't from our class? Biao Biao clapped her hands excitedly and said, Wow, a masked singer, huh? I like this idea. Astonishing everyone, and then just disappearing. Chi-Meng clung to Chi-Chen, her little fist clenched in the air, looking triumphant as she happily said, Alright, problem solved. Everything is under control. Next, it's all about my brother's performance. Although she was full of confidence, Chi-Chen felt quite nervous. Yes, when Chi-Chen was in college, not only was he handsome, but he also sang beautifully. Calling him the campus heartthrob was no exaggeration. Whenever there was a performance at school, if Chi-Chen was performing, many little fans would scream below. The campus beauty, Lu Ruyan, also fell for Chi-Chen's handsome appearance and unparalleled charm while singing. But those glorious days were 3 years ago. Time is a pig's feed. Although Chi-Chen had maintained his physique well, he had sung only a handful of times in the past 3 years. He had no confidence that he could overshadow Mi Xiaoyan's popularity by performing on stage. After all, even Chi Meng herself had praised Mi Xiaoyan's singing and dancing abilities. As a devoted brother, since he had promised his sister that he would definitely win against Mi Xiaoyan, Chi-Chen would do his utmost. So, the next morning, after dropping a few girls back at school, Chi-Chen quickly returned home, locked the door, and took out his 2 notebooks. Opening the question notebook, Chi-Chen turned to the 6th page and began to carefully write down his question. I promised my sister Chi Meng that I would perform a program at her university's welcome party tomorrow. This performance not only needs to be outstanding, but I also need to completely overshadow a classmate that Chi Meng dislikes. Although I am very handsome, extremely handsome, and my singing ability is nearly invincible, I still don't have 100% confidence in winning against my opponent. So, I need you to select a song that hasn't been released yet during my time but is excellent and suitable for me to sing, and write it down in the answer notebook for me. This way, with my singing ability plus an excellent original song, I can definitely win against Chi Meng's opponent. Remember, choose based on my taste in songs. Don't send me some bizarre future songs from 100 years later. After finishing, Chi-Chen closed the question notebook, took a deep breath, and opened the answer notebook. Page 6. Dear Grandpa, I can only say that for such a precious notebook you actually used a whole page just to get a song. I can only say that this behavior is too extravagant and too willful. However, thinking that you are doing this for Aunt Chi Meng makes it completely understandable. After all, even after 100 years, you are still a doting brother, and that has never changed. Perhaps it's due to the generation gap, but I have always felt that the music you like is all old-fashioned. Please forgive my evaluation of you, considering I have completed the task you entrusted to me. There is a song that should not have been released in your timeline. It was composed by a composer from a script and later covered by a singer from Huaxia. Both you and Aunt Chi Meng really like this song. Although every page of this notebook is extremely precious, I will indulge myself this once to fulfill your request. I will give you this song as a gift, for you and Aunt Chi Meng. Before the composer of the script creates it, this song will belong to you. I will write the lyrics and a simple score below, as the accompaniment of this song is somewhat complex, and such a brief space cannot accommodate it. Therefore, I am attaching a guitar solo version. With your guitar skills, Grandpa, you should be able to master it easily. The name of this song is The Wind Rises. The next day, in the evening, at Rongqing Normal University. In the campus, people were bustling about, with girls in short shorts and fair thighs everywhere, radiating the unique youthful atmosphere of the campus. However, unlike usual, today the campus seemed to be filled with a unique vibe. This vibe was anticipation, restlessness, and colorless, tasteless hormones. The crowd surged from all over the campus, eventually converging at the central auditorium. This was the venue for the new student welcome party performance. At this moment, the auditorium was already packed with people, whether it was the newly enrolled freshmen or the seasoned veterans who were already at home on the campus, all eagerly sat in the audience, waiting for the welcome party to officially begin. Fortunately, we arrived early, so we got such good seats. I can't believe such a large auditorium is going to be filled. But the time is almost up. Why hasn't it started yet? What are you in a hurry for? We already have seats. Let's just wait patiently. Look at that leadership platform. The party will only officially start when all the leaders are present. What? The school leaders are coming? What do those old men want? You wouldn't understand. Our Rongqing Normal University places great importance on cultural and sports performances. Not only do the department heads have to come, but I heard they will also invite some producers from the entertainment industry. They want to see if they can find good talent among us freshmen. If luck is on our side, someone might enter the entertainment industry and become a star, which would be great publicity for our school. Ha! There's such a good thing? Isn't this a shortcut to entering the entertainment industry? If I had known, I would have signed up too. Oh, come on. You wouldn't even pass the preliminary selection. But I did hear that there's a freshman this year named Mi Xiaoyan, who is beautiful, sings and dances well, and really might catch the eye of a producer and soar to great heights. The crowd in the auditorium grew denser, and the leaders on the podium gradually took their seats. Backstage, Mi Xiaoyan had finished her makeup. With her already outstanding looks, the carefully prepared makeup made her even more charming and full of vitality. From her angle, she could see the dark crowd of the audience through the stage curtain. Everyone was cheering, applauding, and making noise, eagerly anticipating the official start of the performance. This fervent atmosphere made everyone who would perform on stage tonight feel their blood boiling. However, Mi Xiaoyan's gaze did not turn towards the crowd. Instead, it was directed at the podium on the other side. On the podium, the leaders had already taken their seats in order, with the heads of each department and the dean present, demonstrating the school's emphasis on this welcome party for new students. However, sitting almost in the center of the podium was not a school leader, but a well-known producer, Lin Kong. He was not only a singer himself, with 2 well-known representative songs, but also a famous producer in the entertainment industry, having discovered and promoted many newcomers. Many of the hottest stars in the entertainment industry today were unearthed and brought to fame by him. If Lin Kong were not from Rongqing and had not coincidentally met an old friend working at Rongqing Normal University, he would never have attended an event of this level. Thus, he sat in the very center of the podium, almost enjoying the same treatment as the dean, which was enough to illustrate Lin Kang's strength and status. From a distance, Mi Xiaoyan spotted Lin Kong, and her eyes lit up. Under the enhancement of her colored contacts and eyeliner, her charming eyes burned with a flame called ambition. She never expected that a producer of Lin Kang's caliber would actually attend the welcome party for new students. This was a golden opportunity that had fallen from the sky for Mi Xiaoyan. She was very confident in her appearance and her singing and dancing skills. Seeing Lin Kong here in person, Mi Xiaoyan secretly made up her mind. She had to perform well, present her best self, and impress producer Lin Kong. As long as she moved Lin Kong and got him to sign her, with her talent, it wouldn't be long before she became a sensation in the entertainment industry. As for Qi Meng and the others, competing with them? That was a joke. As long as Mi Xiaoyan took it seriously, none of the new students would be her match. However, if she could completely crush Qi Meng and the others, using them as stepping stones to highlight herself and attract Lin Kang's attention, that didn't seem too bad either. With this thought, a meaningful smile appeared on Mi Xiaoyan's face as she slowly retreated, her charming cheeks and red lips gradually fading into the darkness of the backstage. Soon, with a burst of explosive opening dance, the atmosphere in the auditorium reached a small climax. The students of this grade were the most adorable and innocent. They were willing to give their most genuine praise for their classmates' wonderful performances and had the most beautiful aspirations for the glamorous figures on stage. The audience continuously cheered and applauded, igniting the atmosphere in the entire auditorium. Among these spectators, there was a figure who should not have been there. She was a familiar face to Qi Chen, now the most familiar stranger, Lu Ruyan. Previously, to prepare for this welcome party, Qi Meng often posted rehearsal updates on social media, catching Lu Ruyan's attention. Qi Meng was going to perform, and as a doting brother, Qi Chen was very likely to be present to cheer for his sister. Despite being repeatedly rejected by Qi Chen, Lu Ruyan remained undeterred, wanting to win back Qi Chen's affection. Therefore, not wanting to miss any opportunity, Lu Ruyan dressed carefully today. She did not wear any designer brands or sexy outfits but opted for a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans, paired with canvas shoes, and came to the auditorium of Rongqing Normal University. This was the outfit she and Qi Chen wore most often during their school days, and it represented the happiest time in their years as a couple. Lu Ruyan's intention was to have a chance encounter with Qi Chen here, using this student-era outfit to evoke his memories and the time they spent in love. Perhaps this way, Qi Chen would remember the beautiful moments they once shared and reconsider, returning to her side. It must be known that Qi Chen is the owner of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. And Guangjing Pharmaceutical holds the patent for Dawn. Given time, it will surely grow into a colossal entity, a commercial empire. As long as she can win Qi Chen back, Lu Ruyan can naturally share in all of this. As the performance began, Lu Ruyan started to look around, her gaze not on the performance on stage but searching among the dense crowd of spectators. Beside Lu Ruyan was a woman of similar age, dressed in a more mature professional outfit, who said to her, "I brought you in, you can wander around by yourself now. My students have caused me a big mess, and I need to deal with it quickly. Call me if you need anything." The welcome party at Rongqing Normal University is not something just anyone can attend. Lu Ruyan had to find a university classmate who stayed on as a counselor after graduation to gain entry. At this moment, Lu Ruyan's thoughts were entirely focused on finding someone, and she waved hastily to her classmate before they parted ways in the crowd, each heading towards their own goal. On the other side, the 4 girls from Qi Meng's dormitory were gathered in a corner of the auditorium. Unlike the surrounding students who were getting hyped up, the 4 of them were watching the performance on stage with worried expressions. Zhang Yasi, still sitting in her wheelchair, said anxiously, "Is Qi Chen going to be okay? I'm so worried about him. He's been practicing for the past few days and didn't even attend the final rehearsal this morning. Will he perform well without being familiar with this stage?" Beside her, Diao Biao echoed her concerns. "Yeah, I thought Qi Chen would choose a song he's good at, but I didn't expect him to perform an original song. I've never even heard the name of this song. Does this song even have an accompaniment, or is it just a solo performance?" To win against Mi Xiaoyan with just a solo performance at an event like this is incredibly difficult. It wasn't that they didn't believe in Qi Chen's singing ability, it was just that this performance was rushed. Now, Qi Chen wanted to use an original song without accompaniment to defeat the highly skilled Mi Xiaoyan, which could only be described as too difficult. In such a gala, without accompaniment, relying solely on vocal skills and melody, it's hard to move the audience. This was why they were all worried about Qi Chen. However, at that moment, Xi Meng said firmly, "I believe in my brother, you don't know how amazing he really is. And during this time, he has been creating miracles. As long as he promised me something, he will definitely deliver. Everyone just wait and see, no matter how great Mi Xiaoyan is, my brother will surely astonish everyone and completely crush Mi Xiaoyan." Just as the students around them erupted in cheers, Xi Meng and her friends were met with an unexpected guest. Their counselor, Li Jiasu. Li Jiasu also graduated from Rongqing Normal University and stayed on as a counselor, having worked there for 3 years now. Perhaps because they were both young, Li Jiasu usually had a great relationship with her students, almost blending in with them, especially being particularly nice to Qi Meng and her friends. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and sensible little fairy? However, Li Jiasu's expression was unusually grim, seemingly struggling to suppress her anger as she coldly said to Qi Meng and the others, "You guys actually hid here, making me search for you all over." Looking at the furious Li Jiasu, Qi Meng and the others immediately fell silent, lowering their heads and not daring to speak. The lively atmosphere in the entire auditorium seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, Li Jiasu did not intend to let them off easily and continued, "Why aren't you backstage preparing for your performance? What are you doing here watching the commotion?" Biao Biao weakly replied, We had a little accident and got injured, so we couldn't." Hearing the words injured, Li Jiasu's expression softened slightly as he turned to Zhang Yasi, who was sitting in a wheelchair. "Yasi, did you hurt your leg? How serious is it?" Suddenly being asked, Zhang Yasi seemed startled and hurriedly answered, It's nothing, just sprained my ankle. A few days of rest and I'll be fine. It's just that we can't participate in the performance. Teacher Li, I'm sorry." Li Jiasu sighed and said, "I'm not angry because you didn't participate in this performance. Although the performance is important and relates to our class's honor, in the face of health, these are worth nothing. You got injured and can't participate in this performance. I won't blame you at all. What makes me angry is why you didn't discuss it with me after withdrawing from the performance, but instead found an outsider to replace you for this evening's event? This performance was too rushed, and Xi Meng hadn't thought about how to explain it to Li Jiasu. She simply wanted to bury her head in the sand, making a decision without consulting him, directly replacing their class's performance without specifying the names of the actors, only writing the name of their class. Little did she expect that Qi Chen hadn't even gone on stage yet, and Li Jiasu had already noticed. At this moment, Xi Meng said in a bit of a panic, "Teacher Li, how did you know?" Li Jiasu shot her a glance and said, "When I checked the program today, I found that our class's performance had been replaced, but no one in the class knows who this replacement is. So there is only one reasonable explanation. You found an outsider." Seeing Qi Meng and the others lowering their heads, Li Jiasu sighed and said, "Even if you are injured and can't participate in the performance, it doesn't matter. But finding an outsider to replace you is a different matter. It definitely doesn't comply with the rules. However, since it has come to this, there is no room for recovery, and I won't expose you. I just hope that this matter won't be discovered by the school, and that the evening can proceed smoothly." As soon as Li Jiasu's words fell, the entire auditorium suddenly erupted with enthusiastic cheers, mixed with many people shouting hoarsely, "Mi Xiaoyan! Mi Xiaoyan! Xiaoyan, you're the best! Wow, she's so beautiful!" Qi Meng and the others quickly turned to the stage and found that 5 or 6 carefully dressed girls were already standing on it. In the center position, there was a beautiful girl in a Sailor JK uniform, with a short skirt, white stockings, and twin ponytails, causing a group of boys in the audience to scream loudly. On the main stage, producer Lin Kong also squinted his eyes, revealing a faint smile. Interesting. The lights dimmed, and the music began. A beam of light shone directly on Mi Xiaoyan, showcasing her beautiful face and alluring figure in front of the audience. With the cheerful music, the girls on stage immediately began to dance, and Mi Xiaoyan in the center also started to move. Just a few simple movements, Mi Xiaoyan performed them simply and elegantly, effortlessly displaying the charming and cute demeanor of a young girl. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be because I'm thinking of you. If you're woken up by your phone in the middle of the night, that's because of me. A classic song by Wang Xinling, Love You, is perfectly showcased by Mi Xiaoyan. Her dance moves are incredibly skilled and precise, and her singing ability is quite impressive. Even amidst the intense dance, her breath remains steady. As she sings and dances, the audience erupts into cheers, howling like wolves, mixed with occasional whistles, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the entire auditorium to its peak. Producer Lin Kang also shows an interested expression, tapping his fingers on the table in rhythm with the music, his body gently swaying along. Not bad, she's a good seed with potential for development. I didn't expect to gain such a harvest during this visit to Rongqing Normal University. I might consider signing this little girl later. Let me willingly love you. As the music ends, Mi Xiaoyan stands in the center of the stage, her delicate, fair hand extends, fingers forming a heart shape, once again provoking waves of screams from the audience. Slightly out of breath, Mi Xiaoyan catches a glimpse of producer Lin Kang smiling and applauding her, and a surge of ecstatic feelings wells up in her heart. Yes, outstanding performance. Successfully caught Lin Kang's attention. So the plan to enter the entertainment industry has hope. The audience's cheers make Mi Xiaoyan feel immensely satisfied, but this stage ultimately does not belong to her alone. Reluctantly, she walks towards the audience, not forgetting to shake her fist in the direction of Qi Meng and her classmates, as if to say, "You weaklings, you've lost for sure. Dare to compete with me? You aren't even worthy to hold my shoes." Mi Xiaoyan is really too arrogant. Seeing Mi Xiaoyan's actions, Qi Meng said angrily. Even mentorly Jiaxu showed an unhappy expression, saying, "Qi Meng, I'm starting to understand your feelings. This Mi Xiaoyan is really too full of herself. I hope the external help you find is strong enough to crush her and put her in her place." Qi Meng immediately perked up, full of confidence. "Don't worry, teacher. As long as my brother is willing to perform, he will definitely be the only male god on this stage." Li Jiaxu was somewhat surprised and asked, "Your brother? The external help you found isn't an artist, but your brother?" Before Qi Meng could answer, the host had already finished announcing and walked off the stage. Next up, an original song, The Wind Rises, brought to you by Class 2 of the Finance Department. Let's welcome them. The few of them immediately perked up, no longer in the mood for idle chatter, but instead, they raised their heads sharply, staring intently at the stage. Because the next performer is Qi Chen. Hearing the host's announcement, the audience appeared somewhat puzzled and began to discuss among themselves. The Wind Rises? What song is that? I've never heard of it before. Didn't the host just say it? An original song. That means the lyrics and music are all created by this person. Ha! A freshman creating an original song to embarrass themselves at a gala? What were they thinking? Amidst the audience's whispers, under the lights, a boy dressed in a white shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes walks out from backstage, holding a guitar. Qi Chen's stature is already quite tall, and even in such ordinary attire, he exudes a youthful charm. Broad shoulders, a porcelain waist, long legs. Just standing in the center of the stage creates a strange allure. What's even more surprising is that Qi Chen's face is adorned with a pure white mask, reminiscent of those from a movie banquet, expressionless yet very mysterious. In order to prevent any influence from occurring, the mask only covered most of his face, leaving Qi Chen's mouth and chin exposed. Those pure and tranquil eyes, combined with the mysterious aura brought by the mask, silenced the ceremony hall that had just been filled with fervent cheers. He was so confident, yet seemed lost in his own world. At this moment, Qi Chen on stage appeared to be the king of this place. This strange sight made producer Lin Kang furrow his brows. It shouldn't be. How could a newcomer possess such a powerful presence? It was known that the moment Qi Chen stepped onto the stage, even the battle-hardened Lin Kang was captivated by his aura, involuntarily holding his breath. What kind of monster is this? And he was singing his own original song? To sing an original piece in front of so many people required immense confidence. Just as Mi Xiaoyan had stepped down, another masked singer had appeared. How interesting. Lin Kang narrowed his eyes, beginning to focus intently on every move Qi Chen made. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had been searching for Qi Chen's figure among the audience, sensed the sudden quiet atmosphere around her and looked up at the stage. The moment she saw the boy with the white mask, a wave of familiarity surged within her. Moreover, this boy made her want to draw closer. Who is this? Lu Ruyan's face showed a look of astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the center of the stage. Just as an incredible thought crossed her mind, she saw the boy sit directly in front of the microphone, plug in the guitar he held, gently strumming the strings twice. After the echoes faded, he began his official performance. The wind had risen, the lights dimmed, and the spotlight shone on Qi Chen. Without any pre-recorded background music, a clear and smooth prelude flowed from the guitar in his arms as his long fingers strummed. At that moment, Qi Chen exuded a unique aura. He sat quietly on stage, radiating a sense of lonely solitude, as if he were the only person left in the world. Although the prelude was simple, just a straightforward guitar play without complex chords, it strongly highlighted the loneliness that enveloped Qi Chen. Upon hearing the prelude, producer Lin Kang's gaze sharpened, leaning forward. Having heard countless songs, he immediately realized he had never heard this piece before, nor anything resembling its melody. It was absolutely original. As he calmed himself to feel the music, he suddenly discovered that the prelude perfectly matched the song's title. The melody was pleasing to the ear, as if a gentle breeze was brushing against his face. Looking at Chi Chen on stage, Lin Kang's eyes were filled with admiration. As a professional producer, he believed the melody of a song was crucial, and the melody of The Wind Has Risen struck directly at his heart. Meanwhile, Mi Xiaoyan, who had just walked backstage, stopped in her tracks upon hearing the melody, turning back in shock. This melody! It was too beautiful, too captivating. Was this the performance from Chi Meng's class? Unconsciously, Mi Xiaoyan found herself immersed in the faint loneliness radiating from Chi Chen, and her excitement from Lin Kang's praise instantly calmed down. In the next moment, Mi Xiaoyan realized that just a small segment of the prelude had already captured her emotions. How impressive! Mi Xiaoyan warned herself internally, he is my enemy, and I absolutely cannot let my feelings get swept away in the melody of this song. Soon, the prelude ended, and Chi Chen's gentle yet somewhat melancholic voice began to resonate. As we walked along the way, stopping and going, following the traces of the boy's drift at the moment before stepping out of the station, I hesitated. I couldn't help but laugh at this near-home feeling of timidity. The singing was melodious, slowly drifting throughout the entire auditorium with the song's unhurried rhythm. After just 2 lines, nearly everyone held their breath. So beautiful. The instructor Li Jia, who had been somewhat worried, brightened up, his expression showing surprise. Chi Meng, on the other hand, wore a proud expression and said with pride, "Of course. That's my brother." But for some reason, as Li Jia looked at the man on stage wearing a mask, who appeared somewhat lazy and lonely, a familiar feeling suddenly arose in his heart. How strange. This familiar feeling was not only experienced by Li Jia. Among the crowd, Lu Ruyan looked up, tightly pursing her lips, her eyes sparkling with light. Chi Chen. As soon as he opened his mouth, Lu Ruyan recognized him. The man on stage was Chi Chen, who had been in a relationship with her for several years. Searching for him 1,000 times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, that person was there in the dim lights. Lu Ruyan felt a surge of joy in her heart as she looked at Chi Chen, who was wearing a white shirt and jeans on stage, suddenly feeling a bit dazed, as if time had traveled back 3 years. Back then, they were still lovers, both in this campus, with Chi Chen on stage and Lu Ruyan in the audience. The songs he sang were all for her. Soon, the song entered the chorus, and the melody of the guitar became somewhat passionate. Chi Chen's aura of clarity and solitude became even more intense. I once found it hard to extricate myself from the vast world, also indulging in its dreams, unable to discern truth from falsehood, not struggling, not fearing ridicule. As the song played, many long silent memories suddenly surged in Lu Ruyan's mind. That summer, they wore couple outfits, hand in hand, walking along the tree-lined path of the campus. Chi Chen sang and played for her, while Lu Ruyan rested her chin on her hands, her eyes filled with adoration. Such beautiful memories seemed to transcend time and space, overlapping with the two people now wearing canvas shoes and jeans. Lu Ruyan's lips unconsciously revealed a nostalgic and sweet smile. However, although Chi Chen's aura was reminiscent, it held no sweetness. I once turned youth into her, also once plucked the summer from my fingertips, where the heart stirs, just go with the flow from here. Chi Chen's posture on stage became more relaxed, his eyes behind the mask no longer looking down at the guitar but lifting to gaze at the audience below. The emotion of the song also ascended to a new realm. The youth had once thrown himself recklessly, yet in the end, still bore the wounds of love. Where the heart stirs, just go with the flow. To others, this phrase seemed to carry only a faint sadness and sorrow. But to Lu Ruyan, it felt like a heavy blow to her heart. The warm memories that lingered in her mind suddenly shattered and vanished. In their place was the scene on stage. Although the two were not far apart, it seemed there was a chasm between them. Perhaps what I expect is merely to fight against time, to see you again in the cool morning light, smiling sweetly. The lyrics were sweet, yet Lu Ruyan's heart was flooded with bitterness like a raging tide, instantly drowning her. In that brief moment, Lu Ruyan recalled so much. The past of their relationship and her gradual changes. She became vain, materialistic, blinded by comparison and luxury goods, neglecting her heart and soul. So much so that when Chi Chen seemed to be facing bankruptcy, she unhesitatingly cast him aside, completely disregarding the years of their relationship. At this moment, the faint sadness on Chi Chen's face seemed to stem from this very place. Upon learning that Chi Chen had not gone bankrupt but instead possessed unimaginable wealth, Lu Ruyan, disregarding her own pride, wanted to salvage the relationship between them. What did she truly want? Money, or that once invaluable affection? Amidst Chi Chen's gentle singing, Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a wave of shame. Once, the bond between them had been so pure, so beautiful. But now, how could she have the face to return and cling to Chi Chen? Was it just for his fortune? For the glory that money brought? Lu Ruyan suddenly felt a deep regret. Regret for leaving Chi Chen, and regret for returning to entangle him. In an instant, she made a resolute decision. To completely leave Chi Chen behind. To leave even a trace of those beautiful memories in his heart. Let me just quietly watch you sing one last time. Lu Ruyan revealed a relieved smile, yet tears streamed down her cheeks, mingling at the corners of her mouth. So bitter. Lu Ruyan cried sorrowfully, but no one nearby noticed her. Because under the influence of this song, everyone's eyes had become somewhat misty, glimmering with light at the corners. The emotions of the audience swayed with the melody of Chi Chen's guitar and his voice. It seemed that this young man before them once had an incredibly intense love. And this love, over time, had become light and fleeting, like a gentle breeze. It drifted away with the wind. The wind had risen. At this moment, Lin Kong was filled with unparalleled astonishment. The melody of the piece was clean, timeless, and impeccable. And Chi Chen's singing skills were extraordinary. His voice carried a sense of storytelling. Unlike the previous Mi Xiuyan's Love You, which tested the singer's ability to combine singing and dancing, this song, The Wind Rises, was much quieter, demanding a higher level of vocal skill and emotional expression. Chi Chen's singing needed to resonate with the audience's hearts. Although the lyrics contained no specific content, each audience member's heart had already conjured up their own story. Perhaps it was a couple forced to break up due to college entrance exams. Perhaps it was friends who had grown distant due to arguments. Perhaps it was relatives not seen in a long time. The feelings lingered, yet were rich in meaning. Such ability was something even many top-tier singers could not achieve. And Chi Chen, in this simple performance setting, using only the guitar in his hands, had transported the audience into his own realm. This singer was a genius. I must sign him. It won't be long before he becomes a sensation throughout the Chinese-speaking world. I will eventually return my youth to her along with the summer that springs from my fingertips. Where the heart is moved it just goes with the wind rises. As the song came to an end, Chi Chen slowly stood up, unplugged the power from the guitar, bowed slightly, took 2 steps back, and then turned to return backstage. The entire venue remained silent for a long time. The audience stared at the now empty stage, the solitary stool and microphone under the spotlight, mouths agape, with countless emotions they wished to express, yet found no way to begin. After a long while, it was unclear who started the applause first. Only then did everyone come back to their senses, erupting into enthusiastic applause and cheers. It was a sound like a tidal wave. The audience seemed only able to release the heavy emotions in their hearts and their admiration for Chi Chen's performance through frantic clapping and wild screaming. The atmosphere in the auditorium finally exploded. When Chi Chen silently left, and the stage was empty with no one present, the atmosphere reached the climax of the entire evening. Awesome, you're amazing, you made me cry with your singing. This song reminds me of Running Under the Sunset, that was my youth. This song is actually original? This newcomer is incredible. With this talent, why not enter the entertainment industry? The applause and cheers were like a tidal wave, lasting endlessly, as the sadness brought by the song The Wind Has Risen slowly dissipated, replaced by immense shock towards the singer and this original song. Today's event was live-streamed online, although the viewership might be low due to the current hype. But this meant that the performance of The Wind Has Risen was recorded in full. Once the video is uploaded online, it would surely explode across the internet. Among the crowd, Xi Meng's little face was flushed with excitement, clapping her hands and shouting as if venting. Bro, awesome, you're so cool. I've said it before, as long as you take the stage, all those Mi Xiuyan types are nothing. Just as Xi Meng finished shouting, she felt a soft yet immense force from behind, nearly pushing her out. She turned to see who had attacked her, but her mouth was covered by a hand. It was Zhang Yasi, who had bumped into her with a weapon and covered her mouth, whispering in her ear. Be quiet. Be careful we don't expose our plan to bring in outside help. Xi Meng then realized, glancing nervously at their instructor Li Jiaxu, fearing she might suddenly get angry and blame her. Xi Meng's original thought was simple, to have her brother Chi Chen sing a song and defeat the arrogant Mi Xiuyan. She never expected that Chi Chen's performance would not only completely crush Mi Xiuyan but also ignite the entire venue. He was so handsome, sang so well, and wore such a mysterious mask. Now, everyone was intensely curious about the singer's true identity. It was likely that Chi Chen's participation as an outside performer would be exposed. At that time, their instructor Li Jiaxu would probably be in trouble. However, Li Jiaxu's expression at that moment was not one of anger, but rather contemplation. The person who had just performed on stage gave her a very familiar feeling. Not just familiar, but too familiar. It was very much like that brilliant person from her college years. Seeing Chi Meng's somewhat guilty expression, Li Jiaxu suddenly had a moment of realization. Chi Meng. Xie. With this thought, Li Jiaxu stared intently into Chi Meng's eyes and asked, Chi Meng, is your brother named Chi Chen? Chi Meng was taken aback and replied, Teacher, how do you know my brother's name? Do you know him? Li Jiaxu's lips curled into a slight smile, not just knowing him. She and Chi Chen were classmates for 4 years in college, but after graduation, they gradually lost contact, only possibly seeing each other at the annual reunions. It had been nearly a year since the last reunion. No wonder Lu Ruyan randomly came to their alma mater today to watch a welcoming party that had nothing to do with her. It turned out Lu Ruyan was here for Chi Chen. During their college years, Chi Chen and Lu Ruyan were the envy of everyone as a couple. Men envied Chi Chen, and women envied Lu Ruyan. She wondered how Chi Chen and Lu Ruyan were doing now. They should be very happy, right? Thinking of Lu Ruyan, Li Jiaxu took out her phone and called her. She wanted to question her old classmate about why Chi Chen was performing without giving her a heads up. The second thing was to ask Lu Ruyan where she was at that moment. After listening to the song The Wind Has Risen, Li Jiaxu felt a surge of inexplicable emotions he wanted to express. However, the response from his phone left him standing there in shock. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. She actually ran off after the performance and turned off her phone. Li Jiaxu gritted his teeth and hung up, unaware of how lost and dejected Lu Ruyan was at that moment. Perhaps from now on, it would be difficult for the two of them to meet again in this lifetime. During the next performance, Lin Kong was restless. If it weren't for sitting on the main stage with many school leaders and being unable to leave early, he would have already left his seat to look for Chi Chen. This singer was exceptionally talented in songwriting, had impressive singing skills, and was top-notch in both appearance and physique. Once he entered the entertainment industry, he would surely become a huge star. How lucky was he to come to Rongqing Normal University for this welcome party and discover such a genius. Finally enduring until the end of the party, without bothering to chat with the school leaders, Lin Kong went straight to the backstage to find the singer of The Wind Has Risen. As a well-known producer, Lin Kong received the utmost respect backstage. Every young actor looked at him with a mix of awe and desire. They longed for Lin Kang's favor and support, hoping to enter the entertainment industry and become a true star. However, faced with the humble greetings of these young actors, Lin Kong merely nodded slightly, not taking it to heart at all. He wandered around backstage, his gaze searching, only to be shocked and even a bit terrified to discover that the singer of The Wind Has Risen was nowhere to be found. With his unique figure and aura, even if the mask was removed and the clothes changed, Lin Kong was confident he could recognize him at a glance. Yet, there was not a single person backstage who matched that singer's image. Lin Kong stood there in a daze. How could he be gone? Did he really let him slip away right under his nose? Or was it possible that another producer had come to the scene today, taking the initiative to sign the singer before him? On the other side of the backstage, Mi Xiuyan, after finishing her performance, remained in her Sailor JK outfit, waiting for the final conclusion of the party. She wanted to maintain the image from her performance and find producer Lin Kong as soon as the event ended. Mi Xiuyan was very confident that with her excellent performance, she could surely impress Lin Kong and get signed. At that point, she would truly enter the entertainment industry, basking in the spotlight every day and enjoying the cheers of her fans. For someone like Mi Xiuyan, who loved comparisons and was vain, such a life was simply paradise. Sure enough, after the party ended, Lin Kong hurriedly arrived at the backstage. Mi Xiuyan's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly approached him, standing in front of Lin Kong with her arms behind her back, her long legs and white stockings crossed, striking a pose like a beautiful girl, and said to Lin Kong, Teacher Lin, I am very passionate about this career in acting. You are a renowned producer. Could you give me some feedback on my performance today? At that moment, Lin Kong was frustrated for missing Chi Chen's figure. When he saw the girl suddenly appear in front of him, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall who this beautiful girl in a JK outfit was. Originally, with Mi Xiuyan's performance level and I Love You, Lin Kong might have genuinely considered signing her into his studio. However, after experiencing the shocking performance of Chi Chen's The Wind Rises, Lin Kang's mind was filled with the melody of the song and the thought of bringing the male singer into his studio, completely forgetting about Mi Xiuyan's earlier performance. Looking at Mi Xiuyan, who stood before him with a face full of anticipation, Lin Kong thought for a moment before recalling her performance and said somewhat perfunctorily, Oh, it's you. You sing very well, and your dancing is also quite good. Among students, that's quite rare. I have high hopes for you, keep it up. After saying this, Lin Kang's gaze shifted away from her as he stood on tiptoe, continuing to look around. However, Mi Xiuyan in front of him was left bewildered. High hopes for me? Keep it up? Shouldn't you take the initiative to propose signing me and let me enter the entertainment industry? Why are you suddenly looking around like this? What's going on? Even more disappointing for Mi Xiaoyan was that after looking around for a while, Lin Kong seemed to have not found his target and was about to turn and leave the backstage area. This made Mi Xiaoyan anxious. How could she let such a precious opportunity slip away from Lin Kong? At this moment, Mi Xiaoyan could no longer care about any reservations. She quickly stepped forward to block Lin Kang's path and asked, "Teacher Lin, do you think I have the qualifications to sign with you and join your studio? I greatly admire the songs and dances you produce, and I really want to enter the performance industry. Could you give me a chance?" In Lin Kang's eyes, Mi Xiaoyan's level was that of a mediocre amateur, a king among amateurs but quite ordinary among professionals. Signing a newcomer didn't carry much cost for Lin Kong, and under normal circumstances, he might have agreed to Mi Xiaoyan's request. After all, who could refuse a pitiful-looking JK girl pleading for an opportunity right in front of them? However, Lin Kong was currently preoccupied with finding Qi Chen, and he felt a bit impatient with Mi Xiaoyan suddenly blocking his way, causing his tone to unconsciously become stiff. Your performance was quite good, but there's still quite a distance to professionalism. Compared to the singer of The Wind Rises, there's a huge gap. If one day you can reach even half the level of the singer of The Wind Rises, I would sign you without hesitation. After saying this, Lin Kong disregarded the somewhat grim expression of the JK girl in front of him and was about to turn and leave. However, he seemed to remember something and turned back to ask Mi Xiaoyan, "By the way, you and that singer are both freshmen, right? Can you tell me where I can find this The Wind Rises performer? I must find him quickly and sign him before anyone else does." Although Mi Xiaoyan was extremely reluctant, she didn't dare offend Lin Kong and obediently told him the location of Qi Meng and her classmates. Thus, unable to find Qi Chen himself, Lin Kong excitedly brought the head of the finance department to find Qi Meng and her group, who were preparing to leave, along with their instructor, Li Jiaxu. "Hello, I'm Lin Kong, a producer in the entertainment industry. I heard that the male singer who performed The Wind Rises is from your class? I think he is incredibly talented and want to sign him as a male singer under my studio." Upon hearing Lin Kang's words, the few of them were very surprised, and Qi Meng exclaimed, "What, you want to sign my classmate?" Suddenly remembering that she couldn't expose her search for external help just yet, Qi Meng swallowed the word brother and changed it to classmate. Lin Kong nodded seriously and said, "That's right. I am very serious about wanting to sign him. He is very talented, and his singing skills are impressive. As long as he is willing to sign a contract with me, I guarantee that in no time, he will become a top male star in the country." After hearing Lin Kang's words, Qi Meng happily waved her little fist and proudly looked at her roommates, as if to say, "See, my brother is that amazing." However, when Qi Meng saw Li Jiaxu's cold gaze, she immediately wilted, no longer daring to show any arrogance. Noticing the strange reactions of Qi Meng and her friends, the head of the finance department spoke up. "What's wrong? Do you have any doubts? You can rest assured about producer Lin Kang's identity. He is a nationally renowned producer, and any star under his management has a very promising future in the entertainment industry. It's certainly not easy to get into Rongqing Normal University, but entering the entertainment industry and becoming a star doesn't conflict with academics. This student can be a singer while completing their studies. Our school's leadership is very supportive of this. Could it be that this student has some unspoken issues?" The head of the finance department was very open-minded and genuinely concerned for his students, but he didn't realize that the singer who had just performed was not a student from his department at all. Seeing that this matter could no longer be concealed, Li Jiaxu simply sighed and said, "Director, it's not that he has unspoken issues, but rather that we do. To be honest, the singer of When the Wind Blows is not a student from our class, but an external aide I found." Li Jiaxu had already recognized that the singer was her classmate Qi Chen, and since Qi Meng was Qi Chen's sister, she felt the need to protect Qi Meng and took the initiative to take the blame for finding external help. Upon hearing Li Jiaxu's words, the department head was taken aback, and his expression immediately darkened as he said, "What? He's not a student from our school, but an external aide you brought in? I was wondering why he sang so well, even Lin Kong thinks highly of him. Did you bring in a professional singer? The welcome party is supposed to be a stage for the school's students to showcase themselves. What's the point of bringing in an external aide, other than winning some false applause? No, this matter cannot be tolerated. Li Jiaxu, was this your idea? The school must take serious action regarding your behavior." The department head's words grew increasingly severe, eventually turning into a reprimand, even threatening to hold someone accountable. Meanwhile, Lin Kong, upon hearing that the male singer was not a student of the school but an external aide, felt a twinge of disappointment. But then he thought it was strange. As a producer very familiar with the domestic music market, Lin Kong not only knew most of the existing songs but had also heard of some unreleased music. If When the Wind Blows was such an excellent song, he should have heard it long ago. However, before today's party, he had never heard of this song. This indicated that When the Wind Blows, a song of such high quality, was indeed the original work of this masked singer. It was hard to tell whether the singer underestimated the song or overvalued this welcome party, given that such a small stage at Rongcheng Normal University was the premier location for this song. Moreover, the male singer's singing ability had already reached the level of a top domestic singer. However, top singers of this status usually have a strong personal style, which ordinary audiences might not be able to discern, but a producer of Lin Kang's caliber could see through the masked singer's true identity at a glance. However, the aura of this masked singer is almost unparalleled in its strength, completely mismatched with the image and temperament of any first-tier male singer in the country. Which singer, under the condition of no sound adjustment on the live equipment, could perform such an outstanding song? At this moment, watching the department head continuously reprimanding her instructor, Li Jiaxu merely lowered his head, silent and offering no defense. Qi Meng felt a pang of sympathy in her heart, no longer remaining silent, and spoke up loudly. "Director, please stop criticizing Teacher Li. She had no idea about this matter beforehand. We originally planned to perform ourselves today, but due to our sudden injuries, I asked my brother to replace us and sing. This was all my idea. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Li Jiaxu, who was determined to defend Qi Chen's sister, said firmly. "Qi Meng, don't speak nonsense. This matter was initiated by me finding your brother. Don't drag everything onto yourself. If we really need to pursue responsibility, your little frame can't hide it." Listening to their argument, Lin Kang's eyes lit up, and he directly interrupted them, asking, "You just said that the male singer who performed is your brother?" At this moment, Qi Meng didn't care about whether she would be punished. She proudly lifted her head and said, "That's right. He is my brother. He graduated from Rongcheng Normal University 3 years ago. He is not a professional singer, he is just my brother, Qi Chen." At this point, Lin Kang's hope was reignited, and he hurriedly asked, "Is what you said true?" Qi Meng nodded. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you?" Li Jiaxu added, "It is indeed true. Qi Chen is not only Qi Meng's brother but also my university classmate. Back in school, Qi Chen was quite a prominent figure, gaining and losing, losing and regaining." This was Lin Kang's mood at that moment. First, he was overjoyed to think he had discovered a genius, then he felt immense disappointment upon realizing it was an external aid. Now, learning that the singer was merely Qi Meng's brother and not a professional singer, Lin Kang became excited once again. The ups and downs of life made Lin Kang experience various emotions overnight. "Little sister, can you introduce your brother to me? I promise, as long as your brother agrees to sign with me, he will definitely become a big star in the future." The department head chimed in to assist. "I know this student Qi Chen. He looks good and sings well. Since he graduated from our school, it's reasonable for him to participate in the welcome party. If you can introduce Qi Chen to producer Lin Kang, then the matter of you finding an external aid tonight will be overlooked by the school." Qi Meng and Li Jiaxu exchanged glances and then said, "My brother has his own career. I can't guarantee that if you invite him to become a singer, he will agree." Lin Kang said confidently, "No problem. As long as you let me get in touch with him, you don't need to worry about the rest. How about this, director?" Seeing the director nodding, Qi Meng made up her mind, took out her phone, and called Qi Chen. In fact, in Qi Meng's heart, her brother should be a dazzling star like this today, standing in the center of the stage, receiving the wildest cheers from countless audiences. Her agreeing to this also stemmed from her desire for Qi Chen to become a big star. The call connected. "Hello, Meng. How's it going? Did your brother embarrass you today? How was the singing? Did you feel surprised?" Qi Meng stuck out her tongue. It was more than just a surprise. It was simply terrifying. Not only did it expose his plan to seek outside help, but it also brought the department head directly to his door. "Bro, you sang amazingly. So cool, absolutely stunning." Hearing his sister's praise, Qi Chen smiled proudly, but then he heard Qi Meng change the subject and say, "Bro, there's a producer named Lin Kang who contacted me and wants to talk to you." Qi Chen was taken aback and asked, "About what?" "He seems to want to sign you and make you a star." "What?" Qi Chen chuckled in disbelief and said, "Look at your brother, does he want to be a star? I sang today just to make you happy. Your brother has his own vision. What awaits me in the future are the stars and the sea." This time, to indulge his sister and fulfill Qi Meng's wish, Qi Chen went all out, even using a page from a diary from the future. However, this would be the last time Qi Chen did such a thing. From now on, he would no longer use the diary to obtain future songs, because compared to songs, Shi-chan could gain much more valuable information from the diary. However, since Lin Kong had reached out to his sister, Shi-chan didn't shut the door completely and continued, "You tell producer Lin that while I definitely won't become a singer, the copyright for the song The Wind Has Risen is entirely in my hands. If he is interested in the future, we can collaborate in other ways." Lin Kong wanted to meet Shi-chan, but he was unhesitatingly refused. With the diary from the future in his possession, Shi-chan could no longer be a singing and dancing star, so he gave Lin Kong no hope or expectations. However, Shi-chan agreed to meet Lin Kong after some time when he was free to discuss the collaboration for The Wind Has Risen. In the past couple of days, Shi-chan had experienced fights and had to outsmart a deaf person. Then, he practiced The Wind Has Risen tirelessly, leaving him quite exhausted. So, Shi-chan didn't go out to have fun but instead booked a room and fell into a deep sleep. He dreamt of nothing, only the morning sun rising. After a good night's sleep, Shi-chan felt full of energy, but looking at the empty big bed beside him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness. Since getting the notebook, Shi-chan had been busy. Busy making money, busy developing new drugs, busy pampering his sister. He hadn't even had time to enjoy the happiness that money brought him. After working a lifetime to earn money, shouldn't he enjoy it? Then let the music play, let the dance continue. Thinking too much. Finally having some free time, Shi-chan had his own plans. That was to spend money. Not having a house in the center of Rome City was really inconvenient. A couple of nights ago, due to an unexpected situation, Shi-chan had to arrange for a few girls to stay in a hotel, which didn't quite match his identity and wealth. Having earned so much money, he should spend it freely. So, today Shi-chan's plan was to buy a house. There were many high-end communities in the center of Rome City, but the most expensive and best environment belonged to the Chi-Rong International where Lin Jing lived. So, without much hesitation, Shi-chan decided to buy his own house in this community. However, going to buy a house alone felt a bit lonely. What if those salesgirls took advantage of him? A boy out in the world must protect himself. Shi-chan took out his phone and started to call someone to accompany him to buy a house. "Hey, Lin Jing, do you have time today? Come with me to buy something?" "Sorry, Shi-chan. Today I need to register that song of yours, it's better to get this done quickly. How about I accompany you next time?" Muah. Since The Wind Has Risen hasn't been created on this timeline, Shi-chan naturally won't be polite and directly asks the law firm where Lin Jing works to help him secure the copyright for the song. Lin Jing mostly handles Shi-chan's requests personally, so she doesn't have time to accompany him today. Shaking his head, Shi-chan dialed Hu Shue's number. "Xiao Shui, do you have time today? Come with me to buy a house." You're going to buy a house? I really want to go with you, but I can't today. Your loan is at a critical step today, and I have to keep an eye on it personally, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Let's go together next time, okay? Muah. Rejected again. Shi-chan felt a bit down and remembered the last time he was entangled with Sun Xiaoqing was at the Marriott Hotel, so he called her. "Xiaoqing, where are you? I'll come pick you up. Come with me to buy some things." Surprised to receive Shi-chan's call, Sun Xiaoqing replied, "I'm at the pharmaceutical factory. What do you want to buy? Can we do it another day? Our paper is about to be completed, and I want to focus on finishing it first, then accompany you, okay?" As she spoke, Sun Xiaoqing lowered her voice, a bit shy. "At that time, you can have me in any position you want." Thinking of Sun Xiaoqing's fiery figure and her cold, stunning face, Shi-chan immediately felt a surge of excitement. Unfortunately, distant water can't quench immediate thirst. Who would have thought I'd have a day when I don't have enough girls? So disappointing. After scolding himself, Shi-chan got up and ultimately went alone to the sales office of Chi-Rong International. Chi-Rong International is a high-end community developed by Wanhai Real Estate, a local company in Rongqing. The environment here is beautiful, the location convenient, and the property management service is excellent, placing great importance on the safety and privacy of the residents. It is the most upscale community in Rongqing, without a doubt. Correspondingly, the housing prices here are significantly higher than in other communities in Rongqing. Expensive things generally have no other shortcomings besides being costly. Driving his Bentley directly to the entrance of the sales hall, Shi-chan was too lazy to park it himself and tossed the car keys to the security guard, asking them to park it for him while he walked into the hall. The decoration in the sales hall was particularly luxurious, with marble floors covered in soft, gorgeous bohemian carpets. Statues that exuded a strong artistic vibe stood on either side, and the splendid crystal chandeliers added to the opulence. Every detail here radiated the scent of money and luxury. Such lavish decor made most homebuyers hesitate. Just a glance brought a sense of cold oppression. It felt like a temple, high above, with no sense of grounding. This effect was precisely what the designer aimed to achieve. Through this design, they filtered out those who couldn't afford to buy a home, selecting only those truly capable of purchasing here. However, for Chi Chen, whose net worth approached 3 billion, most situations in this world no longer instilled any awe in him due to financial factors. This was the confidence that money brought him, and this confidence manifested outwardly, creating a powerful aura in the eyes of others. Walking straight through the two receptionists who bowed at 60 degrees, Chi Chen headed toward the center of the sales hall, and this scene was all witnessed by the general manager present. The general manager is a chubby man in his 40s, dressed in a somewhat clumsy-looking suit, and with a cheerful demeanor that gives an immediate sense of familiarity. However, in stark contrast to his harmless appearance is the shrewd glint in his eyes. As the general manager, he doesn't personally pitch to clients, but he quickly analyzes their needs with his seasoned gaze, arranging the most suitable sales personnel to enhance each client's desire to purchase a home. Chi Chen arrived in a Bentley, stepping out alone, looking remarkably young. The chubby general manager pondered for a moment before picking up the walkie-talkie. "Sonia, is Sonia there? You're in charge of this client, go greet him, quickly. This guest has a high likelihood of buying, use all your skills to close this deal." Without the general manager's introduction, the sales department staff had already erupted in excitement the moment Chi Chen parked the Bentley in front of the sales hall. "Hey, it's a Bentley. A big fish has arrived, hee hee. Wow, this guest is so young and handsome. He's mine, it's my turn, don't you all fight with me. Xiao Dai, you're talking nonsense. It's my turn, okay?" Before Chi Chen even reached the center of the sales hall, he had already stirred quite a commotion among the female sales staff. There was no denying it, being young and wealthy increased the chances of buying a home, which meant a substantial commission for the corresponding salesperson. Moreover, Chi Chen was alone. If he could catch the attention of a young man, developing a romance could lead to marrying into a wealthy family, which was not impossible. Just as the female sales staff were fighting for this opportunity, the general manager's words doused them with cold water. "Sonia, you come to receive this client." Instantly, the competition ceased, and all eyes turned with hostility towards Sonia in the crowd. Why is it always this slut? Every time there's a big client, that fat man always assigns her. If you're willing to grovel to that fat man, you can too. She practically wants to sleep with every client. Of course, her performance is good. Facing the jealous murmurs around her, Sonia remained unfazed, instead wearing a victorious smile, her slim waist swaying slightly as her beautiful legs in black stockings stepped into 10-centimeter high heels, gracefully approaching the coveted client. They weren't wrong. Every time a big client arrived, the general manager would use his power to assign them to Sonia. This was indeed because Sonia had taken many advantages from the fat general manager, leaving her mark on the floor behind the sales counter and even in the restroom. Exchanging her body for resources was what Sonia was most skilled at and willing to do. However, Sonia was also capable of completing the sales tasks assigned by the general manager. In just a month of working here, her performance had nearly reached the top, just a step away from becoming the quarterly champion. This was because Sonia's looks and figure were indeed impressive, scoring at least a 90. Coupled with her willingness to use her body to subtly suggest to clients, these greasy middle-aged men, once aroused, would easily impulsively sign an expensive purchase contract, all for a night, or even just a few minutes of passion. Therefore, upon seeing Chi Chen arrive in a Bentley, the general manager did not hesitate to assign him to Sonia once again. Sonia confidently approached, knowing that if she could close this deal, she would surpass the current top seller and become the sales champion of the quarter, snagging that enticing 1 million bonus. "Hello, sir. My name is Sonia, but you can also call me Yaya. Today, I will be your career consultant." Sonia had her hands behind her back, her long, black stockings accentuating her shapely legs as she stood with them crossed, intentionally or not showcasing her curvaceous figure. However, when she clearly saw the face of the person before her, she couldn't help but gasp. Chi Chen? Sonia? Chi Chen was also somewhat surprised to see Sonia. He had no good feelings for this friend of his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyen. In fact, he could say he felt disgust. After the car incident, Sonia lost her long-term financial support, Jiang Shang, and Chi Chen often saw her fishing for attention on social media. He never expected she would come here to work as a saleswoman. Sonia forced a somewhat awkward smile and said, "Chi Chen, are you here to buy a house?" Chi Chen nodded, looking Sonia up and down, and suddenly understood. Women like Sonia pursued money and craved vanity. In her view, her body was her greatest asset, and all means of acquiring resources relied on it. Whether it was dating wealthy men, fishing for compliments, or even selling houses, it was all the same. If she had to do something without using her body, she would feel uncomfortable and disdainful. Seeing Chi Chen's gaze appraising her figure, Sunya felt a thrill of joy and pushed her chest out even more, making her assets appear even more abundant. What was wrong with Chi Chen? He was a man, after all. It was hard for any man not to be moved. Sunya had this confidence. As long as Chi Chen was attracted to her, she was sure she could win him over and have him contribute to her sales performance, because she knew Chi Chen's wealth was far beyond her imagination. Chi Chen, what a coincidence to run into you here. It shows we are quite fated. When you were with Lu Ruyen, we were fated but not meant to be. Now that I'm your property consultant, let's see if we can rekindle that fate. As she spoke, Sunya licked her red lips with her tongue, leaned closer to Chi Chen, and with her hands behind her back, brushed her ample assets against his arm. This was not just a hint, it was practically an invitation. Buying a house here could lead to something more. However, after feeling that soft touch on his arm, Chi Chen not only felt no attraction but instinctively recoiled as if shocked. Chi Chen had no particular moral scruples. He didn't mind having a fling with a beautiful stranger as long as he didn't have to take responsibility. However, with Sunya, who often fished for attention on social media, he felt more disgust than anything else. It was one thing for her to repeatedly provoke Lu Ruyen to break up with him, but that malicious car incident had genuinely threatened Chi Chen's safety. How dare she think she could have him buy a house through her and earn a commission? Dream on. Faced with Sunya's provocations and hints, Chi Chen coldly smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you. I don't want you as my consultant, and I don't even want to see you. Is there anyone else here? Please get me someone else." Chi Chen's response was somewhat unexpected for Sunya. What was wrong with this man? Was there really a cat that didn't steal fish? With my looks and figure, is there anyone in the entire Qirong International Sales Department who can compare to me? There really was. "Hello, sir. If you are not satisfied with her, may I have the honor of being your property consultant today?" A melodious and crisp voice suddenly came from behind, as another beautiful woman in a uniform and black stockings walked gracefully towards the two. Even though Chi Chen had seen many beautiful women, the saleswoman approaching him still made his eyes light up. Her long black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her enchanting eyes captivating, and her skin was extremely fair. The segment of thigh exposed between her skirt and stockings was dazzlingly white. She had a tall and fiery figure, her high heels rivaling those of Sunya, perfectly outlining her long, beautiful legs. A natural beauty, full of charm. Every smile and frown could make men lose their senses and women feel jealous. Her looks and figure were not inferior to Sunya's, and perhaps even surpassed them. Especially in her modified uniform, there was a seductive allure, as if she were half concealing herself. Seeing this beauty approach, Sunya frowned, taking a couple of steps to protect her territory, standing in front of Chi Chen, and said, "Ban Chuling, what do you want?" "This is my client. Are you going against the general manager's instructions?" This beauty was named Ban Chuling. Before Sunya arrived, she had been the star salesperson of the department, known for her stunning looks and figure, and had held the title of sales champion for several consecutive quarters. At this moment, she was still the sales champion of the quarter, but Sunya's performance was so terrifying that her lead had become negligible. As long as Sunya secured this deal with Chi Chen, Ban Chuling would undoubtedly be surpassed by her and lose the title of quarterly sales champion. In Chi Chen's eyes, Ban Chuling's appearance was slightly better than Sunya's, and her demeanor seemed charming yet refined, unlike Sunya's more flamboyant style. How could she possibly fall short in performance compared to Sunya? In fact, although Ban Chuling also relied on her looks to attract customers to sign contracts, she only played coy before the contracts were signed, rarely allowing customers to take advantage of her. With her excellent appearance and well-calibrated strategies, Ban Chuling maintained high sales performance while rarely being at a disadvantage. However, everything changed after Sunya's arrival. Although Sunya's looks were slightly inferior, she was bold. As long as the customer was willing, Sunya would engage in fierce competition with them. In contrast, Ban Chuling's ambiguous strategy was at a significant disadvantage. Even her 3 months of sales performance could not match Sunya's 1 month. This left Ban Chuling greatly shocked, and her mindset began to shift little by little. She was unwilling to let her consecutive sales championships be snatched away by Sunya. Just then, it seemed that the interaction between Chi Chen and Sunya was not going smoothly. Ban Chuling gritted her teeth and resolutely decided to make a move to seize this high-quality client, Chi Chen. "The general manager? The general manager did say you would attend to this customer, but it seems the customer is not satisfied with you. Can you really influence the customer's choice of consultant?" After saying this, she deeply bowed to Chi Chen and gently said, "Sir, my name is Ban Chuling. May I have the honor of being your property consultant?" This felt much more comfortable. If buying a house meant giving Sunya a commission, Chi Chen would rather not buy. And this Ban Chuling not only had a higher appearance and figure than Sunya, but also gave a more pleasant impression, so Chi-Chen said without hesitation, "Alright, it's you. I want to buy a relatively large house from your Chirong International, and if there's a standalone villa, that would be even better." Chi-Chen chose her, and Ban Chuling's heart leaped with joy. Hearing him say he wanted to buy a big house, even a villa, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Indeed, a big client. At this moment, Sunya was also feeling anxious. The juicy piece of meat was being snatched away right from under her nose. How could she endure that? In a moment of desperation, she pushed Ban Chuling with some ferocity and said, "Chi-Chen is mine, no one can take him away." Ban Chuling stumbled from the push and fell toward Chi-Chen. Sure enough, Chi-Chen reached out just in time and caught Ban Chuling in his arms. Instantly, the fragrance enveloped him, and her long, dark hair brushed against his face, stirring a ticklish sensation on his skin and deep within his heart. Chi-Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "Are you okay, beautiful?" Ban Chuling felt uncomfortable but didn't pull away. Instead, she twisted slightly from side to side. Sunya was still intent on pursuing her attack, but Chi-Chen's expression turned serious as he said, "Sunya, don't go too far. Are all the salespeople at Chirong International of such low quality? Or should I not be allowed to choose my own salesperson when buying a house here, and must I let you take advantage of me?" Chi-Chen frowned, exuding an unintentional authority. Sunya, who had been slapped in the face by Chi-Chen twice before, shivered at the memory of how cold and domineering he had been during their last encounter, and she dared not provoke him further. She took 2 steps back, reluctantly saying, "Of course not. I just thought, given our relationship, we should." Before she could finish, Chi-Chen coldly interrupted, "We have no relationship. Miss Ban, right? Let's go pick out a house. I'm in a hurry." Reluctantly tightening her glute muscles, Ban Chuling stood up and said, "Mr. Shi, if you're looking to purchase a villa, please follow me to the VIP room. It's quiet there, without any disturbances." Chi-Chen nodded and replied, "Lead the way." Ban Chuling smiled and gestured invitingly, saying, "Please." She then guided Chi-Chen toward the VIP room. At the same time, from an angle Chi-Chen couldn't see, she shot a triumphant smile at Sunya, who was seething with anger yet felt helpless. As Ban Chuling walked ahead, she thought to herself, "Sunya, you shameless hussy, do you think you can win the sales championship just because of your looks? As long as I'm willing to put myself out there, you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. This young man named Chi-Chen looks like a big spender. If I successfully close a deal on a villa with him, not only will I be the quarterly sales champion, but I'll also be the sales champion of the year. Plus, Chi-Chen is young, wealthy, and handsome. If I can establish a stable relationship with him and successfully latch onto a rich man, that would be a great choice too." Soon, they arrived at the secluded VIP room, and after entering, she locked the door with a click. Sunya, feeling frustrated, stomped her foot and, under the mocking gazes of other salespeople, angrily walked toward the general manager's office. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but while the sales hall outside was spacious, this so-called VIP room was quite cramped. Inside, there was only a sofa that could seat 2 side by side, with a coffee table in front. To sit down and review the community's configurations and layouts, they had to sit shoulder to shoulder. Strangely, the walls of this room were padded with soundproof material, and once the door was closed, not a sound from the outside could penetrate. Likewise, sounds from inside could not escape. "Mr. Shi, you're so young and already able to own property, you truly are accomplished at a young age. I just wonder if you want to invest in real estate with us at Chirong International or if it's for personal use?" The sofa was not spacious, and once they sat together, not only were their shoulders touching, but Chi-Chen's calves in his shorts also brushed against Ban Chuling's black stockings. As Ban Chuling subtly shifted, Chi-Chen felt the delicate sensation of the stockings against his leg. Due to the close distance between the two, Ban Chuling leaned forward, and the dazzling white scenery was laid bare before them. Chi-Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Was this a view everyone could see? It was not. This was a view only the wealthy could enjoy. As Ban Chuling's long legs gently slid and rubbed against him, the long-restrained Chi-Chen gradually felt the urge to lift his head. Ban Chuling naturally noticed Chi-Chen's change, but she didn't mind. Instead, she licked her red lips with her tongue, smiling as she took out the prepared scenic images and said, "If you first consider the investment attributes, I suggest you don't buy a villa but rather a large flat or a spacious loft. The living experience in such places is not bad, and there is good appreciation potential. When you want to sell, it will also be easier to liquidate and cash out. However, if you only consider the living experience, then a villa is a better choice. Because a villa not only has its own yard, where you can set up decorations or even arrange a small stream, but it also offers better privacy, free from the noise of neighbors." Although Ban Chuling preferred that Chi-Chen purchase a villa, after all, the price of a villa was in a different league, and her performance would increase significantly. She still introduced the advantages and disadvantages of these different options to Chi-Chen. This was the reason Ban Shuling couldn't compete with Sunya in terms of performance. While she liked money and was willing to use her looks to gain an advantage, she had her own bottom line and wasn't like Sunya, who would do anything for money. That was no different from high-class prostitution. Fortunately, Chi-Chen's choice did not disappoint her. Chi-Chen didn't even look at the images of the flats but directly picked up the villa's information to read. Ban Shuling felt a surge of joy in her heart, her body almost pressing against Chi-Chen's, one thigh slowly resting on his leg, moving toward her ultimate goal, while explaining, "Our villas come in two types, townhouses and standalone villas. Townhouses have their own yards, but they are not independent buildings. There are other residents living next door. Townhouses are relatively cheaper and offer great value for money. Standalone villas, on the other hand, are individual buildings, and the surrounding yard is entirely yours. Rather than calling it a yard, it would be more fitting to refer to it as a manor." Under Ban Shuling's introduction, Chi-Chen also picked up the information to read. This villa had a total of 4 floors, 17 rooms, and included an indoor swimming pool, steam room, gym, and movie room. The basement reached an astonishing 3 levels, with up to 8 parking spaces and a fully equipped shelter that could store food for a family for up to 6 months, along with radiation protection facilities. The outdoor manor was equally luxurious, featuring a heated swimming pool and expansive gardens, as well as a helicopter landing pad for convenient takeoffs and landings of private planes. However, Chi-Chen had no desire to ever ride in a helicopter. "This is very good. I am quite satisfied." Seeing Chi-Chen's intention to purchase, the sweetness in Ban Shuling's words became almost tangible, her whole body pressed against Chi-Chen's, completely unconcerned about her softest parts being pressed against him. She breathed softly. "This villa is arguably the most high-end in the entire Chirong International, even in the whole Rongqing, and correspondingly, its price is also higher, reaching 180 million renminbi. If you are interested in this villa, we can go see it in person now." Generally speaking, viewing such high-value properties requires proof of funds for purchasing. Your liquid funds must reach a minimum amount to qualify for an on-site property viewing. However, Chi-Chen drives a Bentley and knows Sunya. Seeing Sunya's humble demeanor, Chi-Chen's identity and assets must be quite impressive. Therefore, Ban Shuling took the liberty of skipping the verification of funds. Of course, if you're buying such an expensive villa, you need to see it in person. But right now, it's not very convenient. Not convenient? Ban Shuling was taken aback, looking at Chi-Chen, who with a wry smile pointed at his lower body and said, "It doesn't agree. I can't just go out like this. I can't even stand up straight. It's too embarrassing." Ban Shuling covered her mouth and laughed, giving Chi-Chen a flirtatious glance, her tone enticing as she said, "Are you going to blame me?" Chi-Chen nodded seriously. "Of course, it's your fault, the trouble you caused. You should handle it directly. Desires are natural, and Chi-Chen was no saint." After not having contact with several beautiful acquaintances for a while, at such a young age, he was on the verge of losing control. Under Ban Shuling's obvious hint, if Chi-Chen didn't choose to act like a beast, he would truly be worse than one. In fact, Ban Shuling usually wouldn't let clients take such advantage. She would always tease just enough to leave them in suspense, making their hearts feel like they were being clawed by a cat. But at this moment, Chi-Chen was a rare big client. If she didn't act, there were plenty of others who would. Chi-Chen didn't see the eager gazes from the sales department. Plus, stimulated by Sunya, Ban Shuling finally stopped hesitating and made up her mind. She got up from the sofa, stepped over one of Chi-Chen's legs, and then knelt on the ground in her stockings, her body slipping under the coffee table, leaving only her small head exposed. Then, looking up at Chi-Chen with a pitiful gaze, she pulled out a hair tie from her clothes and tied her waterfall-like black hair back, allowing Chi-Chen to see her face and expressions more clearly while enjoying himself. After that, Ban Shuling opened her small mouth, gently lowered her head, her cheeks sinking in, directly sending Chi-Chen to his paradise. Hiss! After more than half an hour, Ban Shuling and Chi-Chen both walked out of the VIP room. Chi-Chen stood tall and straight, looking relaxed and content. Ban Shuling, who had entered with fiery red lips, came out with her lips returned to a normal color. Amidst the envious gazes of the female sales staff, Ban Shuling and Chi-Chen walked to the entrance of the sales hall, where a courtesy car, a Rolls-Royce Ghost, was already waiting. While they were discussing the property type and environment in the VIP room, Ban Shuling had already made the call to arrange the courtesy car to be ready at the sales hall entrance. The receptionist responsible for arranging the vehicle was a bit puzzled, wondering why Ban Shuling's words sounded somewhat slurred, as if she were eating something. After opening the car door and letting Chi-Chen in first, Ban Shuling followed and knocked on the partition between the back seat and the driver's cabin, signaling the driver to start the car. This Rolls-Royce Ghost seemed to be a specially customized version, Although it didn't have the most luxurious starry sky ceiling, a tight partition had been added between the back seat and the driver's cabin. This way, the space where the back seat passengers sat was completely isolated from the driver in the front, ensuring maximum privacy. No matter what the two discussed in the car, it wouldn't affect the driver in the front. The back seat of the Ghost was quite spacious, and the pure red classic leather interior made the car look even more upscale. At this moment, Ban Chuling's long, straight, beautiful legs were no longer wrapped in black stockings. Instead, her skin was a tender white that was almost dazzling. She knelt on one knee on the ground, opened the refrigerator in the car, and asked Chi-Chen, "What do you want to drink? Red wine, champagne, mineral water, I guess." When there were no social engagements, Chi-Chen didn't like to drink alcohol because it affected his judgment. Perhaps it was because of his youth. Whether it was white wine or red wine, Chi-Chen couldn't find any pleasure in it. Only ice-cold beer sparked his desire to drink. Getting sidetracked. Looking at Ban Chuling's smooth, beautiful legs, Chi-Chen said, "Why did you take off your stockings? What if we get to the destination and I can't get out of the car?" Ban Chuling shot him a glance and replied, "Isn't it all your fault? If it gets dirty and you don't take it off, are you just waiting for others to laugh at you?" After Gusite parked at the villa's entrance for a full 15 minutes, Ban Chuling and Chi-Chen finally got out of the car, one after the other. Watching the incredibly alluring Ban Chuling standing next to Chi-Chen like a little bird, both the driver in the white shirt and the security guard standing straight at the villa's entrance showed expressions of envy. Although they couldn't see inside the car, as men, they naturally knew what Chi-Chen and Ban Chuling had been doing inside. In fact, the location of this villa was connected to other neighborhoods in Chirong International. It was just that the standalone villa was situated on a not-so-low hillside, facing south and overlooking the beautiful scenery of the Sha River. There are a total of 9 standalone villas in Chirong International. Apart from yours, 5 of them already have owners living in them, and their identities are either rich or noble. Living here, if you have the chance to get to know them, would be an extremely rare network. Ban Chuling implied that the people living here might be able to help Chi-Chen's career. Hearing Ban Chuling's words, Chi-Chen smiled but did not respond. No matter who lived here or what kind of career and status they had, Chi-Chen believed that in a year or two, all the residents would take pride in being able to live near him. Opening the villa's large door, everyone else stayed outside, and only Ban Chuling guided Chi-Chen inside. Unlike the spacious asphalt road outside, just a wall away, the interior of the villa featured a vast, meticulously maintained lawn that was refreshing to behold. In the future, when you have children, you can bring them here to play football and have fun. Ban Chuling continued to lead him forward, and after turning a corner, the scenery suddenly changed. The front yard of the villa had a spacious swimming pool, and the designer cleverly utilized the slope of the yard to create an infinity pool that looked extremely luxurious. The swimming pool also had a heating function, allowing the water temperature to remain at a comfortable level even in the near-zero winter, the only downside being that the heating system consumed a lot of electricity. However, for those who could afford such a villa, was that really a downside? Walking past the edge of the swimming pool, Chi-Chen was very satisfied, silently calculating how many more girls he would need to find to fill this pool at the same time. Seemingly sensing what Chi-Chen was thinking, Ban Chuling bit her lip and said to the surroundings of the pool, "When this villa was built, the designer placed great importance on the owner's privacy. As long as there are no drones flying overhead, no one outside the villa can see the scenery near the pool. You can freely do what you love." Moving further ahead, they reached the main structure of the villa. The milky white exterior walls, the design style of European classicism, combined with modern minimalist design elements, make the entire building look elegant and exquisite, flawless. Upon entering the villa, Chi-Chen was surprised to find that the interior decoration was already completed, and even the appliances were fully equipped. If the owner wished, they could move in immediately with just their luggage. Ban Chuling, in work mode, appeared extremely professional. Noticing Chi-Chen's surprise, she explained, "When you purchase our villa, it comes with exquisite decoration. All materials used in the decoration are of the highest environmental standards, so you need not worry about pollution. Of course, if you are not satisfied with this decoration style, you can always remove the current decoration and redo it." The interior decoration was not overly luxurious, but the details were minimalist just right, and Chi-Chen was very satisfied. He shook his head and said, "This kind of decoration is fine. When moving in, I just need to replace the appliances and some furniture with new ones." The designs of the other rooms also pleased Chi-Chen, and soon, after touring all the rooms, the two arrived at the terrace at the highest point of the villa. Leaning against the milky white railing, they stood side by side, looking down at the distant river view. The designer of this villa was indeed a genius, perfectly utilizing the terrain and the building's design to block out irrelevant people and structures from view. while capturing the lush mountain scenery above the slope and the beautiful river view in the distance, which resembled a ribbon. Gazing at such breathtaking scenery, Ban Chuling said, "In fact, this terrace is also a major feature of our villa. With careful design, it offers unbeatable mountain and river views, but no one can see what happens on the terrace from nearby, maximizing the owner's privacy." Shi Chen's heart stirred. He opened one arm and wrapped it around Ban Chuling's fragrant shoulder, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Really? No one can see what we do here." The warm breath from Shi Chen brushed against Ban Chuling's ear, making her feel a tingle inside, and her voice trembled slightly as she asked, "What do you want to do?" At that moment, Shi Chen stepped back 2 paces to stand directly behind Ban Chuling, placing his hands on her shoulders, then letting his palms glide slowly down the curves of her body. Ban Chuling's voice was clearly flustered. "What are you doing here?" Shi Chen's smiling voice came from behind her. "Didn't you say that no one can see what we do here? I want to check if what you said is true." Ban Chuling tried to turn around, but Shi Chen held her in place, leaving her no choice but to grip the railing tightly, facing outward, allowing Shi Chen to act behind her. Shi Chen's touch was not forceful, but perhaps because she couldn't see his position, the almost imperceptible sensation of his hand gliding over her body brought her unprecedented stimulation. Her eyes had already lost focus, and her mind had automatically blocked out the scene before her. She could hardly hear anything, only the pounding of her own heartbeat. The result was that the only remaining sensation was infinitely magnified, although Shi Chen's palm merely brushed against her skin. Shi Chen was somewhat surprised, but inadvertently catching sight of Ban Chuling's fair face, he revealed a knowing smile and gently embraced her from behind, supporting her waist. By the time the two walked out of the villa, an hour had already passed. At this moment, the driver, Gust, who had brought them, was leaning against the car door, smoking, gazing dreamily at the villa's entrance, lost in thought. Seeing the two come out, the driver quickly extinguished his cigarette, opened the car door for them, and then started the car, heading towards the sales hall. At this moment, Ban Chuling's legs felt weak, and she was covered in layers of fragrant sweat, exuding a seductive hormonal scent. Although she wanted to lean back on the car's sofa to rest, Ban Chuling still forced herself to muster the energy and asked Shi Chen, "Mr. Shi, you've already seen this villa. I wonder if you are satisfied?" At this moment, Ban Chuling felt very anxious. In the past, she had always played coy with customers, following the routine, and had never been taken advantage of by a client. This time, however, she felt pressured by Sunya's fierce pursuit behind her, which added immense pressure on her performance. She should have gotten him to sign a contract or at least pay a deposit. Ban Chuling felt a bit regretful. She had done everything she could with Shi Chen, but if he suddenly turned against her, she had no way to handle it. It was still a lack of experience. She had been too hasty. Fortunately, Shi Chen did not disappoint her. He nodded and said, "I am very satisfied with this villa. This is the one. However, I have already tested the privacy of the rooftop, but I haven't tested the privacy of the pool yet. Once I move in, I will trouble Miss Ban to help me test it." Remembering Shi Chen's ridiculous testing and her own incoherent pleas for mercy for the next 20 minutes, Ban Chuling felt a bit embarrassed. Luckily, Shi Chen did not deliberately make things difficult for her. He took out his bank card and directly transferred 10 million as a deposit to Ban Chuling in the car, allowing this alluring beauty to truly settle her mind. Ban Chuling also reciprocated, willingly kneeling on the car's carpet again, diligently cleaning for Shi Chen. After all, it was her mess. Chapter 136, I Want Revenge. The result of this was that the general manager of Chirong International's sales department, along with all the sales ladies, waited outside the Gust car for a full 10 minutes. Chirong International is the most upscale community in Rongqing and does not lack sellers, but the customer base for these standalone villas, which easily cost over 100 million, is still quite limited. After all, not everyone can pull out 1 or 200 million at once. Just because someone looks wealthy doesn't mean they dare to spend money. Most of those who seem rich are actually in debt. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the case that after several years of opening, only about half of the standalone villas had been sold. Therefore, upon learning that Shi Chen had paid a 10 million deposit, the chubby general manager, along with all the sales ladies, went out to the sales hall to give Shi Chen a warm welcome. This was to show respect for the esteemed guest Shi Chen and to motivate the sales staff standing in 2 rows behind him. Having completed this big deal, Ban Chuling's commission alone had already exceeded 1 million. The once precarious position of quarterly sales champion now completely belonged to Ban Chuling. Even the annual sales champion, barring any unexpected circumstances, had already been locked in for Ban Chuling. Standing among the crowd, Sunya looked at Gust, who was slightly trembling in place, and felt a surge of jealousy, gritting her teeth. "This should have all been mine. It should have been me welcoming Shi Chen. It should have been me landing this super big deal. This commission of over $1 million and the bonus of $100,000 should have been mine. How many old men do I have to sleep with to earn back this $2 million? Thinking of this, Sunya's expression became even more sinister, and she felt like going crazy. She had considered using her relationship with the chubby general manager to snatch this deal from Chi-chen. All she needed to do was to force Chi-chen to be assigned to her. However, although the chubby general manager was greedy and lecherous, he was not foolish. He knew that all the power he held came from his position as general manager. Usually, using his authority to give Sun Yaxing some convenience in exchange for a few benefits was harmless. However, if the chubby manager were to forcefully drive Ban Chuling away for his own selfish interests and assign Chi-chen to Sunya, he would risk offending Chi-chen, which could jeopardize the deal. If the boss found out that the chubby manager missed out on a nearly $200 million deal over such a trivial matter, it would be surprising if he wasn't fired. Losing this position would mean the chubby manager would also lose his power. Therefore, no matter how much Sunya cried, wailed, or threw a tantrum, the chubby manager did not relent and agree to forcefully assign the deal to her. In fact, after learning that the deal had been finalized, he had all the salespeople, including Sunya, taken outside the sales hall for a grand welcome. After a long 10 minutes of waiting, Chi-chen finally stepped out of the car with a somewhat unsteady gait. House hunting was truly exhausting. He felt completely drained. He really had no strength left. Seeing the two of them with their unsteady steps, the chubby manager gave Chi-chen a knowing smile that only men would understand. Since Chi-chen did not take out a loan but paid in full, the originally complicated process became extremely simple under Chi-chen's cash power. Sign the contract, swipe the card, pay the money. Although 180 million was an unimaginable sum for an ordinary person, Chi-chen felt no pain in spending it. Initially, Wang Suoli had given Chi-chen $1 billion for purchasing the molecular formula from Sun Shaoqing. A few days ago, the deaf man had also compensated Chi-chen with $1 billion. After deducting the money for the villa, there was still an extra 20 million. After the payment was completed, the corresponding property ownership certificate would be delivered to the location designated by Chi-chen in a few days. After completing all the processes, Chi-chen, who had already transformed into a sage, ignored the rows of female salespeople and directly got into the car that the parking attendant had driven to the entrance, leaving the sales hall. However, before leaving, he did not forget to smile at Sunya among the crowd. Not all men were interested in her looks. In his considerable disdain for her, Chi-chen would never let her earn a single penny from him. In fact, seeing the gloomy and even frantic expression on Sunya's face made Chi-chen's mood, having just bought a new villa, even better. Once the Bentley had completely left the sales hall, the female salespeople who had originally stood in 2 rows erupted into a chaotic chorus of screams, surrounding Ban Chuling. "Lingling, you're amazing. I could never complete a deal like this in a year. Come on, tell us how you managed to win over that handsome guy. Did you sell your looks? Hee. Ban Chuling, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the revolution just like that slut Sunya." At this moment, surrounded by many female salespeople, Ban Chuling felt a great sense of satisfaction from both the envy of others and the substantial commission exceeding $1 million. However, she did not show it. She merely smiled modestly and said, "It's nothing, just good luck. Mister. She came here specifically to buy a house, unlike those greasy middle-aged men. He directly bought the villa he wanted without me having to exert much effort." A pretty girl beside her wrinkled her nose and said, "I don't believe it. Hey, where are your stockings? Did Mr. She help you take them off?" Ban Chuling suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. It really wasn't Chi-chen who took them off, it was she herself who did." Another tall female salesperson said, "Since you have nothing to do with Mr. Chi, why waste resources? Give me his contact information. I'm interested and wouldn't mind having a little something with him. I think that big villa might still need a mistress." Yes, I want it too. Hurry up and give us the contact information." Ban Chuling felt a sense of vigilance in her heart and naturally wouldn't reveal Chi-chen's contact information to these little vixens. Otherwise, the next time they tested privacy at the pool, it might not be her accompanying Chi-chen, but rather a group activity. However, she couldn't withstand the persistent nagging of so many female salespeople around her. Her gaze swept over the pale-faced Sunya standing aside, and an idea flashed in Ban Chuling's mind. A teasing smile appeared on her face as she said, "Oh, I really don't have Mr. Chi's contact information. He left right after buying the house. By the way, you can ask Sunya. She has known Mr. Chi from the very beginning, and it was because she didn't become Mr. Chi's property consultant that I had such good luck and snagged this super big deal. Sunya, I haven't thanked you yet." "Thank you. Having lost this super big deal with Chi Chen, Sunya was already extremely depressed, her expression as dark as could be. Now being mocked face to face by Ban Shuling, she could no longer maintain her composure. Angrily, she turned around, shot a fierce glare at the fat general manager, and then, in her high heels, walked out towards the sales hall. Chi Chen not treating her well was Chi Chen's fault, he deserved it. A wave of resentment slowly occupied Sunya's mind. She suddenly remembered the reason she could work here and recalled the grievances between that person and Chi Chen. She would do everything she could, through that person's hand, to take revenge on Chi Chen. Chapter 137, Poke Them. Ilion Real Estate, Office Building, Top Floor Chairman's Office. As a leading local real estate company, the chairman's office of Ilion Real Estate occupies an excellent position, with large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a view of most of Rongqing's cityscape. Standing here and looking down gives one a sense of having the world in their grasp. However, at this moment, Ilion Real Estate's chairman, Zhou Xiaoliang, was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Instead, he frowned, looking very irritated. Joey Tong, what kind of ambition do you have? You're skilled in fighting, racing, and chasing girls, but why can't you handle just one girl when I ask you to? Zhou Xiaoliang sat in his large boss's chair, looking at his son standing in front of his desk like he was being punished, growing angrier as he continued to scold him. Do you know how much effort I put in to arrange for you to go on a blind date with Mayor Lin's daughter, Lin Jing? You usually chase girls so well, getting one pregnant after another, but when it comes to Lin Jing, you can't do it? You dropped the ball at a critical moment, you're such a waste. Listening to Zhou Xiaoliang's angry reprimands, Zhou Yitong felt very frustrated. In order to pursue Lin Jing, he had used all his tricks. He sent sports cars, bags, and jewelry, each gift more expensive than the last. But without exception, all these gifts were rejected by Lin Jing, and Zhou Yitong was even warned by her not to appear in front of her again. Later, Zhou Yitong learned that Lin Jing had already had Chi Chen in her heart, which was why she had treated him coldly from the beginning to the end. Knowing in his heart that he had no chance left, Zhou Yitong was unwilling to admit that Lin Jing had been taken away by Chi Chen and could only maintain his pride in front of his father, Zhou Xiaoliang, saying, "Love is not something you can control. I have no feelings for her, so what can I do?" Hearing Zhou Yitong's response, Zhou Xiaoliang's eyelid twitched, and he casually picked up the cigarette box on the table and threw it at Zhou Yitong. "What the hell do you know about love?" Looking at Zhou Yitong's unconvinced expression, Zhou Xiaoliang sighed and said, "In the real estate business, we must have a strong background within the government to obtain the necessary information for survival." At today's land auction, a very strange plot suddenly appeared, numbered 7. This plot is far from the city center, but the transportation is very convenient, and the starting price is quite cheap, only 10 million. Compared to other plots, this is a bargain. However, the appearance of plot 7 is very bizarre and sudden. If we had reliable channels of information, we could understand the details of this land through the convenience of information asymmetry and then decide whether to bid. But right now, we know nothing about this land. If there are others who understand this plot better than we do and know its true value, how can we compete with them? If this continues, our leading position in Ilion Real Estate will gradually weaken, and the amount we can borrow from the bank will slowly decrease. For a real estate company, this is equivalent to a slow death. Zhou Xiaoliang spoke seriously, and Zhou Yitong could only ask in a low voice, "So, should we find a way to compete for this suddenly appeared plot 7? Zhou Xiaoliang thought for a moment and then shook his head, saying, "No. If plot 7 is in an area that the city government plans to develop and invest in the future, then buying it could yield a profit. But if this plot is used for something else, then purchasing it would be like throwing money into the water. Bidding for plot 7 without any information is equivalent to gambling. With our current cash flow, we can't afford such a gamble." Seeing Zhou Yitong's thoughtful expression, Zhou Xiaoliang felt relieved, stood up, patted his son's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Son, your father is getting old. You will have to take over my position sooner or later. I won't be going to today's land auction. I am giving you full authority for this auction, so you can practice and gain experience." Zhou Yitong looked up in surprise and said to his father, "What? You want me to go to today's auction by myself? Dad, if you don't go, I won't feel confident." Seeing his son's anxious expression, Zhou Xiaoliang became even more determined to train him, frowning as he said, "What are you afraid of? Didn't I already give you the materials for this real estate auction? You just need to focus on plot 3 and secure it for me. You don't need to worry about anything else. Moreover, I will arrange for Uncle Wang to accompany you and give you advice. This time, I have prepared 1 billion in capital for you, enough to secure plot 3. Remember, our cash flow is not very abundant right now, so don't act recklessly, make sure to get plot 3 for me." Upon hearing that he would be handling 1 billion in funds, Zhou Yitong's anxiety instantly vanished, replaced by intense excitement. 1 billion, isn't it easy to secure a piece of land? Isn't it just about throwing money around? This is my forte. Dad, don't worry, I'll handle this auction and complete the task beautifully for you. On the other side, in the underground parking lot of Chirong International, Chi-chen was sitting in his Bentley, quietly waiting. It wasn't long before he saw a graceful figure walking towards him. Today, Lin Jing was wearing a dark blue suit, her hair styled in a ponytail that bounced with her steps, giving off a friendly and vibrant feel, exuding a strong professional aura and looking very capable. However, upon seeing Chi-chen, Lin Jing's beautiful eyes instantly turned into crescent moons, and the aura of a professional goddess disappeared without a trace, instantly transforming her into a little fangirl. Chi-chen, you look so handsome today. Lin Jing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Chi-chen with sparkling eyes before he had a chance to compliment her. Today, Chi-chen was also wearing a dark blue silk shirt, which not only made his skin appear even fairer but also perfectly showcased his broad shoulders and just right chest muscles. With a love-struck expression, Lin Jing leaned closer from the passenger seat and cautiously asked, Chi-chen, can I poke them? Poke them? Them? Chi-chen nodded, somewhat puzzled, while Lin Jing cheered and extended her long, fair fingers to poke Chi-chen's solid chest muscles twice. He. Seeing Lin Jing's satisfied expression, Chi-chen felt a mischievous urge and said teasingly, what's fair is fair. Lin Jing, can I poke hers? Lin Jing was instantly dumbfounded. Poke hers? Chapter 138 My Dream. Just when Chi-chen thought he had successfully teased Lin Jing, he saw her face turn red as she shyly said, if you want to poke, then go ahead, but you have to cherish them. After saying that, Lin Jing closed her eyes and even pushed her chest out towards Chi-chen. This time, it was Chi-chen's turn to be dumbfounded. However, with a beauty before him, looking like she was inviting him to pick, Chi-chen naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. He leaned down, not poking her playfully, but instead pulled Lin Jing into his arms and kissed her passionately. They hadn't seen each other for a while and missed each other dearly. The kiss lasted a long time until Lin Jing could hardly breathe, and only then did they stop. You big bad guy, let's go. We're going to miss the land auction. Looking at Lin Jing's flushed face, Chi-chen patted her little head with satisfaction, then started the car and drove towards Tsangshan Hotel. Previously, Chi-chen had toasted Lin Guoqiang 3 times, earning 3 favorable conditions, one of which was to provide Chi-chen with a piece of land at an extremely low price for him to build a factory. And today was the day the city government was auctioning that land. The drive from Chirong International to Tsangshan Hotel took more than 20 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lin Jing took out her phone and started scrolling through Weibo. Not 2 minutes had passed when a look of surprise suddenly appeared on Lin Jing's face. Chi-chen, is this singer you? Lin Jing opened the trending topics on Weibo, and one of the top entries was titled, Masked Singer, The Wind Has Risen. Lin Jing didn't know what the masked singer was, but she was familiar with the song The Wind Has Risen, because after Chi-chen received the song, he immediately handed over the lyrics and music to Lin Jing, asking her to help him register the copyright. Lin Jing wasn't very good at music. She couldn't imagine the melody just from the sheet music, but she remembered the lyrics and the song title. So when she saw the title, The Wind Has Risen, she instinctively clicked on it. Since it was recorded by the official Chengdu Normal University, the video quality and sound were quite good, and Chi-chen's calm yet powerful aura even transcended the phone screen, instantly captivating Lin Jing. I once turned my youth into her, and I once played the summer with my fingertips. Lin Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. The lyrics matched perfectly. With the unique lyrics and Chi-chen's strong presence, Lin Jing immediately concluded that the masked singer in the video was Chi-chen. While driving, Chi-chen glanced at Lin Jing's phone screen and nodded, generously admitting, that's right, I performed in place of her and her classmates at the Mang welcome party a couple of days ago, and I didn't expect it to be uploaded online. But Jing, you really are something. I'm covered up so thoroughly, yet you recognized me at a glance. It seems you truly love me, Lin Jing said, her cheeks flushing with pride. Of course it's true love. Even if you turned to ash, I would still recognize you. Chi-chen exclaimed, his eyes wide. What? Lin Jing stuck out her little tongue and quickly added, oops, slip of the tongue. But Chi-chen, do you know you've become famous? You're now ranked 3rd on the trending list, and it seems your popularity is still rising. Many people are leaving comments, wanting to know your true identity. No matter what kind of girl, most would have endless admiration for such a dazzling star. At that moment, Lin Jing saw the person she liked transforming into a big star, and her excitement was even more exaggerated than if she had become a star herself. However, unlike Lin Jing's excitement, Chi-chen's face was calm and composed. A producer contacted me, wanting to sign a contract, but I turned it down. Lin Jing's eyes widened in surprise. Ha? Why did you refuse? This is such a great opportunity. Chi-Chen smiled and playfully tapped Lin Jing's little nose. You are the daughter of the mayor, can't you have a bit of insight? Being an entertainment star may seem glamorous in front of others, but compared to my ideals, there's still a significant gap. Lin Jing rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chi-Chen, asking in admiration, so what is your ideal? Chi-Chen's gaze was fixed on the road ahead, but his eyes shone with a captivating brilliance. His tone, though soft, revealed immense confidence and determination. To use my own strength and resources to acquire more wealth. Through the power of wealth, to gain greater influence, and to change the world according to my ideals. With the diary from the future and the information within it, Chi-Chen firmly believed that given time, he would soar to great heights, becoming someone most people would look up to in this world. Such an ideal was indeed lofty, even somewhat arrogant. Yet Lin Jing quietly watched him, her eyes filled with admiration and trust. Chi-Chen, I believe in you. You can definitely do it. And I will always be by your side, doing my utmost to help you achieve your dreams. Hearing the girl's simple yet sincere vow, Chi-Chen felt moved. He reached out his right hand, intertwining his fingers with Lin Jing's, holding her hand tightly. Lin Jing, I hope you will always accompany me on my journey through life. Lin Jing smiled sweetly and replied, I promise you, I will never leave. After spending quite some time at the Tsongshan Hotel, they finally found a parking space and arrived at the hotel entrance just before the auction began. This made Chi-Chen more determined than ever to find a driver and bodyguard as quickly as possible. However, just as Chi-Chen and Lin Jing were about to enter the hotel, they encountered a familiar face at the entrance. It was Tang Xiaozhou, secretary to Lin Guoqiang. Standing at the door, Tang Xiaozhou was very low-key, wearing a large mask and black-framed glasses. With people coming and going, no one recognized this inconspicuous middle-aged man as the mayor's personal secretary. Chi-Chen, Jingjing, you finally made it. Seeing Chi-Chen and Lin Jing, Tang Xiaozhou approached them, clearly relieved. Why did you come so late? If you hadn't arrived, I would have considered canceling the auction for Lot 7. Lot 7 is the piece of land that Lin Guoqiang agreed to sell to Chi-Chen at a low price for building a factory. If Chi-Chen doesn't show up and the land gets auctioned off, it would be quite a spectacle. Chi-Chen felt a bit embarrassed, but Tang Xiaozhou clearly wasn't listening to their explanations. Instead, he spoke rapidly, since you're here, I'll start the land auction now. In a moment, I'll put Lot 7 up for auction first. Generally, the first lot in such auctions is usually a less desirable piece of land, often the worst in that batch, and starting with it can help warm up the atmosphere. This piece of land was suddenly added to the auction, and its location is rather remote, so those who aren't familiar with the details will definitely hesitate to bid. You should quickly secure this lot while everyone is still caught off guard. Of course, this had already been communicated to Chi-Chen, but as a secretary, Tang Xiaozhou still felt uneasy and reiterated the instructions before hurriedly entering the hotel. Once Tang Xiaozhou's figure disappeared around the corner, Chi-Chen took Lin Jing's hand and they walked into the hotel together. Chapter 139, Land Auction. As soon as they entered Tsongshan Hotel, two waitresses in high-slit kipeos stood in the middle of the corridor, slightly bowing to the two of them before saying, Are you here to attend today's land auction? Please show me your invitation. The revenue from land auctions is one of the crucial sources of funding for the city government, so not just anyone can attend. One must obtain auction qualifications in advance and receive an invitation to participate in this land auction. There was no cliché scene of showing off or slapping faces here. Lin Jing took out two gold-embossed envelopes from her Prada Symboli bag and handed them to the waitresses. After carefully checking the envelopes, the waitresses stepped aside and extended a smooth arm, guiding the two forward. Dear guests, your seats are in Zone A2, and your bidding number is 11. Please follow me. Under the waitress's guidance, the two entered the auction hall set up in Tsongshan Hotel. The decor here wasn't particularly luxurious. Compared to a super 5-star hotel like Marriott, it even seemed a bit simple and outdated. However, whether it was the neatly lined-up waitresses in kipeos or the orderly arrangement of white vintage enamel cups on the green velvet tablecloth, there was a sense of calmness and solemnity. There was no ostentation of wealth here, but rather a weight of power. Following the waitress's guidance, Chi-Chen and Lin Jing sat down, and on the small table in front of them was a little sign that read 11, which was Chi-Chen's auction number. When the auction began, Chi-Chen would just need to raise the sign to start bidding. As an important guest, Tang Xiaozhou had just entered the backstage, so even though the scheduled time had passed, there was still a little while before the auction would truly begin. Chi-Chen and Lin Jing were very low-key, unlike other real estate companies whose leaders were surrounded by 5 or 6 assistants. However, their presence was still keenly noticed by someone in the audience. Lin Jing? Chi-Chen. The person who recognized Chi-Chen was Joey Tong, representing Ilion Real Estate at this auction. Originally, holding a massive fund of 1 billion, Joey Tone was in great spirits, tapping her fingers on the table in anticipation of the auction starting soon. With plans to spend $1 billion, she even felt a sense of excitement in her heart. Everyone step back, I'm about to start showing off. However, upon seeing the figures of Chi Chen and Lin Jing, he first gaped in shock, then a sullen expression appeared on his face. Chi Chen? What are those two doing here? He had not forgotten who had caused him to be scolded like a dog by Zhou Xiaoyang in the office. It was all because of Chi Chen that he had failed to win Lin Jing's heart. And this time at the land auction, their Iliang real estate had not received any preferential policies, and could only, like most other real estate developers, invest heavily and engage in fierce competition with other rivals for one or two of the hottest plots of land. If it weren't for Chi Chen, if Lin Jing had become his woman, with Lin Guoqiang's connections, wouldn't the entire Rongqing land be theirs to choose from? It's all your fault. Watching Chi Chen and Lin Jing flirt with each other, Joey Tone gritted his teeth in jealousy, wishing he could kill Chi Chen and take his place. However, there was still a hint of doubt in Joey Tone's heart. Wasn't Chi Chen running a pharmaceutical factory? How could he appear at a land auction? Did he also want to develop in the real estate industry? After clashing with Chi Chen, Joey Tong immediately had someone investigate Chi Chen's identity and background. The chief pharmaceutical company then came directly into Joey Tone's view. Later, with the live competition between Shiguang Pharmaceutical and Ruihui Pharmaceutical, Joey Tong was shocked to discover that Chi Chen actually held the Shiguang patent. No wonder Lin Guoqiang valued Chi Chen so highly. Although the scale of Guangjing Pharmaceutical was pitifully small compared to Iliang Real Estate, these two companies were in completely unrelated fields, one in pharmaceuticals and the other in real estate. Even if Joey Tong wanted to use Iliang Real Estate's influence to suppress Guangjing Pharmaceutical, he simply couldn't do it, because there was almost no intersection between these two industries. And now, Chi Chen's figure suddenly appeared at this land auction, instantly invigorating Joey Tong. If Chi Chen remained content with his small pharmaceutical territory, then Joey Tong would have no way to deal with him. But if Chi Chen actually wanted to bid for land and enter the real estate sector, then with the scale and influence of Iliang Real Estate, Joey Tong would have many means to use against Chi Chen. Heaven has a path you won't take, hell has no door, yet you barge in. Joey Tong grinned maliciously, excitedly considering another possibility. Given the relationship between Chi Chen, Lin Jing, and Lin Guoqiang, could it be that he had received some insider information, prompting him to participate in this auction? He just needed to keep a close watch on Chi Chen. Once Chi Chen made a move to bid on a piece of land, he would immediately raise the price, using his substantial financial resources to snatch the land right from Chi Chen's hands. Then, Chi Chen would have all the information from Lin Guoqiang, yet would only be able to watch helplessly as the land was taken away by Joey Tong, effectively making Chi Chen a mere facilitator for Joey Tong. I'm really a genius. The more Joey Tong thought about it, the more excited he became, his gaze fixed on the backs of Chi Chen and Lin Jing, his lips involuntarily curling into an uncontrollable smile. Chapter 140, Unexpected Twists. The auction, originally scheduled to start at 9 o'clock, had already passed 20 minutes without beginning. Important meetings like land auctions would have many relevant leaders attending, and generally, if a time was set, it would start on time without any unexplained delays. Situations like today were extremely rare, leaving representatives from various real estate companies attending the auction puzzled, all speculating about what unexpected event had occurred. However, they could never have imagined that the delay in the auction was simply because Chi Chen couldn't find a parking space and almost arrived late. Finally, a group of leaders entered the auction venue through the internal passage of the hotel, and Lin Guoqiang's secretary, Tang Xiaozhou, occupied the most central seat among them. At 9:30, a full half-hour later than scheduled, the land auction officially began. It's about to start. Seeing the leaders entering in succession, Chi Chen and Lin Jing both perked up, immediately sitting up straight. Unlike those commercial auctions with many flashy warm-up programs, the auction for the first piece of land almost immediately began after the leaders were seated. A middle-aged man in a suit walked to the center of the stage, first slightly bowing to several directions in the audience, then said, "Good morning, esteemed guests. I am the auctioneer for today's auction, Xiang Jing. The first piece up for auction is Lot 7. The starting price is 10 million, and the auction begins now." The first piece being auctioned was Lot 7, tailored specifically for Chi Chen. Originally, there were only 6 pieces of land for sale at this auction, and many real estate developers from Rongqing and the entire West Province had already conducted thorough investigations on these 6 pieces. Before the auction began, they had set their sights on targets based on their company's financial strength and positioning. However, just 2 days before the auction was to start, the government announced that, in addition to the 6 pieces already confirmed for auction, a 7th piece, Lot 7, had been added at the last minute. This sudden change caught many developers off guard, and there was no time to conduct a detailed investigation on this piece of land. Therefore, for this suddenly appeared Lot 7, which was the first to be auctioned, almost all developers hesitated, showing no intention to bid. This piece of land appeared too suddenly. Our company doesn't have enough understanding of Lot 7 and cannot spend a large amount of money to purchase it. Although Lot 7 has convenient transportation, it is too far from the city center, and there are no supporting facilities around. Our company will not make a move on this piece of land. Listening to the whispers of many developers in the auction, Tang Xiaozhou, sitting at the front, revealed a satisfied smile. This situation was exactly the effect Tang Xiaozhou wanted to achieve with such arrangements. With no developer making a bid, the land auction momentarily fell into a lull. However, while others refrained from bidding, Qi Chen was determined to make a bid because this piece of land was tailor-made for him. So, when no one else made a move, Qi Chen directly raised his bidding paddle numbered 11 and said, "I bid 30 million. Qi Chen's sudden bid immediately attracted the attention of the entire auction venue. Oh, there really is someone bidding for this piece of land. 30 million is not a high price for a piece of land, but that is under the condition that it can be developed. If it cannot be successfully developed, then that 30 million is no different from throwing it into the water." Guangjing Pharmaceutical? If I'm not mistaken, that's a pharmaceutical company, right? Why would they come here to buy such a remote piece of land? Isn't it because the real estate industry is booming right now, and everyone wants to get a piece of the action? I suspect Guangjing Pharmaceutical wants to enter the real estate industry but doesn't have strong enough funds to buy good land, so they can only settle for a cheaper piece to develop. With Qi Chen's bid, the developers on site began to discuss animatedly, speculating about Qi Chen's identity and his intentions for purchasing the land. However, although these people were lively in their discussions, none of them raised their paddles to compete with Qi Chen for the No. 7 land. Just as the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer and announce that the No. 7 land was won by Qi Chen, a different voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "For the No. 7 land, I bid 50 million. What? Someone is actually competing with me?" Qi Chen had originally thought that according to Tang Xiaozhou's arrangement, he would soon acquire this piece of land tailored for him at a price of 30 million, but unexpectedly, a competitor had emerged out of nowhere, and someone was indeed contesting this piece of land located in a very remote area. Qi Chen frowned, and his previously excited mood instantly soured. With someone bidding and directly raising the price by 20 million, it meant that Qi Chen's wish to purchase the No. 7 land at a low price had been shattered. To buy the No. 7 land and build his own pharmaceutical factory would require spending much more money. Thinking of this, Qi Chen looked in the direction of the voice, wanting to see who was competing with him for the No. 7 land. However, when Qi Chen clearly saw the other person's face, he was somewhat surprised. Zhou Yitong? Why is it him? At this moment, Zhou Yitong also sensed Qi Chen's gaze, his face full of smiles, and he even nodded at Qi Chen in a very good mood. However, his smile was filled with a sense of provocation. "You took away Lin Jing, which originally belonged to me, so today, I will take away this piece of land you want to purchase." As a rich second generation, although Zhou Yitong sometimes acted foolishly, it did not mean he was particularly stupid. On the contrary, at times, he was quite shrewd. For instance, right now, Zhou Yitong, who had learned about Lin Jing and Qi Chen's identities in advance, quickly sensed that there was something unusual behind the auction of the No. 7 land. Lin Jing, as the daughter of Lin Wuqiang, wanting to bid for the No. 7 land together with Qi Chen, must be extraordinary. Although the No. 7 land seemed to be in a very remote location at this moment, if the city government suddenly announced some kind of planning, such as designating the area around the No. 7 land as an economic development zone, or planning a subway line passing near the No. 7 land, then instantly, the value of this land could skyrocket, potentially increasing tenfold. Therefore, Zhou Yitong had already made up his mind. No matter the cost, he would snatch this No. 7 land from Qi Chen. "Qi Chen, oh Qi Chen, what if you took away Lin Jing? Now that I have insider information from Lin Wuqiang, do you think you can buy this land and get rich? Impossible. I, Zhou Yitong, will never let you have your way. Not only that, but I will also directly take action to seize this No. 7 land full of infinite business opportunities. I have a full billion in cash. What do you, Qi Chen, have to fight against me?" Thinking of this, Zhou Yitong's heart was filled with delight, and he seemed to see the frustrated expression on Qi Chen's face, a surge of vengeful pleasure instantly rising in his heart. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted, forming a smirk on his face. Chapter 141, Frenzied Bidding. Originally, this No. 7 land was about to be won by Qi Chen for 30 million, but Zhou Yitong's sudden entry made the ownership of this land become uncertain. Seeing Zhou Yitong make a move, not only was Qi Chen surprised, but the representatives of other real estate developers around were also quite astonished. Qi Chen was a nameless junior in the real estate industry, but Zhou Yitong was not. He represented the leading company in the Rongqing real estate industry, Iliang Real Estate. Isn't this bid from the Zhou family's young master? I didn't expect Iliang Real Estate to also make a move on the No. 7 land. Is there some information behind this piece of land that we don't know? I heard that Iliang Real Estate has long been making moves to secure the prime No. 3 plot in the city center. I didn't expect that they would also act on the suddenly appeared No. 7 plot. Instantly, the auction was thrown into a stir due to Zhou Yitong's sudden bid, and next to Zhou Yitong was Lu Dong, a representative from another real estate company in Rongqing, Hanhai Real Estate. Lu Dong turned to Zhou Yitong and asked, "Young Master Zhou, what's going on? Is Iliang Real Estate interested in this No. 7 plot?" The appearance of the No. 7 plot was too sudden, and we haven't found out anything. Did Iliang Real Estate receive some insider information? Feeling the gazes of the crowd on him, Zhou Yitong felt a surge of pride and smiled at Lu Dong, saying, "Uncle Lu, I did receive some news, but it's all just hearsay, not worth counting. My bid for the No. 7 plot is just to test the waters. If you also want to take a chance, I suggest you give up. The waters here are too deep, you won't be able to grasp it." Looking at Zhou Yitong's smug and confident expression, Lu Dong felt a wave of suspicion and was momentarily unsure of his background. Hanhai Real Estate, where Lu Dong worked, had the same main target today as Iliang Real Estate, the best and most expensive No. 3 plot. Both companies were determined to secure this plot, and at today's auction, there would inevitably be a fierce competition. The company with stronger financial backing and more resources would ultimately be the one to laugh last and win the No. 3 plot. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Lu Dong chose to give up. Rather than gamble on the elusive No. 7 plot, it was better to conserve strength and steadily secure the No. 3 plot. However, not all real estate developers present had a clear target for the land they wanted to purchase. Some developers, lacking strong financial backing, wanted to follow the trend and try their luck at acquiring the No. 7 plot. Buyer No. 15 bids 60 million for the No. 7 plot. Buyer No. 4 bids 70 million for the No. 7 plot. Soon, 2 real estate companies followed suit and made bids for the No. 7 plot. At this moment, sitting at the front, Tang Xiaozhou's expression was as dark as could be. In order to secure a future pharmaceutical giant like Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Lin Jiangwo promised to provide Qi Chen with a cheap and high-quality plot of land as the foundation for Qi Chen's factory. Lin Jiangwo entrusted all of this to his secretary, Tang Xiaozhou, to handle. Originally, everything was proceeding according to the script designed by Tang Xiaozhou, and it seemed that Qi Chen was about to acquire the No. 7 plot for a low price of 30 million. However, he didn't expect Zhou Yitong's sudden entry to disrupt the situation. As the price of the No. 7 plot soared, Tang Xiaozhou felt a sense of losing control over the situation. Was he going to mess up what Lin Jiangwo had entrusted to him again? At this moment, Tang Xiaozhou had already grown to hate Zhou Yitong deeply. 100 million. After the 2 real estate companies made their bids, Zhou Yitong felt even more certain about his judgment and directly raised the price by 30 million, bringing the price of the plot to 100 million. Seeing that the price of the No. 7 plot was spiraling out of control, Lin Jing felt extremely anxious and lowered his voice to Qi Chen, saying, "Qi Chen, the price of the No. 7 plot is too high. What should we do? This Zhou Yitong is really damned. Our perfectly good situation has been messed up by him." Lin Jing furrowed her brows tightly, her fair hand clenched into a small fist, her body trembling slightly with agitation, clearly at the peak of her anxiety. Qi Chen smiled gently, patting Lin Jing's shoulder in a comforting manner to help her relax. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered an explanation. "Jingjing, don't panic. Although this piece of land is quite large and conveniently located, it is simply too far from the city center to be worth developing into residential buildings. So, the No. 7 land is only useful for us, who want to build a pharmaceutical factory. For anyone else, it's just a tasteless piece of chicken rib that's a pity to discard. In my mind, the value of this land can reach a maximum of 300 million. If it goes above that price, I'd rather choose to withdraw." Qi Chen's voice had a calming magic, and his confident demeanor gradually eased Lin Jing's previously frantic emotions, prompting her to say, "But if you don't win this land, where will you build the factory?" Qi Chen smiled and replied, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Even if we can't get this piece of land, there are countless other solutions. Don't worry." At that moment, the auctioneer in the center of the stage slowly raised his small hammer, speaking passionately. "No. 7 land, seller No. 1 bids 100 million. 100 million, first call. 100 million, second call. Just as the hammer was about to fall, Shi-chan raised his paddle and said, 150 million. Before his words had even settled, Shi-chan's bid detonated the entire auction house like a deep water bomb. Wow, he just raised the bid by 50 million. What a big spender. Who is this young man? Is he the son of some big shot from the provincial capital? He's going head-to-head with Joey Tong from Iliang Real Estate. This is going to be interesting. The increasingly high bids extinguished any thoughts other real estate developers had of trying to snag a bargain. At this point, the auction had turned into a contest between Chi-Chen and Joey Tong for the No. 7 land. Seeing Chi-Chen suddenly raise the bid by 50 million, Joey Tong was momentarily stunned, then a wave of furious emotion surged within him. I raised the bid by 30 million, and you raise it by 50 million. You're going against me, huh? You probably don't know that I have a full 1 billion in my hands. Let's see how you can hold out against me. Feeling the gaze of the entire room upon him, Joey Tong steeled himself and raised his paddle, declaring loudly, I'll raise it by 50 million too. 200 million. After speaking, Joey Tong provocatively glanced at Chi-Chen, a smug smile appearing on his lips. You're raising the bid, huh? You country bumpkin, relying on Lin Jing's connections? I want to see how much strength you have to hold out. Chapter 142, 500 million deal. Seeing Joey Tong suddenly bid 200 million, not only did the surrounding real estate developers murmur among themselves, but Wang Zhe beside him was also taken aback. Wang Zhe was a veteran of Iliang Real Estate and Zhou Xiaoliang's right-hand man. This time, he had come to the auction to assist Joey Tong at Zhou Xiaoliang's behest. After Joey Tong made his bid, Wang Zhe hurriedly leaned in close to his ear, speaking anxiously. Tong, what's going on? Have you forgotten the chairman's instructions? He told you to spare no effort to secure the No. 3 land. Why are you clashing with others right at the start and spending so much money to bid on such a remote piece of land? In the face of competition from other developers, we don't have an absolute advantage in funds. If you spend a large sum to buy the No. 7 land, then when the No. 3 land is auctioned, we won't have enough capital to compete with the other developers. However, facing Wang Zhe's anxious reminders, Joey Tong wore a confident expression, casually replying, Uncle Wang, the market changes in an instant. Sometimes we have to make the most decisive decisions based on the information we receive. Wang Zhe showed a puzzled expression. Information received? Tong, our company has not received any information about the No. 7 land. Do you have some insider news about it? Seeing Wang Zhe's shocked expression, Joey Tong felt a sense of pride, as if he alone was sober while everyone else was drunk. Look, none of you have received any information about the No. 7 land. Yet I, relying on the connections between Lin Jing and Chi-Chen, saw through their plans at the first opportunity. Although we didn't know what hidden information lay behind the No. 7 land, Joey Tong was absolutely confident that the city government must have made astonishing plans for the area around this land. Such plans would surely skyrocket the value of the No. 7 land. I'm truly a genius. With this insight, Joey Tong felt increasingly pleased. As long as he could seize the No. 7 land from Chi-Chen and Lin Jing today, it wouldn't be long before the hidden information about the land was revealed, and his investment would multiply several times, even tenfold or more. At that time, Joey Tong would shock everyone. So, with this mindset, Joey Tong didn't say much, instead appearing confident, smiling at Wang Zhe and nodding, saying, Uncle Wang, just keep a calm mindset and watch my performance. When the time comes, I will definitely make you and your father see me in a new light. Meanwhile, Chi-Chen, seeing Joey Tong's relentless determination to compete with him, no longer tested the waters bit by bit and directly revealed his bottom line. 300 million. If 300 million could secure the No. 7 land, then Chi-Chen could accept it. If Joey Tong still didn't give up and continued to raise the price, then Chi-Chen would choose to back off. Hearing Chi-Chen's bid, the auctioneer's breath became heavy. He didn't expect that just the auction of the first piece of land would trigger such fierce competition. Buyer No. 11 bids 300 million. Is there any further bidding? Now, the competition for the No. 7 land was left to just Chi-Chen and Joey Tong. So, after Chi-Chen crazily raised the bid by 100 million, all the pressure suddenly fell on Joey Tong. Directly raising the bid by 100 million? Joey Tong was also taken aback, not expecting Chi-Chen to be so reckless. But soon, Joey Tong's heart filled with wild joy. He was anxious. Chi-Chen was anxious. The more Chi-Chen wanted this piece of land, the more astonishing the hidden secrets behind it must be. And Joey Tong became increasingly certain that unimaginable profits were hidden behind this land. Bid. Chi-Chen raised the bid by 100 million. I will raise it even more. I will crush him with money. Let Chi-Chen completely abandon the thought of competing with me and willingly hand over the No. 7 land. Thinking of this, Joey Tong's mouth curled into a domineering smile as he slowly raised his bidding paddle and said, word by word, with determination, we, Iliang Real Estate, bid 500 million. Instantly, the entire auction venue fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at Joey Tong in shock. A big move. Absolutely a big move. Finally, it was the auctioneer who reacted first, his face flushed with excitement, his voice hoarse as he shouted, 500 million. Buyer no. 1 bids 500 million for the No. 7 land. The auctioneer's excited words awakened the stunned crowd, and the entire auction venue suddenly became as noisy as a market. Goodness, I can only say goodness. Wow, directly raising the bid by 200 million. What the hell, this young man. Iliang Real Estate is determined to acquire Lot 7. It seems that there are significant insider information hidden behind Lot 7. What exactly is hidden behind Lot 7? Could it be a new economic development zone? But I've inquired with many people, and the city government's planning department has no such plans. At this moment, the shocked words of the crowd sounded in Joey Tong's ears like the most beautiful hymn. He was in an excellent mood, his gaze cutting through the noisy crowd to focus on Chi-Chen's face. A thrill of seizing Chi-Chen's opportunity completely filled Joey Tong's heart. Chi-Chen, what does it matter if you have insider information? In the face of my financial power, you can only watch helplessly as I snatch this piece of land away. Indeed. In front of him, Chi-Chen's face was filled with an incredulous look of shock. However, Chi-Chen's shock was not anger, but absurdity. At this point, Chi-Chen had already guessed Joey Tong's thoughts. He thought he had received insider information from Lin Guoqiang and wanted to use the advantage of information asymmetry to make a fortune by speculating on the land, which was why he had invested heavily to compete with him for this Lot 7. But what left Chi-Chen both amused and exasperated was that there was no insider information behind Lot 7 at all. It was merely a piece of industrial land provided by Lin Guoqiang on behalf of the Rongqing city government to retain Guangjing Pharmaceutical. If this land were in Chi-Chen's hands, it would be an excellent site for a pharmaceutical factory. However, if Joey Tong bought it, then this land would have no potential for development into commercial residential properties and could be considered worthless. The 500 million he spent on Lot 7 today would ultimately make a splash and then disappear. Therefore, facing Joey Tong's provocative gaze, Chi-Chen showed no anger. Instead, he shook his head, revealing an ambiguous smile, and even applauded Joey Tong like the other real estate developers who were wildly cheering. Chapter 143, Money Can Do Whatever It Wants? Lot 7, Buyer No. 1 bids 500 million, first call. Lot 7, Buyer No. 1 bids 500 million, second call. Lot 7, Buyer No. 1 bids 500 million, third call. Sold. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, this remote Lot 7 finally found its owner. However, contrary to the previously set script, this land was not smoothly acquired by Chi-Chen at a low price but was bought by Joey Tong for a whopping 500 million. The leaders attending the auction were all smiles upon seeing the first piece of land sell for such a high price. However, Tang Xiaozhou, sitting in the C position, had a pale face, coldly glared at Joey Tong, and then directly stood up and left the auction venue, heading towards the hotel. Unaware of Tang Xiaozhou's angry gaze, Joey Tong was immersed in the admiration of the crowd, standing up, waving to his peers, and walking to the center stage where the auctioneer was. Congratulations to Iliang Real Estate for acquiring Lot 7, let's sign the contract on site. Under the watchful eyes of many real estate developers and leaders, Joey Tong took the Mont Blanc pen handed to him by Wang Jia and elegantly signed his name on several contracts. The dust settled. Joey Tong let out a sigh of relief, standing in the center of the stage, looking down at Chi-Chen with a provocative smile. Not only that, he even pointed at Chi-Chen and said bluntly, Chi-Chen, not just anyone can enter the real estate industry. I advise you to obediently roll out of the real estate business. Otherwise, I guarantee that with the strength of Iliang Real Estate, you will lose everything. Arrogance. After spending a huge sum to acquire Lot 7, Joey Tong's mentality had absolutely inflated. In order to vent the thrill of revenge in front of many leaders and real estate developers, he even uttered such untimely words. However, at this moment, Joey Tong was young and arrogant, full of springtime pride, and felt no regret at all. Having avenged his enemies, he wanted to say it boldly. Otherwise, it would be like walking in splendid clothes at night. What's the point? Faced with Joey Tong's provocation, Lin Jing ultimately couldn't hold her temper and said angrily, "Is being rich really that impressive?" This statement struck a chord with Joey Tong. He smirked slightly, revealing a proud smile, and replied, "Sorry, being rich means you can do whatever you want." After saying this, Joey Tong, still unsatisfied, stood in the center of the stage and waved his hand in several directions before striding back to his seat with an air of indifference. After Joey Tong left, a worried expression finally appeared on Lin Jing's face as she turned to Chi Chen and said, "Chi Chen, what should we do now? Lot 7 has been taken by Joey Tong. Where will you find a sufficiently large plot to build the pharmaceutical factory?" Although faced with an unexpected turn of events, Chi Chen remained completely calm, even reassuringly squeezing Lin Jing's hand and smiling as he said, "Don't panic, stay composed. There will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. And what Joey Tong just said is wrong. In our land, having money does not mean you can do as you please. In the face of significant power, the power of money is nothing to mention." Looking at the vacant seat left by Tang Xiuzhou's sudden departure among the many leaders ahead, Chi Chen revealed a meaningful smile. The initial conflict between Chi Chen and Joey Tong had, to some extent, driven up the prices at this auction. As one piece of land after another was auctioned off, the prices soared. The relevant leaders present were all smiling broadly. Just before the auction of the last piece of land, which was the prime lot 3, Tang Xiuzhou finally walked out from the hotel and returned to his seat. At this moment, the unpleasant expression on his face had long disappeared, replaced by an incredible calmness, and he even gave Chi Chen and Lin Jing a reassuring look. Seeing this look, Chi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. He knew that during Tang Xiuzhou's absence, he must have reported the situation to Lin Guoqiang and even drafted a comprehensive solution. Now, all Chi Chen had to do was wait quietly to watch Tang Xiuzhou's performance. Lot 3 was the best positioned, and the competitors were all powerful leading enterprises. However, because Iliang Real Estate had spent 500 million to buy Lot 7 early on, it effectively withdrew from the competition for Lot 3, resulting in the final transaction price for Lot 3 being lower than originally expected. Ultimately, it was Lu Dong's Hanhai Real Estate that acquired it for 800 million. Looking at the satisfied Lu Dong, Wang Jie anxiously said to Joey Tong, "Young Master Zhou, are you sure that buying Lot 7 and missing out on Lot 3 won't get you blamed by your father?" Joey Tong shook his head and confidently replied, "Uncle Wang, don't worry. I believe that before long, the insider information behind Lot 7 will come to light. By then, the value of this land in our hands will surely multiply several times. You and your father just need to wait and see." With the last piece of land sold, this auction was effectively over. However, as everyone prepared to leave the venue, the auctioneer, who had already stepped off the stage, hurriedly walked back up and loudly said to the audience, "Everyone, please do not leave just yet. I just received news that the city government has suddenly decided to add another piece of land to today's auction." The representatives of various real estate developers, who were about to leave, stopped in their tracks upon hearing this news and began to discuss it in shock. "What? An additional piece of land at the last minute? This has never happened before. What on earth is going on with this auction?" First, they suddenly added plot number 7 2 days before the auction, and now they're adding another one after the auction has ended. This is not normal. When things are unusual, there must be something fishy. It seems that Zhou Xiao was right. The waters here are too deep for us small developers to navigate. Faced with such an abnormal situation, the developers halted their departure, returned to their seats, and wanted to see what the newly added land was all about. Meanwhile, Wang Jie, who was following Joey Tong, curiously asked, "Zhou Xiao, you must know the inside story, right? Why is there suddenly another piece of land added?" Joey Tong had no idea about any insider information. He had only seen Lin Jing and Chi Chen's involvement and assumed that there must be some beneficial insider news behind plot number 7. However, the sudden addition of another piece of land filled Joey Tong with an ominous premonition. Yet, in front of Wang Jie, Joey Tong did not show any signs of fear and forced himself to say, "Then let's go back and see what this piece of land is all about. Maybe the insider news about plot number 7 will be announced right here." Chapter 144, The Real Insider News. As the developers returned to their seats, a number of elegantly dressed waitresses in kipaos emerged from the back of the venue, each holding several folders, which they distributed to the representatives of the real estate developers. The developers eagerly opened the documents and began to read. Before long, someone suddenly exclaimed, "This is plot number 8. And this piece of land is right next to plot number 7. It's even larger and more conveniently located." Others chimed in agreement. "My goodness, another huge piece of land. Could it be that something big is really happening near plot number 7? No wonder Zhou Xiao is willing to spend 500 million to secure plot number 7. It seems they really got the news in advance. The strength of Iliang Real Estate is truly unfathomable." Listening to the discussions around him, Joey Tong felt a sense of pride swell within him, and a smirk involuntarily appeared on his face. Wang Jie beside him also marveled, "Zhou Xiao, you really are a genius. Can you tell me what the insider news behind plots 7 and 8 is?" Joey Tong had no idea what the insider news was. However, at that moment, he was too addicted to showing off to admit it. He tried to control his expression and replied nonchalantly, "Maybe the real insider news will be announced soon, and then you'll know." Lin Jing at the front saw the information on plot number 8 and said with some confusion, "Could it be that my father wants to carve out another piece of land to sell to you at this auction? But the price of plot number 7 has already been driven up by Joey Tong, now auctioning off the adjacent plot number 8, the price probably won't be low either." However, Chi-Chen had already guessed the operations of Lin Guoqiang and Tang Xiaozhou and smiled as he said, "Don't worry, it won't be. The final price for plot number 8 might not even be a fraction of plot number 7. You have to remember, the power of money can never shake true power." Just as Chi-Chen finished speaking, the auctioneer spoke again from the center of the stage. "Next, we will begin the auction for plot number 8. This piece of land is located right next to lot 7, and it is larger and better positioned. The starting price is also 10 million. Just as many real estate developers were eager to try their luck and prepare to bid for this piece of land, the auctioneer's next words left everyone in shock. It needs to be stated in advance that the land attribute of Lot 8 is not for commercial use, but rather, industrial land. This means that whoever purchases Lot 8 can only build factories on it and cannot construct any commercial facilities, let alone residential buildings. Furthermore, after purchasing this land, no form of transaction is allowed for 10 years. The announcement of this information seemed like a bucket of cold water poured over the eager real estate developers. Industrial land, not commercial land? They were all residential developers. What use would a large piece of industrial land be to them? Such land would be worth nothing in their hands. 10 million would be considered too much. Moreover, after receiving this news, everyone instinctively looked at Joey Tong. The 500 million he spent on Lot 7 was right next to Lot 8. Although the land nature of Lot 7 did not have a clear stipulation, developers could build residential buildings on it. However, if a huge factory were built on the adjacent Lot 8, who would choose to settle next to a massive chemical plant? The auctioneer's announcement effectively sentenced Lot 7 to death. With Lot 8 next door, Lot 7 had lost its development value. Not to mention, Lot 7 was too remote. Without favorable policies, no one would go there to buy a house. In almost an instant, Joey Tong, who had just been full of confidence and had spent lavishly on Lot 7, became a joke. At that moment, Joey Tong's face drained of color, and his hands began to tremble involuntarily as he muttered to himself, "How could this be? This is impossible, it can't be. Did Lin Jing and Chi-Chen want to buy this land because they received insider information in advance? Or are these two scoundrels deliberately setting me up?" Beside him, Wang Zhe's face also turned extremely grim. He no longer cared about the difference in their statuses and grabbed Joey Tong by the collar, speaking in a panic. "Joey Tong, what's going on? Why is the land we bought next door planned as industrial land? What insider information did you get in advance? Is this the damn insider information you said would increase the value of Lot 7 tenfold? You spent 500 million for this piece of garbage and missed out on the Lot 3 we were determined to get?" At this moment, Joey Tong realized he had made a huge mistake. He anxiously looked up at Chi-Chen. Coincidentally, Chi-Chen was also looking back at him, still wearing that calm smile, as if everything was under his control. Lin Jing, sensing his gaze, also displayed a face of indifference, mocking him while mimicking Joey Tong's earlier words. "Sorry, having money means you can do whatever you want." After saying this, she shrugged her shoulders. Seeing this scene, Joey Tong was instantly furious, like an angry wild dog, roaring at the front. "You two scoundrels, are you setting me up? I won't let you go, I won't let you off." In such an occasion, with so many leaders present, how could Joey Tong act so recklessly? The auctioneer's expression darkened immediately as he coldly addressed Joey Tong. "Buyer number 1, please be quiet. Otherwise, I will have you removed from the venue immediately." Then, the auctioneer shifted his tone and announced loudly, "Lot number 8, the auction begins. Is there anyone who wants to bid?" A dramatic scene unfolded. The atmosphere at that moment was eerily similar to when the auction had just started. The venue fell into silence. Although many real estate developers were present, no one made a bid. After a while, the paddle numbered 11 was raised. Chi-Chen smiled and said loudly, "For lot number 8, I bid 30 million. Chapter 145 Construction Period, 100 million, 30 million, sold." Congratulations to Guangjing Pharmaceutical for winning lot number 8 at the price of 30 million. The property designated for industrial use, lot number 8, received no other bids apart from Chi-Chen's. As Chi-Chen walked confidently to the center stage to sign the contract with the auctioneer, everyone was shocked, and the venue was silent. It was only now that the real estate developers present finally understood why lot number 7 had suddenly appeared on the auction list just 2 days before the auction began. Why, after lot number 7 fetched a high price, did the government immediately release a plot of land that was extremely similar in location and size? It turned out that all of this was custom-made for Chi-Chen. Why was Chi-Chen completely unfazed when Joey Tong snatched up lot number 7 at a high price? Because he knew that mere financial power could not shake true authority. In the eyes of real estate developers, land was the most valuable asset. But in the eyes of the government, land was the least valuable. Perhaps there weren't many plots suitable for developing commercial housing, but for the city government, plots suitable for building a pharmaceutical factory in a remote area were virtually endless. Although Chi-Chen appeared very young and was an unknown in the entire real estate industry, at this moment, everyone looked at him with awe. They revered not only this young man who remained unflinching in the face of adversity but also the unpredictable yet immensely powerful authority behind him. Peers are rivals, especially in the fiercely competitive real estate industry. Upon realizing that the lot number 7 purchased by Joey Tong was actually worthless, his fellow competitors all displayed expressions of glee and began to mock him. Joey Tong, young Master Zhou. Thank you for your previous reminder. The waters here are indeed too deep for us to grasp. Ha ha ha. Young Master Zhou, is this the insider information you mentioned? Spending 500 million to buy a piece of land just to be neighbors with a chemical factory? I admire you. What do you know? Didn't you hear what young Master Zhou said during the signing? With money, you can do whatever you want. No matter how the land is, just buy it. Hey, it's just for fun. Among the representatives of real estate developers who had switched to mocking mode, Lu Dong from Hanhai Real Estate's words were particularly cutting. Young Master Zhou, I must thank you. If you hadn't spent 500 million to buy lot number 7, it would have been much harder for us at Hanhai Real Estate to secure lot number 3. At this moment, Joey Tong's face turned ashen, his anger swelling to the point of overwhelming his reason, and he said with a twisted expression, Chi-Chen and Lin Jing, that pair of dogs, they set me up. They deliberately lured me in. There's a conspiracy here. I don't want the lot number 7 I bid on. Anyway, I haven't paid the money yet. I can just breach the contract. Whoever wants this lot number 7 can have it. Hearing Joey Tong's words, Wang Zhe, who was already at his wit's end, could only muster his spirits and hurriedly stopped Joey Tong, sternly reprimanding him. Young Master Zhou, what nonsense are you talking about? The signed contract is our promise from Ilion Real Estate. This 500 million cannot be wasted, and we cannot breach the contract. Seeing Joey Tong still looking unconvinced, Wang Zhe lowered his voice and leaned in to say, do you think I don't want to terminate the contract? But that's simply impossible. Our Ilion Real Estate has a large amount of regulatory funds in the bank. Once we breach the contract, those funds will be forcibly deducted. Not only that, but the commercial properties we are currently building and selling will also lose their sales permits. At that point, it won't just be a matter of 500 million, our entire Ilion Real Estate will collapse due to government penalties. So, you might as well give up on the idea of breaching the contract. Hearing Wang Zhe's explanation, Joey Tong felt increasingly desperate. He shot venomous glances at Chi-Chen and Lin Jing, clearly filled with hatred for the two. These two scoundrels actually plotted against me. I must take revenge. I will make them kneel before me, crying and begging for mercy. The auction had concluded, leaving no room for retreat, and staying here would only invite ridicule from peers. Joey Tong glared fiercely at Chi-Chen one last time before getting up and leaving the auction. He needed to report today's events to his father, Zhou Xiaoyang, not knowing how severely he would be scolded. At the same time, he began to plot how to take revenge on Chi-Chen. After signing the contract and successfully acquiring the No. 8 land, Chi-Chen also planned to leave directly, but at the hotel entrance, an unexpected person was waiting for him. This person, upon seeing Chi-Chen walk out from the auction venue, immediately broke into a bright smile, took a couple of steps forward, slightly bent at the waist, and extended his hands towards Chi-Chen, saying, Mr. Chi, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Dong, a representative of Hanhai Real Estate. Although Chi-Chen was somewhat puzzled by Lu Dong's sudden appearance, he remained patient and asked, so it's Mr. Lu. You're waiting for me, is there something you need? Lu Dong nodded and said, Mr. Chi, if I'm not mistaken, you acquired the No. 8 land to build a pharmaceutical factory, right? The land was secured, and it was no longer a secret. Chi-Chen nodded generously and replied, that's right. I plan to build a super large pharmaceutical factory. Lu Dong's face lit up with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and said, I wonder if Mr. Chi has found a contractor for the pharmaceutical factory? If not, Hanhai Real Estate is willing to provide services at the lowest price and with the highest quality. Lu Dong's idea was simple. Chi Chen's performance today had already indicated that he had an unfathomable background, and befriending such a person would undoubtedly benefit his career. Moreover, it was because of Chi Chen that Joey Tong had withdrawn from the competition for the No. 3 land, which was also a significant help to Hanhai Real Estate. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Chi Chen smiled and said, "The land was just acquired. How could I have time to find a contractor? However, if I were to give the construction of the pharmaceutical factory project to Hanhai Real Estate, how long would it take for you to complete it?" Lu Dong pondered over the topographic map of the No. 8 land for a moment and said, "Since there isn't a specific plan yet, I can't give you an exact timeline. But I can assure you that as long as the construction standards aren't too complex, we at Hanhai Real Estate can complete the main structure of the pharmaceutical factory within a month." Chi Chen was somewhat surprised. A month? Such efficiency exceeded Chi Chen's expectations. Sensing Chi Chen's astonishment, Lu Dong smiled proudly and said, "The most famous thing about our Hanhai Real Estate is that we build at an incredibly fast pace while ensuring quality. I assure you, no matter how large your pharmaceutical factory is, I can complete it within a month." For Chi Chen, time equates to production capacity, and production capacity equates to money. So without a moment's hesitation, Chi Chen made his decision. He extended his hand and shook Lu Dong's firmly, saying, "In that case, I entrust the construction of the pharmaceutical factory to you. I hope that a month from now, both of us can achieve a satisfactory result." Chapter 146, Candidate Selection. After leaving the Tsongshan Hotel, Chi Chen dropped Lin Jing off at the entrance of the Deheng law firm. Before they parted ways, Lin Jing looked at Chi Chen with eager eyes and mustered the courage to ask, "Chi Chen, when are you moving back to live with me?" Faced with the repeated invitation from the beautiful woman, Chi Chen naturally couldn't refuse any longer. He turned to her and gave her a passionate kiss on the cheek, then said, "In a couple of days, once I finalize the construction of the pharmaceutical factory, I'll move in with you. It seems my Jingjing can't wait to be devoured by me." Feeling Chi Chen's aggressive gaze, Lin Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, but she still gathered her courage and timidly replied, "That's not necessarily true. The big bad wolf could also be eaten by little animals. I will devour you." After saying this, Lin Jing left behind a string of melodious laughter, opened the car door, and her figure disappeared into the law firm's entrance. Stimulated by Lin Jing, Chi Chen felt restless, but with no girl by his side at the moment, he could only suppress his restless thoughts, turn the car around, and head towards the pharmaceutical factory. Time is money, and Chi Chen needed to ensure that Guangjing Pharmaceutical had sufficient production capacity in the shortest time possible, as many tasks awaited him. In Chi Pharmaceutical, in Chi Wenyuan's office, the father and son sat across from each other. Chi Wenyuan still maintained the image of a stern father, sitting upright behind the large desk, but his gaze towards Chi Chen was filled with a father's admiration and affection for his son. Since selling the RV and investing in futures, Chi Chen had brought him countless surprises. It has been a full month since the launch of Dawn. During this time, both our Chi Pharmaceutical and Dai Lei's Lining Pharmaceutical have been producing Dawn at maximum capacity without pause. And the Dawn we produced was almost instantly snatched up by various distributors. The combined production capacity of our 2 pharmaceutical factories is 200,000 tablets per day. You earn 7 yuan in patent fees for each tablet of Dawn, so your patent income for this month is 42 million. Although Chi Wenyuan had calculated Chi Chen's potential earnings countless times, when it came to the actual settlement of earnings after a full month, he still felt an immense excitement for Chi Chen. A stable monthly income of 42 million means an annual stable income of a full 500 million. And this is under conditions of extremely limited production capacity. Once production capacity is supplemented, Chi Chen's patent income will similarly increase tenfold. Compared to Chi Chen's patent income, the income from the pharmaceutical factory is much lower. After deducting the costs of raw materials and labor, the pure profit from each tablet of Dawn is 1 yuan. However, having a stable pure profit of 3 million yuan each month is already an unprecedented boon for Chi Pharmaceutical and Limin Pharmaceutical, which have been struggling on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, at this moment, Chi Wenyuan felt completely vindicated in front of Dai Lei, with whom he had battled his entire life. Chi Wenyuan, whether relying on his father's connections or his own efforts, could not completely overcome Dai Lei. However, when it came to competing with their sons, Chi Wenyuan achieved a resounding victory. Compared to his father, who was immensely excited about the patent income, Chi Chen's attitude was much more composed. At that time, while trading in oil futures, Chi Chen bet all his assets, turning his capital of 4 million into an astonishing 1 billion. That was a dramatic rise and fall, a fortune made overnight. However, Chi Chen's calmness did not mean he undervalued the income from the Dawn patent. On the contrary, he regarded the income from the Dawn patent rights as his most precious and highest quality asset. With this patent income, Chi-Chen would have an extremely stable cash flow for the next 20 years. This was of utmost importance for Chi-Chen's future expansion plans. After sharing the joy of his gains with his father, Chi-Chen finally spoke up. "Dad, I just purchased a piece of land, and the new pharmaceutical factory will be completed within a month. But I can't have a factory without the equipment and workers to produce the drugs. You are an expert in this area. Can you give me some advice on how to get my new factory up and running in the shortest time possible and increase Dawn's production capacity?" Seeing his son quietly accomplish such a significant feat, Chi Yuan was both surprised and deeply gratified. He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before responding to Chi-Chen. "Chi-Chen, although your performance during this time has been remarkable, I still suggest that professional matters should be handled by professionals. Preparing a pharmaceutical factory and getting it into production in the shortest time is not a simple task. It involves numerous details that need to be addressed." Chi-Chen fully agreed with his father's philosophy and nodded. "So where do I find these professionals?" Chi Yuan answered directly. "I can give you a suitable candidate right now, and that is your third uncle." "Third uncle?" With his father's words, the sturdy figure of his third uncle immediately appeared in Chi-Chen's mind. His third uncle was the youngest son of his grandparents, only about 10 years older than Chi-Chen. Their relationship was more like brothers than uncle and nephew. He joined the military at a young age and became a proud soldier. Later, for various reasons, he reluctantly retired from the army and returned to help Chi Yuan manage the pharmaceutical factory. Perhaps due to the military style he brought back, his third uncle was very decisive and capable, with a strong military demeanor, whether in drug production or personnel management. Once Chi Yuan mentioned it, Chi-Chen immediately realized that his third uncle, Chi Janjun, was indeed the most suitable candidate for his new factory. Seeing Chi-Chen lost in thought, Chi Yuan assumed he had other concerns and spoke up. "Is it because of your second uncle and his son that you have some prejudice against your third uncle? You can absolutely trust your third uncle's character. I have already uncovered your second uncle's conspiracy. Your third uncle was unaware and had no involvement whatsoever. And you don't need to give him shares, just offer him a high salary. Guangjing Pharmaceutical will definitely become an unimaginable giant in the future, and you must keep it firmly in your hands, without giving away even a fraction of the shares." Hearing Chi Yuan's words, Chi-Chen smiled and said, "Dad, I'm not worried about that. My third uncle is indeed the most suitable candidate, but right now, he is managing the Chi Pharmaceutical factory. If I poach him, what will you do on your end?" Finding out that his son was actually worried about him, Chi Yuan smiled with relief and said, "Don't worry, your dad isn't old yet. With my abilities, managing this pharmaceutical factory without the third one is still more than enough. On the contrary, you really need the third one's help." Chi-Chen immediately agreed to this plan, calling his third uncle Chi Janjun to the office. After briefly explaining his thoughts, he was also very excited about the idea of rebuilding a large pharmaceutical factory, and almost without hesitation, he immediately agreed. "Where will our new pharmaceutical factory be built? What scale do we need, and what daily production capacity should we aim for? If we want to get the new factory up and running as soon as possible, we not only need to procure equipment right now, but we also need to start recruiting pharmaceutical workers immediately. After all, a factory of this size requires a significant number of workers." Seeing that his third uncle Chi Janjun immediately got into the swing of things, Chi-Chen was very satisfied and said, "I'll point out the location of the factory on the map in a bit. As for the production capacity, I want it to reach 7 million tablets a day. And if possible, I want to expand the capacity as much as we can. If we can reach 3 times that, 21 million tablets a day, that would be the best." His third uncle was stunned by the figure of 21 million, incredulously saying, 21 million tablets, every day? Do you know what that means? Although Chi Pharmaceutical isn't very large, it's not small either. Our daily production capacity is only 100,000 tablets. The capacity you want is 210 times that of Chi Pharmaceutical. In other words, the new factory would be equivalent to 210 Chi Pharmaceuticals. That's too exaggerated, right? However, Chi-Chen was not joking. He said with a serious expression, "A daily capacity of 7 million tablets is a must. Because there are currently 56 million Alzheimer's patients worldwide. Even if not everyone can be diagnosed and treated, meeting the capacity for 7 million patients is our bottom line. We cannot hold the patent and have a production capacity that cannot keep up, leading to Alzheimer's patients being unable to receive treatment." Realizing that Chi-Chen was not joking, his third uncle lowered his head and began to think carefully. After a while, he raised his head and said seriously, I just calculated that reaching a capacity of 7 million tablets in a short time is very challenging, but with effort, there is hope. I can guarantee that a month from now, when the new factory starts production, the capacity will be very close to 7 million tablets a day. But can you tell me, since a capacity of 7 million tablets can meet your needs, why do you want to raise the capacity to such an exaggerated height of 21 million tablets a day? You won't even need that much capacity. Shichen smiled and said, Third uncle, how do you know I won't need it? Yes, perhaps 7 million tablets of Dawn can meet the basic needs of Alzheimer's patients worldwide, but to ensure a sufficient supply of Dawn, we need a higher capacity. And most importantly, Shichen paused, his eyes shining with light. How do you know that this new factory will only produce the Dawn medication? Perhaps in the near future, we will quickly develop other groundbreaking new drugs. This capacity of 21 million tablets is prepared for those new drugs. Chapter 147, the one who likes to daydream. Having already tasted the sweetness of the Dawn medication and possessing a diary from the future, Shichen would definitely not give up such a treasure. As long as the new factory is built and the production capacity of Dawn is increased, Shichen will immediately use the diary to obtain other new drugs from the future. By that time, not only would it benefit the many patients tormented by illness, but it would also bring unimaginable profits to Shichen. Since he had already decided to have his third uncle, Shi Jianjun, serve as the director of the new pharmaceutical factory, Shichen simply sat down with him to discuss the plans for the factory in detail. Soon, under Shi Jianjun's calculations, the cost of building the factory appeared before them. Because the construction requirements for the factory were not very high, building a sufficiently large factory on the land of Lot 8 would require about 500 million yuan. To achieve a production capacity of 7 million tablets per day, the production machinery would cost around 300 million yuan. If Shichen wanted to reach his ideal state of a production capacity of 21 million, the machinery would cost a staggering 900 million yuan. However, although this cost was astonishingly high, it was not a significant amount for Shichen. After purchasing a villa, he still had 2.6 billion yuan in his bank account. Additionally, the city government had provided Shichen with a low-interest loan of 2 billion yuan, which, with Hu Shui's daily efforts, would soon be credited. Therefore, money was not an issue for Shichen. What he needed most was time. If he had to handle all these matters personally, it would be impossible to complete them within a month. With Shi Jianjun's help in managing this series of affairs, Shichen could free up his energy to do what he loved. Exiting his father's office, the sky was already darkening. Shichen intended to take a casual stroll around the factory but found himself unknowingly in the drug laboratory. The lights in the laboratory were still on, and through the window on the door, Shichen saw a slender figure in a white lab coat sitting in front of a computer, frowning slightly, her hands flying over the keyboard. It must be said that Sun Xiaoqing, when working seriously, was quite charming. Her skin was delicate and fair, her brows slightly furrowed, and her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. The hem of her lab coat was slightly long, covering the upper half of her thighs, while the exposed lower half was even whiter than the white clothing, giving the impression that she wasn't wearing anything underneath, evoking a wave of tempting imagination. Especially with her face resembling that of a young lady, she exuded an air of untouchable dignity, yet the more she appeared this way, the more it stirred Shichen's desire to tease her. The laboratory door was not tightly closed, so Shichen pushed it open a crack and stealthily approached Sun Xiaoqing from behind. He slipped his arms under her armpits resting on the computer desk and, with a sudden pull, embraced her, a mischievous grin on his face. Guess who I am? Sun Xiaoqing was focused on writing a medical paper on the dawn of medicine and was startled by Shichen's sudden intrusion, letting out a scream. She grabbed the wireless mouse on the table and threw it at the figure behind her. Bang! Ah! With Shichen's cry of pain, Sun Xiaoqing finally realized that the person who had attacked her from behind was Shichen. In her earlier retaliation, Sun Xiaoqing had used almost all her strength. The plastic mouse smashed against Shichen's head, shattering into pieces, while Shichen's forehead visibly swelled. Looking at Shichen, who had fallen to the ground with swirling eyes, Sun Xiaoqing hurriedly crouched down, flustered and at a loss for words. Shichen, how come it's you? I'm sorry. I thought you were a rogue. That's why I used so much strength. It's all my fault. How are you? Is it serious? Lying on the ground, Shichen wore a bitter smile, realizing he had brought this upon himself. He wanted to play a prank on Sun Xiaoqing, but unexpectedly, he was met with such a heavy blow. This incident couldn't be blamed on Sun Xiaoqing, he could only blame himself. Just as Shichen shook his head, intending to tell Sun Xiaoqing that he was fine, his gaze suddenly froze as it moved upward. Due to the angle, the beautiful sight that was originally covered by Sun Xiaoqing's white coat was now fully revealed to Shichen. Although Sun Xiaoqing wasn't completely undressed under her white coat, she was wearing a pair of tiny hot pants. The way it was partially concealed made it even more enticing. Noticing Qi Chen's dazed gaze, Sun Xiaoqing's face instantly turned crimson. The cold and elegant expression she usually wore transformed into one of embarrassment, and her tone was filled with a sense of being wronged. "It's my fault for hitting you, but why are you staring so directly at my legs?" Qi Chen's face flushed, and just as he was about to explain, he heard Sun Xiaoqing continue without any pause. "I knew it. You're not a good person. Are you trying to use this as a threat to force me to do something shameful with you? I will never submit. What the heck? What are you saying?" Lying on the ground, Qi Chen had a face full of question marks, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Miss, come on, what did I say or do to threaten you? Is all of this just your imagination? Although I did have a bit of a reaction, am I really the kind of person who would force someone?" Just as Qi Chen was preparing to justify himself with righteous indignation, Sun Xiaoqing looked at him, her expression becoming even more humiliated. "Don't stare at me like that. Are you trying to say that if I don't submit, you'll strip me naked and throw me out of here? Or are you saying that if I don't submit, you'll tie me to a chair and blindfold me? I don't want that. If you really have to do it, please be gentle. And remember to lock the door." After saying this, Sun Xiaoqing's face turned even redder, her eyes tightly shut, her eyelashes trembling, looking submissive, leaving Qi Chen lying on the ground, utterly bewildered. "What did I say or do? How did I suddenly become a lecherous villain? And you, Sun Xiaoqing, weren't you supposed to be defiant? I just gave a confused look, and you submitted? Look at that expression of yours, both humiliated and enjoying it. You must be kidding, right? We've done things before, do we really have to play this game here?" If Qi Chen acted now, he would be a beast. But with the atmosphere built up to this point, if he didn't act, he would be even worse than a beast. Qi Chen had 0.001 seconds to make a quick decision. Rather than being worse than a beast, he might as well be one. Quickly locking the laboratory door, Qi Chen swept Sun Xiaoqing up in his arms and placed her on the laboratory table, her entire body lying on the spread-out white coat. Soon, the motion sensor lights in the hallway outside the lab remained on for the next hour. It wasn't until an hour later that the motion sensor lights outside the laboratory finally fell back into darkness. Holding Sun Xiaoqing in his arms, indulging in affection, Qi Chen suddenly remembered why he had come to the lab. "By the way, how is the paper on Dawn coming along?" At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing, feeling weak, appeared somewhat dazed, her voice still affected by what had just happened. "The main part of the paper is almost finished. We just need to spend some time incorporating the data on domestic patients' medication into the paper. The whole process will probably take a little over a month." Since the dawn of mass production began, Gao Yong and Sun Xiaoqing have been working day and night in the pharmaceutical factory, supervising and guiding the actual production of Dawn. Under such circumstances, the rapid completion of the paper was somewhat unexpected for Qi Chen. Feeling the altitude, Qi Chen asked, "The progress is surprisingly fast? This really surprises me. So, how should I reward you?" Sun Xiaoqing gasped, her breath fragrant as she responded playfully. "I don't want a reward. As long as you don't think about it every day, I'll be grateful." "What?" Qi Chen was once again bewildered. "Is this really what I want? Are you sure this isn't what you want?" These words injected infinite passion into Qi Chen's body once more. He turned and mounted, causing Sun Xiaoqing to gasp in surprise. Then, the voice-activated lights in the corridor. Chapter 148, Debut? In Rong City, downtown. Lin Kan Music Studio. In the professional recording studio, the famous music producer Lin Kan was wearing a huge pair of headphones, his expression focused, his fingers tapping rhythmically to the music. In front of him stood four youthful beauties of varying styles. At the center, in the C position, was his sister Chi Meng. Today, she wore a light makeup that made her originally unbeatable youthful face appear even more exquisite. Beside Chi Meng were her three dormitory mates, Mai Chao, with a cool expression, Zhang Yazi, whose unbeatable figure made her the epitome of pure desire, and Biao Biao, whose makeup gave her a particularly flirtatious air. The four of them were equally focused, singing intently into the microphone. The song they were performing was the same one Qi Chen sang at the welcome party, The Wind Rises. Finally, as the song concluded, the four beauties let out a sigh of relief, while producer Lin Kong clapped vigorously, a satisfied smile on his face as he said, "That was very good, perfect." Removing the large earphones from his head and handing them to his assistant, Lin Kong continued, "When I initially wanted to obtain the rights to The Wind Rises, Qi Chen's condition was that while I could have the authorization, you four must form a group to perform it. I almost didn't agree to such conditions. However, because I really loved this song, I ultimately accepted. At first, I didn't have high hopes for you four, but after these rehearsals, you have given me a big surprise. You performed this song very well, and the popularity of The Wind Rises has now peaked on the internet. If we debut you now, you will definitely become a nationwide sensation overnight. It has been some time since Chi Chen's masked performance on the welcome party stage, but whether it was his identity as the masked singer or the song The Wind Rises, both have maintained their popularity, even dominating the top 10 of major media platforms' trending lists for a long time. Many online spectators are extremely curious about Chi Chen's true identity. There are rumors that the masked singer is actually a top-tier male singer who released his single in this way from a marketing perspective. There are also rumors that the masked singer is a rich second generation who doesn't want his popularity to affect his life, thus choosing to hide his identity. The more mysterious it becomes, the more opinions abound, and the more curious the vast number of netizens are about this matter. Coupled with the fact that the quality of The Wind Rises is top-notch from any perspective, its popularity on the internet has reached its peak. Having reached an agreement with Chi Chen, Lin Kang keenly recognized the immense opportunity it presented. He seized every moment to train Chi Meng and her three companions, preparing to launch them as a group. If handled properly, this could directly lead to the birth of a top-tier youth girl group. Alright, I am very satisfied with your performance just now. This should be the final version. You've all worked hard lately, so go back and rest well. With the singing task completed, the few beautiful girls greeted Lin Kang and left the recording studio, getting into the red Porsche Macan parked downstairs. Chi Meng carefully drove the Porsche towards the school, speaking as she did. The experiences of these past few days really feel like a dream. I never expected we would inexplicably become singers. Biao Biao, sitting in the passenger seat, touched up her makeup in the mirror above while saying, "Yeah, I never dreamed I would have a day where I could become a big star. But I have to thank my brother Chi Chun for all of this." At that moment, Biao Biao's eyes sparkled as she turned to Chi Meng. Meng, if I'm about to become a big star, doesn't that mean I'm worthy of brother Chi Chun? Do you have time recently? I want to go home with you and meet your mom in advance. Biao Biao's infatuation with Chi Chun was something she never hid, but Chi Meng frowned and replied, "Biao Biao, I advise you not to daydream. I won't let you become my sister-in-law. And Chi Chen is my brother, not yours." Watching the two playfully bicker in front, Zhang Yasi sat in the back seat with a faint smile on her face. Ever since Chi Chen helped her settle Zhang Shuai's gambling debts, she had developed some indescribable feelings towards him. This emotion felt like gratitude towards Chi Chen, but more like a young girl's admiration for her crush. Zhang Yasi couldn't make sense of it and didn't dare to think too much, yet Chi Chen's handsome smile would occasionally flash in her mind. The Porsche soon returned to their dormitory building, and as they got out of the car, they happened to run into their old rival, Mi Xiuyan. Before the welcome party, this vain girl loved to show off in front of Chi Meng and her friends, whether it was her BMW or her impressive singing and dancing skills, all of which were her bragging rights. However, at this moment, her BMW paled in comparison to Chi Meng's Porsche, and her proud performance failed to attract producer Lin Kang's attention. Instead, it was Chi Meng and her friends who caught Lin Kang's eye and were about to debut as a group. Chi Meng was pure-hearted and kind, so when she saw Mi Xiuyan, who had often bullied her before, she had no thoughts of mockery. However, Biao Biao seized the opportunity to ridicule Mi Xiuyan. A smug smile crept onto her face as she addressed the approaching Mi Xiuyan. "Oh, isn't this Xiuyan? What's wrong? Too scared to look at us? How come you look so shabby after just a few days?" Mi Xiuyan had been so proud in front of them before, and now she looked utterly embarrassed. She didn't dare to meet their gaze, keeping her head down as she scurried along the wall with her two little followers, leaving in a huff. "Humph, why aren't you so arrogant now?" Biao Biao snorted coldly, feeling triumphant as she and the others prepared to head upstairs. Just as they were about to enter the dormitory, a figure suddenly sprang out from the shadows in the corner, blocking their path. "Ah, who is it?" Biao Biao, who had just been flaunting her confidence, was startled by the sudden appearance of the man and instinctively hid behind Zhang Yasi. The peaks on Zhang Yasi's body gave her a strange sense of security as she hid behind them. The others were also startled, but only Zhang Yasi's expression was complex as she looked at the man in front of her, wearing a baseball cap and hiding his face in the shadows. "Brother?" Chapter 149, Uninvited Guest Brother? Zhang Yasi was first taken aback, then her expression became complicated. Whether it was being attacked at the barbecue restaurant or Chi Chen venting his anger for her at the entertainment city, the instigator of these intense conflicts was her brother, Zhang Shuai. It was all because he had incurred a massive gambling debt that led to this series of events. Although Chi Chen had resolved the matter properly and had taught the deaf gang a harsh lesson, Zhang Yasi was still extremely angry with Zhang Shuai in her heart. So when she suddenly saw Zhang Shuai, she frowned and said with some agitation, "Brother, where have you been?" A group of people was looking for you and wanted to take me away, do you know that? Facing his agitated sister, Zhang Shuai just chuckled and said in a flattering tone, I've heard about this, it's all my fault. But I owe them so much money, if they catch me, what good will it do? Even if I pay with my life, it wouldn't be worth that much. But I heard that this matter. Someone has already stepped in to help you resolve it, right? Zhang Shuai's expression was somewhat strange, most of his face hidden in the shadow of the cap, but the corner of his mouth revealed a peculiar smile. Seeing her brother suddenly show such a strange expression, Zhang Yasi was taken aback and involuntarily took 2 steps back, saying, How do you know about this? Did you gamble again? Zhang Shuai did not answer her question, he just glanced at the few girls who were watching him warily and said, Sister, why don't we find another place to talk? I have a few things I want to say to you. Zhang Yasi hesitated for a moment because the aura coming from Zhang Shuai felt very unfamiliar to her. However, they were siblings, sharing the same mother, and with their parents already deceased, Zhang Shuai was Zhang Yasi's only family in this world. In the end, she nodded and followed Zhang Shuai towards a dark alley beside the dormitory building. Seeing Zhang Yasi leave with Zhang Shuai, the remaining 3 looked worriedly at each other and said, What should we do? Why does Cece's brother look so strange? It's terrifying. Yes. I also feel very uncomfortable with his presence. Should we call the police? Diao Bao thought for a moment, shook her head, and said, After all, this is at school, and he is Cece's biological brother, nothing should happen. Calling the police would be too exaggerated. How about this, I'll secretly follow them to see what he really wants to do with Cece. If something does happen, we can call the police then. After saying that, Diao Biao quietly followed the direction Zhang Shuai and Zhang Yasi had left, keeping an eye out and secretly turning on her phone's recording function, planning to document everything. The alley ahead was very secluded, without any cameras. If something really happened, the phone recording could serve as evidence. Biao Biao held her phone carefully as she entered the alley, and not long after, she spotted Zhang Yasi and Zhang Shuai standing not far ahead. She quickly hid and extended her phone to start recording. The alley appeared dark and eerie, and combined with Zhang Shuai's somewhat strange expression, it made Zhang Yasi feel a bit scared, prompting her to ask, Brother, what is it that you have to come to such a place to say? Zhang Shuai's face once again revealed a strange smile, and in his eyes, it seemed as if desire was burning. I owe such a huge gambling debt, and someone actually helped you settle it. Who is that person, and why did they help you? Zhang Yasi found it a bit strange why Zhang Shuai would suddenly ask these questions, but she thought it was because he cared about her, so she replied, The person who helped me is Chi Chen, he is my roommate's brother, a really nice guy. You don't need to worry, brother, but why are you asking this? Zhang Shuai took 2 steps forward, getting closer to Zhang Yasi, and whispered, He's not a relative, why would he spend so much money to help you for no reason? He must have some thoughts and demands regarding you, right? Faced with her suddenly approaching brother, Zhang Yasi stepped back in fear and replied, Brother, what are you thinking? That's not it. Chi Chen is just my roommate's brother, he helped me without any special thoughts or demands. Zhang Shuai shook his head and said, No good deed goes unpunished, he must have his eyes on you, wanting you to be his woman, right? After all, with your figure being so exaggerated, no man could resist your temptation. The words Zhang Shuai spoke made Zhang Yasi feel incredulous, and she suddenly felt that her brother across from her had become very unfamiliar. Zhang Yasi crossed her arms defensively over her chest and said, No, brother Chi Chen is not the kind of person you say he is, he helps me not for any ulterior motives. Zhang Shuai, did you come to find me today just to say these strange things? If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Seeing her own brother suddenly turn into a stranger, Zhang Yasi felt very scared and turned to leave the dim alley, but unexpectedly, Zhang Shuai quickly stepped forward, blocking her path, his face showing a fierce expression as he said, Sister, I didn't come today just to say these things. I came to ask you for some money. Zhang Yasi was taken aback and said, Money? Didn't mom and dad's inheritance all go to you? You haven't lost it all, have you? I only have my usual living expenses here, there's only 1,000 yuan left in my card. If you want, I can give you all of it. Saying this, Zhang Yasi took out a bank card from her wallet and handed it to Zhang Shuai. Their parents had passed away early, and all the family inheritance was managed by her brother Zhang Shuai. After Zhang Yasi went to college, Zhang Shuai would give her a little living allowance. Unexpectedly, the gambling-addicted Zhang Shuai had not only squandered all their parents' inheritance but had also fallen so low as to ask Zhang Yasi for that meager living allowance. However, kind-hearted Zhang Yasi did not refuse. Instead, she was prepared to give all her remaining living expenses to her brother. As for how she would live in the coming days after giving all her living expenses to Zhang Shuai, Zhang Yasi did not consider that at all. Watching Zhang Yasi unhesitatingly hand over the bank card, Zhang Shuai's face showed no signs of gratitude. Instead, he revealed an angry expression, suddenly reaching out and striking Zhang Yasi's wrist, causing the bank card to fall to the ground. Zhang Yasi, don't play tricks on me. Do you think I'm asking you for that pitiful few thousand yuan? I want you to go ask that man named Chi-chun for money. I owe such a huge gambling debt, and he could pay it all off for you. Now you go ask him for a few million, and he wouldn't even blink. Watching her brother suddenly turn so ferocious, Zhang Yasi leaned against the wall in fear, her voice trembling as she said, But I'm not related to brother Chi-chun. How could he give me money for no reason? The last time he helped me solve your gambling debt issue was also due to coincidence. There were other reasons. At this moment, Zhang Shuai was consumed with the desire to get money from his sister, seeing it as his capital to turn his fortunes around in the casino, completely indifferent to the bond between siblings. Seeing his sister unwilling to ask Chi-chun for money on his behalf, Zhang Shuai became even more irritable and said fiercely, If you don't ask, how will you know if he will give you money? What if you ask, and he gives you millions? Besides, he helped you so much before, wasn't it because he was after your body? If you take the initiative to tell him you can spend a night with him, or even let him support you, I don't believe he can resist the temptation and not give you money. The reason I lost money in the casino before wasn't because I had bad luck, but because the casino was cheating and setting me up. With the experience from before, as long as the casino tries to cheat again, I can spot it immediately. And with this money as my gambling capital, I will definitely be able to turn my fortunes around, not only winning back all the money I lost there but also making a huge profit. Zhang Shuai's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily, as if he was no longer a normal human being but a beast driven by the desire to gamble. As the saying goes, gambling can lead to death. Once a person becomes a complete gambler, everything they do each day is about finding ways to cheat and swindle to get some gambling capital, hoping to turn the tables. The result of this is sinking deeper and deeper into the quagmire of gambling, never able to escape. Zhang Yasi couldn't believe that such words could come from her own brother's mouth. Her own brother, the only family she had in this world, was actually encouraging her to sell her body to gain gambling capital, even to be supported by someone else? Could this really be her own brother, saying such things? Zhang Yasi's expression shifted from shock to sadness, and finally to indifference. Zhang Shuai's words had completely shattered her heart. She looked at her brother, who was so close yet felt so foreign. In that moment, Zhang Shuai was no longer the tall, protective brother in Zhang Yasi's heart. Instead, he was a hopeless gambler willing to sell his own bottom line and soul for money. Although Zhang Yasi's way out of this dark alley had been blocked by Zhang Shuai, she suddenly raised her head, fearlessly staring into Zhang Shuai's eyes, and said with unwavering determination, No, I refuse. Chi-chen has already solved a huge problem for you and me. One should be self-aware. I will not add even the slightest trouble to brother Chi-chen because of you. And from today on, I no longer recognize you as my brother. I don't need you to give me living expenses anymore, and please don't come looking for me, disappear from my life. Chapter 150, The Solution from Childhood to Adulthood. Zhang Yasi had always been the most obedient child among all the kids, almost never refusing anyone's requests, let alone her own brother. However, at this moment, seeing Zhang Yasi resolutely refuse him for Chi-chen, with no room for negotiation, even wanting to sever their sibling relationship, left Zhang Shuai utterly shocked. This was followed by a rage that nearly drove him to madness. You are my most obedient sister, and now for this stranger, you want to cut ties with me? Zhang Shuai's face twisted in fury, his malice surging, and he raised his arm and struck Zhang Yasi's delicate face hard. Slap! With a crisp sound of a slap, Zhang Yasi nearly fell to the ground, her cheek quickly swelling red from Zhang Shuai's strike. However, looking at her sister, who stood frozen in place with tears streaming down her face, Zhang Shuai felt no guilt or pity. Instead, he continued to speak harshly. I am your brother, and you dare to resist me? Let me tell you, I want you to ask for money, and you better do it obediently. Don't think I can't do anything to you. To be honest, I've been following you for 2 days. You go to the recording studio every day. Are you trying to become a star? Is that guy Chi-chun the one promoting you? If you don't want to be famous and have the public know you have a gambling brother, or that you're being kept by that rich guy Chi-chun, then you better listen to me and go ask Chi-chun for money. I don't care if you sleep with him or do something even more perverted that he wants. Before tomorrow night, I will come to find you. By then, you better have 5 million ready for me. If you don't blame me for being ruthless to my own sister. After saying this, ignoring Zhang Yasi, who had slumped against the wall, Zhang Shuai pulled down the brim of his cap, hiding his sinister face in the shadows, then turned and walked out of the alley. The girl who had secretly followed, Biao Biao, had been hiding around the corner, recording the entire scene with her phone. Seeing Zhang Shuai approach, she quickly ducked away, narrowly escaping the dark alley without being noticed. Shi Meng and Ma Yueqiao had been waiting outside the alley. When they saw Biao Biao run out, they hurriedly approached her. What happened? What's going on inside? Why do you look so bad? Exactly. Hurry up and tell us, how is Cici? Is she in danger? Biao Biao, still shaken, gasped for breath, raised her finger to her pink lips to signal for silence, then pulled the two back to the entrance of the dormitory building before whispering, "Don't worry, Cici is fine, her brother has left." But Cici's brother is really despicable, forcing her to do such things. No, we can't just stand by, we must help Cici solve this problem completely. After saying this, Biao Biao took out her phone, found Qi Chen in her WeChat contacts, and sent him the video she had just recorded. After a night of hard work, Qi Chen rested in his office, waking up just before noon the next day. The figure of Sun Xiaoqing was already gone from the bed, and the office, once filled with the scent of hormones, had been tidied up by her. This gave Qi Chen the illusion that the passion of that night had never existed, just a fleeting dream. Feeling refreshed and energetic after a long sleep, Qi Chen's good mood was completely shattered by the video sent by Biao Biao. If you don't want to be famous, let the public know you have a gambling brother, or that you're being kept by that rich guy Qi Chen, then you better listen to me and go ask Qi Chen for money. If you don't do it, don't blame me for being ruthless to my own sister. The video recorded by Biao Biao was not only very clear, but their conversation was also distinctly audible. As Zhang Shuai slapped Zhang Yasi, Qi Chen's anger instantly reached its peak. How could he hit a woman? In Qi Chen's mind, a man who hits women for no reason could no longer be called human, he was scum. Thinking of this, Qi Chen made a firm decision to give Zhang Shuai a lesson he would never forget. Zhang Yasi's helpless expression made Qi Chen's heart ache. Without thinking, he picked up his phone, wanting to comfort her. However, just as he was about to dial Zhang Yasi's number, he hesitated. Zhang Yasi had clearly stated in the video that the scheming girl had secretly filmed her, that she wouldn't tell Qi Chen about this matter and didn't want to add any trouble for him. If Qi Chen rashly called Zhang Yasi, it would not only betray the girl who leaked the information but also add more pressure to Zhang Yasi's fragile heart. No, this matter cannot let Zhang Yasi know, otherwise, her psychological pressure will only increase, and when we meet again, it will become more and more awkward between us. I need to change my approach. If I directly deal with Zhang Shuai, the one who created the problem, then all the issues will be resolved. With this thought, Qi Chen found Rong Li's number and dialed it directly. Hey, Rong Gu. I want to ask you, how are those guys doing after I taught the deaf guy a lesson at your entertainment center a few days ago? At that moment, Rong Li had just woken up, soaking in a large bathtub, with a beautiful woman gently massaging his shoulders. Hearing Qi Chen's words, Rong Li thought Qi Chen was worried about retaliation from the deaf guy, and he chuckled, first asking the woman behind him to leave before speaking. After leaving my place, the deaf guy and his crew went straight to the hospital, and now they're all sitting in wheelchairs. I heard it will take them at least half a year to recover. Qi Chen, don't worry. The deaf guy has no ability to retaliate against you right now, and even if he had the ability, with 10 times more courage, he wouldn't dare to think about retaliating. After all, with your relationship with Director Yao, clearing out a small underground casino like his is just a matter of thought. Listening to Rong Li's words, Qi Chen realized he had misunderstood and smiled as he explained. Rongge, I'm not afraid of him retaliating. I actually have something I want him to handle. Rong Li asked curiously, oh, what do you want him to do? You could just tell me directly. Qi Chen shook his head and said, to untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. It's most appropriate to let the deaf guy handle this matter. How about this? I'll come over to find you now. We need to talk to the deaf guy in person about this. Hearing that Qi Chen was coming over, Rong Li's face showed a look of surprise as he said, alright, hurry over. Come here to take a shower and get a massage, let you experience the special projects of my brother's entertainment city. Qi Chen smiled helplessly, hung up the phone, and drove straight to Rong Li's entertainment city. Chapter 151, The True Gambler. In the city center of Rongqing, there are countless high-rise buildings, and numerous modern CBDs support the glamorous side of this city. However, just a street away from these skyscrapers is the urban village near the city center of Rongqing. In stark contrast to the shiny CBDs are the alleys filled with sewage, the weary faces of the lowest-level workers, and the small motels flashing with worn-out neon lights. These small motels are more like rental houses than hotels. Each room has only a small window, allowing a few pitiful rays of sunlight to stream in at noon, making the entire room appear very dark and damp. At this moment, Zhang Yasi's brother, Zhang Shuai, was in one of these rental houses. He held several lottery tickets in one hand and a phone in the other, nervously staring at the numbers on the screen. 61,431. Zhang Shuai murmured a string of numbers, and his expression grew increasingly sullen. He didn't finish reading the numbers before he slammed the lottery ticket onto the ground, then stomped on it a couple of times in frustration, cursing loudly. Damn it, didn't win again. A 50 yuan ticket, not even a hair. My luck has really hit rock bottom lately. In the corner of this rented room, there were dozens of similar lottery tickets, clearly indicating that this wasn't Zhang Shuai's first time buying them, and judging by his destitute state, his luck had been consistently poor. Once his attention shifted from the lottery ticket, Zhang Shuai felt a wave of hunger wash over him, and his stomach audibly protested. In hopes of striking it rich overnight, he had spent all the money he had on lottery tickets, leaving him without even a single yuan for a meal. He was a complete gambler. Ah, if I had known, I shouldn't have acted so high and mighty. I should have just taken my sister's living expenses card. If I had bought lottery tickets with the over 1,000 yuan in there, what if I won the jackpot? I'd be set. Zhang Shuai sighed, suppressing his hunger, and lay down on the bed, covering his head with a dirty, damp blanket, hoping to sleep through the hunger. However, just as he lay down, a middle-aged woman's voice erupted from outside the door. Which shameless person stole my underwear again? If I catch you, I'll tear your face apart. The voice belonged to a plump woman in her 40s, who was cursing in the hallway after losing 2 pairs of underwear that she had hung out to dry on the rooftop. Zhang Shuai perked up, like a thief, lifting his pillow to retrieve a pair of underwear much larger than his face, grinning as he slipped it under the blanket. As the old wooden bed creaked and swayed, Zhang Shuai muttered to himself, I've had enough of this poor life. This time, I must get a large sum of money from that guy Chichen, so I can recoup my losses at the casino and rise back to the peak of my life. But if I really can't get money from Chichen, I'll find a way to trick Zhang Yasi into the casino and sell her. With a bear that big, she should fetch a good price. Now that I know how to cheat at the casino, as long as I have a little bit of capital, I can win back everything I've lost. With such thoughts, Zhang Shuai's body suddenly trembled, and the feeling of hunger and cold washed over him again. He wearily closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long it had been when he was suddenly jolted awake by his phone ringing. The caller was an unfamiliar number. Zhang Shuai hesitated for a moment before choosing to answer. Hello, who is it? What do you want? Abruptly awakened, Zhang Shuai was in a foul mood, and his tone was quite harsh. However, the person on the other end seemed unfazed and calmly said, Hello, is this Zhang Shuai, Zhang Yasi's brother? Surprised that someone was calling from his sister's side, Zhang Shuai paused and asked, That's right, I'm Zhang Shuai. Who are you? The voice on the other end smiled lightly and said, I'm Chi Chen, Zhang Yasi's friend, the person you want her to find. Here he comes. Instantly, Zhang Shuai's heart jolted, the drowsiness evaporated, and a wave of excitement surged within him. Struggling to control his excited tone, Zhang Shuai replied, How did you get my number? Did my sister tell you? Chi Chen didn't directly answer his question but said, She told me everything about you. Isn't it just about money? I've got plenty. The conditions you proposed are all fine, I can agree to everything. Compared to Zhang Yasi, what is this little money? Where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up right away. Hearing Chi Chen's nonchalant tone about money, Zhang Shuai's heart was instantly filled with ecstasy. Sure enough, Chi Chen had inappropriate thoughts about his sister. As long as he wanted his sister, he would have to obediently offer a large sum of money. I didn't expect my luck in the lottery to be bad, but in this matter, my luck is off the charts. That sister who listens to me actually found such a wealthy guy for herself. It seems my bad luck is about to end. From today on, I will definitely turn my fortunes around, with good luck following me, and I will dominate the casino. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Shuai's mind like lightning, and he hurriedly said, I'm near Wanda Plaza, just send someone to pick me up there. Chi Chen nodded and said, Okay, someone will call you in 20 minutes. Just get in their car when the time comes. After saying that, Chi Chen hung up the phone, and beside him, Rong Li excitedly asked, Did he take the bait? Chi Chen nodded and said to Rong Li, Brother Rong, I won't go to pick him up personally. Please send someone to Wanda Plaza to get him. Rong Li nodded in agreement and said to his trusted aide Lu Liang, who was beside him, Liangzi, it's your turn to work hard. Go to Wanda Plaza and bring him back. Lu Liang was Rong Li's trusted aide, his right-hand man. Although the weather was still hot, he meticulously wore a black suit that concealed his muscular physique. Upon hearing Rong Li's order, Lu Liang didn't waste any words, just nodded and said, Okay, then turned and left, driving a Mercedes from the entertainment city towards the direction of Wanda Plaza where Zhang Shuai was. Chapter 152, Get up where you fell through the phone. Zhang Shuai found the black Mercedes S600 that Lu Liang had parked by the roadside. Looking at this luxury car worth over 2 million, Zhang Shuai's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but marvel again at how rich Chi Chen really was. Sitting in the back seat of the Mercedes, on the way to the entertainment city, Zhang Shuai curiously turned on the seat's electric massage while asking Lu Liang, who was driving, Hey, Driver, are you Chi Chen's little brother? What does your boss Chi Chen do? How come he is so rich? Where are we going in this car? However, faced with Zhang Shuai's series of questions, Lu Liang remained focused on driving, completely ignoring Zhang Shuai in the back seat. Just a lousy driver, what's there to be proud of? Once I become your boss's brother-in-law, the first thing I'll do is fire you. Zhang Shuai felt displeased and muttered under his breath, while also dreaming of a better life ahead. Before long, the Mercedes arrived at the entrance of the former Nostalgia Entertainment City. Looking at the resplendent building, Zhang Shuai's eyes widened in surprise as he asked Lu Liang, "What is this place? Is this building Chi Chen's?" Lu Liang remained as cold as ever, not answering Zhang Shuai's question, only coldly saying, "The boss is waiting for you upstairs, follow me." Soon, Zhang Shuai followed Lu Liang to the top floor of the former Nostalgia Entertainment City. Upon opening the door, Lu Liang saw two men sitting on the sofa ahead. One was portly with a greasy face, and the other was very young and strikingly handsome. Which one of these two is Chi Chen? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shuai bent down from a distance and rushed towards Rongli, flattering as he spoke. "You must be Chi Chen, right? I've often heard your name from my sister." Little did he know, the portly, greasy man shook his head and pointed to the handsome young man beside him. "You've got the wrong person, he is Chi Chen, I'm just his little brother." Zhang Shuai turned his head in disbelief, looking at Chi Chen. "Ha? You're Chi Chen? You're so young." He had no idea how old Chi Chen was. Clearly Zhang Yasi had never mentioned a word about him. Chi Chen smiled, not exposing Zhang Shuai's misunderstanding, and with a gentle smile, he said, "You must be Yasi's brother, Zhang Shuai, right? Yasi often talks about you." Seeing that Chi Chen didn't reveal his blunder, Zhang Shuai let out a sigh of relief and exaggeratedly said, "My sister and I have relied on each other since childhood. I can say I'm both her brother and her parent, working hard to raise her. And my sister has always listened to me. Whatever I say, she will follow. If I tell her you are the right match for her, she will definitely listen to me and be with you." Looking at Zhang Shuai, who was rambling on, Chi Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Zhang Yasi respects you greatly? Listens to you? If it weren't for the video that the girl secretly recorded, I might have been fooled by you. You even dared to hit your own sister, forcing her to sell her body to Chi Chen to fund your gambling. Such a person can be said to be utterly inhumane." Although Chi Chen was utterly disgusted with Zhang Shuai, he maintained a calm demeanor, smiling as he said, "Yasi has already told me everything, she has promised to be with me. Since that's the case, I will fulfill all your requests." Upon hearing Chi Chen's words, an uncontrollable smile appeared on Zhang Shuai's face as he excitedly rubbed his hands and said to Chi Chen, "Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and give me the money." Zhang Shuai had become a complete gambler, and at this moment, his addiction was flaring up. He wanted to quickly get money from Chi Chen to go to the casino and win back everything he had lost. However, Chi Chen shook his head and said, "We're all family now, why the rush? How about taking a shower and changing clothes here first, then I'll take you to the casino for a few rounds." Zhang Shuai hadn't changed clothes or bathed for quite some time, and even from a distance, one could smell a strange odor coming from him. Moreover, he was hungry, so being able to shower and eat something to relax was naturally great. However, ever since Chi Chen had taken the initiative to contact him, Zhang Shuai believed that his bad luck had finally turned around, and the terrible luck that had plagued him was gone, replaced by good fortune. So, superstitious Zhang Shuai, despite his growling stomach, directly refused Chi Chen's kindness, saying eagerly, "No need for a shower, let's go to the casino and play a few rounds first. Brother-in-law, you have no idea, my gambling skills are among the best in Rome City, just give me a little capital, and I can win back everything I lost." Hearing Zhang Shuai's choice, Chi Chen was not surprised at all. After all, Zhang Shuai was a complete gambler. Once the addiction hit, even the King of Heaven couldn't stop him, and he would become unrecognizable, willing to sell his wife or daughter just to place another bet at the gambling table. Chi Chen pretended to show admiration on his face, praising him as he spoke. "Your poison skills are actually this powerful? Then I must witness it. Since you don't want to relax here, let's head straight to the casino. You lost a huge sum of money at the deaf man's casino before, so now we're going back to the deaf man's casino. We'll get back up from where we fell, how about that?" Hearing Chi Chen suddenly mention the deaf man, Zhang Shuai immediately felt a surge of hatred, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "That time, I had already won several million at the deaf man's casino. If it weren't for the deaf man sending someone to cheat, how could I have lost? But this time, I already know their cheating methods. As long as I'm prepared, they won't succeed. I can also dominate in their casino and win back a hefty sum." Mentioning gambling, Zhang Shuai instantly became extremely excited. Although he was starving and his skin was tight against his bones, there was an astonishing gleam in his eyes. At this moment, Zhang Shuai was ambitious. With enough capital, he was sure he could win back everything he had lost at the deaf man's casino. Chapter 153, I share no common ground with gambling and drugs. The deaf man's casino is called an underground casino, partly because it cannot be seen in the light and must always exist in darkness. Secondly, because this casino is really underground. The first floor of this casino is an unremarkable restaurant, with mediocre business, but its parking lot is often filled with all kinds of luxury cars. Going around the restaurant and entering an underground passage through a side door, after passing through 2 or 3 security checks, one can take the elevator down to the depths of the casino. Zhang Shuai had been here many times before, and each time he was thoroughly searched by the fierce-looking security guards, he would feel a chill run down his spine. However, this time, following Chi-Chen back here, several little brothers were already waiting at the entrance, guiding Chi-Chen, Rongli, and him into the underground casino. The previously tedious search process seemed to not exist in front of Chi-Chen. Those originally arrogant and fierce bodyguards all showed humble and flattering smiles to Chi-Chen. This is too exaggerated, right? These once fearsome security guards are actually behaving like little kittens in front of Chi-Chen? What kind of identity does this Chi-Chen have to make these casino bullies treat him with such respect? As a gambler being chased for debts, many of Zhang Shuai's messages were hearsay. He only learned that Chi-Chen had helped him resolve his gambling debts through others. As for how Chi-Chen helped him settle the huge gambling debts, Zhang Shuai was unaware. If he knew that Chi-Chen had actually broken the hands and feet of the deaf man and his subordinates out of anger, it would be uncertain whether he would still have the courage to ask Chi-Chen for money. After all, up to this point, in Zhang Shuai's eyes, Chi-Chen was still a rich and easily deceived fool. They smoothly entered the underground casino, and as the elevator doors slid open, a scene of chaos and madness appeared before them. The underground casino was unusually large, and in the spacious hall, many scantily clad women were strutting exaggerated catwalks, weaving through the crowd to serve drinks and snacks to the gamblers. They paid no mind to the occasional groping hands, instead responding with knowing smiles. In the center of the hall were several large, luxurious gambling tables covered in green felt. On one side of the gambling table stood a series of alluring dealers, their fitted suits perfectly accentuating their curvaceous figures, while the pristine white gloves on their hands brought a touch of solemnity to the otherwise restless gaming table. Sensual dealers dealt cards face to face. It was Chi-Chen's first time in such a place. He stepped out of the elevator with enthusiasm, curiously surveying his surroundings and taking in the sights with great interest. Almost as soon as Chi-Chen exited the elevator, a group of people who had been waiting there approached him. Among them were several dressed in casino staff uniforms. At the center of the crowd sat a figure in a wheelchair. It was the deaf man whose arm and leg Chi-Chen had broken. The deaf man sat in the wheelchair, one leg wrapped in bandages propped up in front of him, while his other arm was encased in a thick plaster cast, tied with a rope around his neck. Is this the deaf man? Upon recognizing the identity of the disabled man in the wheelchair, Zhang Shuai couldn't help but be startled. He knew all too well who the deaf man was. He had many vicious underlings and operated several underground casinos. Tales circulated in the underworld about how he had wiped out entire families. In Zhang Shuai's mind, the deaf man was among the most ruthless and vicious people in the world. But he never expected that such a brutal figure would be so severely injured, reduced to recuperating in a wheelchair. Who could be so ruthless as to injure the underground boss of several casinos to this extent? It was simply unfathomable. Watching the deaf man being pushed over in his wheelchair by his subordinates, Zhang Shuai was momentarily dumbfounded. However, what surprised him even more was that the deaf man, who always regarded himself as a big shot and treated most people in this world with disdain, actually wore a fawning smile when facing Chi-Chen. Indeed, that smile was one of flattery. Not only flattery, but there also seemed to be a hint of fear on his face. Young Master Chi, I'm truly sorry, I've sustained some injuries and cannot rise to greet you. Is there something you need from me during your visit to my establishment? The deaf man in the wheelchair wore a fawning expression. Given his enthusiastic demeanor, if his injuries were even slightly less severe, he would have struggled to rise from the wheelchair to welcome Chi-Chen. Chi-Chen waved his hand dismissively and casually replied, "It's nothing serious, I just brought a friend to your casino for some fun. Let me introduce you, this is Zhang Shuai, my good brother. When he comes to play in the future, make sure to treat him well. Don't use your usual tricks for dealing with gamblers on my good brother, understood?" The deaf man quickly nodded with a beaming smile, then turned to Zhang Shuai and said, "So you're Zhang Shuai, right? I'll remember that. From now on, whenever you come to my casino, all drinks and other expenses will be on the house, and the rake when exchanging chips will also be waived." For a seasoned gambler who frequented casinos, the rake was already quite high, accumulating over the years to a significant expense and an important source of income for the casino. It was unexpected that Qi Chen, simply by virtue of his presence, had the deaf man waive all future rake fees for Zhang Shuai. Watching the deaf man be so attentive to him, Zhang Shuai felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Although Zhang Shuai had visited this casino many times before, his encounters with the deaf man were few and far between. As the casino owner, the deaf man always carried himself with an air of superiority, and as an ordinary gambler, Zhang Shuai had never had any interaction with him. Yet now, the deaf man was no longer exuding that aloof demeanor. Instead, he was bowing and scraping before him, bowing in front and being respectful behind. All of this stemmed from Qi Chen's identity beside him. However, in response to the deaf man's goodwill, Qi Chen merely nodded lightly and said, "Deaf man, I'll transfer you some money. You give Zhang Shuai 500,000 in chips first, let him enjoy himself." The deaf man readily agreed, taking a handful of colorful chips from his subordinate and stuffing them into Zhang Shuai's hands, saying to Qi Chen, "Young Master Qi, your coming here to play is already giving me face. How could I still ask you for money?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuai's breath quickened. This was 500,000 in chips, which, converted to RMB, filled a whole bag. He never expected the deaf man would so casually give it directly to Qi Chen. However, to Zhang Shuai's astonishment, in response to the deaf man's goodwill, Qi Chen actually shook his head and said, "That won't do. One thing at a time. When you come to the casino to play, you naturally use your own money to exchange for chips, otherwise, it loses its meaning. Lu Liang, go to the front desk and exchange 500,000 in chips for Zhang Shuai." Zhang Shuai's expression remained unchanged, merely nodding in agreement. He then returned from the front desk and said to Qi Chen, "The 500,000 has been paid." Only then did Qi Chen nod in satisfaction and turn to Zhang Shuai, saying, "Handsome guy, this 500,000 is my treat to you. Play freely, enjoy yourself." Holding the chips worth 500,000, Zhang Shuai's hands trembled with excitement. The generosity of Qi Chen, starting with 500,000, was somewhat beyond Zhang Shuai's expectations, making his tone involuntarily become more flattering when facing Qi Chen. Thank you. With this 500,000, I can definitely turn my luck around and win back all the money I lost. Once I win, I will definitely return this 500,000 to you intact." Qi Chen shook his head, smiling as he said, "No need to return it, just have fun." With the chips in hand, Zhang Shuai couldn't wait to rush into the center of the casino, ready to wreak havoc with his chips. However, the last shred of rationality made him ask Qi Chen before leaving, "Do you want to come down and play a few hands too?" Qi Chen shook his head, his expression serious as he said, Qi Chen, will never share the same sky with gambling and drugs in this lifetime." Chapter 154, Luck is on the rise. Although the deaf man's underground casino couldn't compare to the world-famous casinos in Macau, it was small but complete. Most of the games found in Macau could also be seen here at the deaf man's place. In several corners of the casino, there were rows of slot machines, their screens flashing with colorful lights. Around the perimeter of the casino, there were games like blackjack, roulette, and even dice games, with many people gathered there, the atmosphere lively. In the center of the casino were several neatly arranged green gaming tables. The game being played at the tables was a relatively high-skill game called Shuaha. The gameplay of Shuaha is similar to the now globally popular Texas Hold'em, and can be seen as a simplified version of it. However, the rules of Texas Hold'em are more complex and competitive, making it harder for the average person to master. Therefore, in the deaf man's casino, Shuaha became the most prestigious and popular gambling game. Feeling the bustling atmosphere of the casino and the sound of chips clinking together, Zhang Shuai closed his eyes in ecstasy, took a deep breath, and smiled as he murmured to himself, "I'm back, it's all back. With these 500,000 in chips, I can definitely win back everything I've lost." He then excitedly approached a gaming table, holding a full 500,000 in various chips. "I want to join too, deal me in for the next round." At this moment, Zhang Shuai's hair was greasy and matted from not showering or changing clothes for a long time, and he emitted an unpleasant odor that made the other gamblers at the table glance over in disdain. Where did this degenerate gambler come from? Usually, those who show up to gamble in such disheveled attire are the ones who have already lost all their wealth. The meager chips they hold are not enough to qualify for a high-stakes table. After all, games like this require players to have chips of similar value. However, when these gamblers saw the 50,000 chips in Zhang Shuai's arms, they were all taken aback. This degenerate gambler actually had so much money? Their gazes shifted from contempt to fervor. Based on their experience, he was a desperate gambler who might have just sold his last house for this pile of colorful chips. Such an opponent was exactly what they loved. At that moment, Zhang Shuai clearly appeared to them as a lamb ready for slaughter. However, as a few rounds passed, the expressions of the gamblers sitting at the same table as Zhang Shuai began to change. They realized that although Zhang Shuai looked disheveled and his demeanor was wild, fitting all the characteristics of a degenerate gambler. His play was calm, his judgment accurate, and his skills surprisingly good. Coupled with his remarkable luck, it wasn't long before the chips in front of him nearly doubled, approaching $1 million. I've turned my luck around. I've finally turned my luck around. Today in this casino, I'm unstoppable. Watching the increasing number of chips in front of him, Zhang Shuai was excited and fervent. He casually pulled a nearby bunny girl closer, took a 5,000 chip, and stuffed it into her top, then leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. Receiving a sizable chip, the bunny girl smiled in satisfaction, unfazed by Zhang Shuai's strange odor, and kissed his stubbled face, making him burst into laughter. Heaven did not give birth to me, Zhang Dashuai. The gambling path is as long as the night. I, Zhang Shuai, was born for this casino. This is the charm of gambling. This is the power of money. With a face full of triumph, Zhang Shuai sat at the table, ready to continue gambling. At that moment, Qichen walked over and said to Zhang Shuai, "Hey handsome, how's the game going? Are you having fun?" Zhang Shuai's eyes were fixed on the dealer's hands across the table, and he nodded, saying, "Awesome. Brother Qichen, did you see how I'm dominating the table? Do you want to sit down and play a couple of rounds with me?" Qichen smiled and shook his head, saying, "No need to play together. I've never had good luck. After playing for so long, are you tired? Let's go take a shower and grab a bite to eat." Generally speaking, after winning so much money at a casino, they wouldn't let you leave easily, they would want you to play a few more rounds. However, because of Qichen's presence, even if Zhang Shuai immediately got up to exchange his winnings for cash, no one from the casino would stop him. But at that moment, Zhang Shuai's eyes were glued to the cards just dealt by the dealer, and he impatiently replied to Qichen's suggestion, "Leave? My luck is great right now, why would I leave? Just watch, I'll win back everything I lost here in no time." As Zhang Shuai pinched the cards in his palm, slowly peeling back the corners to check his whole cards, Qichen let out a cold laugh. "If you leave now, I guarantee you can take home the 500,000 you just won." With this 500,000, it is enough for Zhang Shuai to leave the gambling sea and start a new life. However, getting the gambling-addicted Zhang Shuai to leave the table is harder than killing him. Since this is your own choice, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qichen slowly reined in the smile on his face and gave a glance to the deaf man sitting in a wheelchair not far away, who had been watching this side. The deaf man immediately understood and said something to the younger brother beside him. The younger brother nodded and quickly left, blending into the noisy crowd of the casino. Then, the deaf man took a walkie-talkie from another younger brother's hand, and after saying a few words, the stunning dealer responsible for Zhang Shuai's table glanced over here and suddenly nodded. Unbeknownst to him, the chips in front of Zhang Shuai had increased significantly, almost doubling again to 2 million. The gamblers sitting beside him had quietly changed. The few familiar figures from the beginning had long disappeared, replaced by several unfamiliar faces. At this moment, Zhang Shuai, whose brain was extremely excited, didn't pay attention to this, as a gambler who lost all his chips had to leave the table. Naturally, the empty seats would be occupied by other gamblers. However, Zhang Shuai did not expect that the few gamblers sitting beside him were all hidden agents of the casino. And the beautiful and sexy dealer had a tiny earpiece hidden in her ear, almost undetectable from the outside. In this entire game, only Zhang Shuai himself was a real gambler. The others were part of a seamlessly coordinated team. As the first card was dealt, a hidden net was slowly closing in on Zhang Shuai. Chapter 155, All in. I bet 500,000 on this hand. After checking his whole cards, Zhang Shuai tried hard to suppress the excitement on his face and pushed a pile of colorful chips to the center of the table. In this hand, Zhang Shuai had 4 kings, almost the largest hand in the all-in game. Among other combinations, only 4 aces could beat him. However, the probability of getting 4 kings was already very low. How could there be another combination of 4 aces in the same round? Therefore, Zhang Shuai instinctively felt that his 4 kings were the strongest presence at this table. With such an incredible hand, if he didn't take the opportunity to win a large sum, Zhang Shuai felt he would be letting down his extraordinary luck. When he saw the other 2 gamblers follow his bet of 500,000, Zhang Shuai could no longer suppress the greedy excitement on his face. He pushed all the chips on his table forward like a waterfall into the center and loudly declared, 2 million, all in. In this round, Zhang Shuai had only one last chance to raise the bet, and he decisively wagered all the chips in front of him. If his 2 opponents chose to fold, Zhang Shuai could happily accept the bets they had left on the table, which was the 500,000 they had called on the previous card. If these 2 opponents chose to go all in like him, Zhang Shuai would naturally welcome that. After all, he had a combination of 4 kings, an almost invincible hand. Sure enough, Zhang Shuai went all in with chips worth nearly 2.5 million, startling the other 2 gamblers. One of them thought for a moment and chose to fold, preferring to lose the previous bet of 500,000 rather than follow up with the 2 million. After all, losing less is winning. The other gambler did not choose to fold but calmly tapped his cards on the table twice and said to the dealer, 2 million, I call. Seeing someone so stubborn daring to bet alongside him, Zhang Shuai's face instantly lit up with joy. He no longer concealed his excitement and slammed the cards in his hand onto the gambling table, speaking with spirited confidence. 2 million in a showdown, and you dare to follow? I have 4 kings and a queen. I don't believe your hand can beat mine. Ah, all your chips are mine now. I can win over 3 million in one hand. My luck is really good. At this moment, Zhang Shuai, full of himself, patted the shoulder of Chi-Chun, who had not yet left, and said, Little brother Chi-Chun, have you seen my gambling skills? Don't worry, I'll win back everything I lost here soon. When that happens, I'll pay you back the 500,000 I borrowed right away. With money in his pocket, Zhang Shuai's previous dejected state had long vanished, and his tone was much more assertive when facing Chi-Chun. However, before Chi-Chun could respond, another gambler who had also gone all in smiled and said, Brother, you're too happy too soon. 4 kings is a strong hand, but it's not invincible. My hand is 4 aces with a queen. Sorry, but it just barely beats yours. After saying this, the gambler laid his cards one by one on the table. What? This is impossible. The once triumphant expression on Zhang Shuai's face drained of color in an instant. He rushed to the other gambler, leaning over the cards in disbelief. How is it possible to have both 4 kings and 4 aces in the same round? Such a combination can only happen in movies. How could it occur in reality? You must be cheating, right? You set up a hand with 4 kings to lure me into betting heavily, and then he swoops in to take my money. No way, this round doesn't count. You are cheating. Originally, winning the 3 million would have pushed Zhang Shuai's chips over 5 million. But this sudden defeat left his chips at 0. Such a drastic turn of events threw Zhang Shuai's mindset off balance, and he began shouting at the table. However, the sexy dealer was not swayed by Zhang Shuai's antics. She swept all the chips on the table to the other gambler and, with a face that was usually sweetly smiling now cold as frost, said, Sir, you were winning before this round. Why didn't you say we were cheating then? Just because you lost one round, you want to slander our casino? No one forced you to bet, you chose to go all in. Now that you've lost everything, you want to back out? This is impossible. Watching his chips being slowly taken away by the dealer, Zhang Shuai's heart bled, as if someone were slicing away at his heart. He hurriedly turned to Chi-Chen and said, Chi-Chen, they must be cheating, stealing my money. They respect you so much. You should go find the deaf guy and get my money back quickly. At this moment, Chi-Chen showed a hesitant expression and said, But I think the dealer is right. You were winning so many rounds before, why didn't you say they were cheating? Now you just lost one round and claim they are cheating. Without evidence, it's hard for me to do anything. Seeing that Chi-Chen couldn't help him recover his lost chips, Zhang Shuai could only plead, Can you lend me a little more money? You've seen my gambling skills, it won't take many hands for me to turn things around and win back what I just lost. That last bet was indeed my greed, but as long as I play steadily from now on, I'm sure I can win. At this moment, Zhang Shuai's last remaining shred of rationality had been completely overwhelmed by the desire to gamble. He desperately pleaded with Chi-Chen, hoping to get another sum of money to bet. However, Chi-Chen shook his head and said, Handsome, I don't have any spare cash on me right now. How about this? Let's leave here first, have a meal, and rest well for the night. We can come back tomorrow. By tomorrow, I'll have a payment coming in, and I'll give it to you directly as your betting capital for tomorrow. Zhang Shuai, who had already lost his senses, was unwilling to leave. He felt that his luck was currently on a roll, and with just a little bit of capital, he could immediately turn things around. Just then, the deaf man in a wheelchair was pushed over by his subordinates and said, Brother Zhang Shuai, how about this? I'll lend you some money on behalf of the casino. Once you win back your losses, just pay me back. If you can pay me back today, I won't charge you any fees. But if you can't pay me back today, then I'll have to charge you interest. Overjoyed at the prospect of continuing to gamble, Zhang Shuai gratefully said to the deaf man, Thank you, Brother Long, you're so generous. Don't worry, once I turn things around, I'll pay you back immediately. Brother Long, how much can you lend me? The deaf man waved his hand and said grandly, With Chi-Chen's backing, you can borrow as much as you want. How about this? I'll lend you 3 million in one go. Is that enough? Generally speaking, for a gambler like Zhang Shuai, the casino would only lend a maximum of 10,000 to 20,000. Under Chi-Chen's influence, the deaf man actually lent Zhang Shuai 3 million directly, which surprised him greatly, and he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Long, thank you, Brother Chi-Chen. With this 3 million, I'll be able to turn things around quickly. Don't worry, I'll pay you back right away. After saying that, Zhang Shuai took the chips handed to him by the deaf man's subordinate and excitedly returned to the gambling table he had just lost at. This table was Zhang Shuai's lucky spot. Here, his luck was excellent. Losing all his chips just now was merely a moment of greed and a mistake in operation. You get back up from where you fell. Thus, Zhang Shuai returned to that table full of chips, excitedly placing bets with the borrowed 3 million. However, what Zhang Shuai didn't see was that behind him, Shi Chen and the deaf man exchanged a knowing glance, both wearing meaningful smiles. Chapter 156, Two choices for you. Zhang Shuai's judgment was not wrong. The casino was indeed cheating. Moreover, the cheating was specifically targeted at him. This was a trap that Shi Chen had set for him in advance. If Zhang Shuai could restrain his greed just a little, he could have earned tens or even hundreds of thousands, living a decent and wealthy life from then on. However, this option does not exist in the world of gamblers. Just as Shi Chen had anticipated, it wasn't long before Zhang Shuai lost all the 3 million he borrowed from the deaf man. No matter how lucky one person is or how skilled they are at gambling, they cannot compete against dozens of people working together in a casino. In fact, after losing the 3 million, Zhang Shuai was not disheartened and wanted to borrow more money from the deaf man, hoping to turn things around. The final result was that within an hour, Zhang Shuai lost all 8 million he had borrowed from the deaf man. According to their previous agreement, if the 8 million could be paid back on the same day, the deaf man would not charge any fees. But if it couldn't be paid back that day, then the deaf man would charge Zhang Shuai interest. The interest on loans from the casino is extremely high. This 8 million in gambling debt generates an unimaginable amount of interest every day. Zhang Shuai, who has lost all 8 million, looks ashen, his hands and feet beginning to tremble uncontrollably. It is a reaction of hunger, guilt, and fear combined, manifesting in his body. At that moment, the deaf man, sitting in a wheelchair and pushed by his underling, is brought before Zhang Shuai. His expression is no longer friendly as it was at first, but has turned cold and fierce as usual. Zhang Shuai, you borrowed 8 million from me, and now you've lost it all. How do you plan to repay this debt? Seeing the deaf man's hostile attitude, which is in stark contrast to the courtesy he had shown upon Zhang Shuai's arrival, a heavy feeling sinks in Zhang Shuai's heart. He looks to Qi Chen for help, saying, "Brother Qi Chen, can you lend me the 8 million for now? I promise to pay you back once I win." The deaf man's viciousness makes Zhang Shuai too afraid to mention defaulting on the debt, so he can only turn to Qi Chen, hoping that his sister's boyfriend can help him through this crisis. However, Qi Chen's attitude has changed drastically compared to when he first met Zhang Shuai. Initially, Qi Chen was accommodating, even giving him 500,000 to gamble freely at the deaf man's casino. Now, Qi Chen's face shows no expression, his eyes cold and even slightly angry as he looks at the pleading Zhang Shuai and says coldly, "You want me to cover this 8 million? Do you think you can pay it back? Or do you see me as a fool with deep pockets?" Seeing Qi Chen's sudden change in demeanor, Zhang Shuai feels an overwhelming fear and pleads, "I will definitely pay you back once I have money. And didn't you have your eyes on my sister? My sister has always listened to me. If I make her your woman, she will definitely obey me. As long as you help me pay off this 8 million, I can call her right now and have her spend the night with you. How about that?" Zhang Yasi is Zhang Shuai's last lifeline, and in this dire situation, he does not hesitate to sell out his sister in hopes of getting Qi Chen's help to resolve the 8 million gambling debt he just incurred. As for whether he can still gain enough benefits from Qi Chen in the future, Zhang Shuai has no time to consider. He only knows that if the 8 million debt cannot be resolved, the vicious deaf man will never let him go. His life may not even be safe. However, Zhang Shuai should not have mentioned Zhang Yasi. Just as he was about to betray his sister, an expression of immense anger suddenly appeared on Qi Chen's face. In the video sent to him by Biao Biao, Qi Chen clearly saw how this Zhang Shuai, who was now begging in front of him, had been so domineering in front of Zhang Yasi. Not only did he fail to protect his sister, but he even slapped her. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Qi Chen raised his hand and struck Zhang Shuai's face with all his might. Slap! Zhang Shuai felt a shadow flash before his eyes, followed by a powerful blow to his face, causing him to see stars and fall to the ground. Qi Chen looked down from above, coldly gazing at the fallen Zhang Shuai and said, "This is for you, the slap you gave Yasi." Zhang Shuai struggled to sit up and said, "Did she tell you everything? That bitch, did she set me up here today?" Qi Chen's slap seemed to awaken Zhang Shuai. In an instant, he realized that everything happening in the casino today was a trap set up by Qi Chen and the deaf man. The goal was to draw him into the game, making him owe a hefty gambling debt once again. However, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. Hearing Zhang Shuai's resentful curses, Qi Chen hadn't said anything yet, but the deaf man, filled with rage, swung a rubber stick with his only intact arm and struck Zhang Shuai mercilessly. "Still dare to curse? If it weren't for young Master Qi, you wouldn't even be worth a dog in my eyes. Today, you must pay me back the 8 million, or I will sell your heart and lungs and still won't let you go. The deaf man harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Shuai. If he hadn't suddenly disappeared after racking up gambling debts, his underling, Red Hair, wouldn't have gone looking for Zhang Yasi. If Red Hair hadn't provoked Zhang Yasi, Chi-Chen wouldn't have broken his hands and feet, nor would he have lost 100 million to compensate Chi-Chen. As for Chi-Chen, the deaf man dared not harbor any hatred. After all, given the relationship between Chi-Chen and Yao Jianfang, wiping out his small gambling dens would be as easy as a casual remark. Thus, all the deaf man's anger and resentment were vented onto Zhang Shuai, the instigator, ignoring the pain from his own wounds as he relentlessly struck Zhang Shuai with the rubber stick until he exhausted all his strength. Stop hitting, or you'll kill me. Zhang Shuai lay on the ground, cradling his head with his arms, pleading in pain, his body covered in red bruises from the rubber stick. At that moment, he felt immense regret, questioning why he had returned to find Zhang Yasi, why he had been blinded by greed, wanting to extort money from Chi-Chen. Now, not only had he gained nothing substantial, but he had also incurred a staggering 8 million in gambling debts again. And this time, without Chi-Chen's protection, the ruthless deaf man would surely not let him off the hook. Looking at Zhang Shuai, who was gasping for breath on the ground, Chi-Chen said coldly, Zhang Shuai, this is the last time I give you two choices. First, I hand you over to the deaf man, and you two can settle your gambling debts yourselves. Hearing Chi-Chen's words, Zhang Shuai looked at the deaf man in terror. The deaf man's face was twisted with rage and hatred. If he really fell into the deaf man's hands, Zhang Shuai would likely face unimaginable abuse and torment in the days to come. So, Zhang Shuai shook his head in fear and asked, what about the second option? Chi-Chen continued, second, I will help you pay off the deaf man's gambling debt, but you must leave Zhang Yasi immediately and never appear in front of her again. From now on, you no longer have a sister named Zhang Yasi, and she will no longer have a gambling-addicted brother like you. Upon hearing that Chi-Chen could resolve his gambling debt, Zhang Shuai nodded eagerly, saying, second, I choose the second one. As long as you help me pay off this 8 million, I'll do anything you want. Chi-Chen squatted down, staring sternly into Zhang Shuai's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Good, this is your last chance. If I find out that you contact Zhang Yasi again, I will immediately return this debt to the deaf man and let him come after you. At that time, no one will be able to help you with your gambling debts, and whatever the deaf man wants to do to you, neither I nor Yasi will intervene. Then, Chi-Chen took a prepared IOU and casually tossed it onto Zhang Shuai's face, saying, sign it, then. Get lost. Ronqing Normal University. In Chi Meng's dormitory, Manhwa Chao was stretching his legs. Chi Meng lay on the bed playing with her phone, while Biao Biao was putting on makeup in front of the mirror. Although everyone was doing their own thing, it was clear that each person was absent-minded, and the atmosphere in the dormitory was as strange as it could be. Zhang Yasi sat dazed at her desk, staring blankly at the book in front of her. Zhang Shuai suddenly appeared, threatening her to ask Chi-Chen for money, which had already crossed her bottom line. No matter what, Zhang Yasi would not trouble Chi-Chen again for her brother's sake, so she outright refused Zhang Shuai on the spot. However, even though she had decided not to seek Chi-Chen's help regarding this matter, Zhang Yasi still felt anxious and unsettled. She didn't know what absurd things her brother, who had become a gambling addict, might do to get money. Previously, Zhang Shuai had threatened to expose her brother's gambling problem to the public. Now, with the release of the song The Wind Rises imminent, if such news fell into the hands of those with ill intentions and was sensationalized, hurting others in the dormitory again, she would feel like she wanted to die. Just as Zhang Yasi was worrying about this, her phone on the desk suddenly rang. Caller, brother. Seeing the text on the phone screen, Zhang Yasi's heart skipped a beat. Calling her at this time, Zhang Shuai must want to know if she had asked Chi-Chen for money. Filled with fear and worry, Zhang Yasi stared at the ringing phone. Her body felt as if it were sealed, unable to move, letting the phone hang up on its own without choosing to answer. Cici, your phone is ringing, why aren't you answering? At that moment, Biao Biao, who was putting on makeup in front of the mirror, suddenly asked. Before Zhang Yasi could respond, the phone rang again. It was still Zhang Shuai calling. Seeing Zhang Shuai's persistence, Zhang Yasi knew she couldn't avoid it any longer, so she picked up the phone, hurriedly hid on the balcony, closed the door, and then answered the call. Zhang Shuai, I told you not to call me again. I will not ask Chi-Chen for money for you. Zhang Yasi's heart was filled with fear and anger, and as soon as the call connected, she shouted into the phone to vent her emotions. She originally thought that Zhang Shuai would be furious upon hearing her words, even shouting loudly. However, on the other end of the line, Zhang Shuai's voice was unusually calm. Sister, I called to tell you that you don't need to ask Chi-Chen for money anymore. I found a job opportunity and will be going abroad to work for a while. This phone number will be temporarily unused. I will contact you once I settle down. If I don't contact you, it means I'm doing well, so you don't need to worry. Just live your own life well. Alright, that's it. I'm hanging up. Then, before Zhang Yasi could react, Zhang Shuai quickly hung up the phone. At that moment, Zhang Yasi was taken aback, staring at the phone screen that lit up after the call ended, momentarily unable to process what had just happened. Ever since Zhang Shuai became a gambling addict, all he cared about was money. Everything else could be sold off if the price was right. But now, he actually called to tell her not to ask Chi-Chen for money? Was the sun rising in the west? Regardless of the reason, the matter was resolved, and Zhang Yasi felt a sense of relief wash over her, a relaxed smile appearing on her face as she put away her phone and returned to the dormitory. Seeing Zhang Yasi smile, Biao Biao secretly opened her phone and sent a WeChat message to Chi-Chen. After answering the call, she became happy again. After sending it, Biao Biao hesitated for a moment, her long fingers tapping rapidly on the phone screen again. Brother Chi-Chen, you are so good to see. I want that too. Chapter 157, from now on, Chi-Chen will be your boss. In the end, after Zhang Shuai signed the IOU for his gambling debts, Chi-Chen still let him go. If Zhang Shuai no longer returned to harass Zhang Yasi, then this IOU would never be used. But if Zhang Shuai continues to harass Zhang Yasi, then this IOU will be his death warrant. Once the matter was settled, Chi-Chen was also ready to leave. However, just before he left, Ronli suddenly spoke up. Chi-Chen, I see you often go to various occasions alone, which isn't good. How about this? I'll send someone with you, what do you think? Chi-Chen was a bit surprised. Send me someone? Rong-ge, although I'm not married yet, I'm not lacking in female companions. You wouldn't be trying to set me up with a blind date, would you? I'm still young and don't want to get married too early. There was one thing Chi-Chen didn't say, he still wanted to spread his DNA as much as possible so that his grandchildren could be born smoothly. Ronli laughed heartily, waving his hand. Chi-Chen, where are you thinking? The person I'm talking about isn't a female companion, but someone who can be by your side at all times, ensuring your safety. I'll send you a bodyguard and driver who will provide you with close protection every day. Are you willing? Misunderstanding Ron Li's intention and thinking he was looking for a female companion for him, Chi-Chen felt a bit embarrassed. However, upon hearing Ron Li's words, Chi-Chen's eyes lit up, forgetting the earlier awkwardness, and said, Rong-ge, that hits the nail on the head. I've always wanted to find a suitable driver and bodyguard, but I just haven't found the right candidate. Your connections are much broader than mine, so please help me find a suitable person? Ronli nodded, waved his hand to the side, and soon, Lu Liang, dressed in a black suit and with a strong build, came before him. Chi-Chen, from now on, I plan to have Lu Liang follow you as your driver and provide close protection for your safety. After Ronli finished speaking, not only Chi-Chen but even Lu Liang himself was taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. Patting Lu Liang on the shoulder, Ronli looked at him with a fatherly appreciation and continued, Lu Liang has been by my side since birth, raised by me, so he is like my half-son. He has been with me for over 20 years, and his loyalty goes without saying. Moreover, his skills are sufficient to ensure your safety. Chi-Chen's face still showed uncontainable astonishment as he asked, Rong-ge, I know Lu Liang is your right-hand man and very capable, but if you assign him to me, what will you do? Ronli laughed heartily and said, in the entire Rongqing, I, Ronli, have a bit of a reputation. Generally, there are very few who oppose me. Besides, I've passed the age of fighting and killing. Having Lu Liang by my side is a waste of talent. It's better for him to follow you, where he can protect you while also broadening his horizons. Seeing that Ronli had made a decision, Lu Liang swallowed hard, a conflicted expression flashing across his face before he regained his composure, choosing to comply directly and calmly said, All right, boss. I will quickly find a suitable candidate to take over my current work. Ronli smiled and pointed at Chi-Chen in front of him. All right, but it's no longer appropriate for you to call me boss. From now on, Chi-Chen is your boss. Ilion Real Estate, Chairman's office. In the center of the room, two people stood as if being punished. One was Joey Tong, and the other was Wang Zhe, who accompanied him to the land auction. Both looked anxious, their heads bowed, staring at the floor, not daring to face the fury coming from the desk across from them. Behind the large desk sat Joey Tong's father, the chairman of Ilion Real Estate, Zhou Xiaolian. At this moment, his face was extremely grim, and his gaze towards Joey Tong was filled with barely concealed anger and disappointment. Before you went to the land auction, I repeatedly urged you to do whatever it takes to secure Plot 3 for me, because Plot 3 is in the city center, the best location. If we can successfully develop it, not only can we make a huge profit, but it will also solidify our Ilion Real Estate's position in the entire Rongqing real estate market. But look at what you've done. Thinking of this, Zhou Xiaolian was even more furious, grabbing the ashtray on the table and throwing it at Joey Tong. You not only treated my words as mere wind in your ears, failing to compete for plot 3, but instead, out of jealousy, you spent 500 million to buy a suddenly appeared plot 7. In the end, not only was the money for plot 7 wasted, but plot 3 was also handed over to our competitors. Joey Tong, oh Joey Tong, how did I end up with such a thing? You achieve nothing and only bring disaster. After scolding Joey Tong, Zhou Xiaoliang seemed even more unsatisfied and turned to Wang Zhe, who was standing aside, coldly saying, "And you, Wang Zhe, I asked you to accompany Joey Tong to the land auction because I was worried about his lack of experience and wanted you to keep an eye on him. But you, instead of bringing back plot 3, ended up with a worthless plot 7. That's a whole 500 million. Just like that, it's gone." Being scolded by his father, Joey Tong felt extremely displeased and defended himself, saying, "Dad, all of this was a trap set by that pair of scoundrels, Qi Chen and Lin Jing. I thought they had some hidden beneficial information behind their purchase of plot 7, but I didn't expect they bought it just to suggest making a pharmaceutical factory." Seeing Joey Tong daring to retort, Zhou Xiaoliang became even angrier and said, "You think you know? If such things could be guessed so easily, then why would I have put in so much effort to have you get close to Lin Jing? You ended up not only failing to win over Lin Jing but also becoming her enemy. I thought you had a way with girls since you've gotten so many of them pregnant, but it turns out you're useless even at that. Enough, don't show your face in front of me anymore, just get out." Hearing Zhou Xiaoliang's words, the two felt as if they had been granted amnesty and quickly turned to leave the chairman's office as if fleeing for their lives. Once outside his father's room, Joey Tong let out a deep breath. Remembering the instigator of his father's scolding, his gaze turned even colder and darker. "Qi Chen, you keep ruining my plans, and since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless." People like Joey Tong never reflect on their own mistakes, instead, they frantically look for reasons in others. This time, he had foolishly intercepted plot 7 from Qi Chen at a huge cost, and after the insider information was revealed, Joey Tong's hatred for Qi Chen had become deeply ingrained. Now, Joey Tong was frantically thinking about how to deal with Qi Chen. Just then, someone brought him a pillow while he was dozing off. As soon as Joey Tong returned to his office, his stunning secretary walked over, swaying her curvy body, and said, "Young Master Zhou, a woman named Sunya is here to see you. She says she has something important to discuss. Since she didn't make an appointment, I could only have her wait in the reception room." Hearing the secretary's words, Joey Tong was taken aback and said, "Sunya? Isn't she Jiang Shang's girlfriend? What does she want with me?" Soon, the image of Sunya's alluring figure flashed in Joey Tong's mind, and the anger from being scolded by his father instantly transformed into desire. He leered and said, "Forget it, no matter what she wants, I'll just take the opportunity to relieve some stress first. I'll go to the meeting room for a bit. Remember to lock the door and don't let anyone in." After saying this, under the ambiguous gaze of the female secretary, Joey Tong hurriedly pushed open the door to the meeting room and walked inside. Chapter 158, Sunya's Revenge Plan. Zhou Xiao. Seeing Joey Tong enter, Sunya quickly got up from the large sofa and threw him a flirtatious glance. This time, when she came to see Joey Tong, Sunya had put a lot of effort into her appearance, even going so far as to tear open a pair of genuine Balenciaga stockings, making her look incredibly alluring. Just a glance was enough to easily stir a man's primal desires. Joey Tong was already burning with desire and, after locking the door to the meeting room, he rushed towards Sunya, pulling her into his arms and saying, "Sunya, why are you sneaking around to find me instead of waiting for your boyfriend who's in prison?" As he spoke, his hands were not idle, causing Sunya to let out a few soft gasps. As a bust that had seen better days, Sunya was not averse to Joey Tong's actions. Instead, she twisted her body like a nimble water snake, cooperating with him while gasping for breath, saying, "Zhou Xiao, you're so bad, teasing me like this as soon as you arrive. I'm really here for something important." Joey Tong reached for the hem of Sunya's skirt, tearing the stockings on her legs, and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste time." Not having time to feel sorry for her new stockings and enduring Joey Tong's wandering hands, Sunya stammered, "I came to see you, Zhou Xiao, just to report something. Do you remember Qi Chen?" Joey Tong, who had been enjoying himself behind Sunya, suddenly stopped at the mention of Qi Chen, frowning and asking, "Qi Chen? Of course, I remember him. I not only remember him, but I also want to take revenge on him. But why are you suddenly bringing him up? What does it have to do with your visit today?" Feeling Joey Tong's hatred for Qi Chen, Sunya's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly said, "Last time we had dinner, I could tell you didn't like him. Just recently, Qi Chen came to the sales hall where I work to buy a house, spending nearly 200 million to purchase the most luxurious villa in Chirong International. Qi Chen is actually that rich? The standalone villas in Chirong International are notoriously expensive. Even the Zhou family, who make a living in real estate, couldn't afford a separate villa there. I can't believe Chi-Chen got there first again. Thinking of this, Joey Tong felt a wave of frustration and frowned, asking, so what? You came all the way here just to tell me this? Sunya shook her head. Although she felt nothing, she pretended to gasp for breath to cater to Joey Tong's vanity, saying, I'm not here just for that. During the process of purchasing this villa, it wasn't me who attended to him, but a colleague of mine named Ban Chuling. In my judgment, the two must have already had the closest relationship before the villa transaction, and not just once. I remember Chi-Chen's relationship with Lin Jing was quite close, right? As long as we keep an eye on Ban Chuling and find a way to gather evidence of her relationship with Chi-Chen, we can send that evidence to Lin Jing. This way, the relationship between Lin Jing and Chi-Chen will surely break down, and you, Zhou Xiao, can take the opportunity to win Lin Jing's heart back. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. To take revenge on Chi-Chen, Sunya had even devised a meticulous revenge plan, even willing to engage with Joey Tong. Originally, Joey Tong was scolded mercilessly by his father because of Chi-Chen. Now that he suddenly had a way to take revenge on Chi-Chen, Joey Tong was overjoyed and said, well done. If this matter can be successfully accomplished, and Chi-Chen and Lin Jing break up because of it, I will definitely remember your contribution and will not treat you unfairly. Sitting in the back seat of the Bentley, watching Lu Liang drive steadily, Chi-Chen recalled Rong Li's words. Lu Liang's background is actually quite simple. His mother was a hostess in my entertainment city, and over 20 years ago, she accidentally became pregnant with him. However, that hostess, in a moment of confusion, insisted on giving birth, and ultimately died due to complications, leaving Lu Liang all alone. As the owner of the entertainment city, I naturally couldn't just ignore him, so I treated him like my own son and had my mother raise him. He is very clear about his background and is extremely grateful to me. After learning that the dawn you developed cured his mother's illness, he wanted to repay you even more. From now on, I will no longer take the initiative to contact Lu Liang. You can rest assured about his loyalty. Lu Liang not only trained in the army for a few years when he was young, but after returning to Rongqing, I also found many famous masters in combat to train him, so I am quite confident that he can ensure your safety. Just as Chi-Chen was savoring these words in his mind, Lu Liang, who had already started the car, turned back and asked Chi-Chen, boss, where are we going? Chi-Chen, who was lost in thought about Lu Liang's background, was suddenly taken aback by this question. Yes, where was he going? Returning to the pharmaceutical factory was too far. It would take more than an hour to drive there. Although he had bought a villa, he couldn't move in yet because it wasn't ready. After thinking for a moment, Chi-Chen said to Lu Liang, first, take me to the Chirong International apartment, and then go to the villa area to see if my newly bought villa is ready for renovation. Lu Liang nodded in agreement, then set the navigation and drove towards Chirong International. At this moment, Ban Chuling, who was working in the sales hall, was forcibly shoved into a van by a group of unidentified individuals. Chapter 159, Forced to Submit. A crisis approaches. Originally, Ban Chuling was waiting for customers in the sales hall when she heard that a friend was looking for her outside, so she walked out without any defenses. Unexpectedly, while she was distracted, a fierce-looking man suddenly grabbed her and, like picking up a kitten, lifted Ban Chuling and stuffed her into a van that had been parked by the roadside, waiting. The action was so skillful that it didn't even attract the attention of passers-by. Before Ban Chuling could react to what was happening, she was lifted off the ground and directly shoved into the van. By the time she came to her senses and wanted to scream for help, the van's door was slammed shut with a whoosh, and the engine roared to life as the van shot off into the distance. Who are you? What do you want? Looking at the several burly men surrounding her, looking down at her, Ban Chuling instinctively wrapped her arms around her shoulders and asked tremulously. Being abducted by these fierce-looking men, Ban Chuling's first reaction was that she had encountered robbers. After all, last month, after selling the villa that Chi-Chen had purchased, she had become the sales champion for the quarter. The commission from the entire house exceeded $1 million, and she had also received a bonus of $1 million for being the sales champion. The wealth of over $2 million combined was enough to drive the ruthless criminals in front of her to take risks. So, in almost an instant, Ban Chuling had made up her mind. As long as these people were after money, she would unhesitatingly hand over all her money to them, as long as they did not harm her. However, just as Ban Chuling was waiting for the robbers to demand a ransom from her, an unexpected voice came from the passenger seat of the van. You are Ban Chuling? TSK, that figure, that butt, that face, top-notch. No wonder Chi-Chen ignored that slut Sunya and chose to let you help him buy a house. What? Sunya? Chi-Chen? Ban Chuling was surprised and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see a pale, thin young man with a weak voice sitting in the passenger seat of the van. He sat there with a cold expression, sporting dark circles under his eyes, which made Ban Chuling think of a weak-willed young master. This young man was Joey Tong, who wanted to deal with Chi Chen. After receiving information from Sunya, Joey Tong immediately gathered a group of thugs and came to the sales hall of Qilin International, directly abducting Ban Chuling into the van. To carry out the revenge plan against Chi Chen, Ban Chuling, who was kneeling in the van, was the most crucial part. Hearing Chi Chen's name, Ban Chuling's heart sank, realizing that the purpose of these ruthless criminals was not as simple as just money. However, she still held a considerable fondness for Chi Chen, who was generous with money, handsome, and had been intimate with her. So, even though she knew this group was after Chi Chen, Ban Chuling pretended to show a puzzled expression and said fearfully, "Chi Chen? What do you mean? I don't understand. What do you want? Is it money? As long as you don't hurt me, I'll give you all my money." Seeing Ban Chuling, who had been captured, still trying to defend Chi Chen, Joey Tong suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation rise within him, and he said in a deep voice, "Ban Chuling, stop pretending. Just a few days ago, you sold a villa worth hundreds of millions, and now you've forgotten the owner? Moreover, to let Chi Chen buy that villa from you, you must have had more than one encounter with him privately, right?" Although Ban Chuling had offered her body to Chi Chen to sell the villa, there had been no one else present during their moments of pleasure, whether in the VIP room, in the Rolls-Royce, or on the balcony of the villa. Even if there were rumors that Ban Chuling had sold her body to successfully sell the villa, that was merely speculation born out of jealousy among colleagues. This was an unspoken secret among the female sales staff. However, these secrets were violently torn apart by Joey Tong, leaving Ban Chuling feeling embarrassed, her face pale, and her body trembling slightly in fear. "Who are you people, and what do you want? I'm just an ordinary saleswoman, and Chi Chen only bought a house from me. We have no deeper relationship." Listening to Ban Chuling's pale defense, Joey Tong felt impatient and signaled his men to stop the van in a secluded corner. Then, he turned around in the passenger seat, reached out, pinched Ban Chuling's face, and said viciously, "Aren't you just a whore who sells her body to sell houses? Stop pretending to be noble. To tell you the truth, Chi Chen offended me, and I want to find a way to hold something against him. Aren't you two more than just intimate once? Let's go to Chi Chen's villa later and set up some hidden cameras. Once we set everything up, you just need to call Chi Chen and arrange to have a little fun with him in the villa. As long as you can clearly record a video of the two of you being intimate, then I'll let you go. How about that?" As she spoke, Joey Tong's palm slowly slid down, releasing Ban Chuling's cheek, and instead, she gripped her slender, fair neck with one hand, beginning to apply pressure. Instantly, Ban Chuling, whose throat was being choked by Joey Tong, started to struggle for breath, the uncomfortable sensation of suffocation turning her face beet red. She wanted to fight back, but her body was firmly pinned down by two burly men beside her, leaving her utterly immobile. "Do you agree or not?" Joey Tong's gaze was cruel and cold, fixating on the gasping Ban Chuling as she asked. However, perhaps due to a slight fondness for Chi Chen, deep down in Ban Chuling's subconscious, she felt an overwhelming resistance to Joey Tong's demands. So even though her face was flushed and her consciousness was becoming a bit hazy from lack of oxygen, Ban Chuling held on, refusing to agree to Joey Tong's request. After a full minute, seeing that Ban Chuling was on the verge of fainting, Joey Tong finally loosened her grip, exasperatedly saying, "You filthy bitch, aren't you just a whore? Why pretend to be a virtuous woman? Do you really think that after having relations with Chi Chen a couple of times, he will like you and let you marry into a wealthy family? Stop dreaming. Chi Chen has a girlfriend, and I'm recording this video to show it to her. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and agree. After it's done, not only will I let you go, but I'll also give you $1 million as a reward. How about that?" However, Ban Chuling could only cough violently from the choking, showing no reaction to Joey Tong's temptations. Faced with Ban Chuling's stubbornness, Joey Tong's irritation grew, wishing she could grab Ban Chuling's long, flowing black hair and ravage her. But fearing that leaving any marks on Ban Chuling might raise Chi Chen's suspicions, Joey Tong restrained her desires and coldly said, "Ban Chuling, don't think about playing tricks. Tomorrow, cooperate with us and secretly record the video of you being intimate with Chi Chen, and I'll let you off. Otherwise, not only will I not let you go, but your family will also suffer the consequences." Finally catching her breath, Ban Chuling looked up in disbelief at Joey Tong's threats and exclaimed, "What? You capturing me isn't enough, you want to harm my family too?" At that moment, Joey Tong's face was pale, her body frail, and she exuded a chilling aura that made people uncomfortable. Meeting Ban Chuling's terrified gaze, Joey Tong smiled smugly and took out her phone, dialing a video call. Soon, the video call connected, and a rough voice came from the other end. "Young Master Zhou, we've got them. Ban Chuling's parents are completely under our control." After saying this, the lackey on the other end turned the phone's camera to another direction, and immediately, a pair of elderly figures appeared on Joey Tong's screen. "Dad! Mom! Ban Shuling's eyes darted across the screen of Joey Tong's phone, and she gasped in shock. The terrified elderly couple on the phone screen were indeed Ban Shuling's parents. From their appearance, it seemed they had not suffered any physical harm, but the fear etched on their faces clearly told Ban Shuling that their personal freedom had been completely seized by Joey Tong. Joey Tong did not hesitate to break the law by illegally detaining Ban Shuling's parents, with the aim of setting a trap to film Chi Chen and Ban Shuling in an intimate moment, as evidence of Chi Chen's infidelity, to send to Lin Jing, and even to Lin Guoqiang. In Joey Tong's mind, the reason Chi Chen could repeatedly defeat him was that he had the support of Mayor Lin Guoqiang behind him. Once Lin Jing discovered the evidence of Chi Chen's infidelity, their relationship would inevitably shatter, and as Lin Jing's father, Lin Guoqiang would no longer offer any support or protection to Chi Chen. At that point, Joey Tong could begin to take revenge on Chi Chen without restraint. After Lin Jing broke up with Chi Chen, Joey Tong could take advantage of the situation to win back Lin Jing's heart, even becoming her partner, thus gaining the support of resources from Lin Guoqiang for Iliang real estate. The revenge plan devised by Joey Tong and Sunya was both meticulous and ruthless. However, for this plan to be successfully executed, Ban Shuling's cooperation was essential. Therefore, the most critical link in this plan was Ban Shuling, who was forcibly taken into the van by Joey Tong. To ensure Ban Shuling had to cooperate, Joey Tong even broke the law by directly capturing Ban Shuling's parents, using them as leverage to force Ban Shuling to comply. Previously, whether facing the danger of suffocation or the temptation of Joey Tong's money, Ban Shuling had chosen to refuse due to her inexplicable feelings for Chi Chen. However, upon discovering that her parents had been imprisoned by Joey Tong, Ban Shuling's defenses finally crumbled, and she dejectedly nodded, saying, "I agree to your terms. I'll arrange for Chi Chen to come to the villa tomorrow for some intimacy, but whether he is willing to come, I can't say. I will do my best to cooperate with you, but I have one condition. That is, after this matter is over, regardless of success or failure, you must let my parents go and ensure they are unharmed." Seeing Ban Shuling finally relent, Joey Tong revealed a smug smile, extending his pale, sweaty hand to pat her on the head. "Good girl, pat pat." Chapter 160, Infiltrating the villa. Joey Tong was in luck. To facilitate renovations and change home furnishings, Chi Chen had directly left a set of keys to the villa with Ban Shuling. Thus, under Ban Shuling's guidance, Joey Tong's group of underlings disguised themselves as renovation workers and brazenly entered Chi Chen's villa. They needed to set up hidden cameras as quickly as possible to ensure that the potential battlefield tomorrow would be covered 360 degrees without any blind spots. However, the mastermind behind all this, Joey Tong, did not personally enter the newly purchased villa of Chi Chen but left directly. Not long after Joey Tong departed, Chi Chen's Bentley suddenly appeared in the distance, slowly making its way toward the villa. However, the person in the car was not Chi Chen, but his new driver, Lu Liang. After dropping Chi Chen off at Lin Jing's apartment, Lu Liang followed Chi Chen's instructions and went directly to the villa to check on the renovation progress. From a distance, Lu Liang spotted the van parked at the villa's entrance. If Chi Chen had been driving, he might not have thought much of it, at most feeling a bit puzzled before stopping the car and heading straight into the villa. But now, with the driver being Lu Liang, who had more experience in the world of conflicts, he instinctively sensed something was off. In this villa area, the usual traffic consisted mostly of luxury cars, with very few vans around. Most of the vans in this area were driven by renovation workers. However, Lu Liang saw from a distance that there was actually still a person inside the van, with a neck and arms covered in dense tattoos, looking around nervously. Such a person could definitely not be an ordinary construction worker. Similarly, the group of people who drove the van to Chi Chen's villa and entered it must also have issues. Lu Liang furrowed his brows, then slowly relaxed. He did not stop at the villa's entrance as originally planned, but pretended to be nonchalant, driving past the villa and turning at the next corner, disappearing from the sight of the lookout. The person left in the van saw the suddenly appearing Bentley and felt a tightness in his chest, quickly taking out a walkie-talkie and speaking in a low voice. "Be careful, a Bentley is coming. Didn't Xiao Zhou say the target drives a Bentley? If this person is indeed the target, what should I do?" Soon, a response came through the walkie-talkie. "If the person is really Chi Chen, then let him in. With so many of us against just one, it should be easy to handle him, right?" Just as a few people exchanged brief words over the walkie-talkie, the Bentley had already arrived at the villa's entrance. Noticing that the Bentley showed no signs of stopping and drove away instead, the lookout finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "The car has left, showing no intention to stop. It should just be a coincidence. The driver is not Chi Chen." He then added with a hint of jealousy, "Damn, the person living here casually drives a Bentley, they are really rich." Hearing his words, the group that had already entered the villa also relaxed, laughing and cursing at him, lowering their guard. Lu Liang sensed something was off and did not stop at the villa's entrance but drove directly to the side wall. Realizing the anomaly, he did not act rashly but immediately took out his phone and called Shichen. Upon hearing what Lu Liang said, Shichen was also taken aback. He did not expect that on his first day as a driver, Lu Liang would encounter such a situation. After pondering for a moment, Shichen said into the phone, "Do not call the police, we don't want to alert the snake. Find a way to sneak into the villa and see what these people who are plotting against me are really up to." Shichen's thought was simple: if he called the police hastily, this group might escape before the police arrived. Being plotted against and even having someone sneak into his home made Shichen break out in a cold sweat, and it solidified his determination to uncover the origins of this group. Hearing Shichen's instructions, Lu Liang remained silent, nodded, and hung up the phone. Normally, the security in this villa area was extremely strict, and the walls surrounding the villa were built very high. Without entering through the front gate, it was difficult for anyone to climb over the side walls and sneak into the villa. However, this did not stump Lu Liang. He leaned out of the car, assessed the height of the villa's side wall, parked the car next to the wall, got out, and walked a dozen meters in the opposite direction. Then, Lu Liang turned around, suddenly took a big step, and charged towards the Bentley parked by the wall. Bang! As he approached the Bentley, Lu Liang pushed off the ground with force, jumped up, and leaped onto the roof of the Bentley. Without pausing, he exerted force again, stepping hard on the Bentley, using that momentum to lift himself over a meter higher, and with all his strength, he reached up, precariously grabbing the edge of the wall. The villa's wall was over 4 meters high, and without tools like a ladder, it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary person to successfully climb over it. However, Lu Liang's skills were truly remarkable. He actually used a Bentley as a stepping stone and, relying on his astonishing jumping ability, directly leaped over the wall and into the villa. After landing, Lu Liang cautiously looked around, and upon finding no one, he dusted off his hands and carefully walked forward. Not long after he started moving, Lu Liang heard several voices, and his heart jolted. He held his breath, took out his silenced phone, and began recording the indistinct figures in the distance. "You guys say this guy Shichen, where will he be tomorrow to do this little girl? How the hell would I know? If I were the male lead, I wouldn't miss any place. Heh, just you? You'd be done in a few moves, and you want to come back for more? Get lost. When have I ever taken less time for a massage than you? Come on, I've asked your usual little sister. After 2 minutes, you insist on holding her hand and chatting for an hour." The skin of these men was covered in dense tattoos, and their conversation was crude, clearly indicating they were not good people. In the center of these men, Ban Chuling looked conflicted as she watched the others set up hidden cameras, clearly unwilling. Just then, a leading figure suddenly spoke up, scolding them. "You guys, stop fucking around and get to work. Otherwise, when that guy Shichen comes back and runs into us, we'll have no choice but to shed blood." Hearing this, Lu Liang's heart trembled, and he secretly rejoiced. Thankfully, Shichen hadn't come to the villa today but had gone to Lin Jing's place. Otherwise, if Shichen barged in and disrupted their setup, it could lead to unpredictable conflicts and accidents in their anger and embarrassment. Chapter 161, Translate, What is a surprise? Lu Liang's first reaction was to take advantage of their unpreparedness and sneak up to subdue them one by one. He was very confident in his skills. Even against several tattooed, fierce-looking men, he believed he could take them all down. However, after hesitating for a moment, Lu Liang ultimately chose to give up. This group of thugs sneaking into Shichen's villa was merely acting on someone else's orders. The real person wanting to harm Shichen was definitely not here. If he acted rashly and alerted that hidden presence, it would make it much harder for Shichen to continue his investigation. So in the end, Lu Liang did not take action but instead lurked in the shadows, coldly watching as these men set up camera after camera, before forcibly taking Ban Chuling away. From their earlier conversation, Lu Liang learned that these cameras had remote transmission capabilities, so he did not proceed further into the range of the cameras but slowly retreated, looking for a suitable spot, and then jumped back over the wall. After driving the car to a location far from Shichen's villa, Lu Liang finally stopped and reported everything to Shichen over the phone. After listening to Lu Liang's report, Shichen became increasingly surprised. "Installing cameras? Spying on me?" Receiving the video Lu Liang sent him, Shichen saw Ban Chuling being coerced and, recalling the relationship between Sunya and Joey Tong, he suddenly understood and thought of the scheme between Joey Tong and Sunya. Having grasped the key points, Shichen smiled and said into the phone, "Alright, I understand this matter now. Since we already know the other party's plan, let's not alarm the snake in the grass, we'll just wait and see. This incident is thanks to your vigilance. Otherwise, if we hadn't noticed in advance, it could have really turned into a big problem." Don't worry, after this is over, I will reward you well. After letting Lu Liang return home to rest, Shi-chun hung up the phone. At that moment, Shi-chun was in a nearby fresh supermarket, pushing a large shopping cart and waiting in line to check out. The cart was filled with all kinds of ingredients. For a long time, Lin Jing had wanted Shi-chun to move back in with her, and naturally, Shi-chun would not refuse the beautiful woman's kind offer. He decided to personally cook a big meal as a surprise for Lin Jing. To ensure that Lin Jing would have a genuine sense of surprise, Shi-chun specifically called her to confirm that she would be home for dinner that night. When Lin Jing asked if Shi-chun would come over, he deliberately did not tell the truth, saying he had something to do and couldn't accompany her that evening, which left Lin Jing feeling a bit disappointed. At this moment, Shi-chun was very much looking forward to their meeting later. He began to imagine the moment Lin Jing opened the door and saw him preparing a table full of dishes for her, wondering what kind of surprised expression would be on her face. Just as Shi-chun was pushing the shopping cart and waiting to check out, he suddenly felt a few young girls nearby glancing at him from time to time, even pointing and whispering, their gazes unfriendly. Have you heard? That big star got arrested for soliciting. I heard. It really blew my mind. A star like him actually goes out to solicit, and he's a repeat offender. Disgusting. Exactly. Look at this guy, handsome men like him are never good. Hearing their discussion, Shi-chun's mood instantly collapsed. Who would have thought that when a male star got into trouble, it would be ordinary folks like me who suffer? Is it my fault for being handsome? With an overwhelming sense of indignation, Shi-chun returned to Lin Jing's apartment with a large bag of ingredients and started cooking. Perhaps due to his lack of culinary skills or an unbalanced mindset, Shi-chun's cooking state was not good today, and soon, his white Zegna shirt was splattered with oil stains. So, Shi-chun simply took off his shirt and pants, wearing only a bulging pair of underwear and a Hello Kitty apron around his neck, continuing to busy himself in the kitchen. He didn't pay much attention to his attire. Although he and Lin Jing had never developed the most intimate relationship, feelings had grown, and that kind of thing would eventually happen naturally. Moreover, Shi-chun had absolute confidence in his physique. Perhaps Lin Jing would be so taken by his outfit that their relationship would progress further. Finally, at 7 p.m., Shi-chun finished preparing a table full of dishes, and the lock on Lin Jing's apartment door clicked open. Lin Jing is back. A smile appeared on Shi-chun's face as he stood up, striking a muscle-showing pose in his underwear and apron at the door. When Lin Jing returned to the apartment and saw her beloved preparing a full table of dishes, especially dressed so attractively, she would surely be very surprised, right? Sure enough, the sound of high heels echoed, and a graceful figure walked in from outside. The first thing that caught the eye was a pair of long, straight beautiful legs, clad in smooth gray stockings that perfectly outlined the curves of her legs. Moreover, the slit of the qipao reached up to her thigh, and as she walked, the skin of her thighs was subtly visible, adding an air of mysterious allure. Wait, a qipao? Something seems off. Shi-chun, maintaining his muscle-showing pose, looked up in confusion. To his horror, he discovered that the person who walked in was not Lin Jing, but Shui Fanghua. The two locked eyes, both equally stunned and bewildered. At that moment, a voice in Shi-chun's heart was screaming wildly. Is this surprise? Who can translate this for me? What is surprise? What the hell is surprise? What the hell is surprise? At this moment, Shi-chun suddenly regretted spending nearly 200 million on a villa. Because at this moment, he was so embarrassed that he could even use his toes to scratch out a 3-bedroom apartment on the floor. In contrast, Shui Fanghua, after the initial shock, had a flush of color on her face, even transforming into a cat staring at its prey, unable to shift her gaze. She heard a voice coming from behind her. Mom, why are you stopped here? Why does your face look so strange? What's going on inside? After saying this, a small head popped out from the gap between Shui Fanghua and the door. Lin Jing leaned her head into the room, curiously looking in Shi-chun's direction. The next moment, her eyes widened, and her mouth opened unconsciously as she stammered, Shi-chun? What are you doing? Chapter 162, Dare to laugh at me? Watch how I deal with you he. Ha ha ha. At the dining table, Lin Jing lowered her head, unable to contain her laughter any longer, and began to giggle foolishly, eventually bursting into unrestrained laughter. Shi-chun lowered his head, somewhat annoyed, and said, Stop laughing. I'm so embarrassed, and it's all because of you. I've practically socially died. How am I supposed to face your mom in the future? The scene that had just unfolded was simply the pinnacle of human embarrassment. Shui Fanghua suppressed her laughter, casting a deep glance at Shi-chun before leaving only Lin Jing and Shi-chun in the apartment. Lin Jing still couldn't stop laughing, rubbing her little belly as she said, Who told you to lie to me, saying you weren't coming tonight? I only asked my mom to come keep me company because I was alone. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." As she spoke, Lin Jing suddenly sighed, a bit regretfully saying, "What a pity, such an exciting scene, and I didn't get it on camera." Looking at Lin Jing, who used to blush easily in front of him, daring to tease him like this, Chi-Chen felt a surge of anger and stopped eating, walking up to Lin Jing and picking her up by the waist. "Dare to laugh at me, huh? Let's see how I punish you." After saying this, Chi-Chen carried Lin Jing toward her bedroom. Lin Jing gasped, "Chi-Chen, I was wrong. Let me go, I need to take a shower first." As the door was tightly locked, the boundless spring feelings were firmly locked in Lin Jing's boudoir. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning. Lin Jing's pretty face still bore traces of tears. The young girl, inexperienced in such intense encounters, couldn't withstand too much, and Chi-Chen, cherishing her, only sampled lightly. When she could no longer bear it, he held her in his arms. After waking up in shock, Lin Jing looked at the time and said in a panic, "I'm going to be late. There's an important meeting at the law firm today." After saying this, Lin Jing struggled to get up, sitting up in bed. However, after taking just 2 steps out of bed, she gasped again and sat back down. Chi-Chen, concerned, wrapped his arms around her smooth waist and asked, "Jingjing, what's wrong?" Although the two had been honest with each other the night before, Lin Jing's cheeks were still flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully pinched Chi-Chen, pouting, "It's all because of you. Alright, you should rest for a while, I have to go to work." After giving Chi-Chen a kiss on the cheek, Lin Jing awkwardly walked out of the bedroom door. When not in front of Chi-Chen, Lin Jing was a career-oriented strong woman, always wearing a cold expression wherever she went. However, once she was in front of Chi-Chen, she would instantly transform into a little fangirl, her face often turning bright red, sometimes even struggling to articulate her words. Perhaps, this was the power of love. Suddenly, Chi-Chen's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see it was Ban Chuling, whom he hadn't been in contact with for several days. Remembering how she and a few thugs had sneaked into his villa to secretly install cameras, a meaningful smile appeared on Chi-Chen's lips. Here it comes. The mastermind behind the schemes was about to take action. He answered the call, and Ban Chuling's voice came through. "Chi-Chen, your villa's renovation is almost done. Do you want to come take a look?" Chi-Chen replied nonchalantly, "So soon? But I have some things to do today, how about we reschedule?" Upon hearing Chi-Chen's refusal, there was an immediate silence on the other end. After a moment, Ban Chuling's voice returned. "Chi-Chen, the privacy of the swimming pool, we didn't get to try it last time. How about you come over today, and we take the opportunity to test it out?" Ban Chuling's voice sounded normal, but Chi-Chen, who had already deduced the underlying situation, could still hear the fear and anxiety hidden beneath her trembling tone. There's a saying, a thief can steal for 1,000 days, but a homeowner can only guard against them for a day. The fact that someone had secretly infiltrated his villa and installed numerous hidden cameras made Chi-Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Therefore, to resolve this issue as soon as possible and expose the mastermind, Chi-Chen agreed, saying, "Alright, wait for me in front of the villa. I'll see you at the entrance." After hanging up, Chi-Chen immediately called Lu Liang. The moment the call was dialed, Lu Liang picked up right away, as if he was always prepared to answer Chi-Chen's call. "Lu Liang, they invited me to the villa. You sneak in first and proceed according to our agreed plan." After that, Chi-Chen didn't let Lu Liang stay on the line but called a car to head towards the villa. On the other side, after agreeing to meet Chi-Chen at the villa, Ban Chuling trembled as she hung up the phone. A sharp knife glinted coldly as it moved back and forth over her snow-white, smooth face. A slight misstep could leave her disfigured. "Humph, at least you know your place and aren't trying to play tricks. When Chi-Chen arrives, you must cooperate obediently and actively seduce him, understand? If you dare to leak even a hint of information, I can't guarantee your parents' safety." A thug with a fierce expression, satisfied after seeing Ban Chuling's agreement with Chi-Chen, withdrew the glinting knife from her face, patted her cheek with approval, and leered, "Go on. Put on a good show, we're all watching." Ban Chuling stepped down from the thug's van, her heart filled with fear and anxiety. Deep down, she didn't want to cooperate with these thugs, seducing Chi-Chen and filming their intimate moments. But with her parents already in the hands of these ruthless criminals, Ban Chuling had no choice but to force her trembling legs to move and step into Chi-Chen's villa. Chapter 163, a critical moment of failure. After waiting in the villa for a while, the electronic door lock beeped, and the door opened, revealing Chi-Chen's figure as he walked in. Chi-Chen arrived as promised, and Ban Chuling stood up nervously, her eyes awkwardly darting towards a hidden corner of the house. There, the gangsters had installed a cleverly disguised camera. From now on, every move of Ban Chuling and Chi-Chen would be captured by these hidden cameras and transmitted in real time to the devices in their hands via the villa's Wi-Fi. Thinking about the several pairs of eyes watching her, and that she would soon be seen getting close to Chi-Chen, Ban Shuling felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, and her expression turned tense. Ban Shuling's expression was somewhat stiff, while Chi-Chen appeared completely normal, walking in relaxed and smiling at her. "I didn't expect you to move so quickly and finish decorating the house. I thought it would take a few more days. Hey, why are you dressed so sexy today?" To ensure Ban Shuling could successfully attract Chi-Chen's interest, the gangsters forced her to wear an outfit that was quite revealing. The top was a short shirt that exposed her slender waist, and the bottom was an extremely short skirt, showcasing her long, straight, and fair legs that exuded an incredible allure. When Ban Shuling changed into this outfit, even the gangsters in the van became restless, wanting to take advantage before Chi-Chen could. However, this behavior was directly stopped by Joey Tong. He was afraid that the gangsters would be too rough and accidentally leave marks on Ban Shuling, raising Chi-Chen's suspicions, which would be problematic. It was for this reason that Ban Shuling escaped a disaster and was not humiliated by the gangsters. Looking at the astonished expression in Chi-Chen's eyes and the genuine praise in his words, Ban Shuling should have felt joy in her heart. However, thinking about how she was about to lead Chi-Chen into a trap, all that remained in her heart was bitterness. Yet, no matter how unwilling Ban Shuling felt, with her parents captured, she had to comply with the gangsters' demands. She could only force a stiff smile on her face and say, "After you paid the full amount for the villa, I haven't stopped for a day, busy with the renovations. Now, the entire villa has been adjusted according to your requirements, and all the furniture and toiletries have been replaced with new ones. Let me take you to see?" After saying this, Ban Shuling turned around and led Chi-Chen into the villa. Seeing Ban Shuling's very stiff expression and her slightly trembling tone, a mysterious smile appeared on Chi-Chen's face. However, he chose not to expose her and followed her into the villa as if everything were normal. On the other side, inside the business van, a few gangsters were gathered around, with an iPad in the center, displaying the live footage from inside the villa. The instigator of this whole affair, Joey Tong, was also in the van, excitedly watching the live feed. "Chi-Chen is here." Facing this alluring little vixen, Chi-Chen actually didn't rush in to take advantage? "Damn, Ban Shuling invited you to see the house, and you really are looking at the house? Go for it." In front of the screen, Joey Tong's emotions fluctuated with the movements of Ban Shuling and Chi-Chen. The villa was large, and the two of them carefully walked around, checking the results of the renovations and whether the new furnishings met Chi-Chen's expectations. But for some reason, despite the enticing Ban Shuling, Chi-Chen behaved very properly, maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps from her without any physical contact. This made Joey Tong anxious. What's going on with Chi-Chen? Why is he being so proper, not even touching her? Does he already know our plan? Is it possible that this bitch Ban Shuling has secretly told Chi-Chen about this in advance? Faced with Joey Tong's fierce questioning, a thug quickly stepped in to explain. "Zhou Xiao, this is impossible. From yesterday until now, Ban Shuling has been under our control, and her phone has been confiscated. She has no way to contact Chi-Chen." But in Joey Tong's heart, doubts continued to surge, growing more urgent. With his personality, a stunningly sexy beauty standing right in front of him in such an intimate setting, he would have definitely made a move by now. He would have taken her first. However, Chi-Chen was not playing by his rules, which meant that all his careful planning could go to waste. Just then, a small thug pointed at the iPad and exclaimed excitedly, "Look, they're leaning against each other. He's going for it." Joey Tong's spirit jolted, and he quickly looked over to see the two standing side by the villa's swimming pool, standing intimately close. "It's happening." Joey Tong's face lit up with excitement as he saw Chi-Chen slowly reach out, wrapping his arm around Ban Shuling's delicate waist. The high-definition camera clearly captured Chi-Chen's fingers mischievously squeezing Ban Shuling's waist. Quick, record it." Joey Tong was overjoyed. As long as Chi-Chen lost control and put on a show under the camera, he could send the footage directly to Lin Jing and break them apart. On the screen, Chi-Chen and Ban Shuling were getting closer, and it was evident that Ban Shuling's body was quite stiff, even somewhat resistant, but Chi-Chen was quite proactive, and their progress was rapid. However, just as they were about to enter the most critical stage, the iPad screen suddenly went black, and a few large words appeared in the center of the screen. "Signal has been disconnected, please check the device connection." Joey Tong, who was eagerly anticipating their next move, suddenly wore a look of shock, which quickly turned into uncontrollable anger. At the most critical moment, this happened? A critical failure. It was like playing a game and suddenly having the internet cable pulled at the most crucial point. "Damn! What are you doing?" Joey Tong furiously slapped the face of one thug. The thug, covering his face in grievance, explained, "We bought the best cameras in this batch, and the signal transmission has always been fine. The only possibility for a sudden disconnection is that the villa's Wi-Fi might have malfunctioned. If we just restart the router, it should be fine. Joey Tong frowned and said angrily, "Why aren't you going yet? If we miss the most critical part, I'll skin you alive." The thug quickly responded and opened the van door, running swiftly toward the villa's entrance. Chapter 164, I already knew. At the villa, by the swimming pool. Suddenly, a sound of electricity crackled in Chi Chen's ear. It was the signal that his miniature earpiece was about to start working. Soon, Lu Liang's calm and cold voice came through the earpiece. "Boss, all network signals will be cut off in 10 seconds, and all footage captured by the cameras will not be transmitted in real time." At this moment, Chi Chen stood 2 steps away from Ban Chuling, and upon hearing Lu Liang's words, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately took 2 steps forward, coming to Ban Chuling's side, even reaching out to wrap his arm around her tiny waist. At this moment, Ban Chuling felt a wave of relief. Since Chi Chen entered the villa, he had been behaving properly, showing no intention of making a move, which eased her worries about their intimate moments being captured. Because her parents were in Joey Tong's hands, Ban Chuling could only be forced to comply with their demands. But if Chi Chen did not take any further intimate actions, then even if Ban Chuling did not tell him about this matter, it would not have a more negative impact on him. "Hold on, Chi Chen. Control your desires." Just as Ban Chuling was praying in her heart, Chi Chen suddenly took 2 steps forward, coming right in front of her, and even wrapped his arm around her waist. Ban Chuling could even feel Chi Chen's fingers restlessly pinching her. "No! Someone is filming here, planning to use the footage to threaten you." Ban Chuling's heart immediately began to scream, but her worry for her parents' safety made her throat feel sealed, and she couldn't utter a word, standing stiffly in place. However, Chi Chen not only failed to sense her inner cries but instead pressed further, making their actions even more ambiguous. For the young, wealthy, and handsome Chi Chen, Ban Chuling felt no aversion at all. If this were a normal situation, she would have immediately felt moved and started to respond passionately. But at this moment, thinking about the possibility of Chi Chen's actions being recorded by Joey Tong and used as a weapon against him, Ban Chuling felt a wave of resistance both physically and mentally. Chi Chen could naturally sense this reaction, and he was well aware of the reason behind her resistance. However, he did not point it out. Instead, he leaned in closer, bringing his mouth to Ban Chuling's delicate ear, gently blowing warm air. "What's wrong? Your body is so stiff. Are you not interested today? But didn't you invite me here to test the privacy of the swimming pool? Why are you the one backing out?" The stimulation on her earlobe made Ban Chuling's face flush instantly, and goosebumps spread all over her body. In her heart, she thought no, but her body was very honest. However, the result of this would be that their intimate scene would be captured by Joey Tong, ultimately harming Chi Chen. Feeling Chi Chen's hands becoming increasingly restless, even starting to unbutton her clothes, Ban Chuling, like a frightened little cat, suddenly escaped to the side, anxiously saying, "No. No way. We can't do this here." Seeing Ban Chuling's intense reaction, Chi Chen was also somewhat surprised. From the video that Lu Liang had secretly filmed earlier, Chi Chen had learned that it seemed Ban Chuling's parents were being held by Joey Tong, which forced her to follow Joey Tong's instructions to come here and seduce him. At the most critical moment, Ban Chuling actually chose to stop, disregarding her parents' safety, which brought Chi Chen a sense of comfort. However, seeing Ban Chuling's nervous and fearful expression, Chi Chen still deliberately asked, "What's wrong? Why can't we sit here? Isn't this right next to the swimming pool? Or should we go inside the house?" Inside the villa, there were also cameras that Joey Tong's thugs had set up in advance. Since she had already decided not to cooperate with Joey Tong to frame Chi Chen, Ban Chuling said straightforwardly, "Not even inside this villa. Don't you know? There are cameras set up by bad people inside this villa. They sent me to seduce you, and if we have relations inside the villa, it's to record it and send the footage to your friends, ruining your relationship." Once she revealed the secret hidden in her heart, Ban Chuling immediately felt a wave of relief. As for whether telling Chi Chen the truth would anger Joey Tong or even harm her parents, Ban Chuling didn't dare to think too much about it. She could only pray that, under the rule of law, Joey Tong wouldn't dare to do anything to her parents. Ban Chuling originally thought that after revealing the truth, Chi Chen would be shocked and might even leave the villa immediately out of fear. However, after hearing her words, Chi Chen merely smiled slightly, showing no signs of surprise, and calmly said, "I already knew all of this. It was Joey Tong who set up these cameras, and he also coerced you into doing all of this, right?" This time, it was Ban Chuling's turn to feel extreme shock. She hadn't expected that Chi Chen had already sensed Joey Tong's elaborate setup, and her own tangled thoughts had been completely seen through by Chi Chen. Ban Chuling felt extremely relieved that, at the last moment, she had chosen not to betray Chi Chen but instead revealed the truth. Earlier, my phone was taken by that group of bad guys, so I couldn't tell you this news. But how did you know all of this? In response to Ban Chuling's question, Chi-Chen did not answer directly but said, I noticed all of this due to a fortunate coincidence. Don't worry, since you ultimately chose to be honest with me, I will definitely rescue your parents. Just then, from around the corner not far away, a sudden sound of footsteps was heard. Ban Chuling nervously looked over and found a sturdy man bringing along a subdued man, walking towards them. Ban Chuling was shocked to realize that the subdued man was one of the thugs who had threatened her in the van. The man in a black suit, with a strong build, was naturally Lu Liang, whom Chi-Chen had arranged to be here in advance. And this thug was the one Joey Tong had sent to investigate after the signal was cut off. He had just secretly infiltrated the villa when he was caught red-handed by Lu Liang, who was guarding the place. The thug was tightly bound with ropes, a rag stuffed in his mouth, and his face was bruised and battered, clearly having been beaten up by Lu Liang before being subdued, looking very dejected at the moment. Upon seeing Chi-Chen and Ban Chuling ahead, the thug immediately understood that Joey Tong's plans had been exposed, and fear and confusion appeared in his eyes. Lu Liang pushed the thug down in front of Chi-Chen, his cold voice ringing out. Boss, I've caught a lackey who came to investigate. I've already clarified the locations of their outer personnel, and Joey Tong personally came to the van today. Chi-Chen nodded in approval and said, Have the police been notified? Lu Liang nodded in response. The police are already in position and can move in at any time. Chi-Chen smiled, took off his coat, and draped it over Ban Chuling's somewhat revealing upper body, then smiled and said, Let's go, let's see the good show that is about to unfold. Chapter 165, Money really can't buy everything. Sitting in the Bentley that Lu Liang had just driven back, Chi-Chen and the others headed towards the location revealed by the thug. Not far away, in a secluded corner, a business van was parked there. Inside the van, Joey Tong looked impatient and irritably said, Why hasn't this guy come back yet? He wouldn't have gotten so caught up watching Chi-Chen and the others that he forgot the main task, would he? No matter how they refreshed it, the iPad screen in front of them still displayed the message network disconnected. Beside him, the thug leader kept smiling apologetically and said, Young Master Zhou, please calm down. The second one is quite steady in his work. The signal should be restored soon. Before the words had left his mouth, a black Bentley suddenly appeared around the corner ahead. The Bentley was not speeding, but it was heading straight for the position of the van. As the Bentley drew closer, Joey Tong's face changed color, and he cursed loudly. Damn! That's Chi-Chen's car. How could it be here, heading straight for us? It must have been exposed. Run! The thug in the driver's seat immediately started the engine, flooring the gas pedal, the engine roaring as he prepared to leave the scene. However, before the van could get far, two police cars with flashing lights suddenly appeared at the end of the road. Seeing this, Joey Tong's face turned even paler, his voice trembling. Turn around, go the other way. Hurry, we can't get caught by the police. But before the van could turn around, a wailing siren sounded from behind them. Joey Tong turned around abruptly, only to despairingly find that several police cars were blocking their escape route from the other direction. Police cars with flashing lights were present in both directions. Now, Joey Tong and his gang were surrounded by the police. As one police officer after another got out of their cars and rushed towards the van, Joey Tong inside the van realized he was trapped with no way to escape. Didn't you tell me that you were absolutely sure about this, that it would definitely work out? Why haven't I received Chi-Chen's video, and instead, I'm surrounded by the police here? Inside the van, Joey Tong's expression twisted with anger and fear. He could only shout loudly at the thugs beside him to relieve the pressure in his heart. However, it was of no use. The fully equipped SWAT officers quickly reached the side of the van, yanked the door open, and pointed their guns at everyone inside, shouting loudly, Raise your hands! Get out of the car! Lie on the ground! Joey Tong was just a spoiled rich kid. He had never experienced such a scene and had never been threatened with a real gun. At that moment, he lost his composure and, surrounded by several thugs, weakly got out of the car, collapsing to his knees on the ground. The leading officer among the police was Feng Biao, who had previously arrested Li Weilian. He had received a report from Chi-Chen that someone had broken into his residence and violently kidnapped an elderly couple, so he immediately gathered police forces and, in coordination with Lu Liang, successfully cornered Joey Tong and his gang here. Feng Biao's expression was stern as he coldly scanned the kneeling individuals, suddenly asking, Were Ban Chuling's parents kidnapped by you? Where are they now? However, all the thugs remained silent, their gazes unconsciously fixed on Joey Tong. Seeing this, Feng Biao smirked coldly, knelt in front of Joey Tong, and patted his shoulder, saying, It seems you are the leader of this gang. I'll ask you again, were Ban Chuling's parents kidnapped by you? Where are they now? Joey Tong shook his head repeatedly, saying, Ban Chuling? Who is that? I don't know her. Officer, we just wanted to buy a house here. What law have we broken that you need to point a gun at me? His expression was defiant, as if he would hold out to the end, even glancing around as if warning his subordinates not to speak out of turn. Just then, the sound of car doors closing echoed, and Joey Tong looked up to see Chi-Chen's Bentley parked in front of them. Watching Chi-Chen embrace Ban Chu-ling and leisurely step down from the Bentley, Joey Tong immediately gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes wide with fury, and said viciously, Chi-Chen, it's you again. You and that dog couple Ban Chu-ling want to frame me again. As he spoke, Joey Tong struggled to get up, lunging towards Chi-Chen with a hateful expression, as if he wanted to bite him fiercely. However, before he could fully rise, Feng Biao kicked him back to the ground with his heavy black boots. Behave yourself. Be careful of my gun going off. Joey Tong fell to the ground, unable to get up for a moment, and said fiercely, I don't know any Ban Chu-ling. I don't know what you are talking about. Let me go quickly, or I will complain about you and sue you. Seeing Joey Tong still denying everything, Chi-Chen shook his head in disbelief and said, Joey Tong, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Lu Liang, bring that kid over. With a wave of Chi-Chen's hand, Lu Liang walked to the Bentley's trunk, opened it, and with one hand, pulled out the thug who had been tightly bound inside. This thug is the one you sent to my villa to spy on me. He has already admitted that you kidnapped Ban Chu-ling's parents and secretly installed cameras in my villa. You did all of this, what else can you deny? The thug, bound hand and foot, could not move at all, his mouth stuffed with a rag, his face filled with terror, shaking his head and making muffled sounds. Upon hearing Chi-Chen reveal his plan and the arrangements made over the past few days, Joey Tong immediately realized that everything he had done here had been exposed. And all of this must have been revealed by the captured thug, the second in command. Thinking of this, Joey Tong glared fiercely at the second in command, as if to say, you dare to betray me, you're dead. However, Officer Feng Biao did not allow Joey Tong's arrogance to last long, slapping him on the head and coldly asking, now, can you still deny it? Quickly tell me where you hid Ban Chu-ling's parents. If anything happens to the old couple you kidnapped, I guarantee that the rest of your lives will be spent in prison. Feng Biao's appearance was already fierce enough, and with the deterrent power of his police uniform and gun, his words immediately shattered the psychological defenses of several thugs. One thug couldn't hold out any longer and was the first to speak up. I say, officer, government, I'll confess. It was indeed Zhou Xiao who arranged for people to kidnap Ban Chu-ling's parents. Before he could finish, another thug hurriedly confessed, Ban Chu-ling's parents are currently in a row of houses in the west of the city, with several brothers guarding them. The last thug quickly added, I know their location, I can mark it on the map. Hearing the confessions of the thugs, Chi-Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Ban Chu-ling's parents were only temporarily imprisoned and had not suffered any substantial harm. Chi-Chen comfortingly patted Ban Chu-ling beside him, and she, who had been worried about her parents' safety, burst into tears of joy, finally relieved. Seeing this scene, Joey Tong, kneeling on the ground, felt a surge of hatred in his heart. Originally, he had designed a scheme against Chi-Chen, wanting to secretly film an intimate video between Chi-Chen and Ban Chu-ling. How did it end up that he was the one caught by the police? Someone must have betrayed me. With red eyes, Joey Tong looked forward and happened to see the second thug firmly controlled by Lu Liang. At this moment, Joey Tong's pent-up anger found its outlet, and he shouted loudly, did you betray me and tell everything? If it weren't for you, how would Chi-Chen know all this and even bring the police? The thug called shook his head repeatedly, desperately trying to say something, but with a rag stuffed in his mouth, he could only make muffled sounds. Chi-Chen smiled, squatted down, and pulled the rag out of mouth, at which point voice, tinged with a cry, became clear. Zhou Xiao, I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I kept shaking my head to tell you that I didn't say anything. I'm wronged. Joey Tong, however, did not believe him at all. Then how does Chi-Chen know all this? Can he predict the future? Just then, Feng Biao coldly interrupted their conversation, leading several police officers who handcuffed them with cold metal cuffs, barking in order. Take them all away. Handcuffed and about to be shoved into the police car, Joey Tong finally woke up from his daze, losing all his arrogance, and instead shouted in panic. You can't arrest me. My dad is the chairman of Ilion Real Estate, Zhou Xiaoyang. If you arrest me, my dad won't let you go. Feng Biao snorted coldly. Forcing women to engage in sexual acts. Illegally entering someone else's residence. Illegal violent detention. Which of these crimes isn't enough to get you arrested? Don't say your dad is a real estate chairman. Even if the king of heaven came, it wouldn't matter. Take him away. Before he finished speaking, two police officers beside Joey Tong forcefully lifted him up from the ground and walked him toward the police car. Realizing he couldn't escape this time, Joey Tong's face twisted with resentment as he glared at Chi-chen, venomously saying, "Chi-chen, you set me up like this, my dad won't let you go. Just wait, I will definitely take revenge, I will definitely get back at you." Chi-chen looked at Joey Tong's impotent rage and sneered, saying, "Sorry, having money doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. No matter how much money you have, you must obey the law, otherwise, you will definitely face legal consequences. With so much money, I advise you to find a good lawyer. Maybe it can help you spend a couple fewer days inside." Chapter 166. Are we going to be famous? Outside the recording studio of Lin Kang's studio. Looking at the results compiled by his assistant, Lin Kang's face was filled with excitement. "I really didn't expect that the song The Wind Rises would achieve such astonishing results right after its debut." After handing over the statistics he compiled, the assistant was equally amazed and continued to introduce. The song The Wind Rises topped the new song charts of major music apps just 3 days after its release, and on Penguin Music, it even reached the top of both the new song and hot song charts. And on Weibo, The Wind Rises has also consistently occupied a spot in the top 10 of the trending searches. You have to know, we didn't spend any public relations fees on music apps or Weibo trending. This is all due to the strength and hard work of the Super Cute Group. The Super Cute Group is the name of the 4 youthful and beautiful girls, Chi Meng and her friends, derived from a character each from Mayua Chao and Chi Meng's names, sounding catchy and perfectly fitting their invincible youthful style. Lin Kang held the results of The Wind Rises in his hands, his eyes still unable to hide his shock. The debut results of this song had exceeded Lin Kang's expectations. At the welcome party of Rongqing Normal University, Lin Kang was captivated the first time he heard this song. Not only did he greatly appreciate the melody, but he was also overwhelmed by the powerful aura of Chi-chen, the masked king of singing. In his heart, he felt that the song Chi Fong Liao perfectly matched Chi-chen's temperament, and if Chi-chen were to perform it, the result would undoubtedly be ideal. However, Chi-chen insisted on refusing to enter the entertainment industry and handed the singing rights of the song to Chi Meng and her several roommates. Left with no choice, Lin Kang had to settle for second best and sign the 4 girls as a group. Yet, he wasn't very optimistic about the female version of Chi Fong Liao. After all, having experienced the full force of the masked singing god live performance, listening to the female version always felt lacking. But in the end, the results of the girls' version successfully slapped Lin Kang in the face. Such excellent results were completely beyond his expectations. This song could be said to be one of the biggest hits in the Chinese music scene this year. The success was not only due to the heartfelt performance of the Super Cute Group but, more importantly, the song's god-level lyrics and composition. This was a super song that could make anyone famous. In Lin Kang's heart, Chi-chen was not only an incredible singer but also a top-tier lyricist and composer. With this thought, Lin Kang was suddenly inspired and turned to push open the heavy soundproof door, entering the recording studio. Inside, the 4 girls of the Super Cute Group were earnestly singing Chi Fong Liao, while the most experienced technicians in the studio were meticulously correcting the girls' singing mistakes and shortcomings, helping them improve continuously. Lin Kang did not interrupt them but stood still, listening carefully, and then nodded in satisfaction. However, when the girls finished their song and noticed Lin Kang, the smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a serious expression. "You all sang well, and you've made great progress. But the version released earlier was the result after adjustments by the sound engineer. With your current abilities, you're not ready to perform live yet. So, you need to practice hard, improve your skills, and strive to stand under the spotlight as soon as possible," enjoying the cheers of the audience. Listening to Lin Kang's words, the girls suddenly felt a bit dazed. Just a few days ago, they were ordinary university students, only with looks that were much more outstanding than the average student. Yet after performing this song, they had transformed into dazzling female stars? This change left them somewhat bewildered. However, they were not afraid of this transformation. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. No girl would refuse to stand in the spotlight, accepting the cheers of fervent fans, becoming the center of attention in this world. The scenes they once dared only to imagine in their dreams were now right in front of them. And all of this was because of Chi-chen. In their hearts, they all believed that the song Chi Fong Liao was originally created by Chi-chen. Such an excellent song, and Chi-chen did not sing it himself but generously gave it directly to them. It was equivalent to handing over the opportunity to become a superstar. This made them increasingly grateful to Chi-chen. Except for Chi Meng, the other 3 girls began to develop an indescribable feeling towards Chi-chen. As one of the top music producers in the country, Lin Kang did not stay in the studio to accompany them for training but left after a while. The explosive popularity of this song caught Lin Kang somewhat off guard. He now needed to take some remedial actions to ensure that The Wind Has Risen could stay on the charts a little longer. However, before leaving, Lin Kang expressed his inner thoughts. This song, The Wind Has Risen, was originally written and composed by Chi Chen. It can be called a masterpiece. The reason you all have achieved today's success is largely due to the incredible quality of this song. Can you contact Chi Chen and ask him to tailor 1 or 2 more songs for you? If you could have 1 or 2 more songs of similar quality to The Wind Has Risen, then your position in the entertainment industry would be completely solidified. Since Chi Chen was not present, he certainly couldn't answer this question. Chi Meng promised that she would definitely bring up this request the next time she saw Chi Chen. As for whether Chi Chen could produce songs of similar quality to The Wind Has Risen, they had no way of knowing. What Chi Meng and the others didn't know was that to obtain The Wind Has Risen and help Chi Meng perform at the welcome party, Chi Chen had directly used a precious diary. Just 1 page of that diary had once earned Chi Chen a staggering 10 billion. To put it in a somewhat inappropriate analogy, it was as if Chi Chen spent 10 billion to buy a song for Chi Meng and the others. In the whole world, perhaps only Chi Chen, this doting brother, could do such a thing. The few beautiful girls of the super cute group were still dreaming about their first performance under the spotlight. Meanwhile, Chi Chen had already put singing behind him and had entered work mode. A month had passed, and the new drug factory of Guangjing Pharmaceutical was finally about to be completed. Chapter 167, Production Capacity is Money, My Friend. In the suburbs of Rongqing, on the outer ring, the once desolate Lot 8 had undergone a tremendous transformation. Originally, this place was very remote, surrounded by vast wasteland. However, in just a month, tall and spacious factory buildings had risen, their orderly and symmetrical structures giving off a sense of harsh beauty. The entire Lot 8 covered a vast area, and completing the foundation, constructing the factory, and setting up the electrical circuits within a month while ensuring quality was an almost impossible challenge. Only in a country known for its infrastructure prowess like China could such efficiency be achieved. Standing in front of the grand and impressive factory, Lu Dong from Hanhai Real Estate looked proudly at the recently completed building. After the auction of Lot 8 was completed, Chi Chen had immediately agreed with Lu Dong to outsource the entire construction of the factory area to Hanhai Real Estate for 500 million yuan. Lu Dong did not disappoint Chi Chen, completing the construction task with quality and efficiency just 1 month later. Chi Chen was very satisfied with the speed and quality of this project by Hanhai Real Estate. He gratefully patted Lu Dong on the shoulder and said, "Lu Gui, your Hanhai Real Estate's strength is indeed impressive. Rest assured, I will transfer the agreed 500 million project payment to you today." Hearing Chi Chen's promise, Lu Dong's face lit up with joy. As a real estate company, the biggest fear is not being able to collect the project payment after completion. Chi Chen was so generous that Lu Dong excitedly said, "Young Master Chi is magnanimous. Our cooperation this time has been very pleasant, and I hope we can have another opportunity to work together in the future." Chi Chen nodded, looking towards the direction of Lot 7 adjacent to the factory area, smiling as he replied, "Don't worry, Lu Gu. We will definitely have another opportunity to cooperate." At that moment, a group of people emerged from the pharmaceutical factory, all with joyful expressions, and approached Chi Chen. Leading the way was Chi Chen's third uncle, Chi Jianjun. While the Hanhai Real Estate was constructing the factory, Chi Jianjun was also busy, tirelessly purchasing pharmaceutical machinery, recruiting workers, and assembling the management team for the factory. Just as the factory was completed, Chi Jianjun managed to finish the construction of these software systems, allowing the new Dawn Pharmaceutical Factory to start production immediately. As they walked towards the factory, Chi Jianjun said, "Today is the first day of our Dawn Pharmaceuticals opening. Aren't we going to have a grand ribbon-cutting ceremony? I heard that even Mayor Lin Guoqiang offered to cut the ribbon for our factory. Why did you ultimately refuse?" Looking at the orderly factory area and the neatly dressed pharmaceutical workers busy inside, Chi Chen smiled and replied, "With my relationship with Uncle Lin, we don't need a formal ceremony to strengthen our ties, nor do we need to publicly declare our close relationship with the government. After all, before the factory was built, I had already received many benefits from Uncle Lin, including a 2 billion low-interest loan and a large piece of land at almost no cost. If, at our opening, Uncle Lin brought a bunch of high-ranking officials to support our factory, it would inevitably lead to a lot of gossip. A tall tree catches the wind. What we need to do now is to steadily increase our production capacity and meet the existing market demand." Listening to Chi Chen, Chi Jianjun nodded in admiration and said, "I didn't expect you to understand the principle of keeping a low profile at such a young age. I was just about to report to you that the first batch of equipment we ordered for the factory has been installed. As soon as the workers familiarize themselves with the operation, our daily production capacity can immediately reach 14 million tablets of Dawn. At this point, Shi Jianjun's face was filled with excitement and pride as he continued, to purchase this batch of equipment, I used all my connections from over 20 years in this industry and spent a full 600 million to bring them back. Moreover, we need a lot of pharmaceutical workers, and out of necessity, I hired many newcomers. Fortunately, the production of Dawn is not complicated, the workers only need simple training to get started. 14 million. Hearing Shi Jianjun's introduction, Shi Chen was also very excited. All along, the new drug Dawn for treating Alzheimer's had been produced in Shi's Pharmaceutical and Lining Pharmaceuticals 2 factories, with a daily production capacity of 200,000 tablets. A daily capacity of 200,000 couldn't even meet the domestic demand for Alzheimer's patients, let alone the fact that Alzheimer's patients worldwide were frantically seeking to purchase Dawn from China. On the market, each tablet of Dawn had already far exceeded the price Shi Chen had set for it. Shi Chen had set the factory price of Dawn at 10 yuan per tablet, and even with the profits for distributors and hospitals, a tablet would not exceed 20 yuan. Yet now, any tablet of Dawn could easily sell for over 500 yuan on the black market. Such a price had already far surpassed the actual value of Dawn, reaching an irrational level. The root cause of all this was still the insufficient production capacity of Dawn. It is important to note that according to the authoritative medical journal Lu Yudao, there are currently 56 million Alzheimer's patients worldwide. 56 million potential buyers competing to purchase the 200,000 tablets of Dawn produced daily. It would be strange if the prices didn't go crazy. If Shi Chen were a ruthless, unscrupulous merchant like Nvidia, hoarding products while selling Dawn at a high price, his income last month could have increased tenfold. However, Shi Chen's vision is much broader than that. Rather than earning this morally questionable money, Shi Chen is more eager to increase production capacity so that he can earn more while allowing more Alzheimer's patients to receive treatment with the new drug, Dawn. As he followed Shi Jianjun to his new office, Shi Chen was quietly calculating in his mind. Last month, the production capacity of Dawn was 200,000 tablets per day, with a patent fee revenue of 7 yuan per tablet, resulting in a monthly patent fee income of 42 million. This is already a considerable amount. Starting today, with the new drug factory of Guangjing Pharmaceutical going into production, the daily capacity of Dawn has reached 14 million tablets. After processing, the pure profit per tablet of Dawn, including patent revenue and pharmaceutical earnings, is 8 yuan. Therefore, the daily revenue from Dawn alone has reached 112 million. 100 million translates to 36 billion. The annual revenue would be 43 billion. In the next 20 years, the revenue from just one drug, Dawn, will provide a stable cash flow income of 43 billion each year. This is an incredibly terrifying figure. More importantly, this is not some illusory GDP like real estate, but real cash that can be taken into hand. After calculating this number in his mind, even Shi Chen, who possesses a diary from the future, found his breath quickening. Standing in front of the newly constructed office building, Shi Chen looked back at the expansive factory area. The neat rows of factory buildings before him seemed like an endless source of gold mines. In the next 20 years, this factory area will bring Shi Chen unimaginable wealth. Chapter 168, a serious statement. I am not old compared to those international conglomerates with office buildings soaring 30 to 50 stories high. Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' office building can only be described as shabby. It has only 4 floors, with just over 20 office rooms on each floor, and its scale is not much larger than that of his father's Qi Pharmaceutical office building. This is not because Shi Chen is stingy, but because building a multi-story building from scratch in just 1 month is simply a pipe dream. Moreover, although Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' factory is large, its product line is singular, and the administrative work is not complex, so there is currently no need for too many administrative staff. This 4-story office building is still sufficient to support the normal operations of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. As the factory grows larger and the business expands, Shi Chen will consider constructing a towering office building on the adjacent vacant land. However, although the office building is not tall, the interior decoration has been given considerable thought. In Shi Chen's office, there is a spacious semi-enclosed desk, impressive floor-to-ceiling windows, and even a mini golf table by the window, all fully equipped. The office also has a small suite with a bedroom and a washroom, allowing him to hand over work to his secretary during busy times and rest inside. Thinking of the secretary, Shi Chen looked up at the time, a smile appearing on his lips as he muttered to himself, "She should be here soon." Just then, the office door was suddenly knocked on a few times, and then Lu Liang's voice came from behind the door. "Boss, Miss Hu Shui has arrived." After responding, Shi Chen watched as the office door was pushed open. Lu Liang's face flashed by the crack, and then Hu Shui walked in, looking surprised. Today, Hu Shui wore a cream-colored silk shirt on her upper body, the color complementing her fair skin, making her neck appear as long and elegant as a swan's. Perhaps knowing that Qi Chen favored her stunning legs, even though it was already late autumn and a bit chilly, Hu Shui still wore a short skirt that barely covered her thighs, unabashedly showcasing the straight, slender lines of her calves below her knees. Feeling Qi Chen's admiring gaze on her legs, Hu Shui's cheeks flushed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Qi Chen, is this your new factory? It's so big." Early in the morning, Qi Chen arrived at the factory area first, and after meeting with the management, he arranged for Lu Liang to bring Hu Shui over. Although Hu Shui had long known that Qi Chen was building his own factory for Guangjing Pharmaceutical, she never expected it to be this large. After Lu Liang tightly closed the door from the outside, Qi Chen smiled and said, "What you see now is just the first phase of Guangjing Pharmaceutical's factory. In the future, if we want to increase production capacity, the factory can be further expanded." Standing side by side in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the vast factory that had begun to operate slowly, Hu Shui marveled, "I really didn't expect that in such a short time, you have become such a big boss." Qi Chen wrapped his arm around Hu Shui's shoulders and said softly, "As you can see, this pharmaceutical factory is really too big. I simply don't have enough energy to manage it alone. Shui, would you be willing to quit your job at the bank and come help me at the factory?" Hu Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at herself and said, "Me?" Qi Chen nodded and smiled. "What's wrong? Don't you want to?" Hu Shui quickly shook her head like a rattle, hurriedly explaining, "Of course not. You cured my mom's illness and helped me so much. I can definitely quit my job and come help you. It's just that my major in college was accounting, and I've been doing similar work at the bank. I know nothing about pharmaceuticals and management. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to help you and will only create more trouble." Squeezing Hu Shui's shoulder in a comforting manner, Qi Chen said, "Having you come help me doesn't mean I want you to work in the production line. I want you to use your strengths to manage the entire factory's finances. Although I'm currently entrusting the management of this factory to my third uncle, no matter how much I trust him, I can't give him both the management and financial authority of the factory at the same time. Only by having you in charge of the factory's finances can I truly feel at ease." Qi Chen's words warmed Hu Shui's heart. Qi Jianjun was Qi Chen's third uncle, and their bond was one of blood. Yet even so, Qi Chen trusted her more and chose to let her manage the entire factory's financial power. Thinking of this, Hu Shui suddenly felt a surge of determination to prove herself worthy of his trust, and she nodded, saying, "Qi Chen, since you trust me so much, I won't let you down. I'll go back to the bank shortly to submit my resignation, and then I can start working at the factory anytime." Seeing Hu Shui agree, Qi Chen felt very satisfied. In the near future, Guangjing Pharmaceutical would undoubtedly grow into a unicorn in the pharmaceutical industry, and the position of managing its financial power would become extremely important, requiring someone completely loyal to him to take on the role. Initially, the person Qi Chen had chosen was not Hu Shui, but Lin Jing. No matter how strong Lin Jing was at work, whenever she faced Qi Chen, she would immediately turn into a little fangirl, even stuttering while speaking. With Lin Jing in this position, Qi Chen felt completely at ease. However, later on, considering Lin Jing's father, Lin Guoqian's identity, Qi Chen chose to give up. As a leader, the organization had many requirements regarding the work and life of Lin Guoqian's children. Although Qi Chen felt no guilt, placing Lin Jing in such an important position at Guangjing Pharmaceutical would inevitably bring considerable trouble to Lin Guoqian. Moreover, Lin Jing had once told Qi Chen that her dream was to become an excellent lawyer and help more people achieve justice. Therefore, Qi Chen did not choose to sacrifice Lin Jing's dream for her own benefit. As for Hu Shui, she was originally in finance, and taking on the role of financial director at Guangjing Pharmaceutical was merely a change of workplace. Hu Shui was also someone Qi Chen could trust, so in the end, Qi Chen handed the position of financial director to Hu Shui. Seeing Hu Shui's moved expression, as if she wanted to dive into work immediately, Qi Chen smiled, her palm slowly sliding down Hu Shui's smooth, delicate shoulder, revealing a hint of a mischievous smile as she said, "Don't rush. You'll be working here for a long time in the future. I haven't seen you in a long time. Let me check if you've gained weight recently. Oh, it seems like this area has gotten quite a bit bigger. Let me take a look." Hu Shui's face instantly flushed red, but she did not refuse the affection from her lover. Instead, she obediently placed her hands on the wide floor-to-ceiling window and softly said in a charming tone, "I knew you called me over for no good reason. But are we really doing this here? ULSP. Hearing Hu Shui's words, Qi Chen immediately stopped her actions and said with righteous indignation, "I must clarify. I'm not old." The short skirt slipped down Hu Shui's exquisite, snow-white ankles, covering her slightly raised toes. The entire office was suddenly filled with boundless springtime. Rongqing People's Hospital, Neurology Department. "Doctor, please, I really need the drug Dawn. My old man took a pill of Dawn a few days ago, and his condition improved significantly. But we haven't been able to buy the medicine these past few days, and his condition has returned to what it was before." In the consultation room, a middle-aged woman in her 50s sat before the doctor, looking at him earnestly. Her clothes appeared somewhat worn, the coat faded and looking like it had been around for quite some time, and she held a crumpled cloth bag in her hand, from which one could faintly see a jumble of hospital receipts. Facing the family's pleas, the doctor sighed and replied, "The drug Dawn does indeed have an immediate effect for Alzheimer's. However, our hospital can only allocate a limited supply of the drug each day, and with each person only allowed to purchase one box, it sells out quickly. Unfortunately, we don't have Dawn today. Why don't you come back early tomorrow?" The family member looked anxious and said, "I've been coming for several days in a row, and I still can't buy this medicine." Sigh. Disappointed, she stood up, thanked the doctor, and walked out of the consultation room with heavy steps. She was not from Rongqing but lived in the countryside. To buy Dawn for her old man, she rented a basement near Rongqing People's Hospital. "Looks like I can only go back and come again early tomorrow," the family member said to herself, unable to hide her disappointment as she walked out. Just as she had taken a few steps outside, a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a baseball cap blocked her path. "Auntie, are you looking to buy the Shuguang medicine?" The man's voice was deep, his face hidden in the shadow of his cap, and as he spoke, his eyes kept darting around. Hearing his words, the patient's family member showed a look of surprise, grasping his hand eagerly. Yes, I came to Rongqing just to buy the Shuguang medicine." "What? Do you have this medicine now? Can you sell me some?" The middle-aged man nodded and led the family member to a secluded corner, then took out a box of medicine from his bag. Upon seeing the box, the family member's eyes lit up. This packaging was very familiar to her, it contained the Shuguang she had been longing for. "Big brother, thank you. You are such a good person. I came here just to buy this box of medicine, but I've been here for several days and couldn't get it. It drove me crazy." The family member clasped her hands together, ready to express her gratitude to the middle-aged man. However, he raised his hand to stop her, coldly saying, "Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. I'm not doing charity. Let me tell you the price first, and you can decide if you can accept it." The family member was taken aback and asked, "Price? Isn't this box of medicine sold for 18 yuan at the hospital?" "Big brother, I'll give you 3 times the price, how about that?" The Shuguang medicine was indeed very scarce. If she could get her hands on it, she wouldn't mind paying extra. After all, Shuguang was the only effective medicine that could cure her husband's Alzheimer's disease. However, to her surprise, the middle-aged man scoffed at her words, showing a disdainful expression, and coldly replied, "3 times the price? You must be dreaming. 50 yuan isn't even enough for the change I spent on this medicine. To be honest, I'm a scalper selling the Shuguang medicine. Right now, in the entire Rongqing, apart from the few boxes I have in hand, there is no stock anywhere else. If you want the Shuguang, you have to buy it from me." The family member hesitated and asked, "Then how much do you want to sell it for?" The scalper held up a hand and waved it in front of him. The family member was shocked. 500? The scalper shook his head and said, 5,000, a box. This price exceeded her imagination, making the family member feel dizzy. "My goodness, 5,000? I must have misheard. You're not a scalper, you're robbing me." Facing the family member's accusations, the scalper showed no shame, instead wearing a smug expression as he said, "What I just told you stands. Right now, I'm the only one in the entire Rongqing with the medicine. Do you know why? Because I bought up all the stock from other scalpers at high prices, and I bought the Shuguang at 3,000 a box. If you want the medicine, you have to buy it from me. If you can't afford it, then don't take it. Just wait to die at home." The family member shook her head and said, 5,000 a box is too expensive, I can't afford it. I'm not buying it. How about this, I'll come early tomorrow morning to line up and see if I can buy the Shuguang at the hospital. After saying that, the family member pretended to leave, but the scalper remained unfazed, instead sneering, "Then go ahead and try. If you can grab the Shuguang at the hospital, I'll take your surname. To be honest, if you want to see a doctor at the hospital now, you can only make an appointment online. I've already contacted the technicians and monopolized the top-ranking appointment slots every day. If you want to get an earlier appointment than me, that's simply impossible. Still the same thing, if you want the medicine, buy it from me. If not, then just go home and wait to die. In this world, there is only one disease, and that is the disease of poverty. If you don't have money, then don't get sick." The words of the scalper stirred a wave of anger in the family member of the patient, their eyes wide with rage, fists clenched, wishing they could land a punch on that deserving face of the scalper right then and there. However, she knew that no matter how angry she was, she had to face this reality. If she wanted her old man to have the medicine shugwang, she had no choice but to buy it at the high price of 5,000 yuan a box from the scalper. But her family's financial situation was not good. Occasionally scraping together 5,000 yuan to buy a box of medicine was a tough decision, but if she had to spend 5,000 yuan every week for shugwang, her family simply couldn't afford it. Thinking of this, a wave of sadness suddenly washed over the family member. Do we, the poor, really not deserve to be sick? Is there truly no fairness in this society? Why can those who are not Alzheimer's patients buy so much medicine, while we, who genuinely need it, cannot afford it at all? The family member's rough hands tightly gripped the cloth bag in her palm, clenching and unclenching, caught in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she sighed and chose to compromise. She reached into the cloth bag and, trembling, pulled out a thick roll of banknotes. Among this stack of bills, only a small portion were red 100 yuan notes, the rest were all 10 and 20 yuan notes, and even a few 1 yuan coins. With shaking hands, it took her a long time to gather the 5,000 yuan from the cloth bag she carried, and she nervously handed it to the scalper in front of her. Looking at the thick stack of banknotes, the scalper's face showed a look of disdain as he said, "You still brought cash? What a hassle, I should have known better than to sell to you." Saying this, the scalper reached out for the thick stack of banknotes. Just then, the door of the consultation room that the family member had just exited suddenly swung open, and a figure in a white coat rushed out, excitedly shouting to everyone around, "Attention Alzheimer's patients and their families. The shugwang medicine has just arrived in large quantities at the hospital pharmacy. Patients who want to buy medicine, come here to line up, and I will write you prescriptions. I can responsibly tell you that this time, the supply of shugwang is very sufficient. You can buy as many boxes as you want. No need to rush, come one by one, there is enough for everyone." The doctor's words immediately caused a stir in the hospital. Many people, like this family member, who wanted to buy shugwang but couldn't, were filled with excitement. Hearing the doctor's words, their faces lit up with manic expressions as they hurried to the neurology consultation room's entrance, waving their medical cards and shouting, "Doctor, is there shugwang available? Is it true? I want 5 boxes, no, 10 boxes. Just now, a scalper dared to sell me a box for 5,000 yuan, damn it. Ha, now I'm buying it from the hospital for 18 yuan a box, you heartless scalpers are going to lose big." Seeing the crowd jostling at the consultation room's entrance, the family member who was about to buy medicine suddenly snapped back to reality, quickly stuffing her banknotes back into the cloth bag and hurriedly running towards the consultation room. As she left, she didn't forget to turn back and spat at the scalper. "You heartless scalpers, you deserve it." Humph. A mouthful of yellow phlegm landed on the scalper's pant leg, yet he stood there in a daze, showing no reaction, only mumbling to himself, "Is this a joke? Shugwang. Unlimited purchases? This must be a lie told by the hospital to comfort the patients. This is impossible, absolutely impossible." The scalper's face showed a mad expression as he followed a patient who had already received a prescription to the pharmacy, muttering incessantly, "Impossible, impossible, impossible. Can't buy it, can't buy it, can't buy it." However, under his desperate gaze, the patient joyfully emerged from the pharmacy with a full 10 boxes of Dawn. What the hospital just said turned out to be true. Dawn could really be purchased without limits. This meant that the production capacity of Dawn had significantly increased. Seeing this scene, the scalper suddenly lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Just 2 days ago, he had exhausted all his funds, buying a total of 1,000 boxes of Dawn from the market at a price of 3,000 yuan per box. That was a total of 3 million. Having monopolized the nearby market, he planned to raise the price of Dawn significantly, selling it for 5,000 yuan per box. After all, he had a monopoly, whether people wanted to buy it or not, there were plenty of buyers. However, he never anticipated that with the completion of the new factory by Guangjing Pharmaceutical, the production capacity of Dawn would increase 100-fold. For a long time to come, the supply of this medication in the market would be extremely abundant. This also meant that the 1,000 boxes of Dawn he hoarded suddenly lost all their premium, reverting to a price of 18 yuan per box. He spent 3 million to buy 1,000 boxes of medicine, which instantly became worth only 18,000 yuan. The scalper collapsed on the ground, wanting to cry but having no tears. However, he deserved no sympathy. If he hadn't maliciously inflated the price of Dawn, trying to profit off Alzheimer's patients, he wouldn't have ended up like this. All of this was entirely the scalper's own doing. In the office of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Qi Chen was present along with factory director Qi Jianjun and financial director Hu Shui, each face filled with excitement. Qi Jianjun spoke first. The workers have become familiar with the machines, and now the factory's daily production capacity has truly reached 14 million tablets. and the dawn we produce is immediately bought by distributors. There isn't a single bit of excess capacity. Hu Shui, holding a folder, took over the conversation. The sales model we adopted is payment first, delivery later. For every tablet of dawn we sell, the distributors first transfer the money into our account, so there are no issues of debt or bad accounts. Our Guangjing Pharmaceuticals' daily pure profit from selling dawn has already reached 112 million. This is simply unbelievable. Even though the income data was clearly displayed in the document she held, Hu Shui still found it hard to believe. Over 100 million in pure profit every day. The speed of profit was even faster than a money printing factory. When she looked at Qi Chen again, her eyes were filled with admiration. She never expected that Qi Chen not only cured her mother's illness but also created such a terrifying profit-making machine. As the owner of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Qi Chen appeared much calmer about the speed of profit. He nodded approvingly at Hu Shui and said, "Xiao Shui, you've done very well to make the company's accounts so clear right after leaving the bank. However, I must emphasize one point: we must never evade taxes. Every penny of tax we owe must be paid on time and in full, understood?" Hu Shui nodded seriously and replied, "Don't worry. I will personally take responsibility for this matter." Then, Hu Shui smiled and said to Qi Chen, "You guessed right. With the large-scale release of Dawn, those scalpers who were speculating on it have lost everything." Qi Chen nodded, feeling quite relieved. He was already aware of the scalpers maliciously reselling Dawn and had contacted the public security authorities to crack down on such behavior. However, the effect of the crackdown was not very good. This time, with the increase in Dawn's production capacity, Qi Chen also required all distributors to keep the news under wraps, preventing the scalpers from getting any advance notice. With the sudden large sale of Dawn, these scalpers were caught off guard, and the high-priced stockpiles of Dawn would inevitably fall into their own hands. All of this was the power and strength brought by industry and money. Every thought and decision of Qi Chen determined the life and death of many stakeholders. Just with an increase in production capacity, Qi Chen had directly plunged many scalpers into the abyss, causing their assets to evaporate into thin air. When money reaches a certain level, it is just a pile of cold numbers. The true meaning of money is not merely for luxurious consumption, for houses, cars, and beautiful women. It is about transforming wealth into power through some operational means, converting it into real influence in this world. In this way, Qi Chen could use the power of money to change the world with his own ideas. Acquiring a large amount of wealth was just the beginning for Qi Chen. According to his own ideas, changing the world and making it a better place was just getting started. Chapter 170, The Bustling Villa. Wow, bro, when did you quietly buy such a big villa? This is too extravagant. I don't care, you have to leave a room for me here. Qi Chen took the lead, bringing the four youthful beauties from Qi Meng's dormitory into his newly purchased villa. As soon as they entered the gate, Qi Meng's eyes lit up, and she began to shout excitedly. The other three beauties, although not as loud as Qi Meng, still showed their shock through their wide-open eyes. They knew Qi Chen was wealthy, but they never expected him to be this rich. Although they didn't know the actual market price of the villa, it was definitely over 100 million. Walking inside the villa, the brilliance in the girls' eyes was evident, and their gazes towards Qi Chen's back seemed almost to ignite. Not noticing the various looks from the beauties behind him, Qi Chen smiled nonchalantly and said, "Of course, no problem. This villa has more than 20 rooms. Aside from my own, you can choose any room you like. Moreover, as the performances progress, you will soon become famous. Living in the student dormitory will inevitably bring many inconveniences, so it's better for you to move in with me since I have extra rooms available." Hearing Qi Chen's agreement, Qi Meng cheered and hugged one of Qi Chen's arms, smiling as she said, "Bro, you're the best." Then, Qi Meng stood in place, hands on her waist, and said to the other three beauties behind her, "Ladies, each of you pick a room. We'll be living here for a while." After saying that, Qi Meng seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly ran back to Qi Chen's side, sweetly saying, "Bro, our Super Meng group's first performance is about to start. Can you follow our group's Weibo and cheer for us?" As the song The Wind Rises continues to gain popularity online, the Super Cute group is about to hold their first offline performance. The four youthful beauties will make their debut as public figures, stepping into the public eye for the first time. For Qi Meng's small request, Qi Chen naturally agreed without hesitation and immediately took out his phone to open the Weibo app. Qi Chen has two Weibo accounts, one that he has always used and another that is the official account of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. After opening Weibo, Qi Chen didn't think much and directly operated both of his accounts, following the official account of the Super Cute group. Seeing Qi Chen's actions, Qi Meng nodded in satisfaction and continued to act cute, saying, "You're the best, big brother. However, I have one more small request, and I hope you can agree. Looking at Chi Meng's flattering smile, Chi-chun chuckled and patted her little head, saying, "What else is there? Whatever your big brother can do, I will definitely fulfill it." Chi Meng's eyes lit up as she said, "Our super cute group currently only has the original song The Wind Rises. Big brother, you're so talented, can you write us 2 more songs like The Wind Rises?" Hearing Chi Meng's request, Chi-chen was taken aback. 2 more songs? Songs like The Wind Rises? Oh, my little sister, do you know how much it cost your big brother to create that song? A whole page of the future diary. If the content of that page were replaced with other money-making information, Chi-chen could easily earn 10 or 8 billion. However, Chi-chen naturally couldn't explain the reasons to Chi Meng and the others, so he could only perfunctorily say, "Writing songs depends on inspiration. When inspiration comes, it can't be stopped. Without inspiration, you can't force it. If I get inspired and write excellent songs, I will definitely give them to you first, okay?" After receiving Chi-chen's affirmative answer, Chi Meng nodded in satisfaction and mischievously winked at her 3 roommates who were following behind. Soon, the group passed through the yard in front of the villa and arrived at the villa building. Here, a woman dressed in a professional black skirt suit approached them, with black stockings and high heels, her hair elegantly pinned up, revealing her long, fair neck. She crossed her hands in front of her and slightly bowed to the group, saying, "Master, welcome back." This greeting startled Chi Meng and the others, and they looked at Chi-chun in surprise, saying, "Big brother, you really know how to have fun, hiding such a beautiful woman in the villa and making her call you master?" Regarding the beautiful housekeeper's title, Chi-chun felt a bit helpless and could only smile wryly and shake his head, explaining, "This is my housekeeper, Ban Chuling. She is responsible for the cleaning, gardening, cooking, and so on in the villa. If you have any needs while living here, you can contact her directly. As for calling me master, that's just her joking with you, I've never asked her to do that." Chi-chen's explanation felt somewhat weak, and Chi Meng still looked a bit suspicious, while Biao Biao's gaze towards Ban Chuling was filled with hostility, as if she had encountered a formidable opponent. Ban Chuling seemed unaware of the various thoughts in the eyes of the several beauties and smiled as she guided everyone into the villa, continuing, "Previously, the master had already informed me that you would be living here. I have prepared all the household items, so as soon as you choose your desired rooms, you can move in directly. Now, please allow me to take you to select your favorite rooms." Hearing Ban Chuling's words, the anticipation of moving into the villa immediately overshadowed their doubts, and soon the 4 of them followed Ban Chuling upstairs, each choosing a room. Chi-chen did not follow them but waited in place. He was not concerned about which bedroom Chi Meng and the others chose. After all, he wouldn't sneakily knock on their doors in the middle of the night, as long as they didn't take his own bedroom. Moreover, during this time, Chi-chen rarely stayed in the villa, spending most of his time co-renting a duplex apartment with Lin Jing. The place was small, but it was cozy enough for the 2 of them, and their relationship was rapidly heating up again. Chi Meng and the others soon came out of the villa after selecting their rooms. It was unclear what method Ban Chuling used, but after the brief room selection process, Chi Meng and her friends' attitudes towards Ban Chuling had become much friendlier, and they affectionately began calling her sister Ban. "Master, Miss Chi Meng and the others have chosen their rooms. I will arrange for someone to deliver the household items to their rooms later. There's nothing going on here right now, so I'll head to the kitchen to prepare lunch." Since the last time Chi-chen experienced the incident of secretly filming and successfully rescued Ban Chuling's parents, he had left Ban Chuling in the villa, making her the full-time housekeeper of his villa. Before this, Ban Chuling was just a real estate salesperson and knew nothing about being a housekeeper. Therefore, she found a pile of materials from somewhere and began self-studying the duties of a housekeeper. Perhaps she learned something strange from the materials, as from that time on, she started calling Chi-chen master, and her daily outfits were either black and white maid costumes or professional attire with high heels and stockings. Chi-chen did not refuse this form of address, instead, he enjoyed it very much. During their deeper exchanges, this form of address also allowed them to engage in a bit of cosplay role-playing. However, being called master in front of Chi Meng and the others still made Chi-chen feel slightly embarrassed. He shot Ban Chuling a glare, giving her a look that said, "Just wait and see how I deal with you," before turning to leave, continuing the tour of the villa with the 4 youthful beauties. "Wow, there's even a rockery here. Bro, your yard is so big, there's even a small stream? Wow, 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 there's such a big swimming pool. I want to go swimming." Chi Meng was very excited about Chi-chen's ultra-luxurious villa, and when she saw the shimmering swimming pool, her eyes lit up even more. She had loved water since she was a child, and upon seeing this private giant swimming pool, she was immediately drawn to it and wanted to jump in. Seeing the excited Chi Meng, Zhang Yasi quietly reminded her, Meng, are you sure you want to go in? The weather is getting cooler, be careful not to catch a cold." The season had already entered early autumn, and the air was no longer as hot as in midsummer. Instead, it carried a hint of coolness. Hearing Zhang Yasi's reminder, Chi Meng reacted and let out a disappointed dismissing her desire to play in the water. As a top-tier doting brother, Shi Chen was naturally well aware of his sister's love for water. Seeing Chi Meng's gloomy expression, Shi Chen smiled proudly and said, "I knew you would want to play when you saw this swimming pool. Before you all came, I had Ban Chuling turn on the pool's electric heater. The temperature should be just right now. Here are the prepared swimsuits. You can choose the size and style that suits you, and go change in the room." As the top villa in the entire Rongqing, the swimming pool naturally comes equipped with electric heating, which is a standard feature. The astronomical electricity consumption that would be a concern for ordinary people was not at all on Chi Chen's mind. Hearing Chi Chen's thoughtful preparations, Chi Meng's previously droopy little face instantly brightened up again. She pulled the other three and began to select the swimsuits that Chi Chen had prepared for them in advance. "I wear a regular size, Chao Chao should be about the same as me. Biao Biao, you're a bit bigger, wear this one that's a size larger than mine. Wow, CC, this is the extra large swimsuit that your brother specially prepared for you. Brother, you're too scheming, the swimsuits you prepared are all so sexy. Tell me, was this premeditated?" Shi Chen would never admit it. He shook his head and said, "These swimsuits were all prepared by Ban Chuling for you, it has nothing to do with me. Alright, you all go change your clothes, I'll change into a pair of swim trunks and do some exercise in the pool." After a disdainful glance from Chi Chen, the four girls chattered back into the villa to change into their swimsuits. Meanwhile, Chi Chen quickly changed into a pair of swim trunks in the simple changing room nearby and then dove into the swimming pool, swimming joyfully. Ever since the pharmaceutical factory of Guangjing Pharmaceutical was completed, Chi Chen's work had suddenly increased, and the pressure he faced had grown significantly. Although the lines of muscle on his body remained smooth without an ounce of excess fat, the lack of exercise still made Chi Chen feel stifled. After swimming several laps in the pool, he immediately felt his body stretch and his mind clear. At that moment, Chi Meng and the others finally walked back from the villa to the side of the pool. The autumn breeze was slightly cool, and due to the lower temperature, each of the four youthful beauties wore a white bathrobe. Beneath the white bathrobes were variously styled and sized sexy swimsuits. Since they had changed into swimsuits, all of them were barefoot, revealing their snowy white feet and showcasing their shiny calves, making Chi Chen, who was only showing his head above the water, feel dizzy. Who can withstand this? Chapter 171, Pool Party. The autumn breeze was slightly cool, and due to the lower temperature, each of the four youthful beauties wore a white bathrobe. Beneath the white bathrobes were variously styled and sized sexy swimsuits. Since they had changed into swimsuits, all of them were barefoot, revealing their snowy white feet and showcasing their shiny calves, making Chi Chen, who was only showing his head above the water, feel dizzy. Any seasoned admirer, when looking at women, first looks at the legs. If conditions allow, the next glance is at the feet. Zhang Yasi had a tall figure, and her fingers and toes were relatively longer, paired with her elegant and delicate white ankles, resembling the most exquisite craftsmanship in the world. Biao Biao's toes, on the other hand, had a different style. Her toes were dainty and cute, like jelly beans, evenly distributed at the front of her foot, making Chi Chen instantly understand what the ancient people longed for, the 3-inch golden lotus. The few beauties lined up and gracefully walked to the side of the pool, gently loosening the belts tied around their waists. In an instant, the four large white bathrobes slid down their delicate bodies and fell at their feet. In front of Chi Chen were four sets of various styles and sizes of swimsuits, displayed without reservation. Positioned in the center was his younger sister, Chi Meng. Her youthful beauty was unmatched, and her figure was just right, but Chi Chen had no desire to look at her, his gaze sliding past. Standing next to Chi Meng was the bold Li Xiaonan. She had chosen a daring three-piece bikini, the fiery red fabric accentuating her snow-white skin to a breathtaking degree. Her beautifully curved, snow-white legs exuded an astonishing allure, and combined with the bikini, her flirtatious demeanor was pushed to the extreme. Chi Chen swallowed hard and shifted his gaze to the third person. Ma Yuechao's swimsuit, while not as audacious as Li Xiaonan's, was still quite spicy. Due to years of dance practice, her figure was exceptionally well proportioned. Compared to the others' glowing white skin, hers was slightly darker, presenting a healthy wheat tone, but her features were more defined, her sharp gaze seeming to pierce through hearts, and paired with her leopard print swimsuit, she had a wild, deadly charm. The last to appear was Zhang Yasi. Although she chose the most conservative one-piece swimsuit, with no decorative patterns on the fabric, her figure rendered any swimsuit irrelevant. Standing in the pool, Chi Chen looked up and could only think of one word. Big. Big, big, big. If someone with a fear of deep-sea monsters saw this scene, they would probably faint right there in the pool. The most outrageous part was that the snug swimsuit outlined Zhang Yasi's waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a single hand, even more slender than Chi Meng beside her. This is not scientific. Such body proportions should have been extinct since the ancient times of hunting and gathering. Darwin has deceived me. Feeling Chi Chen's gaze upon them, the other three, except for Chi Meng, experienced a strange sensation, as if his gaze carried a burning heat that could scorch their skin. Chi Chen, feeling the changes in his body, quickly squatted down in the pool, leaving only his head above the water. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Fortunately, there was the carefree Chi Meng. She proudly spun around at the edge of the pool, then leaped into the water with an excited scream. "Pool, here I come!" Splash! Chi Meng was not a professional athlete, and her swimming skills were mediocre at best. As her body hit the water, a huge splash erupted, sending ripples across the pool, and the splashed water drenched the three beautiful girls at the edge. "Ah, Chi Meng! You got me wet!" That wasn't a dive, it was a fish explosion. "I'm coming down, Meng Meng is sushi below." This massive splash broke the tense atmosphere, leading to a chorus of shrill screams, and the remaining three beautiful girls jumped into the water, frolicking in the warmed pool. After a while, Chi Meng covered Zhang Yasi's eyes with her hand. Moments later, Li Xiaonan secretly tugged at Mai Yuecha's leopard print swimsuit straps. In that instant, Chi Chen suddenly felt as if he were in a spider's lair, surrounded by playful female spirits, while he was the trembling prey in the center of the web. At the same time, Chi Chen secretly sighed, so this is what a pool party is. Do rich people really know how to have fun? Never mind, I'm a rich person now too, let's have some fun. Taking a deep breath, Chi Chen submerged himself completely, peering through the clear water at the white, tender legs, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he felt a playful urge rise within him. Wow, what is that? There's a monster. The water ghost grabbed my leg, help. The autumn wind was already chilly, but in the warm swimming pool, there was a chorus of laughter and joy. Chapter 172, Don't Catch a Cold. The poolside was thrilling, but it was a bit too much. Soon, Chi Chen felt the great constraint of his swim trunks. Feeling like he was about to explode, Chi Chen quickly found a spot where the beautiful girls couldn't see him, bent over, and hurried back to the villa. He needed to take a cold shower immediately. Meanwhile, in the pool, Zhang Yasi watched Chi Chen's departing figure, her face revealing a heavy expression. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Yasi also approached the edge of the pool, climbed out, and followed the direction Chi Chen had taken. "Hey, Cece, where are you going?" The remaining beautiful girls in the pool were having a great time and looked puzzled as they saw Zhang Yasi suddenly leave the pool. Zhang Yasi's face turned slightly red as she stammered, I need to go to the bathroom, you all keep playing, don't mind me." Seeing Zhang Yasi leave, Chi Meng and Ma Yueqiao started to play around again, while Biao Biao looked alert, climbed out of the pool, and quietly followed behind Zhang Yasi. It was already autumn, and stepping out of the warm pool, Chi Chen felt a chill. As he returned to the villa, just as he was about to head to the bathroom for a shower, he suddenly heard a soft, sweet voice behind him. "Chi Chen Gij, wait." Chi Chen turned around, surprised to find Zhang Yasi, who should have been in the pool, jogging over, panting as she said, "Chi Chen Gij, I have something to tell you." Zhang Yasi's figure was already quite tall, and without any constraints, her jog made Chi Chen feel a bit dizzy. "Cece, what's wrong? Let's go inside, it's cold out here, don't catch a cold." Both of them were in swimsuits, shivering slightly in the autumn breeze. Chi Chen quickly urged Zhang Yasi to enter the villa, where it was sheltered from the wind. Following Chi Chen into the villa, her face slightly flushed, she lowered her head and spoke softly. "Chi Chen Gij, about my brother Zhang Shui coming back to find me a while ago, did you already know? He hasn't bothered me again, was it because of your help?" Although Chi Chen had already resolved the matter, since Zhang Yasi had never mentioned it to him, he hadn't explained it to her either. After all, getting Zhang Shui to leave and not return to harass Zhang Yasi had already achieved Chi Chen's goal. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yasi had already sensed this. Since it was his doing, Chi Chen saw no need to deny it. He nodded generously and said, "You found out?" "Yes, it was me." Hearing Chi Chen's affirmative answer, gratitude appeared on Zhang Yasi's face as she took a couple of steps closer to him and said, "Thank you, Chi Chen Gij. If it weren't for your help, I really wouldn't know how to deal with this." Feeling the faint warmth emanating from Zhang Yasi's body, Chi Chen felt a bit awkward and said nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a small effort. A man who can hit his own sister isn't worthy of any pity or forgiveness. If he dares to come back and harass you again, you must tell me immediately, understood?" Zhang Yasi obediently nodded, tears glistening in her eyes as she said, "Chi Chen Gij, you are so good to me. Not only did you help me solve the big trouble with the underground casino, but you also made us stars, and even quietly dealt with my brother's harassment." "Cece." Cece doesn't know how to repay you. At this moment, as Zhang Yasi kept moving closer, the two bodies were getting nearer and nearer, and Chi-Chen once again felt that the swim trunks he was wearing seemed to have shrunk several sizes. Fortunately, due to the cover of a certain large object, neither of them could see the embarrassing sight that made Chi-Chen uncomfortable. Chi-Chen took a small step back and said, Cece, you don't need to think too much. In my heart, you are all my little sisters. Helping you is just a matter of raising my hand. I've never thought about getting any reward. Unexpectedly, as Chi-Chen kept retreating, Zhang Yasi pressed forward step by step, reaching out her soft little hand to gently grasp Chi-Chen's palm, summoning her courage to look up into his eyes, which seemed to sparkle with starlight. But Cece, I don't want to just be your little sister. You treat me well, and I want to treat you well too. What I can give you is only myself, and I have my own selfish desires. I've realized that, without knowing when, I've already fallen for you. Brother Chi-Chen, please don't reject Cece, okay? Saying this, Zhang Yasi trembled as she cupped one of Chi-Chen's hands with both of hers, placing it on her own body, her voice quivering yet incredibly firm. Brother Chi-Chen, love me. Watching Zhang Yasi softly confess her affection in front of him, still in a manner that seemed to demand and desire, Chi-Chen found it hard to suppress his impulse. He bent down and swept Zhang Yasi into a princess carry, walking deeper into the villa. Not long after, another figure appeared at the spot where the two had just left. It was Biao Biao, who had secretly followed them. At this moment, the expression on Biao Biao's face was filled with envy and jealousy, along with a lot of entanglement. Having witnessed the earlier scene, she naturally knew where Chi-Chen and Zhang Yasi had gone and what they were about to do. Her heart was in turmoil. Brother Chi-Chen, you're biased. You treat Cece so well, but you ignore me. I'm not a child anymore, okay? After mumbling a few words, Biao Biao seemed to have made up her mind and headed toward the depths of the villa. However, just as she took a step forward, an unexpected figure suddenly blocked her path. Sister Ban? Just as Biao Biao was about to follow, she found Ban Chuling had suddenly appeared in front of her. Ban Chuling wore a half smile, staring at Biao Biao and said, You like Chi-Chen, don't you? Even though Biao Biao was a bit flirtatious, she was still an innocent young girl. Suddenly having her feelings exposed by Ban Chuling made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. However, since she had the courage to follow Zhang Yasi, she naturally wouldn't deny this. Nodding, Biao Biao firmly said, I like him, I like brother Chi-Chen. Hearing Biao Biao's response, Ban Chuling sighed and said, Chi-Chen is handsome, young, wealthy, and so gentle. How many women in the world wouldn't like someone like him? But have you thought it through? A man like Chi-Chen can have you, but you can't completely have him. No woman can monopolize him alone. Are you prepared to share Chi-Chen with others? Biao Biao hesitated. Share with others. Prepare? Which girl doesn't have a crush, and which girl wants to share her beloved with others? At this moment, Biao Biao's heart was filled with jealousy and the impulse to possess Chi-Chen. She had never thought about how to get along with Chi-Chen and her roommates after this. Ban Chuling's light words felt like a heavy mountain, blocking Biao Biao's steps forward. At this moment, Biao Biao was in a state of deep conflict, looking at Ban Chuling in front of her, dressed in a black uniform, with a charming face and beautiful black stockings accentuating her long legs. Suddenly, a realization struck her heart. Sister Ban, it turns out you also. Ban Chuling smiled and nodded. As if she could see through Biao Biao's doubts and turmoil, Ban Chuling leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Of course I am willing to accept. Because only in this way can I stay by his side. Chapter 173, the paper is out in Lin Kang's studio, inside the recording booth. After finishing a song recording, Zhang Yasi seemed to be in a great mood, bouncing out of the room with an utterly pure smile on her face. Behind her, Chi Mang looked curious and said, Cece, why are you so happy lately? Did something good happen? Ma Yueqiao also looked curious. You're not in love, are you? Zhang Yasi's face turned red, and she hurriedly shook her head. And no, that's not it. Don't say such things. The three of them playfully teased each other, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Biao Biao lagged behind, watching Zhang Yasi's happy smile. Her feelings were complex. In the office of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, Chi-Chen's office, Hu Shui was dressed in a sky blue Prada business suit, revealing a pair of extraordinarily long and beautiful legs, holding a folder in her arms, and was earnestly reporting to Chi-Chen. Our Guangjing Pharmaceutical has been increasing production capacity for nearly a month now, and during this time, the factory's daily output can reach 14 million tablets. Calculating with a pure profit of 8 yuan per tablet, our daily pure profit is 112 million. Although our production capacity has greatly improved, all the distributors still snatch up the shuguang every day. If we continue to increase production capacity, I believe the market can still absorb it. This way, the factory's profits can rise to another level. Chi-Chen sat in his boss's chair, admiring Hu Shui's stunning legs while shaking his head and saying, just domestically, we actually can't consume 14 million tablets a day. The reason why Shu Guang is being snatched up every day is that patients are still dominated by the fear of previous insufficient production capacity. Once they realize that our production can be sustained and that Shiguan will no longer be in short supply, they will stop hoarding. Patting his thigh, Hu Shui's face flushed, and she immediately sat on top of him, saying, there's one more situation I need to tell you about. Enduring Chi-Chen's hands playing on her legs, Hu Shui said with some concern, I heard that a large number of internet trolls have appeared online, frantically creating a narrative and doing everything they can to smear Shiguang. Some people say that shortly after taking Shiguang, they were diagnosed with cancer. Others say that after taking it, they experienced severe adverse reactions, feeling worse than dying. If it were just one or two people saying this, it wouldn't matter much. After all, the effectiveness of Shiguang in treating Alzheimer's is well known. But now, there is a flood of such comments online, and if we can't respond effectively, it could have very serious consequences. Hearing Hu Shui say this, Shi-chan also became serious. Recently, he was aware that internet trolls had been creating a narrative online. At first, he didn't take it too seriously. First, Shi-chen had absolute confidence in the drug Shiguang. After all, it was a technological marvel from the future, having undergone rigorous testing by advanced future science. Second, Shi-chen didn't have a good way to deal with the sporadic negative comments online. One cannot simply argue with someone online who speaks ill of Dawn, nor can Shi-chen immediately send a lawyer's letter, right? However, when this smear campaign gains momentum, it can turn into a significant crisis. Most netizens who are just watching the drama lack the ability to discern the truth of the matter. They tend to believe whatever direction public opinion takes. Now, countless internet trolls are adamantly claiming that Dawn causes cancer. Over time, this will lead netizens to genuinely believe that Dawn is indeed carcinogenic. As for whether this is true or not, netizens have no way to discern, nor do they wish to. But Shi-chen cannot ignore it. He must treat it as a major crisis and respond seriously. To address this crisis, the first step is to understand where it originates. Either the mastermind behind it is Chi-chen's enemy, or it is an enemy of Guangjing Pharmaceutical. It is important to note that deploying such a large-scale army of trolls requires a terrifying astronomical sum of money. Among Chi-chen's enemies, the only one with such financial power is Zhou Xiaoliang, the chairman of Iliang Real Estate. However, as a real estate businessman, he is unlikely to use trolls as a means of retaliation. After all, the internet is not a field he is familiar with. The biggest and most direct enemy of Guangjing Pharmaceutical is likely Ruihue Pharmaceutical. The sudden emergence of the drug Dawn directly threatens Ruihue Pharmaceutical's interests, rendering its multi-billion-dollar investment in a new Alzheimer's treatment worthless. Using trolls to suppress Guangjing Pharmaceutical and Dawn aligns perfectly with Ruihue Pharmaceutical's interests. Therefore, the mastermind behind the troll crisis is most likely Ruihue Pharmaceutical. So, how should one respond to this crisis? Hire trolls and battle Ruihue on the internet battlefield? Just a moment of thought made Shi-chen abandon this idea. Although Guangjing Pharmaceutical has strong financial backing to sustain this war of attrition against trolls, Shi-chen does not want to go down that path. Such an outcome would only benefit the troll gang, and ultimately, there would be no clear result in the minds of netizens, leading to a certain level of doubt regarding the efficacy and safety of Dawn. What Shi-chen wants is a complete victory. To decisively defeat the massive army of trolls, a different level of power is needed, rather than relying on trolls themselves. With this in mind, Shi-chen patted Hu Shui and stood up, saying, I understand this matter, you don't need to worry anymore, leave it to me. Hu Shui had complete trust in Shi-chen, and upon seeing him promise to resolve the issue, her heart felt immensely at ease as she returned to her office as the financial director to continue her work. Shi-chen then left his office and walked slowly to the pharmaceutical factory's laboratory. The laboratory was not located in the office building but in a separate structure. Pushing open the office door, he saw a petite figure in a white lab coat, diligently typing away at a large computer screen. Sun Xiaoqing's profile was as cold and beautiful as ever, resembling an unreachable flower on a high mountain, exuding an air of dignity that was hard to infringe upon. It was precisely this aura that always stirred Shi-chen's desire to conquer. Locking the laboratory door behind him, Shi-chen stealthily approached Sun Xiaoqing from behind, slipping his hands under her armpits and wrapping his arms around her chest. Guess who I am? Sun Xiaoqing, who was focused on her work, immediately frowned, biting her lower lip as she coldly replied, Bastard. Shi-chen. Shi-chen loved seeing her frown in anger, and he took the opportunity to pull her closer, saying, Working so hard? Shouldn't the boss reward you properly? Although Sun Xiaoqing's expression remained stern, her face had turned slightly red as she said, No need. as long as you don't bother me. Chi-Chen chuckled a couple of times, resting his chin on Sun Xiaoqing's shoulder, looking at the series of English words on the large computer screen in front of them, and asked, "How's the paper coming along?" Fearing that the impending battle might hit the keyboard, Sun Xiaoqing first clicked save, then said, "The paper is about to be finished. If you want it, I can send it to you right away." Chi-Chen raised an eyebrow. "So soon?" A hint of pride appeared on Sun Xiaoqing's face. "The production process of Dawn has been fixed, and I haven't had much to do lately, so I have plenty of time to write the paper." With the joint efforts of Dr. Gao Yong and Professor Wang Guiying, the paper is finally nearing completion. We wrote it entirely in English, and this version is now mature enough to be published in a medical journal at any time. Suddenly remembering something, Sun Xiaoqing said seriously, "By the way, you are the first author of this paper. Have you thought about what to write for the concluding remarks? This paper is likely to be published in The Lancet, and then all the workers in the global medical industry will read it." Hearing Sun Xiaoqing's words, Chi-Chen was taken aback, even stopping his movements. "What? I'm the first author? But I haven't even read this paper." Teased, Sun Xiaoqing turned around, sitting on Chi-Chen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, looking up at him with big blinking eyes and said, "The molecular formula of Dawn was invented by you. We just reverse-engineered it based on the formula you provided. The core and foundation of the entire paper come from your molecular formula. Of course, you are the first author of this paper, otherwise, who else could it be?" The molecular formula was something Chi-Chen obtained from his diary from the future, and he naturally wouldn't explain this to anyone. The objective fact in this timeline is that the molecular formula of Dawn was indeed completed by Chi-Chen himself, and there could be no second person besides him as the first author of this paper. So, Chi-Chen calmly accepted Sun Xiaoqing's suggestion and leaned down to kiss her soft lips, murmuring, "As for my thoughts, it's just... Thank you, my dear Sun Xiaoqing, Lin Jing, and Hu Shui for your support. I will always love you all." Chapter 174, The Puppet Master Behind the Water Army at Ruihui Pharmaceutical, Greater China Region, CEO's Office. A tall, thin man with a harsh face was leaning back in a large executive chair, looking down at the bustling streets of the capital city through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows. This man, named Zhang Leli, was the new CEO hastily promoted by Ruihui Pharmaceutical after Li William was taken away by the police. As a local who started from the grassroots, Zhang Leli was clearly in a good mood. His face was beaming with joy as he casually tapped a rhythm on the armrest of his chair with his fingers, speaking to the subordinates standing respectfully behind him. "If it weren't for this Chi-Chen, I wouldn't be sitting in this CEO position. Now, asking me to take ruthless action against him does make me feel a bit guilty." Hearing Zhang Leli's words, his subordinate immediately flattered him with a sycophantic smile, saying, "Still, President Zhou is magnanimous. But the fact that you haven't taken decisive action against Chi-Chen yet is already showing him some leniency. If we can't completely suppress Guanjing Pharmaceutical and the Dawn drug, I'm afraid the headquarters won't be pleased." Zhang Leli nodded, his expression turning sinister as he said, "That's natural. I won't go easy on Chi-Chen. I can still distinguish between what's light and what's heavy. Tell me, how effective has our hired group of internet trolls been in smearing Dawn and Guanjing Pharmaceuticals online?" A smug expression appeared on his subordinate's face as he sought praise. "The effect has been excellent. We spent a fortune hiring the two most influential internet troll leaders in the country, mobilizing all their resources, and have already created a one-sided public opinion online. Whether it's Weibo, Tushio, or Xiaohongshu, the videos posted by the trolls smearing Guanjing Pharmaceuticals have formed a traffic matrix, creating an overwhelming effect on the internet. Now, even many ordinary people who don't have Alzheimer's are aware of the existence of the Dawn drug. Under the influence of our trolls, in the minds of the general public, Dawn is basically equivalent to poison. Just give us a little more time. Once this impression is fully formed in the minds of netizens, no matter how Chi-Chen responds, it will be of no use." Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction and said, "You've done very well. However, the effect we want is not to completely ruin the Dawn drug, but to reclaim the benefits that should belong to our Ruihui Pharmaceuticals from Chi-Chen." His subordinate hesitated and said, "So what should we do?" Zhang Li smiled and said, "There is no love without reason, and no hatred without reason. Everything we do at Ruihui Pharmaceuticals is not just to attack Chi-Chen out of anger, but to seize this opportunity to rob enough benefits from him." After saying this, Zhang Li took out his phone and dialed a number. This was Chi-Chen's phone number, collected by Zhang Li's subordinate, and had been in his phone's contact list since the day he took office as the CEO of Ruihui Pharmaceuticals for the Greater China region. Zhang Li remained patient, waiting until the trolls had created an overwhelming public opinion before this phone number finally came into play. Beep, beep. The phone rang for a long time without being answered, until Zhang Le thought the call was about to be disconnected when suddenly a breathless voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is it? Speak quickly." In the background, there seemed to be a girl's voice pleading, "I can't take it anymore." Clearly, on the other end of the line, Chi-Chen was engaged in a popular activity that everyone was fond of. Upon hearing this voice, a look of disdain appeared on Zhang Li's face. "Your company has been thoroughly smeared online, and you still have the mood to flirt with girls? I know you're carefree, or perhaps you're just giving up." This contempt instantly affected Zhang Li's mindset, making his words carry a hint of frivolity. "Chi-Chen, right? I'm Zhang Lo, the newly appointed CEO of Ruihui Pharmaceuticals for the Greater China region." Chi-Chen seemed to have no reaction to Zhang Li's self-introduction, still panting as he asked, "Oh, do you have something to say?" Chi-Chen's indifferent response surprised Zhang Lu. Given the current public relations crisis Guangjing Pharmaceuticals was facing, Zhang Le thought Chi-Chen would instantly realize that the hidden hand behind the crisis was Ruihui Pharmaceuticals. However, Chi-Chen did not immediately grasp his true intentions, which only deepened Zhang Li's contempt for him. "Chi-Chen, I've noticed that your company has been receiving some rather negative comments online recently. I wonder if you'd like to stop such public opinion. If you're interested in that, I think I can help you." In Zhang Leli's expectation, upon hearing his words, Chi-Chen would immediately realize that the mastermind behind the online trolls was Ruihui Pharmaceutical. Moreover, Chi-Chen would cling to this like a lifeline, desperately pleading with him to spare Guangjing Pharmaceutical. However, contrary to Zhang Leli's predictions, after hearing his words, Chi-Chen merely responded with a faint "oh" and continued to catch his breath as he replied, "You're talking about the trolls, right? It's fine, I can handle this myself, no need for you to worry. Do you have anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I'm busy." Sensing that Chi-Chen was not playing by the rules, Zhang Leli was momentarily taken aback, fearing that Chi-Chen would hang up the phone, and hurriedly said, "Chi-Chen, don't you realize how detrimental the public opinion online is for your company? If this continues, once the public forms a stereotype about Guangjing Pharmaceutical, it will be nearly impossible to reverse it. And I can help you solve this theoretical problem. All I need is for you to agree to a few conditions." Zhang Leli hired trolls and laid out a strategy online, with the ultimate goal of threatening Chi-Chen with this situation to achieve some unspeakable objectives. However, just as Zhang Leli was about to reveal his true intentions, a woman's pleading voice unexpectedly came from the other end of the line. Chi-Chen's heavy breathing also echoed. Listening to the conversation between the man and woman, Zhang Leli felt a wave of frustration. "So you don't care about your own company at all? Does that mean I, the CEO of Ruihui, care more about your company than you do?" Just when Zhang Leli was feeling extremely awkward and didn't know what to say, Chi-Chen finally remembered Zhang Leli on the other end of the line and said, "You can solve the public opinion issue? Then tell me, what are your conditions?" Hearing Chi-Chen's words, Zhang Leli's eyes lit up. Hiring trolls to blacken Chi-Chen for so long was precisely to make him bow under the overwhelming public pressure and agree to his demands. Holding the phone, Zhang Leli said excitedly, "As long as you transfer the exclusive manufacturing rights of Dawn to us at Ruihui Pharmaceutical, I guarantee that all the negative comments about you online will disappear immediately. Of course, Ruihui Pharmaceutical won't wipe you out completely, the vast domestic market will still be left for you. We only want the exclusive manufacturing rights of Dawn outside of Huaxia." However, what made Zhang Leli furious was that after laying the groundwork for so many days and finally achieving overwhelming public opinion online, Chi-Chen didn't think for even a moment before directly refusing. "Impossible, I won't agree to such conditions." Anger lowered Zhang Leli's tone, and he said coldly, "Chi-Chen, you need to think carefully about the consequences of rejecting me. If you don't agree to our demands, the negative public opinion against you won't stop. By then, the reputation of the Dawn drug will surely collapse, and the final outcome for Guangjing Pharmaceutical will only be bankruptcy. At that time, the money from the auction of the Dawn molecular formula won't even be enough to pay off your debts." Zhang Leli felt that he had spoken harshly enough, yet Chi-Chen only coldly replied with 2 words before hanging up the phone. "Idiot." Looking at the screen that lit up after the call ended, Zhang Leli was left in a daze, followed by a surge of immense anger. Chi-Chen, this prodigal, couldn't even stop to consider such a significant decision while still indulging in his current distraction. He was purely an animal driven by his lower half. It was hard to understand why Li Weilian, that fool, lost to Chi-Chen. "Chi-Chen, do you really think I can't do anything about you unless I show you some color?" Sitting back in the spacious boss's chair, Zhang Le waved his hand grandly and commanded his subordinates behind him with great momentum. "Tell those 2 water army leaders to do their utmost to smear Guangjing Pharmaceutical and Dawn from now on. When the pressure of public opinion becomes great enough, Shi Chen will naturally come crying back to me when he realizes he can't bear it. By then, to solve the problem of public opinion, Shi Chen will have no choice but to obediently hand over the exclusive manufacturing rights of the drug Dawn to us. Zhang Luo was full of confidence and satisfaction with his plan. However, the subordinates who had just been flattering him now wore an incredibly strange expression. Seeing that his subordinates were indifferent to his orders, Zhang Luo felt displeased and said in a deep voice, "What are you still doing here? Why aren't you going quickly?" One subordinate took out his phone, pointed at a breaking news alert that popped up, and said in shock, "Zhang, it seems it's not needed anymore." Zhang Lu was somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean it's not needed? What does it say on your phone?" The subordinate handed his phone to Zhang Lu, and the screen displayed an explosive piece of news. Breaking news! Our country's renowned medical scientist Shi Chen, founder of Guangjing Pharmaceutical and developer of Dawn, has won the latest Nobel Prize in Medicine. Chapter 175 Big News. Shi Chen, stop writing, quick! There's a big news here. Contrary to the scene Zhang Lu had imagined, at this moment, Shi Chen and Sun Xiaoqing were in the gym of Guangjing Pharmaceutical, sweating profusely as they pedaled on stationary bikes. Shi Chen stared at the distance displayed on the bike's screen, gritted his teeth until the number finally turned to 20 kilometers, and then gasped for breath as he stopped, looking at Sun Xiaoqing and asking, "It's not easy to find time to work out, and you're making me restless." Glancing over Sun Xiaoqing's figure tightly wrapped in yoga pants, Shi Chen curiously asked, "What was that big news you just mentioned?" At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing's face was filled with shock, staring blankly at the phone screen mounted on the stationary bike, her eyes wide and her rosy lips unconsciously agape. This is too exaggerated, right? Our paper actually won the Nobel Prize in Medicine? Looking at Shi Chen in disbelief, Sun Xiaoqing's expression of extreme shock instantly transformed into wild joy as she jumped off the stationary bike and then leaped onto Shi Chen. "My God! The paper we published in The Lancet a few days ago actually won the latest Nobel Prize in Medicine? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Compared to the extremely shocked Sun Xiaoqing, Shi Chen, although excited inside, maintained a much calmer expression. Because just a few days before this news was released, relevant personnel had already contacted Shi Chen, hinting that he would be receiving this year's Nobel Prize in Medicine. However, even though he was somewhat prepared, Shi Chen's heart was still instantly filled with joy. The reason was simple: the Nobel Prize, this international supreme award, held extraordinary significance for the people of Huaxia. Since modern times, the entire Huaxia mainland had only ever won one Nobel Prize in literature. It wasn't until he saw this news released by the official media that the heavy stone in Shi Chen's heart truly fell to the ground, and his attention returned to himself. At this moment, Sun Xiaoqing was clinging to Shi Chen like an octopus. Her long, fair arms, as tender as lotus roots, wrapped around Shi Chen's neck, while her long, straight legs tightly encased in yoga pants wrapped around Shi Chen's waist, firmly securing herself against him. Both of them were wearing tight yoga outfits, and such intimate contact immediately made Shi Chen feel warm and his heart began to race. He extended his hands to support Sun Xiaoqing's body hanging on him and smiled as he asked, "This paper was completed by you all. I hardly contributed anything. Especially you, working day and night in the lab. If it weren't for you, this paper would probably take a few more months to be published. How do you want me to reward you?" Feeling Shi Chen's hands wandering restlessly over her body, Sun Xiaoqing's pretty face instantly turned crimson, and she playfully retorted, "Are you trying to reward me? I see that every time. You seem to want to reward yourself, right?" Shi Chen chuckled, holding Sun Xiaoqing as he walked toward the nearby changing room. At that moment, Lu Liang was waiting outside the gym door, so there was naturally no one around to interrupt. Shi Chen and Sun Xiaoqing could freely turn the changing room into their private battlefield. However, just as Shi Chen took a step, he heard an extremely surprised exclamation from his phone. "How is this possible? Nobel Prize in Medicine? No, no, no. Are you kidding me?" Hearing Zhang Leli's astonished voice on the other end of the line, Shi Chen suddenly remembered that his phone was still connected to the call. He was fully aware of the situation regarding Ruehui Pharmaceutical hiring online trolls to smear Guangjing Pharmaceutical, and he was equally furious. However, Shi Chen did not blindly agree to hire trolls to retaliate. Instead, he had Sun Xiaoqing complete the paper as quickly as possible and published it in the authoritative medical journal, The Lancet. Although most netizens were just blindly following the mainstream narrative, if this paper was published and caused a stir, prompting discussions throughout the medical community, then the rumors stirred up by the trolls would naturally collapse. However, the impact of this paper's publication was somewhat beyond Shi Chen's expectations. As soon as the paper was published, it immediately became the front page of The Lancet. Moreover, with not much time left before the Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded, the awarding body swiftly removed the American scientist who was originally supposed to receive the Nobel Prize in Medicine and directly awarded it to Chi Chen. Just from this detail, one could see how monumental the invention that completely conquered Alzheimer's disease was. The unparalleled influence of the Nobel Prize in Medicine also caused the public opinion created by Ruehue Pharmaceuticals trolls to instantly turn to dust. Even through the phone, Chi Chen could feel the shock and confusion contained in Zhang Leli's incoherent words. With one hand carrying Sun Shaoqing on his shoulder and the other holding the phone to his ear, Chi Chen's tone was filled with sarcasm. "I didn't quite catch what you just said. Could you repeat it? Are you saying that if I don't grant you the exclusive manufacturing rights for the global market, you'll send trolls to completely smear me? I really can't understand what kind of trolls could possibly smear a Guanjing pharmaceutical that just won the Nobel Prize in Medicine online?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Leli was still in shock, standing there dumbfounded, completely unresponsive to Chi Chen's sarcastic remarks. He simply couldn't comprehend how this obscure Chi Chen suddenly developed a cure for Alzheimer's disease. How could he, based solely on a paper, win the Nobel Prize in Medicine in such a short time? "This is impossible, this is impossible." Zhang Leli kept repeating this phrase, showing no reaction to Chi Chen's sarcasm. Since he took office, he had been plotting an attack on Guanjing Pharmaceutical using online trolls. After more than a month of planning and execution, spending hundreds of millions, he finally achieved such a public opinion effect online. However, he never expected that just as he was preparing to reap the rewards, Chi Chen actually won the Nobel Prize in Medicine? With this almost deified award, who would still believe in the narrative pushed by the trolls? As time went on, not only would the internet be flooded with news of Chi Chen winning the Nobel Prize in Medicine, but even most traditional media would focus on this recent achievement in the coming days. By then, the rumors he had spent a fortune spreading would naturally collapse on their own. They would even become a constant source of ridicule for him. Just as Zhang Leli felt despair in his heart, Chi Chen's next words plunged him into an ice cave. "This matter will not end like this. You, Ruehue Pharmaceutical, hired trolls online to smear Guanjing Pharmaceutical and create negative public opinion against us. I have already gathered ample evidence in secret. Next, you can just wait for the lawyer's letter that Guanjing Pharmaceutical will send you."